The world was desolate. Ruined buildings, stretched under a gray sky, a bleak picture of the post-apocalyptic era. Amidst that scene, the black-haired young man exhaled, seemingly having just completed a mission, his eyes revealing clear fatigue. But the peace didn't last. Two pitch-black monsters with glowing red eyes snarled, surrounding him. The black-haired young man muttered, "How annoying." He walked slowly over the rubble, his sharp eyes scanning his surroundings, wary of every danger. The black-haired young man frowned, his voice full of annoyance. Why did that idiot have to run all the way here and cause such trouble? Going deeper, he was stunned to see two other monsters tearing apart a man. Is this the Anyang area? Ah! The black-haired young man realized his target had been killed too quickly. Well, it seems I've found him, but I didn't expect him to die so fast. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupted from the black-haired young man, making the monsters freeze. He exclaimed, "No way." A system interface appeared, warning that three monsters were staring at him with hostile eyes. The black-haired young man looked annoyed, muttering, "Seriously, who came up with these sloppy names?" A monster roared fiercely, its cry echoing through the desolate street, preparing to attack. Three monsters leaped simultaneously, surrounded by crimson energy, charging straight towards the black-haired young man. The black-haired young man stood firm, facing the fierce attack of the furiously roaring monsters. Blue energy exploded around the black-haired young man as he activated the add and multiply skills, ready to counterattack. The black-haired young man's purple eyes flashed with determination. He darted like lightning, his sword glowing in his hand. A powerful slash tore through the air, piercing a monster's body, blood splattering in the brilliant blue light. The sky was gloomy, debris floated, and a dazzling light emanated from the colossal structure. A heavy feeling enveloped the space. A powerful fist repeatedly struck the metal door. Urgent knocking echoed, accompanied by an insistent voice. "Hey, open the door!" The ground shook. A group of people stood before the encampment. The young man in light armor, GM Younggoon, waved. "Hey, you're back!" GM Younggoon complained about the search mission, but admitted only the black-haired young man could do it. He asked, "Anyway, what happened to the escapee?" The black-haired young man calmly replied, "He's dead. The monsters ate his body." GM Younggoon exclaimed in surprise, "What? He was a hard-mode player, and he's dead?" The black-haired young man shrugged, indifferently recounting, 3 A-rank monsters were making a meal out of it. The black-haired young man shrugged again, his face showing no concern. 3 A-rank monsters were making a meal out of him. GM Younggoon flinched, his eyes wide. Ah, A-rank monsters? GM Younggoon worried, images of A-rank monsters appearing in his mind. He pressed, "If there are 3 A-rank monsters nearby, that's bad news. We have to deal with them immediately." "Where are they?" The black-haired young man calmly replied, "I've killed them all." GM Younggoon sighed in relief. "Ah, I see." The black-haired young man walked away, saying, "I'm hungry. Let's go to the cafeteria." GM Younggoon quickly stopped him. "Wait, seriously, you can be honest with me." The black-haired young man turned back, his eyes sharp. GM Younggoon suspected, "You're not an easy-mode player, are you?" Kang Taesin looked annoyed. "What nonsense are you spouting this time? Countless players have cleared the labyrinth with me. Just ask them." GM Younggoon held Kang Taesin's arm tightly, asserting, "You're the only easy-mode player who survived. Even those who occasionally appear die within 2 days." Kang Taesin replied indifferently, "Is that so?" The ruined city appeared, a testament to its harshness. GM Younggoon said, "Honestly, easy-mode players can't survive in this world. Even normal players struggle. You're an exception." GM Younggoon thoughtfully looked at Kang Taesin, wondering, "Seriously, why are you so strong? I'm a hard-mode player, but I can't compare to you." Kang Taesin's gaze remained indifferent, but it hid annoyance at the skeptical remarks. Amidst the ruined landscape, Kang Taesin and GM Younggoon walked. GM Younggoon said, "You guys just half-assed your way out of the labyrinth, that's all." Kang Taesin replied, "Enough. I'm tired of hearing it." A simple tent was set up amidst the desolation, a cafeteria sign hinting at a glimmer of hope for a meal. Kang Taesin looked at the plate of potatoes, frowning in annoyance. He asked, "Potatoes again? Can't we grow anything else? What about sweet potatoes or corn?" GM Younggoon explained, while eating, "Potatoes are the most efficient crop. Simple agriculture only yields a limited harvest." GM Younggoon asked, "Didn't you learn the simple agriculture skill?" Kang Taesin replied, "Why would an easy-mode player learn that? Food is everywhere." GM Younggoon nodded. "That's true." A loud noise rang out. The brown-haired young man angrily yelled, "Don't mess with me! No way!" Another person tried to calm him. "Hey kid, calm down!" Kang Taesin and GM Younggoon turned to look. GM Younggoon, with food on his face, said, "Looks like someone cleared the labyrinth." Kang Taesin indifferently replied, "Probably." GM Younggoon continued, "They'll cause trouble, get reprimanded, then receive a long-winded explanation as always." Another noise rang out. Ji Myung-gon called out loudly. Taeson, come here, quickly! Something's happened! Kang Taeson clenched his fist, his face showing extreme annoyance. The brown-haired young man continued to yell in a frenzy, Don't mess with me! This can't be Earth! Everything ended with the last return. He panted, his eyes desperate. This is a joke, isn't it? Stop this joke. Kang Taeson stepped out and asked, Where's Taeyeon? Someone replied, She's scouting. The middle-aged man said to the brown-haired young man, Hey kid, this is Earth. The middle-aged man tried to reassure him. A lot has changed while you were in the labyrinth. So just calm down and… The brown-haired young man remained full of rage. The brown-haired young man cut him off, roaring. Get lost! He swung his fist, landing a powerful blow on the middle-aged man's face. Kang Taeson watched the scene, saying, All right, that's enough. Ji Myung-gon smiled brightly, saying, Good luck. Kang Taeson turned to Ji Myung-gon. If I don't see my potatoes when I get back, you're dead. Ji Myung-gon happily held 2 potatoes, but then his expression quickly changed, revealing clear disappointment. Kang Taeson turned his back, hearing the brown-haired young man yell, Get lost! Kang Taeson calmly replied, Unfortunately, this is Earth. Humanity is losing. The brown-haired young man asked, Is that your catchphrase? Kang Taeson sighed as the brown-haired young man incessantly screamed, It can't be Earth! You're saying all players can't stop a few monsters? Don't lie to me! Players returning from the labyrinth, when unable to accept reality, often went mad. The brown-haired young man knelt, clutching his head, purple energy erupting around him. Kang Taeson indifferently exhaled, looking at the scene before him. This was a common reaction, and this brown-haired young man was no exception. Kang Taeson looked up, his eyes cold. Yes, I'm sure a beating will do the trick. What's your name? A challenge request appeared before him. The brown-haired young man, Lee Chang-chun, frowned, his eyes full of anger. Lee Chang-chun, a challenge? Who are you? Kang Taeson simply stated his name. Lee Chang-chun was surprised, then scornful. Kang Taeson? You mean the easy mode player who writes too much on the community board? He threw his sword down. Lee Chang-chun yelled, Forget it! Do you think an easy mode player can compare to a hard mode player? Don't you know that players' strength varies depending on the difficulty mode? Kang Taeson smirked, gesturing with his finger. Just shut up and fight. If you win, I'll show you the real world you crave. Lee Chang-chun gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with indignation. He couldn't accept a challenge from someone he despised. Lee Chang-chun snarled, You'll regret this! Don't blame me if you get killed! He drew his sword, its blade blazing with fire. Lee Chang-chun's sword flared with power. Skills activated. Add-on. Damage increased by half of basic damage. Focus. Attack accuracy significantly increased. Power strike. The next attack will deal massive damage. Kang Taeson looked at his opponent's blazing sword, thinking, Add-on and power strike? You're quite strong. Lee Chang-chun leaped into the air, swinging his sword down at terrifying speed, creating a dazzling burst of light. Kang Taeson calmly faced it. A massive explosion erupted as the 2 streams of power collided, a blinding light engulfing the entire space. Kang Taeson's skill, Nullify First Attack, activated. Not a single point of damage penetrated, making Lee Chang-chun exclaim in surprise, Huh? The smoke, dust, and light from the collision gradually dissipated, leaving behind an eerily silent space. Amidst the smoke, Kang Taeson emerged, calm to the point of coldness. He rested his sword across his shoulder and asked a challenging question. Are you done? Lee Chang-chun was furious, unable to believe his eyes. My attack had no effect? What the hell is Nullify First Attack? I've never heard of it. Kang Taeson's hand tightened around his sword hilt, preparing for a merciless counterattack. Is it my turn now? Kang Taeson asked coldly. Lunging forward at lightning speed, his sword enveloped in a brilliant blue energy. Lee Chang-chun was struck, enveloped in blue energy. Although his Fortify skill reduced damage by half, Kang Taeson's absolute appraisal bypassed all defenses. Lee Chang-chun staggered back, in pain. He only took 49 damage, but shock was clearly visible on his face. Only 49 damage? Lee Chang-chun questioned, then tried to reassure himself. That's right. The level gap between easy and hard mode players is insurmountable. Kang Taeson looked down, brilliant blue energy gathering in his fist. He asked with an indifferent tone, You have over 10,000 HP, right? Energy swirled around Kang Taeson. The addition and multiplication skills activated, multiplying his attack power, along with absolute appraisal bypassing all defenses. Lee Chang-chun cried out in panic, Wait! But Kang Taeson merely replied coldly, This is your gift. Kang Taeson's glowing fist lightly touched Lee Chang-chun's chest, a terrifying surge of power about to erupt. Lee Chang-chun was sent flying, his body crashing hard onto the ground, creating lightning-shaped cracks on the surface. A colossal explosion of blue-purple energy erupted, completely engulfing Lee Chang-chun in a blinding light. Lee Chang-chun lay motionless, having taken 9,604 damage. Kang Taeson asked, his tone still calm, Do you understand now? Kang Taeson looked straight ahead, his deep purple eyes calm as he uttered a harsh truth. This is the real Earth. Lee Chang-chun writhed in agony on the cracked ground, completely defeated. He groaned, unable to accept his failure. Tears streamed down Lee Chang-chun's face. He was filled with extreme regret. If he had known this would happen, he would never have cleared the labyrinth. Earth was once peaceful, but then the sky tore open. A red crystal appeared, bringing with it colossal dragon monsters that poured down. The city was engulfed in flames. Monsters roared, spreading terror. Humanity faced life or death choices. An ordinary man watched in horror as a game interface appeared before his eyes, forcing him to make a decision. A colossal tower rose amidst the starry universe, where players chose hard mode to enter the labyrinth. Players who had cleared the labyrinth could only return to Earth, but it was a perilous journey. Earth was now a ruin, covered in dust, and countless hideous monsters running rampant. Kang Taeson accepted the brutal reality, his gaze resolute. He knew this was the only world they could save. Amidst the clear blue sky, a voice echoed, praising Kang Taeson after the battle. GM Jung-gun appeared, waving to Kang Taeson, excitedly saying he would support him. Kang Taeson mumbled softly. Lee Chang-chun was helped away, still dazed. The middle-aged man beside him admired Kang Taeson for defeating his opponent with a single blow. Kang Taeson calmly replied that defeating the weak was no great feat. Another person said he was too strong. Kang Taeson ate potatoes while complaining that they were cold. GM Jung-gun curiously asked him how he acquired the duplication skill. GM Jung-gun was astonished, unable to believe Kang Taeson's skills, thinking they were like a cheat code. Kang Taeson calmly chewed his potatoes, replying to GM Jung-gun about the origin of his unique power. By working hard, GM Jung-gun didn't believe the explanation, then suddenly noticed another player approaching. Kang Taeson indifferently said, "I don't think so." A familiar figure appeared, walking amidst excited cheers. Lee Taeyeon had returned, bringing admiration from the crowd. A confident smile bloomed on Lee Taeyeon's lips, her sharp purple eyes harboring an unpredictable power that made everyone look up. Kang Taeson walked through a vast room, his footsteps echoing. On the ceiling, the gigantic fossilized skeleton of an ancient creature hung, suspended. Amidst the apocalypse, Kang Taeson still couldn't understand humanity's obsession with meaningless decorations, an unbelievable indifference. Kang Taeson's gloved hands lightly brushed over a classic painting frame. A strange sensation crept in, as if something was hidden behind it. The painting, The Last Supper, remained intact, hanging majestically amidst the ruined world. Only one person could have done this, the one who conquered solo mode. Kang Taeson looked directly at Lee Taeyeon, full of questions. "Why is a girl like you the strongest person?" Lee Taeyeon sat proudly on a throne-like chair, her sharp purple eyes looking straight ahead, full of authority and mystery. Lee Taeyeon advised Kang Taeson to find a hobby, then asked about him disciplining a hard-mode player. He replied indifferently. Lee Taeyeon smiled meaningfully. Speaking of an easy mode player defeating a strong one, a blue status screen suddenly appeared before her. Lee Taeyeon's status screen appeared. Level 258. Soaring Strength and Intelligence. The last line showed the player was in a state of fear. Kang Taeson looked at Lee Taeyeon with suspicion. He directly asked if she was intentionally showing off her power. Lee Taeyeon asked Kang Taeson to display his status window. He maintained his indifferent attitude, questioning her intention in provoking an easy mode player. Kang Taeson's status screen appeared. Level 57, low stats. Lee Taeyeon remarked that he was weak, but her eyes were full of challenge, asking if he wanted to pick a fight. Lee Taeyeon tried to appease him, but her words contained provocation. "I already said, it's just a simple check. Honestly, those stats aren't bad for an easy mode player." This world, the Labyrinth, is divided into 4 different difficulty modes, each level a harsh challenge. Once a player clears the labyrinth, all progression stops. Since they cannot grow stronger, the power gap between difficulty modes becomes terrifying. A hard mode player's stats might be 10 times stronger than Kang Taeson's. Yet, not a single one of them could withstand a single blow from him. The reason? It's thanks to Kang Taeson's skills. Lee Taeyeon smiled meaningfully, asking him to stand still for a moment. Purple energy flared around Lee Taeyeon as she activated her skill. Her attack power surged, basic damage multiplied many times over. Lee Taeyeon's eyes flashed emerald green. Her skill Absolute Accuracy had been activated. A guaranteed hit attack rushed forward, but Kang Taeson dodged it. Players can possess skills regardless of their difficulty level. Kang Taeson's gaze was resolute, ready to face the challenge. A fiery explosion erupted behind Kang Taeson, but he stood firm as if completely unharmed. He blinked confidently, seemingly unfazed by the recent attack. Kang Taeson stood amidst the rubble, his first attack nullification skill activated. He questioned Lee Taeyeon. "What are you doing?" Lee Taeyeon smiled, her hand still glowing. "It's nothing. Don't worry." Kang Taeson listed a series of his incredible skills. Attack nullification, absolute appraisal, multi-overlap attack, simple time stop. All of them are unbelievable skills. He said he had about 230 skills. Li Taeyan looked up at the Black Tower, deep in thought. She realized she had made a mistake by only focusing on clearing the labyrinth, instead of exploring and pushing herself to the limit like Kang Tae-san. Kang Tae-san looked at Li Taeyan and shrugged. Well, it's too late now, Li Taeyan said, her voice full of regret. Not really. Anyway, you're very good. If you had played solo mode, we could have won. Kang Tae-san frowned, his purple eyes flashing with annoyance. Kang Tae-san stood amidst the graveyard, where countless hopes were buried. His skills were powerful, but they relied too heavily on individual stats. Other players knelt, weeping by the gravestones. If he were a normal player, or even a hard one, Tae-san wouldn't have been able to use more than half of his skills. Kang Tae-san raised his head, his gaze resolute. Don't talk about that anymore. Li Taeyan leaned back, looking directly at Kang Tae-san. Let's get straight to the point. You just returned from scouting, didn't you? You're right. Kang Tae-san looked into the distance, his face heavy. The next wave of attacks is about to begin. The surrounding space shattered like glass, and Kang Tae-san's eyes flashed with a cold light. Kang Tae-san stood upright, and behind him, a shadowy black monster appeared, its red eyes glowing as if to devour everything. Kang Tae-san smirked, his tone nonchalant. So, we're screwed. The monster attacks were devastating all-out assaults. With each wave, countless lives were lost, and human territory significantly shrank. In the first wave, humanity lost soul. In the second wave, half of the hard players perished. A warrior knelt amidst the gravestones, overwhelmed by despair. In the third wave, humanity could only protect a small city, amidst a sea of fire and ruins. Li Taeyan asked, her voice tense. How many? Kang Tae-san replied, his eyes sharp. 2 S ranks, dozens of A ranks, hundreds of B ranks, and also an apostle. Kang Tae-san put a hand to his forehead, his face filled with extreme worry. Even Li Taeyan would struggle against an S rank, and we completely lack hard players to deal with A rank monsters. Not to mention, an apostle that far surpasses S rank? We're screwed. Li Taeyan pointed at Kang Tae-san. Even so, we still have to fight. Tae-san, you handle the 2 S ranks. Kang Tae-yan questioned Li Taeyan, asking if she was sending him to his death. Li Taeyan replied that she had to deal with the apostle, and he was the only one who could handle the S-rank monsters. Kang Tae-san grumbled about the meager pay, then asked if she intended to tell the others. Li Taeyan replied that they should prepare for the worst. They couldn't die in ignorance. Li Taeyan mused, thinking it might be better if the others didn't know the brutal truth. A faint smile on her lips hid many thoughts. Kang Tae-san firmly objected, his resolute gaze unwavering. He disagreed with the idea of hiding the truth. Li Taeyan turned her back, and the door behind Kang Tae-san slammed shut, as if closing the debate. A skeleton hung suspended from the ceiling like an omen. Li Taeyan smiled faintly, looking towards where Kang Tae-san had left. She whispered that Kang Tae-san was strong, and could be the key to their victory. Kang Tae-san's purple eyes gleamed with determination, but also held the burden of a difficult mission. He looked straight ahead. Kang Tae-san clutched the sparkling crystal in his hand. He mocked himself, saying he was just a coward, but still had to face his destiny. Kang Tae-san looked up at the deep blue sky, letting out a long sigh. He felt tired and resigned to what was about to happen. Screams tore through the air as the other players realized the truth. The red-haired player lamented that even though they knew this day would come, it still felt terrible. Kang Tae-san asked Jeom Jung-gun, who was sprawled on the ground. The brown-haired young man replied that he accepted his fate, having lived longer than most anyway. Jeom Jung-gun said that luck had favored him greatly. Kang Tae-san smirked, asking what meaning there was when everyone was destined to die. Lee Chang-chun staggered away, feeling pity for someone. Jeom Jung-gun remained seated, his eyes empty as he stared ahead. Lee Chang-chun's face clearly showed distress and worry. He seemed to be struggling with heavy thoughts about their cruel fate. Jeom Jung-gun told Kang Tae-san that the other person had endured hell to conquer the labyrinth, only to return and await death on their first day back. Lee Chang-chun agreed, saying he was truly unlucky. Just then, a colossal energy vortex, ablaze with lightning, appeared in the sky. Jeom Jung-gun turned to ask Kang Tae-san, "What about you?" Li Taeyan looked at Kang Tae-san thoughtfully. The purple-haired girl felt that he had endured the worst part of the deal. If they were half as strong as him, things wouldn't have come to this. Purple lightning filled the sky, striking down skyscrapers. On top of a ruined structure, Kang Tae-san and Li Taeyan stood silently, watching the chaotic scene below. A colossal energy mass suddenly emerged from the ground, shaking the entire city. Kang Tae-san smirked, mocking himself. "That's right. I feel like I've been terribly tricked. Are you satisfied?" From that energy mass, a colossal creature gradually took shape, growling ferociously. Its sharp claws and dark purple body were covered in lightning bolts. The monster fully revealed itself, a ferocious, multi-headed creature, roaring to the heavens. Purple lightning swirled around its body, signaling a terrifying catastrophe. GM Junggoon leaned against the wall, looked up at the sky, and sighed. "Damn it. Remind me, what are you facing?" Lee Changchun replied, "2 S ranks." GM Junggoon stood up, looking at Lee Changchun with sympathetic eyes. "All right, see you in the next life. You'll probably get there before me. Wait for me, okay?" Lee Changchun nodded. "Definitely." Kang Taeson raised his hand, and a surge of purple energy flared around his palm. He had activated his big jump skill, preparing for a fateful leap. With a terrifying propulsion, Kang Taeson shot into the air, leaving a brilliant trail of purple energy behind him. He was flying straight towards the threat. Kang Taeson glided like a ghost through the air, tearing through the wind, heading straight for his target. Mid-air, Kang Taeson hovered, activating his complete scout skill. He needed to gather all information about the enemy before confronting them. Kang Taeson's purple eyes gleamed with resolve as he collected data. Important information appeared on the virtual screen before him. Kang Taeson looked down, his purple eyes glowing brightly. He mumbled, as if asking himself or challenging the enemy, "What's going on?" He landed on a stone platform, facing 2 colossal figures, growling menacingly. The surrounding air was thick with death and purple lightning energy. The system continuously assessed dangerous statuses: madness, chaos, fear, and even instant death. Finally, all analysis was complete, and Kang Taeson was ready. Standing firm on the trembling ground, Kang Taeson faced the colossal creatures. The battle of life and death was about to begin. His purple eyes blazing, Kang Taeson confronted his destiny. Purple lightning enveloped his body as he growled, "Die, you damned creatures!" Enveloped in a purple aura, Kang Taeson's resolute gaze pierced through the night, ready for the battle of life and death. Amidst the desolation and ruins, Kang Taeson stood alone, facing 2 colossal monsters, a breathtakingly majestic sight. He drew his sword, purple energy swirling around it. The system announced, "Complete Scout activated." Kang Taeson silently prayed, "I hope it's not a defensive type." The ground shook violently as a giant monster emerged, its body cracked and broken. Data appeared. Monster 7, defense type, HP, 148,550,1,233. The monster's mouth opened wide, revealing sharp teeth, and purple energy erupted, creating a terrifying impact. Blinding purple light burst from the monster's core, and cracks spread, as if it were about to explode. The monster's glowing red eyes glared with fury, and an angry growl echoed. With 140 million HP, Kang Taeson sneered, "Are you kidding me? Taking this thing down will take a lifetime." He activated body time acceleration. Kang Taeson changed direction, his sharp gaze shifting to the giant octopus monster beside him. Then, this one. The octopus monster's information appeared. Monster 5. Long-range attack type, HP, 1,250,5,212. Kang Taeson sighed in relief. 1,250,000 HP. At least this can be dealt with. Kang Taeson charged straight towards the octopus monster, even though he knew both are impossible, of course. He leaped into the air, a streak of golden light tearing through the sky with terrifying speed. Kang Taeson unleashed a series of sword slashes, cutting into the octopus monster's tentacles. The clang of metal echoed everywhere. Damage displayed, 42, 38, 32. Kang Taeson frowned. The tentacles are barely damaged. He decided, I need to aim for its head. Kang Taeson gathered his strength and charged straight into the monster's core. Kang Taeson stomped hard in midair, and a surge of emerald energy erupted, tearing through the night. The green energy from his stomp shot straight, piercing through space and striking the giant octopus monster. A green energy shield enveloped Kang Taeson, and the system announced, "Your first attack nullification skill has been activated. You take no damage." He slid across the ground, dodging. Kang Taeson realized, it shoots from where the tentacles point. There's no delay, making it almost impossible to dodge. Kang Taeson's eyes were cold and resolute. He muttered, in that case, he hovered in midair, surrounded by intricate energy streaks. All I can do is predict. If I focus on dodging, I can do it. But the more time I spend predicting, the lower the chance of success. Kang Taeson looked down at his target and activated a skill. The system announced, "You have activated hyper-acceleration." The monster growled, covered in purple lightning. Kang Taeson plunged down like an arrow. He told himself, I can't hesitate. A powerful slash from Kang Taeson struck down, and the system displayed 48 damage to Monster 5. Kang Taeson gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into the blow, and purple energy flared around him. The octopus monster counterattacked fiercely with green energy, but Kang Taeson stood firm. Your second attack nullification skill has been activated. You take no damage. The octopus monster roared in terror, spewing a stream of emerald liquid from its mouth. The octopus monster roared in terror, spewing a stream of emerald liquid from its mouth. A part of the monster's body was exposed, its glowing red eyes blinking repeatedly, showing pain. Kang Taeson swung his sword, charging like a storm, once again delivering a critical blow to the giant monster. His attack created a glowing wound on the monster's head, and green liquid splattered again. Kang Taeson looked up, understanding the monster's nature. It's protecting its kin. The defender protects the long-range attacker when in danger. This was the combined strategy from the start. But a confident smile spread across Kang Taeson's lips. I've got you. He plunged his sword into the ground, activating the skill Forced Confrontation, a brilliant golden energy surge. Kang Taeson stood firm before the octopus monster. For the next minute, only it could harm him. He thought to himself, it would be easier if Lee Taeyeon were here. She has legendary stats and items. He activated, plus, and his attack power was multiplied. Purple energy erupted around him. Multiplication was activated, and his attack power increased exponentially. Then absolute evaluation removed the opponent's defense. In his mind, Lee Taeyeon would eliminate the long-range attacker first, then deal with the defender. But he couldn't do that. He charged into the attack, knowing that with his low stats, a single blow from any monster would be enough to send him to his death. 9,604. Still not enough. He activated Designated Skill Reset, resetting multiplication, even though he would have to wait a month to use it again. Kang Taeson's purple eyes glowed, his will resolute. He once again activated multiplication, and his attack power increased exponentially. He roared, determined to take down this annoying HP tank first, unleashing a brilliant attack on the monster's core. A power of 9,604 squared was still not enough to reach 100 million. He poured all his strength into it, his face strained to the extreme. He gritted his teeth, pushing himself to the limit. Duplicate was activated. The next attack would be doubled. A critical blow struck directly into the octopus monster's core. Cracks spread and green liquid splattered. Kang Taeson looked down, and a colossal damage number appeared. 92,236,816 points to the monster. A blinding light erupted, engulfing everything in the decisive moment. Amidst the ruins, Kang Taeson breathed a sigh of relief. Monster 7 had fallen, with over 92 million damage dealt. But the danger wasn't over. The emerald tentacles of another octopus monster lunged forward, accompanied by a deafening screech of green electricity. A terrifying electric shock struck Kang Taeson, turning his body into a shadow and inflicting over 22,000 damage. Kang Taeson winced, activating Hold On just in time. The critical hit was nullified, and for the next 5 seconds, all damage would be 0. A small explosion beneath his feet. Kang Taeson leaped high, escaping the deadly encirclement. He plunged down, his sword piercing through the body of Octopus Monster 5, dealing 48 damage. The nullification skill had ended, and he had only one Hold On left. Kang Taeson pondered deeply. From now on, I just need to repeat dodging and attacking. The only problem is, he looked at his depleted mana bar. Only 21 points remaining out of 820. He smirked, a flicker of madness in his eyes. I need to reduce 1,250,000 HP without using any skills. Basically, I have to hit it 25,000 times. Haha, I'm going crazy. Time passed, and the city witnessed days and nights of relentless battle, with explosions and destruction. Kang Taeson persistently attacked. The octopus monster's HP was still over 655,000. He grimaced, pouring all his strength into each sword strike. The monster's HP dropped to over 512,000. Without pause, Kang Taeson continued to swing his sword. The enemy's HP was now just over 368,000. Despite his exhaustion, he continued to fight. The monster's HP once again displayed over 655,000, a persistent challenge. Finally, after much effort, the monster's HP was just over 125,000, and victory was very close. Kang Taeson gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. The prolonged battle had drained his strength, but his eyes still burned with determination. A roar tore through the air, and Kang Taeson erupted with power. Electrical energy surged around him as he swung his sword, ready for the decisive blow. In midair, a system notification appeared. You are in a state of emotionless trance. Body and spirit have become one. A miraculous power has been deeply etched into your soul. You have acquired the soul skill, Soul Attack Enhancement, but immediately, another cold notification appeared. As you have left the labyrinth, you cannot acquire this skill. Soul attack enhancement has been sealed. Kang Taeson gritted his teeth. Shut up. The giant octopus monster was still writhing in electric shock. Its tentacles convulsed, its destructive power gradually depleting. Kang Taeson didn't hesitate, his sword piercing straight into the monster's body. The system reported 48 damage to Monster 5, a critical blow, finishing off the enemy. Kang Taeson's eyes were tired but resolute. The victory notification echoed. Monster 5 has fallen. The battle was finally over. Kang Taeson stood still, panting, his body bleeding. The system praised. Gods from all realms, commend your achievement. He had won. He staggered, a feeling of exhaustion overwhelming him. How long have I been fighting? He muttered to himself. It feels like over a month. Damn my low stats. Kang Taeson dragged his heavy steps, each one marked by fatigue. Let's go back, he mumbled, leaving the desolate battlefield. Suddenly, a warning signal blared repeatedly, a mysterious target appearing on the screen, signaling imminent danger. Amidst the ruined city, a dazzling light suddenly flickered out. Kang Taeson gritted his teeth, a surge of anger erupting within him. Those bastards. A man lay slumped, blood staining his body, leaning against a crumbling wall. The tragic sight plunged Kang Taeson into thought. Kang Taeson walked through the rubble, bodies strewn across the ground. Each of his steps was heavy, imbued with loss. He looked at the fallen players, their boasts now just echoes. You boasted that you were the last difficult players. Kang Taeson looked into the distance, his eyes filled with sorrow. Yet now, I, an easy mode player, am the only survivor. Memories flooded back. Why did you all die after I returned from the battle with the S-rank monster? A brown-haired young man slung an arm around Kang Taeson, laughing. The teammates who once boasted were now just distant memories. The cruel reality struck. Kang Taeson stood silently, looking down at his two fallen comrades, blood staining the ground red. A deadly silence enveloped them. He looked at the serene face of the deceased brown-haired girl. It seems you left just as you said you would. The promise from years ago had now turned into endless pain. Kang Taeson's purple eyes were filled with sadness and loss. He had lost everything, left alone amidst the desolate battlefield. Another beautiful memory flashed by. A brown-haired young man smiling and giving a thumbs up next to a blonde-haired young man. Those happy moments were now just illusions. And Kang Taeson's eyes became resolute, mixed with pain. He would not fall. Never. He knelt, looking towards the purple-haired girl standing amidst the crumbling rocks. A familiar silhouette. Another pain resurfaced. The purple-haired girl's gentle smile appeared in his mind. A smile that once brought hope was now just a haunting memory. Taeyeon, Kang Taeson uttered. The purple-haired girl lay slumped beneath a withered tree, blood staining the ground. An unacceptable loss. She was the only one to conquer solo mode, hailed as the strongest in the world. A heavy sigh echoed in Kang Taeson's mind. A dark liquid began to spread across the ground. For someone like her to be killed, this truth was too hard to believe. Kang Taeson stood facing a dark entity rising from a swirling vortex of crimson fire. His enemy had revealed itself. The black entity transformed, extending horrifying tentacles, enveloped by crimson energy. A terrifying threat was forming. Apostle. The black entity revealed its true form in a hooded cloak, its crimson eyes burning. Its gaze could kill anyone instantly. Kang Taeson grimaced, his body erupting with purple energy. Get out of my sight! He had successfully resisted. The Apostle was surprised, its crimson eyes widening. It hadn't expected anyone to be able to resist its deadly gaze. Kang Taeson growled, purple energy exploding around him. His power had activated, dealing a critical blow to the Apostle. Kang Taeson's face contorted in pain, cold sweat pouring out. He was resisting with all his might. Kang Taeson's purple eyes blazed with fury, and he roared a challenge. Let's fight, you bastard! Kang Taeson's purple eyes flashed fiercely, brilliant purple lightning erupting from his body. Amidst the ruined city, Kang Taeson gasped for breath, each breath a painful struggle. On the ruined battlefield, Kang Taeson struggled with the Apostle's crimson entity, while his comrades lay fallen. Fresh blood gushed from the corner of Kang Taeson's mouth. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! Each drop of foul-smelling blood dripped from Kang Taeson's body, mixing into the dark red liquid pool beneath his feet. A fierce attack from the Apostle sent Kang Taeson flying, slamming him hard onto the ground. Blood smeared across his face. Kang Taeson stared at his enemy. So, this is how it is, he whispered. Kang Taeson was engulfed in a vortex of crimson energy, his body torn apart by its brutal power. Kang Taeson lay slumped, wounded, and coughing up blood. Although his HP was at 0, a skill kept him alive for another minute. Just let me die in peace, you bastard, he gasped. I can't feel anything from the waist down. Kang Taeson looked at the fallen Lee Taeyeon, understanding that the indomitable skill only delayed death. It didn't restore him. Kang Taeson's eyes were heavy. He knew he only had 1 minute left. I'll die in another minute. That bastard knows it too. Kang Taeson knelt in a pool of blood, his sword fallen beside him. Hell. He mumbled in despair, a shattered mass of energy amidst brilliant blue lightning. If only I hadn't chosen easy mode that day, a voice of regret echoed. The space shattered, crimson and blue lightning tearing through the night, signaling an inevitable collapse. Kang Taeson knelt in a pool of blood, his eyes filled with despair. A voice of regret echoed in his mind. If only I had chosen normal mode. No. Kang Taeson's blood-stained hand clawed at the ground. A contemptuous voice echoed, "Useless worms." Kang Taeson's face contorted in pain, foul-smelling blood dripping, soaked in utter despair. Through the fragments, images of fallen comrades reappeared. Kang Taeson growled, "You were too focused on clearing the stages and weren't strong enough. Why are you so weak?" Even after playing on normal or hard mode, Kang Taeson punched the ground hard, a dull thud echoing. "If only you were half as strong as me." He recalled familiar faces, now vanished into oblivion. Kang Taeson lifted his head, his purple eyes blazing with indignation, blood smeared across his face. He cried out in helplessness, "We!" Kang Taeson's purple eyes flashed with a resilient light, harboring both pain and an unyielding will. Kang Taeson collapsed, lying motionless on the blood-stained ground. His sword lay beside him, cold. "It's over." Kang Taeson's face bore a faint smile. His eyes closed. "It's all in the past. My choice. There's no reason to blame anyone else." Kang Taeson's blood-stained hand reached for a glowing object. A desperate whisper. "This is the end of humanity." Half of Kang Taeson's face was visible, his purple eyes wide with surprise, blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. Kang Taeson stared in shock at a blue-haired girl in white armor, leaning against the wall, bleeding profusely. "Huh?" Kang Taeson stared at the black entity, which was standing in front of the girl. "Is that thing trying to protect something?" Kang Taeson slid across the ground, leaving a trail of fresh red blood, trying to retreat in vain. The black entity growled, its crimson eyes fixed on Kang Taeson. A brown-haired woman appeared. "Just stay there." Kang Taeson fell freely through the air. A system notification flashed. "You have activated Last Chance. You can use one skill without limitations." Below him, the black entity growled, waiting. With resolute eyes, Kang Taeson roared, "Stop time." Immediately, a system notification appeared. "You have activated Simple Time Stop. Time will stop for 2 minutes, within a 100-meter radius." Time seemed to stand still as Kang Taeson lay sprawled on the blood-soaked ground, managing a difficult smile. He reached out to touch the shimmering purple stone, muttering, "Check." The purple stone emitted a brilliant light, displaying information. Ouroboros stone, a divine stone that controls the cycle of life, can reverse time once for an individual. Kang Taeson stared at the stone in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. "What? Reverse time? How did Taeyeon get it?" he wondered in shock, his words trailing off. The colossal monster roared ferociously, purple lightning tearing through the air. Kang Taeson stared at the stone, his final words echoing, "See you next time, you bastard." Facing the colossal monster with its mouth wide open, Kang Taeson stood firm, the purple light from the stone enveloping him like a fated farewell. Kang Taeson's hand clenched the purple stone, which shattered in a blinding light. The gears of time spun wildly, taking him back to the beginning. In a void, a young Kang Taeson sat huddled, alone in a pool of light. Reproachful voices echoed, "Kang Taeson, you useless good-for-nothing." The adult Kang Taeson stood opposite his childhood self. The harsh voice resounded again. "Why were you even born?" The young Kang Taeson bowed his head, his eyes filled with sadness. "When I was little, I was just a punching bag for my parents. They destroyed my spirit, making me believe I was useless. That very weakness made me choose the easy mode." The adult Kang Taeson raised his head, his resolute gaze piercing through the endless void. "But not this time. I know my talent and my worth. So, this time." A flash of light, and the adult Kang Taeson lay face down on the floor. He opened his eyes wide, staring at the ceiling, as if waking from a long dream. Kang Taeson's face showed clear astonishment, sweat beading on his forehead. He still couldn't believe what was happening. Everything was too sudden. The room was messy with half-eaten instant noodles, scattered liquor bottles, and clothes strewn everywhere, suggesting a solitary, untidy life. Kang Taeson looked up at the ceiling and the small window, muttering, "This place?" He was trying to reorient himself to reality, realizing he had returned. Kang Taeson sat on the floor, his astonished purple eyes fixed on the phone in his hand, as if trying to confirm something. The phone screen clearly displayed 11:02 p.m., the 31st of December 2019. He murmured, "I really have returned." The 1st of January 2020. The streets were bustling with people, radiant smiles on everyone's faces, a strangely peaceful scene. At the very moment of midnight, a pinkish-purple energy entity exploded in the night sky, signaling a terrifying omen to come. The world's apocalypse will. The sky was covered in mist, a heavy feeling enveloping the space. Kang Tae-sun sat on the floor, eagerly biting into a slice of pizza. "I can't remember the last time I ate pizza, the taste of civilization." He continued to devour it, painful memories flooding back. After the world collapsed, all I could eat was potatoes and monster carcasses. The empty pizza box lay discarded on the floor. Kang Tae-sun sighed, a feeling of emptiness washing over him. In his mind, Kang Tae-sun sat amidst the gears of time. I can't believe Taeyeon had a time reversal item. He tilted his head, his purple eyes full of contemplation. Why did she never use it? The room door was ajar. Kang Tae-sun still deep in thought. The Taeyeon I knew would have run away. I really don't understand. He stood on the balcony, looking out at the city ablaze with lights, a sigh escaping his chest. The phone in his hand displayed 11:58 p.m., the 31st of December 2019. Kang Tae-sun murmured, "Is it almost time?" Outside, brilliant fireworks lit up the sky. People joyfully counted down, welcoming the new year with utmost delight. They were sending New Year wishes, hoping for a smoother year, completely unaware of the impending disaster. Unfortunately, just as the new year began, a terrifying pinkish-purple energy explosion tore through the night. Everyone stirred, looking up at the crimson night sky. "Did you guys hear that?" someone asked. "Are they holding a festival somewhere?" Another voice replied, full of curiosity. At the exact moment of midnight, the clock struck 12. A pinkish-purple light erupted, making the crowd's faces change color. What is that?" A brown-haired, middle-aged man exclaimed in horror. In the night sky, a colossal entity appeared, with pinkish-purple lightning tearing across the air. A roar ripped through the night, signaling a terrifying disaster about to strike. From a high balcony, Kang Tae-sun silently witnessed the chaotic scene below. Screams echoed, "What is that? It's a monster!" The entire city was engulfed in brilliant light and fear. The monster roared, baring its sharp teeth and terrifying long tongue. Pinkish-purple energy swirled around it, creating a horrifying image, foreshadowing destruction. The crowd below was completely engulfed in panic, their faces contorted in fear, their eyes vacant as they looked up at the sky, where disaster was descending. Kang Tae-sun calmly looked at the blue system screen that appeared before his eyes. "Well, it's time anyway," he murmured, a flicker of contemplation in his purple eyes. System screens appeared everywhere amidst the panicked, fleeing crowd. "Welcome," a message popped up. "The invaders are about to end your world. Your weapons are useless against them." A helicopter flew past, confronting the colossal monster hovering in the air. Pinkish-purple lightning continued to strike, engulfing the entire city. A brown-haired female reporter, microphone in hand, stood stunned by the sight. Her eyes were wide with horror, unable to believe what was unfolding before her. The monster began to accumulate energy, its body glowing brightly. A deep roar echoed, signaling an impending destructive attack. The brown-haired female reporter and those around her fled in panic. Her piercing scream tore through the air as the monster's brilliant light enveloped them. Amidst the chaos, a black-haired little girl covered her face, sobbing. Another message appeared. "Each of you will be granted an opportunity." The monster spewed a colossal stream of fire, engulfing the streets in a sea of flames. People scattered in disarray, one man collapsing to the ground. The monster growled, its crimson eyes looking down. A system message appeared. "A benevolent, transcendent entity has taken pity on you." Amidst the rubble, a brown-haired woman rushed to help the injured man. The city was engulfed in flames, leaving only chaos and despair. Amidst the chaos, a cold system message echoed, granting the survivors the right to choose a mode to enter the labyrinth. A light-haired man cried out for help. Amidst the chaotic sea of flames, Kang Tae-sun walked calmly, while others fled in panic. The system promised power, but he merely sneered contemptuously. "Benevolent, my ass." A notification sounded, revealing 4 challenge modes: easy, normal, hard, and solo. Kang Tae-sun glanced at them, disdainfully regarding those rushing into this survival game. Just a bunch of crazy circus addicts. Kang Tae-sun stood before the gate of light, a brilliant surge of energy erupting. Above, a small, solitary figure sat huddled. The purple eyes of young Kang Tae-sun appeared, holding innocence and an indescribable sadness. Kang Tae-sun turned his head, his gaze resolute. He murmured, "Well, I guess it's time to go." Easy mode appeared, promising a labyrinth full of food and resting places, where body and soul could be restored. A man was happily harvesting fruit, Normal mode, more difficult, with fewer resources and fierce monsters. Despite the hardships, there is still hope if one maintains their spirit. Two warriors were facing a growling wolf monster. Hard mode, extreme challenge, scarce food, bloodthirsty monsters. A gruesome death awaits the faint-hearted. A warrior is fighting a roaring giant monster. Solo mode appeared. Kang Tae-sun didn't hesitate, walking straight towards the gate of light, leaving all other options behind. Solo mode. No teammates, only monsters, enemies, and NPCs. Kang Tae-sun looked straight ahead, his eyes resolute as he faced his destiny. This mode is a brutal battle for survival, demanding all skills and luck. The survival rate is almost zero. A brilliant surge of energy enveloped him. The final warning echoed. Do not choose this mode if you value your life. Kang Tae-sun merely glanced, unfazed. Purple energy erupted around Kang Tae-sun. He silently asked, You're far beyond that, aren't you? Kang Tae-sun smirked confidently, his eyes flashing with defiance. He whispered, Just you wait. Solo mode has been selected. Kang Tae-sun resolutely stepped into the labyrinth, leaving behind the system's good luck message. May fortune smile upon you. Kang Tae-sun appeared in the middle of an ancient street. Blue-purple light surrounding him, like a mysterious energy, signaling a challenging new beginning. He looked up at the deep blue sky, where birds flew freely. A familiar feeling mixed with annoyance welled up within him. He sighed softly, his eyes closed, a faint smile on his face. Finally, I've returned to this place once more. A system notification rang out, displaying a message from Kang Jun-hyuk. Everyone, what is this? Kang Tae-sun walked on, his finger lightly tracing the virtual screen. He mused. Someone's already posted? I don't know who, but they adapt quickly. The community board was the only place for players in different difficult modes to communicate. Kang Tae-sun touched the screen, leaving a message for Kang Jun-hyuk. Good luck. He had no intention of using the community right now, as it would only truly be useful later. He needed to focus on what was more important. Kang Tae-sun continued walking, a crucial question about what had happened before in his mind. Tae-sun, how are the NPCs in easy mode? Inside a tent, the blue-haired girl was drinking water, facing a warrior. She said, They just repeat their lines and actions. Aren't they the same in every mode? The black-haired warrior replied, They're different. The blue-haired girl explained, The NPCs from solo mode. They have their own consciousness and can move freely. Almost, they're real people. Kang Tae-sun stopped before an ancient archway. A black-haired warrior was dozing against the wall, sunlight shining on him. He recalled, The gatekeeper NPC guards the labyrinth's entrance. In easy mode, he was just a normal white-haired old man. The gatekeeper woke up, saying, You've arrived? The gatekeeper looked at Kang Tae-sun with surprise. I thought it would take you at least a month to get here. Kang Tae-sun noticed something unusual. A surge of purple energy erupted from the gatekeeper, and he thought, This guy, he's stronger than Lee Tae-in. And he's just a gatekeeper? The gatekeeper smiled and said, Anyway, congratulations. I am Broken Man, the guardian of this place, and also your guide. Kang Tae-sun wondered, Broken Man? He deduced, Someone who challenged and failed becomes a gatekeeper. Sounds plausible, doesn't it? Broken Man calmly explained. You've heard the news about the world perishing due to invaders, haven't you? This is an opportunity granted to you by the benevolent transcendent being. Kang Tae-sun thought scornfully, Benevolent my ass. Better to just let this world burn. Kang Tae-sun felt that Broken Man spoke like someone with experience. He suddenly realized Lee Tae-yan had been right. Broken Man scratched his head, continuing to explain. Solo mode NPCs are living beings. And not only that, they come from a world that has ended. Kang Tae-sun's purple eyes gleamed with understanding, as if he had seen fragments of another world. A faint smile flickered across Kang Tae-sun's lips, hiding many inscrutable thoughts. Broken Man tilted his head, wondering about Kang Tae-sun's unusual calmness. Why is this guy so calm? Kang Tae-sun still stood there, silent and unperturbed. Broken Man was surprised. He had intended to strike first and explain later. Broken Man pointed towards the majestic structure. Anyway, this is the Labyrinth. Some call it the Tower, but it's up to you. Broken Man quickly explained. The Labyrinth has 100 floors, with major changes and increasing difficulty every 10 floors. As for the rest, figure it out yourself. Kang Tae-sun was surprised by Broken Man's hasty explanation, wondering, is that all? Broken Man yawned, annoyed, and replied, Do you want me to explain every single floor? There's a merchant inside. Just ask him. A black-haired female player complained about the gatekeeper's temper. Kang Tae-sun sat there, deciding to remain silent. Broken Man's finger emitted a stream of emerald green energy, a small bolt of lightning flashing powerfully. Broken Man unexpectedly touched Kang Tae-sun, transferring a surge of green energy. But I'll give you the basics, he said. Broken Man's hand slid down Kang Taeson's sword, channeling the green energy into the weapon. The gatekeeper Broken Man concentrated emerald green energy into Kang Taeson's sword, preparing for an unexpected lesson. In Kang Taeson's mind, an image of himself appeared, calmly facing destiny. Broken Man smirked, gripping his weapon, his eyes flashing with determination, ready to strike. A brilliant blue sword aura from Broken Man shot straight forward, tearing through the air towards Kang Taeson. Kang Taeson calmly raised his hand, gently parrying the attack, completely unfazed by his opponent's power. Broken Man's attack dissipated into the air, leaving Kang Taeson still standing firm without a scratch. Broken Man smiled, drew out a rusty sword, handed it to Kang Taeson, and said, "This is yours." Kang Taeson took the sword and old leather armor, realizing they were just trash items with extremely low defense and attack stats. Kang Taeson bluntly remarked, "Trash items?" Broken Man asked. "You don't like them?" He replied, "They're fine." Broken Man mused, his gaze sweeping over Kang Taeson, seemingly contemplating something profound. Broken Man asked, "What's wrong?" Kang Taeson replied curtly, "Nothing." Broken Man suddenly threw something towards Kang Taeson, who quickly caught it. Kang Taeson held the old bracelet, wondering, "What is this?" He recalled, "Taeyeon never received this." Broken Man explained, "You'll gradually gain skills. Figure them out yourself. Now, go inside." Kang Taeson replied, "Yes, thank you." Broken Man stood watching Kang Taeson's retreating back, softly saying, "Good luck." He stood there, his gaze distant, seemingly burdened by some secret. Broken Man wondered if Kang Taeson was smiling. The purple-haired young man's eyes gleamed with eagerness, as if he was impatient to step into the dangerous place. A mysterious smile. In Broken Man's memory, many geniuses had entered this labyrinth, from the blue-haired girl wielding a staff to the resilient gray-armored warrior. But all had failed. No one could conquer this place. Kang Taeson walked steadily into the deep corridor, each step echoing. Broken Man sensed something different about this young man, something the previous ones lacked. More than just talent or skill, Kang Taeson possessed something deeper, a primal instinct. The purple-haired young man's eyes were resolute, facing the upcoming challenge. That is the power to survive. Broken Man leaned against the wall, his eyes filled with worry, silently praying for Kang Taeson's safe return. A loud noise echoed, signaling the beginning. A light flashed, and Kang Taeson looked at the system screen that had just appeared before him. The labyrinth gate had opened, and the purple-haired young man's journey officially began. The screen displayed information about the ancient labyrinth, created by a powerful sorcerer. Legend has it that whoever conquers the labyrinth will be granted one wish. This is a sealed place. Horrifying entities lurked, devouring all life. The screen warned that everything in this labyrinth existed to destroy. A colossal dragon monster appeared menacingly. Eternal glory awaited those who overcame this deep and dark abyss. A dazzling burst of light erupted from the gate, welcoming Kang Taeson into the challenge. Kang Taeson stepped through the gate, entering a new space. The purple-haired young man rubbed his forehead, perhaps still dizzy from the information he had just received. The journey officially began. Floor 1. Labyrinth entrance. A vast, ruined space appeared. The system screen indicated that this place was filled with creatures easily subdued by Kang Taeson's blade, not too fearsome. Kang Taeson smirked confidently. "Let's do it," the purple-haired young man said, ready to face it. The system screen displayed. Main quest started. The adventure had officially begun. The labyrinth contained countless secrets and hidden areas. Completing this floor would grant rewards based on discovery. Floor 1 quest. Defeat the boss. Rewards. A random stat-boosting potion and an unknown secret reward. In a flashback, the silver-haired man asked Kang Taeson, "Taeson, is there a merchant in easy mode?" The short brown-haired woman also wondered, "Aren't there merchants in every mode?" The short brown-haired woman asked about the merchant. Kang Taeson took a sip of water and replied, "Probably just a regular merchant. They only sell potions." The purple-haired young man remained calm. The short brown-haired woman was surprised. "Not in solo mode. The shop has countless items." She accidentally dropped her scarf, then asked suspiciously, "Are you showing off?" Kang Taeson remained unfazed. The purple-haired girl raised her wrist, showing off a spiral bracelet. "Look at this." It was the Bracelet of Ashes, an ultimate item that reduces incoming damage by 50%. Kang Taeson took a sip of water, his purple eyes flashing with surprise. "You got that from the shop?" In the memory, the blonde-haired man stood amidst a shop filled with weapons. There were many other things, but I didn't have enough gold to buy anything else. Kang Taeson pondered, his deep purple eyes concealing calculations. Kang Taeson walked towards the old door. "If you bought all the items in the shop, you might even be stronger than me." The old door slowly creaked open. Back then, I didn't pay much attention because it had nothing to do with me, but now the situation is different. The silver-haired man sat on the counter, his sharp eyes fixed on Kang Taeson. What? You're already here? A notification appeared. You have met the Lost King. Kang Taeson stood firm, his purple eyes unwavering at the appearance of the Lost King. Kang Taeson calmly greeted him. The silver-haired man sneered, his eyes scrutinizing. A greeting? I guess you haven't lost your mind yet. What's your name? The silver-haired man asked. It's Taeson. Are you the shop owner? Kang Taeson replied. What if I am? Kang Taeson scanned the shop, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through everything. Kang Taeson spoke, breaking the silence. I don't see any items in this shop. The silver-haired man sneered, his eyes full of disdain. You brat. The silver-haired man confidently declared to Kang Taeson. If I displayed all my items, the entire first floor of the labyrinth would be overflowing. He exhaled pipe smoke, his eyes arrogant. And I have no intention of showing you my treasures. Kang Taeson frowned, puzzled. A shop owner who doesn't sell items. What? Then what are you doing here? The silver-haired shop owner stared, his eyes full of hidden meaning. He slammed his hand on the table, growling furiously. Do you think I want to be here? Those bastards made me lose my kingdom, and now look at me. He sighed, his eyes contemptuous. Anyway, I wouldn't want to show off my treasures to a shrimp like you, Kang Taeson calmly replied. I understand. The silver-haired shop owner's rough hand tightened around his pipe, deep in thought. He flicked his pipe, his eyes scrutinizing. But if you show me what kind of person you are, perhaps I'll change my mind. Kang Taeson pondered, a flicker of thought in his purple eyes. The silver-haired shop owner pointed towards a dark passage. Go in there and come back alive, then I'll show you what I have. Kang Taeson's purple eyes shone with determination, without a hint of wavering. Kang Taeson looked at the shop owner, a slight smirk on his lips. Survival is the condition for buying items? Is that all? The silver-haired shop owner rested his chin in his hand, surprised as he watched Kang Taeson's back. He softly He exhaled pipe smoke, his eyes scrutinizing. You are truly strange. Light streamed through the window frame, illuminating the old brick wall. Kang Taeson turned, speaking probing words. Don't tell me I have to clear the entire labyrinth before you'll show me your wares, the shop owner stammered. No, not at all, Kang Taeson stated decisively. Then, I'm leaving. Kang Taeson turned away, his eyes resolute, without a hint of hesitation. Kang Taeson strode away, leaving the silver-haired shop owner with a bewildered look. Most people would be cowering in fear by now. How can he be so calm? Kang Taeson's back gradually disappeared down the passage, carrying an inexplicable confidence. The silver-haired shop owner was still stunned, wondering. It's as if he doesn't know what fear is. Who exactly is he? Kang Taeson maintained his calm expression, striding confidently. The silver-haired shop owner slumped down, stretching carelessly. It's probably fine. He won't be coming back anyway, he said nonchalantly, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. The lone silhouette of the purple-haired young man stretched long on the brick wall, his resolute steps leading him deeper into the dark corridor, lit only by flickering flame. Kang Taeson walked calmly, his sword firm in his hand. He thought to himself, this corridor and room, the layout of the first floor is identical to easy mode. At first glance, it seems quite safe. Suddenly, a pair of glowing red eyes flashed in the darkness. Kang Taeson narrowed his eyes, a faint smirk on his lips. But of course, a surge of pinkish-purple energy erupted, signaling imminent danger. A giant rat with glowing red eyes appeared, bearing hideous fangs. A notification sounded. A large rat has appeared. It growled, ready to attack. The giant rat lunged, biting Kang Taeson's leg fiercely. So, a fifth-floor boss in easy mode is just a regular monster here? He thought to himself. HP lost, 10 points. The giant rat darted like lightning, leaving a trail of pinkish-purple light. Kang Taeson pondered. A large rat? He remained calm, observing and preparing to counterattack. Kang Taeson narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and cold. He was calculating, analyzing the newly appeared opponent. His terrifying calmness remained unshaken. In his memory, this giant rat had once been a nightmare. Large rat, weak defense, but thanks to its speed, it took a very long time to defeat. Many warriors had been exhausted by it. Kang Taeson lunged, his sword swinging down powerfully. He thought to himself, a monster like this is just a regular monster on the first floor. I can really feel the difference now. Kang Taeson clutched a scroll in his hand, his purple eyes burning with determination. He was ready for the arduous battle ahead. It wasn't a rat, but a ferocious wolf monster with glowing red eyes. Kang Taeson dodged the attack, silently remarking, "It's definitely very fast." He maintained his calm expression. In his memory, this wolf monster had also been a tough opponent. In easy mode, a group of us players had to team up and exhaust it first. Kang Taeson looked at his status window, deep in thought. Now, I'm alone. With stats this low, it's almost impossible to defeat it. Even Li Taeyeon, a powerful warrior, had once fled this place in fear. Even Taeyeon said she ran away from this place. The wolf monster growled menacingly. No lone player who has conquered the first floor has ever had to face a giant rat right from the start. The giant rat monster opened its jaws wide, bearing sharp fangs. Blood and flesh splattered in its mouth, and a gruesome chewing sound echoed. A dry crunch of bones echoed as the giant rat monster continued to crush its prey, blood splattering everywhere. The silver-haired shop owner casually leaned against the counter, spoon in hand, eyes fixed on the arched gate. Kang Tae-sun stood opposite, his gaze firm on the silver-haired shop owner, ready for what was to come. Kang Tae-sun smirked, his eyes confident. I'm slowly grasping the rules now. The principle behind the Labyrinth's reward system is incredibly simple. The purple-haired young man charged forward, his sword emitting a dazzling blue light. Do what others cannot, and if you achieve something that anyone would praise, Kang Tae-sun dealt 8 damage to the rat. You will receive a worthy reward. Kang Tae-sun swung his sword, a brilliant blue-purple light enveloping it, and my goal is to become the strongest here. A powerful attack from Kang Tae-sun struck the giant rat monster. The giant rat monster shrieked in pain, jumping back. Kang Tae-sun thought to himself, if I can't keep up with its speed, then I'll predict its movements. The giant rat monster roared, its entire body trembling, sweat pouring out, its red eyes filled with panic. Kang Tae-sun mused, it's a living creature, breathing just like me. Every action of a living creature has precursory movements. The purple-haired young man observed keenly. He saw the giant rat monster's leg muscles contract and its chest swell. Now, Kang Tae-sun unleashed a dazzling sword strike, a brilliant blue light piercing straight into the giant rat monster. A notification appeared. You have overwhelmed the giant rat. Its cognitive abilities have been impaired. The giant rat monster whimpered in pain. Kang Tae-sun pondered, confidently predicting the monster's next move. Its tiny brain probably can't assess the situation. With its ankle attacks hindered, it will aim for the next weakness. He narrowed his eyes, continuing to deduce his opponent's limitations. It can't jump too high, so it's probably aiming for. The giant rat monster growled, charging furiously, baring its sharp teeth, wanting to tear its prey apart. Kang Tae-sun decisively dodged the fatal bite, then delivered a powerful punch to the giant rat's head. Grasping the struggling monster's head, Kang Tae-sun coldly declared, "You're done for." He drew his sword, his eyes sharp, and decisively stabbed through the monster's body, fresh blood splattering. Consecutive notifications appeared. Your attack. Giant rat has been incapacitated. It will take additional damage. 4 damage to giant rat. 5 damage to giant rat. Kang Tae-sun strode into the shop, approaching the silver-haired shop owner who was casually smoking a pipe. The silver-haired shop owner flinched, his eyes wide with surprise upon seeing Kang Tae-sun. Kang Tae-sun calmly placed the bag of rat meat on the table and said, I'm back. A notification appeared. Giant rat meat, technically edible. Kang Junhyuk messaged, complaining. Ugh, seriously, am I the only one who finds this shop owner annoying? Why does he always have to add comments when selling things? Li Taeyeon agreed. He does that to you too? I don't understand why he does it. The silver-haired shop owner smirked mysteriously, while a long purple-haired girl stood behind him, her face showing anger. The long purple-haired girl clenched her fists, trembling in rage. I want to stab him, but I can't risk becoming a dead person. She thought to herself, ugh, I'm so mad I could die. The silver-haired shop owner dropped his pipe, his eyes wide with astonishment as he looked at Kang Tae-sun. You survived? Kang Tae-sun smirked and asked back, Did you wish for me to die? The silver-haired shop owner hastily fumbled around, awkwardly replying, No, that's not what I meant. But the giant rat's meat and hide were laid out. Information appearing. Giant rat meat, 96% quality. Giant rat hide, 95% quality. Seems warm enough. Kang Tae-sun put down the bag of meat and asked the silver-haired shop owner about the price. The old shopkeeper was surprised, asking why he caught it instead of running away. Kang Tae-sun calmly replied, I caught it. What's the big deal? The silver-haired shop owner thoughtfully looked at the pile of giant rat meat and hide. He thought to himself, this is genuine, high quality, flawless, proving that the young man caught it perfectly. A shimmering light surrounded Kang Tae-sun. The silver-haired shop owner couldn't help but be astonished, telling himself that someone who had just entered the labyrinth could do this. The silver-haired shop owner broke the silence, agreeing to open his shop. Kang Tae-sun asked what he sold and received a mysterious reply. Anything and everything. Kang Tae-sun didn't hesitate, asking directly about a specific item. In that case, do you have a tower shield? A shimmering shield appeared in his mind. The silver-haired shop owner asked again, confirming it was the large two-handed shield. He wondered, of all things, why do you want a shield? Kang Tae-sun smirked slightly, explaining, It'll make it easier for me to crush them. The image of a crushed rat flashed through the old shopkeeper's mind. The silver-haired shop owner initially looked annoyed, then burst out laughing. He praised, "That's a good answer." A golden light suddenly emanated from his palm. The silver-haired shop owner turned his back to the wall and exclaimed, "Golden door!" The wall shook violently. A dazzling light erupted, opening up a mysterious space. Kang Taesan looked up, the brilliant golden light from the door enveloping him, creating a mystical, captivating scene. The silver-haired shop owner held out a large, brightly glowing shield. Information about the heavy tower shield appeared. +1 attack, +5 defense. Quite sturdy and can block many attacks. Kang Taesan was surprised, realizing this shield was much better than expected. He thought to himself, in easy mode, he wouldn't be able to get a shield of this quality before the 7th floor. The silver-haired shop owner quoted, "It costs 500 gold. Kang Taesan checked his wallet, only having 243 gold. He decided, I'm short by half. I'll have to come back for it later. Kang Taesan turned and walked away, muttering, 7 more large rats will make up the rest. The silver-haired shop owner watched him, asking where he was going. Suddenly, the silver-haired shop owner said, "Don't worry, consider it my gift." He threw the shield towards Kang Taesan. He unexpectedly caught it, and a notification appeared. "You have received Heavy Tower Shield." The silver-haired shop owner began rummaging, pulling out several shimmering potions. He said, "You have about 250 gold, right? I have a few things you can buy with that." Kang Taesan was surprised. Wait, a drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Kang Taesan utterly surprised by what was happening. The shimmering potions flew up. Kang Taesan looked around in confusion. He exclaimed, "Wait, what's going on?" On the table, countless potions, necklaces, and daggers were scattered. Kang Taesan thought to himself, "This isn't like what Lee Taeyan told me." The silver-haired shop owner gently shook a potion, smiling. Kang Taesan asked, "Wait, why are you being so good to me?" The old man replied, "Are you serious? Am I not allowed to be good to anyone?" The silver-haired shop owner pointed at Kang Taesan, saying mysteriously, "Just consider it an investment." Kang Taesan could only stare blankly and ask, "Huh?" The silver-haired old man urged, "Enough, now choose. These are the items you can buy right now." Kang Taesan thought to himself, perhaps the old man didn't want to explain further. Kang Taesan picked up an HP potion, its information clearly displayed. He mused, most of them are potions. He recalled potions that increased attack power and speed, realizing they were all essential items for clearing the labyrinth. But then, Kang Taesan placed his hand on the table, decisive. "I don't need them right now." He recalled the image of a warrior drinking a potion and deduced that potions were almost impossible to find in solo mode and only necessary on higher floors. Kang Taesan concluded, "There's no need to buy them right now. These potions are a kind of trap." He scanned the items. He told himself, "I need to buy something more important." Before him lay a crude bow and arrows. Kang Taesan imagined himself shooting a wolf with a bow. He realized, "I definitely need at least one ranged weapon. With arrows, I can avoid many unpleasant situations." He held out the rat skin pouch and asked the silver-haired shopkeeper, "How much will you pay for this large rat skin?" The old man replied, "For this quality? Around 70. Kang Taesan turned his back and decided, "Then I'll sell it and buy a bow and some arrows." The silver-haired shopkeeper crossed his arms, a satisfied smile on his face, his eyes gleaming with contentment. The silver-haired shopkeeper handed the bow and arrows to Kang Taesan, his eyes sparkling with hidden meaning. Kang Taesan took them, full of confusion, wondering, what's wrong with this guy? Kang Taesan was still suspicious of the shopkeeper's attitude. Suddenly the old man asked, "Do you know that you can't recover HP inside the labyrinth?" Kang Taesan replied curtly, "Yes." The silver-haired shopkeeper continued to explain about a special place. "There's a place called the Spring of Life on the 1st floor, where you can recover HP. As long as you don't leave the 1st floor, you can use it as much as you like." He pointed to a virtual notification board that appeared before Kang Taesan, adding, "I'll mark it on the map. There's a crazy old man there, but I'm sure you'll be fine." Kang Taesan suddenly remembered that Lee Taeyan had also been told about the Spring of Life. But she had been insulted by the shopkeeper and told to stay there and die. Kang Taesan walked on, deep in thought. What made the shopkeeper's attitude change? Was it due to a different approach? In Kang Taesan's mind, an image of Lee Taeyan appeared, turning her back and fleeing without catching any large rats. Kang Taesan stood amidst the mystical purple light, his shield glowing. He confidently thought, "Unlike her, I returned after defeating and capturing one." Kang Taesan wondered, is this what changed the shopkeeper's attitude? At the same time, the image of the giant rat being fiercely attacked flashed in his mind. The system continuously announced, "Large rat incapacitated. It will take additional damage. 4 damage. 5 damage. Finally, you have defeated a large rat. The monster collapsed. Kang Taeson stood amidst a stream of golden energy, his shield shining brightly. He realized there are too many unanswered questions. Like this skill, the skill Enhanced Soul Attack had activated. Another notification appeared. Dexterity has permanently increased by 1. Kang Taeson looked at the continuous notifications in surprise. Huh? Why am I getting so many rewards just for catching one monster? He scrolled through the skill panel, discovering something unexpected. Besides the basic skills, I even received skills commonly seen on floor 20 or 40 inches. Easy mode. Kang Taeson thoughtfully looked at the skill panel. I didn't think I'd get these skills on the first floor. Damn this gap between modes. He suddenly wondered. A new skill appeared, astonishing Kang Taeson. Soul skill, Enhanced Soul Attack. Mastery, 100%. Your soul has glimpsed a realm. Your ascended soul will absorb the opponent's power with each victory. Kang Taeson fell into a trance, explosive light surrounding him. The system announced, you are in a state of apathetic trance. Your body and mind have merged. Miraculous power was etched into his soul, granting Kang Taeson the Enhanced Soul Attack skill. He grimaced, sweat dripping, feeling the change within. But as soon as he left the labyrinth, the skill was sealed. Kang Taeson was stunned to realize this was the power he had felt when facing S-rank enemies. He recalled that the system window had appeared when he depleted 1,250,000 HP from an opponent, but he was too exhausted to check then. Now, back in the labyrinth, had the sealed skill been released? A skill retained after death had been found. Unable to answer these questions now, Kang Taeson was determined to move forward. He would become the strongest. Each step echoed in the dark corridor, flickering torches illuminating the dim path, guiding Kang Taeson deeper into the labyrinth. He believed the spring of life awaited at the end of this corridor, but the path seemed endless, making him wonder about its unnecessary length. From the shadows, a giant rat with glowing red eyes suddenly lunged out, baring its fangs menacingly, prompting the system to announce its appearance. Another giant rat? Kang Taeson muttered, slightly surprised, but understanding that monsters in the corridor were to be expected. Not just one, but 2 more giant rats appeared, their eyes bloodshot, sharp claws glinting in the darkness, forming a terrifying threat. The system warned of a difficult situation as Kang Taeson realized he was surrounded by 3 giant rats. Am I surrounded? He wondered. Despite the system's warning of a dangerous situation, Kang Taeson's purple eyes remained eerily calm, showing his steadfastness. In the dark corridor, Kang Taeson stood firm, facing the pack of giant rats growling and baring their fangs, surrounding him from all sides. 3 giant rats had surrounded Kang Taeson. Despite their small brains, they were aware of their overwhelming advantage in this confrontation. Kang Taeson raised his shield, his expression thoughtful. The system was assessing his confusion and fear, but he maintained his focus. A giant rat growled, lunging straight at Kang Taeson with terrifying speed, determined to take down its prey. Kang Taeson quickly raised his shield, blocking the attack. The system completed its assessment, praising him for maintaining incredible composure. Kang Taeson raised his shield, blocking the giant rat's attack, blood splattering on the ground. He told himself not to waver, having seen too many players die due to unexpected variables. Another giant rat charged, growling fiercely. Kang Taeson's gaze remained resolute, and the system announced he had received the skill Indomitable Spirit, with all stats increasing. With newfound strength, Kang Taeson swung his shield, striking the giant rat forcefully, creating a terrifying impact that sent the monster flying. The giant rat shrieked miserably as it was sent flying. The system confirmed Kang Taeson had defeated 2 giant rats. Kang Taeson panted, looking down at the 2 giant rat corpses. The system announced he had leveled up. He turned to walk away, but another giant rat was still alive, growling weakly. The system announced Kang Taeson had overwhelmed it, and its perception had decreased. Kang Taeson calmly faced it, subtly signaling the remaining giant rat. The monster let out one final roar before charging. The giant rat lunged like lightning towards Kang Taeson, determined for revenge. Kang Taeson raised his shield high, a confident smile on his face. He said, "Thanks for charging in blindly." A powerful blow landed, blood splattering. The giant rat was crushed, ending the fight. An old wooden door slowly creaked open, leading to a lush, sun-drenched area. Kang Taeson stepped out, observing his surroundings with a curious expression, his hand touching his scarf. The system announced this was a rest area of the labyrinth, where enemies could not enter. He had also discovered the Spring of Life for the first time. First, discovery reward granted. Intelligence increased by 1, mana increased by 2 permanently. Kang Taeson walked step by step towards the spring. He thought that monsters existed in most areas, except for the shop in this spring, making it a safe zone. He cupped water in his hands. Kang Taeson drank water from the Spring of Life, his purple eyes gleaming with new determination, ready for the next challenges. Kang Taeson sat amidst a brilliant glow, the system confirming he was in peak condition. His face radiated refreshment, his purple eyes sparkling as if newly revitalized. He wiped his face, feeling invigorated, though his mind still needed some quiet to fully recover. He told himself, "How refreshing. I'm completely recharged, as if I just took a nap. But the mental fatigue is still there, so I need to rest a bit." The next day, Kang Taeson sat there, looking at the virtual screen, telling himself it was time to check the community's situation. He said, "I've been here for a day now. Something must have happened on the community." His finger glided lightly across the virtual interface, searching for the latest information. An old message from Kang Jun-hyuk appeared, asking for opinions on entering the labyrinth. "Everyone, is it okay for me to enter the labyrinth?" Na Jaeyeon replied anxiously, biting her lip uneasily. "We haven't received any feedback from anyone who went in, so I don't think so. I'm going crazy." Below, Kang Dong-jun was inviting others to clear the first floor. "Anyone want to clear the first floor with me?" Kang Dong-jun continued to inquire, hoping to find information about the first monsters in the labyrinth. Seeking information. Does anyone know what kind of monsters appear first? Lee Sang sighed in frustration. This is a mess. Kang Taeson noticed most posts were from solo players. Suddenly, a message startled Kang Taeson slightly. He smirked, a smile full of hidden meaning. It was a panicked message from Lee Taeyeon, the former top player, now utterly bewildered. "Everyone, what should we do?" Who would have thought that the #1 player, Lee Taeyeon, once so confident, would start in such a state of confusion and fear? Kang Taeson sat quietly, thinking about Lee Taeyeon. Perhaps she had been a coward until the very end. He scrolled through the screen, contemplating. He thought, it's been 1 day since the labyrinth opened. It'll take another month before solo players truly start clearing floors, so most of them are still alive. With a decision made, Kang Taeson began typing on the virtual keyboard. Rewards in solo mode are always proportional to the difficulty level. Even though Lee Taeyeon bypassed most bosses, missing many rewards, she still became the strongest player. System notifications rang out rapidly, signaling the start of a new journey for a multitude of players, including Jeom Junggon, Lee Changchun, and a brown-haired female warrior. Kang Taeson also received a notification, Kang Taeson Solo, Basic Guide to Floor 1, Solo Mode. He stretched, relaxing, contemplating cooperation. It's hard to trust an anonymous user and venture into the labyrinth. After all, out of 10,000 players, Taeyeon was the only one who survived. After a moment of hesitation, Kang Taeson decided, I should get started. A blue light flashed across his hand. A hand picked up a large piece of rat meat. The system displayed a notification. Large rat meat. Quality 86%. Technically edible. Kang Taeson held the meat, a dubious expression on his face. Is this really edible? Well, I guess that's even better considering my goal. He brought the raw meat to his mouth and swallowed it whole. A notification appeared. You have eaten raw meat. Kang Taeson chewed ravenously, a look of discomfort on his face. Immediately, the system assessed an abnormal status. Assessment failed. You have food poisoning. He clutched his stomach and collapsed. Abnormal status. Food poisoning. HP will rapidly decrease for 2 days. If recovery potions or HP potions are not used, the player will die. He quickly drank water to alleviate the discomfort. For beginners, food poisoning is a terrifying nightmare that can lead to death. But Kang Taeson recovered. A golden light enveloped him, and the system announced, You are in optimal condition. He tore off another piece of raw meat. Although those who had suffered food poisoning always cooked their food afterward, he still had to eat it raw. It was difficult to find food inside the labyrinth. Emergency rations in the shop were expensive and rare. This time, the system announced, Assessment successful. Nothing happened. Ultimately, players had no choice but to eat the creatures within the labyrinth. With limited space, there would be times when raw food had to be consumed. The worst-case scenario was food poisoning. After having to eat the creatures in the labyrinth, Kang Taeson felt full, a sense of relief spreading throughout his body. The system announced shocking news. You have begun to develop immunity to diseases you have contracted. The special skill, Disease Resistance, has been activated. Kang Taeson exclaimed, Bingo. The disease resistance skill has been permanently activated, with 1% proficiency, making Kang Taeson immune to all types of illnesses, especially foodborne diseases. Kang Taeson aimed to raise this skill to become completely immune to food poisoning. He decisively stepped into the water, declaring, Next up is another skill. Kang Taeson grimaced uncomfortably as he submerged himself in the freezing water, a feeling of aversion rising within him. The purple-haired young man submerged his entire body into the deep blue water, beginning a new challenge. Underwater, Kang Taeson felt pain as he couldn't breathe, but his strong will urged him, It hurts, but I need to overcome this pain. He began to feel dizzy, air bubbles escaping. In his mind, The thought of the most painful death briefly appeared. I think someone once said that drowning is the most painful way to die. Suddenly, Kang Tae-sun shot out of the water, gasping for breath. The system announced that the breath hold skill had been activated. He collapsed onto the shore, panting. The system announced 2 new skills. Sense of Death and Path of Life and Death had been permanently activated. Kang Tae-sun's face was drenched in sweat, his sharp purple eyes revealing fatigue but no wavering. The purple-haired young man stood up, rubbed his head, sighed, and muttered, "I'll never get used to that feeling." The breath hold skill allows him to hold his breath longer, though currently it only doubles the normal duration, at a cost of 1 mana. Kang Tae-sun wrung the water from his clothes. Realizing this enhanced breathing skill would be extremely useful in areas with toxic air, he looked at the skill panel, realizing that to acquire breath hold he had to experience near death. But thanks to that, he also gained Path of Life and Death. He suddenly exclaimed, "Huh?" Kang Tae-sun was surprised to see that the Path of Life and Death skill had reached 54% proficiency, allowing him to sense impending death in the most dangerous situation. He was astonished to realize that 54% proficiency in the Path of Life and Death skill was the level he had achieved before turning back time. Could spiritual power be inherited across time? But why were battle will and clarity only at 1%? Kang Tae-sun's deep purple eyes gleamed with confusion, his mind delving deep into unsolved mysteries. Kang Tae-sun mused, his finger lightly touching his chin. "I really have no clue," he mumbled, trying to piece everything together. He stretched, looking at the brilliant light, as pale blue energy began to swirl around his hand. This labyrinth was full of incomprehensible things. If he kept dwelling on them, he wouldn't get anywhere. From his palm, a sharp blue light blade gradually took shape, shimmering in the air. Kang Tae-sun smiled resolutely, gripping the light blade tightly. "For now, I can still learn more skills. I can't stop here." The brown-haired warrior flinched back, staring at the system panel. "Hey, Tae-sun, does this really work?" He was panicked, wondering if Kang Tae-sun had gone mad. Kang Tae-sun's voice echoed from the system. "High risk, high reward. As the power gap widens, you won't be able to learn any more skills, so now is the best time." The brown-haired warrior touched the screen, sighing. "That's not the problem. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can do it." Kang Tae-sun's voice was cold. "Suit yourself. That's your loss, not mine." The brown-haired warrior clutched his head, yelling helplessly.
But still."
He looked down at the puddle, unable to believe it. How is that even possible? Kang Tae-sun closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. Ethereal blue energy enveloped him, creating a strange aura. He stood upright, his entire body enveloped by a brilliant blue energy flow. A system notification appeared. "You have activated breath hold." Kang Tae-sun walked towards the stream. Skills could be combined. He could acquire new skills by performing special skills in certain situations. Kang Tae-sun swung his sword, creating a brilliant blue streak of light, like a cut through the air. He unleashed a powerful slash, the light blade tearing through the air, colliding with something to produce a resounding metallic clang. Kang Tae-sun held his breath, his body enveloped by an ethereal purple glow. He could hold his breath twice as long in breath hold state, but only when standing still. He leaped, swinging his sword. The purple light blade swept through, creating powerful arcs, emitting a metallic clang. Kang Tae-sun gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming. He had poured all his strength into that last attack. The air around him still carried the heat of the battle. He suddenly clutched his neck, gasping as if he had just escaped death. A rush of hot air escaped, signaling that the limit of breath hold had been reached. Standing amidst the crumbling wall's debris, Kang Tae-sun mused. The system announced that he had attacked continuously while holding his breath, and the special skill breath hold attack had been activated. He looked up, another notification appearing. With over 10 skills in hand, he had officially become a seasoned player. The title Seasoned Player was now his. Kang Tae-sun smiled contentedly, gazing at the sword in his hand and the ruined wall. He exclaimed, "This is pretty good." Just as he used to catch giant rats by anticipating their movements, humans also have a rhythm when they move. A brown-haired warrior was panicking before a swarm of giant rats. The breathless attack skill allowed him to freely change the rhythm of his movements. Kang Tae-sun swung his sword, and the giant rat was astonished. He had utilized that skill very well until he left the labyrinth. Now, Kang Tae-sun commanded, "Status window." The status window appeared. He compared. Taeyeon said her dexterity was 13 when she cleared the first floor. "I'm 21 now, so I'm definitely faster." Looking towards the door, Kang Tae-sun was determined. "Then, I can start crafting my main skill." He walked, pondering the main skills. They were worth more than 10 basic skills, or strong enough to bypass any stat differences. In the illusory space, he envisioned the main skills: enhanced attack, complete reconnaissance, attack nullification, or even time stop. Kang Tae-sun walked with confidence. Just possessing one of them would make a player much stronger than others of the same level. Phantom hands reached out in the swirling space, symbolizing the search for and grasp of ultimate power. However, acquiring them was extremely difficult. He held the energy sword, knowing that he had to evolve the insight skill twice or more to obtain complete reconnaissance. Kang Taeson mused, a big question appearing in his mind. But what if there's a skill you can craft right from the first floor? Kang Taeson mused, a big question appearing in his mind. But what if there's a main skill you can only obtain on the first floor? Just then, a giant rat appeared. Then of course I have to learn it, Kang Taeson declared decisively, using his shield to block the blow as the giant rat attacked frantically. The giant rat bit his leg hard, dealing 4 damage. Kang Taeson maintained a calm expression despite continuously taking damage from the bites. The rat monster continued to bite frantically, dealing an additional 4 damage. He thought to himself, it keeps thinking I can't defend myself. I should let myself get hit a few more times. Kang Taeson calmly observed, ignoring the continuous damage notification. Kang Taeson's purple eyes gleamed with resolve, unwavering. The giant rat continued its relentless attack, dealing an additional 3 damage. Even as the system warned of critical danger, Kang Taeson remained calm, his eyes expectant. He murmured, just a little more. When the system warned of impending death, Kang Taeson suddenly swung his shield, delivering a powerful blow. He calmly received the notifications for Deathline and Ruthlessness skill level-ups. While the rat continued its aggressive attack, the giant rat growled, charging frantically straight towards Kang Taeson. Kang Taeson used his shield to block the monster's attack, creating a deafening clang. He turned his back, leaving the rat motionless. A notification appeared. You have perfectly blocked the opponent's attack. Kang Taeson raised his shield, acquiring the permanent block skill. But he was still not satisfied. He thought, this skill ignores damage below a certain threshold, but it's not what I want. Even on the verge of death, Kang Taeson persistently used his shield to block the rat monster's fierce attacks. The Hold On skill appeared, a blue spiritual entity enveloping Kang Taeson, like a promise of immortality. This skill could nullify 1 critical blow once, like a final shield against the Reaper's scythe. It also removed all damage for a certain period, making the wielder momentarily invulnerable. Kang Taeson recalled that he was the only one who had ever acquired this skill, amidst a sea of piled-up monster corpses. His gaze lifted, a flash of light appearing in his memory of past glory. Amidst the pile of monster corpses, Kang Taeson sat there. A long-haired girl and a brown-haired boy asked in surprise, Taeson, how did you learn Hold On? I'm curious too. The brown-haired boy continued, why are you the only one with that overpowered skill? Kang Taeson drew his sword, smiling as he replied, that skill? The rules for acquiring Labyrinth skills were very simple. Either learn from others, achieve something no one else had done, or finally, Kang Taeson looked down at his shield, continuing, just simulate the effect of that skill. He explained, I learned Breathless by holding my breath, then continuously swinging my sword in that state, and that's how I got Breathless attack. The rat monster in his memory roared fiercely. If he wanted to learn the Hold On skill that nullified critical blows, he had to face death. The rat monster charged, the system warning, you are about to die. Sweat beaded on his temples, but Kang Taeson's eyes remained resolute, unwavering before death. He smiled, saying, it's simple. I just need to block multiple critical blows consecutively. He blocked the attack, and the rat monster was knocked back. The system announced, you have blocked countless critical blows. You have received the permanent special skill, Hold On. A satisfied smile spread across Kang Taeson's lips. The fruit of his daring and perseverance had arrived. The giant rat monster shattered, a desperate shriek echoing before fading away. Kang Taeson gritted his teeth, clenching his fist, determined to seize this opportunity. The survival skill he had just acquired was the key. He couldn't let fear hold him back. In the stream of memories, a long purple-haired girl and a brown-haired boy stood silently, their eyes pensive, as if contemplating something distant. The long purple-haired girl chuckled softly, and the brown-haired boy gave a wry smile. Taeson is truly insane, they used to say. Even then, their reactions were identical when Kang Taeson spoke of his bold ideas. Kang Taeson limped across the green grass, brilliant light shining down. This labyrinth, where nothing could be gained without risking one's life, was always a harsh challenge. He bent down, cupped water from the small stream with his hands, and drank it all to quench his burning thirst after the battle. A warm energy spread, his legs glowing, seemingly recovering rapidly from his injuries. Leaning against the wall, Kang Taeson thoughtfully checked his stats. My iron will and life or death skills have increased significantly. Are there any other skills to learn? He wondered. He looked up, pondering the hundreds of remaining skills, feeling there was still much to discover. Suddenly, a soft sound echoed. interrupting his thoughts. An old silver-haired knight with a long beard, wearing golden armor, appeared, his mouth wide open. "It seems someone has visited before me," he roared, his voice full of power. The old silver-haired knight stood tall, exuding an extraordinary aura. A system notification appeared. "You have encountered his divine seeker." Kang Taeson was startled, immediately summoning a blue energy shield in front of him. The old silver-haired knight smiled, praising, "Good reaction." Kang Taeson held his shield steady, facing the old silver-haired knight standing in the light. Monsters cannot enter the spring of life. So, he's an NPC, he thought to himself. The old silver-haired knight stroked his beard, a mysterious smile on his face. "I heard most single-player NPCs are crazy. Are you an adventurer?" he asked. Kang Taeson looked directly at the old silver-haired knight, his voice firm. "An adventurer? That's a title for those who strive to conquer the labyrinth. Are you such a person?" "Yes," Kang Taeson reminisced, recalling the time he rested at the Spring of Life on the first floor. An old knight had approached him, perhaps a paladin serving some deity. Kang Taeson's eyes widened, trying to recall what she had said. What else did she say? "I need to remember." He was startled, a memory flashing like lightning. Kang Taeson was lying on the ground, a terrifying punch carrying a pinkish-purple energy stream hurtling straight down. It was an attack from Einzar, the silver-haired knight, who had once approached him in his memories. Einzar, the silver-haired knight, smiled challengingly. He said, "Well then, try to block this attack." A system notification appeared, confirming Einzar had activated non-lethal attack. Kang Taeson flinched, his purple eyes wide with surprise as the pinkish-purple energy surged towards him. He quickly raised his shield to block, a system notification clearly displaying Einzar's attack. Kang Taeson's eyes were filled with horror. His pupils contracted as he faced the terrifying power rushing towards him, feeling as if death was imminent. Another notification appeared. "Death's path has been activated." Kang Taeson gritted his teeth, a desperate thought flashing through his mind. "I'm going to die." Kang Taeson tensed, channeling all his strength into his shield, trying to withstand the powerful punch. A pained groan escaped his throat. Einzar's punch collided powerfully with Kang Taeson's shield. A blinding flash erupted, signaling the terrifying force of the attack. Kang Taeson was pushed back forcefully, his body staggering from Einzar's destructive power. The pinkish-purple energy still swirled around the two, creating a dramatic scene. Kang Taeson gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead. He felt the immense weight of Einzar's punch and exclaimed, "It's too heavy!" Kang Taeson closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and gathered his will and strength. He was determined not to fall before this challenge. Einzar, the silver-haired knight, subtly smirked, his eyes glinting with amusement. He exclaimed, "Oh!" as Kang Taeson continued to resist steadfastly. The confrontation continued. Einzar kept attacking relentlessly, while Kang Taeson steadfastly used his shield to block, even as his body was pushed back little by little. Another punch from Einzar landed, and Kang Taeson groaned in pain. Two notifications appeared. "You have gained mountain strength. Strength permanently increased by 1 point. And you have blocked mountain strength. You have gained the special activated skill, counterattack." Einzar didn't stop. He unleashed another powerful punch. He asked Kang Taeson, "What about this one?" Kang Taeson looked directly at the incoming punch, his eyes desperate. He realized he couldn't dodge, and exclaimed, "I can't! Dodge it!" "Forget technique. There's too much of a power gap between us." Kang Taeson was sent flying far away, his body soaring through the air. Einzar stood firm, pinkish-purple energy still erupting around him, demonstrating overwhelming power. Einzar's eyes flashed with surprise, but also excitement as he watched Kang Taeson block the attack. The silver-haired knight stood amidst the pinkish-purple energy stream, still in an attacking stance, exclaiming, "Truly astonishing!" Kang Taeson broke out in a cold sweat, his purple eyes revealing surprise and exhaustion. He slumped amidst the rubble, his shield shattered beside him. Although he took 35,211 damage, the non-lethal attack skill had nullified it. Kang Taeson thought to himself, "I thought it would deal at least 100,000 damage, but he only took 30,000. Kang Taeson coughed, trying to get back on his feet. He couldn't believe Einzar had destroyed the labyrinth wall with just one punch. This solo mode is full of monsters. Einzar stood watching Kang Taeson, his face clearly showing astonishment. The silver-haired knight said, "Also, I am very shocked." Einzar explained that in an instant, Kang Taeson not only blocked the attack with his shield, but also reduced the damage by immediately letting go of the shield. Kang Taeson sat on the rubble, replying to Einzar, "Well, I couldn't let you hit me for free." Einzar smiled. "Quite right." Einzar extended his hand, explaining that he never intended to kill someone he just met, which is why he used a non-lethal attack. Einzar took Kang Taeson's hand, saying that he had seen how he stepped into the swamp of death to survive. Kang Taeson asked in surprise, "You saw?" Einzar clenched his fist, smiling proudly. He praised Kang Taeson as extremely talented for being able to block his attack with such pathetic stats. Kang Taeson touched his chest, deep in thought. He knew Einzar was a sentient NPC, but he didn't expect him to also know about skills, something even Lee Taeyan didn't know. Einzar said he had once worried Kang Taeson was weak, but that was an unnecessary concern. "You have passed with flying colors. Adventurer, what is your name?" Kang Taeson replied. "It's Kang Taeson." Einzar beamed, saying he was honored to meet Taeson. "Blessings upon this miracle. I am Einzar, seeker of my god." Suddenly, the scene shifted to a blue-haired girl panting, reflected upside down in a puddle. The blue-haired girl knelt by the puddle, tiredly lamenting, "Those damn rats won't stop chasing me." A figure quietly approached, footsteps echoing. The black-haired, purple-eyed girl sat alone, thinking to herself, "But now that I'm here, it should be fine." Suddenly, a strange sound shattered the silence. The black-haired, purple-eyed girl startled and turned around, her purple eyes wide with vigilance. A powerful punch, emitting a pinkish-purple light, shot straight towards her. The girl only managed a surprised gasp before facing the sudden attack. Without flinching, the black-haired, purple-eyed girl quickly raised her hand to block the attack. The powerful punch was stopped, making her ponder the mysterious assailant. The knight Einzar appeared, his eyes full of disdain. He looked down at the girl, uttering coldly, "A pathetic coward." Then he let go and walked away. The black-haired, purple-eyed girl remained seated, watching Einzar's retreating figure disappear. The narration stated, "After the holy knight glanced at her with disdain and left, she never saw him again." The scene shifted back to the present. Kang Taeson shook Einzar's hand, his expression puzzled. Einzar laughed loudly again, looking satisfied. Kang Taeson thought to himself, "This isn't what I imagined." Kang Taeson asked Einzar about his sudden actions. "May I ask you something? Why did you suddenly attack me? Were you trying to bully the weak?" Einzar replied, "Anything." Einzar stroked his beard, asserting, "Absolutely not. I would never bully the weak. After all, I am a holy knight." Einzar continued to explain, "That was just to test those who have come to this place." Kang Taeson asked in surprise, "Test?" Einzar explained the purpose of the test, to see if anyone is worthy of surviving in this place, and to see if they are worthy of my recognition. He added, "Few things are as annoying as those who don't understand their place." Einzar gave a thumbs up, praising Kang Taeson. "In that regard, you passed. Well done." Kang Taeson replied, All right, thank you." He thought to himself, now understanding Einzar's purpose. Kang Taeson asked Einzar's name again. The knight smiled brightly, proudly replying, "Indeed, that is the honorable name bestowed upon me by my father." Kang Taeson looked straight ahead, his gaze firm. He asked Einzar about the god he was searching for. "So you're looking for a god? May I ask what kind of god you're looking for?" A majestic scene appeared, a dark entity seated on a throne of bones surrounded by fire. The narration stated, "Many gods exist within the labyrinth." Two mysterious goddess figures appeared amidst a sparkling star-filled universe. The narration continued, "Different types of gods challenge players and bestow gifts upon them." A black-haired girl stood in the middle of a large room, but most players don't bother with these gods because they only exist in solo mode. The black-haired girl opened the door, her gaze distant. Fortunately, Lee Taeyan often told me how terrifying and cunning the gods were, and thanks to her, I learned a lot about them. The knight Einzar laughed heartily, stroking his beard. "Of course, the more people know about my god, the better." He spoke of the goddess of love, Labyrinth, a deity worshipped by all. She was a wonderful goddess who connected us with those we loved. In the memory, Einzar and the devout villagers knelt in worship. In my world, no goddess was as beloved as she. He turned to Kang Taeson, his eyes filled with sadness. "Unfortunately, my world was destroyed, and now I am the only one who remembers her." Kang Taeson asked, "So you came here to find her?" Einzar bowed his head, replying, "Precisely, but I still have no idea of her whereabouts." Einzar was surprised. "Labyrinth, huh?" Kang Taeson replied, his voice firm. "I know her. Thanks to Lee Taeyan, I also know which floor she's on." The black-haired, purple-eyed girl appeared, her face extremely tense. "The only problem is, in the horrifying memory, the goddess Labyrinth lay there, her body ravaged, blood splattered. The tragic sight sent shivers down one's spine." The black-haired girl recalled Lee Taeyan's words. By the time she was found, she had been brutally torn apart. "It's insane. Disgusting. Why is her body here?" "I think I'm going to throw up," Kang Taeson pondered, looking down. For someone like her, to describe that scene in such a way, it must have been truly horrifying. Should I tell him the truth? Einzar asked Kang Taesan a question. By the way, Taesan, can I ask you something? Kang Taesan replied concisely. What is it? Einzar asked about Kang Taesan's goal. Do you need to descend into the labyrinth as quickly as possible? Kang Taesan replied that his goal was to conquer and grow stronger through every reward. Einzar clapped his hands, his face beaming. Excellent. Would you like to learn Levinanoff's skills from me? Kang Taesan looked at him, his expression calm. Sounds good. Einzar was astonished by Kang Taesan's quick agreement. The purple-haired young man replied, his expression calm. There's no reason for me to refuse your offer. In Kang Taesan's mind, Einzar was a Labyrinth NPC, possessing unpredictable power. If this old man was willing to teach skills, refusing would be like missing a heaven-sent opportunity. Kang Taesan asked about the price, but Einzar merely smiled. Nothing at all. This is a fitting apology from me to you. Einzar explained it was an apology for attacking Kang Taesan earlier. Although it was just a test, using violence was something a holy knight like him truly had to regret. Kang Taesan sneered, sarcastically remarking that everything could have been avoided if Einzar hadn't attacked. But the silver-haired knight brushed it off, saying that was a different matter. Einzar asserted that he only apologized because Kang Taesan deserved it. Otherwise, he would have spat and walked away. Kang Taesan thought to himself, this old man is truly insane. Einzar patted Kang Taesan's shoulder, saying that a mere apology held no value. He decided to impart skills, believing an adventurer like Kang Taesan would appreciate them. The purple-haired young man immediately agreed. Kang Taesan thought to himself, acquiring skills through a non-lethal attack was much easier than taking risks. Einzar breathed a sigh of relief, fearing he had disgraced the goddess. Einzar excitedly declared there was no reason to delay. They would start immediately. The scene shifted to a lush, light-filled area. The silver-haired knight stood tall, extended his hand, and commanded Kang Taesan, first, strike me with your flimsy shield. A brown-haired warrior in gray armor watched the scene in shock, exclaiming in surprise as he realized A-rank monsters were appearing. Kang Taesan knelt, purple energy flaring around him. The system announced that he had encountered terrifying creatures. The map flashed. Countless red dots representing enemies appeared densely, surrounding him. Kang Taesan stood up, drew his sword, and purple energy swirled fiercely. An indomitable power surged, keeping his mind steady against madness. The purple-haired young man charged to attack, swinging his sword directly at the giant monster with its green tentacles. The giant monster counterattacked, creating a brilliant yellow shield that blocked Kang Taesan's strike. In the labyrinth, countless skills exist. Amidst its dangers, there are basic skills that anyone can acquire with a simple action. When you swing a sword, swordsmanship skills awaken. When you hold a shield, defensive skills manifest. When you use a spear, spearmanship skills are unlocked. Whenever you use a weapon, a basic skill is activated. The more proficient you are with a weapon, the better you understand its power and how to wield it. A young, silver-haired warrior sat amidst countless weapons, panting after hours of relentless training. Most players possess these basic skills, and though they may seem unremarkable, there exists a great skill that can combine all those basic skills into a single power. That is the Ilak weapon technique, a skill praised by goddess Levinanoff herself. The old silver-haired knight Einzar declared he would teach it to Kang Taesan. Kang Taesan listened, his eyes revealing doubt. Einzar smiled and asked, "You think it's meaningless now, don't you?" Kang Taesan replied, "Yes, because nothing changes even if you combine skills." He further explained, "If you combine weapon skills, it just causes a system error, which is quite pointless." "How much bonus attack power do you have?" Kang Taesan said. 1. Einzar smiled brightly, stroking his beard. "How cute. So it will go up to 4. Kang Taesan confirmed. "Yes, because I have basic attack power." Einzar nodded. "Very good. That must be the shield's attack power. Now, as I said, attack me." He activated a skill, locking himself as the target. Kang Taesan hit Einzar's head with his shield. The old knight rubbed his head, grimacing as he asked, "Did you really have to hit my head?" Kang Taesan replied, "My bad." Kang Taesan delivered a powerful shield bash to Einzar's head, creating a surge of energy. A notification appeared. 4 damage to Einzar. Kang Taesan looked at Einzar, realizing he had used a skill. Einzar encouraged, "If you've said so." Einzar smiled and said, "All right, if you've said so. This time, try hitting me with your fist." Kang Taesan thought to himself, "He'll get sulky if I hit his head again." Kang Taesan resolved, "All right." He charged forward, his fist glowing brightly. Kang Taesan's glowing fist struck Einzar directly in the chest. A notification appeared. 2 damage to Einzar. Einzar asked if Kang Taesan had realized what he was trying to say. Kang Taeson replied, wondering about the damage change based on the chosen weapon. Einzar smiled, praising Kang Taeson for being a quick learner. He explained that this is why adventurers only use a single weapon. Einzar illustrated, if you use a sword, it only deals 20 damage. If you use a gauntlet, it deals 50 damage. Damage is never stacked. Einzar asked if that wasn't obvious. He said if damage could be stacked, players would turn themselves into weapons. Einzar smiled, further explaining why they only use one weapon. Kang Taeson wondered why being limited to one weapon in combat was so inconvenient. Einzar explained that when fighting, players risk their lives, so they use their entire body. Not just weapons, but also their hands and shoulders to attack. Einzar said that a system error prevented dealing more than basic damage. His Lebanon worship organization hated that because the body is also a weapon. Einzar revealed that after many years of research, he created the ILAC weapon technique, which merges all basic skills and damage from all equipment. Kang Taeson asked again, confirming if the technique would stack all of his attack power. Einzar confirmed, illustrating that no matter which weapon Kang Taeson uses to attack, he will always deal a total of 70 damage. Kang Taeson looked at his ring and belt, realizing that while they hold no value now, when he acquires high-level equipment, this skill will be incredibly powerful. Kang Taeson smirked, realizing the ILAC technique turns him into a living weapon, allowing him to utilize all discarded equipped items. Kang Taeson asked if this technique applied to his entire body. Einzar confirmed, saying that every body part would deal 70 damage. Kang Taeson gulped, realizing this was a truly good skill. Einzar laughed heartily, telling Kang Taeson to relax. A powerful surge of light enveloped Kang Taeson. Kang Taeson's eyes flared with light, revealing intense determination. Einzar explained the value of the skill, something many adventurers dreamed of. Kang Taeson nodded without hesitation, replying to Einzar, "Of course." Basic swordsmanship skills were fused through the ILAC weapon technique. Countless skills and information poured into Kang Taeson, astonishing him that he could learn such a high-level skill so easily. Einzar revealed that he himself created and mastered this skill, so transferring it to Kang Taeson was very easy. Basic shield skills were also fused, and surging power flowed into him. Kang Taeson received the ILAC weapon technique, a top-tier skill. Although he had only achieved 1% mastery, this skill allowed him to control his body and weapons, albeit still immaturely. Green light surrounded Kang Taeson, confirming that he had received the ILAC weapon technique from its very creator. New power was gradually taking shape within his body. Einzar advised Kang Taeson to practice every day and gave him an old ring. Although the ring only increased attack by 1 point, it carried deep meaning from the person who had worn it for many years. Kang Taeson accepted the ring with reverence. He thought to himself, he would have discarded it before, but now, its value was on par with a rusty sword, enough to change fate. Einzar mused, feeling he had imparted everything necessary. However, he regretted that Kang Taeson couldn't immediately enter the labyrinth, needing more time to prepare. Einzar suddenly brightened, suggesting Kang Taeson spar. He wanted him to test the new skill he had just learned, to see how powerful it was. Kang Taeson calmly accepted the challenge. A blue energy shield appeared before him, ready to face Einzar without hesitation. The two stood facing each other on the grass, sunlight shining down. Einzar and Kang Taeson prepared for a sparring match, a tense atmosphere enveloping them. Einzar charged with terrifying speed, creating dazzling purple streaks of light. Kang Taeson quickly raised his shield in defense, facing the old knight's powerful attack. Einzar delivered a powerful kick, creating a brilliant purple energy surge. Kang Taeson retreated, blocking the blow with his shield, trying to neutralize the old knight's terrifying power. The battle between the two erupted, creating dazzling energy surges. Every action in the labyrinth is evaluated, and this match was no exception. Einzar continued his relentless assault, Kang Taeson dodging and counterattacking with his sword. Facing a powerful opponent like Einzar was a valuable experience. Einzar unleashed a powerful sweeping attack, creating a vortex of purple energy. Kang Taeson blocked it with his shield, the impact generating sparks, demonstrating his resilience. Kang Taeson blocked Einzar's attack with his shield, purple light erupting. He thought to himself, continuously blocking blows helps his shield skill advance. Einzar continued to charge, Kang Taeson dodging amidst the purple energy. He realized that no matter how useless a room might seem, thorough searching would increase his insight. A loud sound echoed, ending the intense match. Kang Taeson lay sprawled on the grass, panting after the confrontation. He looked at his new skill panel, continuous combat, allowing for sustained fighting. Kang Taeson was surprised that he had fought continuously for 2 days and received this special skill. Kang Taeson mused, this skill once helped him fight S-rank monsters for many days. He had given up hope of getting it in solo mode because it could only be learned by fighting other players. Einzar smiled radiantly, hands on his hips, asking, "How was it, Taeson?" Was that enough? Einzar praised Kang Taeson for his incredible instincts and skills for a first-floor adventurer. He knew he was right to approach him. Kang Taeson sat up, a confident smile on his face. I think so. The two sat facing each other on the grass. Einzar said, Good. Just promise me 2 things. Kang Taeson asked, What are they? Einzar sternly instructed Kang Taeson that he could teach the Ilak weapon technique to others. But if that person is a filthy scoundrel, never teach them, or he will find and kill him. Kang Taeson looked at Einzar, his eyes firm as he replied, Understood. Einzar continued. And one last thing. If you find any information about Labyrinth, let me know. Kang Taeson shrugged, doubting he would see the old man again in the labyrinth. Einzar mused, thinking of the goddess of love, Labyrinth. If he had found her, she wouldn't have died, or he would have died by her side. Unless by some miracle, Labyrinth would surely be killed by the commander. Kang Taeson pondered, struggling internally. Should I tell him? Is this a turning point? Einzar looked at Kang Taeson, asking, Do you want to know where the goddess of love, Labyrinth, is? Kang Taeson firmly replied, Yes. Finding her is my only desire. Einzar, with shining eyes, declared mysteriously, I know where she is. His words were like a bolt of lightning tearing through the silent space, carrying the weight of a promise. As soon as Kang Taeson finished speaking, Einzar looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment. A question burst out, full of disbelief, as if he had just heard something impossible. Standing opposite Einzar, Kang Taeson affirmed once more, I know where Labyrinth is. His calm, decisive tone left the old knight stunned. Einzar frowned, his face full of skepticism. He grumbled, thinking Kang Taeson was joking too much, not believing his words. Kang Taeson had anticipated Einzar's reaction. He had prepared an explanation, as it was perfectly understandable for the old knight not to believe him. Einzar turned his back, stepping up the stairs, his words full of bitterness. I've wandered the labyrinth for centuries without finding a trace. Yet you, who just set foot on the first floor, claim to know where she is? Kang Taeson adjusted his scarf, his gaze firm. He reassured Einzar, explaining that in his world, they had items that provided information about the labyrinth. Einzar was startled, vehemently protesting. Nonsense! The labyrinth has no map! Kang Taeson calmly replied that while there wasn't a complete map, there were maps for some special entities. Kang Taeson's words stunned Einzar. The old knight was taken aback, his eyes clearly showing surprise at this unexpected information. Einzar raised a hand to his mouth, asking in astonishment, You mean the god-calling flute? It exists in your world? Kang Taeson firmly confirmed. Yes. Kang Taeson explained it was an item from the labyrinth, indicating the location of deities. His family had information, so he had located the gods before coming here. He pulled out an ancient horn. In his memory, Kang Taeson complained to the girl with black hair and purple eyes about the useless horn. He recounted how difficult it was to obtain it on the 89th floor, but the gods only mocked him. The girl asked, Are you complaining again? Back in the present, Einzar looked at Kang Taeson with shining eyes. The old knight was completely convinced, a new spark of hope igniting in his heart. Kang Taeson smiled, saying that the information he once thought meaningless was now useful. He revealed, Labyrinth is on the 78th floor, in secret room number 24 of the Library of Knowledge. Einzar's eyes widened, exclaiming in surprise, That's right, the Library of Knowledge is there. I never checked that place. Yes, that's it. The old knight seemed to awaken, finding the solution to years of searching. Einzar grabbed Kang Taeson's shoulder, laughing loudly. Ha! Of course! Not just a draw, but even more. The old knight was overjoyed, as if he had found a treasure. Kang Taeson expressed boundless gratitude, considering Einzar his lifesaver. The silver-haired knight was taken aback by the young man's emotion. The silver-haired knight suddenly realized he was gripping Kang Taeson's shoulder tightly, quickly letting go and apologizing for not controlling his emotion. Einzar eagerly asked if Kang Taeson would go see the goddess immediately. The purple-haired young man pondered, explaining that the 78th floor was a dangerous place and required thorough preparation. The silver-haired knight laughed heartily, his eyes filled with gratitude. He said that words were not enough to express his appreciation. Kang Taeson looked in surprise at the bronze ring Einzar gave him, an item that increased HP by 20. The system indicated it was a 30th floor level item, extremely rare on this floor. The silver-haired knight wanted to repay Kang Taeson, believing this item was worthy of a talented player like him. He offered the ring. Einzar hadn't intended to give this item to a first-floor player, but he trusted Kang Taeson wouldn't be lazy. The purple-haired young man chuckled softly, asserting that he had no time for laziness. Einzar was satisfied, saying he had to go prepare immediately. Kang Taeson asked the knight if he intended to go to the lower floors, his face curious. The silver-haired knight waved goodbye, saying that he had found a clue and could not delay. He thanked Kang Taeson and said he would see him again. The silver-haired knight laughed heartily, his arms raised as if to embrace the sky. He shouted loudly that he was coming for the goddess, the only one who still remembered her. Kang Taeson stood alone, watching Einchar's receding back, then burst into a hearty laugh at the knight's excitement. The purple-haired young man mused, thinking that no matter what, it would be quite a while before he could meet the silver-haired knight again. In Kang Taeson's mind, a tragic image appeared. Einchar, embracing the dying goddess Lebanon, her eyes empty. The young man wondered if she was already dead. Kang Taeson wondered if Einchar would find the goddess, and if he did, would she still be alive? A happy image of them flashed through his mind. Kang Taeson sat on a stone step next to the corpse of a giant rat. He had been on the first floor for a while, and with 25 dexterity points, hunting these rats was now as easy as turning his hand. Kang Taeson wondered when the system announced that he couldn't absorb anything from the dead giant rat. The soul difference between him and his opponent was too great. Kang Taeson thought about being unable to absorb souls from the giant rat, realizing the immense disparity had halted his improvement. Regrettable, but this was expected. The narration revealed that the labyrinth contained countless secret rooms waiting to be discovered. Kang Taeson decided it was time to descend to the second floor as he couldn't level up further on the first. But before that, he needed to go to a special place. The narration explained that each floor had a secret room, containing great rewards for those who found them. The narration listed valuable items such as magic staffs, flying rings, and permanent stat-boosting potions, all providing strong support in the labyrinth. The narration explained that only one person could enter a secret room, making the competition in easy mode extremely fierce. Kang Taeson thought about how he used to skip many secret rooms because they relied more on luck and experience than skill. But now, in solo mode, every room belonged to him. Kang Taeson entered a dark room, wondering if the layout was still the same as before. The narration affirmed that although the labyrinth differed between modes, the basic layout remained the same, and each secret room had its own unique characteristics. Kang Taeson smiled triumphantly. The narration described the room as having only one door and being completely empty inside. The narration stated that most players ignored this room because it seemed useless and had no clear purpose. The narration revealed that it was precisely in seemingly meaningless places like this that secret rooms were hidden. Kang Taeson meticulously examined the wall, his gaze focused on each brick. Kang Taeson tapped the wall, thinking, all the bricks look the same, so I should have a higher chance of finding the room by tapping each one. Kang Taeson sighed, realizing this task was nothing short of tedious grinding. Kang Taeson began experimenting, pressing, twisting, and pulling each brick. He was ready to repeat this process with every single one, patiently searching. Kang Taeson clung to the wall, his purple eyes shining brightly. He thought to himself, this was much more fun than having to survive a week in that empty room. When Kang Taeson pulled out the brick, a notification appeared. Perception skill increased by 5%. A secret room appeared, granting him the title Explorer and permanently increasing his intelligence by 3 points. The secret room's reward appeared. An ancient, moss-covered chest, emitting a sparkling light, lying at the end of the path. Kang Taeson turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping across the room. He knew things couldn't be as simple as they seemed. As Kang Taeson entered, a giant rat suddenly appeared, emitting a horrifying shriek, blocking the path. Kang Taeson swiftly stomped hard on the rat, blood splattering. The rat let out a pathetic squeal. He lifted the struggling rat by its tail, its pathetic cries echoing in the space. Kang Taeson forcefully threw the rat away, sending it soaring through the air. A sharp arrow sliced through the wind, embedding itself directly into the rat. Ending its life with a painful shriek, the rat lay slumped on the floor, the arrow deeply lodged in its body, motionless. Kang Taeson knelt down to inspect it. He realized it was an arrow trap, a fairly common type of trap on the first floor, not too difficult to overcome. Kang Taeson continued walking, a small click sound echoing beneath his feet, signaling that another trap had been activated. Another arrow shot towards him, but Kang Taeson quickly caught it with his bare hand, a purple light flashing. He told himself that with his superior strength compared to other first-floor players, this would be easy if he focused. A barrage of arrows flew towards him like a storm, but Kang Taeson stood firm, all of them blocked by an invisible force. Kang Taeson walked steadily on the stone floor, mentally calculating the number of arrows he had collected. I've already picked up 7 arrows? He wondered, a plan slowly forming. Kang Taeson's purple eyes gleamed with confidence, a faint smile playing on his lips. I can probably pick up a few more here, he mused, ready for what was to come. Kang Taeson's face showed clear determination, his sharp gaze fixed straight ahead. He was ready to face the challenge. A surge of purple energy erupted as Kang Taeson shot forward quick as lightning. He reached out, catching the incoming arrows in the nick of time. Arrows whizzed past, but Kang Taeson merely tilted his head to dodge. He realized the difficulty was increasing. "It's getting harder and harder," he muttered. Kang Taeson walked leisurely, his gaze sweeping over the arrows scattered on the ground. He smiled contentedly. "At least I don't have to spend money on arrows. Anyway." An incoming arrow was caught by Kang Taeson in midair. He was surprised to see a notification about a poison arrow appear. "All of this is free, huh?" Kang Taeson held 2 arrows in his hand, one poisoned, one paralyzing. He read their information, then smirked. Interesting choices. Kang Taeson smiled with satisfaction, a faint purple light surrounding him. "Good for me. Let's see. I should go back to the first trap." He had an idea. A barrage of arrows shot forth again, slicing through the wind. They crashed into the stone walls, creating jarring sounds. But Kang Taeson remained steadfast. Kang Taeson gently touched an arrow, and a status window appeared. He calculated 100 arrows should be enough. Holding a bundle of arrows in his hand, Kang Taeson chuckled softly. "It's like cheating, but what can I do?" He felt no remorse. It was time for the main course. Kang Taeson walked with a completely different aura, his eyes full of determination as he looked ahead. Kang Taeson ducked to dodge an arrow. "If I only thought about getting through, I could just run and use a tower shield to block the arrows," he mused. Kang Taeson narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze intensely focused. He gathered his strength, leaping high to avoid a surprise attack. A barrage of arrows shot forth again in the narrow corridor. But Kang Taeson didn't flinch. He said in a low voice, "But this is a labyrinth." Kang Taeson spun around, raising both hands to block the incoming arrows. He counted in his head, 3, 4. The arrows were caught by him, unable to cause harm. Continuing his defense, Kang Taeson exerted force, shattering another arrow. Finally, 5. He had blocked the entire first wave of attacks. Kang Taeson thought to himself, to get through this room, he would have to display near-perfect skill. This was an unforgiving challenge. He glided, dodging other arrows. One arrow broke in half, another bounced off. 1, 2. He was still in control of the situation. Kang Taeson's foot landed on the 9th tile, activating the next trap. 9 arrows will shoot out. He was ready to face them. A notification appeared. "You have activated apnea attack. For the next 10 seconds, you can breathe freely." Kang Taeson dashed forward, his speed exploding. Kang Taeson's eyes were sharp, his vision enhanced. He realized 8 arrows were flying from multiple directions, making it difficult to dodge them all. In that case, he smiled confidently. His senses had been honed to their peak when facing danger. Kang Taeson glided past, dodging the arrows. He had acquired the special skill, Sense Augmentation, permanently activated. He continued to dodge and block, but the arrows kept coming. 8 arrows remaining. The battle remained intense. Kang Taeson activated the Deflect skill, and an arrow was deflected, flying back. 5 arrows remaining. He still held his ground. He dodged, but an arrow still grazed him, dealing 8 points of damage. Even so, Kang Taeson didn't flinch. 4 arrows remaining. He told himself these minor injuries were negligible. Ignoring 1 arrow allowed him to move more flexibly. Kang Taeson quickly caught an arrow. The trajectory of the remaining arrows remained unchanged. He had grasped the pattern. Now for the last trap. Kang Taeson confidently stepped onto the final tile, awaiting the last wave of attacks. But then, a terrifying rain of arrows shot forth. Wait, 15 arrows? Are you kidding me? Kang Taeson was completely taken by surprise. Kang Taeson looked straight ahead, his eyes sharp. He realized that although many arrows were coming, some trajectories overlapped. This was an opportunity for him to counterattack, or at least minimize damage. He told himself. But because there are so many, some arrow trajectories overlap. Unable to dodge them all, Kang Taeson braced himself. Arrows embedded in his arm, damage notifications continuously appearing. He was weakened, but his gaze remained resolute. He thought, if I can't dodge. Fresh blood dripped onto the ground, staining each stone slab. Drop by drop, it fell, dyeing the path he had walked red. Kang Taeson groaned in pain, the wound on his arm continuously bleeding. A notification appeared. You are bleeding. You are gradually losing HP. He grimaced, trying to endure. He gritted his teeth, yanking out the arrow embedded in his arm. Damn it, that hurts like hell. Another notification appeared. You have experienced extreme pain. You have acquired the special skill, Pain Reduction, permanently activated. Turning his back to the wall, Kang Taeson told himself. Currently, I still have skills that can be learned while weakened and bleeding. I probably don't need to intentionally get injured on the way back. He sat down, bandaging his wound. Thanks to that skill, I'm in less pain, but it still hurts a lot. If I hadn't tried this before, I definitely would have fainted. HP was only 54 over 140. Suddenly, a sound echoed. Kang Tae-san flinched, quickly dodging. Another arrow shot forth, grazing him by a hair's breadth. He activated the final trap. The arrows flew out and shattered. Then, he approached the already open wooden chest. This is the last trap. It's finally time to claim my reward. Kang Tae-san opened the chest, his eyes surprised. A staff appeared. A staff? He exclaimed, his heart pounding. He picked up the staff, thinking, in hard mode, these don't appear until floor 10, but in solo mode, I can get it on the first floor? Is this a staff? He realized. Oh, it's real. Kang Tae-san smiled, his eyes gleaming. Moreover, this is a fire staff, which is more valuable than other basic magic items. He wondered, is this the average reward in solo mode? He walked out of the room, an image of Lee Taeyeon flashing through his mind. Taeyeon hardly cleared any secret rooms, so there's nothing to compare it to. He told himself, if this is average, then everything will be easier from now on. A giant rat snarled and charged. Kang Tae-san didn't flinch, swinging his arm to attack. Even if I can't use one arm right now, I can still easily take down a large rat with the difference in stats. The giant rat shrieked miserably, then turned and fled. Kang Tae-san watched it, his gaze cold. Kang Tae-san smiled with satisfaction. Even though you were in a weakened state for a long time, you had no problem acting. You have acquired the special skill, Strong Will. He said, good. Kang Tae-san stood amidst a pool of blood, the giant rat crushed beneath his feet. A system notification appeared, confirming he had successfully eliminated the large rat. After the battle, Kang Tae-san trudged through the ancient stone gate, entering a lush green garden with a clear lake, seeking peace after the dangers. He knelt by the lake, cupping the cool, fresh water with his hands to drink, feeling his vitality gradually recover. A notification appeared. You are in optimal condition. Breathing a sigh of relief, Kang Tae-san sat down, two blue skill windows appearing before his eyes. He told himself, all right, let's organize these skills. Kang Tae-san focused on two special skills, pain reduction and sensory enhancement. He evaluated, these two skills aren't too bad, even if I can't use them yet. If their proficiency increases, they'll get exponentially better. Then, he looked at the magic staff in his hand, which he considered his greatest loot. Its fireball skill could deal damage and burn enemies. Next was the indomitable will skill. Kang Tae-san thought to himself, good, that's a useful skill that allows me to temporarily ignore injuries. I had to go through some trouble to get it, but it's definitely worth it. A surge of blue energy flowed through Kang Tae-san's hand as he stood up. He concluded, it seems I've gotten everything I can from the first floor. It must be time to go down to the second floor. Narration explained. The labyrinth structure is simple. On each floor, a boss guards the stairs leading to the next floor. Players only need to defeat the boss to proceed. Kang Tae-san stood before the large door leading to the next floor, the second floor's entrance. He mused, I hope defeating the boss is as easy as this floor's simple layout. Although, if it were, it wouldn't be solo mode. The ground shook violently, and the giant door slowly opened, revealing a dark space. From within, terrifying roars of monsters echoed. A giant rat with glowing red eyes appeared, growling menacingly. Long time no see, it said, its voice full of malice. The giant rat let out a terrifying roar, black and red energy violently erupting around it. A system notification appeared. A giant rat has appeared. Kang Tae-san faced the boss, shield raised high. He remarked, so that's the first floor boss in solo mode, huh? Kang Tae-san's eyes flashed with determination, his shield emitting a blue light. He declared, let's fight. The giant rat lunged forward with terrifying speed. Kang Tae-san calmly dodged, thinking, well, based on my experience so far, that's not really surprising. This was the 10th floor boss on easy mode. Countless players had been torn apart by its claws, leaving behind a scene of blood and despair. The giant rat was not a monster that ordinary players could defeat. That's why Lee Taeyeon cheated to escape a grim fate. Her trick was to exploit the fact that the labyrinth boss couldn't leave the room. The giant rat shrieked, spitting out horrifying hisses as it was confined. A reasonable method if there was enough time. The black-haired girl, Lee Taeyeon, threw something, and flames erupted violently, the monster's agonizing screams tearing through the air. She had poured gasoline all over the room and burned the monster alive. Flames burst from the bottle, incinerating everything. But that wasn't the kind of fight the labyrinth wanted. Kang Tae-san stood there, energy surging around him, his shield glowing. Kang Tae-san pondered, considering that Lee Taeyeon was the only surviving player, that method was probably close to the right answer. He activated the fireball skill. A brilliant fireball blazed in Kang Tae-san's hand, ready for attack. The boss roared in surprise, lunging forward with terrifying speed. But Kang Tae-san was ready. Flames surged from the fireball, striking the giant rat and dealing damage. The boss shrieked in pain. Burn status successfully applied. The giant rat was burning. Kang Tae-sun was satisfied, but knew that only one damage point every 10 seconds wasn't enough. He drew his bowstring, preparing the next arrow. It didn't matter. He would keep trying until it worked. The poison arrow lodged deep into the giant rat's flesh, dealing damage. However, the poison status failed to apply. It had no effect. Kang Tae-sun didn't flinch. He drew his bowstring again, preparing for the next attack with another arrow. The lightning arrow struck the boss. The giant rat trembled, growling in convulsions, completely paralyzed. Kang Tae-sun looked down at the boss convulsing at his feet. The arrow that caused abnormal status, truly valuable. Kang Tae-sun held a bundle of arrows, his eyes sharp, blue magical energy shimmering around him. He flashed a confident smile, ready for the upcoming battle. Time to grind. The giant rat boss was still growling, bound by the paralyzing arrow. Another arrow struck it, dealing additional damage and poisoning it. I'll use paralyzing arrows so it can't move. Kang Tae-sun drew his bowstring, a brilliant purple magic arrow ready. He aimed directly at the boss, preparing to deliver another critical blow. And I'll hit it with another abnormal status attack to deal continuous damage. The boss twitched frantically, red energy flaring up. Kang Tae-sun dodged, raising his shield defensively, his gaze firm. He knew he was overwhelming it. I'm not just overwhelming it, I'm crushing it. A powerful blue energy surge from Kang Tae-sun's shield pierced through the boss, causing a large explosion. The giant rat boss suffered heavy additional damage. The boss was still growling, twitching in pain, enveloped in red energy. Kang Tae-sun observed, knowing this method had its limits. But this method has its limits. Dark energy erupted from the boss, engulfing a fallen warrior. Bones shattered. Agonizing screams echoed. Kang Tae-sun realized its weakness, that bastard's HP. Kang Tae-sun crouched, his eyes highly focused, blue energy surrounding him. He muttered. The decisive moment had arrived. It's time. The boss erupted with red energy, activating its berserk state when its HP dropped below 20%. The paralyzing arrows were no longer effective. 3 warriors in a memory screamed desperately, attacked by shadows. Save me! Don't run! It's much faster, and we'll catch up. We're going to die. The giant rat boss let out a terrifying roar, its red eyes full of ferocity. It was completely enraged, entering a berserk state. Kang Tae-sun looked directly at the boss, his eyes determined. Phase 2 had begun. Now it was time for a head-on battle. It seems like Phase 2 has begun. From now on, this will be a direct confrontation. The boss lunged to attack, sharp claws striking down. Kang Tae-sun quickly raised his shield, blocking the terrifying blow, the ground shaking. Kang Tae-sun was pushed back, feeling pain. He wondered if this battle was too much for his current strength. Is this battle too much for my current strength? He realized his strength stat was only 11. To defeat the boss, he needed to maximize his highest stat, dexterity. My strength stat is only 11. I need to deplete its HP by using my highest stat, dexterity. Kang Tae-sun raised his shield, blue energy flaring, blocking another of the boss's attacks. He prepared to counterattack, his eyes flashing with determination. Kang Tae-sun leapt high, delivering a powerful downward strike to the boss. The giant rat boss shrieked in pain, its body trembling violently. Now, the giant rat boss growled fiercely, red energy surrounding it. Kang Tae-sun raised his shield to block the terrifying pounce, his gaze firm. A powerful slash from the monster pushed him back, but Kang Tae-sun still stood firm. Kang Tae-sun charged forward, his shield emitting a blue light, blocking the giant rat's attack. He counterattacked, pushing it back a step. Kang Tae-sun's combat skill improved, increasing by 1%. The giant rat boss swung its claws. Kang Tae-sun dodged. He glided past, swinging his sword. A powerful slash tore through the air, dealing damage to the monster. Kang Tae-sun continued to block, his shield clashing with the monster's fiery claws. He panted, knowing he couldn't prolong this battle. I'm running out of breath, he thought. If this battle continues, my body won't be able to take it. Kang Tae-sun activated the breathless attack skill, allowing him to breathe freely for 10 seconds. He spun around, swinging his sword and slashing the giant rat repeatedly, inflicting multiple wounds. The giant rat boss roared in pain, counterattacking fiercely. Kang Tae-sun took a strong hit, but he maintained his composure. 24. I can take a few more hits, he told himself, his eyes determined. The giant rat boss continued to attack. Kang Tae-sun activated the counterattack skill, preparing for the next blow. He charged straight at the monster, determined to end this battle. I have to end this battle! The giant rat boss roared, lunging forward. Kang Tae-sun raised his shield, blocked the attack, and successfully counterattacked. He knew this counterattack would deal immense damage. Hoo! He yelled. Kang Tae-sun unleashed a powerful piercing blow, blue energy erupting from his shield, striking directly into the giant rat boss's glowing red eye. Kang Tae-sun continued to swing his sword, slashing the giant rat repeatedly, dealing more damage. The monster growled in pain, its body beginning to sway. The giant rat boss collapsed, its body dissipating. Kang Taesin stood in the middle of the battlefield, his sword still glowing. He had defeated the giant rat. The giant rat boss let out one final growl before completely collapsing, its body trembling violently. Kang Taesin sighed in relief, wiping sweat from his brow. He smiled contentedly. I defeated it easier than I thought, he mused. A series of notifications appeared before Kang Taesin. He had defeated a formidable foe, receiving numerous rewards, permanent increases to dexterity and mana, along with the activation of the soul attack skill. Kang Taesin leveled up, his body glowing brightly. He was in his best state. I expected this, but I'm still quite satisfied, he said, looking at his hands. Kang Taesin had defeated the first floor boss and received basic rewards. He also discovered the hidden element of the first floor, obtaining 2 valuable stat-boosting potions. Wow, it's giving me items that are hard to find even on the 50th floor, he marveled. Kang Taesin sat on the monster's corpse, pouring 2 stat-boosting potions into his mouth. System notifications appeared, confirming he had used a random stat boost potion and a designated stat boost potion. A notification appeared. Strength has permanently increased by 1 point thanks to the random stat boost potion. Kang Taesin smiled, pointing at the system panel. With the designated potion, of course, I chose strength. Another notification appeared, confirming his strength increased by 2 points. Kang Taesin looked at his status window with satisfaction, seeing his level had risen to 4 with a significant boost in strength. He thoughtfully gazed at his stats, especially strength and dexterity. He wondered if anyone else on the first floor had such incredible stats, recalling how much he used to struggle. Kang Taesin suddenly remembered something important. He reached out and touched the system panel, and a new notification appeared. The notification displayed a new skill. Special skill activated. Counterattack. He was surprised. Counterattack? Faster than I thought. It's as useful as parrying. After checking everything, Kang Taesin stretched out, feeling his body relax. I think I've checked everything. He suddenly thought of the community. He tapped on the system panel, posting a basic guide for the first floor. I've posted a guide to the community, though I don't expect much. Kang Taesin looked at the community board, a slightly surprised expression on his face. He noticed something unusual. In the community, a player in a green shirt asked for directions to the Spring of Life, overcome with fear. A player in a red shirt replied that everyone had to find their own way according to the shopkeeper's instructions. A girl with dark blue hair said that reaching the Spring of Life meant safety, so they had to go as fast as possible, otherwise they would starve to death. A boy with purple hair found this quite interesting. A player in a black shirt said that at least there was still a chance to survive, which was better than dying. Kang Taesin looked at the board, seeing that Lee Sang had reached the Spring of Life, and Kang Junhyuk congratulated him. Kang Taesin realized this community was completely different from his previous life. A player in a purple shirt was being devoured by a small monster, desperately calling for help. He saw no one talking about guides or tips, only desperate messages. A skinny player named Park Chan-wung lamented his miserable life, wanting only to give up. The silhouette of a sword-wielding warrior appeared on the blazing red wall, surrounded by streaks of black blood, a scene filled with despair. Later, no one spoke another word. Their spirits had died. A girl sat with her back turned, asking, "Is anyone there?" Only Taeyeon. Kang Taesin looked at a system notification about Lee Taeyeon. She wondered about Kang Taesin, as he hadn't posted anything after his last note. Kang Taesin frowned slightly, deep in thought. The scene shifted to a ruined stone path, shrouded in smoke and dust. Kang Taesin stood in the middle of the walkway, the brilliant light behind him, like a farewell to the old world. Kang Taesin told himself it was time to go. He pulled on his gloves, a bluish-purple light enveloping his hands, ready for a new journey. Kang Taesin stood before the silver-haired knight Einchar, who was smoking a pipe. Einchar asked if he wanted to buy combat gloves, and if he had learned the Ilak weapon technique from some crazy old man. Kang Taesin asked Einchar if he knew that person. The silver-haired knight replied that they all rotted here, so probably. Kang Taesin stepped onto the stairs, not selling monster hides and teeth. Einchar sneered, his sharp gaze fixed on Kang Taesin. The silver-haired old man seemed to have understood something. Einchar directly asked Kang Taesin, "You're looking for the blacksmith, aren't you?" Kang Taesin looked back, not saying a word. Hafran, the Labyrinth's blacksmith, appeared. Taeyeon once said she couldn't descend to the lower floors without Hafran's help. Kang Taesin told himself he had to go deeper to meet Hafran. He descended the dark stairs step by step, guided by a faint light. This was a place a bit far from the labyrinth's entrance, a realm teeming with creatures easily subdued by his blade. Kang Taesin looked around, his gaze firm. This isn't a scary place, he thought to himself. Second floor quest initiated. Defeat the second floor boss and proceed. Kang Taeson stood on a cliff, looking down at the vast space. Kang Taeson received a reward, a basic mana potion, a rare item not even available in the shop. He felt excited. A barrage of unread notifications continuously appeared, surrounding Kang Taeson. He looked at them with an annoyed expression. Kang Taeson sighed, touching a notification. He wondered, what is this? Messages from Kang Junhyuk, Kim Taejin, Kim Soohyun, and Lee Sang continuously poured in, checking on and thanking Kang Taeson. He looked at the screen in surprise. Kang Taeson looked at the flood of messages, confused about which one to reply to first. Just then, a private message from Kang Junhyuk appeared. Like a signal of fate, Kang Junhyuk appeared, exclaiming with a surprised look, "Wow, I can't believe it. I could barely say a word in there." Kang Taeson calmly asked, "What's wrong?" Kang Junhyuk explained they just wanted to make sure their savior was alive. Kang Taeson advised them to worry about themselves first. "You should worry about yourselves more." Kang Taeson mused, never having thought that those trapped and pushed to their limits would have to rely on a community post for help. He asked, "Did all of you really follow it based solely on one post?" Kang Junhyuk painfully explained they had no other choice, as everyone had reached their limit. "Your post was like a ray of hope," he shivered, recalling it. Kang Taeson simply replied, "Sure." Kang Junhyuk recounted that if they didn't enter the labyrinth, they would have no food. He collapsed from hunger, almost thinking of eating himself. "I swear, I almost thought of eating myself." He continued his story, saying there was no one to talk to. It was truly an environment that drove people mad. He tried to ask the broken man about food, but was ignored. In despair, Kang Junhyuk had thought of rushing into the labyrinth and eating anything he could find. Suddenly, a notification appeared, surprising him. Huh? It was at that moment that Kang Taeson's solo mode guide post appeared, making Kang Junhyuk jump up with hope. He said they really needed that post. Kang Junhyuk continued, "Lee Taeyeon was the first to succeed, and the rest." Kang Taeyeon understood that Lee Taeyeon often complained in the community, and her success brought hope to others. Kang Taeson asked how many people had hunted large rats. Kang Junhyuk replied it was just him and Lee Taeyeon. "Ah, just me and Taeyeon." Kang Taeson recognized Lee Taeyeon, but had never met her. He speculated she might have died recklessly in his previous life. He concluded Kang Junhyuk was a grateful survivor thanks to his post. Kang Taeson told himself that from now on, a strange NPC searching for its god would approach Kang Junhyuk. It would attack by surprise and give Kang Junhyuk something useful. Kang Taeson continued to think about that NPC, that it was an NPC that treated players differently depending on their actions. He told Kang Junhyuk to remember that. Kang Junhyuk said he would inform Lee Taeyeon when she woke up. Then he worriedly asked Kang Taeyeon if he was okay. Taeyeon, are you okay?" Kang Junhyuk explained that Kang Taeson was helping too much. He thanked him, but reminded them that they were rivals when trying to clear the labyrinth. "Technically, we're all rivals." Kang Taeson flicked Kang Junhyuk's forehead, breaking the tense atmosphere. He teased, "I'm wondering what you're talking about." Kang Junhyuk annoyedly protested, "Hey, I'm serious." Kang Taeson smirked, his eyes full of hidden meaning. He asked Kang Junhyuk again about his earlier remark of rivals. "You said we're rivals?" Amidst the fantastical space, numerous players stood on floating landmasses. The narration echoed, emphasizing their shared fate. "We are all part of an Earth on the verge of destruction." Kang Taeson crossed his arms, his gaze sharp, explaining, "There's only one reason I'm telling you all this. It's so you don't die foolishly somewhere." He emphasized that success was another matter. Kang Junhyuk bowed his head in admission. "You're right, I was too hasty." Kang Taeson turned his back, offering a cryptic good luck, then walked away. Kang Taeson's feet suddenly halted, as if something made him ponder further. Kang Taeson stood silently, a powerful ethereal silhouette appearing behind him, emitting a brilliant purple light. A mysterious narration echoed. "Come to think of it, it's about time." Kang Junhyuk spoke about the community's situation, stating that players from other modes were trying to contact them. "How's the community doing these days?" Kang Junhyuk worriedly continued. "Some of them are trying to cause trouble." He didn't understand their motives, while black hands seemed to try and drag him down. Kang Junhyuk pointed at Kang Taeson, saying he was also part of the problem. Immediately, Kang Taeson vanished in a blinding flash of light. Kang Taeson smiled faintly, recognizing the appearance of ignorant players. He offered a, "All right, good luck," then prepared for his journey. Kang Taeson's feet stepped firmly on the stone path. The narration echoed, confirming he had arrived at the second floor of solo mode. Kang Taeson stood amidst the magnificent scenery, looking towards the ancient castle. The narration affirmed, everything until now was just a tutorial. The second floor is where the labyrinth truly begins. 3 green goblins with sharp fangs and claws snarled and charged out, ready to attack any intruder. Without hesitation, Kang Taeson delivered a powerful kick, bursting open the door and boldly stepping into the monster's lair. With a resolute gaze, Kang Taeson drew his bow, ready for battle. He declared, "All right, let's go," signaling the official start of the fight. As soon as he entered, Kang Taeson was surrounded by 3 ferocious goblins, an archer, a swordsman, and a shield-bearer. They snarled, ready to tear the intruder apart. Kang Taeson coldly eyed the pack of monsters, his purple eyes flashing with determination as he identified the enemy. "Goblins," he muttered, his voice full of caution. He quickly shot an arrow hitting the goblin archer, while simultaneously dodging the 2 remaining goblins charging towards him. The narration echoed, emphasizing the danger of the goblin pack when they worked together. The 2 remaining goblins, one wielding a sword and the other a shield, snarled ferociously, their eyes glowing red, ready to attack, showcasing their aggression. Kang Taeson's arrow pierced the goblin archer, paralyzing it. Another was struck by an arrow, while the shield-wielding goblin fortunately blocked the attack. Kang Taeson quickly drew his bow, preparing to unleash the next volley of arrows, his speed and accuracy astonishing, giving the enemy no moment of rest. He used his shield to block the goblin's sword strike, then provoked his opponent. "You did well to get this far, but it's a pity. Try blocking this attack with your flimsy shield." Kang Taeson slammed his shield onto the ground, creating a spreading wave of blue-purple energy that knocked back the charging goblin, forcing it to retreat in pain. The goblin was sent flying. Kang Taeson coldly looked at it, then uttered a challenging farewell. "Goodbye." Kang Taeson dodged the goblin's stab, then quickly counterattacked, thrusting directly into the enemy. He knew their weakness well. It's meaningless. The 2 remaining goblins snarled, charging at Kang Taeson from 2 sides, forming a pincer attack, attempting to overwhelm him with numbers. Kang Taeson suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on a long sword lying at the goblin's feet, a thought flashing through his mind. "Oh? A long sword?" Kang Taeson bent down to pick up the sword, smiling faintly, as if thanking the enemy for gifting him a new weapon. "Thanks in advance." A burst of energy erupted from the sword. Kang Taeson swung it powerfully, creating a brilliant golden explosion that swept away the remaining goblins. Kang Taeson walked on, examining the newly acquired sword. A system notification appeared, confirming it was an acceptable weapon. "Slightly rusty sword, +1 attack. Looks usable." Kang Taeson smiled, satisfied with his new sword and shield combination. He determined that this duo would be much more effective in the current situation. The wooden door creaked open, a dazzling beam of light cutting through the darkness, leading the way into a mysterious place. Kang Taeson looked up, his purple eyes gleaming with surprise. He felt the vibrant red energy engulfing the space. He had arrived at Rakiratas' altar. The system confirmed, granting a reward for the first discovery. Wisdom and mana permanently increased by 1 point. The gods in the labyrinth were diverse, some friendly, some hostile. Kang Taeson walked, approaching the majestic, skeletal figure of the deity. Some gods were empathetic, while others treated players as a joke, but mostly, they regarded mortals as mere playthings for entertainment. Kang Taeson looked up, contemplating the deity before him. "Rakiratas, god of conflict and death," he murmured, his gaze full of scrutiny. He felt a terrifying power, far surpassing anything he had ever experienced. Rakiratas' altar was where deities manifested their power, a gateway to the god's influence. Kang Taeson looked around, his gaze resolute. He understood why Lee Taeyeon had fled as soon as she saw this place. Amidst the swirling red energy, Kang Taeson stood firm, his sword gleaming. "Is this a god?" he wondered, feeling the overwhelming majesty. A side quest appeared. Rakiratas wanted to challenge him. If he accepted, he would face a trial and receive rewards, depending on his performance. Kang Taeson smiled confidently, his eyes resolute. "I am no coward. I will gladly accept," he declared. The side quest began. Rakiratas was pleased with his decision. Fierce red energy swirled violently, engulfing Kang Taeson. The vibrant red energy exploded, swirling powerfully. From within the light, a sturdy helmet gradually materialized. Pieces of iron armor gradually formed from the red energy, encasing the arms and legs, ready for the upcoming battle. A fully armored warrior appeared, standing tall with a sword in hand. This was Rakiratas' false attendant, the challenge Kang Taeson had to overcome. Kang Taeson looked at the heavily armored enemy, finding it difficult to spot any weaknesses. An unexpectedly tough opponent, he thought to himself. Ready to face it, Rakiratas' false attendant struck a fatal blow to the ground, creating a deep fissure and a surge of vibrant red energy. Kang Taeson stood firm, ready to face this fierce challenge. The false attendant swung its sword. Kang Taeson blocked the attack with his shield, but was still sent flying, landing on his back. A damage notification appeared. 25 points. Kang Tae-sun winced in pain. He realized the opponent's terrifying power. If I'm taking this much damage even while blocking, then keeping the shield is useless. In a decisive moment, Kang Tae-sun discarded his shield and drew another sword. Blue light enveloped him, signaling a new strategy. 2 old swords appeared at Kang Tae-sun's feet, glowing brightly. He knelt, summoning them, preparing for another battle. Kang Tae-sun stood up, dual swords in hand, his purple eyes sharp and cold. He thought to himself, "It's been a long time since I used dual swords." A confident smile spread across his face. The false attendant swung its sword to attack, but Kang Tae-sun leaped high, evading the dangerous strike, leaving an explosion of light behind him. Kang Tae-sun landed, swinging his dual swords, continuously slashing at the false attendant, creating dazzling electric sparks. Kang Tae-sun put all his strength into each sword strike, but the false attendant stood firm as a rock. The opponent's power made him tremble. Kang Tae-sun continuously swung his swords, creating deafening, clashing sounds. He attacked relentlessly, but seemed unable to penetrate the enemy's armor. The false attendant remained motionless, completely unharmed. Kang Tae-sun realized the disparity in power. He hasn't even flinched. In terms of strength, I'm definitely outmatched. Charging straight in is useless. Kang Tae-sun leaped high, dodging the opponent's attack. He already had a new plan in mind. If that's the case, Kang Tae-sun swiftly charged towards the false attendant, his figure gliding like the wind, dual swords swinging powerfully. Kang Tae-sun spun around, moving nimbly, creating streaks of golden light. He had found a way to deal with it. Good. Kang Tae-sun closed in on the false attendant, his eyes confident. He knew he had the advantage in speed. My dexterity is superior. Kang Tae-sun swung his dual swords, continuously slashing at the false attendant, creating scratches on its armor. 2 damage notifications appeared, 6 points per hit. Kang Tae-sun frowned as his sword got stuck, but he quickly dismissed the worry. My sword is stuck. Oh well, it's probably fine. Kang Tae-sun's slashes continuously rained down, creating deafening metallic clangs. Despite dealing minor damage, he persisted in his attack. With Ilac weapon technique, Kang Tae-sun closed in on his opponent, continuously swinging his swords. I can stick close to the opponent and prevent them from attacking properly. I've used this method many times, and it's still useful. The false attendant staggered, and Kang Tae-sun swiftly leaped back. He thought to himself, this is easier than I thought. Kang Tae-sun thought that Rakiratas seemed confused, perhaps because this was only the 2nd floor. He believed Rakiratas wanted a fierce battle befitting his title as God of Conflict and Death. But suddenly, Rakiratas' authority was activated. A surge of vibrant red energy enveloped the space, making Kang Tae-sun look up in astonishment. Rakiratas was punished, and his scope of intervention was narrowed. Red energy covered the false attendant. A notification appeared. Rakiratas' false attendant has regained its intellect and skills. The false attendant stood tall, its eyes glowing red. Demonic energy surrounded its horns and sword, transforming it into a much more terrifying threat. Kang Tae-sun was stunned, cold sweat trickling down. What? He exclaimed in surprise. Kang Tae-sun's eyes were filled with astonishment. A notification appeared, confirming he had faced Rakiratas' attendant. In the hazy red smoke, Kang Tae-sun looked straight ahead, his eyes showing clear caution. The fake attendant's helmet, with its pair of fiery red horns, appeared majestically, exuding a terrifying aura. The fake attendant drew his sword from its sheath, fiery red energy enveloping the blade, creating a metallic wind-slicing sound. With his sword enveloped in an eerie red glow, the fake attendant stood ready for a new battle. The fake attendant spun his sword, creating a blue magic circle beneath his feet. Kang Tae-sun fell, looking up at his opponent. Kang Tae-sun looked down, realizing the word fake had disappeared from his opponent's name. The fake is gone. Even the atmosphere has completely changed. Kang Tae-sun sprang up, dual swords raised, facing the armored warrior. Kang Tae-sun noticed the change. Now it has intelligence. My moves are no longer effective. The opponent's sword flashed, blocking the attack. Fiery red eyes pierced through the helmet's slit, and a surge of dark energy erupted around Rakiratas' attendant. 2 blades clashed fiercely, creating electric sparks. Kang Tae-sun was pushed back, clearly feeling the damage. Kang Tae-sun was astonished. What the hell is this? Its attacks are completely different from before. He felt a new surge of power from his opponent. Rakiratas' attendant leaped into the air, then plunged down. Kang Tae-sun quickly reacted, jumping to dodge. A powerful attack struck, sending Kang Tae-sun flying and crashing to the ground, taking heavy additional damage. Kang Tae-sun staggered, gripping his sword tightly. A perfect sword strike. This is the swordsmanship of a well-trained knight. Truly, it's the first time. His eyes stared intently at Rakiratas' attendant. I have a weapon in my hand, but I can't control it. Is this what happens when a skill reaches its limit? A surge of blue energy erupted around Kang Tae-sun. his eyes blazing as he stared directly at Rockyrodis's attendant standing opposite him. Rockyrodis's attendant faltered slightly. Every action in the labyrinth is evaluated. When an action surpasses a certain level, it becomes a skill with an explanation. That must be a high-level skill. Kang Taeson wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze resolute. I want to learn that skill. Kang Taeson's purple eyes burned with determination. He told himself, I must learn it. Kang Taeson looked at his opponent, admitting, I have to concede, your swordsmanship is better than mine. But he didn't back down. But I am a player. I know more than just swordsmanship. A blazing surge of fire erupted, attacking Rockyrodis's attendant. Rockyrodis's attendant stood on the stone platform, looking down at the empty space. Kang Taeson had disappeared. Kang Taeson appeared suddenly, his purple eyes burning with fierce determination. He charged forward, launching the first attack, challenging Rockyrodis's attendant. Over here! Kang Taeson swung his sword, inflicting a small wound. Rockyrodis's attendant spun to parry, sparks flying from his armor. Kang Taeson attacked relentlessly, his sword glowing brightly. He sneered, confidently declaring, It's useless. Rockyrodis's attendant activated a counter skill, his sword glowing. He swung his sword, knocking Kang Taeson back and inflicting a significant wound. The sword fight was instantaneous, both continuously attacking and parrying. The rapid clang of metal echoed, sending sparks flying. Kang Taeson knelt, his sword flaring with an ethereal blue light. He had activated the apnea attack skill, preparing for a decisive blow. He charged like an arrow, his sword blazing fiercely. The flame scorched Rockyrodis's attendant, inflicting a burn effect. Kang Taeson gained the consecutive attack skill thanks to his relentless strikes. He held the flame in his hand but decided not to use it immediately. Kang Taeson gasped, his mana depleted. Damn it! When are you going to fall? He realized he was at a disadvantage if the battle dragged on. Rockyrodis's attendant suddenly launched himself into the air, surrounded by a surge of emerald energy. He prepared for an aerial attack. Kang Taeson's purple eyes blazed with intense focus. He was ready to face the enemy's next attack. Kang Taeson darted like lightning, leaped into the air, and swung his sword. He decided to confront Rockyrodis's attendant head-on. Rockyrodis's attendant brought his sword down, the blade emitting a dazzling light. Kang Taeson was trapped in a zone of fiery red energy. Rockyrodis's attendant's critical attack struck, dealing an enormous amount of damage to Kang Taeson. But Kang Taeson had activated his defense in time, creating a green energy shield. For a second, all damage was nullified. Kang Taeson braced himself, his sword glowing brilliantly green. The hold firm skill was activated, nullifying the opponent's critical attack. Though blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, Kang Taeson did not retreat. His purple eyes blazed fiercely, his will to fight burning intensely. He unleashed a flurry of relentless attacks, each sword strike carrying destructive power. Rockyrodis's attendant's armor began to crack. The attendant's armor shattered, vanishing into nothingness. Kang Taeson collapsed, panting, exhausted after the battle. A victory notification appeared. Kang Taeson knelt, his body utterly spent, but his eyes still gleamed with satisfaction. Rockyrodis's attendant dissolved into particles of light, leaving behind a satisfied smile and praise for Kang Taeson. That was a magnificent battle. Warrior. Though Rockyrodis was satisfied, Kang Taeson staggered and then collapsed, annoyed by the unexpected change in the quest. Satisfied with what? Why did the quest change? You bastard! Kang Taeson was enveloped in divine light, fully recovering. He leveled up, gained immense experience, and activated the soul attack skill. Kang Taeson opened his status window, astonished by the surge in power. How much stronger have I gotten? Status window? Damn it! He couldn't believe his eyes seeing the skyrocketing stats, but felt regretful that no items dropped. This is insane. But no items dropped. What a shame. Rockyrodis was satisfied, bestowing a worthy reward. Kang Taeson muttered, Seriously, thanks for almost killing me. He received Rockyrodis's ritual sword. Rockyrodis's ritual sword appeared, its blade glowing blood red. It increased attack power and restored health upon defeating opponents, a weapon of Rockyrodis's followers. Kang Taeson rubbed his eyes, disbelieving what he saw. He wondered, am I reading this right? Wait, is he allowed to give me this? This isn't a weapon you can find on the second floor. Kang Taeson swung his sword, receiving an additional reward, the permanent skill, Proof of Conflict. He thought, I guess I'm being rewarded for going through hell. The Proof of Conflict skill would make Kang Taeson stronger in battle, he mused. An acceleration skill? Is it a buff? Well, it can't be bad, since a god personally bestowed it upon me. The ground shook violently, and a colossal figure vanished into nothingness. Kang Taeson stood amidst the rubble, the blood-red sword in his hand, wondering if the battle was truly over or if something else awaited. A sound echoed, and Kang Taesan looked up in surprise. A system notification appeared before his eyes, signaling that something new was about to happen. The system screen displayed an offer from Rakiratas. Apostle Contract. Kang Taesan stared at the words, wondering about their meaning. He glanced around, searching for information, but to no avail. There's no additional information. Does it just want me to decide? Kang Taesan muttered to himself, turning back to look at the contract. Kang Taesan sat down, lost in thought. The offer to become an apostle of a god was no simple matter. It required careful consideration. In a flash of memory, Kang Taesan recalled Rakiratas having to face punishment for interfering with the player's world. Even a god had to pay a price for manipulation. He thought to himself, even if Rakiratas is willing to be punished to turn me into an apostle, still, a god is a god. Rakiratas' image appeared full of authority, with a sinister smile. Kang Taesan wondered how he could trust a god who had once manipulated his quest at will. He imagined himself as a controlled puppet, realizing the risk of becoming a permanent slave if he accepted. Kang Taesan made his decision. A decisive finger touched the reject button. Reject, Kang Taesan declared, his eyes firm. A system notification appeared. You have rejected Rakiratas' offer. The apostle contract has been stored. Kang Taesan sighed in relief, then was surprised again. A new side quest appeared. Because you have excellently overcome Rakiratas' trial, the god wishes to bestow upon you another challenge. Condition: return after eliminating all enemies on floors 2 and 3. Reward: Rakiratas will decide based on your performance. Kang Taesan waved his hand to dismiss it, and the screen disappeared. I don't trust someone who stabbed me in the back, he said, showing his resolve. However, the quest reappeared, promising a more generous reward. Kang Taesan stared at the notification, his expression annoyed. He sighed, accepting his fate. Really? Fine. He probably can't change such a simple quest. The side quest was accepted. Kang Taesan returned to the cave, facing Einjar. The silver-haired shopkeeper asked if he was back, and Kang Taesan replied that he needed to buy a few things. Einjar remained calm, smoking his pipe, while Kang Taesan approached the counter, his decisive footsteps echoing in the silent space. Kang Taesan bought potions, and Einjar asked in surprise if he had already bought them. He explained that he needed them, sensing what was to come. The brilliant red light from Rakiratas' ceremonial sword on Kang Taesan's hip caught Einjar's attention, and he exclaimed, "That sword!" Kang Taesan worried the challenge would intensify, forcing him to buy more items. He said, I wasn't planning on buying these for the lower floors, but if the challenge intensifies again? Einjar was surprised, then sneezed and scoffed, suggesting Rakiratas was enchanted by Kang Taesan. He must have been captivated by you while watching you fight. Kang Taesan asked, You know him? Einjar affirmed that he knew Rakiratas well, a mad god who had ruined countless geniuses. Kang Taesan asked about the apostle contract, and Einjar sighed, realizing Rakiratas had offered him to become an apostle. Kang Taesan revealed he had canceled the contract due to lack of information. Einjar tapped his pipe, praising his cautious decision. A good choice. That's not something you should decide too easily. Einjar fell into thought, realizing it had been a very long time since a contract from that god had appeared. Einjar turned his back, flatly refusing to reveal more about the contract, his eyes full of hidden meaning. I'm sorry, but I cannot answer that. Einjar explained that his role was limited to that of a shopkeeper, bound by contract conditions. Nothing more, nothing less. Those are my contract conditions. Kang Taesan nodded and left. Einjar wished him luck, hoping to see him on the next floor. Indeed, preferably on the next floor. Kang Taesan asked again about the contract, and Einjar snapped, explaining that was why he was imprisoned, then shooed him away. If you're done buying, then get out of here. Kang Taesan walked away, leaving behind unanswered mysteries and Einjar's warning about the nature of the contract. Kang Taesan stood in the virtual space, his purple eyes sparkling with thought. He muttered to himself, Come to think of it, they must have met the old man by now. A digital interface flashed under his finger. Kang Taesan appeared in a brightly lit room, asking aloud, Is anyone here? Immediately, the dark blue-haired girl and the brown-haired red-armored boy joyfully ran to greet him, full of energy. Kang Taesan asked directly, So have you two met that night yet? The brown-haired red-armored boy replied in surprise, while the dark blue-haired girl merely nodded, her expression puzzled. The brown-haired red-armored boy grimaced, saliva flying from his mouth. A feeling of disgust and resentment was clear on his face. The brown-haired, red-armored boy knelt down, covering his face in shame. Einjar stood tall behind him, his eyes contemptuous, spitting as he walked away. The brown-haired, red-armored boy recounted tremblingly. Despite his efforts, he couldn't withstand Einjar's attack. The old man's terrifying power completely overwhelmed him, leaving him helpless. The dark blue-haired girl also confirmed that she had experienced a similar situation, unable to move. Kang Taesan listened, then asked, So what happened after that? Did you two stick with him? The brown-haired, red-armored boy recounted that Einzar had dragged him away and rudely dismissed them, saying harsh words like, "You are not worthy." Kang Taeson pondered. Perhaps Einzar only valued those who could withstand his attacks. He realized the old man was quite similar to the dwarf and Rakiratas. Kang Taeson asked where they were. The brown-haired, red-armored boy replied they were hunting giant rats. The dark blue-haired girl also wanted to level up before heading to the lower floor, currently fighting a giant rat. The brown-haired, red-armored boy scratched his head, saying that a few others were also hunting giant rats, but it would take quite a while. Kang Taeson thought to himself that perhaps he should leave the information about the second floor for later. The brown-haired, red-armored boy explained about the second-floor boss monster, a giant rat with over 200 HP, capable of dealing damage even when defending. Both the dark blue-haired girl and he were terrified. Kang Taeson looked down, his eyes firm. He called the two over, preparing to give his final advice. Kang Taeson instructed them to find their own way, as he couldn't tell them everything. He believed they would soon find a solution. Kang Taeson reminded them not to blindly rush into the red door and to inform other players. The dark blue-haired girl and the brown-haired, red-armored boy thanked him in unison, promising to do their best. Kang Taeson disappeared, leaving behind a wish of good luck. "Now then," Kang Taeson muttered, his sharp purple eyes scanning the side quest window. "Let's finish this." The new quest from Rakiratas. Eliminate enemies on floor 2. The reward will depend on his performance. Holding the glowing system screen, Kang Taeson nodded slightly, his gaze distant. "All right, I've told them everything I needed to say." Everything was set. The space suddenly became strangely silent. A glowing archway appeared amidst the hazy scenery, like an invitation to a mysterious land. Kang Taeson strode through the gate, his fiery red sword in hand, his shield firm. Each of his footsteps echoed like clashing metal in the space. Immediately, 2 green-skinned goblins snarled, rushing to attack Kang Taeson. The continuous clash of weapons created a deadly symphony. The green-skinned goblins surrounded Kang Taeson, their red eyes fierce. Their terrifying screams tore through the silence, signaling a fierce battle. A confident smile spread across Kang Taeson's lips as he raised his glowing red sword. "All right, let's try out my new skill." He was ready for the performance. With lightning speed, Kang Taeson thrust his fiery sword straight into a goblin's head, finishing it in a single blow. Kang Taeson charged into the encirclement, leaping, slashing, and stabbing the goblins continuously. A system notification appeared. "You have activated conflict proof." A new power had awakened. Kang Taeson smiled, feeling the surge of power. "My mind is clear and my mental fatigue is reduced. This is quite good. All my stats are increasing, and I'm even recovering." Blocking a goblin's attack with his shield, Kang Taeson felt the relentless power. There are no limits or restraints. As long as I keep fighting, I can fight nonstop. Kang Taeson looked forward with a determined gaze, his shield firm. This is quite generous. Depending on the situation, this could even become my main skill. Lightning-fast attacks tore through the air, creating dazzling streaks of light and continuous clashing metal sounds, turning the goblins into vanishing green blurs. A goblin was miserably defeated, falling to the ground, its painful cry echoing before it vanished into nothingness. Amidst the battlefield strewn with goblin corpses, Kang Taeson stood tall, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping around. A strange sensation. Kang Taeson looked in surprise at the mysterious golden door, which had suddenly appeared in the stone wall. Since when was there a door like that? Ethereal light enveloped it. The door gently opened, and Kang Taeson peered inside. An ancient warrior's tomb appeared, covered in vines under the sunlight. What is this? The system confirmed a discovery. Kang Taeson was stunned, his purple eyes wide as the notification "You have discovered." A warrior's tomb reappeared. A strange feeling welled up. Oh? Kang Taeson was astonished. The first discovery reward appeared. Intelligence increased by 1. Mana increased by 2 permanently. An incredible bargain. Kang Taeson's hand gently brushed over the moss-covered stone slab of the tomb, feeling the coldness of time. A brilliant light burst forth from the tomb, energy surging. Kang Taeson was alert, his red sword drawn, ready to confront it. A stream of energy formed, and from it, a small, adorable spirit appeared. "Hello there, adventurer." "Ta-da," it chirped. Kang Taeson stared at the small spirit, his purple eyes full of skepticism. What the hell was going on? "You," the small spirit hovered over the grave. "And goodbye." It vanished in a flash of light, leaving Kang Taeson utterly bewildered. Kang Taeson stood stunned, his mind reeling. A barrage of big questions appeared in the purple-haired young man's mind. Kang Taeson gently touched the stone slab again, as if to check if everything that had just happened was an illusion. "All right, adventurer. Nice to meet you." The small spirit reappeared, then slipped into the grave. "See you again." Kang Taeson closed his eyes, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. This prank was starting to irritate the purple-haired young man. Kang Taeson touched the stone slab for the third time, this time harder. As if to summon the mischievous spirit, the small spirit reappeared. But this time Kang Taeson caught it. "What are you doing? Hurry up and get out," it cried out in pain. Kang Taeson gripped the small spirit tightly, his eyes blazing. He growled, "Stop messing around! Give me the quest!" The small spirit broke free from Kang Taeson's hand, soaring into the sky. It arrogantly asked, You dare demand a quest from me? Do you even know who I am?" Kang Taeson coldly replied, "A dead warrior. Who else?" The small spirit hovered over the meadow, lamenting that current players had it too easy with the system providing all information. Kang Taeson asked in surprise, "You mean there was no system before?" The small spirit playfully stuck out its tongue, curtly replying that there was still a system before. Kang Taeson froze, speechless at its baffling attitude. Kang Taeson was confused, wondering who this small spirit was, so different from the NPCs he had encountered. It shimmered amidst the illusion of two silver-haired warriors, making him even more perplexed. Kang Taeson irritably demanded the small spirit stop joking around and asked directly if it was a quest or a target. The small spirit angrily retorted, "Do I look like a target? You brat!" The small spirit sighed resignedly, explaining that it was merely a soul bound here to give quests. It hovered over the ancient tombstone, a hint of sadness on its face. The small spirit proudly declared it couldn't give quests to the weak. Kang Taeson wondered, "Then why are you on such an easy floor?" 3 small spirits flew around Kang Taeson, angrily scolding the labyrinth for placing it on this floor. It yelled, "Anyway, go on! Come back when you've cleared at least 30 floors, kid!" Kang Taeson clicked his tongue, turned his back and walked away, muttering that it was just a useless NPC not worth appeasing. He scoffed at the small spirit's anger. The small spirit bid Kang Taeson farewell, but then was suddenly surprised to see him walk away. It mumbled the word adventurer as if contemplating something. The small spirit's eyes suddenly widened, staring at the blazing red sword at Kang Taeson's hip. A flash of insight, and it realized something unusual. The small spirit flew over, asking in surprise, "Wait, that weapon, that's Rocky Radis' weapon. How do you have it?" Kang Taeson calmly replied, "Because I passed the trial." The small spirit was utterly astonished, flying around non-stop. It exclaimed,
You passed! The trial! Oh ho! That fickle god's trial, I can't believe it!
The small spirit excitedly clung to Kang Taeson, declaring it had changed its mind and would give him a quest. Kang Taeson was confused, wondering, what's wrong with this guy? The small spirit recounted its past as a blonde warrior. It had been exhausted after fighting on the lower floors, returning to the 10th floor to rest. But while sound asleep, it was assassinated by that floor's boss with a special weapon. The small spirit continued to tell of its glorious past. Back then, it was a mighty blonde warrior, conquering the labyrinth faster than anyone, considered the one who would clear this labyrinth. But that glory was cut short. A dark entity assassinated the blonde warrior when it was weakest. The small spirit now erupted in rage, hating the one who stole its title as Labyrinth Conqueror. The small spirit looked at Kang Taeson, its voice echoing. It gave him a single quest: destroy the 10th floor boss, the one who stole its life and glory. Kang Taeson looked at the new quest, frowning in confusion. The reward depended on the small spirit's mood. He sighed. A quest was still a quest, after all, and couldn't be refused. The small spirit hovered, and a sub-quest notification appeared before Kang Taeson. The quest was to avenge the fallen blonde warrior by destroying the 10th floor boss. The reward remained a mystery. Kang Taeson accepted the quest, despite some doubts about its connection. He turned his back and walked away, bidding farewell to the small spirit, ready for the new challenge. Kang Taeson's footsteps echoed on the stone floor, each stride filled with determination to delve deeper into the labyrinth. The small spirit floated gently, following Kang Taeson closely. Like an inseparable shadow, Kang Taeson was surprised to see the small spirit perch on his head. "You, coming along?" The small spirit replied excitedly. "Of course, let's go!" The small spirit floated carefree, explaining that it couldn't stay in the grave forever. It wanted to follow and watch Kang Taeson fight, considering it an exciting adventure. Kang Taeson could only hold his head in exasperation. Kang Taeson groaned, annoyed at the thought of having to go down to the 10th floor with this loudmouth. The journey would definitely not be quiet. The small spirit incessantly chattered about the 10th floor boss's special weapon. Kang Taeson just wanted it to shut up, but the small spirit continued, reminding him of the responsibility of accepting the quest. He secretly regretted it. The small spirit was still lost in thought about how the 10th floor boss had obtained that special weapon. It admitted it had let its guard down, but still couldn't explain it. Kang Taeson tried to extract information from the small spirit, asking about its past before entering the labyrinth. But the small spirit immediately refused, unwilling to reveal its secrets. Kang Taeson turned his back and walked away, his decisive words echoing, "All right, suit yourself." The small spirit glided behind him, seemingly contemplating something. The small spirit flew up, a sulky expression on its face. "Fine. If you really want to know that badly, I'll make an exception," Kang Taeson replied. "I told you not to bother," the small spirit continued. "I am a member of the royal family of the Great Cabbard Empire." In a memory, the majestic figure of a blonde warrior sat on a throne, proudly declaring, "I am the eldest and the successor to the empire's throne." But that's not all. No one in the empire is better at swordsmanship and strategy than I. The image of the blonde warrior shone brightly amidst flowers, proud of its glorious past. The current small spirit's tears streamed down its face, while Kang Taeson secretly thought, "The way he talks, he could have tricked me into thinking he was a neighborhood thug." The world in the memory collapsed, and the blonde warrior fell in a pool of blood. Kang Taeson coldly said, "You're dead. I know." While sleeping on an easy floor, nothing more, nothing less. The small spirit angrily retorted, "I don't like you." The blonde warrior's figure gritted its teeth, painfully admitting defeat. It swore it wouldn't find peace until its killer paid the price. Kang Taeson glanced at the wooden door, secretly thinking it was the exit. Kang Taeson pushed the door ajar, the small spirit annoyed by his impudence. Inside, 3 green-skinned goblins with sharp fangs and claws, wielding weapons, growled ferociously. Kang Taeson drew his bow, and a glowing green arrow shot forth. The goblins trembled, turning to look at each other, their cries of pain echoing throughout the room. Kang Taeson swung his red sword down, and the goblins shrieked. Kang Taeson's sword struck the goblin's head forcefully, dealing damage. The goblin cried out in pain. Kang Taeson glided through the horde of goblins, continuously swinging his sword and drawing his bow. Glowing green arrows tore through the air, making the goblins shriek miserably. The goblins trembled violently, their horrifying cries echoing throughout the room. The small spirit clung to Kang Taeson's shoulder, wondering, "Hey, what are you doing? You keep paralyzing and hitting them repeatedly. Do you have a grudge or something?" Kang Taeson continued his attacks. The small spirit flew up, explaining, "This is why shallow knowledge is so terrifying. Sorry, but it's all useless. You can't learn any skills that way." Kang Taeson confidently replied, "You can, and a really good skill at that." The small spirit asked in surprise, "You're trying to learn a skill, aren't you?" Kang Taeson, holding a paralyzed goblin, replied, "That's right." The small spirit hovered, continuing to mock Kang Taeson about his shallow knowledge, while the surrounding goblins trembled and writhed under his influence. Kang Taeson remained confident, proposing a bet. Kang Taeson laid out the condition. "But if I win, you have to answer my questions without lying." The small spirit was surprised, then sneered, looking down on a rookie who dared to challenge it for information. The small spirit accepted the challenge, proclaiming itself a royal member of the Cabbard Empire. It declared that if Kang Taeson won, it would tell the truth. But if it won, Kang Taeson would be its slave. Kang Taeson smirked, agreeing. Laughter echoed through the space as the small spirit gleefully believed it had victory in its grasp. The small spirit ordered Kang Taeson to crawl on all fours and call it a terrible title. Kang Taeson reluctantly complied. The small spirit gloated, thinking it would torment Kang Taeson until he died. The small spirit continued to disparage, telling Kang Taeson to give up. But Kang Taeson countered, "Do you know the skill, hand-to-hand combat?" The little spirit explained that it was a basic skill, allowing 2 parties to fight without third-party interference. It was confident that it understood the nature of this skill. Kang Taeson looked up, asserting that he could acquire a similar skill right here. The little spirit was confused, not understanding what nonsense Kang Taeson was spouting. Kang Taeson suddenly struck hard at the goblin he was holding. A system notification appeared, stating that he had acquired the special active skill, Forced Duel. Kang Taeson smiled, spun his sword, and declared, "Exactly." The little spirit was stunned, not understanding what was happening. A surge of green energy suddenly shot out. Startling, a skill window appeared, explaining, "Skill! Force Duel!" The little spirit was astonished as it read the description. This skill allows a duel with an opponent, and for 10 seconds, only the opponent can deal damage to the user. Kang Taeson confidently explained that this was a core skill that could remove all effects such as continuous damage, poison, or confusion. He was satisfied that he had finally acquired it. Squeezed tightly by Kang Taeson, the little spirit was astonished to realize the value of this skill. It could help one survive even when falling into the void. It wondered what Kang Taeson had done to acquire this insane skill. The little spirit hovered in midair, its face scrunched up in annoyance and discomfort. It didn't say a word, just sank into thought. Kang Taeson smiled smugly, reminding the little spirit about their bet. The little spirit, though annoyed, still had to accept the bet. It flew around Kang Taeson, asserting that it wasn't restricted by information like others. Then it grumbled, "Hey, skills aren't everything. Don't get cocky just because you've acquired something good." Kang Taeson maintained a calm expression and walked on. He turned to look at the little spirit, questioning, "What are you babbling about? Just answer my question properly." The little spirit fumed with anger, cursing, "You bastard!" Kang Taeson remained unfazed, continuing his stride. The little spirit mumbled about the skill mandatory duel and asked Kang Taeson if he had heard of jump. Kang Taeson replied, "Of course, but why jump? Haven't you learned great jump?" The little spirit surprisingly asked what great jump was, and Kang Taeson simply replied, "I guess not." He opened an old, creaking door. The little spirit finally gave in, admitting that Kang Taeson knew its skills. But it emphasized, the labyrinth isn't just about that. The important thing is to learn how to survive, and what to find, all right? It flew down, pulling Kang Taeson, which made him wonder. Kang Taeson tapped on the wall, asking, "Secret room?" The little spirit replied, "Good luck with that." A strange glint appeared in Kang Taeson's eyes. A system notification appeared, confirming that Kang Taeson possessed a keen sense of foresight. The walls suddenly glowed brightly, as if hiding a secret. Kang Taeson gently pulled a brick from the wall, revealing a secret passage. The little spirit witnessed the scene, its face filled with extreme surprise. The system revealed that Kang Taeson's clairvoyance skill had reached a high level, capable of providing useful information. Kang Taeson smiled smugly. The little spirit was dumbfounded. "Wait, you also have clairvoyance, and at that level?" Kang Taeson stepped into a dark corridor, looking at the sharp spears dangling from the ceiling. He wondered, is this a goblin trap this time? The little spirit flew by Kang Taeson's ear, explaining that these traps were randomly set and thus very difficult to overcome. It advised him to give up and turn back. Kang Taeson pondered thoughtfully. The little spirit continued to analyze the traps. First the arrows. Then it pointed out the slippery floor. Then you'll lose your balance. The little spirit continued to warn about the dangers. And finally, there are moving walls. Kang Taeson saw a sparkling, glowing chest at the end of the corridor. The little spirit flew around, exclaiming, "It's exactly like an easy mode." Kang Taeson knelt down, a powerful surge of blue energy surrounding him. Kang Taeson powerfully swung his blazing red sword, creating dazzling streaks of light. The clang of metal echoed, signaling a powerful attack about to strike. The little spirit shot upwards, dodging the swirling blue energy. It let out a sound of annoyance, seemingly not expecting Kang Taeson's speed and power. Kang Taeson narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping across. The blue energy still blazed around him, demonstrating his intense focus on the target ahead. In a lightning-fast sequence of movements, Kang Taeson leaped over rows of sharp spikes, landed lightly, and then continued to dart forward like an arrow. The surge of blue energy still followed his every step. The little spirit looked down with a worried expression. A drop of sweat rolled down its forehead, as if it was pondering what Kang Taeson was doing. Kang Taeson continued to run down the corridor. His footsteps echoed, blending with the slight tremor of the ground, signaling that something was about to happen. Kang Taeson's purple eyes flashed with vigilance as he quickly glanced to the side. He seemed to have detected something unusual, hidden in the darkness. Kang Taeson clenched his fist, all the surging blue energy concentrating in his arm. A burst of power erupted, ready for a fatal attack. Kang Taeson threw a powerful punch, tearing straight through the air. The little spirit froze, its eyes wide with astonishment at his explosive power. Kang Taeson looked at his fist, where the energy was dissipating, and confidently said, "This wall isn't from the labyrinth. It's a wall created by goblins. It's not very strong, so this is enough to break it." He concluded, "It's the same." Kang Taeson knelt down and opened the glowing chest, inside which was a sparkling ring. He picked it up, exclaiming in surprise, "A mana ring? Just in time." The little spirit flew around him. Kang Taeson turned his back, seemingly dealing with something on the wall. The little spirit grumbled irritably. "I'll just be quiet," Kang Taeson said with satisfaction. "Good. I've cleared it. I wonder what my reward will be this time." Kang Taeson put the ring on his finger. It sparkled brightly. The little spirit flew over, curiously asking, "Let me ask you something. Who are you?" Kang Taeson replied in surprise. "Me?" The little spirit confusedly asked, "Will you understand if I say it a second time? A second time?" Kang Taeson replied indifferently, "Never mind." The little spirit mumbled in disappointment. "He doesn't know anything. That means he can only open Wepphos's gastrolith after floor 85. Kang Taeson looked straight ahead thoughtfully, thinking, "Come to think of it, I guess it's been about 10 days since I entered the labyrinth." The little spirit angrily asked again, "So what are you?" A technological interface screen flashed before Kang Taeson. In the virtual world filled with glowing blocks, A brown-haired, gray-armored player asked how to hunt giant rats. The red-shirted player replied that one just needed to grind continuously, face hundreds of them, and then they'd get used to it. Kang Tae-san looked at the sparkling interface screen, declaring, "Good. It's time." The little spirit hovered, irritably asking what he intended to do. Kang Tae-san calmly replied, "Don't you know about the community? Don't worry." The little spirit snorted, its face full of annoyance. Kang Tae-san appeared in the community space, attracting all eyes. Murmurs arose as the dark blue-haired girl recognized him. Kang Jun-hyuk happily greeted him, while the other players were astonished, not believing their eyes. Kang Jun-hyuk wondered why Kang Tae-san, who usually created private rooms for conversations, was now appearing publicly. He asked if something had happened. Kang Tae-san replied that it was time for him to explain everything to them, and asked about everyone's situation. The brown-haired, gray-armored player replied that the situation was stable. Half of those who went to the Spring of Life had successfully hunted, and he believed the rest would also succeed. An image of him fighting a wounded giant rat appeared, illustrating his words. Kang Tae-san asked Kang Jun-hyuk and the dark blue-haired girl about their situation. Kang Jun-hyuk recounted that they had fled as soon as they saw the boss, and just one blow had blurred his vision. An image of the giant rat monster growling appeared, full of dread. The dark blue-haired girl also agreed, saying she was looking for other methods because she couldn't defeat it with brute force. She would have to grind, but that was the safer option. Kang Tae-san smiled, remarking that the two of them were still progressing well. Kang Tae-san cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. He looked directly at the focused players, his gaze resolute. He declared, "Today, I am here to tell all of you about skills." Kang Jun-hyuk waved his hand, wondering about the timing, as they truly needed skills. Kang Tae-san explained that this was the best time. Skills are a means to descend the labyrinth, not the ultimate goal. If he had taught them earlier, they would have put the cart before the horse. The dark blue-haired girl pondered, telling herself that perhaps they wouldn't have understood the skills initially, even if Kang Tae-san had told them. Behind her, a small entity with blazing red eyes and a smoking tail appeared, like a symbol of skill. Kang Jun-hyuk and the green-shirted player cheered, expressing deep gratitude. Kang Jun-hyuk said, "Thank you very much, Tae-san. We won't forget this." Kang Tae-san merely smiled faintly. Kang Tae-san continued, "Anyway, I'll explain them now, so please listen." He also asked them to inform anyone who hadn't seen the community. The red-shirted player and Kang Jun-hyuk murmured, astonished by this valuable information. Kang Tae-san crossed his arms, his gaze confident. He told everyone, "You can thank me after I'm done explaining." A faint smile flickered across his lips, showing his confidence in what he was about to share. Kang Tae-san began explaining the first skill. "First, I will tell you about pain reduction." He added that it was the easiest skill to acquire. The surrounding players, including the red-shirted player, Kang Jun-hyuk, the green-shirted player, and the black-shirted player, were all astonished. Kang Tae-san raised his hand, pointed to his arm, and instructed, "Stab your sword into your arm, all the way through." His words made the atmosphere tense, signaling a harsh training method. Kang Tae-san coldly issued a challenge. "You all have at least one rusty sword, right? Stab yourselves deep in the arm. It only counts if the blade touches the bone. Don't be afraid and miss." The group of players was horrified. The players asked in shock, "You really want us to stab ourselves with swords?" Kang Tae-san replied calmly, "That's right. You have the Spring of Life right next to you. What's the big deal?" Kang Tae-san continued to explain, "If you fight the giant rats in that state, you will gain strong will. It's a skill that allows you to fight while ignoring injuries, so make sure to get it." A warrior was severely wounded while facing a giant rat, blood gushing out. The group of players exclaimed in horror, "You want us to kill ourselves?" Kang Tae-san continued to instruct. The next skill is breath hold. You can acquire it by jumping into the Spring of Life and holding your breath until you're on the verge of death. And if you swing your sword with all your might while using that skill, you will get breath hold attack. A warrior was fiercely attacked by a giant rat, blood splattering everywhere. Kang Tae-san calmly explained the skill Perseverance, requiring them to block critical hits about 30 times when they only had 1 HP left. Horror was evident on the warriors' faces as Kang Tae-san continued to explain the Perseverance skill, requiring them to block critical hits when on the verge of death. A player slowly sank into the water, bubbles rising. The other players groaned, realizing the cruelty of Kang Tae-san's lessons. He really wants us to die. The entire group of players began to protest, murmuring amongst themselves. They couldn't believe these skills demanded such sacrifice. We have to do all that just to get one skill? No way. That's insane. The scene shifted to a tavern, where players were happily eating and drinking. Kang Tae-san thought, for them, war was just a thing of the past, and hunger like a fairy tale. Kang Tae-san observed the murmuring crowd, then turned his back. He understood their reaction, because they still lived in the real world, having never experienced hardship. Kang Jun-hyuk was laughing loudly, enjoying a carefree life. Kang Tae-san thought, These people had never had to take risks. Their personalities wouldn't easily change just because of the labyrinth. The dark blue-haired girl asked Kang Tae-sun if there was another way. He replied that it was the only path. Sorry, but that's all there is. Kang Junhyuk and the dark blue-haired girl were determined to do it. The other players were astonished, thinking they were crazy and might be tricked. Are you two insane? Are you really going to try? That could be a lie. Kang Junhyuk and the dark blue-haired girl sighed, accepting their fate. Despite being tired, they decided to take on the challenge Kang Tae-sun had set. All right then, I guess we have to try. Kang Junhyuk questioned those who still doubted. He believed Kang Tae-sun had no reason to deceive, as everyone was benefiting from his guidance. Kang Junhyuk and the dark blue-haired girl stood next to the brown-haired boy in gray armor, all three clearly showing anxiety and apprehension about the upcoming challenge. Kang Tae-sun smiled confidently, his sharp purple eyes seeming to pierce through all doubts. Kang Tae-sun explained that he would find safer skills, and although suppressing instincts was difficult, everyone would have to face it. Kang Junhyuk and the other players looked astonished. Kang Tae-sun wished the group good luck and promised to teach more skills when they were ready. Kang Junhyuk and the other players cheered, full of determination. The little spirit flew around, angrily claiming Kang Tae-sun was wasting time. It asserted that fate in the labyrinth was predetermined and advice was useless. Kang Tae-sun replied that there was at least a chance of survival. The little spirit urged him to hurry, not wanting to waste meaningless time. Kang Tae-sun and the little spirit stood before the large gate, enveloped in a blazing red light, ready to face the boss. The little spirit announced they had reached the end of the second floor. Kang Tae-sun asked the little spirit about the boss, reminding it of their bet. The little spirit refused, saying it had something else to ask. The door opened, and Kang Tae-sun stepped in, surprised. Kang Tae-sun, with sharp eyes and a confident smile, declared the battle had begun. Two goblins appeared, a regular goblin holding a dagger, and a goblin wizard wearing a purple robe, holding a staff. The goblin wizard, with glowing purple eyes and surrounded by magical light, was ready to attack anyone who dared to intrude. The little spirit cried out in panic as Kang Tae-sun charged in, unleashing a powerful sword strike on the regular goblin. Kang Tae-sun unleashed a powerful sword strike, knocking back the regular goblin and creating an explosive surge of green energy. The goblin wizard growled angrily, purple energy blazing around it, preparing to counterattack. The little spirit watched the chaotic scene, its eyes filled with worry, wondering if it was too late to stop everything. The goblin wizard growled angrily, purple energy blazing around it, preparing to counterattack. The little spirit anxiously reminded Kang Tae-sun about clearing the floor, emphasizing, "You should take that one down first. It's clearly plotting something." Kang Tae-sun calmly replied, "Don't worry, I see it clearly." Kang Tae-sun confidently declared, "And this method works for me." The goblin wizard lunged to attack, but Kang Tae-sun quickly dodged, his figure enveloped in a vortex of purple energy. Kang Tae-sun closed his eyes, feeling the purple energy swirling around him, a mysterious power being activated. Kang Tae-sun's purple eyes suddenly snapped open, his sharp gaze piercing through the darkness. He stood amidst a ruined world, surrounded by countless skeletons and resentful souls, a blood-stained scene. Skeletal hands reached up from the ground, the souls accusing, "We died because of you. Why are you the only one who survived?" "Because of you," Kang Tae-sun frowned, his resolute gaze confronting the accusations echoing throughout the space. A dark, blue-haired girl appeared, her body stained with blood, tears welling in her eyes, calling out in pain. "Tae-sun." The souls dragged Kang Tae-sun down, insults echoing, "You're just trash." He was pulled deeper into the abyss, the souls continuing to question, "Why were you even born? You useless worm." Kang Tae-sun looked up, his hands clenched, a soul questioning, "Why didn't you come for me this time?" The dark blue-haired girl cried, reaching out in pain and asking, "Why did you let me die alone?" Kang Tae-sun sank deeper into the abyss, countless resentful souls surrounding him, dragging him down to the bottom of hell. He fell freely, the faint figure of the dark blue-haired girl appearing in a swirl of black smoke, like an inescapable curse. Kang Tae-sun sank deep into the abyss, countless resentful souls surrounding him, dragging him down to the bottom of hell. He fell freely, the faint figure of the dark blue-haired girl appearing, like an inescapable curse. Suddenly, Kang Tae-sun's purple eyes blazed, and a smirk appeared on his lips. He declared decisively, "Sorry, but that trick won't work on me. You'd best disappear from my sight." The little spirit was astonished. Kang Tae-sun erupted with purple energy, breaking free from invisible shackles. The little spirit worried, "I thought I'd finally escape this tomb. You should have listened to me when you had the chance." From the depths, a goblin wizard in a purple robe attacked furiously, his staff blazing with magical fire. He growled, "This is the end of my vendetta." The goblin wizard sneered, his staff glowing brightly, unleashing a destructive surge of energy. Kang Taeson's eyes flashed purple. He drew his red sword, the blade blazing brightly, ready to confront. The narration confirmed he had resiliently overcome. He coldly replied, "I told you. Disappear." The little spirit was stunned. Kang Taeson stood tall, looking down at the goblin wizard writhing on the ground. The little spirit whispered, "Huh? You endured?" The goblin wizard groaned in pain. The goblin wizard growled, trying to attack again with his magic staff. Kang Taeson calmly stepped forward, declaring, "I already told you, it won't work." The goblin wizard continued to cast spells, but Kang Taeson stood firm, completely unharmed. The little spirit was surprised. "Excuse me, but I've never failed in assessing mental strength before." Kang Taeson lifted the goblin wizard. He had endured many magical attacks targeting the mind. Kang Taeson's red sword blazed. He had absorbed all he could, acquiring the skills mental resistance and magic resistance. He said, "I've taken everything I needed, so that's it." The little spirit watched in astonishment as Kang Taeson stabbed the goblin wizard with his sword. It exclaimed, "Ha! He resisted mind magic with just mental strength? Even I can't do that." Kang Taeson's purple eyes gleamed mysteriously. The small entity exclaimed in surprise, "I intended to control him while providing information, but this guy is crazier than I imagined." "Who exactly are you?" Kang Taeson stood firm, a red sword in his hand, his gaze resolute amidst the surrounding blue energy. He skillfully twirled his sword, then grabbed a blue potion. The small entity hovered beside him. Kang Taeson said, "I didn't expect to get such a useful item. Thanks to it, I'll soon have trap-related skill." A basic mana potion and a set of thieving tools appeared. Kang Taeson's mana permanently increased by 10 points. The tools are used for disarming traps and unlocking. The small entity hovered beside him, complaining as Kang Taeson drank the entire mana potion. "You've already taken everything you could on the second floor." Kang Taeson replied, his tone indifferent. "So what? Why are you complaining so much?" The small entity continued to grumble. "Hey, I'm already dead. Do you think I'd be happy to see a living person live a happy life?" Kang Taeson merely replied coldly, "But that's not my concern." Kang Taeson ascended the radiant stairs, and a Floor 3 quest notification appeared, requiring him to defeat the boss. The rewards were a health potion and an undisclosed secret reward. Entering an ancient room, Kang Taeson and the small entity faced an old man with a white beard who was smoking a pipe. "Oh, so you've finally arrived?" The old man was surprised. The small entity and the old man with a white beard glared at each other, sparks flying from their eyes. Kang Taeson stood between them, raising a hand to intervene. The small entity provoked, "Should I slap him? I want to see you lose your temper." The old man with a white beard advised Kang Taeson, "Taeson, he's just a noisy loser. Don't let him get to you." The small entity angrily retorted, "That's rich coming from an old man who only knows how to pray." The argument continued relentlessly. The small entity declared, "I'm already dead. So what's stopping me?" The old man with a white beard threatened, "Do you want me to burn away what little soul you have left?" Kang Taeson could only sigh. Kang Taeson opened his eyes and raised his hand. A barrage of weapons and armor fell from the air onto the floor. He said, "Can you two stop talking and focus on me? I want to sell all of this." Countless weapons and armor piled up in a large heap on the floor. Both the small entity and the old man with a white beard stared at the loot, their faces filled with surprise. The old man with a white beard looked at the pile of items in astonishment. "This much? How many monsters did you kill?" Kang Taeson said nothing, simply focusing on his task. Kang Taeson put on the studded gauntlet, then successively donned a metal ring, a spiked ring, and a power necklace. He was satisfied. As expected, these are the best items. "I think I can take down a goblin in 2 hits now." Kang Taeson stood tall, looking down at his new equipment, his face clearly showing confidence and satisfaction. Not bad at all. He continued equipping, picking up the bronze shield. The shield's information appeared, +1 attack, +5 defense. The small entity and the old man with a white beard were astonished by Kang Taeson's power. "He's truly too strong." "That damned lilac weapon technique," Kang Taeson stated decisively. "Enough, both of you. I'm leaving." Kang Taeson walked along the stone path, the small entity flying after him. "Why do you two hate each other so much?" The small entity retorted irritably. "Do you expect me to be friends with that wicked, foolish old man?" The small entity warned Kang Taeson about the old man with a white beard. "He's only nice to you when he wants something from you. You can't trust him." The old man with a white beard angrily retorted, "He's an enemy to people like you and me, so listen to me." Kang Taeson pondered, wondering if the old man's advice was hard-earned experience from his life. "I'll keep that in mind." Suddenly, a gigantic, demonic phantom appeared before Kang Taeson, growling menacingly. Kang Taeson stood tall, ready to face them. 3 green goblins, with sharp fangs and claws, rushed to attack him simultaneously. A burst of energy erupted. leaving 2 charging goblins stunned, not understanding what had just happened. Kang Taeson struck with lightning speed, punching a green goblin away. Another also fell to the ground, screaming miserably. A powerful blow tore through the air, sending the green goblin flying far away, leaving a green streak in the air. Kang Taeson frowned, looking at the scattered monsters. The small entity hovered above his head, while he sighed. Damn it, this floor is boring. A massive explosion erupted, blinding light and debris scattering, sweeping away everything around. Kang Taeson walked on, the small entity flying after him. It wondered, what's the point of killing all the monsters now? You don't get any experience. Why not just go down to the next floor quickly? Kang Taeson replied, That's true, but I have a quest to complete. 2 areas were destroyed, completed in 3 and 2 minutes. The small entity exclaimed in surprise, What is this speed? Kang Taeson confidently said, Floor 3 is much easier than Floor 2. Now then, let's go to the next floor. The small entity sighed wearily, explaining, This floor was originally very difficult. I almost died because every monster pack had goblins using staves for mental attacks. Kang Taeson looked at the virtual screen, which displayed an image of a goblin shaman with a magic staff. Kang Taeson touched the screen, and the small entity was surprised. That bastard gave out this kind of quest again? I also overcame his challenges and never heard of it. Kang Taeson said, Yes, and I need to ask you a few things about him. Kang Taeson swung his sword, cutting down monsters. The small entity wondered, A quest? Is there anything else to gain? Kang Taeson replied, Rakuratis' quest. I have to eliminate all monsters on floors 2 and 3. Kang Taeson sat down, surrounded by defeated goblins. The small entity angrily said, I can't believe you knew about that. That God even granted you an apostle's contract? I never got one. The small entity looked at Kang Taeson seriously and asked, How much do you know about the apostle's contract? The small entity sat on Kang Taeson's head and began, Where should I start? Kang Taeson was surprised. Oh, you're quite willing to talk about this topic. The small entity flew around Kang Taeson, explaining, I'm already dead. I might be bound by the laws here, but I'm not restricted from revealing information. The small entity asked, Should I tell you everything from the beginning? Kang Taeson sat there pondering and asked, What are the gods here? He mused, I think they're different from those on Earth. The small entity continued to explain. Each god looks after their own kingdom. It spoke of gods who controlled victory, defeat, and even those like Rakuratis, who controlled more than 2 kingdoms. The small entity further elaborated on the types of gods, from conceptual gods to worshipped gods. Kang Taeson listened, then wondered, Created? The small entity pointed to the radiant gate and asked, Remember the system window you saw when you first entered here? It revealed that this labyrinth was created by a powerful wizard, and the winner could make one wish. Images of warriors fighting and falling appeared. The small entity recounted their futile efforts and deaths. Kang Taeson remarked, Sounds like the gods would enjoy that. The small entity revealed that the wizard was not alone. He had approached transcendent beings and shared his plan to build a labyrinthine tower leading to the underworld. The small entity asked Kang Taeson if the gods would be interested in witnessing warriors and heroes. It answered, They were incredibly excited and fully supported the wizard. The small entity concluded that this was the place created even as the most meaningless time was about to end. The labyrinth. The small entity continued. The gods placed themselves inside the labyrinth they had worked so hard to create, deep within, on the lower floors. There the gods distinguished and evaluated players by granting them challenges and attention. The small entity revealed, the apostle's contract is something they only bestow upon those they particularly favor. The small entity explained, If you become an apostle, the transcended being will grant you many abilities based on how much they favor you. They can bestow better rewards. Kang Taeson looked at the small entity, his face serious, and asked, So, is that a good thing or a bad thing? The small entity explained, Inside the labyrinth, there are countless gods, each with their own desires and aspirations. Kang Taeson asked about the downsides. The small entity warned, First, your soul is bound to the transcendent being, and other gods won't like you very much. It said Rakuratis had many enemies, and his actions brought disgrace upon the gods. The small entity continued to warn Kang Taeson about the constraints of receiving divine power. Even if it seems illogical or unfair, you cannot refuse. Kang Taeson sighed, realizing, There are too many downsides. Kang Taeson pondered the small entity's words. If conquering the labyrinth granted a wish, then why had Lee Taeyeon never mentioned it? The purple-eyed man mused, reconsidering signing the apostle's contract. The conqueror of the labyrinth would be granted a wish, which made him think carefully. Kang Taeson wondered if Lee Taeyeon's wish was Ouroboros' gastrolith, but he knew she would wish for something else, not to turn back time. Kang Taeson held his head, unanswered questions swirling deep in his mind. He understood that adventurers were willing to venture into the labyrinth for a single wish. Images of a city engulfed in flames, panicked citizens fleeing, flashed through his mind. Kang Taesan frowned in pain, wondering about the fate of those on Earth. Kang Taesan sighed and shook his head. He realized there were still too many mysteries he couldn't yet explore or understand. Kang Taesan decided to push aside his thoughts, saying, "Let's go." The small entity agreed. "All right. Kill the monsters quickly, and then head down, okay?" The purple-eyed man replied, "For now, I just need to focus on what's in front of me." A click sounded, and the trap was disarmed. The system announced the trap had been successfully removed. Kang Taesan exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it worked!" The purple-haired young man acquired the special skill Trap Disarmament. He thought to himself, he'd expected to try 100 times to succeed, but it only took 10. Kang Taesan continued to try disarming another trap, magical energy surrounding his hand. The system was evaluating the process. A flash of light streaked past, but the trap remained. The system announced he had failed to disarm the trap. The small entity clearly looked annoyed. The small entity angrily flew around, questioning Kang Taesan. "You just found the secret room with your clairvoyance, so why are you wasting time on this useless skill now?" Kang Taesan steadfastly explained, "To conquer an unfamiliar place, I need every resource I can get. I collect everything because I don't know when I'll need it. That's my style." The small entity unexpectedly stopped. The small entity grumbled, "Hey, leveling up that skill won't change much. Just phase through with your body like last time." Kang Taesan replied, "I'm not very familiar with this place." The system announced the trap disarmament skill increased by 1%. The small entity was surprised. Kang Taesan thought to himself, the small entity was right. He couldn't just phase through. A critical blow pierced the golden-haired young man's body, fresh blood splattering, ending a life in the blink of an eye. Kang Taesan stretched and sighed in relief. His skill had soared by 7%. He also received a power ring from the third-floor secret room. Kang Taesan smirked confidently, his purple eyes flashing. He looked at the small entity beside him and asked, "Now there's only the boss left. Shall we go?" Amidst the scattered goblin corpses, Kang Taesan stood tall, light shining down from above. He prepared for the final challenge. Kang Taesan walked towards the glowing red door, his footsteps echoing. The small entity warned about the goblin floor, but he simply replied, "I know." Ancient murals on the walls told the story of the goblins, with images of warriors holding knives, ready for battle. Kang Taesan stepped into the grand circular room, bathed in brilliant golden light. The small entity hovered behind him, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. A terrifying roar tore through the air as the colossal goblin chieftain appeared, its red eyes filled with murderous intent. The small entity exclaimed, "Well, that's pretty obvious." Meanwhile, the goblin chieftain snarled ferociously, its heavy breath exhaling. Without hesitation, Kang Taesan lunged forward, his glowing red sword in hand, striking directly at the monster. The goblin chieftain unleashed a terrifying wave of green energy. Kang Taesan moved like lightning, dodging the destructive attack. The small entity warned, "He definitely knows you killed all the goblins. He looks furious." Kang Taesan still charged forward, unfazed. The goblin chieftain unleashed another wave. Kang Taesan was not to be outdone. He drew his staff, purple energy flaring, and declared, "You're not the only one with a staff." Purple energy from Kang Taesan's staff shot straight into the goblin chieftain, activating the chaos effect. The monster was stunned. The goblin chieftain roared in pain, its colossal body shaking violently. Kang Taesan seized the opportunity to deliver another sword strike, dealing 21 damage. The chaos assessment failed, and the goblin chieftain awoke. The monster roared in fury, its red eyes burning as if to incinerate everything. The goblin chieftain roared madly, swinging its colossal weapon. Kang Taesan dodged like lightning, creating a swirling gust of wind. Kang Taesan glided like the wind, unleashing lightning-fast attacks, giving the colossal monster no time to react. Kang Taesan's sword swung up, creating a dazzling blue streak of light. The colossal goblin chieftain was knocked back, staggering backward. Kang Taesan disdainfully touched the monster's hand, his eyes cold. "You're as slow as your body." Kang Taesan swung his fist, a surge of purple energy surrounding it. He muttered, Meanwhile, the small entity hovered in the air, letting out a big yawn. Suddenly, it was hit by an invisible force, staggering. Kang Taesan stomped hard on the fallen goblin chieftain. A notification rang out. "You have defeated the Floor 3 boss." The small entity sighed. I knew it. This chieftain is no match for you in your current state." Kang Taesan looked at the monster's corpse. He was surprisingly resilient. Truly boring. Kang Taesan smirked in satisfaction as a series of notifications appeared. Attack activated. Dexterity permanently. A surge of energy erupted around him. Kang Taesan received his reward, You have obtained a beginner health potion. He drank the potion, then picked up the old wooden staff. Kang Taeson was surprised. What is this? I've never seen stats like this before. The small entity flew around Kang Taeson's new staff. It exclaimed, "You got a magic staff? You're super lucky." Kang Taeson wondered, "What exactly is it?" The small entity explained, "Well, obviously it's a staff that allows you to use magic. You can enhance your magical power through this staff." Kang Taeson suddenly stopped, his eyes filled with astonishment. He asked, "Wait, I can learn magic?" The small entity asked back in surprise, "Huh? What's with that reaction? You've already fought monsters that use magic, so why are you so surprised?" Kang Taeson explained, an image of Lee Taeyeon appearing. "I thought you could only use magic through the power of a staff. Even Taeyeon can't use magic on her own." He asked, "So how can I learn magic?" The small entity explained, two mysterious witch spirits appearing behind it. "Is there any other way? Either you figure it out and learn it yourself, or you learn from others. There are only those two ways." Kang Taeson pondered, considering the small entity's explanation. "The first way is almost impossible, but the second way has some potential. Are there any NPCs I can learn magic from?" The small entity explained that suitable NPCs only exist in solo mode. If such an NPC was hidden in a place even Lee Taeyeon didn't know about, then that's why no one on Earth could use magic. Kang Taeson sighed, faint magical light around his hand. "I guess I can't learn magic right now," the small entity urged. "It's time to go to the 4th floor. Hurry up." Kang Taeson's footsteps halted. "Before that, I completed my quest, so I need to ask Rakiratis." A sudden sense of unease washed over him, making him stop. Kang Taeson reached out and touched the virtual screen, checking the reward list. Level up rewards, soul attack enhancement rewards, 3rd floor completion rewards. The screen flashed, and the small entity asked in surprise, "What is it? What's going on?" Kang Taeson still stared at the familiar reward list. Kang Taeson noticed something unusual. "There's no reward for discovering the secret room." He asserted, "There's something else hidden here." The small entity gasped in astonishment. The small entity was confused. "You cleared the secret room and defeated the boss. What's happening? Are there 2 secret rooms?" Kang Taeson turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping across the wall. Kang Taeson looked at the small entity and asked, "Do you know anything?" The small entity sighed. "I didn't even find a single secret room here." Kang Taeson carefully observed the ancient frescoes. Every drawing on the wall, every pair of eyes, pointed towards a single spot, as if indicating something. Kang Taeson mused. It would take too much time to re-examine the entire 3rd floor. He regretted, "It's a shame, but I might have to give up on this floor's secret reward." Suddenly, Kang Taeson swung his hand, and a surge of blue energy flared. The system announced, "You have activated trap disablement." Kang Taeson walked decisively towards the wall. The small entity panicked. "Where are you going?" "That's a dead end," the small entity exclaimed in astonishment. "How did you do that?" Kang Taeson explained. "Only this spot is made of the same material as the trap wall in the secret room. I just tried it on a whim, and it turned out to be lucky." The ancient wall crumbled, revealing a mysterious passage. Dust billowed, and a dark space appeared before Kang Taeson and the small entity. Kang Taeson stared at the hazy void. What on earth is hidden here that it? He was utterly astonished, his words catching in his throat. Inside the mysterious passage, an ancient palace emerged amidst the dust. On a ruined throne, Goblin Lord Haggishah appeared, his red eyes staring straight ahead. Kang Taeson was surprised, while the small entity frantically explained, "This is the first time I've seen a named monster. Damn it, what's a Lord-tier monster doing here?" The sinewy hand of Goblin Lord Haggishah slowly gripped the hilt of the colossal sword resting beside him. A unique entity, one that had surpassed the limits of its species. The small entity continued to explain, "You know what? A lord is the king of its species. Haggishah remained still, his gaze resolute. With a powerful motion, Goblin Lord Haggishah drew his colossal sword from its sheath, ready for an uncompromising battle. Haggishah stared at Kang Taeson, his sharp teeth visible on his face. He spoke, "I don't blame you," Haggishah continued, his cold gaze fixed on Kang Taeson. "You are probably just a toy to them. But I am tasked with playing the role of a monster here." And then a crimson burst of energy erupted. Haggishah swung his sword, creating a slash that tore through space, heading straight for Kang Taeson. Kang Taeson reacted extremely quickly, purple energy flaring around him. Haggishah declared coldly, "I will kill you." Kang Taeson's eyes widened, focusing intently on Goblin Lord Haggishah's attack, the surrounding air violently shaking. He flew into the air, dodging the fatal blow. Kang Taeson sighed in relief. "If I hadn't used counter, I would have been severely injured instantly," Little Ghost exclaimed in panic. "What kind of attack was that?" Kang Taeson landed, panting. The system announced that the counter skill had been activated, showing he had narrowly escaped danger. Kang Taeson's purple eyes blazed with determination. He was ready to face this terrifying threat. Goblin Lord Hagasha continued to swing his sword, creating a dazzling stream of light that rushed forward. Kang Taeson moved like lightning, charging straight at his opponent. Kang Taeson quickly closed in, swinging his sword to parry Hagasha's attack, creating a deafening clang of metal. Kang Taeson pushed back Goblin Lord Hagasha's sword, his eyes filled with astonishment. What is this unbelievable power? Goblin Lord Hagasha's body tensed, veins bulging, his red eyes burning like fire. A swirling pinkish-purple energy enveloped him, signaling a terrifying attack about to descend. Kang Taeson was still astonished by his opponent's strength. Little Ghost beside him showed concern. Kang Taeson muttered to himself, "My current strength is 37. In easy mode, that's enough to reach floor 50. But then exclaimed, "This is ridiculous." Goblin Lord Hagasha lunged forward, leaving a fiery trail of energy on the arena floor, moving like lightning. Giving Kang Taeson no time to react, Hagasha swung his greatsword, creating a powerful vortex of wind. Kang Taeson dodged, simultaneously thinking, "The Lord's weapon is a greatsword. That means close combat will be advantageous for me." Hagasha spun the sword in his hand, his eyes sharp. He spoke, his voice full of challenge. "Not bad. But do you really think you're the only one with that thought?" A system notification appeared. Ha has activated Power Slash. Kang Taeson gritted his teeth, his face contorted with surprise and anger. "Damn it!" Hagasha's blade whistled down. Kang Taeson hastily activated a defensive skill, a blue energy shield appearing before him. The system announced, "You have activated Counter." A powerful blow struck, pushing Kang Taeson back, his body shaking. The system announced, "You have received a massive shock. All movements will be slowed for the next 10 seconds. He groaned in pain. Hagasha stomped his foot heavily on the floor, creating cracks and sparks, demonstrating his overwhelming power. Kang Taeson gritted his teeth, his face showing clear determination. He muttered to himself, "Damn it. In this state, I can't even retreat. I need to hold on for the next 10 seconds. Time seemed to stop, everything around him slowing down. Hagasha appeared blurry like a ghost. Kang Taeson realized, "Right now, I can't even react to his attacks." In that case, Kang Taeson activated a new skill. The system announced, "You have activated Counterattack. You will automatically retaliate against the opponent's attack." A loud clang of metal echoed. Kang Taeson spun around, swinging his sword to counter. His blade sliced through the air, creating a crimson trail of energy, rushing straight towards Hagasha. 5 seconds passed in chaos. Hagasha continued to swing his sword, creating sharp energy blasts that rushed forward. Kang Taeson tried to dodge. The last 3 seconds passed. Kang Taeson lost his balance, falling to the arena floor. He groaned, "Damn it. I lost my balance trying to dodge his sword attack." He quickly spun around, preparing to defend. Hagasha unleashed a series of powerful sword attacks, creating dazzling energy blasts. Kang Taeson activated Counter once more, trying to fend off the fierce assaults. Kang Taeson was struck, blood splattering. He groaned in pain as 46 points of damage were dealt, his body convulsing violently. Time froze for an instant. A fatal sword strike descended, tearing through the air, landing directly on Kang Taeson, who lay on the ground. Goblin Lord Hagasha stood there, his gaze cold. The little ghost appeared, looking in panic at the struggling Kang Taeson. "Hey, Taeson!" Kang Taeson gasped for breath, exhausted. The little ghost hovered, urging, "He's not your opponent right now. Run, clear a few other floors, and come back when you're stronger." Kang Taeson's gaze was firm, not backing down. The little ghost exclaimed in surprise, "What?" as he asserted, "No, I will fight to the end," the little ghost frantically explained. "That's a lord. Not a monster a third-floor adventurer can defeat. That monster isn't going anywhere." Kang Taeson sighed, his eyes pensive. He knew that if he chose safety, he would gain nothing. The rewards on each floor would significantly decrease if he went deeper. The Labyrinth allows free movement between floors, but when descending to lower floors, the rewards from upper floors will sharply decrease. Experience and gold will be only 1/5, and special rewards will disappear. Kang Taeson slowly stood up, his eyes resolute. He knew that if he wanted to collect all the rewards on this floor, he had to do something. The little ghost was confused, shouting, "Stop! You're too arrogant and reckless. You were careful when upgrading your skills, but now you want to challenge that monster?" Kang Taeson replied thoughtfully, "I don't know what you're talking about. Everything I do is for this moment. I didn't grind and collect all the rewards just to avoid danger." Kang Taeson's eyes burned with determination. He declared, "I challenge the Labyrinth not to survive, but to stake my very life." The little ghost was astonished. Kang Taeson stood tall, his body flaring with green energy. The system confirmed. Evaluation unnecessary. Your determination and spirit have increased. All stats have risen. Kang Taeson's purple eyes glowed, surrounded by a stream of green energy. He would not waver in battle and had gained eyes that could see through his opponent's weaknesses. Goblin Lord Hagasha still sat on his throne, his gaze cold. Kang Taeson pondered. There's no way they'd place an invincible enemy on the 3rd floor. There must be something. Kang Taeson suddenly noticed something unusual. The Goblin Lord had not left his throne, he mused, an idea flashing in his mind. Could it be? Kang Taeson pondered, realizing the Goblin Lord was once a different lord. He couldn't leave the throne. An opportunity had opened up. Anyway, he can't leave the throne. I might have a chance. The little ghost flew over in a panic, pointing at the Goblin Lord. Kang Taeson confirmed what the little ghost had just realized. That's right. He has no legs. Goblin Lord Hagasha spoke in a deep voice, his sharp gaze fixed on Kang Taeson. He acknowledged his opponent's resolve. A brave warrior, I see. I shall show respect for your unwavering determination. Hagasha challenged Kang Taeson, asking about his next tactic. He remained seated on his throne, his sharp eyes full of confidence. Kang Taeson activated the apnea skill, his body flaring with green energy. He compressed his power, charging straight forward with terrifying speed. A sturdy stone pillar shattered into pieces, scattering everywhere under the impact of an immense force. Kang Taeson's punch pierced through the stone wall, creating a large hole and shaking the entire room. Hagasha quickly drew his sword, blocking Kang Taeson's attack with a dazzling flash of light, creating a resounding clang of metal. The surrounding stone pillars shook and then collapsed, debris falling like rain. Hagasha looked up in surprise, uttering an incomprehensible sound. Hagasha smiled, realizing Kang Taeson's intention. He admitted it wasn't a bad idea, but warned that the debris would also hit him. Kang Taeson activated the confusion skill, making Hagasha groan in pain. He flared with brilliant energy, preparing for his next attack. Hagasha realized Kang Taeson's plan as fiery arrows and regular arrows rained down from above, surrounding him. Hagasha dodged the arrows, then swung his sword, creating powerful slashes that blocked all attacks. He declared, "You'll have to do better than that to kill me." Hagasha was astonished when Kang Taeson appeared right behind his throne, having dodged all the falling debris. He exclaimed, "You dodged all that debris? When?" Kang Taeson gripped Hagasha's throne, his purple eyes glowing brightly. He explained his force duel skill. "Aside from you, nothing can stand in my way." Kang Taeson stood amidst the rubble, holding a bow, continuing to explain the skill. He said it removes all obstacles, except for weapons or summoned monsters. Kang Taeson touched the throne, pondering what kind of obstacle it was. A surge of green energy erupted from his hand. The skill Force Duel activated. A furious surge of golden energy swept across, pushing everything around far away, creating a separate combat zone. Goblin Lord Hagasha was thrown from the throne, but he still burst into hearty laughter. He exclaimed, "You use this skill that way? Excellent, warrior." Kang Taeson breathed a sigh of relief. Goblin Lord Hagasha gave a mad smile. "I will thank the gods for making you my final opponent." The little ghost hovered in midair, seemingly sensing something unusual happening in the battle. Kang Taeson charged forward quickly. The little ghost suddenly realized that until now, it had only seen him win due to overwhelming stats. This was the first time it had seen Kang Taeson face such a powerful enemy. A glimmer of hope flashed in its mind. Perhaps this person can? Goblin Lord Hagasha swung his sword to strike. Kang Taeson skillfully dodged, gliding past the deadly light and counterattacking in a flash. Kang Taeson delivered a punch that pierced Goblin Lord Hagasha's armor. The little ghost gasped in astonishment. Goblin Lord Hagasha was struck hard, sent flying backward, crashing into his throne, letting out a pained groan. Goblin Lord Hagasha laughed loudly. "Well done," he provoked. "But if you don't get close, you won't be able to land the finishing blow." Kang Taeson panted, his feet sliding on the ground. Goblin Lord Hagasha swung his sword, creating a fiery X-shaped slash, declaring, "I'll make sure you can't take another step." The little ghost cried out in panic. "Hey, what are you doing?" Kang Taeson charged straight into Hagasha's slash. Kang Taeson was struck by the blade, blood splattering. He activated the skill Hold On immediately upon taking damage, and a notification appeared. Despite being pierced, Kang Taeson stood firm, his body enveloped by a mysterious surge of pinkish-purple energy. With resolute eyes, Kang Taeson explained. "In other words, for 1 second, I am invincible." Purple energy flared around him. Pinkish-purple energy surged around Kang Taeson, his eyes burning with determination. Goblin Lord Hagasha exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" Goblin Lord Hagasha swung his sword to strike, but Kang Taeson dodged. The purple energy still enveloped him. neutralizing the fatal blow. He knew this skill would nullify all attacks. Kang Tae-san darted like the wind, his sharp sword tip glowing, aimed directly at the enemy. The terrifying speed left Goblin Lord Hagasa no time to react. With a fatal thrust, Kang Tae-san pierced Goblin Lord Hagasa's body. A painful groan tore through the air, and red blood splattered. Kang Tae-san gritted his teeth, biting down on the pill in his mouth. His gaze remained steadfast, even though the battle was not yet over. Despite being severely wounded, Goblin Lord Hagasa still tried to grab Kang Tae-san's hand tightly, his eyes filled with hatred. A gruesome crack echoed, and Kang Tae-san groaned in pain. But he did not let go, maintaining his attack stance, determined not to retreat. Without hesitation, Kang Tae-san continued to stab deeper. Fresh blood splattered, staining the desolate ground red. With a decisive motion, Kang Tae-san pulled his sword from the enemy's body. His eyes blazed, his resolve unwavering. Goblin Lord Hagasa collapsed, his body trembling. His breath was weak, and each beat of his heart slowly faded. Kang Tae-san panted, each breath heavy. He had poured all his strength into this battle, his body exhausted, but his spirit still resilient. Goblin Lord Hagasa smiled with his last breath, his eyes looking at Kang Tae-san with full acknowledgement. He uttered, "Excellent, warrior." Kang Tae-san stood still beside Goblin Lord Hagasa's corpse, his breathing still ragged. The system's victory notification rang out. "You have defeated the former Goblin Lord Hagasa." Kang Tae-san breathed a sigh of relief, a wave of exhaustion washing over him. He mumbled, "It's finally over." Kang Tae-san looked at the little ghost, then mused, "I think I've received some bonus skills related to facing difficult opponents. I even leveled up twice." Kang Tae-san checked his status window, surprised to see that the skill Enhanced Soul Attack had activated, and he had received Powerful Strike. He wondered, I even got the Lord's skill from Enhanced Soul Attack? What is this skill? Kang Tae-san held the green potion in his hand, realizing it was the reward for deciphering the secret. He was satisfied, thinking to himself, I wondered what my reward for finding the secret would be, but it's a mastery-boosting potion. Very good. I won't have to grind for the next few days. He put on the new necklace, Master's Necklace, which boosted many stats. The little ghost curiously asked, "By the way, why are you so quiet?" Kang Tae-san simply replied, "Nothing." The status window appeared, showing Kang Tae-san had reached level 12 with superior stats. He clenched his fist, thinking, "At this rate, I'll reach my past life state before reaching the 5th floor of solo mode. I become stronger in the blink of an eye. This was truly the right choice for me." The little ghost looked at Kang Tae-san worriedly, asking, "You?" He looked up and replied, The little ghost flew around Kang Tae-san, a panicked expression clearly visible on its small face. The little ghost hastily said, "Nothing. Hurry up if you're done." Kang Tae-san calmly replied, "Certainly, once I complete the quest." Kang Tae-san descended the ancient stone stairs step by step, heading towards a rotten wooden door where darkness enveloped everything. A sense of dread washed over him. Kang Tae-san stood before a giant skull-shaped altar, radiating a brilliant red light and gloomy energy. Kang Tae-san mused, Rakaratus must have known the Lord was hiding on the 3rd floor, yet he still gave me this challenge. A notification appeared. Rakaratus has offered you an apostle contract. Pinkish-red energy flared, enveloping Kang Tae-san, creating a mystical and powerful sight. The little ghost clung tightly to Kang Tae-san's shoulder in fear. He looked at it and asked, why are you so scared?" Kang Tae-san resolutely refused the apostle contract. The little ghost panicked. "What? Wait! If you do that, Rakiratus will." He calmly replied, "It's no problem." Kang Tae-san laughed loudly, energy exploding around him. A notification appeared. Rakiratus's area of intervention has been reduced. You have received Shield as a reward. You have acquired the permanently activated special skill, Enhanced Shield. Kang Tae-san asked in surprise. Shield? He thought to himself, I've never seen this skill before either. Another notification appeared. Rakiratus looks forward to seeing you again. This was accompanied by laughter echoing throughout the space. Kang Tae-san brought a finger to his lips, his purple eyes gleaming with thought. He mumbled, "So, that could happen?" Kang Tae-san checked his new skill, realizing the superior defensive capability of Enhanced Shield. He mused, "Is it like a second health bar? It seems my HP won't decrease even if I take damage." The enveloping mist gradually dissipated, and Kang Tae-san breathed a sigh of relief. He mumbled, "Damn it. I didn't think I'd be scared even after dying." Kang Tae-san reassured the clinging little ghost. "But you don't need to hide like that," the little ghost replied, its eyes showing fear. "If you knew who he really was, you wouldn't say that." The Floor 4 quest appeared, and Kang Tae-san, along with the little ghost, stepped forward, heading towards a new challenge with attractive rewards. Defeat the Floor 4 boss and clear. Reward. Gray wristband. Secret reward? Kang Taeson recalled Lee Taeyeon's words, realizing that floor 4 was the domain of orcs, formidable warriors. Images of 2 giant orcs appeared in his mind. Kang Taeson pondered the strength and intelligence of orcs. They are all extremely tough and quite intelligent. They are definitely a warrior race. I wonder what this floor will be like. Before facing the orcs, Kang Taeson stopped before a mysterious tower, an architectural structure glowing with golden light. He mumbled, just as she said. They discovered the altar of Valtazahar, a sacred passage connected to the god of victory, where divine power resided. The little ghost slid down Kang Taeson's arm. Kang Taeson accepted the challenge from Valtazahar, the god of victory, ready to face it to claim the reward. He said, "Certainly, I will accept." Valtazahar began to read Kang Taeson's memories, assessing his worth to bestow a great command. He was surprised. Read? He will read my memories and determine my worth. Kang Taeson showed annoyance at facing another command. Again? I've already been tricked by Rocky Radas once. The little ghost believed Valtazahar would like him. The little ghost advised Kang Taeson to accept the challenge. I think you can accept it now. You'll easily pass. Rocky Radas is strange. The little spirit hovered alone, a thoughtful expression on its face. Echoed. As if it were pondering something important. Valtazahar's power was limited, and the god was seeking consensus from the residents of floors 4 and 5. Result: yes, 20, no one. Kang Taeson decided to accept the quest, pleasing Valtazahar. He said, "All right, I'll accept the quest." With a determined gaze, Kang Taeson watched as the 4th floor began to transform, signaling a new, challenging adventure. Violent tremors tore through space, and chunks of land crumbled. Kang Taeson stared in shock at the scene before him, wondering, what's happening? The little spirit was also bewildered. The ground tilted precariously, and Kang Taeson struggled to keep his footing. The little spirit clung tightly to him, both grappling amidst the chaos. The chaos gradually subsided. The little spirit cautiously asked, "Is it over?" Kang Taeson replied, his voice full of thought. "I've never experienced anything like this before either." Without hesitation, Kang Taeson dashed forward. He ran straight towards the red door, with the little spirit hastily following behind. The door opened, revealing a new space. Kang Taeson looked inside with a gaze full of curiosity, ready to face whatever awaited him. A surge of energy erupted, startling Kang Taeson. He exclaimed in surprise, his purple eyes wide. The labyrinth had completely changed. The floating landmasses were now connected into a straight path, an unbelievable sight. Kang Taeson walked, pondering. Valtazahar participated in building the labyrinth, so this isn't impossible, but it's still quite shocking. The little spirit asked, "Hey, are you leaving already?" Kang Taeson continued to walk, with the little spirit hovering behind him, exclaiming in surprise upon seeing the long, straight path. The little spirit said, "Staring won't change anything." Kang Taeson nodded, decisive. It's better to check quickly. As soon as he entered the first room, Kang Taeson was confronted by a giant orc wielding a sword. The atmosphere immediately became tense. The orc immediately took a combat stance. Kang Taeson drew his sword, his eyes sharp. It took a combat stance as soon as it saw me. Now I understand the meaning of the vote. Kang Taeson faced the orc, wondering if the monsters here were the same as before. He remained highly vigilant. Kang Taeson swiftly dodged the orc's attack, then launched a counterattack with his sword. The monster was wounded. With lightning speed, Kang Taeson continued his assault. The giant orc staggered, finally collapsing to the ground. Kang Taeson calmly checked his status bar. He was satisfied to see his shield absorb damage first. Good. My barrier took damage first. Kang Taeson was surprised when the orc remained standing after a fatal blow. He wondered, before the world changed, this attack would have been enough to kill it, but now they're more resilient. What kind of trick is this? While Kang Taeson was fighting another orc, the little spirit hovered above, speculating about the challenge. I see. Valtazahar's challenge is probably for you to win one-on-one until the very end. Kang Taeson gathered his strength, activated Power Strike, and plunged his blazing sword into the orc. A powerful surge of energy erupted around him, finishing off the enemy. The giant orc raised its head, a deep growl echoing, as if it were satisfied with the honorable battle. It accepted defeat calmly. The orc finally collapsed to the ground, its massive body lying motionless. Kang Taeson stood there, his sword still stained with blood, with the little spirit flying beside him. Kang Taeson calmly looked at the little spirit. Not too difficult. The little spirit replied, "With your current stats, it would be strange if it were difficult. Perhaps stronger orcs will appear." Kang Taeson looked ahead, his gaze firm. 9 more rooms. All right, let's clear them all. He was determined to conquer every challenge. Another orc fell, and Kang Tazan felt new power surge as he leveled up. He thought to himself, only 5 more rooms. After all that fuss, it turns out to be nothing major. I worried for nothing. He checked his status board again. His shield also increased upon leveling up, at a ratio of 1/10 of his health. Kang Taeson thought, not at maximum yet, but it's definitely achievable. In a decisive moment, Kang Taeson dodged the orc's attack, then launched his blazing red sword towards it with terrifying speed. The sword plunged straight into the orc's chest, piercing its thick hide and causing it to shatter into fragments of energy. A fatal blow ended the battle. Kang Taeson calmly stepped into the next room, his gaze unwavering. He was ready for any challenge that awaited him. He faced another orc, activating the counterattack skill. A powerful surge of energy erupted, automatically deflecting the enemy's attack. Kang Taeson stood there, his blazing red sword in hand, pondering, my stats and the orcs are quite different, but I can't completely overwhelm them. Is it a difference in technique? The little spirit hovered beside Kang Taeson, explaining, they don't just stab and slash randomly. It seems they have a systematic technique. Kang Taeson listened thoughtfully. Kang Taeson faced multiple orcs simultaneously, his sword flashing continuously. He realized, perhaps imitating them won't be enough. He activated silence, ready for a new tactic. Kang Taeson pondered thoughtfully, wondering if this was a skill he had to learn from others. The little spirit hovered beside him, curiously asking, do you need swordsmanship? Kang Taeson replied, yes, but why ask so suddenly? The little spirit seemed flustered, hastily saying, no, nothing. Let's just go to the next room. Both quickly entered the 7th room. A giant orc swung its axe to attack, but Kang Taeson was ready to meet it in battle. He continued deeper into the labyrinth, reaching the 8th room. Another giant orc appeared, standing tall and facing him. Soon enough, Kang Taeson reached the boss room. He was surprised by this rapid pace. Kang Taeson let out a sigh of relief, his arm shimmering with red light. He had spectacularly overcome the challenges. In the 9th room, the clang of metal echoed, along with fierce sounds of stabbing and slashing. Kang Taeson asked the little spirit, how can I find the secret room on this floor? The little spirit looked worried. I'm not sure. I've never experienced this, so I can't say. As Kang Taeson entered the new room, a giant orc champion appeared, blocking the way. Kang Taeson assessed the situation. The boss is still as rumored. Nothing has changed. He prepared for battle. Suddenly, sobbing sounds echoed. A green-haired girl wearing a witch's hat was crying desperately. Kang Taeson and the little spirit looked at the girl in surprise. She trembled, pleading, help! Help me! The little spirit suddenly recognized the girl, asking loudly, hey, why are you here? You're still alive? Kang Taeson, puzzled, asked back, do you two know each other? The green-haired girl looked up at the little spirit, her eyes tear-filled, stammering, huh? Warrior? The girl panicked, slipped, and fell towards Kang Taeson, crying out desperately for help. The little spirit hovered nearby, seemingly chuckling to itself. The green-haired girl clung tightly to Kang Taeson, explaining through tears. The labyrinth suddenly changed, and I was kicked out. When I woke up, an orc was right next to me. Boo-hoo! The little spirit laughed loudly, teasing. The little spirit shrilly accused the orc, claiming it was the cause of all the trouble. The green-haired witch girl was stunned, unable to believe that the one who had just appeared was the culprit. Without hesitation, Kang Taeson charged straight towards the orc, declaring he would deal with it first, and telling the witch girl to stay put and wait. The witch girl was skeptical, wondering if a 4th-floor adventurer could face an orc champion. The little spirit reassured her, telling her not to worry. The orc champion bared its teeth in a sinister grin, but its gaze was locked onto Kang Taeson, making him realize he was the main target. A terrifying axe swing tore through the air, but Kang Taeson had vanished, narrowly dodging the attack. He glided like a ghost, activating the speed boost skill, ready to deliver a fatal blow to his opponent. Kang Taeson's sword swung up, activating Power Strike, piercing through the orc's armor. The orc champion's furious roar echoed, its body erupting with frenzied power. Heavily wounded, the orc champion roared, entering a terrifying berserk state, blood splattering everywhere. Kang Taeson activated acceleration once more, dodging the attack and moving around his opponent at terrifying speed. He unleashed a powerful sword swing, creating a dazzling arc of energy, finishing off the monster. After the fierce battle, Kang Taeson stood firm, receiving a notification that he had defeated the 4th-floor boss and leveled up. The colossal orc champion collapsed, the sound reverberating throughout the room, astonishing the witch girl and the little ghost. Kang Taeson maintained his combat stance, his sword still glowing with the light of Power Strike. The witch girl couldn't believe her eyes. A 4th-floor adventurer had easily defeated the orc champion. Kang Taeson turned to look at the girl, his gaze sharp, and asked directly, "Who are you?" Kang Taeson stepped forward, his eyes still fixed on the girl. "Who else? he asked, and the green-haired witch girl replied, her voice slightly hesitant. I am a player. The black-haired young man knelt, closing the distance. His sharp purple eyes looked directly at the witch girl, and he questioned, and you, who are you? The witch girl flinched, her golden eyes wide with confusion. The small white-haired entity beside her nodded reassuringly, but she still stammered, unable to speak. Lilith, the witch girl, finally spoke, introducing herself as a supplicant of magic. She came here to learn about mysterious wonders. Kang Taesun listened, his eyes thoughtful. Kang Taesun exclaimed in surprise upon hearing about magic. Lilith smiled, assuming he came from a world without magic, a truly interesting world. Lilith explained that magic is an innate talent, not something everyone can learn. She revealed that she had no aptitude for it, but yearned to learn magic more than anyone. Her hand suddenly glowed. Amidst the magical glow, Lilith asserted that this was why she came here. She pointed to the labyrinth, saying it was where people could find their dreams. Kang Taesun looked up. Both looked up at the sparkling labyrinth sky, a fantastical scene stretching out like a galaxy, where magical stars shone brightly. The black-haired young man remained silent, his deep purple eyes reflecting the starlight, harboring inscrutable thoughts. Lilith awkwardly apologized to Kang Taesun for having nothing to repay him for saving her life. But Kang Taesun firmly replied, No, you can. Lilith hastily explained that she was empty-handed, all her items gone. Kang Taesun interrupted, his gaze firm, pointing at her. That power of yours. The witch girl looked up, her eyes surprised. Kang Taesun stood tall, making a decisive demand. Magic. I want to learn it. Lilith froze, her golden eyes wide with astonishment. The small white-haired entity beside her was also taken aback by this unexpected offer. Lilith bowed her head, her hands clasped together in confusion. She apologized, explaining that she had spent her whole life learning magic and couldn't help him with this. Kang Taesun held the little ghost, unfazed by the refusal, which he had anticipated. He intended to continue negotiating, but the little ghost unexpectedly spoke up. Why don't you just teach him? Lilith looked at the little ghost in surprise. Kang Taesun turned to her, stating frankly that magic was all she had, and it was enough to exchange for her life. Witch Lilith was still hesitant, but the little ghost quickly persuaded her, asserting that it wasn't a bad deal. Kang Taesun then asked directly, How many floors have you descended? Lilith clutched her head, a desperate look on her face as she replied, 9 floors. Kang Taesun understood, his tone calm. Yeah, I figured. With your skills, anything beyond that would be difficult. The little ghost hovered, its tone full of confidence. Then he will definitely descend to the lower floors, and he will surely rescue something from the abyss. Kang Taesun strode down the deep, winding staircase, his hand gripping his sword. The little ghost continued to persuade, enthusiastically explaining, But this guy is an adventurer descending the labyrinth. He's even recognized by a god, which is why the labyrinth is like this now. Sparkling light surrounded the little ghost as it held out its hand, its face full of confidence. Therefore, this is your chance to learn magic you've never learned, Lilith exclaimed in surprise. The little ghost seized the opportunity. I think this will be a win-win deal, Kang Taesun urged. So, have you changed your mind? Lilith smiled brightly, her voice cheerful. Now that I think about it, all right, I'll teach you. Kang Taesun was slightly confused, but still accepted. Sure. Witch Lilith stood up, excitedly saying, Oh my, things are going to get interesting from now on. But then she looked a bit flustered. But since I was kicked out of my old place, I don't have anything on me right now, so I can't teach you immediately. Lilith explained the plan. Since the 5th floor is also an orc floor, it will look similar to this place. I'll go to my spot in the secret room on the 6th floor and meet you there. Kang Taesun nodded in agreement. Lilith concentrated, creating a mystical green glow, preparing for a teleportation spell. The witch clasped her hands, and the light flared powerfully, enveloping her entire body. Lilith vanished in a sparkling light, leaving a farewell. See you on the 6th floor. Kang Taesun watched her go, pondering. I wondered how she would get past the 5th floor, but I guess she can use magic. The little ghost hovered, staring at Kang Taesun with a puzzled expression. Kang Taesun remained calm, looking straight ahead. Kang Taesun pondered, surprised by the witch's abilities. I didn't feel anything. She completely concealed her presence. So, that's magic. The little ghost suddenly spoke, its face annoyed. Why are you suddenly so nice to me? Kang Taesun turned to it, angrily replying, What? Do you have a problem with that? Why are you complaining about me being nice? The little ghost crossed its arms, its face annoyed and puzzled. It thought to itself, He definitely changed his attitude after I took down the Lord. Bah, kids these days. Why is he acting like this? Kang Taesun explained his actions, saying that he saw potential in the little ghost and considered this an atonement. The little ghost asked in surprise, Atonement? Kang Taeson firmly declared he would help the little ghost, then asked in return, "Do you have a problem with that?" The little ghost told itself that asking wouldn't do any good. The little ghost urged Kang Taeson to complete his challenge. "Hurry up with your challenge!" The black-haired young man sat down, requesting to eat first. "All right, but let me eat first," the little ghost observed, realizing that Kang Junhyuk and Lee Taeyeon had cleared the first floor. Kang Taeson checked his rewards while eating, wondering, "This is even delicious?" Kang Taeson put on a new gray wristband, increasing his defense. The black-haired young man carefully checked his equipment, preparing for the next challenges. Kang Taeson was delighted when the inscription scroll counted as a secret reward. He activated it, using it on Rakiratis's ritual sword. Secret rewards really are the best. Rakiratis's ritual sword suddenly glowed brightly, imbued with additional power. It now increased damage, restored health, and had the ability to knock back opponents. Kang Taeson cheered with joy, holding the newly upgraded sword. He was satisfied with this unexpected result. Jackpot! For a random option, it's pretty good. Kang Taeson and the little ghost ascended the stairs leading to the next floor. The Floor 5 quest appeared, requiring them to defeat the boss. Arriving at the 5th floor, Kang Taeson saw an old white-bearded man smoking a pipe. A reward notification appeared, including an unidentified secret reward. The old white-bearded man was surprised to see Kang Taeson had arrived. He asked if the noise from below was from another challenge. The little ghost nodded in confirmation. Kang Taeson wanted to sell items first. "I want to sell a few things first." The white-bearded man asked what he wanted. "What do you want?" Kang Taeson replied that he needed an inventory expansion ticket. As he looked at the items on the shelf, Kang Taeson suddenly spotted something that greatly surprised him. "What? Why is that here?" Kang Taeson immediately pointed to a glowing bottle, asking to see it. "May I see that bottle?" The white-bearded man replied, slightly confused. The white-bearded man explained that the bottle was said to bring blessings. "It's supposed to bless you," but no one was sure of its actual effects. The white-bearded man recounted tales of failed blessing powder, from people slipping to those who only made their weapon shiny. Kang Taeson looked at the little ghost, asking about the blessing powder. The little ghost shook its head, saying it had never bought any. Kang Taeson pondered, realizing the item's mystery. Memories flooded back. Kang Taeson recalled people scrambling to buy blessing powder, then discarding it in disappointment. A mysterious smile appeared on his lips, hiding a shocking secret. Kang Taeson turned to the white-bearded man, asking about the quantity of blessing powder. The old man replied that there were only 3 bottles left, available at a good price, and wondered why. Kang Taeson decisively declared he would buy them all. The white-bearded man's eyes widened in surprise, unable to comprehend this sudden decision. Despite his confusion, the white-bearded man handed 3 shimmering bottles of blessing powder to Kang Taeson, muttering about their uselessness and price. Kang Taeson smiled mysteriously as he took the 3 bottles of blessing powder. Shimmering light enveloped the items, and the little ghost hovered beside him, as if signaling something was about to happen. Kang Taeson walked on, confidently telling the little ghost that it would soon understand. The little ghost grumpily flew after him, while Kang Taeson scrolled through a virtual status screen. Kang Taeson revealed the secret. Blessing powder could alter probabilities. The white-bearded man asked the little ghost why he bought them. But the little ghost merely wished him good luck and flew away. Kang Taeson looked at the notification from Baltazar, appearing satisfied. He wondered if this was the god's way of urging him to clear the 5th floor faster. The little ghost burst out, explaining that the gods only cared about their domains and were unwilling to sacrifice even for loyal followers. They only bestowed small gifts to keep them. The little ghost irritably said that Kang Taeson was extraordinary for the gods to be willing to shrink their domains for him. Kang Taeson, surprised, asked if the area of intervention was really that important. The little ghost looked directly at Kang Taeson, asking if he had realized his value to the gods yet. A brilliant golden light enveloped Kang Taeson. The little ghost urged Kang Taeson to be proud of this special status. Kang Taeson remained silent, showing no clear emotion. Kang Taeson walked on, opening a large door. He thought that he was only doing the quest for the reward, with nothing deeper involved with the gods. Kang Taeson entered the first room of the 5th floor, facing a colossal orc champion holding a spear. A system notification appeared, confirming the enemy's presence. In the first room of the 5th floor, Kang Taeson confronted the orc champion. His sword violently clashed with the monster's spear, creating bright sparks. Kang Taeson told himself that this was only the first room, yet he was already facing a 4th floor boss. But that didn't matter. He would still fight with all his might. The sword in Kang Taeson's hand suddenly flared with a brilliant red light, immense power surging into its blade. The black-haired warrior glided like the wind, spectacularly dodging the orc champion's powerful attack. Seizing the opportunity, Kang Taeson unleashed decisive sword strikes, piercing the orc champion's colossal body. The orc champion was knocked back, staggering. Kang Taeson realized this was a golden opportunity to finish it. The system announced the activation of a continuous attack skill. Kang Taeson's sword flared once more, enveloped in brilliant red light, preparing for the decisive strike. A series of critical blows tore through the orc champion's body. The colossal monster collapsed, and a defeat notification echoed, ending the intense battle. Kang Taeson stepped through the door, smiling confidently. He thought, if the monster in the first room was this strong, the final boss would surely be terrifying, but the reward would also be worth it. Standing in the middle of the room, Kang Taeson looked down at the orc champion's corpse. The little ghost hovered beside him. He remarked that the monster was as strong as a boss, but thanks to the scroll, he had defeated it in an instant. Outside the room, the scene revealed a treacherous cliff, with colossal rock formations towering amidst thick fog. Kang Taeson emerged from the fifth room, covered in dirt and panting. The little ghost flew behind him. He felt the quest was becoming increasingly difficult. Kang Taeson's hand tightened around his sword, feeling the strong beat of his heart. He took a deep breath, trying to regain his composure after the battle. Kang Taeson smiled, telling himself that upon completing this place, he would not only receive divine rewards, but also be able to learn magic. The little ghost nodded in agreement. The little ghost flew around, asking Kang Taeson about Lilith. The black-haired warrior turned back, asking the little ghost if it was referring to that child. The little ghost hovered, asking Kang Taeson about Lilith. The black-haired warrior replied, "She's been there since I first entered the labyrinth." The little ghost continued, "You know that life's constraints are removed when you enter the labyrinth, right?" A flashback appeared. Lilith was attacked by an orc. The blonde warrior appeared, saving her. He recounted, "She was almost killed by a fourth-floor orc, but I took pity and saved her." "That was our first meeting." Kang Taeson mused, "Who knows, perhaps about 100 years in outside time?" The little ghost exclaimed, "Wow," and continued to ask, "Wait, so she hasn't been able to clear the 10th floor in 100 years, and she's never learned any powerful magic?" The flashback about Lilith continued. The green-haired girl entered the labyrinth with the dream of learning magic, but ironically, she lacked innate talent, to the point where she couldn't achieve any enlightenment. Kang Taeson smiled faintly. "I helped her a little out of pity, but I didn't expect her to still be alive." The little ghost flew over, gently touching the black-haired warrior's hand. Kang Taeson looked into the distance, pondering. People who live to fulfill their own goals instead of conquering the labyrinth. Perhaps there are more NPCs than I thought. Images of Lilith and a white-haired woman appeared in his mind. Suddenly, an old wooden door creaked open, emitting a chilling sound. Two goblins with grayish-green skin appeared, lurking in the shadows. One of the two goblins bent down, curiously looking at a small stone rolling on the ground. The sound of metal clashing and a heavy object falling echoed. The stone bounced again, falling to the ground. The goblin looked up. Suddenly, a purple-haired girl rushed forward, swinging her sword. The goblin cried out in pain. The purple-haired girl with determined eyes swung her sword fiercely. Blood splattered as the blade pierced the goblin's body, ending its life. The goblin struggled violently, then fell. The purple-haired girl remained standing, but her body was exhausted after the battle. The purple-haired girl panted, collapsing amidst the scattered goblin corpses. A sigh of relief escaped her dry lips. The purple-haired girl proudly said, "Well, I finally defeated all of them by luring them one by one." The red-clad warrior beside her smiled. "Considering you also burned the book to a crisp, you're quite good when it comes to ideas like this." The red-clad warrior continued, "Thanks to you, I've also discovered something." He was about to touch a glowing red object. Kang Taeson appeared, warning, "Don't you dare touch that. It might be another god, but not Rakirada's." The red-clad warrior scratched his head, giving a forced laugh. "Ah, if you say so." He regretfully added, "What a shame." The purple-haired girl looked at him, wondering, "You're strange. Even after seeing the information, you're still curious?" Lee Taeyeon and Choi Jung-hyuk expressed deep gratitude to Kang Taeson, who had helped them survive. "I survived thanks to your advice and skills, Taeson," Lee Taeyeon said. Choi Jung-hyuk added, "She's right. Thank you." In a private moment, Choi Jung-hyuk frowned, a surge of anger flaring in his eyes. He growled unpleasant words, showing extreme frustration. "Forget it," he muttered. Kang Jun-hyuk and three other comrades were focused on a virtual information panel, their faces filled with astonishment. "What?" Kang Jun-hyuk exclaimed, disbelieving his eyes. Lee Taeyeon frowned, his eyes filled with anger upon hearing Choi Jung-hyuk's provocative words. He said, "You're starting to annoy me. Stop bragging. Don't act like you own this place." His fingers gliding across the virtual keyboard, Choi Jung-hyuk continued to criticize. He claimed that other players were exaggerating, couldn't even defeat a first-floor rat, and should tone down their boasting. Choi Jung-hyuk clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage. Behind him, a red phantom appeared, symbolizing the simmering anger in the community. "These idiots!" he growled. Choi Jung-hyuk and Kang Jun-hyuk clashed fiercely. Choi Jung-hyuk angrily asked, "Are you serious? Do you know what we're going through?" Kang Jun-hyuk coldly retorted, stating it was their choice. Kang Tae-sun thoughtfully looked down at the virtual information panel, beside which lay a severed monster hand. He mused, "It's been about a month since I entered here? Time passed so quickly." Kang Tae-sun continued to ponder about other players. Easy and normal mode players must have gotten used to the labyrinth by now. As long as they're careful, they won't die. The little ghost hovered, urging him, "Why don't we go to the next room?" Kang Tae-sun recalled the previous world, where things weren't so bad. He believed the cause was someone. On the screen, harsh words aimed at him appeared, making Kang Jun-hyuk sneer. More and more growling red phantoms appeared, surrounding a frightened, brown-haired man. The community's anger had erupted, targeting solo mode players instead of the labyrinth. Kang Jun-hyuk continued his attack, disparaging Kang Tae-sun's skills and asking why everyone still followed him. Choi Jung-hyuk angrily retorted, "Why you? Are you crazy?" Kang Tae-sun smirked, his eyes sharp. It seemed he had anticipated everything would unfold this way. "Just as expected," he muttered. A group of players was in extreme panic, retreating from the fierce attacks. Clashing and growling sounds echoed throughout the space, pushing them into a dangerous situation. Kang Tae-sun frowned, his eyes filled with annoyance. He spat, showing extreme irritation with those bothering him. "Why do you keep bothering me?" he growled. Kang Tae-sun faced the shouting crowd. A gray-haired man pointed directly at him, uttering insults. Kang Tae-sun thought to himself, in the old world, he could still restrain himself, but not now. He must have formed a guild and conquered easy mode. The gray-haired man's face contorted with indignation. He gritted his teeth, his anger blazing, as if wanting to incinerate everything around him. The gray-haired man stood on a stone pedestal, surrounded by red-eyed spirits. He sneered, thinking to himself, a large group needs a common enemy, and he chose the solo mode players as that enemy. Players from different modes couldn't meet. If a solo mode player's words were true, then this was an almost insurmountable mode. Solo mode was truly a grim challenge. Kang Tae-sun's hand gently touched the virtual console. He thought there would be no consequences. But there was one thing he didn't know. Kang Tae-sun sent a cold message. "See you in a month." The gray-haired man stared at the virtual console, his face filled with astonishment. He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The screen suddenly became violently distorted. A dazzling flash of light tore through space, signaling an unexpected event unfolding. Kang Tae-sun dashed away like lightning, Little Spirit flying after him. He said, "That's the last room. Let's go." Little Spirit asked, "What did you just do?" Kang Tae-sun replied, "Don't worry." Before them was a majestic door, bearing the words Floor 5 Boss. A new challenge awaited behind that door. A colossal orc with majestic horns suddenly appeared, wielding 2 large swords. The orc tribal leader, Ratron, had revealed himself, ready for battle. Kang Tae-sun dodged a sharp attack. He thought to himself, "He's not a lord. Why would a lord appear so early?" Hagas, was an exception. Ratran swung his sword, energy exploding around him. A tribal leader was not an easy opponent. As a final boss, most adventurers couldn't face him. Little Spirit smiled adorably, its eyes filled with confidence. It said to Kang Tae-sun, "But I'm sure you'll be fine." Kang Tae-sun stood firm as a rock, Rocky Rotus's ceremonial sword glowing brightly in his hand. A great warrior was ready to face the challenge. Kang Tae-sun nodded slightly, his steps resolute as he advanced towards Ratran. The battle of life and death was about to begin. No one could back down. Ratran swung his sword, his eyes blazing as he looked at Kang Tae-sun. He admitted, "I thank you for your fighting spirit. I once thought the gods were useless, but perhaps this time I was wrong." Kang Tae-sun nodded slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping across the battlefield. A silent, unspoken agreement. Ratran growled, his eyes burning red. He believed, "My proud comrades must have left this world with satisfaction." Amidst the fallen orc corpses, Kang Tae-sun stood tall. Ratran said, "The orcs I've faced, all smiled in the face of death." Kang Tae-sun replied, "You are more interested in fighting than killing me, aren't you?" Ratran clenched his fist, purple energy flaring. He admitted, "That's right. What good would killing you do us? We are slaves bound here. Forget the glory of battle. We don't even know when we'll be freed." Ratran frowned, his eyes filled with conflict. He wondered, "Yet, I must destroy someone who would not only free me, but also grant me a glorious death." Ratran sneered, a flicker of madness in his eyes. His internal struggle transformed into resolve. Kang Tae-sun remained calm. Purple energy exploded around Ratran. He roared, "Impossible! You must grant me glory! Warrior, show me your true power!" Ratran screamed, his eyes burning red as if to devour everything. He yearned, "And grant me my death." Ratran roared fiercely, his body erupting with power. Ratran has activated power charge. Ratran has activated rage. The system warned, difficult opponent. Kang Taisen frowned. Kang Taisen swung his sword, a brilliant red light flashing. He responded to the challenge with a simple phrase. As you wish. Ratran collapsed to the ground, sneering in pain. He exclaimed, Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Little Spirit hovered beside Kang Taisen. Ratran coughed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes still held a hint of surprise and acceptance of his fate. Ratran looked at Kang Taisen, questioning him intensely. Who exactly are you? Are you truly just a normal adventurer? You don't know swordsmanship, yet you use skills as if you've mastered them. Those movements are definitely from experience. Ratran lay there, his eyes slowly closing. He whispered, Ha ha, that was a satisfying fight. Definitely a glorious death. Kang Taisen stood amidst fluttering white feathers, hearing whispers from the void. The system confirmed he had defeated the Floor 5 boss and completed Valtazahar's challenge. A brilliant light enveloped him, signaling the deity's satisfaction. Valtazahar's area of intervention narrowed. Kang Taisen sheathed his sword, receiving the Battle Spirit Belt, which enhanced his strength. More surprisingly, he also acquired the special skill Proof of Victory, allowing him to choose one stat for continuous upgrade. Kang Taisen pondered the new skill, realizing it would increase a stat every time he won. He decided to assign Proof of Victory to mana, hoping for exponential growth. Little Spirit hovered beside him, witnessing this decision. Valtazahar offered an apostle contract, but Kang Taisen decisively refused. Nevertheless, the deity remained pleased and expressed a desire to meet again, while white feathers continued to flutter. Kang Taisen exclaimed in surprise at the generous rewards from the gods. He and Little Spirit looked towards the two glowing chests, which held new secrets waiting to be discovered. Little Spirit was surprised to see two chests. It explained that one was a basic reward, while the other seemed to belong to the secret room, likely moved here due to the Labyrinth's changes. Kang Taisen opened the first chest and received the dazzling ornamental sword with +5 attack. He noticed that this sword had damage output comparable to Rakiratis' sword, a valuable reward. Opening the second chest, Kang Taisen received the Self-Harm Blade, an item that could use HP to store energy. Little Spirit was surprised, remarking that he had found this secret reward too easily. Kang Taisen tested the Self-Harm Blade by cutting his hand, causing his HP to decrease and the blade to glow red. He realized this was a useful item, capable of storing energy for emergency. From the last chest, Kang Taisen received the Cloak of Shadows, an item that granted invisibility for 1 second with a 1-hour cooldown. He recognized its value as a useful tool for unexpected maneuvers. Little Spirit asked, and Kang Taisen donned the cloak, vanishing in an instant. Astonishing Little Spirit. He reappeared with a purple glow, confident that no one could detect him without perception skills, a huge advantage in combat. Looking down into the bottomless pit, Kang Taisen smiled confidently. He gripped his sword and wore his cloak, ready to continue his journey with Little Spirit to uncover the mysteries ahead. Kang Taisen and Little Spirit descended the stairs. Little Spirit happily noted that he used dual swords, boasting that its own swordsmanship was also of that type. Kang Taisen was surprised, asking again about Little Spirit's swordsmanship. Little Spirit proudly spoke of its unique swordsmanship, a technique created from the great swordsmanship of the Kabard Empire, which earned it the title of Swordmaster. Kang Taisen immediately expressed a desire to learn. Little Spirit refused, warning that with his current stats, Kang Taisen would die if he tried to use that swordsmanship. Kang Taisen was surprised, questioning if it was truly swordsmanship, given his strength was nearly 150. Kang Taisen nodded. Little Spirit said that swordsmanship was a high-level skill, but since it was Kang Taisen, it might be fine. It asked him to go down a few more floors, prove his strength, and then it would teach him everything. Kang Taisen and Little Spirit descended. A quest notification appeared. Begin Floor 6 quest, defeat the boss and clear it. Rewards were an engraving spell scroll and a mysterious special reward. A foot sank deep into the slimy green liquid, creating a gruesome, squelching sound. Kang Taisen trudged through the swamp, recalling Li Taeyeon's words. Just as Taeyeon said, she mentioned this floor was difficult to clear because of the swamp. 2 large lizard monsters, green-skinned with glowing red eyes, wielding tridents, emerged from deep within the swamp. Kang Taesen realized only players had their movement hindered. A lizard monster advanced, its steps steady. Kang Taesen observed that the monsters here were completely unaffected by the swamp. Growls echoed as the 2 lizard monsters charged at Kang Taesen with terrifying speed, tearing through the swamp's stillness. Kang Taesen glanced at the swamp. Then magical energy flared in his hand. Blazing flames engulfed one lizard monster, incinerating it in a sea of fire. The flames completely consumed the lizard monster, causing it to collapse. The system announced, "You have defeated the swamp." Wisdom proficiency increased by 4%. The remaining lizard monster shrieked in pain, its body fiercely burned by the flames, turning into ash. Kang Taeson swung his sword down, finishing off the last lizard monster. The system announced, "You have defeated a lizardman. Mana increased by 1. Kang Taeson grabbed the head of a lizard monster, his purple eyes looking directly into it, as if analyzing something. Kang Taeson turned his back on the monster's corpse. He wondered, 1 point per enemy? Too strong. And how did you know the swamp counted as a living creature? Little Spirit replied, "Don't worry about it." Kang Taeson turned to Little Spirit, gently tapping its head. He asked, "Well, are you coming?" Little Spirit flinched. A surge of purple magic erupted from the spot where the lizard monster had just been defeated, creating a terrifying explosion. Kang Taeson and Little Spirit walked through a desolate forest, lizard monster corpses strewn about, magical fire still smoldering on the ground. The sky was gloomy, the scene tinged with tragedy. Little Spirit hovered beside Kang Taeson, confidently declaring, "Too easy, so boring." It continued, "After the hell I had to go through to get here, there's no way a normal monster can stop me." Little Spirit suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, look, Taeson!" Kang Taeson looked up, seeing a clear mark on the ruined wall. He thought, she left a very clear mark. Well, but that's still not enough to attract the monster's attention. Lilith is smart. Kang Taeson approached the wall, pressing a brick with his finger. A loud sound echoed, and a secret door opened, revealing a passage deep inside. A green-haired girl, Lilith, suddenly appeared from behind the door, smiling brightly. She exclaimed, "Oh, you're here already? Wait, he. Welcome to my secret room." A system notification appeared. "You have reunited with the magic-craving lesser being." Lilith sat on a chair, a proud expression on her face. The green-haired witch was trying to appear dignified, but she was a little shy. Kang Taeson knelt before Lilith, while Little Spirit hovered beside him. Lilith chuckled, saying, "What are you doing? Trying to act like a great mage? I've never done this before." Lilith began to explain magic. Kang Taeson looked at her, while Little Spirit seemed rather uninterested. Little Spirit asked, "Do we need to cooperate?" Lilith explained that unlike skills, magic couldn't be learned on one's own. It had to be granted, or seized. She cast spells, creating fire, cutting space, and bending time, demonstrating the value of magic. Lilith asked Kang Taeson to use honorifics with her. Kang Taeson immediately replied, "Yes, teacher." Little Spirit was startled, shouting, "Hey, what the hell? Stop it!" Lilith smirked. "Ah, you're really mean." Lilith shrugged, smirking, looking smug, when Kang Taeson called her teacher. Little Spirit protested, "You're embarrassing yourself," Lilith said. "Besides, since I'm the one who will teach you, you're my disciple? Right now? In that case, you'll need to use honorifics when addressing me." Lilith cleared her throat, continuing her lecture. Ahem. Anyway, magic is fundamentally a mystery. Now, what do you see? She cast a spell, and a purple flame ignited in her hand. Kang Taeson replied, "An image of fire?" Lilith explained, "Exactly. That's the magic someone without talent would see. Just a natural phenomenon." She added, "That must be it, since you come from a place without magic." Lilith explained that learning magic was very simple. One only needed to make a contract with the god of magic. She cast a spell, and a powerful light erupted from her hand. She said, "In my case, the god of magic personally appeared and granted it to me." Little Spirit hovered, saying, "However, gods rarely teach anyone magic. In Lilith's case, it's probably because she's too fanatical." Lilith chuckled. "That's not a compliment." Kang Taeson raised his hand, asking Lilith with a puzzled expression, "Wait, does that mean I need to sign a contract to learn magic?" He thought to himself, he had already refused too many apostle contracts. How could he sign any more now? Lilith smiled brightly, pointing as she explained, "In this place, someone with magic can teach someone without it. You could say it's an advantage of the Labyrinth." Lilith lightly touched Kang Taeson, and a brilliant purple energy surged, enveloping both of them in a space filled with stars and magic books. The system announced, "You have received magic from the magic-craving lesser being. You have received magic." Kang Taeson exclaimed in surprise. "No." Lilith winked, smiling meaningfully. "You have me, remember?" The system displayed, "Magic. Proficiency, 1%. Can use magic." Lilith said, "Currently, you can probably only create a spark." At the same time, Kang Taeson received 2 new skills, Grant Magic and Extract Magic. Lilith raised her hand, and a purplish-blue flame ignited in her palm. Then she turned to Kang Taeson and asked, "Now, what do you see?" The flame in Lilith's hand burned intensely, swirling mesmerizingly. She remarked with delight, "It's definitely different. Kang Tazan closed his eyes, feeling an unprecedented surge of energy. He thought to himself, I can feel something I've never felt in my previous life. So this is magic? Lilith stood up, stretching excitedly. Good, we're all set. Now I can finally teach you how to learn all kinds of magic. Lilith pointed, seriously explaining. The easiest way to learn new magic is to extract it from a magic-infused item. For example, a magic tool or a magic staff. Kang Taeson unexpectedly pulled out 2 magic staffs. Little Spirit flew beside him. Lilith looked at him with a surprised expression. You already have those? Kang Taeson placed his hand on a staff, and purple energy surged to cover it. The system announced, you have activated Extract Magic. The system continuously announced, you have received the basic magic Fireball. You have received the basic magic Random Mind Attack. Little Spirit hovered, remarking, it turned gray. Kang Taeson raised his hand, and a blazing fire erupted in his palm, along with purple lightning bolts. The system announced, you have activated Fireball. Kang Taeson looked at the flame, feeling the new power. So this is what it feels like. Lilith smiled brightly, encouraging him. Good, good. You're doing very well. Lilith proposed a deal. She would offer tributes, learn spells, and then teach them to Kang Taeson. You can give me the tributes you earn when clearing the floors. Kang Taeson didn't hesitate. All right, but Lilith seemed hesitant. I can, but you still need to pay a price for it. Kang Taeson frowned, a little surprised. Again? Kang Taeson was excited, finally able to learn new magic. Great, now I can finally learn new magic. He asked if Lilith could teach him an invisibility spell. The little witch happily jumped up and down. Lilith explained that she didn't learn spells herself but received them, so she couldn't arbitrarily pass them on. I need to offer a tribute to the god of magic and receive his permission first. Kang Taeson summarized. To learn new magic, he needed 2 types of tributes. One to offer to the god, and one to learn. Lilith nodded in confirmation. In that case, what kind of tribute do I need to offer? Kang Taeson asked. A glowing sword appeared, symbolizing the answer. Weapons or equipment, but they must be of special, unique value. Kang Taeson summoned a pile of weapons and shields. Lilith looked at the pile, shaking her head. Well, with this quantity, you won't learn even a single spell. He was surprised. Even with this much? Undeterred, Kang Taeson continued to point at the pile of equipment. What about these? The sound of metal clashing echoed, but Lilith maintained a serious expression. Lilith explained, we're talking about magic. It's not about quantity. The tribute must be something valuable. Kang Taeson pulled out a sparkling necklace. What about this? Lilith's eyes widened in surprise. Oh my, that's a lord's item. Where did you get it? She said it could be exchanged for a basic spell, but it was still quite stingy. Kang Taeson calmly replied, Rakiratas will be fine with that too. Lilith looked at him in astonishment, unable to believe such disrespect. I've never heard anyone speak of a god like that before. Little Spirit could only sigh. What about this then? Kang Taeson then presented a cloak of invisibility, making the atmosphere freeze. Lilith was worried, fearing the god of magic would take advantage of him. I feel like he'll trick you and only give you a beginner-level spell. Finally, Kang Taeson held up an old wooden staff. Finally, what about this? A brilliant golden light surrounded it, revealing its hidden power. Lilith exclaimed joyfully. Oh my, I think this will be fine. Almost, but I think you'll learn a basic spell with this. Kang Taeson was surprised. This is worth as much as the Lord's necklace? Lilith explained that God's favorite items related to them. Kang Taeson nodded, making his final decision. Then let's use this one. Lilith continued to explain the types of spells. Ice Arrow was similar to Fireball, only differing in attribute. Basic Detection helped locate monsters, while Cloak would obscure one's presence. The invisibility spell was too valuable to learn, Lilith explained. She reminded Kang Taeson that he already knew Fireball, so they should skip it. Lilith clapped her hands, excitedly asking Kang Taeson which type of magic he wanted to learn, ready to grant it. Finally, there was the food production spell, Lilith explained, pointing. It created water and porridge, but she warned that they tasted very bland. Kang Taeson decided to choose the food production spell. Lilith was surprised. She had thought he would choose Ice Arrow. Kang Taeson explained that there was no time limit. He could come back later. Ice Arrow also often appeared on staffs. Little Spirit agreed. Bland porridge was better than goblin meat. Lilith began to chant, and emerald green energy swirled around her, creating a mystical sight. All right. Wait a moment, Lilith said, her hand reaching out to grasp a magic staff. A dazzling light erupted from the staff, enveloping Lilith as the spell was activated. A feather-shaped green light appeared, emitting a mysterious laugh. A strong sense of being watched, washed over them. Kang Taeson looked up, pondering. Was someone laughing? The staff and the feather-shaped light intertwined, emitting sparks and mystical, magical sounds. Lilith concluded the ritual, and a streak of light swirled around her, signaling the completion of the spell. Kang Taeson felt the new surge of energy. He had learned the basic food production spell, costing 5 mana to create liquid and solid food. Lilith was surprised, not expecting the spell granting to be so easy. She had thought it would be much harder. Harder? Kang Taeson thought to himself. Little Spirit explained that the god of magic was very picky. Even that warrior had struggled to learn spells. But Kang Taeson was an exception. It seemed no god disliked him. Lilith asked Kang Taeson if he wanted to learn more magic. He replied that he needed tribute items but didn't have any currently, so he would have to come back later. Lilith smiled, saying goodbye to Kang Taeson and telling him to bring back valuable tribute items. He replied in kind and then left, the door closing behind him. Kang Taeson stepped into a desolate forest, where gaunt trees stretched amidst the misty haze. In the silent space, Kang Taeson raised his hand, a brilliant flame erupting from his fingertips, illuminating his determined face. He bounced on the blazing flame beneath his feet, feeling the new power. It's definitely much more convenient than before, Kang Taeson exclaimed, his eyes full of confidence. The little spirit hovered, explaining the plan. Just go down to the lower floors, find good items to offer to Lilith, and learn more magic. Kang Taeson touched the virtual screen. The little spirit asked what Kang Taeson was looking at, then realized his barrier had significantly developed, displaying barrier 35/35 on the screen. The little spirit urged Kang Taeson to stop checking and quickly clear the floors, because it couldn't stand the boredom. Kang Taeson began to take off his cloak. The little spirit's eyes widened in astonishment. Its tiny face contorted in shock at Kang Taeson's unexpected action. The little spirit frantically flew around, questioning what Kang Taeson was doing. He continued to remove his clothes, revealing his bare legs. Kang Taeson stood bare-chested, his cloak and armor discarded on the ground. "It's time to get something new," he said, his gaze firm. The little spirit lay flattened. A sound tore through the silence. Kang Taeson turned his head to look, discovering a large, green-skinned lizardman, holding a trident, lurking behind a tree trunk. The little spirit wondered why Kang Taeson had taken off his armor just to get a skill. He simply replied, "Just stay there and watch. You'll see," his eyes full of hidden meaning. The lizardman growled, its glowing red eyes staring at Kang Taeson, ready to charge into battle. Amidst the shimmering light, Kang Taeson stood there, unarmored, like defenseless prey. A roaring sound tore through the air as the lizardman lunged forward, its trident aimed directly at Kang Taeson. Kang Taeson's gaze remained calm as the monster's sharp trident tip swept past, creating a dazzling streak of light. The trident tip grazed Kang Taeson's temple. A damage notification appeared. 20 damage to you. Quick as lightning, Kang Taeson raised his bare hand, seizing the shaft of the incoming trident. He yanked hard, causing the lizard man to lose its balance and slide across the ground. A defensive barrier appeared. Barrier 15/35. The little spirit hovered, explaining, "You deflected an attack that would have dealt 50 damage, reducing it to 20. What's the big deal?" But the system announced, "You have acquired the special skill, Fortitude. You did not lose HP from the first attack. You have acquired the special skill, First Strike Nullification." The little spirit's eyes widened in astonishment. The lizardman charged again. The conditions are ridiculous, but the skill effect. Kang Taeson activated First Strike Nullification just as the trident touched him. An angry growl echoed. The lizardman once again aimed its trident, ready to unleash a fatal blow. The lizardman stood upright, while Kang Taeson secretly pondered the skill's activation conditions. Must be attacked while unarmored, but must not take damage that causes HP loss. Kang Taeson counterattacked unexpectedly. A powerful punch sent the lizardman flying straight into a tree trunk. "You have defeated a lizardman." He didn't stop, gripping the monster's neck tightly, making it groan in pain. The little spirit hovered in midair, exclaiming in astonishment, "Ha! This skill is truly insane." Kang Taeson smirked, thinking to himself, "I have Rakiratas to thank for granting me this barrier skill." He turned to ask the little spirit, "How was that?" Permanent special skill activated. First Strike Nullification. It will nullify the opponent's first attack, but can only be used once per battle. Kang Taeson explained about Strike Nullification. Just as the name suggests, it completely erases the opponent's attack, no matter what it is. Unlike dodging or defending, this skill makes the opponent's attack cease to exist. No opponent can react to this skill, he asserted while facing the colossal creature. The little ghost wondered, "So you wouldn't have been able to get it without the barrier?" Kang Taeson replied, "Well, it caused me some trouble." Kang Taeson reminisced, "In my previous life, I had to go through hell to get it. After hundreds of thousands of attempts, I finally succeeded." He used the Blade of Self-Harm, and the barrier was restored. Kang Tae-sun smiled, revealing a new skill, durability, which halves the damage of the opponent's next attack. He said, "Luckily, the barrier doesn't count as HP. Thanks to that, I gained another skill." The little ghost was astonished. "You mean you can nullify the second or third attack too?" Kang Tae-sun walked through the flames, with the little ghost flying after him. He said, "Not yet. That's just first strike nullification." The little ghost worried as Kang Tae-sun was attacked. "His barrier only at 35. You just took 20 damage. If you get hit 2 more times, the barrier will disappear and you'll lose HP." Kang Tae-sun sprinkled some glittering golden powder. The little ghost was confused. "Huh? Isn't that stuff pretty useless?" Kang Tae-sun confidently raised his hand, blessed powder vials flying around him. He said, "It's fine because I have this." Kang Tae-sun opened the door, facing the ferocious lizard man waiting outside. The blessed powder vials fell to the ground, empty. The little ghost warned, "That last attack doesn't count as the first strike. To get second strike nullification, you have to take 2 more hits without losing HP." The lizardman charged. As the lizardman attacked with its trident, Kang Tae-sun's first strike nullification skill activated, blocking the critical blow. The little ghost doubted whether Kang Tae-sun could hold on with just his barrier and blessed powder as the lizard man continued its fierce assault. The little ghost realized in horror that Kang Tae-sun's barrier had been partially breached. "No way," the tiny entity gasped, anxiously watching his health bar drop. Amidst the glittering golden light, Kang Tae-sun smiled confidently. He had taken 17 damage, but his purple eyes remained resolute, ready for the next blow. Kang Tae-sun leaned back to dodge, a stream of green energy sweeping past. The barrier had completely vanished, but he remained calm in the face of danger. Second strike. The lizardman leaped, charging to attack. The system explained that 10% of damage is always applied randomly, depending on luck. Many factors determine an attack, from accuracy, evasion, defense, and even luck. The lizardman growled, its red eyes burning with rage. The little ghost explained that blessed powder could adjust this probability. If more than 3 vials were used, less damage would definitely be taken. Kang Tae-sun smiled, surrounded by golden light. He took no damage from the second strike and had acquired the special skill, Second Strike Nullification. Kang Tae-sun delivered a powerful kick, counterattacking the lizardman. Blood splattered, and the monster was knocked to the ground. The lizardman struggled, trying to attack again with its trident. But Kang Tae-sun blocked it, a blue flash of light appearing. A powerful force sent Kang Tae-sun soaring into the air. Against the blue sky, a brilliant, star-like halo suddenly appeared. Kang Tae-sun landed, with the little ghost hovering beside him. He explained that he couldn't control his power. The little ghost exclaimed, "Geez," then praised him for knowing how to acquire skills. Kang Tae-sun repeatedly stabbed his dagger into the motionless lizardman. Blood splattered. A notification appeared. "You have defeated a lizardman." The little ghost explained that the new skill, Weak Point Attack, was necessary to clear the lower floors of the dungeon. Leveling it up could triple the damage. Kang Tae-sun walked past the defeated lizardman. The little ghost said this skill was easy to acquire by repeating a certain attack pattern, but he didn't have time due to the challenges. Kang Tae-sun looked at his dagger, a streak of blood on his cheek. He had precisely attacked the opponent's weak point and acquired the skill Weak Point Attack. Finally got it. Kang Tae-sun stood before the large door, with the little ghost flying beside him. He said the 6th floor was almost done, with only the final boss remaining. But before entering, Kang Tae-sun activated the food production skill, and empty water bottles and cups suddenly filled up. He prepared for the final battle. Leaning against the ruined wall, Kang Tae-sun ate the tasteless porridge created by his skill. The tiny little ghost perched on his head, sharing the quiet moment. Kang Tae-sun drank water, and the little ghost wondered, "If I continuously use mental attack magic, do the effects stack?" The little ghost explained, "Yes, but not as you think. The magic only reactivates when the previous one ends." Kang Tae-sun concentrated, a flame igniting in his palm. "So that's fine, huh?" he muttered, his eyes glinting with calculation. In his memory, Lilith, wearing a witch's hat, looked at Kang Tae-sun. She said, That's a different kind, but if I had to define it, then yes, that's enough." Lilith in the memory continued to ask, "There's something I want to ask you. In this dungeon, magic is still considered a skill, right?" Returning to the present, Kang Tae-sun concentrated his power, and a brilliant fireball gradually formed between his palms. Kang Tae-sun consecutively activated 3 fireballs. The little ghost explained, "You're trying to perform advanced magic. If basic magic can be controlled like that, then there are no magic ranks." Kang Tae-sun sighed, looking at the flame that retained its original shape. "Tsk, I had hoped for a sharper form, but it seems the shape can't be changed." He gathered his strength, unleashing a terrifying fiery explosion, the heat spreading across the ground, pushing the little ghost backward. Kang Tae-sun stood firm amidst the remnants of the explosion, his sharp purple eyes observing the result of the power just unleashed. He raised both hands again, two separate flames igniting, swirling in his palms, ready for further experiments. The two flames flickered. Kang Taeson wondered, even if I create effects similar to using a skill, can I still not learn new magic? He sighed. Aren't you tired? The little ghost hovered above a tree, replying, not at all. Kang Taeson looked at the two fireballs in his hands. He realized, I can't combine the fireballs. Until I launch them, they just stay by my side, and a spark flashed in Kang Taeson's eyes as he suddenly realized something. Oh, by my side? Kang Taeson swung his arm, and a gigantic, blazing fireball shot forth, tearing through the air over the desolate ground. Amidst the barren trees, the little ghost hovered, wondering, will this method work? Kang Taeson tilted his head, his eyes full of contemplation. The blazing fireball shot forth. Kang Taeson realized, the power when holding them in my hands and when launching them is completely different. A spark flashed in Kang Taeson's purple eyes, as if a groundbreaking idea had just exploded in his mind. Kang Taeson drained the water bottle, and a notification appeared. Your energy has fully recovered. He was ready for the next experiment. Kang Taeson looked up, and a small flame suddenly ignited in his palm, brilliant like a newly summoned star. He dashed like the wind, simultaneously launching two blazing fireballs that glided across the ground, leaving a dazzling trail of light. With resolute eyes, Kang Taeson continued to run, pouring all his strength into each step, as if chasing an invisible goal. He continued to charge forward, another fireball erupting, drawing a brilliant arc in the air. Kang Taeson swung his arm powerfully, and a swirling stream of fire erupted, forming a brilliant orb, ready to devour everything. The little ghost was utterly astonished, hovering in midair. They're combining? From Kang Taeson's palm, the flame erupted fiercely, a gigantic fireball forming its heat spreading everywhere. Kang Taeson looked straight ahead, a small fireball neatly nestled in his palm. You have activated Fireball. The system notification clearly appeared. He dashed forward again, swift as lightning. Another fireball flared up, creating a brilliant streak of light as he ran. Kang Taeson's purple eyes gleamed sharply, full of determination, as if he had found the solution to a great mystery. Kang Taeson turned to Lilith, asking an important question. There's something I want to ask you. In this labyrinth, is magic still considered a skill, right? Lilith pondered, then replied, It's a different type, but if I had to define it, then yes. Kang Taeson focused intently. A brilliant fireball flared in his palm, ready to explode. The fireball shot out like an arrow, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the stone wall, while Kang Taeson skillfully slid to dodge. He continuously unleashed blazing fireballs, each time a new spell activated, brilliant light tearing through the darkness. Kang Taeson smiled contentedly, with the little ghost hovering beside him, as he mastered the powerful burning ball skill. Suddenly, he faced a giant lizardman, who wielded a sharp trident, and Kang Taeson had to quickly dodge the first attack. The lizardman monster, the boss of the 6th floor, roared in anger, its red eyes full of ferocity. Kang Taeson didn't hesitate, activating Burning Ball. A massive, fiercely burning fireball shot straight towards the lizardman. The lizardman tried to fend it off with its trident, but the magic's power pushed it back, creating a deafening clang. Seeing the attack wasn't enough, Kang Taeson frowned, purple energy flaring around his hands. This won't do, he muttered. A mysterious surge of energy struck, and the lizardman collapsed, groaning in pain amidst the fierce flames. Kang Taeson continued to unleash despair and madness, creating a terrifying phantom that made the lizardman panic, scream, and tremble. He didn't stop, continuously launching explosive fireballs, engulfing the lizardman in a sea of fire and desperate screams. Kang Taeson observed coldly, activating Burning Ball, helplessness, and confusion as well, cornering his opponent. The continuous attacks inflicted heavy damage, and the lizardman was incinerated, confirmed to have suffered burn effects. The little ghost hovered in the air, explaining, every time it tried to do something, the mental and speed attacks stopped it, and in the end it couldn't do anything. Poor thing. Finally, the lizardman completely collapsed, and a sparkling treasure chest appeared, signaling Kang Taeson's resounding victory. Kang Taeson smiled, a magical flame glowing brightly on his fingertip. He mused, until now, I've only used it as support due to many limitations, but at this rate, I can clear a floor with just magic. Consecutive victory notifications appeared, confirming Kang Taeson had defeated the floor 6 boss and received 2 valuable items, an engraved magic scroll and a chilling staff. He held the new staff, with the little ghost hovering beside him. Kang Taeson held a sparkling necklace, comparing it to the Lord's collar. He wondered, if I offer this item along with all the other things as tribute, will I be able to learn another spell? Kang Taeson and the little ghost continued to move. The little ghost grumbled, I thought we'd finally go down. You're really frugal. Kang Taeson replied, There's no harm in that. Kang Tazan and the little ghost were surprised to see Lilith sitting in a small wooden room in a tree. Kang Tazan said, "By the way, I didn't know these small safe zones formed after clearing a floor. I just thought it was a room." Kang Tayson focused, icy blue light enveloping his hands. He activated a new skill, and a surge of freezing energy erupted. "Good, the process is complete," he said. Lilith performed a ritual, and the necklace in her hand glowed. A powerful green energy enveloped her, making her seem to float in midair. Kang Tayson smiled smugly, an exquisite ice arrow appearing on his fingertip. He muttered, observing his new power. Kang Tayson and the little ghost exchanged knowing glances, while Lilith stood between them, completely bewildered. The little ghost said, "You're thinking about that thing, aren't you? In terms of valuation, it might be feasible. I'm sure of it." Lilith turned to Kang Tayson and the little ghost, her eyes full of doubt. She stared at them, trying to understand the mysterious conversation. The little ghost turned to Lilith, explaining something. Lilith's eyes widened, her face showing extreme astonishment. The little ghost said, "What do you think? He acquired that skill on his own." The little ghost flew up, smiling mischievously, inviting Lilith outside. "Come out for a bit." Lilith replied in surprise. "Huh? All right." As soon as Lilith stepped out, Kang Tayson created a blazing fireball. Lilith staggered, looking at him in astonishment. She asked, "How did you learn the basic fireball spell already?" Lilith exclaimed, explaining the significant difference between magic levels. She said, "Basic magic is essentially imitative magic, so you can engrave it onto a staff. But anything novice level or higher cannot be merged into anything." Lilith knelt down, looking at Kang Tayson with eyes full of admiration. She asked, "How did you do that?" Kang Tayson replied, "Do you want me to tell you? It's not really a secret." Lilith asked in surprise, "Really? Are you an angel?" She even offered, "Or do you want to be my teacher?" Kang Tayson shook his head. "But even if I tell you, it won't help much." Time passed. Lilith lay sprawled, her face gaunt, her eyes wide with astonishment. Lilith lay prostrate, like a faint shadow. The witch exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" The little ghost calmly explained, "Yes, this reaction is normal." Lilith quickly recovered, her eyes shining brightly. The witch expressed her gratitude, exclaiming, "This is the first time I've known there's such a huge difference in evaluation. I can try many new things." Lilith sat up, her face disappointed. The witch explained, "Mages don't train their physical strength." The black-haired young man thought to himself, "Can she not learn it?" Kang Tayson and the little ghost left, leaving Lilith waving goodbye. The witch called out, "See you on the next floor. Bring me some good offerings." The black-haired young man steadily climbed the stairs. A status window appeared, displaying his overwhelming power. Kang Tayson smiled faintly, thinking to himself, "Some stats have already surpassed my previous life." The little ghost remained silent beside him. Entering the 7th floor, a new quest appeared. The little ghost hovered beside him, saying, "There aren't many days left that we can be together. For now, we still can." A reward window appeared. The little ghost eagerly asked the black-haired young man, "Will you finally teach me your swordsmanship?" A brutal memory resurfaced. Amidst the magnificent castle, the weak were trampled. The weak are considered worthless. It's normal for the strong to oppress the weak. The little ghost nodded. Amidst the ethereal space, a voice echoed, "I will teach you the swordsmanship of my empire." The Cabard Empire admires strength. Even royalty was no exception. A blood-stained crown lay on the ground, evidence of the brutal struggle for power. Among 6 siblings, only I survived. Everyone in the labyrinth asked how he could survive in that brutal world. Hands reached for the powerful crown, shining brilliantly. But that was the only world he had ever known. Now, even the chance to save it was lost. The blond young man, wearing a crown and with a blood-stained face, reached out in vain. Therefore, leaving a trace of the old world was the only atonement he could make. The figure of the blond young man fell into oblivion amidst fragments of space. Footsteps echoed in the desolate ruins. Kang Tayson looked around, saying, "This seems like a good place to train." The small entity hovered, explaining about the swordsmanship skill from that other world, that it was incredibly powerful, but lacked any defense. Kang Tayson smiled, his purple eyes flashing with determination. The small entity asked what he would do, and he replied, "There's no reason for me to refuse." A flashback flashed by, showing the blonde swordsman unleashing a sword technique to attack where the opponent couldn't defend. The best defense is offense. The small entity gently touched Kang Tayson, and a stream of light enveloped him. A fierce storm, a deep scar. That was the sword of the storm scar, the last remnant of the lost world. Kang Tayson learned the high-level skill Sword of the Storm Scar from its owner, The small entity urged him to check it immediately. A notification window appeared, displaying the Sword of the Storm Scar skill with 0% proficiency. Kang Taeson was surprised. 0 proficiency? The small entity explained that it had died, so it could only pass on the skill, not the proficiency. Kang Taeson thought to himself, so he had to learn it himself. The small entity flew around, looking angry, saying he just needs to keep trying until he masters it. It will start guiding him, and he must listen carefully. The small entity explained that it's not about blocking attacks, but reacting to them. Only by understanding that can it be called the Sword of the Storm Scar. Kang Taeson swung his sword according to the instructions, but still couldn't grasp it. He said, "I don't understand what you're saying." The small entity continued to instruct, telling him to use his body's full flexibility. It guided him on how to bend his arm and move to the left when aiming for the opponent's chest. The small entity was angry and frustrated that it couldn't explain swordsmanship with words. Kang Taeson stumbled, unable to perform it correctly. The small entity reassured him, saying it wasn't that he lacked talent, but merely experience. It would guide him. Kang Taeson panted, looking at the experience potion. His secret reward was a proficiency potion. He was satisfied. No need to grind for the next few days. The small entity pondered in confusion. Does proficiency count as experience? Ah, if it only increases through practice, then it must be experience. Kang Taeson looked at the proficiency potion, understanding its effects clearly. Just one sip would add 5% skill proficiency. Kang Taeson emptied the potion, the green liquid flowing down. The small entity watched him in astonishment, unable to believe its eyes. When the notification appeared, Kang Taeson nodded slightly. In his mind, images of 2 blonde swordsmen wildly swinging their swords flashed, as if confirming his new power. He swung his sword, sharp slashes tearing through the air, recreating the skilled sword movements of the blonde swordsman from his memory. The small entity was stunned. While the blonde swordsman in the memory turned and walked away, his gleaming sword still firmly in hand. The blonde swordsman reached out towards the dazzling light, as if wanting to touch something distant and mysterious. His hand reached out, yearning to grasp the brilliant light shining upon him. Then another hand, stronger, gripped the blazing red sword, embracing the brilliant light like an oath. Kang Taeson smirked, sweat beading on his forehead. He whispered, "It really works." He swung his sword again, this time with more powerful strokes. Surrounded by brilliant light, as if he had absorbed the strength from his memories, the small entity sighed. This method works too. Kang Taeson quietly thanked it, but when it asked again, he hastily denied it. I didn't say anything." An old man with a white beard stood in the middle of the shop, looking at Kang Taeson with a puzzled gaze. "I don't understand why you're buying such nonsense." Kang Taeson held the rusty sword, the small entity hovering beside him. The old man with a white beard said, "All right, I suppose you have your reason." Kang Taeson smiled, resting the rusty sword on his shoulder, and bid the old man farewell. "See you next time." The clang of metal echoed, signaling a new journey was about to begin. Kang Taeson swung his rusty sword, facing off against the ferocious lizardman. Sparks flew from each clash, while the small ghost hovered nearby, offering guidance. To understand the Sword of the Storm Scar, you need to practice combat. It's a good choice when you can slowly eliminate monsters. Kang Taeson's sword swept through, creating dazzling streaks of light. Each slash carried concentrated power, pushing back the lizardman. In that moment, Kang Taeson perceived phantom sword lines, hidden counterattacks within each move. He muttered to himself, "I see them. All the counterattacks against that attack?" The lizardman roared menacingly, swinging its trident and lunging forward. Its attack was lightning fast, carrying furious killing intent. Kang Taeson dodged the monster's attack, then unleashed a decisive slash. The blade tore through the air, piercing the lizardman's tough scales. The lizardman collapsed. A notification appeared. "You have defeated a lizardman. Sword of the Storm Scar proficiency increased by 1%. Kang Taeson panted, sweat beading. The small ghost flew over, remarking, "Not bad, but you might want to move your wrist another 3 centimeters. Kang Taeson replied, "I'll remember that." A smile appeared on Kang Taeson's lips. He realized that thanks to the Sword of the Storm Scar, battles now ended more quickly. He told himself he would soon clear the 7th floor. Under the guidance of the small ghost, Kang Taeson continued to train. The small ghost pointed out, "It's important to corner your opponent, but don't forget to retreat. When you turn left, place your left foot a little further forward." Dazzling sparks erupted, signaling a powerful attack. Kang Taeson swung his sword, creating echoing metallic clashes. Kang Taeson retreated, panting. The small ghost flew around, reminding him, "You retreated too much. You need to consider retreating as part of the attack." Kang Taeson focused intently, his gaze resolute. The small ghost continued to instruct, urging him to put his weight into the attack, pressing the opponent to the very end. After hours of relentless training, Kang Taesun fell asleep by the campfire. Tiny sparks floated in the night. The small ghost hovered in the air, watching Kang Taesun sleep soundly. It thought to itself, it goes without saying, but he's a complete weirdo. 12 hours of combat, 6 hours of sword practice. Kang Taesun's only rest was when he fell asleep. An unbelievably harsh schedule. Kang Taesun woke up with a smile. He thought to himself, compared to wandering aimlessly in an unknown realm, this life was truly much more interesting and worthwhile. The small ghost sighed, questioning Kang Taesun's thoughts. It's easy to say, but who would actually think that way? What kind of life have you lived? The small ghost gently dropped onto Kang Taesun's head, making him softly groan in his sleep. The small white entity whispered, "You're definitely crazy." Kang Taesun remained deep in sleep, completely unaware of the small ghost's remark. And so, time passed. Kang Taesun held rattling stones in his hand, preparing for intense training. He threw the stones into the air, his purple eyes flashing with resolve. A cold scoff escaped him. The sword lines flashed, tearing through the air with terrifying speed, forming brilliant blue streaks of light. The stones were sliced apart, shattering into small pieces and falling to the ground with a clatter. 3 days had passed since he learned the storm sword art. Kang Taesun mumbled, "This level of control is easy now." The small ghost hovered beside him. A rustling sound echoed. From behind the crumbling wall, a lizard man with a trident in hand suddenly appeared. Kang Taesun looked at the two swords in his hands, his gaze thoughtful. He thought, I can react correctly to the opponent's movements, but something still seems to be missing. That's right, instead of thinking, I should practice more, Kang Taesun told himself. Suddenly, the small ghost commanded, "Stop! Now, close your eyes." The small ghost nodded in confirmation. Kang Taesun silently watched it, awaiting further instructions. Following the instructions, Kang Taesun slowly closed his eyes, sinking into darkness. In the mystical space, a voice echoed, "Move forward, one step at a time." Kang Taesun began to walk. Kang Taesun stood amidst the undefined space, swirling energy beneath his feet. Cast aside all thoughts and walked the path of the sword. In that instant, a purple energy sword line tore through the air, slashing directly at the lizard man, creating an electric crackle. Amidst the swirling energy, the lizard man with blazing red eyes and trident in hand stood defiantly. The narration echoed, urging, "React through prediction. Trust your senses. Keep moving forward, like a beast." Kang Taesun plunged down from above, two swords flashing with purple and blue energy, stabbing directly into the lizard man enveloped by the swirling aura. The young man roared, swinging his sword powerfully, creating a swirling blue energy around his arm, ready to deliver a decisive blow. Kang Taesun's sharp sword lines tore through the air, slicing apart the lizard man amidst a brilliant blue-purple energy, ending the battle swiftly. Kang Taesun panted, drenched in sweat, his purple eyes still full of focus. 2 notifications appeared. You have defeated a lizardman warrior, and Storm Scar swordsmanship skill increased by 3%. Kang Taesun looked at the small entity hovering in the air current. The small entity explained, "That is the first swordsmanship of Storm Scar. Wolf Fang." The small entity flew around Kang Taesun, sighing, "There are other swordsmanship techniques, but I cannot teach them to you when facing weak opponents. Even if we reach the 10th floor, I don't think I can teach you the second swordsmanship." "What a pity," the small entity praised. "But well done, Taesun. You have successfully learned the first swordsmanship." Kang Taesun nodded, a satisfied expression on his face. A skill panel clearly appeared. High-level skill. Storm Scar swordsmanship. Proficiency 12%. Swordsmanship from a lost world. Currently, only one person knows this skill. In another scene, Lee Taeyeon closed her eyes, gnawing on a green dish, her face contorted in discomfort. The girl continued to chew, a look of disgust evident on her face. A helpless sigh escaped her lips. Lee Taeyeon sat by the campfire, still nibbling on the food. She lamented, "Ugh, this is disgusting." Lee Taeyeon continued to eat, chewing and thinking, "I don't want to eat humanoid monsters, but emergency food in the shop is too expensive. I miss Earth food." The girl closed her eyes, dreamily imagining delicious foods like pizza and corn cheese. She wished she could eat them one more time, or anything else besides this disgusting meat. Kang Taesun opened his eyes, his deep purple gaze revealing fatigue. He sighed, uttering a longing statement, "I want to return to Earth." Lee Taeyeon flinched, looking up in surprise as blue skill notification panels suddenly appeared, emitting crackling sounds. She wondered, "What is this?" Lee Taeyeon's eyes widened, reflecting the blue light from the notification panel, clearly showing her astonishment and confusion at what was happening. A special quest appeared. Return to Earth. In 1 week, everyone will return to where they left. Must survive and return. The quest, Cannot be refused. Return to Earth. Lee Taeyeon and the other survivors stirred. Their notification panels also appeared. Lee Taeyeon asked, "Does everyone see the special quest?" Na Jaeyeon exclaimed, "Can we really go back to Earth in a week?" Moon Jae-seong cheered. "Really? Amazing." Na Jaeyeon and Moon Jae-seong rejoiced. Na Jaeyeon said, "Since it's a quest, it must be real, right?" Moon Jae-seong excitedly said, "We can finally leave this terrifying labyrinth." The man in red armor held out his hand, his face full of worry. He said, I don't think this is necessarily a good thing." The man in red armor explained his worries, the image of a giant monster on Earth appearing hauntingly. "The reason we came here in the first place was because of those monsters on Earth, remember?" Na Jaeyeon and Moon Jae-seong vehemently objected. Na Jaeyeon said, "Of course it's good. We're going home." Moon Jae-seong asked, "Are you saying you prefer the labyrinth?" The man in red armor hastily denied. "No, that's not it." Na Jaeyeon shivered, her face clearly showing fear as she recalled. Other notification panels appeared, filled with chatter from the community. "But we're stronger now. Maybe we have a chance. There'll definitely be some canned snacks on Earth. Maybe we can even get rice. Then I want a can of corn." Kang Taeson cast a spell, a sharp ice arrow forming in his hand. The skill panel appeared. Basic magic. Ice arrow. Mana cost, 6. Proficiency, 1%. The small ghost hovered beside him. The small ghost looked at Kang Taeson curiously. "You keep staring at the community window while casting spells. What's wrong?" Kang Taeson replied, "I think we'll be getting out soon." Kang Taeson's ice arrow shot forth, slamming into the stone wall, creating a loud explosion and shattering it. The small ghost flew around Kang Taeson asking, "Huh? The place the injured man is guarding? Is there something there?" Kang Taeson replied, "No, not there." Kang Taeson smiled mysteriously. "You'll know when the time comes." He thought to himself,
From now on, I need to clear the labyrinth a bit faster.
The small ghost shrugged in confusion, large question marks appearing around it. Kang Taeson opened a treasure chest, brilliant light radiating out. The notification panel appeared. Secret room on floor, 7 cleared. Reward, agility stone. Agility increased by 10. Kang Taeson stood tall over the lizardman's corpse, the monster collapsing with a loud thud. The small ghost hovered beside him, the notification panel appearing. "Floor 7 elite lizardman boss defeated." The calm young man uttered, "Easy as pie." Another notification panel appeared. Kang Taeson receiving the rewards, earrings of the filthy entity and 10 mana. He subtly smirked, his purple eyes flashing with satisfaction. Kang Taeson quickly put on the new leather armor, his body becoming more agile. Secret reward. Exquisite leather armor appeared, increasing defense and dexterity. Lilith cast a spell, streams of green light surrounding her. A new spell was learned, basic detection, consuming 2 mana, capable of scanning the surrounding area and locating objects. Lilith confusedly asked Kang Taeson when he would learn new magic. He replied, his gaze firm, "When I've learned all of your spells." The small ghost flew around Kang Taeson, annoyed, asking, "You keep staring at the community window. What's going on?" It concluded, "You're addicted." Kang Taeson and the small ghost continued down the stairs, their steady footsteps echoing in the space. The young man still didn't take his eyes off the notification panel. Elsewhere, the gray-haired guild leader frantically clutched his head. A worried brown-haired warrior asked, "Guild leader, what should we do? What if they come back for revenge?" Kang Taeson closed his eyes, magical energy glowing around his hand. He mumbled, "It's nothing big. It's just that I don't see that troll insulting others and causing trouble anymore." The black-haired young man gave a mysterious smile, his purple eyes sparkling. "I'm really looking forward to another week." The small ghost pouted, its face full of annoyance. "Seriously, what exactly is going on?" The Floor 8 quest notification panel appeared, requiring the defeat of the boss to proceed. Kang Taeson stood on a floating island, a giant great bird monster flying past. Kang Taeson looked directly at the great bird monster, which seemed frightened. He calmly said, "Hello." Kang Taeson dashed forward at terrifying speed, leaving dazzling streaks of light on the ground. He leaped over obstacles with ease. The black-haired young man continued to run, the small ghost flying close beside him. His speed was so fast it created a strong gust of wind. The great bird monster roared in anger, the reward notification panel appearing. Rune of Marnius and secret reward. Kang Taeson swooped down like lightning, his sword piercing through the great bird monster, brilliant electrical energy flashing. Its painful cry tore through the air. The great bird monster collapsed, motionless. The victory notification panel appeared. Kang Taeson mused, "Monsters on this floor are easier to kill because they act on instinct." Kang Taeson looked straight ahead, saying, "There's no reason to use swordsmanship on beast-type monsters." The small ghost hovered, replying, "Oh, of course." It's meant to be used against humans. Kang Taeson closed his eyes, a small flame igniting on his fingertip. He thought to himself, anyway, I plan to clear this floor quickly. This is the perfect opportunity to practice that thing. He swung his hand. A series of terrifying explosions continuously ripped through the ground, and ice crystals shattered into pieces. Amidst the blazing flames and shaking ground, Kang Taeson walked calmly, the small ghost gliding alongside him. He mumbled, quite convenient actually. He and the small ghost walked on the stone path, through the floating islands. Ahead, a stone altar with clear water appeared. Kang Taeson looked up, his eyes full of surprise. This is, he softly uttered. The notification you have discovered the altar of Oman appeared. The small ghost explained, Oman is the god of challenges. He bestows challenges upon adventurers and enjoys watching them discover their own strength. He is the perfect god for you right now. A giant wall of water suddenly enveloped them. Kang Taeson was surprised. Is this wall made of water? A giant pillar of water erupted from the altar into the air. A subquest notification appeared. Oman is preparing a challenge for you. Kang Taeson turned his back, looking up at the notification panels. Now that you have reached his altar, Oman wants to challenge you. Reward. Oman will decide based on your performance. He smiled. There's no reason to refuse. The water in the altar swirled violently. A giant mass of water flew from afar, sparkling under the sky. A stream of pitch-black liquid began to overflow from the altar, dripping onto the stone floor. The black liquid quickly condensed, transforming into a humanoid figure made of water. The challenge notification appeared. Oman's challenge. Prove your strength. Kang Taeson faced the water enemy. It moved slowly, sluggishly. He wondered, why is it so slow? Kang Taeson was still surprised by the enemy's slowness. He wondered if there was something hidden behind this sluggishness. Without hesitation, Kang Taeson lunged forward, two swords in hand, ready to finish off the water entity. He needed to create some distance to learn more. A sharp sword strike tore through the water entity, making it vanish. First challenge completed. Dexterity increased by 1 point as a reward. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the black liquid from the chalice condensed again, forming a new water entity, signaling that the challenge was not over. Kang Taeson stared at the forming water entity, realizing this was not a single opponent but a continuous series. The second water entity was a bit faster, but still not enough to trouble Kang Taeson. He swung his sword, ending it in the blink of an eye. The water entity vanished, leaving a notification. Second challenge completed. Strength increased by 1 point as a reward. Kang Taeson mused, I think I understand what kind of challenge this is now. It works by levels. The little ghost appeared, confirming his suspicion. That's right. The first two challenges reflect the average strength of first and second floor adventurers, respectively. The little ghost continued to explain. Through these challenges, you can assess which floor you currently belong to. Kang Taeson faced the next water entity. A confident smile spread across Kang Taeson's lips. He replied, Perfect timing. I'm also curious about my own strength. Kang Taeson swung his sword, finishing the third entity. Third challenge completed. Intelligence increased by 1 point. The fourth entity was also quickly defeated by Kang Taeson. Fourth challenge completed. Dexterity increased by 2 points. The fifth entity began using skills, but Kang Taeson remained unfazed. He said, They're starting to use skills now. Fifth challenge completed. Strength increased by 2 points. Kang Taeson held nothing back. He cast a spell, activating Ice Arrow, preparing for a powerful attack. The ice arrows shot forth, piercing the water entity, causing it to shatter into countless small fragments. The sixth water entity vanished. Sixth challenge completed. Mana increased by 2 points. Kang Taeson had overcome yet another challenge. Kang Taeson contemplated his power. His mana recovered after each challenge, without limit. My mana recovers every time I complete a challenge. I'm glad there aren't any limits. A terrifying explosion erupted, signaling the completion of the seventh challenge. Kang Taeson's strength increased by 3 points, opening up countless new possibilities. Now I can try all sorts of things. Purple energy swirled around his hand. Kang Taeson realized this was a shadow equivalent to his current level. He had activated the skill Enchantment. A gigantic ice arrow, enveloped in magical energy, shot forth, piercing its target. He had activated Ice Arrow. The eighth challenge ended easily. Mana increased by 4 points. Kang Taeson smiled, ready for the next one, but then he paused. Still quite easy. Now for the next one. Silence enveloped him. Kang Taeson stepped forward, looking at the empty chalice, wondering why nothing was appearing. Why isn't anything appearing? The little ghost burst into laughter, saying it understood. Kang Taeson, confused, asked again, not knowing what was happening. I think I get it. This is hilarious. What is it? The little ghost explained that Oman could only create shadows equivalent to the player's level. To continue the challenge, Oman had to pay a price, and he didn't want his sphere of influence to shrink. Kang Taesun wondered why other gods didn't hesitate. The little ghost replied that he was unique. Oman wanted to see his potential but didn't want to pay the price, so he was conflicted. Silence fell again. Kang Taesun stood there, deep in thought, while the chalice remained motionless. "This is taking too long," Kang Taesun sighed. He turned to leave and explore the labyrinth, but something unexpected happened. He paused, surprised to see 2 notifications appear. Oman's sphere of influence had shrunk, and the god wanted to bestow upon him a great challenge. The little ghost burst into joyous laughter again, finding everything amusing. Kang Taesun maintained a calm expression, accepting the new development. "This is truly entertaining." The chalice glowed again. Oman was conflicted, and his new challenge was, "Prove your strength once more." From the chalice, a faint shadow emerged. Kang Taesun said that from now on, the shadows would come from floors he hadn't yet cleared. He felt excited. "From now on, the shadows will come from floors I haven't cleared yet. I'm truly excited." Kang Taesun gripped his swords tightly, looking up with a determined smile. Behind him, a gigantic, ominous figure was manifesting, signaling a fierce battle. Kang Taesun stood amidst a stream of blue energy, skill notifications constantly appearing. He activated Soul Attack, enhancing his counterattack ability, and also his agility. Soul Attack is activated too? He wondered. Kang Taesun swung his sword powerfully, tearing through the blue shadow. A notification appeared. 9th challenge overcome. Strength increased by 4 points. The clang of metal echoed as Kang Taesun parried a critical blow. Blue energy erupted, his purple eyes glowing, enveloped by a mysterious surge of purple power. Kang Taesun turned to look at the dissipating pool of dark blue energy. The little ghost hovered, curiously asking, "Hey, this is really cool, but what exactly are they?" Kang Taesun looked up and explained, "They're just the shadows of adventurers, those who have vanished from the long history of the labyrinth." He activated the fireball skill. The little ghost remarked that they were quite different. Kang Taesun continued. Some failed the challenges, while others made pacts with a god, or lost their lives and offered their souls in the process. Kang Taesun unleashed a gigantic fireball, hurtling straight towards the manifesting shadow, creating an intense wave of heat. Kang Taesun looked down at his hand with surprise, purple energy surrounding it. A notification appeared. "You have activated Frenzy." Kang Taesun unleashed 2 sharp ice arrows, completely destroying the shadow. 10th challenge overcome. Strength increased by 5 points. Kang Taesun looked ahead, pondering, "They're definitely not playthings of the gods. Each shadow has a different movement pattern. I'll keep that in mind." A fierce clash echoed in midair, signaling an incessant battle. Bursts of energy light exploded on the ground, creating a deafening impact sound. Kang Taesun parried an attack from the 13th floor shadow. He realized they're starting to use many different skills. Kang Taesun parried a powerful attack from the 15th floor shadow with his 2 swords, the clang of metal reverberating. Kang Taesun dodged an attack from the 14th floor shadow, causing it to burst into flames. He observed, "This shadow uses many skills, but it makes it move more clumsily. In fact, it's easier to defeat than the previous ones." Kang Taesun glided swiftly, evading the shadow's attack. He thought, "From now on, the shadows will have stats equivalent to mine, or even higher." But Kang Taesun activated Fireball, a terrifying explosion tearing through space. He glided away, dodging the destructive force. A purple sword strike tore through the shadow. Kang Taesun confidently stated, "I have more tricks than them." Haste and Power Strike were activated. Kang Taesun dashed like the wind, his gaze resolute. The 15th challenge completed. Strength, agility, mana, and soul attack all increased. Kang Taesun breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing the insanity of these stats, he whistled softly. Kang Taesun's stats had increased by over 60 points, an astonishing increase, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. The little ghost hovered, marveling. "Only you could do this. I wonder how strong you'll be when you complete this challenge." A sword strike tore through the air again. The 18th floor shadow appeared, taking the form of a coiled dragon. Kang Taesun charged forward, ready to face the new challenge. The shadow entity coughed, spitting out green droplets, as if it were deeply wounded. He dashed like lightning, seizing the shadow entity, giving it no chance to resist. The shadow entity pierced through him, but first strike nullification activated. Kang Taesun was surprised by this self-destructive move. The little ghost wondered, did it just try to self-destruct? Kang Taesun swung his sword, finishing off the enemy. The 18th challenge completed. The 19th floor shadow manifested. Kang Taesun gripped his sword tightly, parrying a powerful attack from the new entity. The little spirit explained the nullification skill. "It's too powerful. The system window only appears after being attacked, so the opponent can't react without prior knowledge. The system warns, "Your opponent is an invincible foe." Kang Taeson smirks. "So what? It doesn't matter." Beneath Kang Taeson's feet, the floor cracked, and fragments of stone fell, signaling an explosive power. The system activated a series of skills: fair fight, battle lust, contempt for the strong. Kang Taeson charged forward, making the ghost hesitate. He knew he had many buffs. The clang of metal echoed as Kang Taeson firmly blocked the blue ghost's attack, sparks flying between his two swords. The blue ghost glided like a phantom, swinging its arms in a flurry of attacks, each strike carrying destructive power. Kang Taeson narrowly dodged. Without hesitation, Kang Taeson activated acceleration and power strike, charging straight at his opponent. He delivered a fatal blow. He swept past like a gust of wind, dodging the ghost's counterattack. A flash of light from Kang Taeson's sword tore through the air, creating a dazzling golden streak. The little spirit hovered, explaining that the attack skill forced the user to spin and slash 270 degrees, but also exposed their back. A dangerous skill. Challenge 19 completed. Kang Taeson sighed in relief, realizing he had overcome it thanks to his enhanced skills. But the path ahead would not be easy. A surge of deep blue energy erupted, and the ghost of the 20th floor materialized, stronger and more terrifying. Kang Taeson was ready to face it. The system praised Kang Taeson for shedding all worries with his resolute will. He smirked. "Now this is more like it." The blue ghost erupted with purple energy, activating the complete victory skill. A terrifying surge of power spread throughout the space. Without fear, Kang Taeson charged straight into the energy storm, preparing for a direct, unyielding confrontation. Continuous clashes echoed, and Kang Taeson was knocked back, falling to the floor. He activated the counter skill, trying to defend himself. Kang Taeson stood up, his purple eyes blazing, and activated the rage skill. Purple energy flared around his hands, ready to counterattack. A powerful blow landed, hitting Kang Taeson, and fresh blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. The strike left him dazed. The blue ghost activated the repel skill, creating a powerful force field that flung Kang Taeson away, sending him sliding across the ground. Kang Taeson wiped the blood from his lips, and the little spirit explained that the repel skill was based on stats. He knew the ghost didn't have much health left. With a leap, Kang Taeson charged straight at the ghost, activating acceleration and power strike, delivering a decisive blow. The blue spectral entity coiled itself, and water swirled as if to swallow everything. The blue ghost transformed into a water warrior, and electroluminescent energy erupted, creating a piercing shriek. Kang Taeson dashed like a gust of wind, activating Shadow Cloak, preparing for the decisive blow. He swung his sword at the blue ghost, but also took a counterattack, fresh blood splattering. Kang Taeson unleashed his final sword strikes, and purple energy erupted, tearing apart the blue ghost. Challenge 20 completed. Amidst the dissipating blue energy, Kang Taeson looked back, a self-satisfied smirk on his face. "See you later." Exhausted, Kang Taeson collapsed to the floor, panting, but continuous stat increase notifications appeared. From the puddle beneath the Holy Grail, a small water entity, shaped like a spirit beast, slowly raised its head. Kang Taeson stared at the chalice and the water entity, his eyes showing surprise, his body trembling slightly. Dark energy flared around Kang Taeson, making him tremble, his eyes tense as if preparing for a new battle. The small water entity suddenly erupted with fierce blue energy, creating a terrifying pressure. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but Kang Taeson still smirked confidently, a cunning glint in his eyes. Kang Taeson raised his hands, a satisfied smile on his face as he declared, "It's done, Oman." Oman's challenge ended. The Holy Grail splashed water, and Oman seemed speechless at the result. Kang Taeson's status window appeared, showing level 21 and impressive stats. He exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell?" The little spirit hovered beside him, explaining Kang Taeson's incredible growth. "That's unbelievable growth. How can an 8th floor adventurer clear the 20th floor?" The system announced that Oman's sphere of influence had decreased, and he was rewarded. The little spirit was astonished to realize Oman's power had significantly weakened. Kang Taeson received the Ring of Proof, along with a stat-boosting skill. He was surprised by the new rewards, a ring and an enhancement skill. Oman offered an apostle contract, but Kang Taeson decisively refused, without a moment's hesitation. A stream of water suddenly shot out from the basin, splashing into Kang Taeson's ear. He was bewildered, while the little spirit's eyes widened in surprise. He stood on the floating island, while the system announced that Oman promised another encounter. Water splashed around him. Kang Taeson smiled, realizing his current limit was the 20th floor. He thought this was useful information, worth sharing with the community. He mused as he opened the secret chest, receiving a sturdy ankle guard with defense and agility stats. Kang Taeson stood amidst shattered ice, looking down at the fallen great bird monster. He exclaimed that everything was too easy now. The little spirit explained that Kang Taesun had become extraordinarily powerful thanks to his soul attack skill and Oman's sudden will, far exceeding normal levels. He received the special skill Soul Drain Touch, which allowed him to absorb enemy life force when dealing damage. Kang Taesun concluded it would be extremely useful in prolonged battles. Kang Taesun held the Shimmering Rune of Marneus, an item that could imbue weapons with attributes. He decided to store it in his inventory. Having collected everything, Kang Taesun decided to increase his speed, continuing his journey to the lower floors. Only 4 days remained until his return to Earth. Stepping onto the 9th floor, 3 ferocious hobgoblins appeared, ready for battle. Kang Taesun swung his sword, easily dealing with them. He was surprised that a goblin was stronger than a lizardman. He glided among the hobgoblins, his sword flashing with blue light, continuously blocking and counterattacking. 3 hobgoblins charged forward, their red eyes fierce, determined to attack Kang Taesun. Kang Taesun nodded, his eyes sharp. The little spirit hovered beside him, its voice echoing. They've definitely been trained. Their leader must have taught them. You know who I'm talking about, don't you? Amidst the scattered goblin corpses, Kang Taesun stood tall. The little spirit explained about the old enemy Hagasha and affirmed, "The current goblin lord is on this floor." Only 3 days remained until his return to Earth. On the dungeon map, a notification appeared. Floor 9 boss, Hobgoblin Chieftain, has appeared. The enemy growled, ready for battle. The Hobgoblin Chieftain roared in anger, swinging its skull staff high. The human skulls on the staff emitted an eerie purple light, signaling an attack. Kang Taesun didn't hesitate, activating Shadow Cloak. A surge of blue energy erupted, piercing straight into the charging Hobgoblin Chieftain. A sharp sword strike from Kang Taesun tore through the air, finishing off the Hobgoblin Chieftain. A victory notification rang out, marking another fallen enemy. After the battle, Kang Taesun turned and walked towards the round gate carved with ancient runes. The little spirit hovered behind him, like an invitation to the next challenge. Both entered a long corridor with a crumbling ceiling. At the end of the path, a large, imposing figure of the Goblin Lord resided, awaiting challengers. Kang Taesun placed his hand on a blue magic circle on the wall. The trap disarm skill was activated, neutralizing all potential traps. Kang Taesun faced Goblin Lord Rutla. The chieftain asked directly, "Are you the one who defeated Hagasha?" Kang Taesun said nothing, only nodded silently, confirming the Goblin Lord's question. Goblin Lord Rutla smirked. Then a surge of purple energy enveloped Kang Taesun. He said, "He would surely be pleased to fight a warrior like you. I thank you on his behalf." Goblin Lord Rutla continued to question Kang Taesun. "You're the one who dethroned Hagasha, aren't you? Why did you do it?" Goblin Lord Rutla explained his motive. "If I'm going to die anyway, I should at least leave a legacy. Better to die as a lord than a common goblin." Kang Taesun pondered, then looked up at Goblin Lord Rutla, who was preparing for battle. Rutla swung his weapon, his eyes resolute, accepting his fate. Goblin Lord Rutla declared, "Fight, warrior." Kang Taesun responded with a resolute gaze, ready for the decisive battle. Kang Taesun and Goblin Lord Rutla clashed fiercely, swords and spears colliding with sparks, creating brilliant blue energy surges. The confrontation continued, both still locked in a fierce struggle, but Rutla seemed to be enduring powerful attacks. Rutla admitted, "Oh dear, I can't compare in skill, and you surpass me in both movement and swordsmanship." Kang Taesun asked in return, "So, are you giving up?" Goblin Lord Rutla roared, his eyes blazing. "It doesn't matter if I can't win. I'll still give it my all. I'll ensure a magnificent end." Kang Taesun charged, his sword clashing powerfully with Rutla's weapon, creating a deafening sound and scattering sparks. Kang Taesun activated a skill, and 2 blue spirit wolves appeared behind him, ready to give their all. He said, "All right, then I'll give it my all too." A terrifying energy explosion occurred. Rutla was knocked back, collapsing amidst the rubble. He exclaimed, "I never thought you'd be this strong, but I'm satisfied." Kang Taesun stood tall before the defeated Rutla. A system notification appeared. "You have defeated Rutla." Little Ghost hovered beside him. Kang Taesun picked up Rutla's spear. A notification appeared. "Crude spear plus 10 attack." Rutla said, "Go forth, warrior." Kang Taesun and Little Ghost looked at the system notification. "You have achieved the title King Slayer, and stats and rewards will increase when facing a lord, king, or monarch of a species." Kang Taesun nodded. "All right, let's go." The scene shifted to a lush green forest. A system notification appeared. "You have learned Cloak of Concealment and Basic Magic. Cloak of Concealment. Mana cost 4. Proficiency 1%. Conceals your presence." Kang Taesun was buying potions from a white-bearded old man. The old man asked why he was buying so many. Kang Taesun replied, "I'll need them later." Kang Taesun and Little Ghost ascended the stone steps, venturing deeper into the dungeon. Each step was a new rhythm for their journey. The scene focused on Kang Taesun's feet as he walked. A notification appeared. Floor 9 reward. Agile boots. +7 defense, +5 dexterity, +10% movement speed, +5% action speed. Kang Taesun smiled with satisfaction, holding a brand new sword. A notification appeared. Floor 9 secret reward. Frost sword, +11 attack. He said, "It's been a while since I got a new weapon." Kang Taesun and Little Ghost stepped out of the passageway, preparing to enter the next floor. He said, "Now then, we're finally on floor 10. Kang Taesun stood on a high rock outcrop, looking down at the vast expanse of floor 10. Square blocks of stone were stacked, forming a ruined labyrinth amidst towering cliffs. Little Ghost hovered, its large, round eyes looking forward. It said, "That's right, we're almost at the end." Kang Taesun reiterated the mission. Little Ghost replied, "That's right, to eliminate the one who killed you on floor 10, right?" Memories of the blonde-haired young man and the grave appeared. Little Ghost thanked Kang Taesun, saying that thanks to him, it had left a trace of its existence. Kang Taesun asked in return, "For what?" Memories of the blonde-haired young man appeared. He smiled sadly. He said, "My world ended, and I died too. My job was at least to leave a remnant of my world." Kang Taesun looked into the distance, his purple eyes filled with thought. He said, "Well, we can never be sure what will happen next, so I'll save my answer for later." Kang Taesun turned and walked away, shimmering light surrounding him. He heard the blonde-haired young man's voice in his mind. "It's a shame I never taught you the second sword art of the Storm Scar, but I'm sure you'll reach that level someday." A gigantic ogre monster appeared, roaring ferociously. A system notification appeared. Floor 10 ogre monster has appeared. The ogre stomped powerfully, shaking the ground and creating large cracks. Kang Taesun charged, swinging his sword to attack the ogre. A surge of blue energy flashed from his sword. The ogre quickly grabbed Kang Taesun with its massive hand, blocking his attack. In an instant, the ogre was defeated, collapsing. Kang Taesun said, "Too easy." A notification appeared. "You have defeated an ogre." A secret room appeared in midair, covered in dazzling light. Notification. Floor 10 secret room. Kang Taesun touched a skeleton, activating the trap disarm skill. A surge of blue energy enveloped his hand. Notification. You have activated trap disarm. Trap disarm skill has increased by 2%. Little Ghost hovered nearby, wondering, he's leveling up a skill when he could just smash everything. Why is he suddenly taking his time? Kang Taesun calmly continued to activate the skill. Kang Taesun removed a blue ring from the skeleton. Notification. Appraisal successful. You have received a blue ring as a secret room reward. Blue ring +10. Mana. Kang Taesun and Little Ghost finally arrived before the gigantic door which held the final challenge. Finally, the boss room. Little Ghost hovered nearby, reminding him of the objective. If you defeat the boss and enter the hidden room, you will meet the one who killed me. Once you defeat him, my mission will be complete. Kang Taesun prepared. He held Marnius's rune, which can imbue weapons with attributes, and the engraved magic scroll, which grants special magical power to items. He used Marnius's rune and the magic scroll on the frost sword. The sword shone brightly, now enhanced with the thunder attribute, increasing attack by 11 points. Not bad. Kang Taesun was satisfied. He asked Little Ghost, "Hey Ghost, you belong to this labyrinth, right?" Little Ghost replied, Yes, since I died. I was bound to my grave." Little Ghost flew around, explaining, Now I'm free from it thanks to you. But my fundamental nature hasn't changed." Kang Taesun smiled meaningfully. "That means as long as the mission isn't complete, you'll remain as you are. So, I wonder which appraisal will come first," Little Ghost confirmed. "Exactly. You're bound to me now because of the mission." A powerful light enveloped them. Kang Taesun was startled. A notification appeared. 0 days until return to Earth. Little Ghost looked down confusedly at the spreading crack. "Your bond with the labyrinth, or your bond with me." "What are you talking about?" Brilliant blue light erupted, enveloping Kang Taesun and the image of Earth below, creating a fantastical scene. Little Ghost exclaimed in horror, "What is this?" Special mission notifications appeared. Little Ghost called out to Kang Taesun in a panic. A colossal surge of energy descended from above, piercing the sky, heading straight towards a modern city below. Kang Taesun lay on the ground, looking around. "This is where I used to be, so I've returned to Earth." He raised his hand to his forehead, inhaling the familiar scent of grass and asphalt characteristic of Earth. Little Ghost flew around Kang Taesun, asking in a panic, "Taesun, where are we?" Little Ghost hovered, exclaiming in terror, "I've never heard of a place like this inside the labyrinth. What in the world is this place?" But this time, Taesun was not alone. A shattering sound echoed as Kang Taeson decisively stepped down, crushing scattered glass fragments on the cold ground. The door creaked open eerily. Kang Taeson strode into a desolate supermarket. Little Ghost flying behind him. Dust and rubble covered everything. Kang Taeson covered his nose, looking around. This smell. Indeed, most of the food is spoiled. It makes sense. It's been 3 months already. Kang Taeson's hand reached out, searching for something amidst the rubble. He picked up a shiny can of Spam and a can of corn, rare items that were still intact. A burst of fire erupted from Kang Taeson's hand, toasting slices of bread. The little ghost stood nearby, staring blankly at the rising magical flame. Kang Taeson enjoyed the meal. It's good. The little ghost looked at him and asked, "Do you really have to cook with that?" The little ghost looked outside and exclaimed in surprise, "How strange. So this is your world? I never thought I could come here." Although items from the labyrinth belonged to it, player ownership was prioritized upon returning to Earth. Kang Taeson looked at the little ghost. "I'm not sure if it works. Anyway, you're a living creature, not an item," the little ghost asked. "But still, Taeson, what is that?" Amidst the ruined city, the little ghost pointed at the rectangular objects. "I'm talking about those rectangular things. They're everywhere." Kang Taeson replied, "You mean cars? I guess you could call them horseless carriages." Kang Taeson held the little ghost, pointing at the turbulent sky. "But more importantly, do you know anything about that?" In the sky, a gigantic purple rift appeared, tearing through space. Kang Taeson asked, "What is it?" From the purple rift, a gruesome green liquid began to drip down. Kang Taeson said in a low voice, "That's why I entered the labyrinth in the first place. And it's also what's continuing to destroy my world." The little ghost observed the accumulating green liquid. I sense a completely different kind of power. But I won't know for sure unless I take a closer look." Kang Taeson said, "I guess we'll have to identify it later." The green liquid suddenly transformed, extending into a grotesque tentacle writhing in the air. Kang Taeson swiftly grabbed the extending green tentacle. The little ghost exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, that's..." The tentacle frantically writhed in Kang Taeson's hand. He coldly asked, "What do you think this is?" The little ghost hovered, observing carefully. It could be a god snake, but it seems a little different. How interesting." The entity continued to analyze. "It comes from another world, but what kind of creature made this? It's hard to say." Kang Taeson nodded. "I see." A flame erupted from his hand, engulfing the tentacle. The system announced, "You have activated Fireball." The little ghost hovered, its expression serious. "One thing is for sure, the master of these creatures is quite powerful. Even more so than Rakirata's." The entity asked, "So you brought me here to ask about these things? Coming here isn't so bad, is it?" Kang Taeson replied, "No, I'm here to learn about a new world." A special quest notification appeared. Special quest started. Go to Anyang City Hall. Condition: reach the destination safely. The little ghost exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, the conditions are set to a minimum." Kang Taeson and the little ghost walked amidst the ruins. He observed his surroundings. No one is here. Well, as expected. Kang Taeson mused. How many people chose to enter the labyrinth when the option suddenly appeared? Most would stay on Earth, waiting for the government to save them. A withered hand lay on the ground, flies buzzing around it. Kang Taeson concluded, and this is the result. The little ghost flew over the corpse, the desolate cityscape clearly visible. The little ghost perched on Kang Taeson's head. "With your stats, you could go much faster." "Why are you walking so slowly?" he replied. "There's someone I need to meet." The little ghost asked curiously, "Ah, the people you trained?" "I'm curious about them," Kang Taeson denied. "Not them, although I'll meet those two soon enough." Kang Taeson decisively sped up, dashing away like the wind. He muttered, "For now." A brown-haired player in light armor appeared, smiling and greeting. "Hello, you also received the quest to go to the city hall, right?" Kang Taeson replied, I haven't seen you before. You don't look like a hard mode player. Are you from normal mode?" Kang Taeson gave a mysterious smile, making Galim Yungalin wonder. Kang Taeson agreed. "All right, let's go." Both sped up, Galim Yungalin excitedly slinging an arm around him, heading forward. They quickly joined the crowd of players gathered around a bonfire. Galim Yungalin cheerfully called out, "Everyone, I'm back! Is everyone all right?" Their decisive footsteps echoed on the desolate ground, moving deeper into the group of survivors. A middle-aged man rejoiced. "Yungalin, there you are. Thank goodness nothing happened." Those around them also sighed in relief. Yungalin is back. Now we can rest easy. Galim Yungalin introduced Kang Taeson. "This is Taeson. I think he's a normal mode player. Everyone, please get along." The crowd buzzed with questions, wondering why they had never seen him before. Kang Taeson scanned the crowd, estimating about 100 easy and normal mode players. The little ghost muttered, These people probably can't see me. Galim Yungalin suddenly looked around. I knew it. I don't know any of them. Galim Yungalin clapped his hands, trying to get everyone's attention. All right, all right. He flashed a radiant smile, reassuring the crowd. Don't worry. I'm here to protect everyone. Galim Yungalin excitedly announced. It seems we've gathered everyone in the area, so let's head to the city hall. The crowd murmured, worried about monsters. The crowd cheered in admiration. Hard mode players really are different. We're safe now. I'm so glad we met Yungon. Kang Taeson merely observed in silence. Galim Yungalin looked straight ahead, thinking, only Yungon is somewhat all right. Besides him, none of them could have cleared the lower floors. The little ghost hovered above Kang Taeson's head, wondering, did these people really go down into the labyrinth? Why is everyone so weak? Galim Yungalin led the way, the crowd following behind, advancing through the ruined remnants of the city. The little ghost looked at Kang Taeson, who stood with his arms crossed, deep in thought. Why does Taeson want to meet this guy so badly? He even agreed to go with this useless group. Amidst the ruined remnants, a blue-green entity with tentacles and multiple eyes suddenly appeared, making the atmosphere tense. The middle-aged man panicked, pointing at the monster, calling out loudly to Galim Yungalin, his voice full of worry. Yungalin, look! This F-rank monster was easily defeated in the labyrinth, but here, everything was different. Galim Yungalin rushed into battle, the sounds of impact echoing. Galim Yungalin turned back to instruct the crowd. Wait here, I'll be right back. Then, he decisively walked away, advancing towards the monster. In just a flash, Galim Yungalin defeated the monster. He cheerfully waved to everyone. I did it! Come here! Galim Yungalin continued his assault, sharp sword slashes tearing through the air, piercing the monster's hide, making it roar in pain. The monster counterattacked fiercely, its flailing tentacles striking Galim Yungalin, making him groan in pain. Kang Taeson and the other survivors watched from a distance. Their expressions varied, but all eyes were on the battle. And so, the journey continued. Kang Taeson walked among the crowd, his gaze resolute, while the others were still in a state of panic. Whenever a monster appeared on their path, Galim Yungalin would rush into battle, defeating it with powerful attacks. The rest of the group would hide, waiting until all danger had passed and they could safely continue their journey. A gigantic earthworm monster suddenly appeared, growling menacingly. The crowd screamed, fleeing in panic. Run! The earthworm monster slowly crawled forward, its eyes glowing red, making the atmosphere even more suffocating. Everyone wondered why it appeared while Yungon was fighting. A hand reached out, throwing a rock towards the monster. Shouts rang out, Run! Run quickly! The middle-aged man looked up, his eyes teary, his face terrified, not understanding what was happening. The earthworm monster lunged, opening its wide maw, swallowing the middle-aged man whole, his terrified scream muffled. Horrific bloodstains on the cold ground, evidence of the monster's sudden disappearance. The crowd buzzed, discussing, trying to understand what had just happened. A soldier exclaimed, At least we're still alive. Galim Yungalin panted, anxiously asking if everyone was okay. A black-haired girl replied, her voice trembling. We don't know. It just vanished. No one here could have defeated it. Galim Yungalin was stunned. The monster vanished without a trace? He was the only hard-mode player here, so who did it? A sense of unease rose within him. Galim Yungalin's gaze suddenly fell upon Kang Taeson, who stood there with strange composure. A thought flashed through his mind, an unbelievable possibility. Galim Yungalin's heart pounded. The black-haired young man's name. Could it be that person? Doubt and astonishment surged within him. Kang Taeson remained calm, holding a small stone. He recalled that most people panicked when they met him, but this person was composed, as if he had anticipated it. Galim Yungalin broke out in a cold sweat, his mind in turmoil. Kang Taeson's appearance had overturned all his thoughts. Galim Yungalin rallied his spirits, raised his sword, and shouted, Let's keep moving! We still have a long way to go before we reach the city hall! Everyone nodded, following his lead. Heavy footsteps continued to roll along the ruined road, heading forward. The group continued to be protected. Galim Yungalin led the fight, while Kang Taeson quietly dealt with the monsters appearing behind them, ensuring absolute safety. The march continued. Above the crowd, a small white entity hovered, emitting a mysterious light. Everyone looked up, bewildered, wondering what it was. The small white entity grew angry, enveloped in dark energy. It growled, despising the weak crowd who only knew how to hide and not fight, calling them scum. Kang Taeson observed the crowd. He had never seen the small white entity so angry. Fortunately, no one else could see it. The small white entity shrieked in rage. These weaklings dared to enter the labyrinth? It was an unacceptable insult. The small white entity continued to roar, questioning the crowd. They should have fought with all their might, but instead, they did nothing but cower in fear. Galim Yungalin reassured the trembling black-haired girl. He said that no one was strong from the start. Everyone had to take risks to gain strength. The small white entity was still annoyed, wondering how these people had managed to survive until now. Kang Taeson reassured the small entity, saying that he was the one who was different. These people had chosen the easy labyrinth. Kang Taeson's sharp purple eyes gleamed with determination. He said, "We should talk." The small entity asked in surprise. "What do you mean, easy labyrinth? There's only one labyrinth in this world," Kang Taeson pondered. "The labyrinth has multiple modes: easy, normal, hard, and solo. The monsters and bosses on each floor are different. Only the layout and the 100th floor are the same." The small entity hovered, saying it had never heard of the labyrinth being divided into so many modes. Even though the gods once caused dimensional splits, the labyrinth always returned to normal. Kang Taeson deduced that perhaps the gods weren't powerful enough to create this vast labyrinth, but if they only created multiple copies from the original, that could explain the different modes. The small entity mused, wondering if someone had artificially created the different modes. Kang Taeson sat down, crossed his arms, and thought. He concluded that this must be the work of an entity more powerful than a god, as the labyrinth's size required extraordinary effort. The narration revealed that all monsters encountered so far were F rank. If the intention was to kill players, that entity would have sent A rank monsters from the start, as if observing and controlling everything. Kang Taeson mumbled, recalling the small entity's words that the gods enjoyed seeing mortals strive. The small entity irritably asked, Can't we just go straight to the destination? I don't want to see these freeloaders anymore." Kang Taeson replied, "No. Even if we go ahead, there's nothing to do." The small entity grumbled, lying on Kang Taeson's head. "Tsk, if you're going to help, why not do it openly, instead of hiding it? You like helping others." Kang Taeson denied it. The small entity insisted that Kang Taeson had helped many people. Kang Taeson replied that he only helped those with the potential to survive, and among those who could make it to the end, there was one person he truly cared about. Kang Taeson looked to the side, thoughtfully beginning to narrate. "In my previous life," Kang Taeson continued, saying he didn't care if others lived or died, but if they died, Galim Yungalin would collapse. A man in light armor faltered, his heavy feet dragging with difficulty across the ruined ground. He seemed to be trying his utmost not to collapse. He collapsed onto the floor covered in broken glass, creating a clinking sound. But he was the only one who survived. The narration echoed mournfully. The man's face was drenched in tears and sweat, his eyes wide with despair. Painful sobs tore through him. He knelt, head bowed low, body trembling. Yungaon led a group to the city hall. The narration continued to echo in the gloomy space. The scene shifted to a desolate city street under the sunset. Earthworm-like monsters and small water entities roamed, creating an eerily peaceful scene. A group of survivors sat leaning against a ruined wall. The blue-shirted young man sighed. "Monster meat is really terrible." The pink-shirted girl grimaced, trying to swallow a piece of tough monster meat. Her face clearly showed disgust and discomfort. The light-armored young man said, "I should have stopped by a convenience store to buy some food." The yellow-shirted young man sitting next to him replied, "What if you ran into monsters? It's best to use items from the labyrinth." Suddenly, Kang Taeson appeared, sitting next to them, calmly eating something from a small box. Everyone around him looked at him in surprise. Kang Taeson leisurely enjoyed a piece of ham. The other survivors whispered, muttering enviously, "Wow, look, it's ham! I wish I had something to trade." Lee Chanziok, leader of the Athens Guild, aggressively approached, looking at Kang Taeson with menace. "Hey, give it here. You know who I am, don't you?" The people around whispered in astonishment. Lee Chanziok continued to threaten, demanding Kang Taeson hand over the food, unless he wanted to make enemies with the entire guild. Kang Taeson remained silent, his gaze unwavering. Lee Chanziok gritted his teeth, an aura of energy flaring around him. "I wonder if you can even return," he questioned, then asked again. "What?" His face full of anger. Kang Taeson continued to calmly nibble. He recalled, "The Athens Guild. I had forgotten about them. They tried to control the labyrinth by harassing other players," Lee Chanziok roared. "How dare you look at me like that?" Lee Chanziok lunged, his fists clenched, eyes blazing. Kang Taeson calmly said, "They all died on the second return." Lee Chanziok growled, "You brought this upon yourself." Lee Chanziok grabbed Kang Taeson by the collar, his face furious. "Just because you brought us to the city hall doesn't mean we have to obey," he roared. Lee Chanziok lunged, his fists clenched, eyes blazing. He grabbed Kang Taeson by the collar, roaring. Galim Yungalin blocked him, asking, "Who do you think you are?" Lee Chanziok retorted, demanding he step aside as this was a private matter. Galim Yungalin's face changed, his eyes suddenly turning cold. A surge of green energy flared around him, signaling an impending outburst. "Enough," he growled, his voice echoing with power. Lee Chansok was unexpectedly pushed back by Galim Yungalin. He staggered, feeling a powerful force resisting him. Lee Chansok thought in astonishment, "What the hell? I thought he was just a weakling, easy to bully." Kang Taeson stood there, his deep purple eyes following every development. His face remained calm, as if everything was within his expectations. A loud thud echoed. Lee Chansok collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat, coughing violently. Galim Yungalin stood upright, looking down at him, coldly declaring, "We have no reason to keep you in the group." Without hesitation, Galim Yungalin delivered a powerful punch to Lee Chanseok's face. Blood splattered. Lee Chanseok cried out in pain, barely letting out a whimper before losing consciousness. Galim Yungalin looked at the remaining people, his gaze firm. He stated clearly, "I know what you think of me. You can think whatever you want, but if you cross the line..." Galim Yungalin turned and walked away, leaving the onlookers cowering in fear. They sat on the ground, their eyes wide with panic, watching his retreating back. Each of his footsteps was as heavy as a threat. The small white entity hovered beside Kang Taeson, muttering, "I've never seen Yungon so upset." Kang Taeson softly whispered, "How terrifying." His gaze remained on Galim Yungalin, deep in thought. Under the crescent moon hanging in the starry sky, Galim Yungalin sat huddled by the campfire. The fire crackled, small sparks flying into the air, illuminating his tired face. Kang Taeson suddenly appeared, making Galim Yungalin startle and look up. Kang Taeson spoke, "You're probably the most exhausted among us after fighting all day. Yet you're also on guard duty?" Galim Yungalin looked at Kang Taeson, his voice lowering. "Taeson, everyone is afraid of you. They're worried you might kick them out of the group." He expressed the harsh truth about how the others felt. Galim Yungalin recalled the moment he swung his sword, shattering a groundworm monster. He thought to himself, "Thanks to you, I had the chance to display my power. I'm very grateful." In his memory, Galim Yungalin bravely fought the giant groundworm monster, while others panicked and scattered. He faced the danger alone, protecting them. Galim Yungalin continued to ponder his actions. There was no other way. This had to happen sooner or later. There were too many people, and we've almost died too many times. He affirmed the necessity of this. Kang Taeson sat down next to Galim Yungalin, looking straight at him. "Was this truly necessary?" he asked. Galim Yungalin turned, his eyes full of hidden meaning, and asked back, "What?" Kang Taeson coldly looked down at Galim Yungalin. He uttered cruel words. "You could easily go to the city hall alone. You're a hard-mode player, so you should know. Those destined to live, live. Those destined to die, die." The crescent moon hung in the night sky. Kang Taeson's voice echoed, "The survival rate for hard mode is only 1%. Even a short time there will make you realize that helping a hopeless case only prolongs their life for a moment." Galim Yungalin's eyes widened, pupils contracting in horror. Kang Taeson's gaze had reached the depths of his soul, making all reason collapse. Galim Yungalin recoiled in shock, a dark purple energy seeming to envelop him from Kang Taeson's direction, making him tremble in extreme fear. Galim Yungalin sprang up, his eyes filled with rage and shock. He growled, "You! How could you say such things?" Kang Taeson stood there, his deep purple eyes emitting a terrifying light, surrounded by a gloomy aura. Galim Yungalin felt as if he had witnessed countless deaths, and those eyes held a chilling coldness. Galim Yungalin's heart pounded in his chest. He hesitated, hand gripping his sword hilt, but his body trembled uncontrollably. He stammered, "You! Who are you?" Galim Yungalin's hand tightened on his sword hilt, sweat pouring out. He realized that the person before him was definitely not an ordinary player. Kang Taeson turned his face away, his gaze directed towards the crescent moon. He muttered, as if to himself, "I've never seen that expression on you before." Kang Taeson turned and walked away, leaving Galim Yungalin stunned. He called back, "We still have things to do. I'll tell you who I am when we reach City Hall." Galim Yungalin collapsed, sitting by the dying fire. He was still shaken, with only one question in his mind. Who exactly is he? Dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight piercing through the ruined buildings, bringing a faint hope for the new day. Galim Yungalin stood amidst the ruins, stretching energetically, and called out to the huddled crowd, "Wake up, everyone!" The survivors erupted in joy and hope. Galim Yungalin urged, "We'll reach City Hall in about 2 hours, hurry up!" Galim Yungalin led the group, his sword gleaming in his hand. Each of his steps was resolute, heading towards City Hall. But they had overlooked two things. First, the monsters only attacked those heading towards City Hall. A man in a blue shirt cried out in panic as a giant groundworm monster emerged. "Yungalin, monsters!" Galim Yungalin immediately ordered, "Everyone, get behind me." 3 giant groundworm monsters emerged from the ground, their bodies wriggling. One let out a gruesome cry, another crawled quickly forward. A voice rang out in astonishment. 3 of them? Galim Yungalin explained that those who went alone had either reached safety or died. That meant there was no one left on the road. The crowd behind him exclaimed in shock, "Huh?" The crowd behind Galim Yungalin erupted in panic. Screams for help tore through the air as they pushed and shoved each other, creating a terrifying scene of chaos. In the chaotic moment, Galim Yungalin shouted loudly, ordering everyone to quickly flee. His desperate cry echoed, trying to overpower the surrounding panic. Galim Yungalin told himself that he couldn't face 3 monsters alone. A boy in a red shirt frantically fled as a groundworm monster lunged quickly, in close pursuit. Galim Yungalin used his shield to block the monster's attack, creating a powerful impact sound. He gritted his teeth, trying to protect the panicking civilians behind him. Galim Yungalin leaped, charging to attack the monster. His sword gleamed, creating a sharp clang of metal as he bravely rushed to face the danger. Galim Yungalin took a deep breath, telling himself that City Hall was very close. He just needed to hold off the monsters long enough for everyone to reach safety. A system notification appeared. Galim Yungalin swung his sword, striking hard at the monster's tough shell. A sharp clang of metal rang out, sparks flying from the cut, indicating a powerful attack. Galim Yungalin quickly threw a bag of white powder towards the enemy. A system notification appeared, revealing it to be calming powder, capable of exploding and creating a barrier. Galim Yungalin offered a determined smile, encouraging everyone that they just needed to push on a little longer. He trusted in his own ability to protect them. The bag of powder exploded violently, creating a dazzling barrier of light that repelled the monsters. Galim Yungalin didn't stop, continuing to swing his sword in attack, determined not to retreat. Galim Yungalin swung his sword, cutting through the monster's body, creating a deep gash. The enemy roared in pain, its body shaking violently. Galim Yungalin turned to look at the crowd, but they were hesitating, refusing to move. He was surprised, not understanding why they stood still with danger so close. Galim Yungalin saw 3 more groundworm monsters crawling towards them, encircling the crowd from behind. He realized with horror that they were completely surrounded by the enemy. Galim Yungalin was confused, wondering why the monsters weren't attacking. 2 gigantic, gruesome monsters suddenly emerged from the ground, surrounding the crowd. "Yungalin, what do we do now? Save us!" the panicked crowd screamed, pleading with Galim Yungalin. He stood amidst the encirclement, his eyes confused, questioning himself. Why do these monsters want to kill us so badly? Galim Yungalin trembled, his breath ragged. Fear enveloped him, and he wondered, what if I just run away? 3 gruesome groundworm monsters crawled closer, mouths agape. Galim Yungalin despaired. What should I do? I have no more items. Even if I fight, I can't win. No matter how hard we try, we'll all die. Cold sweat streamed down Galim Yungalin's face, his eyes filled with agony and despair. Galim Yungalin calculated, I can survive. My strength and speed are on par with the monsters. If I'm quick, it won't be a problem. The crowd behind him looked on anxiously. A boy in a blue shirt softly called, Yungalin? Galim Yungalin bowed his head, clutching his head. A pained groan escaped him. He was in internal turmoil. Galim Yungalin stood with his back to the crowd, hand gripping his sword. Shards of energy shimmered around him. He questioned himself, what should I do now? Tears streamed down Galim Yungalin's face. He blamed himself. I'm the one who brought them here. If I was going to abandon them like this, I shouldn't have saved them in the first place. I should have protected them to the very end. Galim Yungalin was horrified, gripping his sword tightly. He couldn't believe he had to abandon those who had trusted and followed him. A pained groan escaped him. Galim Yungalin still stood with his back turned. The crowd behind him, consisting of warriors and civilians, looked at him with worry. They softly called, Yungalin? What's wrong? Galim Yungalin bowed his head, shards of energy shimmering around him. He wished he could sacrifice himself for them. No. He wished he had more power. Galim Yungalin clenched his fists, veins bulging. He thought of Yungon, a good person, but not good enough to sacrifice his own life. Galim Yungalin flinched, his eyes changing. From panic, a spark of determination flared, though sweat still beaded on his face. Amidst the panicking crowd, a man in a purple cloak, with black hair and black eyes, appeared. He looked at Galim Yungalin, asking with hidden meaning, Are you going to leave? Galim Yungalin still stood with his back turned. The man in the purple cloak stood amidst the crowd, looking towards him. He asked, Are you trying to scorn me? The groundworm monsters were still crawling closer, surrounding them. The man in the purple cloak turned his hand, blue light shimmering. He said, No, why would I? Whatever you choose to do, I won't criticize. I'm just curious. He wondered about Galim Yungalin's past. Galim Yungalin's hand tightened on his weapon, veins bulging. He desperately told himself, I don't want to run away. If only I were stronger. Tears streamed down Galim Yungalin's face, his expression contorted in extreme pain. He silently screamed, I could have saved everyone. Kang Tazen, the man in the purple cloak, glanced subtly. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and he thought to himself, well, this is one way to kill time. Blue light erupted. Kang Tae-sun swung his hand, a sharp energy blade cutting through the charging ground worm monsters. The blue blade flashed like lightning, monster blood splattering. Galim Yungalan stood stunned, witnessing the horrifying sight. Galim Yungalan turned his head to look back. Behind him, the survivors trembled, their eyes clearly showing fear and horror. Kang Tae-sun subtly furrowed his brow, deep in thought. From the void, a gigantic, glowing red, hideous creature gradually materialized, carrying destructive power. The glowing red creature let out an earth-shattering roar, shaking the entire space. Kang Tae-sun still stood there, terrifyingly calm. The gigantic monster, with sharp spikes and dark red skin, slowly crawled forward, its enormous shadow engulfing the panicking people. After the display of power, Kang Tae-sun's voice rang out decisively. Let's proceed to the city hall. Finally, they reached the city hall. The towering building appeared under the shimmering light, a glimmer of hope sparking in the eyes of the survivors. Amidst the crowd, tearful reunions took place. A young man in a yellow shirt embraced his relative, choking out, "Mom, I thought I'd never see you again. I'm glad you're still alive." A brown-haired man looked around in surprise. He exclaimed, "Wow, there are so many people. I've never seen such a large group survive to get here." Galim Yungalan looked at the jubilant crowd. He thought to himself, that person must have protected them all. Is he a hard-mode player? Kang Tae-sun gently patted Galim Yungalan's shoulder, startling him. Galim Yungalan quickly denied, it wasn't me." Kang Tae-sun subtly shook his head, his purple eyes half closed, as if hiding a secret. Galim Yungalan was still confused, but a man in a blue shirt called out to the newly arrived survivors. "It's nothing," Galim Yungalan mumbled, while the man in the blue shirt shouted, "Newcomers, this way!" The creaking sound of a door echoed. Kang Tae-sun walked down the stairs, his gaze sweeping over the crowded survivors. He thought to himself about the city's grim fate. The city hall might be full, but out of 500,000 people in Anyang, it seems only about 100,000 survived. Kang Tae-sun stood leaning against the wall, arms crossed, his gaze distant. He seemed to be calculating something, while the last rays of sunlight filtered through the window, painting shimmering streaks of light. A cold bottle of water suddenly appeared before Kang Tae-sun, making him tilt his head slightly. Kang Tae-sun softly replied, his purple eyes remaining calm. Galim Yungalan offered the bottle of water with an awkward smile. He tried to strike up a conversation with Kang Tae-sun, calling him intimately. "I think I should properly greet you again, Tae-sun of solo mode." Galim Yungalan continued to explain, his eyes still holding a hint of doubt. He admitted he hadn't fully believed Kang Tae-sun's words before. "Honestly, even after I acquired some skills, I didn't fully trust the community. What you said sounded impossible." Kang Tae-sun took the bottle of water. Galim Yungalan enthusiastically praised his skill. "You're quite skilled with that breath-holding attack. It's useful, isn't it?" Kang Tae-sun replied. "Absolutely. I have you to thank for that." Kang Tae-sun took a sip of water, his purple eyes remaining calm. He admitted that everything only became clear when he faced it himself, and thanks to Galim Yungalan, he avoided a difficult decision. "I wanted to do it, so it's fine." Galim Yungalan's eyes welled up with tears, a look of regret clearly visible on his face. He seemed to be struggling with conflicting thoughts and emotions, only able to let out a choked sound. Galim Yungalan spoke emotionally, ready to do anything for Kang Tae-sun. "You were the one who led the group to save them from the start. Just say the word and I'll follow." Galim Yungalan couldn't control his emotions, clutching Kang Tae-sun's hand tightly, continuously expressing his deep gratitude. He was thankful for being saved, and for the shared skill. "You deserve thanks. You not only shared crucial information about skills, but you also saved my life." Kang Tae-sun sharply pulled his hand away, his eyes showing a hint of annoyance. He didn't want to receive such excessive thanks, only coldly replying, "Not at all." Galim Yungalan still didn't let go, hugging Kang Tae-sun from behind, his eyes sparkling like stars. Kang Tae-sun could only sigh, secretly wishing for some personal space. He's always friendly, but not to this extent. "Give me some space." A figure approached, a voice calling out Galim Yungalan's name. Kang Tae-sun and Galim Yungalan turned to look, their eyes filled with surprise. Kim Hwayan, a hard-mode player, appeared with a serious expression. She called Galim Yungalan, Hwayan. "I wanted to tell you about our current situation." Then her scrutinizing gaze shifted to Kang Tae-sun, wondering about his presence. But who is this newcomer? Kang Tae-sun recognized Kim Hwayan from his previous life. Galim Yungalan introduced him as a solo player. Kim Hwayan asked about Kang Tae-sun, who often posted on the forums, and wondered about their relationship. "Since when did you two become so close?" Kim Hwayan began to explain the urgent situation. She stated that about 100,000 people had gathered at the city hall, but alarmingly, Only 1,000 of them had actual combat capabilities. Gilim Yungalin was surprised by the meager number. Kim Hwayan sighed, explaining that most were easy or normal mode players. Furthermore, they were facing severe shortages of food and sleeping arrangement. Kim Hwayan added that they didn't know what the upcoming mission would be. But for now, the most urgent task was to find a leader. Gilim Yungalin wondered, "Aren't you going to lead us?" Kim Hwayan explained that an easy mode player named Choi Jung-yuk was causing trouble, claiming he should be the leader. Kang Tae-sun listened, his purple eyes under the hood of his cloak revealing a serious expression. Kim Hwayan went on to say that Choi Jung-yuk was also holding some people captive. She decided to delay action to avoid further trouble, not wanting to act rashly in this situation. Kim Hwayan recounted the confrontation. She had said that someone who couldn't even catch monsters couldn't lead, but Choi Jung-hyuk loudly told her not to underestimate easy mode players. Gilim Yungalin asked in surprise who was being held captive. Kim Hwayan revealed it was Lee Tae-yeon and Kang Jun-hyuk, both tightly bound and imprisoned. Kang Tae-sun looked with a thoughtful expression, purple energy surrounding him. He wondered why Lee Tae-yeon and Kang Jun-hyuk, who were strong, could be captured so easily. Kim Hwayan didn't know the details, only that they were captured upon arrival. Kang Tae-sun realized there was another issue, because with their strength, they should have been strong enough to defeat even Yoon-gun. Gilim Yungalin asked if there was anything they could do. Kim Hwayan said she would wait and see, but Kang Tae-sun decisively walked away, declaring, "I won't wait." Kim Hwayan watched Kang Tae-sun's decisive steps, her eyes wide with surprise and worry, not expecting him to act so quickly. Kim Hwayan tried to stop Kang Tae-sun, pale blue energy surrounding her. She reminded him not to break the rules and that violence couldn't solve problems. Kang Tae-sun turned back to look at Kim Hwayan with a cold expression. He declared that those like rats must be eliminated early, then decisively asked, "Where is he?" Kim Hwayan faced Kang Tae-sun, her eyes astonished. Kang Tae-sun coldly declared that the world was in chaos, and in this situation, laws no longer held any meaning. Kang Tae-sun remained silent, his deep purple eyes holding unpredictable thoughts, looking directly at the person opposite him. Kim Hwayan resolutely faced Kang Tae-sun, her voice full of helplessness. "Even so, you can't do that. Order must be maintained. Humans shouldn't kill each other." Kang Tae-sun looked up at the fiery sunset sky, a memory suddenly flooding back. "You haven't changed at all, Kim Hwayan." In the memory, Kim Hwayan lay slumped amidst the rubble. Even at the very end, she still adhered to her rules. The black-haired girl collapsed, blood staining the desolate ground. Around her, others were also struggling in the fight for survival. Kang Tae-sun sighed, a faint, wry smile on his lips. She was a tough warrior, always trying to maintain order. Kim Hwayan thought to herself, "This guy is truly dangerous. He might actually kill someone." She decided she had to stop him, raising her sword. Gilim Yungalin lunged forward, unleashing a powerful punch, creating a dazzling, swirling stream of energy. Kang Tae-sun dodged the powerful punch, his movements as swift as a ghost, generating purple electric sparks around himself. Kang Tae-sun kicked Kim Hwayan hard, inflicting significant damage. Gilim Yungalin exclaimed in horror, "Hey, what are you doing?" Kang Tae-sun coldly replied, "Just sit back and watch." Kim Hwayan collapsed to the ground after the unexpected attack. Gilim Yungalin stood stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Kim Hwayan cried out in pain, her face contorted from the blow. She had no other choice. Kang Tae-sun gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with determination. "Choi Jung-hyuk, this time I'll catch you too." In Kang Tae-sun's memory, Choi Jung-hyuk smiled smugly. "Now this is what you call power." Choi Jung-hyuk stood by the window, looking out at the ruined city. Sighing thoughtfully, a black-haired man knelt in the darkness, begging for forgiveness. "Please, don't harm my family," his desperate pleas echoed, tearing through the silence. 3 strangers appeared, one with long gray hair smiling sinisterly. He held a piece of paper and said, "Hey, it's all in the contract. If you and your family want to live, pay up." The scene shifted abruptly. Another long gray-haired man looked out the window, seeing a giant dragon breathing fire and destroying the city. Glass shattered. "Why do humans?" The long gray-haired man's reflection appeared in the broken mirror. A strange sound startled him. What was that sound? He fled in a panic as a giant water entity pursued him. Suddenly, a white-clad warrior rushed forward, swinging a sword and cleaving the entity apart, saving him. The white-clad warrior turned and asked, "Are you all right?" He sighed in relief, stammering his thanks. "In times like these, we should help each other," the warrior said. The long gray-haired man sat on the ground, forcing a laugh. "Ah, ha ha, of course." He ran away, muttering, "Why are humans both kind and foolish?" Behind him, the white-clad warrior's body lay cold, betrayed by him. He told himself, there are no rules in the labyrinth. This is a containment zone, enough to drive anyone insane. He had lured the weak to his side. He continued to think, and deal with dissenters through violence. If I throw them a bone, they'll shut up. He wanted complete control of the labyrinth. Kang Taeson faced Choi Junhyuk, his eyes filled with rage.
You bastard! Are you enjoying this?
Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk were tightly bound by chains. Lee Taeyeon said, "If it weren't for your despicable tricks, you would have been dead long ago. Don't be so smug." Choi Junhyuk laughed loudly, sitting relaxed in a chair. "Ha ha! I admit it. You two are very strong. But the goddess of luck has smiled upon me." Choi Junhyuk recounted, "I was summoned right in front of the city hall, so I didn't encounter any monsters, and could enter the safe zone immediately." He continued, "Not only that, the solo players I was worried about are actually as weak as easy mode players. He easily subdued them." Choi Junhyuk broke a solo player's arm who screamed in pain. "What a wonderful realization," he said, gloating. The long gray-haired man looked at the two bound individuals, Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk, his eyes full of calculation. He admitted he had been a little panicked when they appeared. He drew a knife and held it to another player's throat. "That's why being smart is the best policy," he said. "Stop, right now. If you want to save your solo player comrades, it's best to stand still." The long gray-haired man grabbed Lee Taeyeon's hair, sneering. "Ha! Foolish. Too foolish." He continued to mock Lee Taeyeon. "You should forget about that guy and just charge at me. It's because you're kind and weak that you're defeated by cunning people." He smirked, disdainfully saying, "Solo players are overrated." Suddenly, Kang Taeson appeared, surrounded by a brilliant purple energy. The long gray-haired man and Lee Taeyeon were astonished. "Damn it! What the hell is this?" he exclaimed. "No way." A burst of power erupted, striking the long gray-haired man and sending him flying. Kang Taeson stood there, his gaze firm, enveloped in purple energy. Lee Taeyeon realized in astonishment. "Kang Taeson?" The long gray-haired man lay on the ground, feeling a terrifying threat from Kang Taeson. "My instincts are screaming, telling me I can't let him get close." Kang Taeson took a step and the ground trembled. The long gray-haired man panicked. "What is this? This is bad." He hastily stood up, raising a device threateningly. "Stop. If you come any closer, I'll order my people to kill those who are being held captive elsewhere." Kang Taeson maintained a calm expression, even offering a faint smile, his purple eyes flashing with a cold glint. Kang Taeson continued to advance, unfazed. The long gray-haired man cried out in panic, "Wait!" Just then, a white-clad man and a black-haired girl appeared. The white-clad man said, "Are you threatening to kill people? If you cross that line, I won't stand by and watch." The black-haired girl asked, "What do you want?" The long gray-haired man sighed, replying, "It's simple. You will guarantee my safety and power. If you do that, everyone will be safe." He continued to scoff. "But for an easy mode player like you to take on that role is ridiculous. I know you're strong, but have you ever been anyone's boss? I have, many times. I even managed one of the modes." The long gray-haired man continued to scoff, believing that Lee Taeyeon was just an immature person who had never led anyone beyond a school project. He asked if she had the right to disregard his experience. He was smug, thinking that youngsters like Kang Taeson shouldn't mess with him. He asserted that they could kill monsters, but not people. The long gray-haired man believed that Kang Taeson wouldn't dare harm him while his comrades were watching. He thought they would have to concede. Suddenly, Kang Taeson appeared, coldly telling the long gray-haired man to stop his delusions. A surge of purple energy erupted, shattering something on him. The long gray-haired man was utterly astonished, unable to believe his eyes. He panicked, not having seen Kang Taeson move, then realized the opponent was Choi Junhyuk. Kang Taeson pushed the long gray-haired man against the wall, saying that he had forgotten that when he disdained and oppressed others, he was likely to receive a similar fate. Amidst the rubble, Kang Taeson stood tall, his gaze firm, like a god descended upon a ravaged battlefield. The long gray-haired man was utterly enraged, pressing a button to activate a device in his hand, roaring, "Die, you scum!" A terrifying explosion shook the entire room, filling it with smoke and dust. The bound individuals and the two newly appeared people were all terrified. Lee Taeyeon, Kang Junhyuk, and a newly appeared brown-haired warrior simultaneously called out Kang Taeson's name in extreme worry. The long gray-haired man laughed maniacally, believing that the recent attack was powerful enough to deal 20 damage, no matter how high the opponent's defense. He was certain Kang Taeson was dead. But then, a notification appeared. Kang Taeson blocked the attack. 0 damage to Kang Taeson, horrifying him. His eyes wide with shock, consecutive notifications of 0 damage to Kang Taeson appeared. Amidst the rubble, Kang Taeson slowly stood up, unharmed, like a steel wall. The long gray-haired man was furious to the point of madness, screaming, "Everyone charge! Kill this bastard!" The door burst open, and a crowd of people rushed in, charging straight towards Kang Taeson, creating a chaotic scene. Kang Taeson calmly faced the charging crowd. He summoned 2 sharp ice swords, ready for the impending battle. Amidst the enemy encirclement, the black-haired girl in armor rushed forward, her eyes full of worry. The lightly armored young man behind her was also stunned. Wait, is that him? Kang Taeson stood there, the ice swords in his hands emitting a cold light. He spoke, his tone resolute. I understand how you feel, but you don't need to protect them. Amidst the charging crowd, Kang Taeson stood firm like an ice mountain. The two summoned ice swords were ready to meet every attack. Then he struck. A series of icy slashes tore through the air, sweeping through the crowd, leaving streaks of blood scattered on the ground. The long, gray-haired man's face changed color. Fresh blood dripped from the corners of his eyes, and horror was evident in his dazed gaze. He stepped back, breathing heavily, his eyes wide with fear. But Kang Taeson walked slowly amidst the scattered corpses, still surrounded by icy light. He thought to himself, Lee Taeyeon or Kang Junhyuk would surely have lost if they faced this many enemies. He grabbed the long, gray-haired man by the neck, his purple eyes cold as ice. Not me. In a completely different scene, under the clear blue sky of a modern city, a group of people gathered. One complained, "This is so boring." Below, the small, red-scarfed entity sat on the grass, also sighing. I wish we had internet. We've been here for so long, and there's still no news. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed, and the ground trembled. The small entity startled, looking up. A tall building was horrifyingly destroyed, debris falling down. The crowd below panicked. What is that? A monster? It destroyed the whole building. The little ghost soared into the air, exclaiming excitedly, "Oh, Taeson, are you finally doing something fun?" On top of the ruined building, Kang Taeson was holding the long-haired gray man in the air. The crowd was astonished. That's a human! The long-haired gray man struggled desperately, his terrified screams tearing through the air. Kang Taeson walked steadily on the rooftop, the ground trembling beneath his feet. The long-haired gray man gritted his teeth and cursed. "You crazy bastard!" Kang Taeson gripped Choi Jungyuk's head, his eyes cold. Choi Jungyuk cried out in pain. "Why? Does someone like you even exist?" Kang Taeson replied indifferently. "You've said that before. Come to think of it, I pity you. You've died by my hand twice now." Choi Junhyuk's eyes widened in horror. Unable to believe Kang Taeson's words, he exclaimed, "What?" Without hesitation, Kang Taeson crushed Choi Junhyuk's head. Blood splattered, the horrific sight sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. He coldly kicked Choi Junhyuk's corpse off the rooftop. The lifeless body plummeted into the void. Kang Taeson looked down, his eyes emotionless. He whispered, "And you died like this. Goodbye." Choi Junhyuk's corpse hit the ground with a loud thud. Those below looked up in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Kang Taeson stood there, the little ghost hovering beside him. Terrified screams erupted. "Oh my God! He killed someone!" Kang Taeson turned and walked away, leaving behind accusations of murderer echoing. He walked under the setting sun, the little ghost flying after him. Kang Taeson wondered, how did I manage to do that back then? In his memory, Kang Taeson was being chased by enemies. He recalled, I was just a normal easy mode player while he dominated that mode. It took me months to finally win. He looked at his blood-stained hands, his gaze pensive. Now it's too easy. The new light-armored man appeared, calling out anxiously, Taeson?" The new light-armored man warned, "Things might get a little difficult now. Hwayan and the others are talking about you." Kang Taeson replied indifferently, "I don't care." Kang Taeson turned away, his eyes resolute. He said, "They won't be able to keep babbling for much longer anyway." At a meeting, everyone was arguing fiercely. Choi Junhyuk might have started it, but that was an act of personal revenge and excessive force. Everyone chimed in. That's right. Outside City Hall, the arguments still echoed. "We must punish him according to the law." In the meeting room, a brown-haired, light-armored man slammed the table, roaring, "We can't just sit still. No matter the situation, he's still a murderer." The meeting table shook from the powerful slam, the impact echoing. The brown-haired, light-armored man was about to continue, but the black-haired, armored girl cut him off, her voice full of sarcasm. "So you want to punish the one who single-handedly confronted all the players? The one even I couldn't handle?" A gray-haired, light-armored man cleared his throat, catching the black-haired girl's attention. The black-haired, armored girl sighed, her eyes filled with disappointment. But I didn't expect them to be so naive. The black-haired girl's eyes were full of weariness. She thought, it's like talking to a wall. I thought being senators and leaders would make them useful. The gray-haired, light-armored man spoke up, his tone condescending. "You're a student, aren't you? You're too young to understand. We cannot let this world become a free-for-all arena for the strong. We must use the law to restrain him." The brown-haired, light-armored man said angrily, I heard they don't even bother entering the dungeon, only exploiting their subordinates. I shouldn't have called them here. They're all just talk. The black-haired armored girl swallowed hard, her entire body trembling. The image of Kang Taeson with his terrifying power flashed in her mind. Who can punish him? Who can deal with that absolute power? If he goes berserk and targets us. The black-haired girl's eyes were filled with extreme fear. As the brown-haired, light-armored man was still shouting for punishment, a blue screen suddenly appeared, emitting a piercing sound. The black-haired, armored girl looked around at the arguing people, wondering, these people just want to reclaim their old power. Does Taeson see me that way too? The gray-haired, light-armored man looked confusedly at the blue screen that had just appeared. Again, the screen emitted a sound, making him wonder, this is... The screen displayed a special mission. Special mission start. The first wave of attacks will begin in 12 hours. Defense area. All 4 sides of City Hall. Defeat all enemies and protect City Hall. Everyone was astonished. Special mission. Attack wave? All enemies? The doors suddenly burst open. The gray, light-armored young man rushed in frantically. He tremblingly called out to the black-haired armored girl. Hwayan, did you see the mission window? Monsters are coming. The gray, light-armored young man frantically asked what to do, then quickly declared he would wait inside because of easy mode. The black-haired armored girl tried to calm everyone, asking for order. But when the black-haired armored girl turned back, the room was empty. Only the table and a tilted chair remained, not a soul in sight. Anger flared in the green eyes of the black-haired armored girl. She sighed heavily, muttering about the useless cowards who had fled. Outside, Kang Taeson glanced at the mission screen. He wondered if everything had begun, trusting Kim Hwayan to handle things well, just like in his previous life. Kang Taeson was deep in thought when a voice spoke from behind him. He turned his head, meeting the gaze of a figure standing beside him. The red-armored young man and the purple-haired girl appeared. The young man hastily greeted him, his face slightly flustered upon seeing Kang Taeson. The red-armored young man expressed his gratitude, saying it was their first time meeting Kang Taeson in person. He thanked him for the safety of the other captives. Kang Taeson merely observed in silence, his purple eyes reflecting calmness, revealing no emotion. Suddenly, the little ghost hovered beside Kang Taeson. The red-armored young man suspiciously asked if it was an illusion, while the little ghost spoke arrogantly. The red-armored young man asked the little ghost if it was related to the mission. The little ghost confirmed but immediately refused to give them a mission, its tone full of self-satisfaction. Kang Taeson suddenly stared at the purple-haired girl. His deep gaze startled the girl, her purple eyes widening in fear. Images of the purple-haired girl in battle, covered in blood and wounds, suddenly flashed. The girl confusedly asked Kang Taeson why he was looking at her like that. Kang Taeson closed his eyes, pondering the purple-haired girl. He realized she was young and seemed afraid of him, then greeted her politely. Kang Taeson asked if both of them had seen the mission window. He informed them they had 12 hours before the first attack wave and declared he would train them during that time. Kang Taeson ordered them both to draw their swords. The red-armored young man and the purple-haired girl were both astonished, unable to believe their ears. Kang Taeson began his assessment. He looked at Kang Junhyuk, remarking bluntly, "First, Kang Junhyuk, you're too impetuous. Facing challenges is good, but it's important to know your limits. You don't have that yet." Then he turned to Lee Taeyeon, his eyes sharp. "As for Lee Taeyeon, you're too afraid. Because of that, you might survive, but you'll lose out on rewards you could have earned." The two stood there. Before them, the system window flashed. "This match will proceed with both players on equal footing." The announcement rang out rapidly. Kang Taeson looked at them, his deep eyes hiding past pain. "I don't want you to die so far from home." And so, he extended his hand, and a challenge appeared. A brilliant purple light sword appeared in Kang Taeson's hand. "There's no single way to win, so I can't give you the answer. But at the very least, you'll know the extent of your abilities." Kang Junhyuk protested frantically. "But what's the point of fighting you? You're too strong." Kang Taeson calmly explained. "This skill will adjust our stats to match the one with lower stats. Of course, I won't activate any other skills either." Kang Taeson added, his tone brooking no refusal. "Anyway, I'm not giving you any other choice. Accept it." Kang Junhyuk swallowed hard, tension evident on his face. He knew he had no turning back. With a sharp, cold whoosh, Kang Junhyuk drew his sword. "This is my chance to prove to him that I'm not weak, that I'm strong enough." He was determined. Kang Junhyuk's eyes suddenly sharpened, a confident smile gracing his lips. He was ready to face the challenge. The system announced that Kang Junhyuk had accepted the challenge. Lee Taeyeon looked at him in horror, unable to believe her ears. "Kang Junhyuk accepted your challenge. Are you crazy?" Kang Junhyuk growled, determined. "Normally, I wouldn't dare to dream of it. But if our stats are equal, it's possible." "I'm coming, Taeson! Let's fight!" The deafening clang of metal echoed as Kang Junhyuk swung his sword, creating dazzling sparks. Kang Junhyuk charged towards Kang Taeson, like an arrow tearing through the wind. with terrifying speed. Kang Junhyuk's face was filled with determination and confidence.
I'm coming, Tae-san,
He shouted.
ready for battle.
Kang Tae-san's sword spun, purple light erupting like a dance of death. Kang Tae-san unleashed a brilliant purple slash, tearing through the air. Kang Junhyuk dodged, while Lee Tae-yeon watched from afar in utter horror. Kang Junhyuk put all his strength into blocking the magic blade. The clang of metal echoed, and sparks flew violently. Despite blocking, Kang Junhyuk was still injured, blood staining his arm red. He uttered in astonishment, "What?" "Let's continue." Kang Tae-san declared coldly, then delivered a devastating punch, stunning Kang Junhyuk. Kang Junhyuk was swept away by the purple energy, unable to resist. He was horrified.
What is this? I'm trying to block, but I can't.
Kang Tae-san leaned down, his cold eyes fixed on the struggling Kang Junhyuk. "Just accept it, Kang Junhyuk. You are weak." Kang Junhyuk gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He let out a desperate roar, throwing all his strength into charging at Kang Tae-san. Kang Junhyuk was hit repeatedly, his sword flying away. He clutched his chest, a pained groan escaping him. Finally, Kang Junhyuk collapsed onto the grass, his body exhausted, devoid of strength. Kang Tae-san's purple glowing blade stopped right in front of Kang Junhyuk's face, utterly terrifying him. Kang Tae-san analyzed coldly. Combat intuition, decision-making ability, finding an opponent's weaknesses. The difference stemming from these factors is immense. You are only strong on this earth. Too weak to survive in solo mode. Kang Junhyuk, in pain, struggled to utter. In reality, you would have died before I even knew your name. But how can there be such a huge difference? Just from those things. Kang Tae-san cut him off, his voice decisive. "All right, I'll fight you until you understand. Get up." With a resolute gaze, Kang Tae-san declared, "We've only just begun." 30 minutes later, Kang Junhyuk completely collapsed. His sword fell, his body devoid of any strength. Kang Junhyuk lay sprawled on the ground, breathing heavily, exhausted after the match. Kang Tae-san stood tall, his cold eyes looking down. "Now you know your place, don't you?" Kang Junhyuk smiled bitterly, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, accepting defeat.
Yeah, certainly.
A notification of Kang Tae-san's victory appeared, ending the match. Kang Junhyuk clutched his head, his face stunned and panicked, purple energy swirling around him, indicating the psychological shock after his defeat. Kang Tae-san turned, his sharp, cold gaze directed at Lee Tae-yeon, making her flinch and step back. Confidence is good, but don't be arrogant. And now, Lee Tae-yeon trembled, utterly terrified, her hands raised as if to stop him.
I know I'm weak, so we don't need to fight. I won't overstep my bounds again.
Kang Tae-san drew his sword from its sheath, the steel gleaming coldly. "No, your problem is the opposite. Get ready." Immediately, a notification about the match between Lee Tae-yeon and Kang Tae-san appeared. Kang Tae-san lunged like a flash of lightning, his sword emitting a brilliant purple light. "Defend if you can." He attacked without hesitation. The two swords clashed powerfully, creating sparks. Lee Tae-yeon put all her strength into blocking Kang Tae-san's powerful attack. Lee Tae-yeon screamed in pain, trying to hold her sword steady, resisting the overwhelming power from her opponent. Kang Tae-san continued his relentless attacks. Lee Tae-yeon struggled to defend, the clang of swords echoing. She retreated step by step. Kang Tae-san spun, swinging his sword to create an arc of purple light, an attack as swift as the wind. Lee Tae-yeon tried to counterattack, swinging her sword but unable to reach Kang Tae-san. She screamed in pain again. In a moment of desperation, Lee Tae-yeon grabbed Kang Tae-san's blade with her bare hand, blood dripping. She groaned in extreme pain. Kang Junhyuk watched the match, his face surprised. "She looks like she's just flailing around, but she's blocking everything." He couldn't believe his eyes. Kang Tae-san lunged forward, attacking relentlessly. Lee Tae-yeon retreated, her sword emitting a blue light, trying to fend off the storm of attacks. Finally, Lee Tae-yeon collapsed to the ground, her sword flying far away. She cried out in pain, utterly defeated by Kang Tae-san's absolute power. Kang Tae-san gripped Lee Tae-yeon's shoulder tightly, making the blue-haired girl flinch, a scratch clearly visible on her cheek. Lee Tae-yeon fell to her knees, her sword flying far away. Kang Tae-yeon stood upright and asked, "How do you feel?" A notification appeared. Kang Tae-yeon win. Lee Tae-yeon looked up, her eyes full of surprise. Kang Tae-yeon said, "You're not as weak as you think. But that doesn't mean you can be too reckless." Kang Tae-san turned to Kang Junhyuk and Lee Tae-yeon, declaring, "That concludes the training. From now on, I will teach you other skills and how to defeat the labyrinth, so listen carefully." Kang Junhyuk and Lee Tae-yeon nodded seriously, ready to absorb all instructions. Night fell. A crescent moon hung suspended between the skyscrapers, thousands of stars twinkling in the sky. Kang Tae-sun looked into the distance, instructing, "It's done now. You can tell the other players what I've said today. Kang Junhyuk, Lee Tae-yeon, don't die, both of you." Kang Junhyuk and Lee Tae-yeon looked at him, their faces pensive, deep in thought. Lee Tae-yeon nodded. Kang Tae-sun asked, "What's wrong?" She replied, "Nothing. I just thought you'd be cold, but you're much kinder than we expected." Kang Tae-sun closed his eyes and chuckled, saying, "Did you think a cold person would give you all this information? I've said everything. Go get some rest." Kang Tae-sun turned and walked away. Kang Junhyuk and Lee Tae-yeon followed, their figures gradually disappearing into the night. Kang Tae-sun activated a blue status panel. The text "Time remaining until the wave" appeared, along with a countdown clock, 6 hours, 12 minutes, and 58 seconds. A black-haired girl sat at a desk full of papers, angrily slamming her hand down. She sighed. Damn it, I can't do this anymore." The black-haired girl startled and turned around, asking, "What's wrong?" Kang Tae-sun stood leaning against the window frame, arms crossed. The black-haired girl was surprised. "Tae-sun, when did you get here?" Kang Tae-sun pointed at the window, reminding her, "You should close the windows. A high-stat player could easily jump through them." The black-haired girl was surprised, asking about the current situation. The black-haired girl sketched a diagram, explaining the plan to divide forces into 4 directions to deal with the monsters. To avoid chaos in the city hall, the black-haired girl decided to take all players outside before the mission began. Kang Tae-sun quietly observed, listening to the plan. The black-haired girl sighed, saying it had been very difficult to convince the players who didn't want to fight. Kang Tae-sun suddenly suggested, "Leave one direction to me." The black-haired girl was surprised and asked again. Then he explained that he would handle it himself to distribute players to other directions. The black-haired girl worriedly asked if he would be all right. Kang Tae-sun nodded, replying confidently, "If I wasn't all right, I wouldn't have taken it on." Kang Tae-sun told the black-haired girl not to worry, then leaped out the window, promising to see her again when the mission was over. The black-haired girl softly uttered words of thanks, then reached out to close the window frame. A countdown clock appeared, with just over 31 minutes left until the monster wave would arrive. Amidst the crowd, many players were still panicked, complaining, and unwilling to participate in the upcoming battle. To the south of the city hall, players were gathering and waiting. The black-haired girl swallowed hard, her gaze fixed forward with determination, ready to face the danger alongside the surrounding players. To the west and east of the city hall, Lee Tae-yeon and Kang Junhyuk, along with other warriors, had taken their positions, ready to meet the enemy. As for Kang Tae-sun, he strode resolutely northward, where he would face the monster wave alone. A lightning-shaped crack appeared on the window, emitting an ethereal purple light, signaling something ominous. The crack on the window suddenly shattered. The ethereal purple light flared up, signaling that something was beginning. Kang Tae-sun calmly observed, knowing that the special mission had been activated. Elsewhere, a group of people stared in confusion at the green light on the ground. The silver-haired man exclaimed, "Something's coming." Another person asked, "What is this?" The black-haired woman flinched, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked up at the violently shaking sky. A gigantic green energy wall suddenly enveloped the buildings, separating the inside world from the outside. Someone asked in astonishment, "Is that a wall?" At the same time, from cracks in the ground, countless disgusting multicolored earthworm-like monsters began to crawl out, flooding the streets. The crowd of citizens panicked and fled. The man in light yellow armor shouted, "They're coming!" The girl in the red dress desperately cried for help. The survivors tried to push against the energy wall, but it was useless. The silver-haired man angrily said, "Why can't we get in?" The black-haired woman looked at the chaotic scene, her expression resolute. The black-haired woman bravely stood in the middle of the road, drawing her sword to face the approaching wave of monsters, and reassuringly called out, "Don't be afraid. Everyone, come back here." She swung her sword, slicing through a green monster, cursing inwardly. "Damn it!" A man in a blue shirt collapsed to the ground, horrified as he watched a purple earthworm monster crawl closer. He screamed in terror. The monster extended its sharp purple tentacles, lunging directly at the panicked man in the blue shirt. A cry of pain echoed as the monster's tentacles struck the man in the blue shirt, delivering a fatal blow. Suddenly, the earthworm monster crawled away, leaving the man in the blue shirt staring after it in bewilderment. The black-haired woman continued to fight. Though her body trembled, she still shouted loudly, "These attacks aren't very strong. Just be a little careful and everyone will be fine." The silver-haired man and the man in light yellow armor exchanged glances. The silver-haired man said, "Come to think of it, we'll receive rewards based on performance, right?" The other replied, "This can actually be done." The two men swallowed, their eyes filled with contemplation at the chaotic situation. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, cries of pain echoed as players struggled with the hideous monsters, each attack carrying a sense of despair. The black-haired woman swung her sword, her eyes tired but resolute, uttering in frustration, "Die, you monsters! Take this! Ugh, seriously!" The green-haired young man and Li Taeyeon coordinated perfectly, swinging their swords to slice through monsters, creating sharp streaks of light that tore through the air. A sharp slash tore through the body of a green monster, finishing it off in an instant, leaving behind dissipating fragments. The silver-haired man looked at the two young people in astonishment, exclaiming, "You two are incredibly strong." His eyes were filled with disbelief. The green-haired young man chuckled. Li Taeyeon nodded. He hinted, "Haha, we're not that strong. The real monsters are somewhere else." A sword slash ripped through the air. Fresh blood splattered amidst the ruined cityscape, signaling a fierce battle underway. Kang Taeson continuously swung his twin swords. Powerful purple energy currents swirled, tearing apart enemies in an instant, giving them no chance to resist. Amidst piles of monster corpses, Kang Taeson squatted, still surrounded by purple aura, the battlefield neatly cleared by him alone. Kang Taeson continued to strike. Monsters melted into green liquid, not a single one able to hinder his path of clearing. Kang Taeson stood amidst the battlefield, the little spirit hovering beside him. He exclaimed, "There are a lot of them, but they're easy to deal with. Why are the others struggling so much?" Kang Taeson strode across the battlefield littered with monster corpses. The little spirit wondered, "You've cleared everything. Why hasn't the queen been defeated yet?" Kang Taeson replied, "The other areas must be cleared as well." Kang Taeson raised his hand. A powerful blue energy surge erupted, attempting to intervene in another area where the battle was still ongoing. The energy surge dissipated. Kang Taeson sighed. "It's probably not going to work. It seems it doesn't want me to interfere in other areas. I'll just wait." A trembling hand pressed against the ground. Heavy breaths echoed in the silent space, showing extreme exhaustion. The entire group of players, exhausted but bursting with joy from victory, cheered everywhere. We won! Special mission completed. Rewards will be automatically granted upon returning to the labyrinth." Cheers erupted among the players, the joy of victory exploding. But their joy was short-lived. A new special mission immediately activated. The second wave will begin. Surprise and worry were evident on the warriors' faces. Amidst the chaotic space, a gigantic monster appeared. It writhed and slithered out, emitting a terrifying aura. "It's probably easy," a player mumbled. The green-armored warrior, with a confident expression, shot towards the monster. He believed victory was within his grasp. He swung his sword. A brilliant purple energy current ripped through the air, piercing directly into the monster's body. "Ha ha! The reward is mine!" He laughed loudly. But then, a horrifying number appeared. 1 damage. The green-armored warrior was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The monster counterattacked. The sound of bones cracking echoed as Choi Min-sik was crushed, blood splattering everywhere. He collapsed in pain. Choi Min-sik's body turned to dust, leaving only a fresh red bloodstain on the ground. Death came too quickly, too cruelly. The gigantic monster roared, its body writhing, emitting a blazing red energy. Its terrifying power made the air seem to solidify. The other players were stunned and terrified. "What the hell just happened?" someone exclaimed. "What was that?" Panic erupted. A man in a blue shirt screamed, turning to flee. His desperate cry tore through the chaotic night. The crowd of players jostled and fled, everyone's face pale with fear. They felt the destructive power approaching. The monster unleashed a terrifying attack, energy exploding like a tsunami, destroying everything in its path. The green-armored warrior tried to calm those who were fleeing. "Don't run. If you turn your backs now, you'll only end up." But fear had consumed him. He trembled, cold sweat running down his cheeks as he saw a sickly green electric spark flash past. A blazing red attack surged forward. The green-armored warrior gritted his teeth, ducking to dodge, the light narrowly grazing his head. Choi Min-sik, the young man in white, his face drenched in sweat, his eyes wide with horror staring into space, his heart pounding in his chest. He collapsed in a pool of foul-smelling blood, surrounded by lifeless corpses. His sword fell from his hand, and he cried out in despair. "What the hell is this?" A gigantic earthworm-like monster, its mouth wide open, roared ferociously, engulfed in raging flames. Its screams tore through the air. Choi Min-sik wondered, "We have to win." Against that thing? In another scene, ordinary citizens huddled together in the pouring rain, their eyes vacant as they stared ahead, filled with helplessness. Amidst the rubble, Kang Taeson sat casually on the corpse of a giant monster, with the little spirit beside him. He calmly said, "How cruel. It's a creature you can only defeat by betting your life." The monster at his feet was completely motionless, its mouth agape, a fatal wound clearly visible. A stream of emerald light descended from above, enveloping the trembling crowd, creating a scene both fantastical and terrifying. Kang Taeson stood up, a flash of light appearing as he left the monster's corpse. He looked forward, his voice resolute. "It seems I have work to do." Kang Taeson's face showed clear determination. his purple eyes gleaming, ready for a new battle. He shot forward like an arrow, leaving a dazzling trail of light behind him, his terrifying speed tearing through the wind. The little spirit flew after him, asking, "I guess the wall couldn't stop you from leaving your area," Kang Taeson replied curtly. Exactly. A skyscraper was torn apart, revealing a giant glowing purple crystal. At its base, smaller earthworm-like monsters were crawling. The monsters' desperate screams echoed as they were destroyed by the purple energy. The building shook, and debris fell. Kang Taeson looked up at the purple crystal radiating powerful energy. A quest notification appeared. Special quest start. Destroy the blood vessel of the Black Swamp. He swung his blue sword, striking a powerful blow against the purple crystal. Sparks flying brilliantly. Kang Taeson clenched his hand, putting all his strength into the sword strike. He said, "It's smaller than the one in the sky, so it won't solve the fundamental problem. But if I destroy this, the number of monsters will decrease." A giant D-grade monster appeared, growling menacingly. Kang Taeson faced it, his gaze firm, ready for a life or death battle. Without hesitation, Kang Taeson swung his twin swords, charging straight at the monster. Energy light exploded, creating a fiery battle in midair. The monster growled madly, its sharp fangs bared, ready to counterattack, its red eyes full of ferocity. Kang Taeson skillfully dodged the attack, a slight smirk on his lips, muttering, "Tsk, too noisy." He maintained the initiative. Monster strength is determined by their numbers. The smaller the number, the higher the monster's rank, and the greater the danger. Another D-grade monster appeared, number 267511, its eyes glowing red, growling ferociously, challenging Kang Taeson. He recalled that the monsters in the first wave of attacks were only F or E grade. Now, giant earthworms and purple monsters had appeared. In the past, before he returned, a D-grade monster had almost annihilated all of humanity. A scene of desolation appeared in his mind. With ironclad determination, Kang Taeson charged straight at the D-grade monster, his twin swords swinging, creating powerful energy currents that tore through the air. Kang Taeson unleashed decisive sword strikes. He swore, "In the previous world, I had to try 3 times to kill it, but not this time." He continuously attacked, deep slashes appearing on the monster's body. The damage was clearly visible, proving his destructive power. The monster roared, unleashing a devastating blow that shook the surrounding space, sending dirt and rocks flying. "It's useless," Kang Taeson muttered as he dodged. The monster lunged, but its attacks were miraculously nullified. Kang Taeson activated Ice Arrow, creating a surge of chilling power. The monster growled, leaping high, ready for the finishing blow. He shot into the air, striking his twin swords directly into the monster's head. A brilliant light exploding, piercing its thick hide. The monster opened its mouth wide, roaring desperately in pain. Kang Taeson looked at it, his purple eyes flashing with ultimate resolve. Kang Taeson spun around, his fiery and icy twin swords swirling into the monster's body. "You are indeed strong and tenacious," he muttered to himself. But the monster roared, a giant fireball erupting, spewing directly at Kang Taeson. The skill-blazing fireball was activated. An earth-shattering explosion echoed, a blinding light engulfing the entire battlefield, shaking everything. Amidst the dazzling light, Kang Taeson emerged, his purple eyes resolute. He coldly declared, "You're easy to defeat, too." Kang Taeson landed lightly amidst the rubble, energy light still lingering around him. An hour later, Kang Taeson chugged down a recovery potion, large gulps flowing down his throat. Kang Taeson stood firm on the fallen monster's corpse, declaring, "It's done." A notification appeared. "You have defeated monster 267511. Kang Taeson swung his ice sword, a surge of chilling energy freezing the wall. Cracking sounds echoed, and the wall trembled. The ice wall shattered into countless small pieces, revealing the modern city landscape behind it. Kang Taeson scanned his surroundings, muttering to himself, "There haven't been any other disturbances recently. My work must be." The quest completion notification rang out. The quest completion notification rang out again, along with a reminder about the rewards upon returning to the labyrinth. Kang Taeson looked at the little spirit, white-haired and red-scarfed, flying around. He muttered, "The same notification appeared twice. I guess they're done over there too." Elsewhere, the black-haired, green-eyed woman collapsed, breathing heavily. The sword in her hand was still stained with blood. She stood on the corpse of the fallen purple earthworm monster. She whispered, "Finally, it's over." The black-haired, green-eyed woman's face was smeared with blood and sweat. She panted, exhausted. In the ruined city, amidst countless scattered corpses, the black-haired, green-eyed woman stood silently, painfully wondering, "Today, how many people have fallen?" After witnessing hundreds fall, the survivors realized that only by defeating the monsters could they live. But most were helpless, falling in vain. The emerald wall of light was dissolving, signaling the end of a battle. The silver-haired man and the brown-haired woman stood watching, their faces stunned. The emerald light continued to melt away, leaving behind the desolation of the city and ruined buildings. Kim Hwa-yeon knelt, her armor soaked in blood. She blamed herself. Damn it, if only I were a better leader. Pain and helplessness enveloped her. The wall of light completely vanished. The man in light yellow armor exclaimed, "The wall is disappearing. It must be over now." Kim Hwa-yeon stood up, her eyes resolute. She thought of Kang Tae-sun. Tae-sun! I have to go help him. No matter how strong he is, he can't fight monsters like this alone. Kim Hwa-yeon struggled to walk, saying, "We need to go support the North." The brown-haired man anxiously called her name. Kim Hwa-yeon, exhausted, staggered, and then collapsed to the ground. She groaned in pain, blood still soaking her armor. Kim Hwa-yeon's feet stood firm amidst the corpses, her sword plunged deep into the ground like a vow. Kim Hwa-yeon's hand trembled as she gripped the hilt of her sword, trying to get up amidst the rubble. Kang Tae-sun appeared, catching Kim Hwa-yeon. She called his name in surprise. He looked around and said, "The North is done too, and it seems you've matured more than last time." Kang Tae-sun calmly looked down, adding, "You should do the same inside the labyrinth." Kim Hwa-yeon looked at Kang Tae-sun and exhaled. "You're unharmed. We had to truly fight, staking our lives." 2 blue notification panels appeared in the sky. "Congratulations, you have survived. Rewards will be granted based on your actions and results." The next notification panel appeared, enveloped in divine light. "You will return to the labyrinth in 48 hours. Amidst the desolate graveyard, simple crosses stood. Only 30,000 out of 100,000 people survived this fierce battle. Amidst the ruins, Kim Hwa-yeon turned to Kang Tae-sun, her voice weak but firm. "Clearly, you should lead everyone instead of." She hesitated, her eyes filled with wounds. Kang Tae-sun shook his head in refusal, his gaze distant. "No, I'm not suited for that role. Besides, people will like you more than an eccentric like me." Kim Hwa-yeon bowed her head, blood staining her cheek. She whispered, "You can't save everyone. That's the truth. But they know you fought with all your might, with your very life." Among the survivors, a worried voice rang out. "Hwa-yeon, what do we do now?" The black-haired girl sighed, her eyes heavy. Kim Hwa-yeon's hand gently rose. Shimmering specks of light, like remnants of a fading spell, enveloped the space. Kim Hwa-yeon gasped for breath, beads of sweat rolling down her temples. Exhaustion was evident on her face, but her eyes still shone with determination. Kang Tae-sun placed a hand on Kim Hwa-yeon's shoulder, his voice deep and warm. "You should get used to these deaths." A cold comfort amidst the tragedy. Kim Hwa-yeon stood firm on the rubble, her resolute gaze fixed on the survivors gathered below. She was the only beacon in the darkness. Heavy rain fell on the ruined city. Kim Hwa-yeon spoke. "Many people died today. Civilization and order have vanished. We are living in a world where those who mourn the dead might die tomorrow." The purple-haired girl and the brown-haired boy stood listening. Kim Hwa-yeon continued, her voice echoing in the rain. "Furthermore, this might not be our last return." Kim Hwa-yeon raised her hand, her eyes blazing, her voice resounding. "That's why we must survive." Her powerful declaration cut through the rain. Among the simple graves, the survivors looked up at Kim Hwa-yeon. She continued, "For those who fell before us, a child stood by a grave where a sword was plunged deep into the earth. And to uncover the truth behind all of this," Kim Hwa-yeon said. Kim Hwa-yeon shouted, "Return stronger than ever." The warp gate opened, and Kang Tae-sun rushed in. "Wait! Tae-sun!" a boy yelled. The brown-haired boy watched Kang Tae-sun's retreating figure, his voice full of worry. "Tae-sun, are we splitting up again?" His heavy breathing echoed. Kang Tae-sun turned back, his resolute gaze fixed on the glowing purple warp gate. "That's right. It's time to return to the labyrinth." He was ready to face his destiny. Kang Tae-sun turned his head to look back, his violet eyes holding determination, bidding farewell to those remaining. "See you next time." The short brown-haired boy and the dark blue-haired girl stood there surprised. The dark blue-haired girl asked, We'll meet again, right?" The short brown-haired boy enthusiastically raised his hand, declaring, "Just you wait. Next time we train, I'll defeat you." The dark blue-haired girl sighed. "You really haven't changed at all." Kang Tae-sun walked away. The short brown-haired boy called after him. "Tae-sun, thank you. I'll train hard and become even stronger." Kim Hwa-yeon, along with the short brown-haired boy and the dark blue-haired girl, watched Kang Tae-sun leave. Kim Hwa-yeon smiled and said, "I hope to see you again, alive." Kang Tae-sun replied with a faint smile. "That's what I wanted to say." He waved, instructing, "Make sure to survive this time." A brilliant blue light enveloped Kang Tae-sun, carrying him through space, disappearing from everyone's sight. The screen displayed Season 1 complete. We will return with Season 2. Kang Tae-sun appeared before the large gate of the labyrinth's 10th floor, declaring, "So, I'm back." Kang Tae-sun's eyes shifted from purple to azure, and a system notification panel appeared before him. Notifications continuously appeared, displaying bonus points. Monster elimination, first wave, second wave, special mission. A total of 480. 2 points were awarded. The system explained. Bonus points, P, can be used for anything. They can be converted into gold, stats, or skill proficiency. 3 shimmering crystals appeared. The system continued. Gold is converted at a 1:10 ratio. Kang Tae-sun calculated he would get 4,820 gold, but remarked, "Not bad, but since gold is easy to acquire, it's not truly valuable." The system explained. Stats are converted at a 5:1 ratio. Kang Tae-sun considered increasing 96 stat points, but found it not worth it given his current average stats. He knew he had to choose. The system displayed. Skill proficiency is converted at a 10:1 ratio. Kang Tae-sun held the blue crystal, his eyes resolute. This is it. A player in the example explained. Permanently activated special skill, clairvoyance, proficiency, 20%. Currently, only the weaknesses of living creatures can be identified. Occasionally, important information will be provided. The explanation continued. Simply put, proficiency enhances skills, but depending on the skill, the impact can be significant or almost negligible. The little ghost hovered, contemplating in the dark space, its eyes full of bewilderment. A voice rang out, calling the ghost, breaking the silence. Kang Tae-sun appeared, asking the little ghost if it could hear him. The little ghost turned back blankly, not understanding what was happening. Kang Tae-sun mused, lost in thought ever since returning from Earth, his demeanor full of contemplation. The little ghost curiously asked, "What would happen if I increased the proficiency level of Stormscar Sword all at once?" It then asked again in surprise, "There aren't any conditions?" Kang Tae-sun explained that no matter how much knowledge one possessed, physical performance was an entirely different matter. He believed that improving physical movement was a better priority. Kang Tae-sun mused, his hand sweeping across the virtual skill panels appearing before his eyes, searching for something. Skills continuously appeared and disappeared. Clairvoyance, shield, weak point attack, battle lust. He realized they were all excellent skills. Kang Tae-sun sighed, feeling there were too many choices. He thought that using points to increase proficiency levels seemed too wasteful. He continued to scroll through the skills, stopping at magic with only 2% proficiency. Kang Tae-sun thought, perhaps it was time to use magic. Kang Tae-sun decided he had to ask someone for advice first. He and the little ghost walked, heading somewhere. The scene shifted to the 9th floor safe zone. A terrifying explosion shook the top of the tower, with smoke and flames billowing upwards. Lilith was brewing, coughing violently from the rising smoke. She wondered if she had mixed the wrong formula. A knock on the door rang out, startling her. Kang Tae-sun appeared at the door, greeting Lilith. The little ghost beside him also waved. Lilith, stunned, called his name. Lilith looked at Kang Tae-sun in astonishment. She couldn't believe he could instantly increase a skill's proficiency level. Lilith asked how Kang Tae-sun could interfere with the labyrinth system from the outside, something even she couldn't do. Kang Tae-sun asked back, "So, normally, it's not possible?" Lilith explained that proficiency followed the labyrinth's rules. No one could interfere, not even the gods. She curiously asked Kang Tae-sun how many skill levels he had increased. Kang Tae-sun calmly replied to Lilith about his skill proficiency level. Around 50%. Lilith froze, her eyes wide with astonishment, unable to believe what she had just heard. Wait, 50%? The shock was so great that Lilith dropped a series of potion bottles on the table, creating a deafening crash. But Kang Tae-sun remained calmly seated. Amidst the stunned silence, Kang Tae-sun let out a sigh of relief, looking at the mess. Phew, that was a close call. Lilith regained her composure, explaining the value of proficiency. Many people would sacrifice a finger just to gain 1% more proficiency. I myself have only reached 20%. Kang Tae-sun listened, his violet eyes holding deep contemplation at Lilith's words. Lilith bowed her head, her voice grave. You should keep this secret to yourself. If anyone finds out, they will try to kill you. After the warning, Lilith looked up and continued to explain. Anyway, to continue, you probably know this, but magic will become more versatile as your proficiency increases. Lilith illustrated the magic tiers, from elementary to ultimate, emphasizing, in the labyrinth, you can use all levels of magic, but its effectiveness depends on your proficiency. Lilith looked at Kang Tae-sun, remarking, You are a rare case, having learned intermediate magic so quickly. Your proficiency is currently around 2 or 3%, isn't it? That means you can't even effectively use elementary magic. Kang Tae-sun pondered, asking again. So, You're saying I'll become stronger? Lilith explained in detail. Normally, with 20% proficiency, one can unleash the full potential of basic magic, but only half the power of elementary magic. With 40% proficiency, you will fully control elementary magic, and with 60%, intermediate magic. The witch closed her eyes, magic sparkling in her hands, concluding her explanation. That's all I have to explain. I hope it helps with your choice. Kang Taeson touched his chin, lost in thought about the information he had just received. After a moment of consideration, Kang Taeson stood up, the little ghost flying after him. He looked towards the stairs leading down, saying decisively, "Well, first." A burst of light erupted around Kang Taeson as he upgraded his insight and magic proficiency skills, his body glowing. He also learned 2 new skills, magic acceleration and magic explosion. After upgrading, Kang Taeson activated Fireball. The flames erupted powerfully, without any delay. He realized this was the power of 40% magic proficiency. The status window appeared, confirming that 40% magic proficiency allowed him perfect control over fire, ice, and wind. A radiant surge of energy erupted from his palm. Kang Taeson continued to activate magic acceleration. A dazzling beam of light shot from his finger, pushing the speed of magic to its limit. The fireball shot forth like an arrow, colliding powerfully and creating an earth-shattering explosion that shook the entire space. He switched to ice magic, casting Ice Arrow. Sharp, crystal-like arrows appeared, surrounding him in a frosty mist. The black-haired young man smiled, wondering if magic acceleration increased both speed and power. He was ready for the next skill. He activated Magic Explosion. Shards of ice shattered, creating a fierce, icy explosion that spread everywhere. Sharp ice fragments flew out, embedding themselves in the walls and floor, leaving deep cracks. Kang Taeson looked at the devastated scene, the remaining ice shards, with satisfaction. He smirked. Not bad at all. The door leading to the 10th floor opened, and a colossal, greenish ogre champion wielding twin axes appeared. The floor boss notification popped up, signaling a new battle. Kang Taeson didn't hesitate. He activated Fireball and Magic Acceleration, and a massive fireball shot straight at the ogre, dealing 112 damage. He then activated Daze, stunning the ogre. The monster growled in confusion, and Kang Taeson activated Magic Acceleration again. He cast Magic Explosion. A pinkish-purple magical explosion erupted right above the ogre's head, causing it to collapse. The ogre trembled, drooling, its eyes rolled back. Kang Taeson realized that mind magic was also effective with his skills. The battle wasn't over. Kang Taeson continuously activated Fireball and Ice Arrow, creating a barrage of attacks that surrounded the ogre. A series of terrifying magical explosions erupted, engulfing the ogre. Consecutive damage notifications appeared. 91 and 78 damage. The monster growled in pain. After a series of attacks, the ogre champion finally fell. Consecutive victory notifications appeared, confirming that Kang Taeson had defeated the Floor 10 boss and received his first reward, the Ogre Ring. The little ghost suddenly glowed, as if it had thought things through. Seeing you speak now, I guess you've sorted out your thoughts, Ghost. Kang Taeson gazed at the new ring, confidently stating, "It seems I can reach floor 20 with just magic." The little ghost confirmed. Of course, magic is one of the main powers here. The little ghost bowed its head, its voice filled with worry. Almost. Why would something like that appear? Kang Taeson turned his back, his purple eyes flashing with determination. So, who is that person? The one who trampled all over my world? A surge of purple electricity enveloped him. The little ghost began to explain. Some mortals transcend their limits through trials. Whether it's power or spirit, upon reaching a certain level, they will transcend their mortal status. After transcending, they can reach a realm on par with deities. However, their power will be fixed, making it very difficult to develop further. The little ghost said angrily, "Monsters have invaded the cities of your world in overwhelming numbers. An immortal interfering with the mortal world would lose a lot of power. That's insane, so it rarely happens." Kang Taeson listened, his purple eyes remaining stern, pondering the ghost's words. "But there is an entity that can do that," the little ghost continued. "One who can interfere with the mortal realm without losing power. A figure from the past, now nameless. A born immortal, an ancient god," the little ghost explained. "They are entities without a fixed lifespan, so they don't lose power when interfering with the mortal world." The little ghost said, "Honestly, I've never seen one. I only know about them through ancient legends learned here. They disappeared long ago, so I call them ancient gods." Kang Taeson asked, "Disappeared?" The little ghost speculated in confusion. "Perhaps there was a war between immortals? Anyway, that's why it took me a while to figure this out." Kang Taeson asked, "Why would something like that attack Earth?" The little ghost replied, I don't know, but they won't be able to send overly powerful monsters. Not losing power doesn't mean they have no limits, Kang Taesin said in a low voice, his eyes sharp. Regardless of the limits, they sent an apostle strong enough to overwhelm even Taeyeon. Such an absurd power has already appeared. All right, I understand, Kang Taesin said, his footsteps decisive as he descended the stairs. That's all I need to know for now. He ventured deeper into the darkness. Finally, Kang Taesin had arrived here, where the Floor 10 Ogre extermination quest ended. He looked at the notification, his eyes sharp. Kill that bastard in there. Kang Taesin's decisive footsteps echoed in the darkness. This was where his mission would end, an inevitable conclusion. In the silent room, a bald, spectacled ogre sage was engrossed in reading a book. The faint light from the blue book illuminated his contemplative face. The ogre looked up, his sharp gaze piercing through his glasses. He looked at Kang Taesin, his deep voice resonating. You have arrived, warrior. The little ghost floated, emitting light. It spoke to Kang Taesin, its voice full of worry. I knew this day would come, but sooner than I thought. So, let's have one last conversation. Kang Taesin looked directly at the ogre sage, his face devoid of emotion. The little ghost flew around, its eyes confused. The ogre sage said thoughtfully, seemingly having accepted his fate. It seems this adventurer is someone I cannot defeat. A surge of fiery red energy erupted from the ogre sage's hand, tearing through space. He seemed to be preparing for something. The ogre sage continued, his eyes flashing with curiosity. If my fate is sealed, I should at least satisfy my curiosity, shouldn't I? The ogre sage nodded slightly, deep in thought. Do as you wish. He hadn't expected Kang Taesin to be so calm. The ogre sage reached into his cloak and pulled out a gleaming dagger. The light from the blade reflected the determination in his eyes. Holding the dagger, the ogre sage began to recount Kang Taesin's past. The God-Seeker rejected you, and the Lost King scorned you. The ogre sage continued, mentioning Kang Taesin's origin. You came from a ruined world, and you were too weak. He evoked the image of the long-haired warrior. The ogre sage explained, his sharp gaze fixed on Kang Taesin. That's why you spared my life, the only one willing to listen to your story. The ogre sage raised the dagger high, its light shimmering. I am a monster, not an adventurer. I only do what a monster must do. Kang Taesin looked down thoughtfully, while the little ghost floated, exclaiming in surprise, a weapon with such a fixed attack rate is truly rare. There's no way an ordinary monster on the 10th floor could possess it. The ogre sage held the dagger, his sharp eyes questioning Kang Taesin. Answer me. Who did you get it from? A wicked smile appeared on the ogre sage's lips, his eyes glowing red. He had realized something. So you are the one who changed that warrior. The ogre sage provoked, revealing that many coveted Kang Taesin's power. The little ghost was stunned, unable to believe what it had just heard. The little ghost roared in anger, its entire body erupting in a fiery red light, showing extreme indignation. The ogre sage revealed the pathfinders of Sin, who gave him weapons and ordered him to kill Kang Taesin, threatening his life. The little ghost's angry roar echoed, and a fierce red light erupted. The ogre sage trembled, and the dagger in his hand fell to the ground. Kang Taesin looked straight ahead calmly, his gaze sharp. He mentioned the pathfinders of Sin, having heard about them from Taeyeon. The ogre sage bitterly admitted he was merely a tool of the pathfinders of Sin to deal with the overly powerful Kang Taesin. Red energy enveloped him. The ogre sage gave up, accepting his fate. He had said all he wanted to say, and now Kang Taesin could do whatever he wished. Blood stained the stone floor. Kang Taesin decisively plunged the dagger into the ogre sage, his gaze firm and unwavering. The ogre sage looked at Kang Taesin, blood soaking his clothes. He accepted the end, reminiscing about the friendships forged from loneliness in this labyrinth. Kang Taesin pulled the dagger from the ogre sage's body, a cold, golden flash appearing for a moment. Kang Taesin supported the dying ogre sage. He spoke his last words about the importance of strength, fresh blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Become strong enough so no one dares to challenge you. The ogre sage collapsed, the dagger flying from his hand. Kang Taesin stood there, still gripping his weapon, gazing thoughtfully down at the corpse. The ogre sage, dying, looked up with wide eyes, his final words echoing, "Please conquer this labyrinth and save us." System notifications appeared, confirming that Kang Taesin had defeated the ogre sage and perfectly cleared the labyrinth. Information about the labyrinth and the consequences of its completion appeared. A new world opened up, full of dangers and hostile gazes. Another notification appeared, stating Kang Taesin had received the Blade of Calamity as a fitting reward. The little ghost hovered over the ogre sage's corpse, a sneer echoing. It wondered whether to be grateful or contemptuous of the fallen one. Kang Taesin calmly looked down, his gaze focused on the reward. A burst of light erupted from his hand, summoning an item. Kang Tae-san took the ancient sword, surrounded by a pink light. He was surprised by its power, a weapon that had once claimed the lives of even ancestors. The sword gleamed, revealing the name Kabert's relic. It was a treasure from a destroyed world, having bathed in the blood of countless royal families, increasing attack power. The little ghost glowed brightly, its face full of contemplation as it prepared to say something important. The little ghost erupted in fury, its entire body enveloped in a blazing red energy. It roared, challenging those who had abandoned the labyrinth. How dare those madmen who gave up conquering the labyrinth and clung to their justifications block my path? A side quest appeared, calling Kang Tae-san to seek revenge. He coldly declared he would tear apart all those who had caused his death. The little ghost still hovered, accepting Kang Tae-san's challenge, wanting to see how far he would go on his path of revenge. Kang Tae-san turned to look at the little ghost, implying that they would continue to accompany each other for a long time. Kang Tae-san raised his hand, touching the quest notification board. He decisively accepted, his gaze firm and unwavering. Kang Tae-san looked out at the vast landscape, where clouds drifted lazily. He pondered his next move. Those who called themselves the Pathfinders of Sin had set limits for other adventurers, established rules, and even murdered anyone who dared to resist or refuse to join them. Kang Tae-san stomped firmly on the ground, the floor cracking beneath his feet, showing his unshakable resolve. On the 11th floor, the Bone Knight had been defeated. The little ghost hovered and asked, "So, are the Pathfinders of Sin on the deeper floors of the labyrinth?" Kang Tae-san replied, "Most likely." The little ghost explained, "Their leaders, those who could be called commanders, are on the deeper floors, but lower-ranking members are scattered throughout the labyrinth." Kang Tae-san mused, "So we might encounter them soon." He replied, "Understood." Kang Tae-san put the ogre ring on his wrist, and it transformed into the counterattack bracelet, increasing defense and strength. He prepared himself for the challenges ahead. He then put the lion ring on his finger, an item that increased damage against the undead. Everything was meticulously calculated. Kang Tae-san descended the stairs, the little ghost flying after him. He said, "We have to go down anyway." And decisively, "Let's go." The 12th floor quest had begun. Defeat the 12th floor boss. A rotting ghoul monster appeared, growling, but Kang Tae-san swiftly swung his sword, cleaving through it. The rotting ghoul monster shrieked in horror. Another rotting ghoul appeared, carrying a strong stench of death. The giant ghoul monster charged, and Kang Tae-san dodged. The little ghost flew beside him, observing. The labyrinth's theme changed every 10 floors. From the 11th to the 20th floor, most monsters were undead. The surrounding scenery was gloomy, filled with graves. Kang Tae-san covered his nose with his hand, the little ghost flying nearby. He muttered, "Thanks to this, a terrible smell is assailing my nose from all directions." Kang Tae-san was surprised, his eyes widening as he discovered something unexpected. A majestic statue of a goddess appeared, holding the scales of justice. A system notification stated, "You have discovered Maria's altar." Kang Tae-san approached the statue, the little ghost flying after him. He remarked, "It's much more modest than Rakiratis's." He added, "Without the system's help, I wouldn't even realize this is a goddess's altar." Kang Tae-san was curious about the goddess Maria, asking the little ghost. The small entity explained that Maria was the goddess of choice, but it seemed there was something more left unsaid. The little ghost circled the statue, continuing to explain that it couldn't reveal much about the trials, but affirmed that the goddess Maria was an incredibly powerful entity. The little ghost continued to warn Kang Tae-san about the unpredictable and capricious nature of powerful gods. The black-haired young man pondered, as if calculating something. Kang Tae-san raised his hand, his gaze firm. He silently vowed never to back down, no matter how difficult the challenges ahead. Energy surged around Kang Tae-san. The little ghost explained that the goddess Maria immediately presented a major challenge, perhaps because the black-haired young man's reputation had spread far among the deities. The statue of the goddess Maria emitted a brilliant light. A side quest notification appeared, stating that the goddess wished to challenge those who came to her altar, promising rewards if they succeeded. Kang Tae-san decisively pointed, accepting the quest. The system confirmed, and the statue of the goddess Maria subtly smiled, as if pleased with his choice. The statue of Maria held up the scales of justice. 2 options appeared, many enemies or few enemies. The system requested Kang Tae-san to make a decision. Kang Tae-san stared at the scales, his expression pensive. He admitted he couldn't know which was the correct choice in this situation. Kang Tae-san was surprised, asking the little ghost about this strange situation. The small entity reminded him that Maria was the goddess of choice, so he was free to choose what he desired. Kang Tae-san reached out towards the scales, decisively choosing dynamic combat. A bold decision, showing the black-haired young man's will to not shy away from challenges. The scales continued to present new options. Many enemy types, or few enemy types. Kang Tae-san didn't hesitate. deciding to choose few enemy types. Kang Taesun selected few enemies, explaining that if there was no correct answer, he would choose according to his own will, avoiding creating a bad impression with the goddess. The statue of the goddess Maria smiled, pleased with Kang Taesun's choice. The sword in the statue's hand began to tremble, as if signaling something was about to happen. Energy violently erupted around Kang Taesun, forming a vortex of light. The ground beneath his feet shook intensely, signaling that the trial had officially begun. The room suddenly expanded, transforming into a vast arena. Kang Taesun stood in the immense space, the little ghost hovering beside him. He exclaimed, "The room is expanding!" From nothingness, waves of energy spread, bringing forth countless terrifying monsters. Growls and chilling shrieks echoed throughout the space. Kang Taesun frowned, his purple eyes flashing with tension. He sensed the threat from the surrounding monsters. A circle of light surrounded Kang Taesun, and he realized he was trapped. "I've never seen these monsters before," he muttered. A notification appeared. "You will lose if you move outside this space." Without hesitation, Kang Taesun charged straight into the horde of monsters. His terrifying speed created powerful gusts of wind, tearing through the air. Kang Taesun used the skill, Apnea Attack, his entire body emitting a blue light. He stood firm amidst the encirclement of ferocious monsters, ready for battle. Kang Taesun's gaze was resolute. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, he was determined to face this harsh challenge. Kang Taesun's sword sliced through the wind, forming a powerful slash. He cut through the ranks of monsters, leaving dazzling streaks of light. A devastating punch from Kang Taesun landed directly on the flying monster. His astonishing power shook the entire space. Kang Taesun continued to swing his sword, cutting down another monster. He moved like lightning, giving his opponents no time to react. Kang Taesun realized this was a challenge that went against all his combat strengths. So this is why she's the goddess of choice, he thought to himself. Kang Taesun was surprised. A skeleton wearing a purple cloak, holding an energy orb, appeared among the monsters. Kang Taesun flicked his sword, creating a golden ray of light. He had found the weakness, ready to finish off his opponent. The golden ray pierced through the skeleton, causing it to crack. Kang Taesun understood everything. "I see," he said. Kang Taesun activated Proof of Conflict, energy exploding around him. "So, she wants me to bet everything and win under the worst conditions," he declared. "Then I'll show her what I can do." When Kang Taesun activated Proof of Conflict, countless pitch-black monsters charged forward, their eyes glowing red as if to devour him. He swung the Calamity Blade, creating a brilliant golden sword strike that tore through the air, blocking the first wave of attacks. Surrounded by goblins, tentacle monsters, and ogres, Kang Taesun roared, facing a storm of fire and ferocious enemies. A giant ogre swung its axe, creating a powerful gust of wind, but Kang Taesun swiftly dodged, gliding past the danger. Kang Taesun counterattacked, unleashing Power Strike with his glowing purple blade, striking directly at the ogre. He slid his foot on the ground, creating a brilliant red streak, maintaining his balance amidst the enemy encirclement. Amidst the roars of snake monsters, werewolves, and goblins, Kang Taesun stood firm, his gaze resolute. He continued to fight, dodging a snake monster's lunge, moving agilely within the encirclement. Suddenly, a skeleton wearing a purple cloak appeared, summoning sharp ice spikes from its energy orb. A flying dinosaur stared blankly at the ice spikes, while Kang Taesun cried out in pain as they rushed towards him. Kang Taesun swung his sword, striking the flying dinosaur, but the skeleton continued to summon ice spikes to attack him. He let out a sigh of relief, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes tired but still full of determination. Kang Taesun looked at the monsters around him, as numerous as an ant colony. He provoked, "Come and get me!" Exhausted, Kang Taesun knelt, breathing heavily, but his eyes still burned with fighting spirit. He panted, wiping away the last drop of sweat, his face clearly showing the fatigue of a relentless battle. Kang Taesun stood amidst the scattered monster corpses. He alone had cleared almost the entire battlefield. He wondered if everything was all right. Kang Taesun's purple eyes were sharp and cold. A heavy metallic sound echoed, and a giant red boot appeared, signaling a new enemy. A red-armored figure stood tall, its sword gleaming. Kang Taesun immediately recognized it. That red armor. It's definitely a Death Knight. Kang Taesun recalled Taeyeon's words about the Floor 20 boss. He noticed the necklace on the red armor, wondering if this was a former human, like Rocky Rakatas' subordinate. Kang Taesun's eyes narrowed. Metallic footsteps echoed, not just one, but many enemies were approaching. 4 red-armored Death Knights surrounded Kang Taesun. He was astonished. Why are there 4 of them? Kang Taesun drew a knife and stabbed himself in the hand. He activated the self-harm blade, trading blood for blood, recovering 500 health points. Kang Taesun launched himself into the air, charging straight into the encirclement of the 4 Death Knights, starting a new battle. Kang Taesin raised his sword, his gaze resolute. He challenged, "Come at me." A knight attacked, but Kang Taesin quickly activated counterattack, creating a pink energy shield. Kang Taesin spun around, continuously activating counterattack, blocking the lightning-fast sword strikes from the Death Knights. Kang Taesin retreated, the sound of clashing swords incessant. He groaned in his effort to fend off 3 knights simultaneously. Kang Taesin dodged, sweat pouring down. He realized even counterattack has its limits when facing 4 enemies. Kang Taesin activated Force Duel, a golden light enveloping them. A Death Knight was pulled into a one-on-one battle. Kang Taesin seized the opportunity. "This is my chance." He activated Power Strike, swinging his sword to deliver a fatal blow to the isolated knight. Kang Taesin stood amidst a ring of fire, his gaze resolute. He simultaneously activated 2 skills, a blazing fireball and a ready ice arrow, preparing for the next attack. The red-armored Death Knight lunged to dodge the ice arrow, but was still restricted by the skill's range. "It's out of range. Damn these restrictions." The knight cursed under his breath. Kang Taesin activated magic acceleration, creating a series of powerful explosions. The red-armored knight was pushed back while he surged forward, giving his opponent no time to react. Kang Taesin panted, 3 other Death Knights surrounding him. He realized, "Damn it, I might have a chance if I combine swordsmanship and magic, but using them individually isn't effective." A red-armored Death Knight swung its sword, creating a cold, sharp sword strike that tore through the air, aimed directly at Kang Taesin. Kang Taesin counterattacked in a flash, thrusting his sword through the Death Knight's armor. Fresh blood splattered, staining the space red. Kang Taesin held the Death Knight's hand tightly, his eyes flashing with determination. "Got you," he said, then activated Force Duel. Kang Taesin's hand gripped the Death Knight's arm tightly. A powerful surge of energy began to spread from the point of contact. A brilliant golden light erupted, enveloping Kang Taesin and a Death Knight, separating them from the others in the battle. Kang Taesin didn't hesitate, swinging his sword to deliver a fatal blow to the isolated Death Knight. He had defeated 1 Death Knight. Kang Taesin didn't stop, activating Apnea, Attack, and Power Strike. He unleashed a powerful attack on another Death Knight. Kang Taesin faced 3 Death Knights, his strength depleted. "I only have about 1/10 of my health left. I can't use that method again. A 3-on-1 battle, and I can't directly confront their attacks." Kang Taesin panted, exhausted. A Death Knight had fallen at his feet. He released his sword, letting it drop to the ground with a dry clang. Kang Taesin looked down, his eyes tired but still holding determination. A sigh escaped his lips. "Ha!" Kang Taesin swiftly parried the sharp attack from the Death Knight with his sword, creating dazzling sparks in midair. Kang Taesin parried the Death Knight's sharp attack, creating dazzling sparks in midair. He continuously blocked and deflected sword strikes. Kang Taesin continuously blocked and deflected the Death Knight's sword, moving flexibly and dodging dangerous blows. He unleashed the skill Wolf Fang, a powerful storm-like attack, tearing through opponents with fierce slashes. Kang Taesin pondered, wondering if he could execute the move more smoothly, to elevate his swordsmanship to a higher realm. He panted, sweat beading on his forehead, questioning whether his attacks were still crude and lacked finesse. Amidst the intense battle, a small white ghost suddenly appeared, startling Kang Taesin for a moment. He continued to swing his sword, pouring strength into each stroke, determined to be smoother, leaving no openings. Kang Taesin unleashed sharp, agile slashes, forcing the Death Knight to retreat and defend passively. He focused intently, trying to swing his sword more smoothly while still maintaining his killing intent, yearning to reach a higher realm. Kang Taesin realized his previous movements were stiff and heavy, like black ink staining a white background. He swung his sword, creating an agile yet powerful slash that tore through the air, shattering his opponent's armor. Kang Taesin looked at the little ghost, asking about the sword art he had just performed. "Ghost? What kind of sword art is this?" He quickly parried the Death Knight's attack, creating a deafening clang of metal, holding his ground. The little ghost was astonished, praising Kang Taesin for independently grasping Muse's dance, the second technique of Scarstorm, which helps reduce stiffness and increase accuracy. Kang Taesin smiled. Not bad at all. He looked at his skill panel, seeing that his Scarstorm sword art proficiency had reached 22%. Kang Taesin and the little ghost discussed the battle. The little ghost praised how he utilized 2 sword styles. Kang Taesin pondered, realizing his own limits had been pushed further. Kang Taesin closed his eyes, receiving a series of rewards from the system, Morphing Weapon, and the skill Free Choice. An apostle contract offer from Maria appeared, but he decisively refused. Kang Taesin stood amidst a dazzling stream of light, the little ghost hovering beside him. He had overcome Maria's challenge, and the reward would be based on her satisfaction with his honest choices. The little ghost suddenly squatted down, its face showing extreme surprise. It sensed an unusual disturbance in the energy flow, an ominous premonition. A mysterious hand appeared, holding the scales of justice heavily tipped to one side. Maria's irrational choice had been activated. Kang Tae-san received an invitation and was forced to make a decision. Kang Tae-san looked up. A gigantic notification panel appeared before his eyes. The words "accept invitation" repeated, but were reflected in reverse, creating a sense of unease. Kang Tae-san was startled, the little ghost hovering. He frantically realized something was wrong, an unexpected event unfolding beyond his control. Kang Tae-san hastily touched the notification panel. 2 accept invitation buttons clearly appeared, as if forcing him to make an immediate decision. Kang Tae-san was pulled into the air by an invisible force, his body hovering. The system announced a forced choice. He had accepted the invitation, astonishing the little ghost. The world around Kang Tae-san and the little ghost suddenly shifted. They fell freely into an undefined space where the mysterious divine temple awaited. Kang Tae-san squeezed his eyes shut, a painful groan escaping his lips. The sudden shift had caused an extreme sense of discomfort. Kang Tae-san squatted on a rock, looking up at the sparkling, starry sky. He was stunned, wondering where he had been taken, a completely unfamiliar world. Kang Tae-san looked around, realizing he was in a space as dark as ink. He wondered if this was the void of the universe, while the little ghost beside him began to tremble. The little ghost trembled violently, its face showing extreme fear. It couldn't believe that Kang Tae-san had been invited to this place, something it considered impossible. Kang Tae-san looked at the trembling little ghost, then turned his head towards a majestic ancient structure. He realized this was the first time he had seen the little ghost so afraid. The little ghost frantically warned Kang Tae-san not to rush in recklessly. But he ignored it, thinking that the one who invited him here was surely waiting, and he wanted to see that person's smug face. Kang Tae-san's feet continued to walk on the white marble floor, moving deeper into the mysterious structure. Kang Tae-san raised his head and looked around, admiring the endless corridor with towering pillars. Beneath his feet, sparkling gemstones glittered like a vibrant carpet of flowers. He continued to walk, his gaze following the soaring ceiling, seemingly without end, an incredibly vast space. Kang Tae-san wondered if what awaited at the end of this temple was the ultimate secret of this entire world. Suddenly, a colossal figure appeared, a stunning blonde goddess, many times taller than Kang Tae-san, looking down at him. Maria, the goddess of choice, appeared with an imposing presence. She smiled gently, but her eyes held something unpredictable. She said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, child." Immediately, a mysterious surge of energy enveloped Kang Tae-san, assessing everything from confusion, fear, madness, to instant death. Kang Tae-san coughed, feeling uncomfortable. The little ghost beside Kang Tae-san was heavily affected. It trembled violently, emitting cries of pain and panic. Goddess Maria smiled meaningfully, clenching her hand as if controlling everything. A purple light flashed from her hand. Kang Tae-san questioned the goddess, his voice firm. "Why do you treat a guest personally invited here like this, omnipotent goddess?" The little ghost was still trembling, terrified. It hastily thanked the goddess for stopping, though still afraid. "Thank you for your mercy." Goddess Maria smiled, leaning closer, her eyes sharp. She recalled their first encounter after an unfortunate event. "It's been a long time, hasn't it? This is our first reunion since that regrettable incident, isn't it?" The little ghost gulped, terrified. Goddess Maria introduced herself as the goddess of choice, who forces mortals to make their final decision after their abominable choices. She said, "Welcome to my temple, precious child." Kang Tae-san stood there, his gaze firm, facing the goddess's meaningful welcome, ready for what was to come. Kang Tae-san felt the terrifying power of the goddess of choice, a completely different level. He questioned her about the number of entities like her, then asked permission to ask a question. Maria smiled and replied, "Go ahead, my dead child." The little ghost exclaimed in surprise that mortals couldn't be invited into a divine temple. Goddess Maria explained that the issue of endurance could be resolved, but the real reason they don't invite mortals is because Goddess Maria spoke coldly, stating that mortals are usually unworthy. The little ghost trembled, while Kang Tae-san silently faced the harsh truth. A colossal finger of Goddess Maria descended, creating a violent tremor and a cloud of dust, as if asserting absolute power. Kang Tae-san looked up at the colossal Goddess Maria, bravely asking directly, "So, does that mean I am worthy?" The little ghost frantically tried to stop him, but the young man's gaze remained firm. Goddess Maria admitted that not many accepted or endured her challenges, especially the grand challenge from which no one had ever survived until Kang Tae-san appeared. The young man's gaze was firm, full of determination. Goddess Maria chuckled, confirming Kang Tae-san was worthy, and she wanted to meet him directly. Kang Tae-san walked among the majestic rows of pillars, the little ghost hovering beside him. Kang Tae-san questioned Goddess Maria, asking what she would do if he had cheated in the challenge. His gaze was sharp, awaiting her answer. Goddess Maria smiled faintly, replying that if Kang Tae-san had cheated, he would not have been able to satisfy her. Goddess Maria's blue eyes glowed, looking directly at Kang Tae-san. She revealed that the little ghost beside him had cheated in the past, startling the little ghost. The little ghost fearfully huddled against Kang Taeson, trying to force a laugh as its past secret was exposed by Goddess Maria. Goddess Maria extended her hand, inviting Kang Taeson to become her apostle, promising to grant him everything and supreme power within the labyrinth. Kang Taeson looked down, pondering, then looked up, giving a decisive refusal. "I'm sorry." Kang Taeson continued to question, asking permission to ask another question. Goddess Maria calmly assented. Goddess Maria respected Kang Taeson's choice, deeming it not bad. Kang Taeson asked about the god's level of understanding of him. She merely smiled mysteriously, offering no reply. Goddess Maria revealed that she knew Kang Taeson had been here before and used an item from the snake. She called him a pitiful child caught in a prank and ended up in the wrong place. Kang Taeson was stunned, deep in thought. Maria continued to question, asking if Kang Taeson was tormented by being held back from where he truly belonged. Kang Taeson secretly thought, Maria surely knows something about the other monsters of the labyrinth. Maria raised her colossal finger towards Kang Taeson, startling him. He intended to ask more but couldn't utter a word in time. A cracking sound echoed, and the colossal stone pillars began to crumble. Maria said coldly, "I suppose now is not the right time. Grow stronger and delve deeper into the labyrinth." Maria explained that revealing information was a personal shame for the gods, so she couldn't speak freely. "But if you become my apostle, I will tell you." Kang Taeson silently pondered. The ground shook violently, Maria announced. "It seems our meeting has concluded. Something quite troublesome has arrived." Maria snapped her fingers. A blinding light enveloped Kang Taeson. She said, "We will meet again." Kang Taeson and the little ghost disappeared in the light. Maria calmly watched Kang Taeson and the little ghost being pushed down, falling freely through space. A fiery red crack appeared. An angry voice boomed. "You!" Maria provocatively replied. "Are you angry? Then you should have made your move first." Fiery red energy erupted from the crack. The voice growled, "You're making me want to do it again." Kang Taeson and the little ghost crashed hard onto the ground. Kang Taeson lay on the cold ground, the little ghost beside him. He groaned, "What the hell was that?" Kang Taeson looked at his hand, purple energy surrounding it. He realized, until now, I thought all I needed was to increase my stats in this labyrinth. To become stronger than Taeyun or Einzar, the little ghost tremblingly asked. What was that? Both were bewildered by the power they had just witnessed. Kang Taeson clenched his fist, purple energy flaring up. He thought to himself, but that overwhelming power. Kang Taeson looked up, his gaze resolute. He recalled that those gods were fake, and wondered if he would have a chance against the gods if he achieved everything in this true place. He resolved, I want to try. Kang Taeson drew his sword, and light enveloped him. He thought to himself, he had been so rushed that he hadn't had time to check the rewards from the previous challenge. A glowing dagger appeared, a transformation weapon, increasing attack by 15 points, capable of switching between dagger and longsword. Kang Taeson continued checking, and a special skill appeared, Freedom of Choice. This skill allowed stat conversion, though the success rate was still low. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light burst from Kang Taeson's arm. He was surprised. It seemed there was something he hadn't checked yet. A green aura enveloped Kang Taeson, displaying his defense and HP stats. He was satisfied. Even with a low conversion rate, it would be useful later. A brilliant rainbow-colored flower appeared, a gift from Maria. It currently had no effects, but it was a sign of divine favor. Kang Taeson asked the little ghost about the strange flower. The little ghost was confused, admitting it had never seen it before either. Kang Taeson gazed thoughtfully at the rainbow-colored flower, trying to understand the hidden meaning of this gift. He decided, since it's a benevolent gift, it can't be anything bad. Kang Taeson walked on, the little ghost flying behind him, continuing their journey. Kang Taeson unleashed a powerful punch, energy exploding. He faced the low-level rotting ghoul monster, the final boss of Floor 12. The ghoul monster was defeated. Kang Taeson received his reward, gauntlets of strength. He put them on, but the unpleasant stench made him grimace. Kang Taeson sighed. Normal bosses were now too easy, making him worry he wouldn't receive worthy rewards. He smiled mysteriously, accepting reality. Well, I have no other choice now. Purple light still shimmered around his hand. The door opened to a gloomy cemetery, shrouded in fog. The Floor 13 mission had begun. Defeat the boss and clear it. The door creaked open. A horde of hideous zombies rushed forward, their growls echoing, but Kang Taeson swung his sword and cut them down. Kang Taeson stepped out, the little ghost hovering. He remarked coldly, "This is too easy." The battle continued. A heavy footstep landed on the rock, looking down at the desolate cemetery. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the area, signaling an impending event. From the shadows, a red-haired figure in a black cloak emerged, a sneer full of arrogance and mystery on his face. His eyes flashed with a dangerous glint, like a challenge. Kang Tae-san was facing the hideous zombies, 2 daggers at the ready. He suddenly sensed an unusual presence. I sensed someone outside, but not a monster. Kang Tae-san looked up, his sharp purple eyes gazing upwards. A silent question echoed in his mind. Above? He shot upwards, towards the mysterious light. In that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. How long has it been since the last time? The red-haired figure, Labavas Aita, unleashed a powerful punch to the ground, energy exploding around him. He sneered, "How long has it been since we had a new recruit?" Labavas Aita faced Kang Tae-san, smiling as she introduced herself. Level 42, 14 levels higher than me. Pleased to meet you. I am a member of the Pathfinder of Sin. But before we talk, she raised a horn, and blue energy surged. The horn's sound echoed, summoning countless monsters. Wide-range horn activated. Monsters within range are approaching. The hideous zombies rushed forward like a storm, their terrifying growls echoing everywhere. They were bloodthirsty, ready to devour everything. Labavas Aita stood amidst the monster encirclement, her eyes sharp as if controlling everything. She prepared for a sweep. With powerful punches, Labavas Aita easily blew away the zombies. She moved like lightning, each strike carrying destructive force. Labavas Aita clenched her fist, a radiant smile full of fervor. I don't like interruptions. Let me finish this quickly. Kang Tae-san watched Labavas Aita fight. Labavas, a Pathfinder of Sin. She's certainly strong, but that's all there is to it. Kang Tae-san showed clear annoyance, his purple eyes flashing with sparks. And who does this guy think he is, stealing all my monsters? Labavas Aita suddenly turned her head, her red hair flying in the air. A swift, vigilant movement. Labavas Aita's gaze was sharp, sweeping across with hidden meaning. She seemed to have noticed Kang Tae-san's presence. The little white entity hovered, its eyes wide with surprise as it looked at Kang Tae-san. It scoffed. Ha! So that coward is still alive. He used to piss his pants every time he saw me. Now he's openly ignoring me. Kang Tae-san gently closed his eyes, a sigh escaping into the silent air. A deafening clang of metal echoed. Kang Tae-san swung his sword, light flashing as he and Labavas Aita confronted the hideous monsters. Labavas Aita unleashed a fiery punch, energy blazing around her fist. The red-haired woman declared defiantly, "But I can't let you defeat me!" The little white entity hovered, thinking about how Kang Tae-san adjusted his pace. Labavas Aita smiled, praising, "Oh, you even have counterattack skills? Not bad." Labavas Aita activated Power Punch, a terrifying surge of energy exploding from her punch, sending the monsters flying. Labavas Aita smirked, looking at Kang Tae-san meaningfully. "So, what do you think?" Ha! Kang Tae-san only met her gaze in silence. The little white entity was confused by Labavas Aita's smugness. The red-haired woman scoffed. "Tsk, you're too serious. You won't last long if you keep this up." Kang Tae-san looked at Labavas Aita, thinking about her words. He decisively introduced himself. "I am Tae-san." Labavas Aita smiled, light surrounding her, acknowledging Kang Tae-san's potential. She said, "Anyway, you still have potential. I think you'll be allowed down to floor 20. This is why I bothered to scout. What's your name?" Labavas Aita extended her hand, inviting Kang Tae-san. "All right, Tae-san. I have a question for you. Do you want to join the Society of Pathfinders of Sin?" The little white entity whispered into Kang Tae-san's ear. "That's your choice. Do what you want." Kang Tae-san nodded slightly, appearing to have made up his mind. Labavas Aita explained about the Labyrinth's blessing, then spoke coldly. "As you know, you can grow infinitely strong in this labyrinth. Do you realize what a great blessing that is? For someone who has received so much, yet tries to destroy this place." Kang Tae-san questioned Labavas Aita about her intention to abandon the labyrinth. The red-haired woman looked at a mysterious structure, replying, "It's not abandoning, but letting go. This place cannot be destroyed in the first place." Labavas Aita continued, tilting her head meaningfully. "You know that, don't you? These cursed gods want to kill us with their so-called trials, and the hidden points you find are insurmountable. Even the one next to you died that way." The little white entity accused Labavas Aita of killing it. Kang Tae-san looked at it, replying coldly, "We killed you? You're delusional." Labavas Aita continued to explain the conditions. If Kang Tae-san joined, he would have to reject the little ghost's mission. It had violated the rules and attacked them, so it could not be accepted. Labavas Aita extended her hand, red energy surrounding her, explaining the formation of the group. The purpose was not to die in vain, to grow strong safely together, and to maintain the rules within this labyrinth. Kang Tae-san pondered, his sharp eyes fixed on Labavas Aita. "Your rules?" he questioned. Kang Tae-san asked directly if one needed permission to become stronger. Labavas Aita hesitated, admitting it with a slightly flustered expression. Labavas Aita hastily explained that it was merely a safety measure when descending to more dangerous lower floors. Kang Tae-san's purple eyes flashed with a calculating glint. Kang Tae-san gripped his sword hilt, his voice ringing out defiantly. Even those who created this place granted freedom, yet you yourself set rules to control the labyrinth. He drew his sword from its sheath, his gaze resolute. I hate that kind of thing. The decisive declaration was like a sharp blade. Kang Tae-san pointed his sword directly at Labavasaita, accusing her of merely preventing others from facing true challenges, despite her grand words. Labavasaita shrugged, then her smile vanished. Red energy flared fiercely around her, her eyes filled with killing intent. Is that a refusal? Kang Tae-san smiled confidently, as if he had anticipated her reaction. Glad you understand. Labavasaita lunged to attack Kang Tae-san with a glowing sword, vibrant red energy surrounding her. The Pathfinder of Sin recruited new members for 2 reasons. 1, to draw them into the group, and 2, to eliminate those who refused before they could grow strong. A terrifying explosion erupted at the point of impact, the ground cracking, dust and debris flying everywhere. The immense power shook the entire space. In the eye of the storm, Kang Tae-san stood firm, blocking the attack with his sword. Pure white energy enveloped him, neutralizing the destructive power. Labavasaita was stunned. The smile on her lips froze, but in a flash, a sinister smile reappeared on her face. Kang Tae-san gripped his sword hilt tightly, his eyes sharp and cold. You said breaking the rules would be punished, right? Then punish me, if you can. Labavasaita furiously charged forward, launching another attack, leaving a dazzling trail of light. She couldn't believe her fatal blow had just been blocked. Labavasaita rushed forward, her face tense with anger and determination. She muttered to herself, No, he's still just an adventurer from the 13th floor. There's no way I'll lose. A burst of energy erupted beneath Labavasaita's feet, propelling her forward at terrifying speed, leaving a dazzling trail of light on the ground. Kang Tae-san blocked Labavasaita's attack, his eyes thoughtful. He wondered, he's already cleared the 20th floor, hasn't he? He's definitely not weak. Did he hone his skills through repeated hunting? The two fought fiercely, their swords clashing repeatedly, creating sparks and deafening sounds that echoed throughout the space. Labavasaita stumbled back, her face bewildered and angry. She couldn't believe it. Who is this guy? Why am I struggling against someone from the 13th floor? Kang Tae-san unleashed a sharp sword strike, piercing through Labavasaita's defense. She cried out in pain as she was wounded, taking 12 points of damage. Kang Tae-san twirled his weapon. Looking at Labavasaita with disdain, he said, Your defense is decent, but that's all. Your movements aren't very impressive either. The little spirit hovered, sneering, while Labavasaita felt annoyed, her eyes full of anger. The little spirit whispered, Even in this labyrinth, he has nothing of value, and hasn't learned a single skill. The little spirit continued to accuse, I heard that guy comes from a humble background. He probably never learned martial arts properly. And at best, he's just a third-rate mercenary. Labavasaita flinched. Labavasaita's face contorted with rage, veins bulging. She had reached her breaking point, her fury erupting. Labavasaita roared, Shut up! She leaped high into the air, her entire body ablaze with energy. A notification appeared. Labavas has activated Power Strike. Kang Tae-san reacted quickly, activating his skill. A notification appeared. Kang Tae-san has activated counter. He prepared to receive the blow. Kang Tae-san delivered a powerful kick to Labavasaita as she descended, creating a dazzling trail of light in midair. Kang Tae-san's kick made Labavasaita lose her balance. He continued to stab her with his sword, dealing an additional 6 points of damage. Labavasaita shrieked in horror. What? She couldn't believe that just one kick had dealt so much damage. Labavasaita looked at Kang Tae-san, the image of an arrogant old man appearing in her mind. She wondered, could this be Einzar's work? Did that arrogant old man who disdained us grant this guy a skill? A dazzling beam of light tore through the air, striking the ground with terrifying force, creating a violent impact. Labavasaita snarled, her face contorted with indignation and panic. She couldn't believe this power. Who? Who are you, really? Kang Tae-san, his purple eyes sharp and cold, curled his lips slightly. His dagger blade slid lightly, emitting a chilling metallic rasp. You're an adventurer too, aren't you? Kang Tae-san coldly retorted as he blocked Labavasaita's attack. She trembled, the dry clang of metal echoing. Find out for yourself. A powerful counterattack sent Labavasaita flying. She screamed in pain, her heavy body crashing to the ground. Kang Tae-san activated the exploding gauntlet, power surging around his fist. He knew its hidden function. Only one strike, but usable only once a month. Labavasaita gritted her teeth, furious as she realized she was losing ground. She channeled energy into her fist, cursing inwardly for having to use this move here. Damn it, I'm losing! I can't believe I have to use this here. Labavasaita unleashed a power strike, combined with the exploding gauntlet, creating an earth-shattering explosion. This blow dealt 5 times the basic attack damage. But then, Labavasaita was suddenly bewildered. She didn't understand what was happening, but... Huh? Amidst the hazy smoke, Kang Taesan calmly activated First Strike Nullification. He looked at Labavasaita, his eyes unwavering. Are you done? Labavasaita collapsed, her body hitting the ground with a heavy thud. She asked herself in horror, What have I been fighting all this time? Kang Taesan slowly walked towards Labavasaita, his body radiating a dark, oppressive aura. A cruel glint flashed in Kang Taesan's eyes, power surging around him like a purple storm. Labavasaita looked at Kang Taesan, extreme fear evident on her face. She realized, this guy is a monster. The little spirit whispered beside Kang Taesan, explaining that he was still a 20th floor adventurer. That's right, but he's still a 20th floor adventurer. He wasn't like this before. But because he had no worthy opponents, he became lazy, and his skills deteriorated. Labavasaita coughed weakly, her body aching. She looked up at Kang Taesan, her voice weak. So, I guess you know what I'm going to ask, right? Labavasaita, despite her injuries, still tried to negotiate, but Kang Taesan coldly extinguished all hope. She was furious, not understanding his purpose. A shiver ran down Labavasaita's spine as she realized her opponent's cruelty. Blood stained the floor, signaling a tragic end. The little spirit whispered into Kang Taesan's ear, reminding him about the Labyrinth sacrifice. Kang Taesan looked down at Labavasaita, a cold thought flashing in his mind. Extreme fear made Labavasaita hastily beg. She was ready to reveal everything, hoping only to escape a horrific fate. The little spirit wondered about Labavasaita's fear. Kang Taesan, with a calm expression, directly asked about the number of her accomplices. Labavasaita repeated her plea, her face contorted with terror. She had no arrogance left. Only despair remained. A sound echoed as Labavasaita knelt. She would rather die than become a sacrifice. Kang Taesan stood there, observing coldly. Labavasaita tremblingly confessed, revealing that she was only allowed to operate on the 20th floor and knew nothing about the deeper floors, where there were more accomplices. Kang Taesan continued to interrogate, asking about the floor limits and whether his breaking the rules would cause stronger individuals from deeper floors to appear. The little spirit whispered something. Kang Taesan pondered, realizing that individuals like him and the little spirit were a special minority in this labyrinth. Labavasaita revealed that there were hundreds like her, and most adventurers accepted their offer when they got lost in this place. Labavasaita explained the tower structure, divided into stages every 10 floors. She said that those in lower stages rarely dared to advance, adhering to strict rules. The little spirit commented on the arrogance of those on lower floors. Kang Taesan calmly spoke about the unstable system, where the strong dominated and punished traitors. Labavasaita warned that even if the strongest might not come, there were still countless second-stage adventurers, enough to overwhelm Kang Taesan. Kang Taesan coldly declared he didn't care about the crowd of adventurers. Labavasaita was astonished, unable to believe his confidence. The little spirit looked at Kang Taesan, thinking to himself about his extraordinary confidence and skill, then reminiscing about his own past, when he too was once so powerful. Labavasaita, exhausted amidst the encirclement of the undead, wondered, how did I end up like this? But the difficulty of this labyrinth has slowly worn me down, her strength depleted. Labavasaita collapsed to the floor, her body motionless. A terrifying silence enveloped the area. Tears streamed down her face. Labavasaita gave a bitter smile. Perhaps, if I had refused their offer back then, I would have had a more glorious death than this. Kang Taesan appeared, the sword in his hand gleaming. He coldly declared, then, goodbye. Kang Taesan frowned slightly. A system notification appeared. Enhanced soul attack activated. He wondered inwardly. Labavasaita collapsed, blood staining the floor. The system confirmed, you have defeated Labavas. Kang Taesan stood there, his sword still glowing. Blood splattered onto the cold wall, a horrifying trace of the battle that had just ended. Kang Taesan felt a surge of power, his hands glowing. Huh? What is this overwhelming power? The system announced, power strike skill increased by 8%. A series of system notifications appeared. Kang Taesan permanently increased his stats. HP plus 70, energy plus 40, intelligence plus 18, enhanced soul attack activated. Labavasaita's body dissolved into light. Kang Taesan continued to receive enhancements. Strength plus 23, dexterity plus 20. An end for the defeated. Kang Taesan looked down at Yoon-hyuk and the purple-haired girl, asking, so how far have you two gone? The purple-haired girl explained, Yoon-hyuk and I have completed the 3rd floor, and just started exploring the 4th floor. Thanks to the bonus points from returning to Earth, our stats increased, so we didn't encounter any problems. Kang Taeson closed his eyes and thought, "That's unavoidable. Everyone has to get used to death eventually." "What about normal mode?" Junhyuk coughed lightly, recalling the struggling adventurers. "How's the atmosphere in other modes?" "Easy mode seems to be having a hard time, perhaps because they lost the most people when returning to Earth." Junhyuk continued, "Not much has changed. Everyone is just more cautious." "What about hard mode?" Suddenly, Junglin appeared, confidently saying, "Long time no see. Let me explain." Junglin clenched her fist, her eyes resolute. "Everyone is trying to find a way to become stronger. The next time we meet, we might be very different." In a mystical space, the black-haired girl held a glowing potion, while the brown-haired soldier listened. She said, "Most of those in hard mode survived when returning to Earth. But you really pushed us back then." Junglin continued, her eyes resolute. "On the 4th floor, there's an altar of a god named Valtazahar." Kang Taeson listened, his expression thoughtful. Kang Taeson smiled, his eyes calm. "That's good to hear. Oh, right. I have something I want to tell you." Kang Taeson crossed his arms, thoughtfully asking Junglin, "I've thought it over carefully, whether I'm ready to face a god's challenge, but I really want to give it my all." "What do you think?" Junglin replied. As Lee Tae-yeon unexpectedly appeared between them, Tae-yeon would definitely refuse, even if she had the chance. "But you're very supportive." Lee Tae-yeon affirmed, "Actually, I want to try it too." Kang Taeson looked at Lee Tae-yeon, pondering. Lee Tae-yeon and Junhyuk have changed a lot, especially Tae-yeon. "She's different from my previous life." "Is it because of me?" Lee Tae-yeon clenched her fist, her eyes resolute. "You too? As you said, I can't be a coward forever. It's time to be brave." Junglin said to Kang Taeson, "I don't know how your challenge will compare to mine, but I can't stop you if you've thought seriously and made up your mind." Both nodded, saying in unison, "Go for it. Just don't die." Kang Taeson turned his back, and a brilliant gate of light suddenly opened, leading him into another space. The little ghost flew behind him, the sound of energy echoing. In the new space, Kang Taeson asked the little ghost, "You've taken a challenge from Valtazahar before, right? How does it compare to Rakaratus' challenge?" The little ghost replied, "It's easier than that one. I think it's quite manageable." Kang Taeson pondered, hand on his chin. "Then they'll be fine, I suppose. I don't want them to die." Kang Taeson looked down at his gauntlet, a glow surrounding it. He declared, "All right, let's finish this test." Information about the Gauntlet of Explosion appeared. Kang Taeson reached out and touched a virtual screen, scrolling down. He wanted to see his status window. Kang Taeson's status screen clearly showed Level 30, Strength 460, 2, Attack plus 65. He mused. Soul attack power increased from before. Kang Taeson looked at the status screen, next to the corpse of an enemy. He wondered, "It's been steadily increasing as I hunted monsters, but I've never seen such a huge surge before. Is it particularly effective against other adventurers?" The little ghost hovered beside Kang Taeson, whispering, "Taeson, you defeated Labavas." Even at the lowest stage, he was still part of the Pathfinder of Sin. Kang Taeson looked up, his sharp gaze piercing through the cosmic night. He knew those enemies would soon make their move. Amidst the silent space, a resolute will echoed. "Let them come, if they dare." A fiery hand appeared, accompanied by whispers of astonishment. A new adventurer, not even on the 15th floor, defeated a member from Stage 2? Deep within the labyrinth, in the meeting room of the Pathfinders of Sin, cloaked figures gathered. Heavy footsteps echoed throughout the room. A piece of paper burst into flames, dissolving in the fire. The fiery-haired man continued, "Now, let's return to the strategy for the 74th floor." The man with fiery hair regretted the loss of that talent, but there was no other choice. Issue a bounty. Let those in Stage 2 deal with him. On the 20th floor, among the Stage 2 adventurers of the Pathfinders of Sin, news of Labavas' death spread, causing whispers of astonishment. That weakling was ambushed? A bald man angrily slammed the table, declaring, "We can't just sit still. We must make the attacker pay." He held up a piece of paper, his voice full of excitement. The leader himself issued the bounty. If successful, we'll be promoted to Stage 3. The bounty order trembled in his hand, promising a great reward. News of the direct bounty from the leader stirred the crowd, and two black-cloaked men immediately vied with each other. "I'll be the one to kill that adventurer." Amidst the tense atmosphere, a hand reached out, holding a glowing green 20-sided die. The gray-haired man looked at the crowd, saying, "It seems no one will back down. Then let's settle this the usual way." He tossed the die up, declaring, "Whoever rolls the highest number gets priority. Understood?" A light-haired young man bent down, gently dropping the die onto the ground. The die rolled on the stone floor, its green light shimmering, determining the fate of the one who would hunt Kang Taeson. The mysterious white-haired figure flashed a sinister smile, his crimson eyes gleaming with cruelty. He declared, "You are the first Aldawada." Kang Taesan stood tall amidst the scattered zombie legion corpses, his sword glowing brightly. He had successfully conquered the 13th floor, a resounding victory. The little ghost hovered beside him, wondering about Kang Taesan's recklessness. "Seriously, those traps were for you to ambush enemies, but you just charged straight in. You're so reckless." A gruesome laugh echoed from the opening black space gate. The little ghost cautiously looked towards it, while Kang Taesan maintained his ready-to-fight stance. Kang Taesan leaped, two gleaming daggers in his hands. Behind him, a surge of crimson energy exploded, creating a powerful spectacle. Aldawada appeared, his eyes burning with fury. He roared, questioning, "Are you the one who defeated Labavas?" Aldawada's face contorted with hatred. He shrieked, his hand reaching out as if to tear his enemy apart. "Isn't it obvious? I will kill you." Kang Taesan stood calmly, arms crossed, looking up. He replied with a challenging question. "And if it is me, what do you intend to do?" Aldawada plunged to the ground, creating a deep crater. Kang Taesan quickly retreated, blocking the fierce attack with a powerful kick that shook the ground. Aldawada scoffed to himself, dismissing his opponent as just a rookie from the 13th floor. He threw a powerful punch, but Kang Taesan blocked it, preventing him from completing the attack. Aldawada recoiled, clutching his face, a pained groan escaping him. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, indicating he was severely injured after the counterattack. Aldawada lay defeated on the ground. Kang Taesan looked down, asking the little ghost about the recently defeated foe. The little ghost remarked that he wasn't very impressive, just a noisy one. The little ghost wondered if Aldawada was one of the pathfinders of sin. Kang Taesan pondered, surprised that they arrived faster than he expected. Aldawada groaned, disbelieving his defeat. He claimed Kang Taesan used cowardly tricks, then roared in anger as his body transformed into a clawed monster. Blinding light enveloped him. Aldawada fully transformed into a terrifying creature, a muscular body with sharp fangs. Growls echoed throughout the space. Kang Taesan watched the scene before him in surprise. He wondered if a human could transform into a werewolf like that. Aldawada, in his giant werewolf form, growled, facing Kang Taesan. He declared, "You may be strong, but this ends here." Savage power emanated from his body. Kang Taesan charged, unleashing an extremely fast attack, creating a brilliant purple streak of light. He pierced through Aldawada's defense, leaving the enemy no time to react. Kang Taesan glided past Aldawada, his gaze sharp. He casually remarked, "Brave, but you're too slow." Purple energy still shimmered around him. A system notification appeared. Enhanced soul attack activated. At the same time, the crystal containing Aldawada's soul on the table suddenly glowed brightly. Aldawada collapsed to the ground, his werewolf form dissolving into a faint wisp of smoke. The little spirit hovered, observing the scene. Kang Taesan stood tall, coldly stating, "Don't get in my way." Aldawada, now back in human form, lay slumped. He tried to get up, but could only gasp, a bit faster than before, but still not impressive. 3 cloaked men, including the gray-haired man, the bald man, and the light-haired man, stood in a dark room. The gray-haired man spoke. Well then, it seems Aldawada is dead." The gray-haired man looked down at the crystal on the table, where Aldawada's light of life had extinguished. He wondered, the flame of life, has it been snuffed out? Aldawada's soul crystal on the table melted, turning into a faint wisp of smoke before disappearing completely. His life had ended. In the darkness, a chilling sensation enveloped them. A voice exclaimed, "What?" The deep night swallowed everything. The 3 cloaked men buzzed with discussion. The gray-haired man speculated. Perhaps he let his guard down and died before he could transform. The light-haired man added, "Indeed, that guy. Without his werewolf form, he's quite useless." One of them, Giuseppe, stepped forward, turning his back to the other 2. He declared, "Good. Then it's my turn now." Giuseppe was suddenly attacked by Kang Taesan from above. He screamed as he was knocked to the ground, his magic staff falling from his hand. Kang Taesan continued his relentless assault. Giuseppe, despite being caught off guard, managed to activate a magic shield, creating a protective barrier of light around himself. Giuseppe angrily looked at Kang Taesan. "You attacked me immediately." Kang Taesan coldly replied, "I know you're here to kill me. Why hesitate?" The little spirit hovered beside Kang Taesan. Giuseppe activated rage, a surge of fiery red energy enveloping him. However, Kang Taesan countered with indomitable will, remaining unfazed. He was ready for the next battle. Kang Taesan admired the 2 brightly glowing daggers in his hands, marveling at how the magic was wielded. A piercing sound echoed. Giuseppe was astonished, fiery red energy surrounding him. He couldn't believe Kang Taesan had nullified a mental attack with sheer will. It turned out that defeating Labavas and Aldoada wasn't just luck. Kang Taesan stood firm amidst the blue specks of light. He wondered if this was a movement-restricting spell. Consecutive loud noises echoed. Kang Taesan summoned a giant sword of blue energy. Giuseppe had activated particle dispersion. A jolt of electricity flashed, and space seemed to freeze. Giuseppe was in extreme panic, his eyes wide as he looked up. The blue light enveloped him, creating a terrifying sight. Kang Taesan drew a brilliant ice bow, ready to fire an arrow. He had activated Frost Arrow, and a chilling gust of wind swept past. Giuseppe also activated Frost Arrow, and a giant ice arrow appeared before him. He thought this was his chance, and space froze again. Giuseppe's ice arrow shattered into countless fragments. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in pain and shock. Kang Taesan hovered in midair, while Giuseppe activated Lightning Strike. A thunderous roar echoed, and a lightning bolt struck the ground, creating a dazzling explosion. Giuseppe was furious, unable to believe it. He had been recognized by the Magic Tower for his talent, yet a rookie possessed a higher level of magic than him. He roared, "Impossible!" Giuseppe's eyes widened, filled with horror and despair as he faced the harsh reality. Kang Taesan stood calmly, his sword still glowing brightly. His first attack had been nullified, causing no damage. He realized there were instant activation spells. How interesting. Kang Taesan looked at Giuseppe, who was still astonished. Giuseppe thought he had landed a successful blow, but his words caught in his throat. Giuseppe knelt, his face distraught. He could only utter a gasp, completely broken by what had just happened. Kang Taesan calmly walked towards Giuseppe, who was still in shock. Giuseppe couldn't believe it. Kang Taesan coldly said, "Well then, let's continue." A sharp slash tore through the darkness, ending the battle cruelly and decisively. A mysterious energy flared, enveloping the sparkling magic stones on the wooden table. A faint light flickered, signaling that something was changing in the silent space. Bad news spread like wildfire. A light gray-haired man exclaimed in horror, "The next one is dead too." The group of dark-cloaked figures fell into whispers and panic. The gray-haired man with the axe confidently sneered, thinking the target was receiving advice from the spirit. He said, "Perhaps he can't use magic properly." "All right, it's my turn." Another magic stone on the table began to smoke, signaling that another life had vanished. The air grew heavy, and gloom enveloped the room. Once again, the stone emitted cold smoke. The dark-cloaked figures shivered, their eyes filled with extreme fear. Again, the short, black-haired man drew his sword, his eyes full of determination but also hidden worry. He said, "I didn't expect it to be my turn. All right, I'll be back soon." The stone smoked again, signaling the next death. A long gray-haired man tremblingly suggested, "Again? Or should 5 of us go together? No need to go alone, right?" A series of magic stones on the table continuously smoked, each representing a life swallowed by the abyss. A terrifying, haunting sight. The long gray-haired man looked at the stones in horror. He couldn't believe it. All of them are dead in just 2 hours. Extreme fear was evident on his face. The long gray-haired man coldly said to the trembling, short, brown-haired man, "You're next." The short, brown-haired man panicked. "No, impossible. Something is wrong with this." The long gray-haired man was scared. He realized the power gap between the first floor and the 20th floor was too great. But now, half of the second stage Pathfinders are dead. What kind of monster could do that? He tremblingly confessed, "I never wanted to be a Pathfinder of sin. They threatened to kill me if I refused, so I had no other choice." He just wanted to avoid it, waiting for that person to pass. A ghostly figure appeared. Zagan, the third stage Pathfinder of sin, descended with an overwhelming aura. He scornfully said, "You pathetic fools, you haven't changed at all. You will never pass stage 2. Zagan stood there, his gaze sweeping over the trembling figures. He sneered and asked, "But where is everyone? Half of you have disappeared." His tone was full of mockery. The Pathfinders trembled upon seeing Zagan. You're here." They cursed inwardly. "Damn it. Third stage Pathfinders are supposed to be on the 30th floor. Why does he keep coming up here to torment us?" The long gray-haired man stammered an explanation. The others just went to different floors." Zagan merely smiled sinisterly, a smile that sent chills down the spine of those facing him. Zagan roared, his eyes flashing fire. "You dare use that pathetic excuse to lie to me?" He coughed, his anger burning like hellfire. Without a word of warning, Zagan lunged, delivering a fatal blow to the black-haired man. A dazzling light erupted, signaling a tragic end. The long gray-haired man trembled. They're all dead," Zagan coldly asked back.
"You mean half of them were dealt with by a 12th floor adventurer?"
He coughed, his face full of displeasure. Zagan gave a sinister smirk. He whispered, "I didn't think much of it before, but this changes everything. Killing him might be an opportunity for me to prove my strength. he growled. Good. Zagan turned to the trembling group of pathfinders. I will avenge them! Take me to him! He threatened, or you can all just die. A chilling aura enveloped them. Kang Tasan faced two enemies. He realized they are strong in both offense and defense, but they've never coordinated, so their teamwork is disjointed. Defeating one had helped him level up and recover health, a huge advantage. Kang Tasan looked down, his purple eyes flashing coldly. He thought to himself, it's taken quite some time, a terrifying calmness in the face of any challenge. Kang Tasan stood among the corpses of his enemies, his sword glowing coldly. The little spirit hovered beside him, remarking, like moths to a flame. They even abandoned their pride, attacking you in groups of 5. Kang Tasan smiled with satisfaction, a status window appearing before his eyes. He said, thanks to that, I've leveled up 11 times. His power soared after each battle. Kang Tasan's status window clearly showed, level 39, health, mana, and other stats had all surged, indicating formidable power. Kang Tasan sighed. Anyway, leveling up this much also reduces the rewards for completing challenges. The little spirit immediately scolded. Don't complain. This is still much more advantageous. You're truly greedy. Kang Tasan cast a spell, and ice particles collided and dissolved, sparkling and glowing. He smiled. Yeah, I guess so. His magical power was being tested. Kang Tasan's hand emitted a cold light, and small ice particles hovered. This was the basic spell, Particle Dispersion, consuming 4 mana. A beginning for new power, the little spirit asked. Anyway, is that all? It believed. By now, they must have realized you're not someone to be trifled with. Kang Tasan was slightly surprised. Huh? A figure appeared at the entrance. Zagan had arrived. Kang Tasan still had his back turned, unaware of the approaching danger. A new confrontation was about to erupt. Zagan stepped in, his demonic aura erupting, terrifying the Pathfinders. He said, so you're the one who defeated the second stage Pathfinders. A fated encounter. Kang Tasan turned, his purple eyes full of vigilance. The little ghost beside him was also surprised. Kang Tasan recognized the difference in the new enemy. So, that's here too. A demon? I can feel his power. This one is different from the Pathfinders I've faced before. Zagan stood there, demonic aura erupting, sharp horns on his head and cold eyes, creating terrifying pressure in the space. Kang Tasan didn't hesitate, activating his power. The young man's body flared with a brilliant purple light, and the sword in his hand also glowed, ready for battle. Zagan observed Kang Tasan, his eyes full of doubt about the source of the power. This power, the kind of power a king obtains upon reaching floor 20. Is it truly acquired upon reaching floor 20? Zagan suddenly asked, as if he had recognized something extraordinary about Kang Tasan. You are a dragon? Both Kang Tasan and the little ghost looked puzzled by Zagan's sudden question, a big question mark hanging in the air. Zagan appeared with the image of a giant black dragon behind him, confirming his speculation about Kang Tasan's true identity. The other Pathfinders whispered in fear, discussing the terror of dragons and Kang Tasan's power. The gray-haired warrior said, even the weakest dragon cannot be defeated by anyone who hasn't reached floor 40. Kang Tasan smirked, his eyes full of confidence, seemingly mocking his opponent's fear and astonishment. Kang Tasan confidently responded to Zagan's question, unfazed. And what if I am? Zagan unexpectedly bowed his head, showing concession and allowing Kang Tasan to pass. If that is the case, I have no intention of stopping you. Please, proceed. The other Pathfinders were astonished, unable to believe their eyes when Zagan suddenly retreated. The light gray-haired man exclaimed, what? That's it? The little ghost burst out laughing, mocking Zagan's cowardice. Poo-ha-ha, poo-ha-ha-ha-ha, you're really showing your true colors. Zagan was still stunned. Are dragons really that strong? The little ghost further explained the terrifying power of dragons. Well, ancient dragons can rival gods, so you can imagine how strong they are. Zagan replied, I see. Zagan suddenly erupted in rage, his eyes blazing and teeth clenched, anger spreading throughout the space. Zagan roared furiously, you bastard! How dare you deceive me! He cast a spell, and dark tentacles rose from the ground, furiously attacking Kang Tasan. Amidst Zagan's fury, Kang Tasan remained unfazed, his hands blazing with brilliant magical fire, ready for battle. Kang Tasan faced the dark tentacles, his gaze firm. He had activated Burning Ball, preparing for a powerful counterattack. Flames from Kang Tasan's hand erupted fiercely, repelling the tentacles. Zagan smirked, unfazed. He's using Burning Ball? That changes nothing. Zagan concentrated his magic, his eyes sharp. He had activated Decarabia's Raven Familiars, summoning terrifying creatures. Kang Tasan stood in the space, surrounded by swarms of giant black ravens with glowing red eyes, which swooped down like a storm, forming a nightmare. Giant magical ravens appeared, screaming and creating a terrifying pressure that enveloped the battlefield. Kang Taeson swung his sword, creating a stream of icy blue energy that cut through the ravens. He exclaimed, "Too many!" Kang Taeson continuously spun his sword, brilliant purple slashes tearing through the air, destroying the besieging ravens. But they kept appearing. Zagan angrily looked at Kang Taeson, roaring, "Get out of the way, warrior! This is a fight between the two of us!" The little ghost hovered beside Kang Taeson, observing the situation. The little ghost commented on Zagan's magic. "The magic you're using is the magic of gods. It's completely different from magic created by demons." Zagan was surprised, his eyes bewildered. He wondered, what? Did he retreat so easily? Are they not getting along? Kang Taeson wiped his sweat, the little ghost hovering beside him. He smiled, seemingly having understood something. A new plan forming. Zagan erupted with magic power, black flames enveloping his body. He had activated Marchosius's fake flame, ready for the next attack. Zagan charged forward, black flames swirling around him, forming a destructive vortex, devouring everything in its path. Kang Taeson faced the attack. A notification appeared. Kang Taeson's first attack nullification activated. He had nullified Zagan's first strike. Kang Taeson cast a spell, creating an icy arrow. He had activated Frost Arrow, but lamented, "It's not affected by the cold of my arrow." Zagan unleashed a blazing fire attack, but Kang Taeson stood firm, confidently thinking, "He doesn't know about my skill either." Zagan was stunned, his eyes wide. "Attack nullification? Is there such a skill?" he muttered. "No, but..." A wicked smile spread across Zagan's lips. He clasped his hands together, his eyes glowing blue. "Good. I can win this fight." He had activated Nabarius's Despair. Kang Taeson activated attack nullification a second time, but still took heavy damage, the sword in his hand shattering. A surge of dark energy sent Kang Taeson flying, spinning in midair, causing him to lose balance. Zagan smirked, watching Kang Taeson being pushed away. It's over. A colossal vortex of dark energy appeared. Nabarius's Despair, dark magic directly attacking the mind. Kang Taeson clutched his head, painful screams echoing in his mind. Kang Taeson squeezed his eyes shut, trying to fight off the intense mental pain, a faint glow surrounding him. The little ghost hovered, calmly remarking, "Dark magic is inherently chaotic. Struggling when facing it for the first time is normal. Even I don't fully understand it." Kang Taeson opened his eyes, his gaze firm. "Not bad. Dark magic. I wonder if I can learn it." He swung his sword, a stream of purple energy tearing through the air, slashing directly into the attacking dark orb. The little ghost looked at Kang Taeson with trust. "But I believe you'll find a way, won't you, Taeson?" Zagan was heavily shocked, his eyes wide. "He overcame the attack with just his mental strength?" He roared. "No, that changes nothing." Zagan was unyielding. He raised his hand to summon. Zagan has activated Decarabia's Raven Familiars. A multitude of giant black ravens appeared, their cries piercing. Swarms of giant black ravens flew above Kang Taeson's head, forming an enveloping shadow, Decarabia's Raven Familiars. They are individually weak, but their numbers are overwhelming. Kang Taeson remained unfazed. He activated the repulsion skill, unleashing an invisible force that repelled all the ravens, creating a powerful shockwave. Zagan was astonished when Kang Taeson found a way to counter his magic. A brilliant blue energy burst from Zagan's hand. The blue energy shot forth like a wind-piercing arrow, carrying destructive power. Kang Taeson swung his sword, his gaze firm, ready to face the incoming attack. Kang Taeson's sword clashed with the blue energy, creating a deafening explosion and sparks flying. Kang Taeson analyzed the blue flame. "This flame can burn even fire. If it were real fire, the residual heat would have incinerated me, but there's only a burning sensation. Is this just a fake flame?" Zagan was astonished, unable to believe Kang Taeson had discovered the secret. He angrily unleashed a new skill, Decarabia's Twisted Flora, causing the ground to crack open. Kang Taeson stood amidst the spreading black cracks, realizing their positions were identical to when Zagan had used this magic before. Kang Taeson deduced that the roots would only emerge from these dark cracks. If so, he could predict their path. Kang Taeson took decisive steps, calculating each one. 3 steps to the left, then 2 steps straight ahead. Giant roots suddenly shot up from the ground, forming a forest of sharp spikes. Zagan's jaw dropped in astonishment as Kang Taeson stood firm amidst the forest of roots, without a single scratch. He couldn't believe his eyes. Kang Taeson smirked, his eyes sharp. "You're too simple." A brilliant golden energy orb formed in his hand. The little ghost hovered, explaining, "I knew he could do it." He analyzed the essence of each skill, calculated the most reasonable way to counter it, and then executed it. Flames blazed on the ground. Kang Tae-san unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, creating dazzling streaks of light. The little ghost said, even with never-before-seen dark magic, he immediately understood it and found a way to counter it. That is Tae-san's greatest strength. The little ghost continued, he has mastered basic magic, distinguishing between when magic is static and when it's dynamic. Realizing the Stormscar sword was too erratic, he modified it and learned a second move, Maiden's Dance. The little ghost hovered, musing, he has an innate ability to understand the nature and workings of all new things. No, perhaps it's not just innate talent. A fatal stab, crystallized from relentless effort, a frenzied repetition bordering on obsession. Brilliant purple light erupted from the blade. This was the beginning of a unique method. Zagan, with small horns on his forehead, took a step back, his eyes full of vigilance. He mused, this is Tae-san's unique method. So there's one last thing I'm curious about. Zagan was injured and coughing blood, collapsing to the ground while Kang Tae-san stood tall over his fallen foe. The image of him rewound in time, returning to the decisive moment when his purple eyes still shone with unwavering resolve. A powerful slash tore through the air. Kang Tae-san knelt on one knee, his sword glowing brightly, his eyes resolute. He posed a crucial question. How can I learn dark magic? Zagan sat leaning against the wall, deep in thought. He confirmed. So dark magic can still be learned. Dark magic operates through demonic energy and mana. Zagan continued to explain that demonic energy was exclusive to his race. But this was the Labyrinth. If the conditions were met, any race could acquire it. Kang Tae-san asked, is that how you found your god? Zagan frowned, his eyes filled with complexity. He confirmed, yes. Even though she abandoned all of us, my god now resides here too. A faint silhouette of a goddess appeared behind Zagan. He explained, she loves those with ability. It's almost impossible. But if you gain her favor and pass her trials. Zagan added that Kang Tae-san could receive privileges only his race possessed. Kang Tae-san turned to the little ghost. Ghost, do you know where the demon god is? The little ghost replied, my memory is a bit hazy, but she's probably not too far from here. Zagan looked at Kang Tae-san, his eyes pleading. He whispered, please, end me now. Don't offer me as a sacrifice to your god. Grant me a dignified death. Kang Tae-san coldly replied, all right. He swung his sword, a decisive/ending Zagan's life. Blood splattered on the ground, concluding the life of the one who was once a pathfinder of sin. Consecutive notifications appeared. Enhanced soul attack activated. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Finally, an important notification appeared. You have acquired basic dark magic, Marcosius's false flame. Kang Tae-san looked at the new magic information, Marcosius's false flame. He realized, so it's a type of substance. I guess I can't use this until I acquire demonic energy. Kang Tae-san stood before a dark gate, the little ghost hovering beside him. He called out, his voice echoing. Then, all of you hiding, come out now! A group of people in dark cloaks, with wary and fearful expressions, slowly emerged from the shadows, facing Kang Tae-san. They were the ones who had been hiding, now forced to reveal themselves. Kang Tae-san looked directly at the group, his purple eyes blazing, his voice full of power. He warned, before I drag each and every one of you out here and kill you. Standing before Kang Tae-san, the cloaked group trembled. The bald man, representing them, asked in fear, what do you want from us? Kang Tae-san coldly replied that his purpose was not killing but experience. He admitted he initially intended to eliminate them all, but now they were no longer worth bothering with. Purple magic flared around Kang Tae-san. He laid down a crucial condition. I will let you live on one condition. Don't let the Pathfinders of Sin know I'm still alive. Kang Tae-san asked again, his eyes sharp and cold. You don't want to die, do you? The cloaked group nodded frantically, desperately accepting. The bald man asked again. Does that mean you want us to provide false information to them? Kang Tae-san confirmed. Exactly. Tell them I died at your hands. Kang Tae-san sat down amidst the trails of demonic energy, next to a corpse. He ordered, mix truth with a few lies, and report that I died fighting the explorers of the 30th floor. Kang Tae-san continued to warn, his voice full of power. You didn't voluntarily join the Pathfinders of Sin, did you? If you don't want to die, you'd best follow my words. The bald man pondered. Finally, with no other choice, the bald man bowed deeply, accepting Kang Tae-san's offer. I accept your offer. Kang Tae-san turned to ask the little ghost. Ghost, is this all right? The little ghost replied. No problem. These bastards aren't the ones who killed me anyway. Although, I have a question. The little ghost flew directly in front of the bald man, pressing him. You, the representative of the second floor. You would know, wouldn't you, who ordered my death? The bald man hesitated, Perhaps it's better if you don't know. The little ghost insisted. I'll decide that. Tell me now. The bald man sighed, revealing the horrifying identity. It was the heir to the cursed kingdom's bloodline, the woman of ash, Societe Gardentia. The words struck like lightning, and the little ghost erupted with energy, a dazzling light enveloping it. The mastermind behind its death had been revealed. The little ghost trembled, its body shaking violently. It couldn't believe its ears. It was her. In the stream of memories, the bald man continued. At least that's what I heard. That's why. It's even more shocking to me. She was the only one among the leaders who was harmonious with you. The image of the little ghost as a human, sitting beside the white-haired Societe Gardentia under the gentle sunlight, appeared in its mind, a peaceful past now shattered. A short, brown-haired young man in red armor raised his fist and cheered in the dazzling light, joy overflowing after a resounding victory. The short, brown-haired young man remained excited, recounting his incredible victory over Valtazahar's trial. The purple-haired girl curiously asked about the content of the trial. The purple-haired girl closed her eyes, recalling the horror of facing her greatest fear, a hideous giant spider attacking her during the trial. The short, brown-haired young man revealed his fear was elephants. The purple-haired girl was surprised, thinking elephants were adorable, but Kang Tae-san immediately refuted, emphasizing the horror of being trampled by a giant creature. Kang Tae-san mused, remarking that the difficulty of the trial was fitting for the god of victory. He wondered what fear would manifest if it were him. The short, brown-haired young man happily spoke of the victory reward. Kang Tae-san advised not to abuse the god's kindness too much, as they could change their minds at any time. Kang Tae-san gestured, telling everyone to return to their respective floors. The short, brown-haired young man happily thanked him for his advice before they parted ways. Kang Tae-san extended his hand, a stream of energy glowing. The little ghost appeared, and he asked if it was ready to talk. The little ghost agreed. Kang Tae-san expressed his dissatisfaction if his mission failed simply due to the whim of the one who assigned it. The little ghost turned its face away, looking hesitant and a little reluctant, as if wondering whether it needed to reveal everything. A memory appeared. The white-haired Societe Gardentia walked on a stone path suspended in midair, followed by a blond young man in a red cloak. The little ghost sighed, beginning its story. It came from a ruined world, and the only things in the labyrinth were monsters it couldn't communicate with. The little ghost recounted that Societe Gardentia was the only one it could talk to. They both found empathy. It wondered why she would be involved in its death. Kang Tae-san replied to the little ghost, reassuring it that its mission remained unchanged, and there was no need to worry about what had happened. Kang Tae-san turned and walked away, the little ghost hovering behind him. He seemed to have enough information and was ready to continue his journey. Kang Tae-san swung his sword, a powerful stream of purple energy slicing through a giant bone monster, clearing the way into the 14th floor of the labyrinth. The door to the 16th floor of the labyrinth appeared, astonishing the green-haired girl. "You've come this far already?" she exclaimed. On the 15th floor of the labyrinth, Kang Tae-san swung his sword, a streak of light cutting through the dry bones, opening a path deeper into the darkness. Kang Tae-san explained, "High levels no longer offer much benefit, so I had to quickly descend to lower floors." He presented some magical items. Kang Tae-san meditated green energy surrounding him. He had learned 2 new spells, Stealth and Slow, ready for the challenges ahead. The green-haired girl excitedly tested the new magic, a gentle stream of green energy enveloping her. The green-haired girl said, "I've never learned the Slow spell before, so I'm still not sure how it works," Kang Tae-san observed silently. The green-haired girl struggled with the Slow spell, moving sluggishly. Kang Tae-san estimated she was about 20% slower than normal. The green-haired girl excitedly suggested, "Do you want to try the spell on me?" A stream of blue energy enveloped Kang Tae-san's hand. The blue-haired girl panicked. "Undo it now." But she confessed she didn't know how to undo the spell because it was her first time using it. The blue-haired girl's face showed clear horror, her eyes wide as she realized she had caused trouble. The blue-haired girl's expression was still stunned. A giggle rang out. Kang Tae-san climbed the stairs step by step, the little spirit flying behind him. Fortunately, the spell wore off after 10 minutes. "At least we know its duration," he sighed. Entering the 16th floor, a new quest appeared. "Start 16th floor quest. Defeat the 16th floor boss and proceed," a voice echoed in Kang Tae-san's mind. "When you reach the 16th floor, there will be an empty room. There, you will find the person you are looking for, the blacksmith." The incessant clang of a blacksmith's hammer echoed as Kang Tae-san approached a large door. The rapid sounds of metal clashing signaled the presence of a blacksmith. A flash of light erupted from the forge. The gray-haired blacksmith turned, his voice deep and gruff. "A new adventurer, aren't you?" A notification appeared. "You have met the fool who forges dreams." Amidst the starry night, the flickering forge fire illuminated the figures of Kang Tae-san and the gray-haired blacksmith. He was Hafron, the fool who forges dreams. Kang Taesan recalled that Hafran was always cold, rarely showing emotion. He only saw Kang Taesan as a business partner. Kang Taesan's purple eyes gleamed with a complex expression. But a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Kang Taesan continued to recall. All the NPCs and deities in the labyrinth despised him, so he was grateful for Hafran's indifference. The gray-haired blacksmith introduced himself. I am Hafran. You know what my profession is, don't you? Hafran explained that monsters here drop two things: equipment and materials. Materials were usually sold in stores or used to craft equipment. Hafran set a condition. Bring the materials, and I will craft the tools you desire. He generously added, since it's your first time, I won't charge you. Kang Taesan was surprised. Seeing Kang Taesan show no surprise, Hafran exclaimed, Oh, you don't seem surprised. The little spirit hovered beside Kang Taesan. Hafran looked sharply at Kang Taesan. By the way, he said, I see you're here too, warrior. Hafran continued, his tone decisive. Anyway, if you intend to continue doing business with me, remember this. I don't care who my customers are. Kang Taesan and the little spirit both nodded. Hafran sighed. Because the Pathfinders cause a lot of trouble, I thought they had caught you, but it seems not. Hafran picked up a tool, and the clang of metal echoed. He said, I suppose you would eventually come here, in whatever form. He asked Kang Taesan, Are you the one who accepted the quest? Hafran pointed at Kang Taesan, his gaze firm. Whether you are a lowly wretch, or one of the Pathfinders of sin, it doesn't matter. What matters to me is having materials and crafting equipment. Nothing else. Kang Taesan nodded. All right. He continued, Then I'd like to place an order now. I need a wrist guard. Is that all right? Hafran replied, Certainly, as long as you have the materials. Kang Taesan held out his hand, an item window appeared, and materials fell to the floor. Hafran picked up a bone shard, sighing, Whoa, that's quite a lot. He told him, Come back in 30 minutes to pick it up. Kang Taesan was surprised. That fast? Hafran tossed the red scarf he was wearing onto the pile of materials. These aren't materials from deeper floors, so they're common items. There's no reason to take a long time. This is easy. Kang Taesan and the little spirit waited. Hafran instructed, Come back later. Kang Taesan nodded. Kang Taesan entered the dungeon, telling himself, I have 30 minutes, enough time to clear a floor, he resolved. If I focus, it'll only take 10 minutes. Might as well get it over with. 30 minutes passed, and the sound of forging echoed. Kang Taesan and the little spirit returned. Hafran said, Perfect timing. I just finished. Hafran held out his hand, placing the item into Kang Taesan's. Here's yours. Kang Taesan looked at the ogre leather wrist guard, defense plus 13, crafted by a master. He was astonished. Wow, the stats are really high, Hafran instructed. Next time I will charge you. The price depends on the value, remember that. He kept the remaining materials. Kang Taesan replied, Whatever. The little spirit hovered, saying to Hafran, Of course I can, but I'm still missing many things. The little spirit continued, You know what I mean, don't you? Hafran narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a dagger, directed at the little spirit. Kang Taesan turned, thinking, I'll probably have to go deeper to find better materials. As he was about to leave, the little spirit flew back. Wait, you can make something even better than this. Hafran frowned, his eyes filled with annoyance as he looked at Kang Taesan. He called out, Warrior. Hafran sat down, explaining, I'm talking about things only you can make. Things with special power. He continued, Equipment that can only be forged from materials found in one place, a place only those permitted can enter. Kang Taesan stood there, his purple eyes resolute, a powerful aura surrounding him. The little spirit asserted to Hafran, I guarantee it, Hafran. This guy can do it. Kang Taesan stood there, a little confused. Hafran questioned the little spirit. You must know how important that place is to me. How can you speak so easily? The little spirit replied, Of course I know. You told me yourself. Kang Taesan was confused. What are you two talking about? The little spirit flew around Hafran, reminding him of its purpose, to revive the destroyed world. It contrasted this with Hafran, who could still return to his own world. Hafran sighed, thinking Kang Taesan was too immature, not yet worthy for him to reveal the secret. Hafran narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing, uttering a cryptic remark. Floor 30. Kang Taesan was stunned. The little spirit revealed a shocking secret about his achievement, defeating the 30th floor Pathfinder despite being only on the 13th floor himself. The gray-haired blacksmith Hafran lunged forward, his face full of rage, disbelieving his ears. What is this? You must be lying! The little spirit calmly retorted, leaving Hafran speechless. He still couldn't accept this unbelievable truth. Hafran narrowed his eyes, beads of sweat forming. He pondered deeply, trying to digest the shocking information he had just received. After some deliberation, Hafran made an offer. Then, Let's make a deal. I need proof that this person defeated the 30th floor opponent. Hafran continued. If you can defeat the monster I've prepared, I will accept you without further complaint. Kang Taeson nodded in agreement. Kang Taeson sat down, questioning if he was being too hasty. But then he told himself, as long as he could become stronger, everything was worth it. The little spirit flew around, asserting confidently, "Of course it's worth it. I guarantee it." With Hafran's recognition, you will grow stronger in countless ways. Kang Taeson looked at the little spirit, still with a hint of doubt in his heart. My only question is whether it's worth it. The little spirit continued to encourage him, reminding him of Kang Taeson's aspiration to reach the gods. The black-haired boy remained resolute. The little spirit shrewdly noticed a change in Kang Taeson. You've realized it, haven't you? After meeting Maria, your eyes lit up. How could I not notice? Hafran opened the door, signaling that everything was ready. The little spirit whispered that, despite doubting Kang Taeson's goals, it still believed this would be a valuable experience. The little spirit was terrified upon seeing the monster. A Balrog! That's a powerful monster from deeper floors. Hafran reassured it, saying it was just a weakened version, stronger than a 25th floor boss, but weaker than a 30th floor one. A sealed Balrog appeared, its colossal body bound by chains, exuding an oppressive aura. Kang Taeson and the little spirit were stunned by the Balrog's presence. Its deep growl echoed, making the atmosphere tense. The Balrog's fiery red eyes stared directly at Kang Taeson, as if questioning his resolve. Will you truly do this? Kang Taeson gripped his glowing sword, his eyes resolute, ready to face the Balrog. In the silent space, an affirmation rang out, decisive and powerful. Of course. Hafran's face appeared, his expression tense and full of worry. The chained Balrog let out a terrifying roar, and fiery red energy erupted, engulfing its body. The giant monster charged at Kang Taeson with fiery eyes. The young man raised his sword, preparing for a life or death confrontation. Balrog roared fiercely, demonic energy erupting. A system notification appeared, confirming Balrog had activated demonic energy burst. Balrog soared into the air, surrounded by a stream of blue energy. Kang Taeson swung his sword, ready to counterattack. Kang Taeson swung his sword powerfully, surrounded by blue energy. A system notification appeared. You have activated slow. The young man spun around, his sword creating a brilliant red streak. A system notification appeared, confirming, you have activated counterattack. Kang Taeson unleashed a flurry of skills, skill notifications appearing consecutively. You have activated Ice Arrow. You have activated Fireball. You have activated Ice Arrow. A terrifying explosion shook the ground. Balrog was struck and screamed in pain. Hafran and the little spirit were stunned. Hafran couldn't believe it. How could this happen? Even if it was a weakened Balrog, how could he completely crush it? The little spirit replied, I told you, didn't I? This guy can do it. Hafran still frowned in wonder. The little spirit hovered, whispering, however, it's strange. Even if he's strong, he can't match its stats. The little spirit covered its eyes, lost in thought. That's definitely strange. Most of Taeson's skills are beyond standard, especially the enhanced soul attack. Kang Taeson breathed a sigh of relief, his sword still glowing. A system notification appeared, confirming Kang Taeson has defeated the sealed Balrog. Kang Taeson knelt on one knee on Balrog's corpse, his sword piercing the monster. A brilliant light erupted at a higher and more unusual level than the original. Purple light exploded, not only enhancing stats but also plundering other skills. This power far surpassed the original, reaching a higher, more anomalous level. In the dark cave, the blacksmith Hafran was deep in thought, his eyes narrowed. The little spirit hovered beside him, silently observing. Kang Taeson stood tall over Balrog's corpse, his sword glowing brilliantly. The blacksmith Hafran agreed. All right, I will let you enter my world. Kang Taeson was stunned. Wait, can I really go to a collapsed world? Hafran raised a mysterious black stone. My world was destroyed in a rather special way, so I can use this stone to take you there. Hafran extended his hand. A sparkling star appeared. That's right. Kang Taeson and the little spirit watched intently, ready for a new journey. The scene shifted to an ancient forge. Hafran sighed. The facilities here aren't bad, but there's a limit to what I can create. Hafran handed the stone to Kang Taeson. Materials from my world, which only I can access, are another matter. If you bring them back, I can forge something much stronger. Twisted roots snaked and coiled in the gloomy forest, Hafran continued. As you grow stronger and delve deeper into the labyrinth, I will ask you to bring back materials from deeper parts of my world. Hafran pondered, narrowing his eyes in thought. With your current skills, the indomitable tree roots from the gray forest would be a good start. A side quest appeared. Hafran handed Kang Taeson a map. This is the map. Once you reach the forest, you'll know how to get them. Hafran mumbled something, his fist glowing. His eyes were full of mystery, as if contemplating a distant plan. Hafran opened a brilliant blue spatial gate. Kang Taeson and the little spirit stood opposite it, ready to embark on a new journey. Kang Taeson winked confidently, the little spirit hovering beside him. Both were enveloped in a dazzling stream of light, preparing for spatial travel. Hafran looked at Kang Taeson, who was in the gate. He instructed, "One last thing. Remember this well." Kang Taeson and the little spirit hovered amid starry space. Hafran's words echoed, "One last thing. Remember this, well?" Kang Taeson sped through the galaxy, his gaze resolute. A new adventure awaited him ahead. Hafran's final warning echoed, like a grim prophecy for Kang Taeson's upcoming journey. This world will try to kill you. Amidst the vast universe, Kang Taeson and the little spirit were swept into a strange spatial current. Feeling as if they were thrown into oblivion, the little spirit reassured him, explaining that this was spatial teleportation and the journey would take some time. A desolate planet appeared before their eyes, reminiscent of Earth's fate. Kang Taeson wondered about the differences between the two worlds. Kang Taeson and the little spirit landed on a barren land. A strange energy enveloped them, making the air heavy. As soon as he touched the ground, Kang Taeson clutched his chest, coughing violently. A suffocating sensation overwhelming him, terrifying him. An invisible toxin was invading his lungs, causing Kang Taeson extreme difficulty breathing. The system notified, "You have activated apnea." Kang Taeson waved his hand in vain, realizing the air here was too thin, with no wind at all. A terrifying truth gradually revealed itself. Not just the air, even the ground seemed alive, swallowing his every step as if trying to drag him into the abyss. Kang Taeson stomped his foot firmly, clearly feeling the hostility emanating from every corner of this dying planet. Kang Taeson stood on the cliff, realizing the terrifying truth. This very planet was trying to destroy all life on it. Every step Kang Taeson took created a gruesome sound, as if he were treading on shattered bones. Despite continuously taking damage, Kang Taeson still breathed a sigh of relief when he realized there was still a little oxygen left to sustain life. The little spirit whispered a warning to Kang Taeson to be careful, avoiding any unnecessary movements, lest he attract the planet's deadly attention. Kang Taeson opened the map, calculating the distance to the forest, feeling a searing pain tear through his body. As he walked, Kang Taeson pondered the difference between adventurers and contractors. Realizing that the NPCs in the labyrinth referred to themselves by the latter term, Kang Taeson strode along the path, with the little spirit hovering beside him. He mused, "It's simple. It's the difference between being bound and being free." The little spirit hovered amidst invisible chains, explaining, "Adventurers like you can leave the labyrinth, but contractors are bound, unable to leave on their own." The little spirit continued, telling of each person's desires: revenge, practicing magic, seeking deities. Even Hafran the blacksmith is no different. That's why they need adventurers like you to help. In exchange for the chance to fulfill their desires with a sorcerer, they were chained to the labyrinth. Kang Taeson frowned. "Desires?" Kang Taeson pondered. "So they ask for help through quests? How does one become a contract?" The little spirit hovered, explaining there were many ways. "In my case, the sorcerer came directly and offered the contract." The little spirit was stunned, its eyes full of surprise. Kang Taeson asked directly, "Who is that sorcerer?" In midair, a green energy vortex suddenly appeared, surrounding Kang Taeson. He exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" The little spirit evaded. "I can't say. You'll find out yourself as you go deeper." Kang Taeson sighed. "So, it's too early, isn't it?" A fierce sandstorm suddenly struck, swirling everything in sight. Kang Taeson braced himself, feeling each attack tear at his flesh. He realized skills seemed to have no effect against these attacks. Kang Taeson was pushed back, roaring, "A sandstorm? Is this planet trying to kill me?" The counterattack and fortitude skills automatically activated, protecting him. The storm didn't move, only focusing on him. Kang Taeson realized, this storm, it's not leaving. It's as if it's here just to kill me. Kang Taeson swung his sword, creating a brilliant sword path that tore through the storm. He quickly spun around, using his sword and arm to block a powerful attack. Kang Taeson swung his sword, creating a brilliant sword path that tore through the storm. He realized that sword techniques had no effect on this thing. Without hesitation, Kang Taeson consecutively activated two skills, a blazing fireball and a sharp ice arrow. Both shot straight into the eye of the storm, creating a violent explosion. But the storm still raged furiously. Kang Taeson thought offensive magic was also ineffective. He decided to try another way, chanting to activate the slowdown skill. The storm began to slow down. He darted like lightning, activating the acceleration skill. Kang Taeson's figure tore through the wind, gliding swiftly across the ground, approaching the storm's epicenter. The storm had slowed down significantly. the target clearer. Kang Taeson let out a slight sigh of relief. The targeting skill seemed effective. He continued to activate acceleration. The black-haired young man poured all his strength, dashing forward. Just a little more, and he would reach the target. The swirling storm was still waiting. Kang Taeson stared at the storm as it gradually dissipated. A strange feeling arose within him. The swirling storm slowly vanished, as if it had never existed. It disappeared on its own, Kang Taeson thought to himself. The little spirit floated beside Kang Taeson, explaining that the storm had lost all value when it couldn't fulfill its purpose. Kang Taeson asked again in surprise. A stream of emerald energy from where the storm dissipated flew straight into Kang Taeson. The enhanced soul attack skill was activated. A notification appeared. You have acquired the conceptual skill. Kang Taeson was stunned, feeling new power flowing through his body. He looked down at his hands, where the emerald energy still lingered. What is this? Kang Taeson wondered. The little spirit flew around Kang Taeson, while he was still sensing the new skill. The enhanced soul attack skill and the conceptual skill had been activated. Kang Taeson turned to the little spirit, asking, "What is it?" The little spirit also replied in surprise, "I've never seen this before." The little spirit looked confused, deep in thought. It mumbled, "Could it be?" A strange premonition arising. The little spirit floated, asking Kang Taeson if he remembered anything. The black-haired young man looked at the illusory screen, slowly replying. His eyes still a little confused. The little spirit was still unsure about what it was sensing. It decided to keep it a secret, promising to explain more clearly once it found the correct answer. Kang Taeson nodded in agreement. The black-haired young man trusted the little spirit, thinking that knowing more information later wouldn't be a problem. The ground trembled. Debris rained down. Kang Taeson swung his sword, creating sharp slashes that tore through the air with emerald energy. Kang Taeson darted like the wind, marveling at the new experiences. The system confirmed that the thought acceleration skill had been activated, helping him react faster. The black-haired young man continued to attack, his body agile among the rocks. A new skill named Breathless Strike was activated, enhancing the power of each sword slash. Continuously, Kang Taeson activated two more powerful skills, Wolfang and Dance of the Muse. Power erupted, transforming him into a death dancer on the battlefield. Kang Taeson moved like lightning, his sword glowing brightly. Every step was a slash. Every movement carried a chilling, killing intent. Suddenly, Kang Taeson felt his defense being breached. The black-haired young man frowned, realizing this battle seemed endless. A strange sensation overwhelmed Kang Taeson, leaving him stunned. The black-haired young man's eyes widened, wondering in surprise about what had just appeared. Kang Taeson looked down into the abyss, while the little spirit floated, asking in surprise what he was talking about. Kang Taeson pointed towards the cliff face, but the little spirit saw nothing. A strange discrepancy between the two. Kang Taeson stomped his foot, activated the acceleration skill, and dashed off. The black-haired young man decided to uncover the mystery himself. Kang Taeson plunged straight into the abyss, his terrifying speed creating a faint streak of light. He did not hesitate to face the danger. Mid-air, Kang Taeson swung his sword continuously, creating powerful attacks. The black-haired young man transformed himself into an arrow, shooting straight towards the target. Kang Taeson continued to plunge into the abyss, swinging his sword to create dazzling streaks of light. He knew this was the effect of the mental acceleration skill. Kang Taeson's speed tore through the air, shattered rock fragments falling with him. The black-haired young man shot like an arrow through the thick fog. Looking down at the swirling black vortex below, Kang Taeson clenched his fists, telling himself, "Just a little more." Attacks from the surroundings grew fiercer, creating powerful energy currents. Kang Taeson skillfully dodged, maintaining his terrifying speed. Suddenly, Kang Taeson swung his sword, creating a blinding flash of light. The black-haired young man challenged, "Surprised to see me?" Kang Taeson plunged two swords straight down, creating a brilliant purple light explosion, activating the Wolfang and Dance of the Muse skills. With resolute purple eyes, Kang Taeson darted like lightning, determined to pierce through all obstacles. A powerful, swirling green energy current created strange black streaks, as if wanting to devour everything. Kang Taeson stood firm, looking forward, his hands clenched, ready for whatever was to come. The black-haired young man landed on the ground, the surrounding rocks shattering under his power. The little spirit floated beside him. Kang Taeson was stunned when a new skill was activated, enhancing soul attack, and a mysterious conceptual skill named Will. The little spirit floated, looking at the new skill notification with a puzzled expression, wondering, "Will?" In Hafran's world, the planet itself had tried to destroy everything, a cruel and tragic truth. Kang Taeson stood amidst the green energy, the little spirit flying beside him. In a way, the planet's will was that nothing should be allowed to live, but Kang Taeson had overcome that will. Countless images flashed by, harsh environments, swirling energy vortices, and a destroyed planet, all testifying to the cruel will of this world. Amidst the green energy, Kang Taeson stood firm, the little spirit flying beside him stunned, asking, "What kind of skill is this?" He had stolen power not just from a body, but from a concept. The little spirit realized in horror that the stealing skill would be useless if the target was too strong. Soul attack, it was on a level higher than even the will of this planet. Kang Taeson radiated mysterious purple energy, the narration affirming that this was power not for mortals, but for the transcendent. The little spirit asked, "Is that the place?" Kang Taeson and the little spirit faced a colossal dark structure resembling an ancient tree. The little spirit suddenly realized, "Ah, that's right. That's also where I found the roots." Kang Taeson darted like the wind, his sword gleaming with energy, piercing through space. He glided like lightning, his resolute purple eyes blazing, the sword tip flashing. Kang Taeson smiled confidently, thinking to himself, "If I get that root, I'll have better equipment, right?" He landed forcefully on a colossal root branch, ready to strike. Kang Taeson smirked with self-satisfaction. The colossal ancient tree stood towering. Kang Taeson looking tiny upon it, he exclaimed, "It's freaking huge!" The roots twisted and writhed, as if trying to escape control. But Kang Taeson stood firm, clenching his fists. Kang Taeson activated the repel skill, a golden light enveloping him, his every step firm on the root's body. The roots trembled violently beneath Kang Taeson's feet, and he coldly commanded, "Get out of the way! You're blocking my path!" Kang Taeson focused intensely, activating the thought acceleration skill, his eyes sharp and cold. He asked, "Now then, where is your core?" Kang Taeson swung his sword powerfully, the roots shattering into dazzling fragments. Kang Taeson swung his sword in a whirlwind/brilliant purple light tearing through the air. He sought, "Where is it?" Kang Taeson continued to swing his sword, creating dazzling sword trails, his gaze fixed firmly on his target. Kang Taeson realized there was no ash aura. He watched the roots coiling and gathering in a strange way. The roots twisted, forming a large mass that emitted electric sparks. Kang Taeson wondered, "Is that the place?" The little ghost flew along anxiously calling out, "Taeson, be careful!" But Kang Taeson still charged forward, seemingly not hearing. Kang Taeson remained calm, his purple eyes sharp and cold. He didn't take his eyes off the target, focusing all his mind on the battle. Kang Taeson leaped up, swinging both swords, creating powerful, decisive slashes. Kang Taeson dodged the root attacks. His first strike nullification skill activated. He wanted to be stronger. With a decisive slash, Kang Taeson tore through the layer of roots, purple energy erupting powerfully. The fragments of the roots vanished, falling and scattering in the air. A swirling vortex of blue energy appeared, powerfully coiling in mid-air. The soul attack enhancement skill activated, and Kang Taeson grasped an object. He had obtained the untamable root. The little ghost said, "I told you, at your level, it's nothing significant." Kang Taeson replied, "So it was deep inside, huh?" Kang Taeson looked at the little ghost, smiling slightly. He agreed. "Yeah, it seems so." Both Kang Taeson and the little ghost looked up at the sky, where a cross-shaped rift was opening. Kang Taeson gazed at the rift, his eyes resolute. He thought to himself, "It seems you truly want me dead." Kang Taeson's decisive footsteps echoed on the shimmering ground, as if opening a new door. Amidst the emerald energy vortex, Kang Taeson and the little ghost turned their backs, preparing to leave. See you next time. Side quest completed. A shimmering system notification appeared, marking the end of a journey. Hafran, the gray-haired blacksmith, stood in his workshop, looking up at the blue pillar of light. "You've returned?" Kang Taeson appeared, holding the item, and asked Hafran, "Yes, I brought it back. This is what you wanted, right?" Hafran thought to himself, "This is just a normal root." Hafran looked at Kang Taeson, his voice doubtful. "Of course, you don't belong in that world, but still, that was fast. Are you sure you got exactly what I asked for?" Kang Taeson smiled, holding up the untamable root. "I did it." Item information appeared, showing it was a relic from a collapsed world. In the forge, Hafran asked Kang Taeson, his eyes scrutinizing, "What do you think?" Kang Taeson held the sword, his gaze directed at Hafran, while the little ghost floated beside him. The little ghost smiled and spoke, "All right, it's fine. Just use it however you want." Hafran looked at the sword in Kang Taeson's hand, then back at him, asking with surprise, "Are you really okay with merging it with Cabbert's sword?" Kang Taeson held the sword, his eyes resolute. "Now, this is his sword." The little ghost floated above his head, a castle in the distance. Hafran nodded. "Good. Then let's combine this sword with the root." Information about Cabbert's relic appeared, revealing its ancient power. Hafran held the root, looked at Kang Taeson, and finally agreed. All right, I'll do it, if that's what you wish. Hafron held the root and the sword, instructing, but you don't need to leave the weapon here. I'll refine the root first, then merge it later. Just keep it and come back in 2 days. Kang Taeson had returned, venturing deep into the 17th floor of the dungeon. The clang of metal echoed, signaling an impending battle. In the brilliant purple light, Kang Taeson charged at his opponent. Consecutive sword strikes clashed, creating a deafening sound, each slash carrying destructive power. Kang Taeson's sword tore through the air, delivering a fatal blow to the Dullahan, the boss of the 17th floor. Purple light enveloped the scene, ending the fierce battle. With steady steps, Kang Taeson collected his spoils. He casually remarked, "That guy was too weak." The little ghost flew along, replying, "Or are you just too strong?" Kang Taeson stood amidst the bones, declaring, "All right, next. I want to be even stronger in the next 2 days." He looked up the stairs, ready to face the mages and skeleton knights of the 18th floor. Kang Taeson bravely confronted the Bone Lord of the 19th floor, the Lich. Sharp attacks rained down continuously, giving the enemy no chance to retaliate. With a decisive slash, Kang Taeson finished off the Lich. A victory notification appeared, confirming his overwhelming power against the Bone Lord of the 19th floor. After conquering the 19th floor, Kang Taeson continued up the dark stairs, venturing deeper into the dungeon. Light flared as Kang Taeson leveled up. The little ghost exclaimed, "Oh, you've leveled up now." His power surged, ready for new challenges. A swirling dark energy appeared, startling Kang Taeson. He asked, "Huh? What's that?" The little ghost also floated nearby, full of curiosity. Kang Taeson looked straight ahead, determined. He said, "Next is the 20th floor. Let's go." Despite the mysterious appearance, he maintained his resolve to advance. Kang Taeson's eyes were sharp and cold, looking towards the swirling dark energy. A sense of unease crept in, but he did not waver. The dark energy swirled around Kang Taeson's feet, creating a strange sound. He felt an evil power rising from the depths. The little ghost explained, "That's the altar of the evil god. Her nature is pure evil, and she rules over all demons." Kang Taeson listened in silence. An ancient altar appeared, known as the Altar of Lucifer. This was built by the evil god's followers, a conduit for her to exert influence. Kang Taeson received a reward. The little ghost asked Kang Taeson about the upcoming challenge. "Do you know what kind of challenge this is?" Kang Taeson replied, "Actually, I don't know." The little ghost was surprised. "You haven't accepted it yet?" The little ghost continued to explain. "What you need to know is, gods always bestow challenges that align with their domain of power." The little spirit asked again, "So, what kind of challenge do you think the evil god will bestow?" Kang Taeson pondered, looking ahead. "Does she only bestow challenges upon demons?" he asked, trying to better understand the nature of this challenge. The little ghost replied, "Not exactly, but the criteria are quite strict for humans." Kang Taeson decided, "I'll come back later." The little ghost asked, "Are you going to enhance your weapon first?" Kang Taeson looked into the distance, his eyes resolute. "Yes, because I don't know what kind of challenge this is." He needed to prepare thoroughly before facing the unknown. Kang Taeson's footsteps echoed on the 20th floor. The path, leading to the final door, was littered with shattered weapon fragments, signs of fierce battles past. A sword fell, creating a metallic clang. From the door ahead, a burst of energy erupted, signaling the enemy's appearance. Kang Taeson darted forward, his figure transforming into a gust of wind. The sword in his hand glowed brightly, ready for an uncompromising confrontation. Kang Taeson faced the Death Knight, the boss of the 20th floor. Their two swords clashed violently, creating electric sparks and a deafening sound, commencing the fated battle. The Death Knight sneered, his eyes glowing red. "Ha! Is that all you've got?" Kang Taeson maintained his defensive stance, preparing for a counterattack. Kang Taeson glided like a ghost, incredibly fast. Too slow, he thought to himself, then swung his sword powerfully, tearing through the enemy's armor. The Death Knight fell, and Kang Taeson lightly brushed dust from his clothes. The little ghost was stunned. "Oh, this shouldn't have been something you could overcome so easily." Kang Taeson looked around, searching for something. "As expected, I don't see it." The little ghost floated beside him, asking, "Are you looking for the secret reward?" Kang Taeson nodded. "Yes, it seems there's still something undiscovered." His eyes were thoughtful, as if he was accustomed to hidden mysteries. Kang Taeson's purple eyes sparkled, filled with anticipation. A strong premonition arose within him, signaling an important discovery was imminent. Kang Taeson stood before the stone wall, his gaze focused on a protruding rock. He sensed a hidden energy, whispering, "A secret room." A mystical blue light enveloped Kang Taeson as he prepared. The little ghost hovered beside him, exclaiming in surprise, "Is that a Lord-level enemy?" The clang of metal and heavy footsteps echoed in the dark corridor, a faint blue light leading the way into a mysterious place, full of unknown. Kang Taeson pressed his hand against a stone block on the wall. A loud sound rang out, the wall trembled, and a secret passage opened. He calmly said, "Just as I thought." Kang Taeson's purple eyes flashed coldly, staring straight into the darkness ahead. A dry clang of metal rang out, signaling an impending confrontation. From deep within the darkness, a mysterious knight's figure gradually became clear. Kang Taeson stood facing the new enemy, the little ghost hovering beside him, the atmosphere tense. The mysterious knight took heavy steps, the cold clang of his armor echoing. He spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "You have arrived." A notification appeared in midair. Death Knight Lord Valoran has appeared. He stood towering, his massive figure exuding a brilliant, imposing blue light. Lord Valoran looked at the little ghost, his voice echoing, "You must be the warrior spirit. I have heard much about you from the sage. A truly pitiful and weak spirit." The little ghost was stunned, turned to Kang Taeson, and asked in surprise, "He met that sage?" Behind it, a faint image of an ogre appeared like a memory. Lord Valoran extended his hand, surrounded by blue light. He said, "Indeed, but that is our little secret. Though bound, I still deserve this freedom." Lord Valoran's glowing red eyes flashed fiercely through the visor's slit, a mysterious anticipation evident. He prepared to utter his next words. Lord Valoran faced Kang Taeson and asked, "Are you my enemy? I see you are very strong. I have no chance of victory." Lord Valoran invited Kang Taeson to battle. "Let us cross swords in this room I have been granted." Kang Taeson drew his sword, his purple eyes filled with determination. Lord Valoran swung his sword, his footsteps heavy. He declared, "Regardless, I am still a knight. I will not abandon my sword and flee. It has been centuries since an adventurer came here. I thank you. Let us fight." In the moment of confrontation, Kang Taeson parried Lord Valoran's powerful sword strike. The two swords clashed, creating a deafening clang of metal and brilliant blue sparks that tore through the darkness. Lord Valoran retreated, his eyes filled with surprise as Kang Taeson glided like a ghost. He exclaimed, "An impressive skill. Attack nullification. Interesting." Kang Taeson counterattacked swiftly, delivering a powerful blow. Immediately, a system notification appeared. "Your first attack nullification skill has been activated." The young man continued to swing his sword, his eyes sharp. He thought to himself, "He far surpasses the level 25 monsters. No ordinary player could win this fight." Kang Taeson continuously parried Lord Valoran's relentless attacks, creating deafening clashes. He realized, he truly is strong. While dodging, Kang Taeson analyzed his opponent. He assessed, his attacks are flashy, but his body is too massive. His movements aren't actually that fast. Kang Taeson suddenly accelerated, delivering a powerful blow that forced Lord Valoran to recoil in pain. The Death Knight's groan echoed. A powerful sword strike tore through the ground, leaving a deep fissure demonstrating the terrifying power Kang Taeson was wielding. Kang Taeson parried Lord Valoran's sword, creating a fierce clash. Lord Valoran was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What was that? Lord Valoran was sent flying into the air, shards of rock scattering around him. Kang Taeson stood firm, his determined gaze following his opponent. Kang Taeson looked directly at Lord Valoran, his purple eyes filled with determination. He declared firmly, "But I am no ordinary player." Kang Taeson prepared to deliver the decisive blow, his voice ringing out confidently. "You are certainly very strong. No ordinary player could defeat you." Kang Taeson's eyes flashed with a cold, decisive glint. He poured all his strength into the next attack, without hesitation. Kang Taeson delivered a critical blow, sending Lord Valoran flying. The Death Knight collapsed, creating a loud thud. Kang Taeson stared intently at Lord Valoran, his breath ragged. The battle was not yet over, but he had asserted his strength. Kang Taeson delivered a critical blow, his sword piercing Lord Valoran's armor, creating large cracks and a flaring purple light. The little ghost hovered, wondering, "Why aren't you using your usual skills? You could use acceleration or magic." Kang Taeson panted, dodging the Death Knight's attack. The little ghost exclaimed in surprise, "Taeson!" A loud sound echoed. Kang Taeson gathered all his strength, delivered a powerful punch, sending Lord Valoran sinking deep into the ground as a blazing light flared. Kang Taeson panted heavily, gripped his sword tightly, his determined purple eyes fixed on his opponent. Lord Valoran slowly stood up, his armor heavily cracked, but the Death Knight still faced him resolutely. Lord Valoran panted, clenched his fist, his glowing red eyes visible through the visor's slit, showing unwavering determination. The Death Knight swung his sword high with immense power, saying, "Thank you. This is a fair and honorable fight. Truly magnificent." Kang Taeson swiftly dodged Lord Valoran's attack, the Death Knight's sword slicing through the air. Kang Taeson lunged forward, delivering a lightning-fast sword strike aimed directly at Lord Valoran. Kang Taeson continued his relentless assault, his sharp sword strokes forming a whirlwind of light that enveloped Lord Valoran. Kang Taeson continued to attack. In his mind, Lord Valoran's words echoed, "I have waited for this day for hundreds of years." Lord Valoran smiled brightly, and Kang Taeson's purple eyes flashed with determination. Kang Taeson delivered a final blow, decisively defeating Lord Valoran, and the Death Knight collapsed. Lord Valoran lay on the ground, his armor shattered, his sword plunged into the ground beside him. The Death Knight whispered, "Thank you." In the gloomy space, ethereal blue light shimmered like stars. The black-haired, purple-eyed young man Kang Taeson gasped for breath, standing amidst a ruined world. A colossal stone pillar collapsed, creating a resounding echo. Death Knight Lord Valoran recoiled after the blow, while Kang Taeson still stood there, breathing heavily. Kang Taeson looked down, his face weary but his eyes resolute. He uttered, "Thank you." Lord Valoran, still seated on his ruined throne, spoke. "I didn't expect you to hold back from using your skills," Kang Taeson replied. "Me neither." Death Knight Lord Valoran slowly removed his helmet, the sound of metal clashing echoing. His breathing was equally heavy. Now Lord Valoran's face was revealed. A white-haired man with a scar across his face, his eyes resolute. He said, "I am a knight. I don't want to rely on skills." Lord Valoran clenched his fist, his voice filled with liberation. "I wanted to fight purely with my sword, but that was just my own stubborn wish. I had no intention of forcing you. Thanks to you, I can die without regrets." The little ghost hovered around, while Lord Valoran looked up, a satisfied smile on his face. He said, "I can say that I am free now." Lord Valoran turned to Kang Taeson, asking a loaded question. "But adventurer, do you know why intelligent beings like us are bound in this monster-infested place?" Kang Taeson was surprised. Kang Taeson bowed his head, his purple eyes filled with thought. He replied, "Bound? I don't know." Lord Valoran stood up, his great sword falling to the ground. He explained, "It's simple. This labyrinth is a land of opportunity, for some, but not for all." Beneath their feet, a mysterious vortex appeared. Lord Valoran's body glowed with a blue light, and he looked directly at Kang Taeson. He said, "It's a pity I cannot tell you the truth, but you will find out for yourself as you descend to deeper floors." A strange scene appeared. A blue-haired girl wearing a witch's hat glowed amidst cloaked figures. Lord Valoran continued, "And who the true mages are. When that time comes, show mercy to those who cannot escape, O Mighty One." Kang Taeson looked directly at Lord Valoran, his gaze resolute. Lord Valoran said, "You will know." Lord Valoran continued his final words. "Light enveloping him," he said. "Who we are." Kang Taeson stood alone in the silent space, before the sword plunged deep into the ground. A notification appeared, confirming his victory. Floor 20 secret room. "You have defeated Death Knight Lord Valoran." Kang Taeson held Valoran's helmet, and a system light appeared, displaying its defense stats and action speed. The helmet, once belonging to a great knight, was slowly disintegrating in his hands. The little ghost hovered nearby as Kang Taeson was surprised by the helmet stats. He thought to himself, "Action speed. This usually only appears on footwear. This is a good helmet." Kang Taeson's gaze was resolute as he looked forward. He realized that the bonus stats from his title were now twice as strong as before he turned back time. Kang Taeson's shoes appeared with impressive stats. They were adorned with chaotic patterns, providing superior movement and action speed. A mysterious girl appeared in a stream of purple energy, representing the skill Self-Proof. This skill created immense pressure on enemies, as Lee Taeyan once said. A glowing red gem, Rune of Strength, appeared, adding 20 strength points. Kang Taeson silently called out, "Status window." Kang Taeson looked at the status board. His strength had increased by 20 points thanks to the gem. He confidently thought, "I can catch up to Taeyan before I turn back time." Kang Taeson returned, facing Lilith, who was holding a stack of books. Lilith asked in surprise, "Taeson, you went down there again?" He replied, "Yeah, I reached floor 20. She couldn't help but be astonished. Floor 20? That fast?" Lilith stood there, her orange eyes wide, looking at Kang Taeson. He gently called her name. Lilith's room was on the 16th floor of the tower, a unique structure protruding from the cliff face. Kang Taeson was enveloped by a blue light, learning the skill Glide Jump. This basic spell allowed him to jump an additional time in mid-air, at a cost of 10 mana. Lilith closed her eyes, a sparkling crystal in her hand, magical energy surging, as if chanting a spell of water currents and wind elements. Lilith smiled and asked Kang Taeson, "So, you have the sacrifice now, right?" He replied, extending a system screen. "That's right. Teach me something right now." Magical energy surrounded Kang Taeson, and he looked straight ahead thoughtfully. He softly mumbled, Magical energy surrounded Kang Taeson, and he looked straight ahead thoughtfully. He softly mumbled, Kang Tae-san launched himself into the air, a burst of golden energy erupting beneath his feet. Lilith watched in surprise, while the little ghost hovered nearby, laughing. You always try out spells right after learning them. Kang Tae-san's foot lightly pushed off the air, and a system notification appeared. You have activated air jump. Kang Tae-san continued to jump in the air, then smiled with satisfaction. He mumbled, So it's a kind of double jump. This is a good spell. On floor 20, Kang Tae-san suddenly removed his equipment. The little ghost hovered and asked, Why are you suddenly taking off your clothes? Are you planning another weird stunt? Kang Tae-san sprinkled fairy dust on himself. The little ghost asked, Are you trying to learn another attack nullification skill? He replied, You know me too well. The red armored monster raised its sword. The little ghost exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Is there still something to learn? Kang Tae-san replied. That's what I need to find out. The red armored monster swung its sword, and Kang Tae-san blocked the blow. The system notified. First attack nullification activated. Second attack nullification activated. The little ghost hovered, full of doubt. You want to be able to nullify a third attack? Anything beyond the second hit is impossible. Kang Tae-san's purple eyes flashed with determination. Kang Tae-san's status board appeared. The red armored monster charged to attack again. Kang Tae-san raised his hand to block the blow. The system reported 65 damage and the barrier at only 4. He exclaimed, Third! Even so, he didn't lose HP from the third blow. The red armored monster attacked continuously. Kang Tae-san blocked the blows. The system reported damage. First. Second. Kang Tae-san delivered a powerful kick. The system notified, You have acquired the permanently activated special skill, Third Attack Nullification. The little ghost was utterly astonished, exclaiming, Third Attack Nullification? The little ghost hovered, saying in disbelief, So it works at least 3 times. This isn't a skill that can be acquired normally. Nullifying up to the third attack. Something like this shouldn't exist. Kang Tae-san pondered the new skill, and the little ghost above his head agreed. It felt this skill was born to be combined with a shield. Kang Tae-san thought that no one having overcome Rakirata's challenge meant this skill remained undiscovered. Kang Tae-san looked at the hovering little entity, unexpectedly making a request. Teach me swordsmanship. The little ghost was surprised, a large question mark appearing above its head. The little ghost hovered, asking Kang Tae-san if he intended to rest. It said, Yes, perhaps you should rest. You must be tired in... Kang Tae-san knelt down, and a system panel appeared with the words, Can kneel down. The little ghost was astonished, unable to believe its eyes at his action. The little ghost angrily scolded Kang Tae-san, urging him to rest. Tae-san, you bastard! Is all you think about becoming stronger? Rest! Kang Tae-san only softly said, Stop. 2 days later, Kang Tae-san, in new attire, opened the door. The little ghost praised, A 5% increase in proficiency in 2 days is a lot. That's enough. Kang Tae-san replied, 2 days have passed. The blacksmith must be ready, as he promised. Kang Tae-san walked, and the little ghost explained, You've been refining what you already had, so your proficiency increased easily. The little ghost warned, From now on, things will be much harder. Kang Tae-san ascended to floor 16 before the forge. The system screen displayed the skill Stormscar Swordsmanship at 29% mastery, a skill from a lost world known only to one person. Kang Tae-san looked straight ahead, the little ghost hovering beside him. The powerful clang of metal echoed from ahead. Kang Tae-san entered the forge, seeing Hafran at work. He wondered if he had arrived too early. Hafran turned to look at Kang Tae-san, confirming, No, you're right on time, he added. I just finished. Here, take a look. Hafran explained that he had refined the item to its simplest form, which would amplify its power upon fusion. He requested, Hand over the weapon. The glowing orb of energy in Hafran's hand shattered into countless small fragments, sparkling and disappearing into the air. Kang Tae-san held the new sword, and an information panel appeared, showing it was Cabert's relic with astonishing power. The little ghost was surprised. Huh? The little ghost was astonished by the sword's new power. You've brought it to this level? This sword just gained 25 attack power? Kang Tae-san also felt it and exclaimed, This is, thank you. Hafran responded to Kang Tae-san's thanks, saying it was just part of the deal. It's part of the agreement. No need to thank me. Hafran affirmed that he would only go down 5 more floors, as going deeper would be too troublesome with all the bulky luggage. Afterwards, the gray-haired blacksmith wished Kang Tae-san good luck on his upcoming journey. Kang Tae-san stepped into the 19th floor, the altar of demon god Lucifer. Swirling dark energy enveloped the area, creating a gloomy, mysterious atmosphere. Kang Tae-san felt a strange gaze from the demon god, and the little ghost guessed it was a mix of curiosity and annoyance. Without hesitation, Kang Tae-san reached out towards the altar, where purple energy swirled. Kang Tae-san's finger lightly touched the skull on the altar. and a mysterious energy spread. As soon as he touched it, a ghostly face appeared in the air, speaking, "You are as curious as I am, aren't you?" Kang Taeson flinched, and a system notification appeared. "Lucifer invites you into her domain." The surrounding space transformed, and another notification appeared. "Lucifer's domain welcomes you." A mysterious smile appeared, eyes glowing brightly, confirming, "You have accepted Lucifer's invitation." The little ghost exclaimed in panic. "What's happening? I can't see anything." The space opened up, revealing a vast corridor leading to the demon god's throne. Majestic and full of power. Kang Taeson was astonished, his purple eyes wide at the magnificent sight and invisible pressure. Without hesitation, Kang Taeson knelt respectfully. "Greetings, demon god," a voice echoed. "Humph, you kneel without a moment's hesitation." Kang Taeson remained silent, while demon god Lucifer smirked, her eyes sharp. "I'm not foolish enough to misunderstand this situation." Lucifer, with her bewitching appearance, sat on the throne, assessing Kang Taeson. "Not bad. What is your name?" Kang Taeson's purple eyes remained tense. Lucifer smirked, teasing. "Ha, just kidding. I wouldn't do that." A surge of demonic energy flew towards Kang Taeson, making him cough. The little ghost beside him was surprised. Lucifer said, "Too many gods would be enraged if I did that." The demon god looked directly at Kang Taeson, reminding him of Zagan. You killed my poor Zagan, didn't you? Anyway, it was a fair fight. I have no intention of doing anything." Lucifer crossed her legs, her long black hair flowing freely, her sharp gaze shifting. More importantly, Lucifer looked at Kang Taeson standing at the foot of the throne. The demon god had seen through his purpose. "You came to me for demonic energy, didn't you?" Without hesitation, Kang Taeson nodded in confirmation. Demonic energy, the fuel for dark magic. He needed it to activate the skill Marchosius's false flame, which he obtained after defeating Zagan. Kang Taeson raised his head, his gaze firm. "Yes, I want to obtain demonic energy." Lucifer looked at Kang Taeson, her voice echoing, "Taeson, you are human." The demon god, enveloped in dark energy, declared her ownership. "And I am the demon god. Demonic energy belongs to my kind, not to you humans." Kang Taeson knelt, the little ghost beside him surprised. He asked again, "So, you cannot bestow demonic energy upon a human?" Kang Taeson was surprised, his eyes puzzled. "Didn't you just say it was impossible?" Lucifer extended her hand, her voice full of authority. Taeson, if you ask whether I can bestow upon you demonic energy, the power of my kind, then yes, I can." Kang Taeson was astonished. Lucifer continued, "But you have the potential to use demonic energy." Kang Taeson bowed his head, the little ghost flying around in surprise. Lucifer added, "The one beside you is not worthy." The demon god pointed, dark energy surging. "Normally, that would be true. But you have obtained the power of my subordinate through unusual means." Demon god Lucifer coldly declared that everything has its price. Kang Taeson resolutely asked again, wanting to know the demon god's conditions. Demon god Lucifer looked straight ahead, her eyes sharp, uttering two simple words, as if what she was about to say was obvious. Lucifer asked Kang Taeson to protect her little child. A side quest window appeared, explaining that the demon god's child was being oppressed in a world where demons could not set foot. Kang Taeson was astonished by the demon god's request. He asked again, "You want me to go to another world?" Lucifer confirmed, her eyes full of hidden meaning. The demon god mentioned Hafaran's world, the fool who forged dreams. She reassured Kang Taeson that this world had not collapsed. It was just a different place. Demon god Lucifer painfully spoke of her child suffering in a world where she was forgotten. She ordered Kang Taeson to bring the child to safety. Kang Taeson nodded in understanding, but immediately presented his own condition. The little ghost beside him flew around, showing concern for his bold action. Demon god Lucifer's eyes flashed with indignation. She sighed, saying that normally she would crush the head of anyone who dared to demand something from a god without offering anything in return. The demon god allowed Kang Taeson to continue, but warned that if his request was too trivial, she would completely ignore it. The little ghost looked at Kang Taeson worriedly, as if wanting to dissuade him. But Kang Taeson maintained his firm gaze, preparing to state what he wanted. Kang Taeson spoke, directly asking demon god Lucifer about the identity of the invader of his world. Behind him was an image of a devastated planet. Demon god Lucifer smirked, her eyes full of profound meaning, as if she had anticipated Kang Taeson's question. The demon god said she would overlook it this time. She agreed to reveal the invader's identity, on the condition that Kang Taeson must complete her mission excellently. Kang Taeson took a deep breath, purple energy surrounding him. He resolutely accepted the demon god's conditions, ready to face the challenge. Demon god Lucifer was satisfied. A swirling purple spatial gate opened. She said she would provide Kang Taeson with basic information about the upcoming world. Demon god Lucifer lay sideways on her throne, her eyes showing a hint of worry. She warned King Tayson that that world had a troublesome overseer. The world you are going to is Bequiseta, Lucifer's voice echoed. A land where magic exists and dragons are guardians. In terms of overall power, it's quite basic. But there is an overseer born from that very land. Hamon, the god of light, is the troublesome overseer I warned you about. That is your destination. The spatial gate swirled, pulling King Tayson in. Now then, good luck. The purple gate gradually vanished, leaving behind sparkling fragments of light. King Tayson staggered to his feet, rubbing his head. Is this Bequiseta? It's not much different from Earth. The little ghost flew beside him, looking around in surprise. He collapsed to the ground, dazzling sunlight piercing through the foliage, covering the lush green forest. King Tayson stood up and walked slowly. Birds chirped, and blue butterflies fluttered around his feet, creating a peaceful scene. The little ghost flew up, reminding King Tayson, "You've seen the Pathfinders of Sin before, so you know. Most of the surrounding creatures are humanoid." King Tayson nodded. "I understand. At least I won't have to worry about being chased." A skill notification, presence detection activated, appeared before his eyes. The little ghost flew around, looking at King Tayson. "I guess this isn't the time to stand here being sentimental." King Tayson looked straight ahead, his gaze firm. "You're right." He decisively took a step, the ground beneath his feet shimmering with energy. King Tayson leaped into the air, his body gliding lightly. The skill air jump activated appeared. King Tayson hovered in the air, scanning his surroundings. Once again, the notification presence detection activated appeared. He saw many pursuers, chasing one person. Is that the child the demon god mentioned? King Tayson smirked, his purple eyes full of interest. He had found what he needed. King Tayson flew through the air, the little ghost flying beside him. He observed, looking at her black hair, she must be a child of the demon god. Under the trees, the pursued girl was trying her best to escape, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The pursuers yelled, "Stop right now!" An arrow whizzed past, embedding itself in the ground right next to the girl's foot, creating a piercing sound that startled her. The small girl, with tiny horns on her forehead, ran frantically, her eyes full of fear. Behind her, the group of pursuers relentlessly followed. A rope suddenly wrapped tightly around the girl's leg. She widened her eyes, desperately exclaiming, "No!" The girl fell to the ground, the rope tightening. The pursuer cheered triumphantly. "Got her!" The girl lay painfully on the grass, trying to remove the rope from her leg, but to no avail. The pursuer commented, "She really is the princess. No one has caught her in 10 years. The girl lay gasping for breath, her eyes welling up with tears. Another pursuer added, "She's really good at escaping. A true expert." One of the pursuers, the gray-haired man, approached and delivered a strong blow to the back of the girl's neck, knocking her unconscious. He coldly said, "Sorry, princess. It's time for you to sleep." The gray-haired man turned to his companions, discussing, "All right, let's split the bounty. 100 gold each, right?" Another pursuer, the bald man, looked displeased. 100 gold is too little, isn't it?" The gray-haired man replied. "Too little? What do you mean?" "That's 100 gold." The red-haired archer raised his hand, his tone dissatisfied. "I paid for most of the tracking costs, commission fees, and even hush money." The red-haired archer turned his back, declaring, "So, each of you will get 90 gold. As for me, I'll take 190. The gray-haired man looked at the red-haired archer with anger. The red-haired archer coldly asked, "Got a problem? Then go die." King Tayson suddenly appeared behind the gray-haired man, his purple eyes flashing. He asked, his tone full of hidden meaning, "Can I join?" King Tayson shot into the air, delivering a thunderous kick to the gray-haired man. The other hunters were terrified, unable to believe their eyes at this sudden speed and power. The hunters stared in shock at King Tayson, then glanced at the unconscious girl. They wondered about his identity, questioning if he was another demon. King Tayson turned, his purple eyes cold. He declared, "I have something to discuss with that horned girl." The gray-haired man angrily charged forward, swinging his sword. He roared, "Are you another bounty hunter who wants that demon's head? We won't tolerate anyone who dares to steal our prey." King Tayson calmly stepped forward, standing beside the unconscious girl. A devastating punch from King Tayson sent the gray-haired man flying, crashing hard onto the ground. The other hunters screamed in horror, not understanding what was happening. The sound of bones cracking echoed, and the two remaining hunters revealed extreme fear, their eyes wide. The horned girl still lay unconscious on the lush green grass, completely unaware of the battle taking place. King Tayson drew his sword, purple light surrounding it. He repeated his words, his tone resolute. "I already said it. I have business with this girl." King Tayson hovered in the air, enveloped in purple energy. The remaining hunters trembled, helpless against his overwhelming power. The bald, bearded man knelt down, pleading desperately. "I'll tell you everything I know.
Please spare my life! Please spare my life!
Kang Taeson coldly looked down at the trembling supplicant. The bald man stammered.
I'll tell you everything.
Kang Taeson sat down, the little ghost flying beside him. He listened thoughtfully, then softly replied, I understand. Kang Taeson asked about the prophecy from 10 years ago. The bald man tremblingly confirmed, yes, the world was once peaceful, but then Hamon, the god of light, bestowed a prophecy that divided humanity and the demon race. The prophecy ignited a brutal war. 2 years later, the demon king fell, and the war ended, leaving countless corpses and devastation. The battlefield was ablaze. Human warriors raised their swords high, their eyes burning with hatred. They roared war cries. Exterminate the demons! And for Hamon, determined to annihilate the demon race. A bald warrior, wearing a yellow scarf, his eyes full of resentment, pointed straight ahead, mentioning a mysterious woman. And that woman. In a dark room with an empty throne, Kang Taeson sat silently, his gaze distant. He recalled the brutal hunts for the demon race, which brought them close to extinction. Kang Taeson and the little ghost looked down at the black-haired girl with tiny horns lying unconscious on the grass. It turned out she was the last princess of the demon race, a fragile survivor. Kang Taeson silently watched the sleeping demon princess. The demon god's ultimate mission was to bring this girl to a safe place, protecting the last bloodline of the demon race. Kang Taeson sat on the cliff, the little ghost flying beside him. He decisively gave an order, allowing the little ghost to leave, seemingly having decided his path. I understand. All right, you can go now. Kang Taeson was resting in the cave when the demon princess unexpectedly woke up and walked out. He asked in surprise, worried about the fragile girl's health. Why are you up so early? You could rest more. The demon princess painfully thanked him, but then pleaded for Kang Taeson to leave. Fear and self-loathing were evident in her eyes. Ugh, thank you for saving me. But please, go back to where you came from. With tears in her eyes, the demon princess poured out her heart. She claimed to be someone who shouldn't exist, a demon rejected by the whole world, unworthy of anyone's company. You shouldn't be with me. I am someone who shouldn't exist in this world. I am a demon. Painful memories flooded back. A blazing battlefield, her family surrounded. Kang Taeson silently looked at the demon princess, understanding the unspeakable loss. I no longer have. The image of a gentle hand caressing her hair when she was a child appeared. It was a rare moment of peace before her life plunged into tragedy. I no longer have. The small demon princess stood alone in a circle of light, surrounded by dark abyss and pools of blood. She painfully realized that she had lost all her friends. No one was left beside her. Anyone to call a friend. The demon princess recounted her cruel fate. Not only hunters, but even famous figures were relentlessly pursuing her, leaving her with no escape. It's not just hunters chasing me. Even famous people are hunting me. Kang Taeson asked again, his sharp gaze directed behind him, as if he had noticed the lurking figure. Like that guy? The demon princess was surprised, not understanding his meaning. Huh? Both looked into the distance, where a mysterious figure had just appeared. The demon princess exclaimed, full of fear and unease. Who? A gray-haired man in a green shirt, his eyes full of murderous intent, stealthily hid behind a bush. The demon princess was in extreme panic, sensing imminent danger. Gallant emerged from the forest, a sinister smile on his face. He spoke, his tone full of hidden meaning. Well, princess, you're here. I heard you were around, but I didn't expect you to actually be here. The demon princess looked at Gallant in surprise, Kang Taeson standing behind her. She exclaimed, full of indignation. Gallant! You swore loyalty to my father, but how could you act like this? Gallant suddenly charged to attack Kang Taeson, swinging his sharp sword. The black-haired young man deftly dodged, while the demon princess stood stunned. Gallant fell to the ground, his eyes full of resentment. He growled, I can't believe I swore loyalty to a lowly demon like him. Gallant stood up, his face full of contempt. He said, his tone cold, all of that is in the past. Now that I think about it, it was a terrible experience. Kang Taeson raised his sword, his gaze resolute. The demon princess stood beside him, still looking astonished by what had just happened. The demon princess cried out in panic, Stop! That person has nothing to do with me. Gallant swung his sword to attack, but Kang Taeson merely frowned slightly. Huh? What's that? Gallant unleashed a powerful blow, clashing fiercely with Kang Taeson. He groaned in pain as the attack was countered. Kang Taeson took a step back, his eyes surprised. The demon princess stood behind him, her face full of worry. Kang Taeson looked down at Gallant, who was trying to get up. The black-haired young man exclaimed, Huh, he's not dead? Kang Taeson smirked confidently. He silently assessed, He's not bad. Gallant erupted with energy, his entire body enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, his eyes filled with fury. Gallant charged forward, his tone contemptuous. You're just an unknown country bumpkin. The blue aura surrounding him grew even stronger. Gallant swung his sword to attack, the power from the blue aura surging, creating a fierce wave of energy. The demon princess was utterly astonished by the sight, while Kang Taesan maintained a calm expression, observing his opponent. Kang Taesan looked at the little spirit hovering beside him, asking, "Is that what's called an aura? Huh. How do you know that?" Kang Taesan calmly replied, raising his hand as if in challenge. "Because I have something similar too. Anyway, come at me." His words were like an invitation to death. Gallant charged like an arrow, his sword glowing with energy. But Kang Taesan blocked it, the two swords clashing with sparks. Gallant exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Gallant fell, but still frantically swung his sword horizontally. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "He looks like a stupid country bumpkin. I'll cut him in half. Die!" Gallant lay prostrate on the ground, his sword covered in a verdant blue aura, attacking frantically. Kang Taesan still stood there, calmly facing the enemy's rage. Gallant's face contorted with anger, his eyes wide. He erupted with a blue aura, roaring, "You!" Utter fury enveloped him. Kang Taesan stood calmly, his sword emitting a faint light. He coldly remarked, "I guess it's not strong enough to break my sword." Gallant frantically swung his sword, his aura glowing brightly. But Kang Taesan merely smirked slightly, his eyes calm as if enjoying a performance. In midair, shimmering blue energy masses appeared. An angry roar echoed, "I will kill you!" The venomous vow tore through the sky. The demon princess covered her face in fear, groaning. Then she looked up, her eyes wide, exclaiming in astonishment, "Huh? An unexpected event had just occurred!" Gallant fell sprawling, turning his head to look at Kang Taesan, who stood calmly. "You activated absolute nullification for the first attack," he exclaimed. In surprise, Gallant's face contorted in shock, cold sweat running down. He couldn't believe it. "I'm sure my attack just hit him." Gallant still lay there, his sword glowing, while Kang Taesan stood firm. He wondered in confusion. Is he a mage? Is he using time? Control magic? Gallant desperately attacked again, but Kang Taesan remained calm. He couldn't believe it. Impossible. Not even a grand mage could nullify an attack like that. Gallant screamed in despair, a blue aura erupting around him. "Even my aura attack has no effect on him?" His heartbreaking cry echoed. Gallant's face was distorted with horror. "You absolutely nullified the second attack. He's a monster. You absolutely nullified the third attack." Kang Taesan took a light hit, but remained calm. He thought to himself, "I should test the power of this aura attack. The damage isn't too bad. I've activated evasion. The next attack will be dodged. I need to try everything." Gallant cried out in pain, his face contorted in terror. Kang Taesan's energy sword swept past, leaving a dazzling trail of light. "You? Who exactly are you?" Gallant uttered, his voice trembling. Amidst the ethereal purple light, Kang Taesan calmly replied, his gaze resolute. "Me. I am a messenger." The power emanating from him made the surrounding space seem to tremble. Kang Taesan analyzed Gallant's aura power. It can't transform, nor does it enhance mental or physical attributes. This is just a powerful cutting force. Nothing new. Gallant roared angrily. "Damn it! What the hell are you babbling about?" Gallant was pushed back, his body enveloped by a green energy field. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it! How can a mere brat like you cast such an offensive spell?" Kang Taesan reached out his hand, observing the arrow-shaped verdant blue aura hovering. This thing called aura. Gallant was utterly panicked, blood streaming from his nose, his eyes wide with horror. Kang Taesan pondered, his purple eyes flashing with thought. Anyway, being able to learn a pretty good attack like this isn't bad. He had grasped the essence of the attack. The little spirit hovered around Kang Taesan. He asked, "Hey Shadow, have you learned about aura yet?" The little spirit replied, "No, aura doesn't exist in our world." The little spirit flew over a ruined city where giant shadows lurked. It asked, "Isn't your world the same? No magic, aura, or monsters, right?" It explained, "Few reach deep levels, but even fewer possess aura." Kang Taesan looked at a virtual status screen. He's completely lost his mind. He muttered, "He won't tell me easily. I guess this'll be good." Gallant trembled in horror, his eyes wide. Monster. He's a monster. He backed away, utterly terrified by Kang Taesan's power. Kang Taesan looked at Gallant, calmly saying, "I just need to ask him, right?" He then asked, "Hey, what do I need to do to learn aura?" Gallant was still standing, holding his sword, but his face was full of vigilance. Kang Taesan observed the special skill panel. Always active special skill. Prove yourself. He wondered, there's an on divided by off switch here. So why is it called an always active special skill? Kang Taesan pressed the on button. A surge of dark energy erupted from his body, forming a surrounding circle. Gallant gasped, astonished by the sight. Gallant was utterly terrified, crying out in pain. A giant shadow, shaped like a warrior, appeared behind Kang Taeson. The little spirit perched on the shadow's shoulder, looking at Gallant. Kang Taeson looked at the giant shadow behind him, his eyes thoughtful. So it can be used for this purpose? He seemed to be testing a new ability. Gallant fell to his knees, shouting, "What?" The little spirit laughed loudly, teasing, "He seems to be having terrible hallucinations." Kang Taeson turned his back, looking at the panicked Gallant. Kang Taeson looked down, his purple eyes cold. At his feet, Gallant coughed violently, his face pale with horror. He pleaded, "Please ask anything you wish to know. I will answer all your questions." Kang Taeson looked at the blue skill panel, appearing dissatisfied. He muttered, "I don't think I can use this. Turn it off." He wondered, "I can't believe this is a skill that creates a sense of threat for opponents. What good is such a skill? What should I do to make him talk?" Gallant fell to his knees, his painful cries tearing through the air. Behind him, giant, grotesque shadows still swirled, cruelly punishing his mind. Kang Taeson and the little spirit stood watching, their eyes calm. In the dark night, a calm voice echoed, commanding, "Tell me everything you know about Aura," a decisive, undeniable order. Gallant sat on the ground, his sword in front of him, surrounded by a blue aura. He began to explain, "Aura is a skill that a swordsman can acquire. Basically, it's a blue flame. I've heard it turns white at the highest level, but I've never witnessed it." Kang Taeson stood upright, asking Gallant about Aura's characteristics. Gallant replied, "Its cutting power is almost absolute." The little spirit hovered on Kang Taeson's shoulder, listening intently. Gallant held the sword enveloped in blue aura, continuing to explain. He said, "One can only use aura on the type of weapon they've trained with their entire life. However, the higher the level, the more freely you can use it." In the illusion, two other warriors appeared. Their weapons, a spear, a curved sword, both enveloped in blue aura. The explanation continued. It can be used on any weapon, but not freely. Kang Taeson looked up, his eyes full of thought. He asked, "Can it only be used on swords?" The question hung in the air, awaiting an answer. Kang Taeson turned to Gallant, continuing his inquiry. He pressed, "Mastery level? And what about energy consumption?" His gaze was sharp, wanting to grasp every detail. Gallant replied decisively, "None." Kang Taeson asked in surprise. "None?" Gallant explained that aura has no time limit for use, only making the user slightly tired. Kang Taeson pondered, his gaze focused. He muttered, "Sounds useful." Then he looked up and asked, "What do I need to do to learn it?" His curiosity about the new power had been piqued. Gallant sat on the ground, raising his hand to explain. "There's no special way to learn it," he said. "It's a type of power you can naturally acquire, through your own enlightenment." Gallant continued speaking, but seemed uncertain. Behind him, images of master swordsmen with blue aura, chained, appeared. He said, "Master swordsmen who have mastered aura might know how." Kang Taeson nodded. "Master swordsman, I think I somewhat understand." He concluded, "So, the problem is you don't know how to learn it, right?" Gallant replied, "Yes." "Is that all you wanted to know?" He gave a forced smile. Kang Taeson raised his sword, a cold light reflecting off it. Gallant fell to his knees, desperately pleading, "Then please kill me. I beg you to stop humiliating me and allow me to rest in peace." Gallant, despite the cruel punishment, calmly replied to Kang Taeson's words, "All right." He had just uttered a sentence when he was immediately struck by an invisible force, blood splattering everywhere. Oh, great one. A system notification appeared, confirming Kang Taeson's mental power enhancement skill had been activated. His soul power far surpassed his opponent's, allowing him to do whatever he wished. In another scene, Kang Taeson sat by the campfire, looked at the small girl and asked, "Demon Princess, what is your name?" The girl looked up, softly replied, "Anisha." Then asked back, "Who are you?" Kang Taeson calmly replied, "Kang Taeson. If you're asking about my role, I am your guardian." Anisha was surprised. "A guardian?" The little ghost hovered nearby, hastily reminding Kang Taeson not to tell the truth. Lucifer's faint figure appeared, instructing, "You cannot tell her that you came here at the demon god's request. You should lie to her." Kang Taeson continued, "A few years ago, someone from the demon clan came to see me. He gave me his treasure and asked me to keep you safe." Anisha curiously asked, "Who was that person?" Kang Taeson shook his head. "I don't know either. That person died as soon as I accepted his request." Kang Taeson looked at her, his eyes thoughtful. "Furthermore, do you know where a safe place in this world is?" Anisha lowered her head, her voice sad. "There is no such place here." The girl continued, her eyes filled with fear. "No matter where I go, everyone in this world wants to kill me." Kang Tasan stood up, looking at the campfire. I understand. For now, we need to move. There must be a safer place than this. As they were moving, an enemy suddenly lunged at them. Kang Tasan quickly struck him down, astonishing Anisha. These guys really just keep coming. Under the sparkling night sky, Kang Tasan and Anisha continued their journey in search of a safe haven. Under the sparkling night sky, Kang Tasan and Anisha continued their journey, traversing a majestic rocky valley. Anisha knelt, her hands clasped in prayer. O demon god, please bless us with salvation and peace. The little ghost hovered nearby, remarking, the little girl is a loyal believer. Kang Tasan stood there, his eyes half closed, his entire body and sword flaring with a brilliant purple aura. He gripped the hilt of his sword, pondering, I'd rather spend my time training than doing nothing. After a while, Kang Tasan sighed, the little ghost hovering beside him. He said, I still haven't managed it. Kang Tasan turned to Anisha, who was sitting nearby, and asked, How long have you been watching me? The little girl replied, For 2 hours. Anisha innocently asked, What are you practicing? Kang Tasan replied, I'm trying to learn aura. Anisha was surprised. You're still learning aura? I thought you had already mastered it. Kang Tasan calmly replied, I am from another place. Anisha stood up, walked closer to Kang Tasan, and said sincerely, Now that I think about it, I haven't properly thanked you due to the chaotic situation. The little girl bowed formally, expressing her deep gratitude. I, Anisha Brichet, the demon princess, sincerely express my gratitude to you, Master Tasan. Kang Tasan looked at the little girl, his expression slightly flustered, and mumbled, Anyway, I'm getting paid for this. Suddenly, the little ghost flew to Kang Tasan with a serious expression, warning, Tasan, there are more. Kang Tasan turned his head, looking towards a group of cloaked figures in the distance. He asked, Is that where the demon princess is? A mage replied, Yes, master. An old mage with a white beard led the group forward. Kang Tasan asked, Are you mages? The old man replied, I am a mage from the Malfrey School of the Grand Magic Tower. My name is Barmandor. Kang Tasan smiled confidently. It will be more interesting than fighting hunters. I'm sure I'll learn something. Barmandor looked at him disdainfully. You are the princess's guard, yet you are so rude. Barmandor and the surrounding mages activated their magic, a blue aura radiating. The old man shouted, We obey Hamon, the god of light. We must kill the demon princess. O wretched swordsman, kneel before me. The gray-cloaked mages, under Barmandor's command, began to gather magic. Kang Tasan and the little ghost calmly walked, a blue-purple aura surrounding them. Anisha, her purple eyes filled with fear, clutched the knife. She whispered, It seems he will unleash his prophecy, because Haman wants to eradicate all of us. The little ghost hovered nearby, remarking, They are truly persistent. Kang Tasan turned his head, decisively ordering, Get into the cave. A fierce wave of energy swept through, throwing the gray-cloaked mages into the air. Cries of pain echoed, one exclaiming, Help! Help me! Barmandor lunged forward, unleashing a magic attack. Kang Tasan quickly raised his sword to block, creating a fierce collision, magical sparks scattering in the crimson space. Barmandor was furious. Damn it! Our magic has no effect on a wretched brat like him. Another mage shouted, Everyone, keep your distance! We'll use magic together! Kang Tasan glided through the air, swinging his sword to create a brilliant purple arc of energy. The terrifying power from his strike cracked the ground beneath his feet, sending debris flying everywhere. Kang Tasan coldly asked, Is that all you can do even when working together? He activated the Frost Arrow skill, a stream of cold energy radiating from his hand. A gray-cloaked mage was pierced by the frost arrows, falling backward. He exclaimed in surprise, What? Then cried out in pain as he was frozen. The other mages watched the scene in horror. One exclaimed, How can he use ice magic without an incantation? Another fell down in pain. Amidst the shattered ice fragments, Kang Tasan stood tall, his eyes disdainfully looking down at his enemies. Weak, he coldly remarked. Kang Tasan stepped onto a rock, observing the frost arrows. He mumbled, So, this is called ice magic? Sounds cool. Standing on the rock, Kang Tasan looked towards the fallen mages. I'm sorry, he said, but I need to protect the princess. Barmandor, enveloped in a purple aura, raised his staff. He said, I won't kill you that quickly, don't worry. In return, you must tell me about magic. Kang Tasan activated the Prove Myself skill, a purple aura flaring around him. He replied to Barmandor, Now you're all alone. I won't kill you that quickly, don't worry. On the mountain path, Kang Tasan walked while pondering the information he had just gathered. He asked, So, according to the mage, in Begwaseta, an incantation is mandatory when activating magic, and basic environmental detection magic can be used from mid-level, right? Kang Taeson continued to ponder magic. An ice arrow whizzing past. He concluded, "This ice arrow is high-level magic from the School of Ice Manipulation. I anticipated this, but it's nothing special." Kang Taeson turned to Anisha, seeing the little girl clutching her head, looking tired. He asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Anisha replied, "I'm sorry, I feel a bit dizzy." Seeing Anisha's dark-rimmed eyes, Kang Taeson said in a low voice, "How many years have you endured such life-threatening situations? It seems you've reached your limit due to extreme pressure." Anisha remained silent. Without further ado, Kang Taeson offered a red potion, saying decisively, "Drink this." Anisha bewilderedly took the potion, then quickly drained it. After drinking, Anisha felt full of energy, a sparkling light surrounding her. She asked in surprise, "Why did you give me something so precious?" Kang Taeson replied, "It's a stamina recovery potion. It's not so precious that you need to thank me." Anisha felt the surge of energy, asking in astonishment, "Taeson, what is this?" The little girl pondered, wanting to find a way to repay Kang Taeson's kindness. As night fell, by the flickering campfire, Anisha brought 2 fragrant grilled fish. "These are grilled fish. I added some seasoning. I don't know if they're good. Please, have some." Kang Taeson looked at the golden grilled fish, praising, "Wonderful. They look delicious." Anisha smiled brightly. "Thank you. It's been a long time since I cooked, but perhaps I haven't lost my cooking skills yet." Anisha smiled, recounting the past. "When this world was still peaceful, I enjoyed cooking for those around me." In that moment, images of Anisha's loved ones, with small horns on their foreheads, appeared in her mind, recalling a bygone era. Kang Taeson was eating when he suddenly stopped and asked, "Did you just say Hammon is a god who hasn't reached 100 years old here?" Anisha explained, "That's right. Our world back then didn't have a culture of believing in a specific god. Each region and tribe had different gods they believed in." A majestic image of Hammon, the god of light, appeared, standing on a planet as a symbol of power. Anisha affirmed, "And that is Hammon." Anisha continued, her gaze distant. "During that time, a god was born in our world." Kang Taeson pondered, looking into the distance. The little spirit flew beside him, saying, He's not even 100 years old yet." The little spirit tilted its head and asked Kang Taeson, "Is something bothering you?" Kang Taeson replied concisely, "Yes." The little spirit explained, with a white-robed figure standing amidst swords plunged into the ground behind it. "Didn't I tell you? Gods who were born as gods have all disappeared. All current gods have transcended from mortals." The little spirit continued, with Barmandor imprisoned in a pool of blood above. "Gods are obsessed with their possessions. Therefore, we can see that Hamon's path is extreme." Kang Taeson looked towards the horizon, his gaze profound. "So, Hamon was also a mortal 100 years ago," the little spirit explained, with Hamon appearing with vast white wings. Ultimately, Hamon ordered the extermination of the demon race, so that he could become the complete god of Beguaseta. Kang Taeson wondered about the demon god's silence. The little spirit confirmed it, then explained why Lucifer sent Kang Taeson here. Although the demon god is powerful, interfering in Hamon's territory is impossible. Kang Taeson understood. Under the sparkling night sky, Kang Taeson, Anisha, and the little spirit sat gathered around a campfire, a quiet atmosphere enveloping them. Kang Taeson's mission was clear in his mind. Stop Hamon and protect Anisha, the demon princess. If he completed this mission, Kang Taeson would discover the identities of those who tried to destroy his world, Earth. A formidable army appeared, including warriors and high-level mages. The little spirit exclaimed, "Oh, so many! Even high-level mages?" With this many people, they could destroy an entire city. The army charged forward, their shouts echoing, "Kill the demon princess! Kill the demon princess!" Kang Taeson looked at the fierce crowd rushing towards him, muttering softly, "There really are a lot of them." Kang Taeson stood tall on the cliff, a dazzling light from behind attracting the enemy's attention. The white-bearded man in the army stepped forward, asking Kang Taeson directly, "Are you the protector of the outcast princess?" Gallant, the army's leader, ordered, "Stand back. Our goal is to capture the princess. I have no intention of fighting you." Gallant declared their purpose. "We are here to obey the command of Hammon, the god of light, to kill the demon princess." Kang Taeson responded coldly, refusing Gallant's request. He even wanted these people to spread rumors about him. Gallant was surprised, his face full of confusion upon hearing Kang Taeson's request to spread rumors. Kang Taeson stood on the rock outcrop, provoking, "Have all of you gathered enough? The more people here, the better for me." A warrior secretly asked, "What the hell is he plotting?" Kang Taeson sat down, his purple eyes flashing with confidence. He invited the army to attack, saying it would be convenient to deal with them all at once. The army below was stunned, unable to believe their ears. A warrior stammered, asking again what he had just heard.
What did you just say?
An armored warrior spoke up, contemptuously, saying that Kang Taeson was too young to utter such arrogant words. You're still a greenhorn. How dare you speak such arrogant words? The red-haired archer was also angry, thinking Kang Taeson was pretending to be a hero just for fame. Are you pretending to be a hero just to get famous? Kang Taeson sprang to his feet, contemptuously asking again. Didn't you hear me clearly? I told you to attack me all at once. It'll be more convenient to deal with everyone that way. He leaped down from the rock outcrop. Kang Taeson cast a spell, activating Ice Arrow. He smirked, declaring there was something he needed to test right now. The armored warriors and red-haired archer were astonished, recognizing the type of magic Kang Taeson was using. That's ice. A wide shot showed Kang Taeson having plunged into the midst of the army, ready to confront them all. Gallant ordered an immediate attack upon seeing Kang Taeson chanting, not giving him a chance to complete his spell. That bastard is chanting for his magic. Attack him now. An armored warrior charged forward, shouting loudly, calling Kang Taeson a traitor to Hamon, and launched an attack. You, traitor of Hamon, take this! Kang Taeson skillfully dodged the armored warrior's attack, then counterattacked. Excellent, I've got you. The armored warrior was utterly astonished when his first attack was completely nullified. A notification appeared, confirming Kang Taeson's special ability. Kang Taeson stood surrounded, a large block of ice hovering above his head. The attackers stared at him in astonishment, not understanding what was happening. What is this? One of them exclaimed. Kang Taeson swung his arm, and a barrage of sharp ice arrows shot towards the enemies. Hayat! He roared, the ice arrow skill notification continuously appearing. The brown blonde-haired warrior was stunned. I definitely stabbed him with my sword, didn't I? Gallant roared. Don't just stand there like an idiot, start attacking. The enemies charged to attack, believing their blows had taken effect. The brown blonde-haired warrior aggressively said, I'll finish you with this move. But Kang Taeson activated absolute nullification of the second attack. Kang Taeson raised his hand, another ice arrow forming in his palm, preparing for the next attack. The ice arrow swirled, growing larger, ready to be launched, signaling an impending powerful attack. Kang Taeson easily dodged the third attack. He thought to himself, as expected, it would be meaningless without an aura. The attackers collapsed, clutching their aching bodies. Groans echoed as they felt Kang Taeson's power. The bald, bearded warrior stared, his eyes full of astonishment and confusion at Kang Taeson's power. Ugh, he muttered. A colossal ice orb appeared in the sky, engulfing the entire battlefield. What the hell is this? The enemies cried in terror. There are dozens of icy things in there. Kang Taeson swung his arm, clenching his fist, preparing to unleash a decisive blow. The colossal ice orb hovered in the air, threatening all enemies. Kang Taeson smiled confidently. That's why I like spacious places, he continued, because there are so many things I can test in a place like this. The colossal ice orb began to spin, launching sharp ice bullets. The notification you have activated ice bullet appeared. The brown blonde-haired warrior was horrified to see countless ice fragments forming the orb. Kang Taeson activated magic acceleration, increasing the attack speed. Gallant, the group's leader, collapsed, clutching his frozen body, a painful groan escaping him. What is this? He exclaimed. The brown blonde-haired warrior was also frozen, his entire body stiff. A desperate scream echoing. He was completely helpless against the overwhelming power. Furious ice spread, engulfing everything. Horrified screams echoed as warriors were frozen in an instant. The power of ice spread across the land, transforming the landscape into a frozen lake under an ethereal blue light. Gallant, his body still encased in ice, looked up with a horrified expression, unable to believe his eyes. Gallant's face contorted with fear. He tried to utter words in extreme panic. This seems to be. He looked at his frozen comrades, realizing this terrifying power. A devastation caused by a dragon. Kang Taeson stood tall, looking down at Gallant. He calmly said, although it took a lot of preparation time, it's quite useful. Kang Taeson's sharp purple eyes fixed on Gallant, a challenge echoing. Do you want to continue this? Gallant's face changed color, his eyes wide, extreme fear evident in every feature. Gallant and the remaining enemies fled in panic, desperate cries for help echoing. Save me! He's a monster! The protector of the demon princess is the embodiment of a dragon. Gallant and the brown blonde-haired man rushed off frantically, their desperate shouts urging, Run! Kang Taeson, Anisha, and the little spirit continued their journey. Anisha turned to him, her voice full of worry. Sir Taeson, will it be all right? Kang Taeson was slightly surprised, turning to look at Anisha, and asked again. What? Anisha explained her worries. I'm talking about those mages. They will surely spread information about you throughout this world. They will declare you a traitor, opposing Hamon. Kang Taeson walked calmly, replying to Anisha. That's not a problem. That's exactly what I truly want. He turned to Anisha, his eyes full of hidden meaning. I've been waiting for them. Anisha looked at him bewildered. Sir Tayson? What's wrong with you? Kang Tayson gave a mysterious smile. The previous ones kept disappointing me. But I think this time they'll be good enough. Kang Tayson and Anisha stood silently, watching a group of people gradually approaching on the trail. The steady footsteps echoed, breaking the silence of the forest. The little spirit flew around, its laughter ringing out. Well, Tayson, everything is going according to your plan. Rumors about you are spreading fast. 4 figures gradually became clear. A red-haired swordsman, a brown blonde-haired man, a bald bearded warrior, and a gray-robed mage leading the way. They approached with an air of confidence. Kang Tayson and Anisha stood firm on the grass. In the distance, the red-haired swordsman and the brown blonde-haired man had drawn their swords, ready for a confrontation. Anisha was horrified, her eyes wide. Those people, are they sword masters? Fear enveloped the little princess. The red-haired swordsman spoke, his eyes filled with contempt. Only 2 of them? Hey, you're the demon princess, and that's your guard dog? Anisha quickly turned to Kang Tayson, her voice full of worry. Sir Tayson, you must run. You won't be able to fight them. They are elite swordsmen possessing aura. There are 4 of them. Energy flared behind Anisha as she continued to warn. No matter how strong you are, I don't think this is right. The princess was still utterly terrified. Kang Tayson smiled reassuringly, gently placing a hand on Anisha's shoulder. The princess fainted, falling into a deep sleep. Anisha's small body slowly slid down, lying motionless on the ground. Kang Tayson had ensured her safety before the battle began. Kang Tayson turned his back on Anisha, facing the 4 enemies. The little spirit flew above his head. Actually, this will be goodbye. I'm very grateful. Kang Tayson stood in the vast open space, facing a towering cliff. The little spirit flew around him. He issued a challenge. Are you done with your greetings? Kang Tayson closed his eyes, his expression strangely calm. The little spirit flew beside him. I went through a lot of trouble to get the little girl to sleep, so you'd best not wake her up with your shouting. The red-haired swordsman looked at Kang Tayson, uttering words of disdain. You're still too young, Gallant continued. I can't believe we need 4 people just to defeat a brat like him. The brown blonde-haired man looked at Gallant, his tone dissatisfied. Do you think I came here because I wanted to? The pressure of the mission weighed heavily on their shoulders. Kang Tayson drew his sword, his purple eyes flashing with determination. The little spirit flew above his head, witnessing the moment he prepared to confront all 4 swordmasters. The blue-haired man coldly quelled the dissatisfaction. Stop complaining. This is a direct order from God. God wants us to kill the demon princess and her guard dog. The brown blonde-haired man sneered, provoking. You're the princess's bodyguard? How brave! The red-haired swordsman warned someone. Step back, Atria! The red-haired swordsman burst into brilliant flames, drawing his sword. He declared, his eyes full of challenge. I'll be the first. The red-haired swordsman charged forward, energy blazing. He had heard about Kang Tayson. I heard you can neutralize an opponent's attacks. He summoned more floating swords, provoking. Let's see how many times you can use it. Our swordmasters will personally confront you. The red-haired swordsman's eyes flared with determined fire, ready for battle. Kang Tayson received the attack, an energy sword piercing through. The system notified that he had taken 52 damage. The red-haired swordsman gave a contemptuous smile. It seems you can only use it 3 times, so it's nothing special. Kang Tayson analyzed the attack. The attack from the aura-covered sword dealt me 52 damage. It didn't make a big difference in damage. Kang Tayson charged forward, unleashing a powerful sword strike. Show me your strength, just like when you eliminated the mages before. Kang Tayson glided past his opponent, secretly assessing. His swordsmanship isn't much different from the adventurer on the 20th floor. The red-haired swordsman counterattacked from above, creating a crack in the ground. So, you can only use that magic skill 3 times? What will you do now? Kang Tayson retreated, dodging. He mused. I guess it would be easier if I defeated him with magic. Kang Tayson looked up at the energy swords, realizing the truth. Those aura-covered swords are more like a skill than swordsmanship. Truly astonishing. The 2 swordsmen clashed, creating a fierce collision of energy, a blinding light. The battle continued relentlessly, the 2 figures constantly exchanging blows on the treacherous slope. The red-haired swordsman was furious, clenching his fist, while Gallant and his comrades were surprised by their opponent's skill. They wondered if Kang Tayson was a mage, as his swordsmanship was also formidable. Kang Tayson smiled smugly, telling himself that if he materialized his spiritual power, he could increase his attack power infinitely without expending stamina. Not a bad plan at all. Kang Tayson assessed his opponent, noticing that the red-haired swordsman's swordsmanship wasn't as powerful as the spiritual power he sensed. A system notification rang out. You have activated acceleration. The red-haired swordsman flinched, panicked by Kang Taeson's new speed. The red-haired swordsman exclaimed in astonishment as Kang Taeson unleashed a skill, and blue energy swords appeared, surrounding him. Kang Taeson darted like lightning, dodging the energy swords. The aerial skirmish was swift and powerful. The red-haired swordsman roared in fury, questioning Kang Taeson. "Where exactly do you come from? Why are you protecting someone from the demon race? You have activated acceleration." Kang Taeson spun around, creating a vortex of purple spiritual power, charging straight at his opponent with terrifying speed. Kang Taeson hovered in the air, answering his opponent's question. "I came from the Labyrinth, and I'm here to fulfill a client's request." Kang Taeson delivered a critical blow from above. The red-haired swordsman was sent flying, his sword flung far away, landing on the fiery red ground. The red-haired swordsman was terrified, his eyes wide as he watched the blue energy surge towards him. He couldn't believe what was happening. Kang Taeson looked down at his fallen opponent, his purple eyes cold, filled with the imposing aura of a victor. Spiritual power enhancement activated. You have gained the always active special skill, proof of swordsmanship, Kang Taeson told himself. This was the result of enhancing his spiritual power. Gallant and the blue-haired man were stunned, their faces filled with a mix of surprise and anger as they witnessed the scene before them. Gallant summoned a blue energy snake, looked at his comrades and said, "So, he won't call us cowards, right?" Kang Taeson turned his back, leaving the fallen red-haired swordsman behind. The blue-haired man exclaimed, admitting, "He's much stronger than us." Kang Taeson swung his sword, his purple eyes blazing, a stern warning echoing, "Don't regret drawing that sword." Dazzling flashes of light tore through the darkness, signaling a fierce skirmish that had just taken place. Kang Taeson stood tall, weary, but still defiant. Behind him, 2 warriors had fallen, and a blue-haired man was trying to slip into a cave. He let out a soft groan, clutching his injured arm. "Oh, it hurts so much," he muttered to himself, feeling the throbbing pain. The defensive shield had shattered, but Kang Taeson still stood firm. "You're a monster," he muttered to himself, his eyes filled with astonishment. The brown blonde-haired man raised his hands, trying to negotiate. "The 4 of us could overthrow a kingdom together." He continued to plead, begging for forgiveness. "I surrender. I still want to live. I'd be grateful if you spared my life. If so, I'll do anything you say." Kang Taeson stared, his purple eyes glinting with unpredictable calculations. He gestured, ordering the one who had just surrendered. "Then get rid of them first. I'll move them to a place where Hamon can clearly see, so help me." The brown blonde-haired man hesitated, his eyes revealing confusion and worry. He mumbled, acknowledging his opponent's strength. "He's unbelievably strong." A desolate scene unfolded. A brown, blonde-haired warrior lay motionless, the blue-haired man cowering in the cave. "Looks bad," a voice echoed. Kang Taeson walked away silently, leaving the battlefield behind, his soft footsteps echoing. In a dark corner, Gallant, the cloaked figure, burst into tears of joy. "I've finally found you, princess. Our Princess Anisha!" Anisha woke up in the cave, looking around in a daze. "Ugh. Where did Taeson go?" she wondered. She flinched when she heard a voice. "Huh, you're awake?" Anisha confusedly asked where Kang Taeson had gone, and he curtly replied, "I went to deal with the corpses." The little princess hugged Kang Taeson, trembling in fear, making the warrior ask, "What's wrong?" The little spirit hovered above Kang Taeson as he chuckled. "Well, what a lovely sight." Kang Taeson coldly ordered, "Shut up." Anisha stared at the blonde warrior in shock, exclaiming, "Atria." He smiled and replied, "Long time no see, princess." The blonde warrior reassured Anisha, spreading his arms and saying, "I didn't come to take you away, so don't worry." He smiled self-deprecatingly, admitting defeat. "I've lost." Kang Taeson asked Anisha if she knew Atria. She explained that he used to visit when her father was alive, then worriedly asked, "So, did you also come here to capture me?" Atria scoffed, asserting that he had lost and had no intention of resisting. "This loser has no intention of resisting, rest assured." Kang Taeson looked at Atria, taunting, "You seem too slow for someone who follows a god's orders." Atria laughed loudly, saying that even though Hamon was the main god, he didn't trust him much. He asked Kang Taeson why he spared his life. Kang Taeson replied with a mysterious smile, "You know perfectly well. It's because I'm truly curious about aura." A sharp sword energy flashed, and a notification appeared. "You have activated absolute nullification of the first attack." Kang Taeson continuously nullified the second and third attacks, causing the phantom swords to vanish into thin air. Atria looked at Kang Taeson in surprise, asking, "For someone at your level, you shouldn't be able to learn aura? Isn't that right?" Kang Taeson calmly replied, "That's because I come from a different place." Atria pondered, then asked, "Are you talking about the labyrinth created by the Archmage?" Kang Taeson asked in surprise, "You know about it?" Atria thoughtfully said he had heard about the labyrinth, but it would be difficult for Kang Taeson to learn aura. Kang Taeson immediately asked, why? He explained that aura is a power bestowed by the sword god, meant only for the world he chose. Those from other worlds, not permitted by the sword god, would not be able to learn it. Kang Taeson looked at a virtual interface, his purple eyes glinting with thought as he mumbled, sword god. Atreya looked apologetic, once again asserting that Kang Taeson would not be able to learn aura. But Kang Taeson smiled confidently, declaring that he could. A system notification appeared, confirming proof of the sword had been granted. He resolutely denied Atreya's words, asserting that he could because he was now qualified. The system again confirmed it. Kang Taeson's purple eyes gleamed with determination, and a challenging silence enveloped them. The sky was clear blue, lush green trees stretched under the morning sun, an unusually peaceful scene. Brilliant daylight enveloped everything, dispelling all gloom and bringing tranquility to the surrounding landscape. Anisha watched, while Kang Taeson swung his sword, mystical purple energy swirling around him. The little white-haired entity hovered above. Kang Taeson was surprised to realize the new power wasn't much different from what he'd already learned. He mused to himself, it was a waste to spare his opponent. Atreya asked Kang Taeson what he wanted, but Kang Taeson replied he didn't need anything else and told him to leave. Atreya thought for a moment, then smiled, offering to stay by Kang Taeson's side. Kang Taeson calmly replied that he didn't mind if Atreya wanted to stay. Anisha, standing nearby, seemed surprised. Atreya explained he wanted to stay because he was curious if Kang Taeson could master aura. He swore he wouldn't harm the princess. Kang Taeson agreed to let Atreya stay, but placed something on him. Atreya felt a strange surge of energy. A blue energy enveloped Atreya, marking a contract that had been established, ensuring he could not harm Anisha or Kang Taeson. Kang Taeson coldly declared, this is a contingency contract, so you cannot touch us. I will let you stay if you agree. Atreya was surprised by the Labyrinth's power, finding it quite interesting. The contract was accepted, and a blue light flashed. Kang Taeson swung his sword, his body erupting with brilliant purple energy, his powerful sword strikes tearing through the air. He continued to train relentlessly, each sword strike carrying the explosive power of aura, creating dazzling streaks of light. 3 days passed, and Atreya and Anisha watched in awe as Kang Taeson practiced his sword for 22 hours each day. He marveled. Incredible. Kang Taeson mused, wondering why the enemies hadn't arrived yet. Everything was unusually quiet. The enemies should have arrived by now, but it's quite peaceful. Atreya explained that 4 of the 8 sword masters of this world had died at Kang Taeson's hands. He asked, what madman would come here after knowing that? Kang Taeson agreed with that assessment, then asked Anisha if he should continue training. Anisha was surprised. Huh? Anisha suddenly looked up at the sunset sky. Sensing something unusual approaching, a group of people appeared in the distance, making Anisha exclaim, those people? A horned man, Havenek, approached, calling Anisha princess. Anisha recognized Havenek, her eyes welling up with joyful tears. Havenek? You're still alive. Havenek and his companions knelt, expressing their loyalty. Princess, we have come to see your highness. Havenek knelt, tearfully apologizing for abandoning Anisha to escape the burning castle. Anisha hugged Havenek, tears of joy streaming down her face. She happily said, what a relief! I'm not the only survivor. Anisha rushed forward, her eyes radiant with joy. She exclaimed with relief, it's all right. As long as you're alive, that's all that matters. Havenek knelt, tearfully calling out the princess's name. Kang Taeson gazed thoughtfully at Anisha and Havenek. Beside him, the little ghost hovered, and the brown-haired young man stood waiting. Kang Taeson said, we need to give them some space. Kang Taeson swung his sword, and a surge of emerald energy erupted, tearing through the surrounding space. The black-haired young man decisively swung his sword, and brilliant magical light spread from the blade, forming a powerful vortex of energy. Kang Taeson stood amidst the hazy smoke, the little ghost hovering above him. The black-haired young man muttered to himself, his eyes resolute, until the day I can use aura. The black-haired young man smiled confidently, signaling an end. That's enough for now. I'll practice the rest on the way. The brown-haired young man stood silently, watching Kang Taeson's figure gradually disappear into the night. His eyes filled with contemplation. He exclaimed in disbelief, I can't believe he grasped aura in just 3 days. The brown-haired young man smiled with dissatisfaction, wondering, is that the power of the labyrinth? The more I think about it, the harder it is to believe. Night fell, and the stars twinkled like countless watchful eyes. Havenek knelt, sincerely thanking Kang Taeson for protecting the princess despite the danger. Anisha and the little ghost stood nearby, while 3 others remained silent. Kang Taeson calmly replied to Havenek, his eyes firm. I've already received my reward. There's no need to say that. Anisha and the little ghost stood nearby. The bald, bearded man bowed in thanks, then turned to Anisha. Thank you. Now, princess, please return with us. Anisha happily asked Kang Taeson. Yes, Kang Tason, will you come with us? The black-haired young man replied.
If you decide to go, I will accompany you.
The bald, bearded man panicked, stammering an explanation. That place is a hidden sanctuary. We cannot bring outsiders there. Anisha confidently reassured him. Don't worry, he protected me. He will surely be good to everyone. The bald, bearded man reluctantly agreed. If that is what the princess wishes. The bald, bearded man pondered, his eyes filled with worry and contemplation at the princess's suggestion. Anisha turned to the brown-haired young man, asking, Ah, Atria. It seems you've understood Aura, so I can go now, right? The brown-haired young man smiled and waved goodbye to Kang Tason. Well then, farewell. I hope we can meet again someday. Kang Tason replied, Do whatever you wish. The brown-haired young man turned and departed, an emerald aura enveloping his figure, gradually disappearing into the night. Gallant extended his hand, and a glowing jade-colored item appeared. He said, Princess, please accept this. Anisha took it in surprise. Gallant explained. This jewelry is made from a dragon's claw. If you have it with you, you will be able to hide from the god's sight. He turned to Kang Tason. Kang Tason, please accept this as well. Under the gloomy sky, Kang Tason, Anisha, the bald, bearded man, and Havenek walked along the rugged mountain path, their steps heavy. The little ghost hovered around Kang Tason as he practiced his sword, exclaiming, I can't believe you're still swinging your sword even now. Ugh, truly a strong-willed individual. Anyway, is this aura? How impressive. The little ghost continued to observe Kang Tason, a brilliant blue light emanating from his sword blade. Even if you got proof of swordsmanship from the red-haired swordsman, I didn't expect you to actually learn aura. Kang Tason, Anisha, and the bald, bearded man continued their journey, with the little ghost flying alongside. The bald, bearded man still clearly showed signs of worry. The little ghost flew in front of Kang Tason, explaining, I intended to tell you later because I was afraid you'd be too surprised. Amidst the majestic mountain scenery, a fierce fire blazed in the distance. The little ghost continued, In that mountain range with the maple trees, there's a dragon there. Kang Tason looked up, his eyes filled with astonishment. Are you saying there's a dragon on that mountain? A mysterious voice echoed. Welcome. Greetings to you. The voice continued to echo in Kang Tason's mind. You, the adventurer who has set foot upon this land. By the will of the demon god. Kang Tason turned his head, looking at Anisha and the bald, bearded man, realizing that voice. It seems only I can hear it. The mysterious voice still echoed in Kang Tason's mind as fiery maple leaves fluttered in the air, creating an ethereal scene. Gallant led Kang Tason, the little ghost, and Anisha into a small, desolate village amidst the cold land. He declared, This is where we live. Kang Tason thoughtfully observed his surroundings, his purple eyes holding deep thought, while the little ghost hovered beside him, along with Anisha and another horned tribesman. Looking down from above, the village appeared amidst the majestic mountains, Gallant explained. Many have died or left, so now only about 50 people live here, Gallant promised. Even though this place is dilapidated, we will provide the best lodging for you while you are here. Another horned tribesman rushed over, exclaiming, Ah, princess! Anisha was surprised, her eyes wide. The bald, bearded man and the others welcomed her. Welcome, princess, Anisha replied. Ah, you all. A group of horned tribesmen happily ran over, their faces radiant. They said, It's such a relief that you're still alive. We're so glad to hear you're coming here. Kang Tason stood there, his expression cold, seemingly uninterested in the reunion. He thought to himself, I don't have time for this. Anisha happily exclaimed, You're all still alive. The little ghost and Kang Tason stood behind, witnessing the emotional scene. Anisha extended her hand, intending to introduce Kang Tason. Let me introduce you all. This is the one who protected me throughout. She suddenly paused, her expression puzzled. Huh? Anisha looked around in confusion, not seeing Kang Tason anywhere. She called out, Mr. Tason? In the distance, Kang Tason had already left, leaving behind a hazy trail of dust. Kang Tason flew off, and the little ghost hastily chased after him. The little ghost anxiously asked, Hey, Tason, is it really okay for you to just leave like that? The little ghost flew close beside Kang Tason, its voice full of warning. Just from what I can sense, that existence seems very powerful. Kang Tason maintained his resolute expression, his sharp purple eyes fixed forward, unfazed by the warning. Kang Tason replied as he landed, That existence has never cared about the demon race before, so it probably won't attack me, right? Kang Tason walked, a mystical golden light enveloping the space, and brilliant maple leaves seemed to dance around him. Kang Tason stood before a mysterious cave, a brilliant golden light emanating from within, like a gateway to another world. Kang Tason stepped deeper into the mysterious cave, where the mystical golden light led the way. Each drop of water dripped from the stalactites, creating echoing sounds in the silent space. Golden light blazed around Kang Taeson, enveloping him. He looked up, his purple eyes holding vigilance, while the little ghost hovered beside him. Kang Taeson was astonished by the terrifying power, telling himself that even 100 people like him would struggle to defeat it. A voice rang out. "Welcome, man, who has come to this land by the will of the demon god." Kang Taeson walked cautiously, the little ghost beside him musing, "With this power, that existence must be no different from the gods, right?" he asked. "Is that the place?" The little ghost anxiously asked. "Don't tell me you'll kill me too? By the will of the god?" Kang Taeson glanced at it, his eyes filled with annoyance. A colossal golden dragon, Balvinaries, appeared, overwhelming the entire space. Kang Taeson stood stunned, tiny before its might. "You have met the golden dragon, Balvinaries." The golden dragon Balvinaries snorted, asserting that its actions were unrelated to the gods. It said, "That is why I do not touch the children of the demon god who live on my land." Kang Taeson stared at the golden dragon, his eyes full of contemplation. He repeated its question. Curiosity? The little ghost beside him also looked surprised. A group of cloaked figures, including Anisha and Havenek, stood in the distance, the dragon's shadow cast over them. The golden dragon's voice echoed. "The reason I called you here is simply because I wish to satisfy my final curiosity." The golden dragon Balvinaries appeared amidst the universe, chained by black shackles. It declared, "I am a dragon that protects this world. In other words, I am an entity bound to the loner." Kang Taeson listened in silence, his purple eyes fixed on the golden dragon. He was trying to comprehend those cryptic words. The golden dragon continued to explain. "That is why I have always been curious about the world created by mages, where the great gods reside." It concluded, "The colossal labyrinth." Kang Taeson suddenly exclaimed, "Wait," he hastily asked. "Final? What do you mean by that?" His expression clearly showed confusion. Balvinaires remained silent, only its fiery red eyes staring at Kang Taeson, as if holding a terrible secret. The atmosphere grew tense. Balvinaries revealed that the demon god was extremely enraged with Hamon, the god of light, for attempting to annihilate the entire demon race. It warned, "This world will be torn apart by the demon god's hand." Balvinaries continued, Anesha's image appearing in his vision. Sad and frail. "She is only silent now because she still has some of her possessions here." Balvinaries continued, its chilling warning echoing, "Once she saves everyone, this world will come to an end." Kang Taeson pondered, his gaze thoughtful. Kang Taeson's purple eyes gleamed with complexity, as if trying to comprehend the grim prophecy about the world's fate. Balvinaries, the golden dragon, looked at Kang Taeson, its voice majestic. "Adventurer, you have satisfied my curiosity." Balvinaries continued, asserting that Kang Taeson was the first mortal it had ever met, implying a special recognition. Balvinaries paused, and a shimmering item appeared in Kang Taeson's hand. "This is a small gift. It will be useful if you find someone to refine it." Balvinaries bid farewell, predicting this might be their last encounter. "I will go prepare now." Balvinaries, the golden dragon, flapped its wings, its colossal body transforming into a brilliant golden light, soaring into the sky, leaving Kang Taeson standing alone. From above, Balvinaries spoke, revealing the purpose of its preparation. "For my final, desperate effort." Kang Taeson looked up, his eyes surprised, wondering about the golden dragon's words. "Prepare?" The cave fell silent, the golden light gradually fading, leaving only emptiness and shimmering dust motes. Suddenly, Anisha appeared, her voice full of worry. "Taeson, where have you been? I thought you left without telling me." Kang Taeson explained he had something to do and needed to meet someone. Havenek smiled, admitting he had also thought Kang Taeson had left the village. Kang Taeson reassured them, promising to inform them before leaving. Havenek was surprised, asking again, "Ah, so you'll be staying here for a while?" Kang Taeson replied, "Perhaps." He mused that if this was a safe place for Anisha, his mission should have ended. Kang Taeson realized he couldn't leave yet. Havenek smiled and said, "I'll prepare a room for you." Havenek gave a meaningful smile, his eyes sharp. "Since you are the one who saved the princess, of course we must treat you with the utmost care." His words were honeyed, but concealed something unpredictable. Dawn broke, painting a corner of the sky pink. Gentle light fell upon the simple roofs of the village, bringing peace after a long night. A rapid knocking echoed, breaking the silence. A clear voice called from outside, "Kang Taeson, it's me, Anesha." Kang Taeson turned, his gaze scrutinizing the door. A strange sound had just rung out, prompting him to ask, "What is it?" Anisha, with her small horns and radiant smile, offered a bottle of wine. "Ah, if you don't mind, would you like a glass of wine?" Kang Taeson looked at her, his gaze thoughtful, then nodded. "All right, you can come in." In the simple room, Anisha handed Kang Taeson a small cup of wine. He asked in surprise, "Why are you suddenly giving me wine?" She replied, "I begged Havenek, and he gave me some." In the cozy room, Anisha poured wine into 2 small cups, her eyes sincerely looking at Kang Taeson. She said, "This is the only thing I can give you. Please drink it." Kang Taeson thought to himself that this wine was created after countless trials and errors. In the quiet room, Kang Taeson took a sip of tea, his purple eyes thoughtful. Anisha's voice had just rung out, and he replied curtly, as if he had anticipated her appearance. He thoughtfully looked at the cup in his hand, trying to identify the liquid inside. But all efforts were in vain. The system alerted. "Cannot identify. You have been poisoned." Stamina decreases by 5 per second. In the twilight-hued space, Anisha sipped the liquid in the cup. The little spirit hovered, curiously asking, "Is that just normal demon wine?" Kang Taeson replied in a low voice, "It seems to be a type of poison that only affects humans." Anisha smiled radiantly, her eyes full of gratitude as she looked at Kang Taeson. "Mr. Taeson, once again, thank you. Thanks to you, I have been reunited with my kin." She affirmed her unchanging gratitude. Anisha held the cup of wine in her hands, her purple eyes sparkling. She hesitated, then continued, "That's why. If you don't mind, you could stay here with me." Kang Taeson stood with his arms crossed, his sharp gaze fixed on Anisha. He spoke decisively, dismissing any foolish thoughts. "Don't say such stupid things." Beside them, the little spirit was still sound asleep on the bed, unaware of the tense atmosphere filling the room. Kang Taeson looked at Anisha, speaking firmly about her future. "I will leave this place, and you will live here. Live a peaceful life, get married, and be safe. That is the reward you can give me." Anisha fell silent, then softly asked, "Will you return to the labyrinth?" Kang Taeson walked through the wooden house, starlight-like dust shimmering on the floor. He looked ahead, his gaze distant as if containing a long journey. "That is the only place I can go." Kang Taeson leaned against the ancient tree trunk, the little spirit hovering beside him. The scene was quiet, but the air still held a hint of melancholy, as if a new chapter was about to begin. He silently examined the virtual status window. The little spirit flew over, its voice worried. "You seem to have been poisoned earlier. Are you all right?" Kang Taeson replied curtly. "I'm fine." The little spirit circled, enveloped in light. "I've sensed it for a long time, but you have a softer heart than you let on." Kang Taeson frowned, stating decisively, "Shut up." Kang Taeson's gaze was thoughtful as he looked at the status window. "But in return, my protective cloak has lost about 150 points, and the mission is not over yet." He looked straight ahead, his eyes as sharp as swords. "That means this place isn't safe either." A premonition of ill omen hung in the air. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy flared around Kang Taeson, startling him. The little spirit was also alarmed. This energy? He was secretly astonished. Kang Taeson leaped into the air, drawing his sword. A blinding light streaked down from above, tearing through the sky, signaling an unavoidable battle. The creature with pure white wings, radiant with light, darted like lightning, creating a dazzling streak across the deep blue sky. Kang Taeson stood firm on the rock outcrop, looking up. The little spirit hastily warned, "Taeson, something is coming from this direction." He nodded. Indeed, there's no way this would end so easily. A terrifying explosion shook the ground, sending dust and rocks flying. Kang Taeson was pushed back but maintained his fighting stance. He looked up, his purple eyes blazing, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. How noisy! His tone was full of defiance. Kang Taeson knelt on one knee, 2 swords crossed, energy erupting around his body. The system announced, "You have activated resistance." He was ready to face it. In the sky, a colossal angel with pure white wings, wielding a sword of light, appeared majestically. The system confirmed, "You have encountered Haman's angel." Haman's angel's face became clear, its eyes cold and imposing. Like a deadly warning, Kang Taeson stood tall, 2 swords glowing brightly in his hands, purple energy surrounding him. He declared, "Then, let's fight." A new battle had begun. Haman's angel appeared, its eyes full of intimidation, warning Kang Taeson about a formidable foe. Kang Taeson responded with a resolute gaze, accepting the challenge, determined to complete the mission. Anisha walked along the deserted village path, yellow leaves fluttering in the still air, as if foreshadowing something ominous. The girl stopped, looking at a man's back, her heart full of worry. "Taeson, he really can't stay here forever, can he?" Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. Havenek appeared, his eyes sharp as he looked at Anisha, as if he had been waiting for her for a long time. "Princess, you are here." Anisha turned around, her eyes wide with surprise. She hadn't expected Havenek to appear here. Havenek asked about Kang Taeson, whether he had finished the wine. Anisha hesitated to confirm, but a sense of unease arose within her. Anisha was confused to see a group of cloaked figures waiting for her. She asked what they were doing here and received the reply, "We are waiting for you, princess." The cloaked figures cheered joyfully, declaring that all was safe. Anisha still didn't understand what was happening, her eyes full of bewilderment. A terrifying explosion shattered the peace, a brilliant golden light erupting from the distance. Anisha looked towards the explosion in horror, her face pale. Anisha panicked, questioning the cloaked figures. She realized they were pursuers sent by Hamon and immediately demanded, "Quickly call Tayson here at once." The cloaked figures tried to reassure Anisha, but their eyes held something inscrutable, making the atmosphere even more tense. Anisha looked at Havenek in disbelief, her lips trembling. "What? How could you?" She couldn't utter another word. Havenek gave a sinister smile, revealing that Hamon had sent angels faster than he thought, less than a day after he reported the news. Anisha looked at the people around her, her eyes red with anger and disappointment. "All of you have decided to betray the demon god?" Havenek explained that they had dedicated everything to the demon god but received no comfort when they were exhausted. Anisha was stunned, realizing the painful truth. Havenek raised his hand, pointing at the ruined village, his voice full of bitterness. "Look at this village," he continued, his words like salt rubbed into a wound. "We lost our glorious kingdom, forced to live in a place that can't even shelter us from the rain and wind." Havenek's face was contorted with resentment. "My tribe has fewer than 50 people left. Every day we wake up to nothing but despair." Anisha burst into tears, protesting desperately. "No matter what, do you think Hamon will spare you? In the end, he will kill all of us." Havenek calmly raised his arm, a strange, black birthmark clearly visible. "It's fine." He explained that the birthmark on his hand and the others was a sign they had renounced their demonic blood. "We are no longer people of the demon tribe." The cloaked figures bowed their heads, their voices full of remorse. "Please forgive us, princess." Anisha was stunned, her tear-filled eyes looking around. "So, all of you have abandoned the demon god." A dazzling pillar of light descended, and Kang Tayson looked up. Hamon, the god of light, appeared, majestic as an angel. The ground cracked under the impact. A notification appeared. "You have activated absolute nullification for the first attack." Kang Tayson frowned, gripping his sword tightly. What a pain. He had nullified the third attack, but still took 5 damage. Hamon, the god of light, continued his assault. Kang Tayson activated nullification again, blocking the second attack. Kang Tayson pondered, realizing the drawback of his nullification ability. It activated, even for minor attacks. Then, he erupted with blazing red energy. The skills Battle Lust and Disdain for the Strong were activated. Kang Tayson swung his sword, activating Wolf's Fang from the Stormscar sword. He thought to himself, at this speed, Hamon must have taken considerable damage. Kang Tayson erupted with blazing red energy, activating the skill Fair Fight along with the buffs gained from defeating powerful foes. He charged like a whirlwind, swinging his sword to create a dazzling blue light, determined to deliver a fatal blow to Hamon, the god of light. However, Hamon merely tilted his head, his gaze sharp and cold, his colossal white wings completely unharmed by Kang Tayson's attack. A cold notification appeared. Hamon's angel takes no damage. Kang Tayson exclaimed in astonishment. What? Oh my god! The little spirit hovered beside him asking, You didn't deal any damage, even after attacking him with Wolf's Fang and many other skills? Kang Tayson frowned, realizing this fight would be difficult. Suddenly, the little spirit panicked, glowing bright red, and flew towards Kang Tayson, warning, Tayson, be careful, something is coming. A spiraling stream of golden energy shot out from Hamon, hurtling straight towards Kang Tayson, forcing him to quickly dodge. Hamon unleashed a powerful counterattack, his sword glowing brilliantly, surrounded by destructive golden energy spirals. Kang Tayson clutched his injured arm, his face contorted in pain. A notification appeared. You have taken 420 damage. He gritted his teeth. That bastard! Kang Tayson looked down at his sword, enveloped in a purple aura. He decided to try another move, realizing his attack power had increased. He dashed away at terrifying speed, leaving a trail of purple light. The little spirit flew close behind, witnessing Kang Tayson's burst of power. A purple aura enveloped Kang Tayson's feet. A notification appeared. You have activated acceleration. He prepared for the next attack with intense determination. Kang Tayson swung his sword, attacking Hamon amidst a blazing purple energy. 2 notifications appeared, showing Hamon had taken 59 and 51 damage. Kang Tayson looked straight ahead, his gaze firm, still surrounded by the purple aura. He affirmed, Good, now I'm sure. He realized the aura could penetrate the opponent's defense. Hamon stood there, his gaze sharp and cold, raising his sword. He seemed to have noticed something unusual, his face revealing a serious expression. Kang Tae-sun, sword in hand and the little spirit hovering beside him, faced Haemon. He asked directly, "Are you going all out now?" Hamon swooped down, his white wings spread wide, his sword glowing dazzlingly. His face was contorted, his eyes wild, as if determined to finish Kang Tae-sun right here. A terrifying explosion ripped through the ground, sending rocks flying. Hamon's fierce destructive power shook the entire space. Amidst the smoke and dust, a colossal golden energy field erupted, enveloping Kang Tae-sun, protecting him from Haemon's destructive power. Kang Tae-sun activated the skill, Forced Challenge, thinking to himself, "What a nuisance." The golden rays of light continued to rain down, surrounding him. Kang Tae-sun activated Leap into the air, confronting Hamon directly in midair. Hamon confidently declared, "You won't be able to defeat me, because I still have a long way to go." Kang Tae-sun unleashed a powerful attack, a purple aura exploding, tearing through the air, and hurtling straight towards Haemon. Hamon screamed, "Save me!" His eyes panicked. Kang Tae-sun firmly retorted, demanding he, "Get out of the way! I'm moving forward, so get out of the way!" A memory flashed. Lucifer told Havenek that she wanted to bring the demon child to safety. Kang Tae-sun activated combo attack, dealing damage to Haemon. Kang Tae-sun unleashed a strong attack, his purple glowing sword piercing through Hamon, ending the battle. A system notification appeared. Kang Tae-sun leveled up twice, gaining the special skills Godslayer and Divine Power, along with soaring stats. Haemon's white feathers fluttered down. Where Hamon disappeared, a fierce burst of purple light erupted, tearing through space and leaving a deep chasm. Anisha was utterly terrified, covering her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. She called Kang Tae-sun's name in despair. Anisha was stunned, surrounded by the cloaked figures. One of them declared, "It's over. Mortals cannot defeat a divine messenger." The cloaked man grabbed Anisha's hand, his eyes resolute. "Princess, please sacrifice yourself as an offering to save us," Anisha despaired. The cloaked man gripped Anisha's hand tightly, forcing her to sacrifice herself. Anisha trembled, desperately trying to break free. "Let me go." Tears streamed down her cheeks. Anisha desperately pleaded, "Please help me, demon god." Her faint whisper echoed. In the midst of despair, a powerful voice rang out, "Let go of her!" Anisha looked up, her eyes filled with hope. The cloaked man was stunned, turning his head, unable to believe what he was seeing. Kang Tae-sun appeared, rescuing Anisha from the encirclement. The little spirit hovered beside him, and Anisha joyfully called his name. The cloaked man exclaimed in astonishment, "Don't tell me! You defeated the divine messenger?" Kang Tae-sun confirmed he had defeated Haemon's angel, then challenged, "So what are you going to do now? Are you going to continue living as if nothing happened?" Kang Tae-sun looked directly at the cloaked figures, his voice cold. "You will surely pay a heavy price for your betrayal of the demon god." The cloaked man burst into sobs, regretting, "If only an existence like you had come sooner." Then he ordered, "Everyone, let's go." He smiled painfully, his eyes filled with despair and acceptance of fate. The other cloaked figures stood silently behind him. Anisha looked at them in horror, asking frantically, "Wait, what are you going to do?" The cloaked figures, including the black-haired man, simultaneously drew their sharp daggers. They bowed their heads, offering their final apologies to Anisha. Gleaming blades pointed directly at them, signaling a tragic end. Anisha witnessed the horrifying scene, her eyes wide and tear-filled, unable to utter a word. Sounds of painful groans echoed. Anisha collapsed to her knees, desperate and helpless before the unfolding tragedy. Anisha knelt beside Havenek's corpse, her tear-filled eyes looking at the fallen. Kang Tae-sun stood there, his sharp gaze sweeping over the tragic scene. Anisha tremblingly spoke, "What is this? Why did this happen to my people?" "Havenek." Extreme pain was evident on Anisha's face as Kang Tae-sun spoke. "Now I am the only one left of the demon race." The black-haired young man only coldly replied, "Anisha." Kang Tae-sun looked down at Anisha, his deep purple eyes. A questioning voice echoed, "Do you still believe in your god?" Anisha remained silent, tears streaming down her face. Her face was immersed in pain and confusion, unable to utter a word. Amidst despair, Anisha raised her head, smiling through her tears. She steadfastly said, "Yes, even so, I still believe in my God. I believe that she sees and hears everything." Kang Tae-sun looked at Anisha with sharp, unreadable eyes. The black-haired young man asked, his tone full of skepticism, "Do I look like a fool?" Kang Tae-sun turned his back on Anisha and the scattered corpses. Little Spirit hovered beside the black-haired young man. Kang Tae-sun coldly replied, "No, not at all." A mysterious energy suddenly appeared, astonishing Kang Tae-sun and Little Spirit. The black-haired young man exclaimed, "Huh? This energy? Could the demon god have descended upon this place?" Amidst the dark energy, A dark figure appeared, embracing Anisha. A voice echoed, "My child." Anisha raised her head, tears still streaming. She was both remorseful and grateful. "Demon God, I'm sorry. And thank you very much." Anisha's face was tear-stained, her eyes looking up in astonishment. She whispered, seemingly unable to believe what was happening. "Demon? God?" The demon god embraced Anisha, dark energy swirling around her. She offered sincere thanks. "Thank you, my child. When everyone else despaired and abandoned me, you never lost faith in me until the very end." The demon god embraced Anisha, while Kang Taezan and Little Spirit stood watching the tragic yet grand scene. The demon god expressed deep gratitude. "Do you know how grateful a god like me is for that?" Kang Taezan and Little Spirit stood watching, their eyes filled with astonishment. The black-haired young man couldn't believe his eyes. It's unbelievable that a god would personally descend upon this place. Anisha looked at the demon god, tears still flowing. She asked about the fate of the traitors. "Demon god, what will happen to those who turned their backs on you?" The demon god coldly replied, "None of them can return to me." Anisha knelt on the sand, tears welling up, pleading with Lucifer. "My glorious demon god, can you accept their souls back into your embrace?" Behind them, Kang Taezan and Little Spirit silently observed. Heart-wrenching pain was evident on Anisha's face as Lucifer replied, coldly denying all hope, whether soul or body. "Nothing of them will remain." Lucifer smiled mysteriously, her golden eyes deep and profound. "Very well, my child," her words echoed, carrying a subtle agreement. A surge of dark energy erupted around Lucifer, engulfing the entire space. She ascended, declaring, "Then, let's go!" Little Spirit cried out in astonishment. Dark energy swirled, enveloping Kang Taezan, Little Spirit, and Anisha, carrying them away from the desolate land. Space distorted, signaling a teleportation. In a blink, they were back in the demon god's palace. The subquest was complete. Kang Taezan still stood firm, Little Spirit hovering beside him, eyes full of surprise. Lucifer pondered the safest place for Princess Anisha. She realized that nowhere in Bekaseta was safe, but rather by her side. Kang Taezan looked at Lucifer, his eyes full of doubt. He questioned, "Was this what you aimed for from the beginning? If you could have descended earlier, wouldn't everything have already ended?" Lucifer sat on her throne, looking down at Kang Taezan. "You have completed the quest excellently, Kang Taezan." Her praise echoed through the grand hall. Lucifer continued to explain that Haman's sending angels had created an opportunity for her to descend. Thanks to that, everything ended well. Lucifer revealed that she had been waiting for the right moment. "Only one person still believed in me, so I didn't need to worry about the consequences later." Kang Taezan looked at Lucifer, his eyes still holding a hint of doubt. "Is everything over now?" he asked, his tone probing. Lucifer smiled mysteriously, a slight smirk on her lips. "Of course not. You did very well. Even better than expected." Lucifer promised to show Kang Taezan something interesting. A surge of energy enveloped him, carrying him and Little Spirit soaring into space. Kang Taezan exclaimed in astonishment, "The universe?" Amidst the vast universe, Lucifer pointed to a planet. "That is Bekaseta, a world where nothing belongs to me anymore." Kang Taezan was stunned, his purple eyes wide, looking forward. A tear rolled down his cheek as he heard the urging words. "Look." Lucifer, with a mysterious smile, raised her hand to create a surge of energy. She questioned, "So I can do whatever I want, right? Isn't that right, Haman?" Little Spirit cried out in terror as it realized. Demonic energy was engulfing the entire planet Bekaseta. The planet Bekaseta was swallowed by dark energy. The god of light, Hamon, roared in desperate fury. "This world is mine. It's mine." Lucifer smiled maliciously, watching the god of light, Haman, being swallowed. She said, "You're right. Now it completely belongs to you." Lucifer raised her hand, commanding Haman to disappear along with his world. Kang Taezan was aghast, trying to stop her. "No way!" A clenched fist, symbolizing Haman's power being mercilessly crushed. Lucifer sighed in relief, smiling contentedly. Little Spirit tremblingly exclaimed, "The star is dead." The god of light, Haman, roared in pain, his body dissolving in the vortex of dark energy. Bekaseta, the once vibrant planet, was now just a shattered mass of rock, drifting aimlessly in the cold universe. Kang Taezan looked at Lucifer, horror rising within him. He thought, she truly is a monster. Whether it's children or adults, she'll handle everything herself. So why did she need to call me here? Lucifer sat on her throne, watching Kang Taezan approach. She explained, "If I had destroyed that world, the things that belonged to me would not have been able to return." Lucifer continued to explain, 3 streams of energy hovering around her. She didn't want their souls, lives, and desires to be lost. Kang Taezan looked at her, his purple eyes full of doubt. He questioned. The things that belong to you? Are you talking about Anisha? Lucifer looked at the image of Anisha that appeared. Smiling affectionately, she said, That's right. Thanks to you, I was able to bring her back safely. Anisha, my poor child, never lost faith in me despite being abandoned. You saved her. Lucifer's eyes were sharp, concealing a mysterious smile. Lucifer praised Kang Taeson, declaring a reward for him for completing the quest. Demonic energy began to flow into him. Kang Taeson absorbed the energy, his purple eyes growing even deeper. He had acquired dark magic. Little Spirit was utterly terrified, unable to believe that a human could possess dark magic. Lucifer commanded, and Kang Taeson opened his status window. A virtual interface appeared before his eyes. The status window clearly displayed the demonic energy stat. Lucifer explained that increasing it was similar to other stats. It would grow stronger with level. Lucifer smiled meaningfully, saying that merely granting demonic energy wasn't enough. She decided to give Kang Taeson an additional special reward. Dark energy swirled around Kang Taeson's hand. He had received a special skill. Exploit darkness. Lucifer explained that demonic energy would increase when defeating enemies, and bestowed upon Kang Taeson the title Favored by the Demon God. She also promised to teach him dark arts if he prayed. Kang Taeson pondered thoughtfully, dark energy still enveloping him. Lucifer revealed that learning dark arts was not free. She wanted Kang Taeson to offer something, preferably an item related to demons. Lucifer generously bestowed 2 more dark skills, Decarabia's distorted plants and Raum's emotional incitement. Kang Taeson was surprised to realize these were the skills of the Pathfinder of Sin. Lucifer coldly declared there was only one remaining entity to deal with, the being that had destroyed Kang Taeson's world. Lucifer continued, confirming Kang Taeson's prediction was correct. He listened in silence, his eyes filled with contemplation. Lucifer revealed a terrifying secret. Since ancient times, all gods had been sealed away. She and those like her had replaced them, occupying the gods' positions. Lucifer explained about the naturally transcendent entities, now called Goshen. Images of 3 majestic beings appeared, radiating terrifying energy, engulfing the entire space. 12 years? That's how long it took for 258 planets to fall into ruin because of them. Lucifer coldly revealed that these entities had destroyed everything with exhilaration. Kang Taeson questioned how they destroyed his world. Lucifer smiled mysteriously, correcting him. They didn't just trample on your world. Kang Taeson was astonished, his expression clearly showing doubt and worry at Lucifer's words. A cold drop of sweat ran down his temple. Kang Taeson asked for the reason, but Lucifer was indifferent. I don't know either. It's the desperate act of failures. Do I need to care about their reasons? Lucifer continued, her eyes full of calculation. But I have something to say. Kang Taeson exclaimed in surprise. Don't tell me they intend to trample on all worlds capable of entering the labyrinth? The little ghost beside him was also surprised. Then adventurers from each world began to enter the labyrinth, like an endless stream carrying hope and destiny. Lucifer revealed, We know they hate us, and we have settled in the labyrinth. Lucifer said it was just speculation. You will never know the exact reason unless you meet them and ask directly. She affirmed that was the most likely possibility. Kang Taeson thought, then questioned further. I have one more thing to ask. The little ghost hovered beside him, listening intently. Lucifer flatly refused. That's all I can say. You are not yet qualified. She smiled mysteriously, ending the conversation. Lucifer said that was enough of a reward. I will tell you the rest when you reach deeper floors. Kang Taeson understood, bowing his head. I understand. Then, if you'll excuse me. Thank you. Lucifer watched Kang Taeson leave, her eyes briefly showing a contemplative, inscrutable look, as if hiding a deep secret. Lucifer said, The trials from the gods are the same. Kang Taeson looked at the god statue, resolute. Gods who disregard life will bestow cruel trials, but I will try. You know what kind of person I am. Lucifer told Kang Taeson that his power was only effective on the initial floors. The deeper he went, the stronger the enemies would become. Lucifer continued to make an enticing offer, promising an easier path to descend deeper and become stronger. Kang Taeson and the little ghost were both astonished, not understanding Lucifer's meaning. He questioned, So, what do you mean? Lucifer suddenly erupted, roaring furiously. Who said I offered you an apostle contract? Kang Taeson was confused, mentioning the apostle contract. An ancient scroll appeared, as if confirming his speculation. Suddenly, the surrounding space distorted. Lucifer revealed her true form as a demon god, engulfing Kang Taeson in a surge of dark energy. The demon god roared, ordering Kang Taeson to disappear, threatening to crush his head if he mentioned it again. After her outburst, Lucifer calmed down, offering a final favor. She allowed Kang Taeson to use her name to deal with the monsters in the labyrinth. Kang Taeson pondered, realizing the value of this privilege. He could use the demon god's name to intimidate his enemies. Lucifer smiled mysteriously, extending her hand. Kang Taeson understood, bowing his head to thank her. Thank you. Back in the labyrinth, Kang Taeson looked at the god statue, astonished by the power of the gods. He felt exhausted after the encounter. He breathed a sigh of relief when he realized he was back on the 19th floor. Kang Taeson looked forward, his gaze resolute. He recalled the gods he had met in the labyrinth. Images of powerful gods and entities flashed through his mind, each with a unique appearance and strength. The image of Lucifer smiling appeared, along with a question echoing in Kang Taeson's mind. Could he achieve power like theirs? The wooden door creaked open, revealing the entrance to a fiery cave. Orange light flared, signaling a place full of mystery and heat. Inside the cave, a white-haired blacksmith was diligently swinging his hammer. Swirls of shadow coiled around him as if calling his name Hafran. The white-haired blacksmith turned, his eyes wide with surprise. He questioned, You've met the demon god? It's rare for an outsider to be acknowledged by the demon god. Kang Taeson stepped in, asking, How do you know? The blacksmith replied, I can feel her energy from you. I never thought the demon god would do such a thing. You truly are special. Kang Taeson raised the back of his hand, revealing a mark. The white-haired blacksmith was astonished. What? She left her mark on you? Well, that's not a bad thing. Anyway, Kang Taeson said, there's something I need to show you. He summoned a golden dragon's claw, a legendary item that no one could touch unless they were exceptionally skilled. New skills appeared. One was god resistance, increasing power when facing deities. The second was divine power, a blessing from a deity, but currently without effect. Kang Taeson looked at the skill information panels that suddenly appeared, asking in surprise, What is this? The little spirit shook its head, also not understanding what was happening. The little spirit explained, Divine power is an ability granted by a god, but ultimately, it's only given once. So what's the point of having it? Kang Taeson was confused. I don't know either. And the skills the demon god granted me. He activated dark magic, an ability that consumes demonic energy to cast. Kang Taeson pondered the dark magic, realizing it was different. He could control the demonic energy consumed, creating the false flame of Marcosius, a demon. A special skill, shadow exploitation, automatically activated, allowing him to absorb dark energy from defeated enemies. He also received the title Favored by the Demon God. The mark on the back of Kang Taeson's hand glowed, confirming the favor the demon god had bestowed upon him. Kang Taeson wondered if this was the dark magic used by the Pathfinders of Sin. He further discovered a skill to summon Decoravia's distorted plants. The next skill was Raum's emotional incitement, allowing him to create terrifying illusions, interfering with an opponent's mind, but currently only at a level humans could imagine. The white-haired blacksmith held the golden dragon's claw, his eyes full of interest. He asked Kang Taeson if he had checked all his skills. Then Kang Taeson asked in return, Can it be refined? The white-haired blacksmith explained that refining the dragon's claw was possible, but it required materials of the same grade, forcing Kang Taeson to descend another 10 floors. Kang Taeson decided to entrust the claw to the blacksmith, promising to return when he found enough materials. The blacksmith smiled in agreement. Kang Taeson pondered about floor 20 and the spirits. He suddenly asked the little spirit how it knew that information. Kang Taeson fell silent, his eyes thoughtful, as if contemplating something. Anisha recounted that from floor 20 spirits would appear, and they were immune to physical attacks, causing her a lot of trouble. Anisha reminisced, recalling that the first spirit she encountered was a fire spirit. Anisha's words came true. Kang Taeson faced a low-level fire spirit. The floor 21 quest began. Defeat the boss to obtain a spirit gem. Kang Taeson unleashed a powerful attack, creating a fierce, fiery explosion. Activating the leap into air skill, Kang Taeson soared upwards, dodging the incoming light attack. Kang Taeson simultaneously activated 2 skills, Ice Arrow and Fireball, ready to counterattack. The little spirit anxiously reminded Kang Taeson to calm down, while he continued his relentless assault. Kang Taeson unleashed his power, ice and fire swirling into an elemental storm, relentlessly attacking the spirit. The fire spirit was unharmed. Kang Taeson realized the attack was ineffective and decided to switch to a different method. Kang Taeson didn't know how to use divine power, but decided to try Marchosius's false flame, activating this skill. Marchosius's false flame engulfed the fire spirit, dealing massive damage and making it shriek in pain. Finally, the low-level fire spirit dissipated, and Kang Taeson stood firm amidst the ruins, victorious. Kang Taeson obtained the spirit core, wondering about the power of dark magic. The little spirit explained that spirits are the life of nature. The little spirit continued to explain that attacks from nature or divine aura were ineffective against spirits. But dark magic was different. It came from demons. Kang Taeson understood that dark magic dealt damage because it didn't belong to nature. The little spirit nodded in confirmation. That was the basic principle. A notification appeared. Kang Taeson's demonic energy was depleted, returning to around zero. Kang Taeson realized that his demonic energy was still not enough to defeat everything. For now, he had to act according to the information Lee Tae-yeon had provided. Kang Taeson walked on, streaks of light flashing past. The little spirit flew alongside, explaining that he couldn't attack them. He just needed to ignore them and find the quest giver. Kang Taeson and the little spirit ventured deeper into a dark path, shimmering light leading the way to a mysterious red door. Kang Taeson's footsteps were steady on the ground, every small sound echoing in the silent space. The little spirit let out a mischievous laugh, a surge of green energy surrounding Kang Taeson, signaling that something was about to happen. Laughter echoed as two cloud-shaped spirits appeared, fluttering around Kang Taeson. They cheered excitedly upon seeing the stranger. Kang Taeson greeted them, expressing his intention to go deeper into the labyrinth. One spirit asked in surprise if he wanted to descend. A mad spirit appeared, with bulging eyes and a chilling smile. It welcomed him enthusiastically, as if it had been waiting for a long time. Kang Taeson said he wanted to eliminate all the spirits here. The mad spirit was surprised, asking again if he truly wanted to destroy them. The mad spirit suddenly became enraged, screaming that it wanted to strike down those who had abandoned it, those who had called it an anomaly. The mad spirit instructed that there was a secret room containing the golem of the king who had abandoned it. It wanted Kang Taeson to retrieve the hidden core and would grant him power in return. The little spirit shook its head in exasperation, worriedly remarking that that bastard hadn't changed at all. A new side quest appeared. The mad spirit hated everything that had turned it into this. It wanted Kang Taeson to retrieve the natural spring water guarded by the golem in exchange for a spirit-attacking skill. The mad spirit echoed with a sneer. Kang Taeson questioned the little spirit about its state. The little spirit explained that it had been mad for a long time. It was just the guide for the Floor 21 quest, and they wouldn't meet again after it was completed. Kang Taeson pondered, his eyes doubtful. Is that true? The secret room on Floor 21 appeared, with a glowing pool of water amidst the dark space. A colossal fire golem, created by the Fire Spirit King, loomed into view. The little spirit explained, "The golem only deactivates for 1 minute each day. You just need to quickly scoop the spring water then." Kang Taeson asked, "What if I defeat the golem?" The little spirit replied, "It's not impossible, but it's definitely very dangerous." Kang Taeson's gaze was resolute, energy flaring around his body. "Then, I think that's what I should do." The fire golem growled. Kang Taeson activated leapt, dashing towards it, his sharp sword swinging through the air. A sword strike tore through the air and landed, but the fire golem was unharmed. The system notification read, "Fire golem created by the Fire Spirit King takes 0 damage." Kang Taeson frowned in annoyance. "Lately, I've encountered too many enemies immune to attacks." Kang Taeson tried another move. Then, aura! His sword flared with light, striking directly at the golem. This time, the fire golem took 47 damage. He realized, as expected, golems are different from spirits. The aura's defense-piercing ability is proving effective. I can do this. 2 hours later, the battle continued. The fire golem now glowed blue. Its body cracked, indicating it had significantly weakened. Kang Taeson stood tall on the golem's corpse. The system announced a level surge, along with permanently enhanced strength, agility, and stamina. The little spirit exclaimed in surprise, "He's truly incredible. It's like watching someone from a machine race. How can he keep repeating that?" He also received a fragment of the Spirit King. Kang Taeson held the core protection ore in his hand. He received the always active special skill, Perseverance, for performing well in simple, repetitive tasks without distraction. Kang Taeson smiled contentedly. Finally, I have all the basic skills needed to allocate points. The detection skill reached 100% mastery, activating the special skill Reconnaissance. Kang Taeson pondered, wondering if he should use it immediately. The little spirit was startled, amazed by the information that appeared. The buried one. Ghost, the one who entrusted their dream. Kang Taeson looked at the little spirit, a slight smirk on his lips. The little spirit asked discontentedly, "Hey, what? Why are you smiling?" An old red wooden door, hidden among moss-covered walls, with mystical light piercing through the foliage, creating a secluded scene. Kang Taeson carried the spring water, reactivating the reconnaissance skill. The little spirit hovered beside him, observing every move. The crazed spirit eagerly drank all the spring water. Information about it appeared clearly. The white spirit has gone mad, unstable, a child yearning for perfection and thirsting for bloody revenge. The crazed spirit was overjoyed, feeling it had become more perfect. Kang Taeson and the little spirit watched, their faces full of contemplation. The crazed spirit bestowed upon Kang Taeson a new skill, Spirit Damage Dealer. A stream of green energy enveloped him. Kang Taeson calmly announced, "Also, I defeated the golem. A crystal fragment floated in his hand. The crazed spirit was utterly surprised. Its face contorted in astonishment. It hastily demanded, "Wait, give it to me." The Spirit King's fragment, containing the power of the Spirit King, is something all spirits desire. The crazed spirit realized Kang Taeson was different. The crazed spirit continued, "You are different from my other guests. You can definitely help me." It asked if he would help. Kang Taeson decisively replied, "All right." The little spirit was utterly surprised, letting out a bewildered "huh?" at Kang Taeson's decision. The crazed spirit, excited, assigned a task. Then, collect the cores that will allow me to become a perfect spirit. It wanted to become a great being. A side quest appeared, explaining about the crazed spirit, its instability, and the reward being everything the crazed spirit could bestow. The little spirit asked if Kang Taeson would accept, since he already had the spirit attack skill. Kang Taeson replied, "Of course. I have no intention of following the conventional path like everyone else." He accepted the quest. The crazed spirit burst into delighted laughter, its face clearly showing joy as Kang Taeson accepted the quest. It explained that it was extremely unstable and needed to stabilize. After that, it wanted to become stronger to gather power. "Then defeat the master of the 21st floor first," the crazed spirit commanded, asking Kang Taeson to take its core, just like he did with that giant. "Only then will I get better." "Then, be careful on your way, my wonderful guest," the crazed spirit said. "Revenge. I will have my revenge." Kang Taeson departed, leaving behind vows filled with resentment. Kang Taeson didn't believe killing the golem was a requirement for the side quest. Why would the Labyrinth set up something like that? The little spirit wondered. The little spirit revealed that even when it was alive, defeating the golem was impossible. Objectively speaking, this was an impossible quest from the start. Kang Taeson mused. Perhaps the Labyrinth gods had hoped a player of this caliber would appear. The little spirit was startled. That's a terrifying thing to say. But Kang Taeson had accomplished the impossible, even though he bypassed the conventional way to complete it. His power surged. Kang Taeson gazed into the distance, deep in thought. He mused, "Well, it was impossible from the start." The little spirit flew alongside, agreeing, "That's right, there's no way for most adventurers to become as strong as you." The two continued their journey, delving deeper into the labyrinth. Before them was the 21st floor, a new land full of challenges. Kang Taeson activated the Ice Arrow skill, unleashing a stream of frost. An intermediate fire spirit, the boss of the 21st floor, was quickly defeated by him. He leveled up, his mental and physical strength soaring. Kang Taeson received Ember, Intermediate Fire, Spirit Core, and Spirit Spear. Kang Taeson opened his status window. He asked the little spirit, "My demonic energy will increase when I successfully defeat enemies and when I level up, right?" His demonic energy increased from 10 to 27. Kang Taeson finished everything on the 21st floor, even though the increase was only 10 points. "We'll find out if that's a big increase later." Kang Taeson smiled confidently. He wondered, "First, should I go tell the spirit that I've completed the quest?" As Kang Taeson stepped out, the crazed spirit flew over, its face astonished. "Don't tell me. You've already finished everything?" It burst into excited laughter. "Ha ha! Just as expected. I like you." Kang Taeson held the blazing fireball, his gaze firm. He asked, "All right, what's the next floor's objective?" The system displayed, "Intermediate Fire Spirit. Absorbing it will help stabilize the unstable state." Kang Taeson listened with folded arms. The crazed spirit instructed, "Thank you. So, your next objective is on the 23rd floor. There's a hidden room there." The crazed spirit laughed maniacally, pointing at the hidden door. "Ha ha! The hidden room!" it commanded. "Come back after you defeat the master of that place." Kang Taeson turned his back, stepping into a new challenge. The 22nd floor quest appeared. Defeat the 22nd floor boss to proceed. Reward, Book of Darkness. Monster, low-level ice spirit. Kang Taeson swung his sword, dispersing the ice spirits. The little spirit hovered, praising, "Oh, Hafren did a great job crafting that. You can easily conquer this floor." Kang Taeson replied, "You're right, I didn't expect it to be this good." Kang Taeson admired the blazing sword. The system displayed, Cabot's Relic. Attack power plus 40, increases by plus 15 when fighting fire attributes. He said, "Attack power increased by 10, fire attribute also present. I have high expectations for the materials given to Hafran." The little spirit hovered, recalling the golem ore. Hafran was clearly astonished when he saw it. "I also can't wait to see what he does with it." The white-haired blacksmith appeared, holding the ore and spirit gem, ready to craft. Kang Taeson continued walking. As darkness gradually enveloped, with only the twinkling stars above, Kang Taeson stopped before a mysterious altar. An altar? He was surprised. "Huh? Why is it on the 22nd floor? The little spirit explained. That altar is only found on floors deeper than this one. Kang Taeson approached, the altar emitting a mystical blue light. Huh? What is this? The system announced. You have found Pavsha's altar. Kang Taeson looked up at the towering altar, enveloped in divine light. The system displayed, the god's name is Pavsha. He is the god of self-proof. Kang Taeson asked the little spirit, what kind of challenge will that god give me? The little spirit replied, he is literally a god who gives challenges. The little spirit continued to explain. He will tell you to prove yourself, to show what you've built, something like that. Images of Kang Taeson fighting countless enemies appeared. The little spirit looked worried, saying, it seems like a very easy test if you only look at the success rate, but it's actually a bit vague. The little spirit continued, most adventurers accept Pavsha's challenge. Many fail, even those who come close. The labyrinth never allows ordinary people to pass, and those who do pass are chained. The words and actions of those who had changed, those who returned from the labyrinth, still haunted their minds. Kang Taeson pondered, could they be doppelgangers? The little spirit explained that they weren't copies, but imposters who had been transformed. Kang Taeson pressed, his eyes sharp. What did those who returned from that test say? A faint smile appeared on Kang Taeson's lips, his purple eyes flashing with confidence, as if he had seen through all mystery. The little spirit asked if he would accept the challenge. Kang Taeson replied simply, of course, I have no intention of backing down now. The little spirit explained that the test was just about self-proof. Too many strange things, impossible to understand. It hadn't accepted because it didn't want to take risks. Kang Taeson's eyes lit up. He realized that the gods here were waiting for someone with power equivalent to his. This test was meant for him. A side quest appeared. Pavsha wants to challenge those who come to the altar. Completing it will grant a reward. Kang Taeson reached out his hand, ready to accept. The space suddenly transformed, becoming a realm ablaze with red fire. Kang Taeson was surprised as a dark clone of himself appeared, facing him. This place? A challenge echoed. Prove yourself. Kang Taeson and his dark clone, both holding swords, their eyes burning with determination. The little spirit exclaimed in surprise, he's exactly like you, a perfect copy. Kang Taeson looked at the clone, doubtful. I'm not sure. The dark clone growled, its face, height, physique, even its equipment, all identical. It was Kang Taeson's exact reflection. A surge of blue energy erupted as Kang Taeson kicked off, dashing at wind-ripping speed, leaving a dazzling trail of light on the arena floor. Kang Taeson smiled in surprise, blue energy blazing around him.
Oh, you even have skills?
Both Kang Taeson and the clone swung their swords, one wreathed in red flames, the other in a blue storm. Stormwolf sword, he exclaimed. The two figures clashed fiercely, fiery sword energy and blue storm colliding, creating an explosive whirlwind of energy throughout the space. The dark clone swung its sword, a sharp blue sword energy slashing forward. Kang Taeson parried, but was pushed back, gritting his teeth in endurance. You're nothing special, the clone said coldly. Malliston roared, charging forward enveloped in fiery sword energy. His bloodshot eyes declared, Die! Your soul is mine! Kang Taeson's feet slid across the floor, leaving a friction trail. The previous blow had pushed him far back. Kang Taeson was knocked flying as Malliston glided forward like a nightmare. The system announced, Pavsha's power has decreased, and you have been granted an enhanced trial. Kang Taeson looked up, his purple eyes flashing with determination. He said, I will accept it. The system echoed, Pavsha is pleased with your decision. Malliston stood tall, enveloped in dark aura. A notification appeared. Another soul resides within the alternate self's body. Kang Taeson let out a soft sigh of relief, a faint smile gracing his lips. He seemed to have grasped something important. Malliston looked at the sword in his hand, his voice echoing, It has been a long time since I was in this labyrinth again. Malliston flashed a wicked smile, introducing himself. Pleasure to meet you, adventurer. I am the apostle of the great Pavsha, the one who has set foot on the deepest floor. My name is Malliston. The little spirit's eyes widened in surprise, flying around erratically. Huh? You! It exclaimed in shock. The little spirit flew around Kang Taeson, wondering, I've been wondering where you were all this time. Turns out you've become an apostle? Malliston subtly smirked, his red eyes fixed on Kang Taeson. Warrior, why are you here? He asked. The little spirit asked Kang Taeson, Who is he? Do you know him? Kang Taeson replied, He entered the labyrinth at the same time as me. He was an adventurer who cleared floor 70 using dual swords. Kang Taeson recalled the words of a blonde swordsman. That guy used swordsmanship more than skills, he softly muttered. Warrior. Kang Taeson asked, Which floor is this? The system replied, Floor 22. He looked at his status window. The little spirit cried out in astonishment. Oh my god! How can you possess such good stats, skills, magic, and even dark magic at such an early stage? Maliston, Kang Taeson's dark clone, flashed a cunning smile, his red eyes blazing. He declared this would surely be an exhilarating experience, ready to plunge into battle. Maliston wasted no time, successively activating Ice Arrow and Magic Acceleration, soaring away in a chilling gust of air. Kang Taeson faced the dark clone hovering in the air. The little spirit flew around, witnessing the tense confrontation between the two identical entities. Countless dark clones rushed in, forming a storm of swords. Kang Taeson activated Body Flicker, dodging and parrying amidst the icy rain. Kang Taeson recoiled in surprise. The dark clone had activated a skill that nullified his first attack, making him grit his teeth. In response, Kang Taeson also activated Ice Arrow and Magic Acceleration, preparing for a powerful counterattack. Kang Taeson glided, silently pondering the attack nullification skill. He mused, "Attack nullification? Good heavens. It's really hard to get used to that skill." Maliston flashed a sinister smile, his red eyes burning. He whispered, "This looks like it's going to be fun." Amidst the fierce battle, the little spirit exclaimed in astonishment, "What are you doing? Why are you combining someone else's swordsmanship with your own?" The sword sliced through the air, leaving a dazzling trail of light, signaling a lightning-fast attack. Kang Taeson dodged the blow, silently assessing his powerful opponent. He admitted the dark clone could use Stormscar swordsmanship, but he asserted, "But that's all there is to it." Maliston attacked relentlessly, declaring he had been interested in his swordsmanship for a long time. The two swords clashed, sending sparks flying. Kang Taeson activated Free Choice, prioritizing speed over power. His sword flared with blue light, ready for a decisive blow. With lightning speed, Kang Taeson unleashed a fatal sword strike, aimed directly at his dark clone. Kang Taeson's dark clone was hit, but its red eyes remained resolute. It exclaimed, "It's too late!" Maliston unexpectedly activated Free Choice. He couldn't believe such a skill existed, his face clearly showing anger. Maliston gritted his teeth, his red eyes blazing. A terrifying fiery explosion erupted, engulfing the space. He cried out in horror, "Huh?" Kang Taeson launched a counterattack. Marchozeus's false flames blazed around him, power surging. The little spirit hovered in the air, looking down at the scorched land. It mused, "Well, that's the end of it." Maliston activated endurance to escape death, but still knelt, clutching his head. He groaned, "Good heavens." The fatal blow was nullified for 1 second. Maliston stared at the blue energy mass. He admitted, "For the first time since being a warrior, I was defeated so helplessly." Sweat beaded on his forehead as Maliston closed his eyes. He whispered, "I feel sorry for Lord Pabsha." Tears streamed down his face as Maliston offered a relieved smile. He softly called out, "Ah, Lord Pabsha." Maliston, in his true form, stood opposite Kang Taeson. He said, "Thank you for saying that." Maliston replied, "Thank you, my lord." Maliston smiled brightly, his body dissolving into light. He said, "It's been a long time since I've been this happy adventurer." Pabsha's mission was complete. Kang Taeson leveled up. The little spirit flew around him, asking in astonishment, "Taeson, is this real?" Kang Taeson realized in surprise, The proficiency level of all skills has increased by about 2 to 3%. His spiritual power was activated. Kang Taeson continued to ponder. He realized even his rarely used dark magic skills had increased. "My total power has increased by nearly 200%. The skill, Calmness, reached 100%, upgrading to Serene Mind. Death's threshold also reached 100%, allowing him to detect imminent death in all danger. Pabsha's intervention area narrowed. Kang Taeson had overcome the trial and received his reward, the Dagger of the Proven One. Pabsha offered an apostle contract, but Kang Taeson firmly refused. "I decline." The little spirit sighed. He still hasn't changed. Kang Taeson admired the new dagger, attack plus 25. He said, "I guess it's time for me to change weapons." He had overcome the advanced trial. The little spirit explained this skill usually extends life, like a second chance. Kang Taeson agreed, realizing they would face more hardships. Maliston, the dark clone, recalled his decision. He wondered, are apostle souls bound to the god even after death? Kang Taeson and the little spirit continued their journey, stepping through a mystical gate, delving deeper into the labyrinth. The one who feared death accepted the apostle's offer to maintain eternal power, an irresistible temptation. The small spirit worried, this labyrinth is almost impossible, causing many to give up. Kang Taeson asked about those who didn't give up. The small spirit explained, death means losing everything, but the apostle contract preserves one's ego. Maliston chose the latter path. The small spirit advised Kang Taeson to think carefully, not to rush into accepting the apostle contract. Kang Taeson agreed, decisively casting aside all thoughts. It was time to continue the journey, without hesitation. In the secret room on the 22nd floor, Kang Taeson found a black rune necklace. The small spirit remarked that, with its powerful stats, this was a valuable piece of equipment. Kang Taeson defeated the ice spirit, leveled up, and activated his mental power. He also found a dark book containing magical secrets. On the 23rd floor of the labyrinth, Kang Taeson equipped dragon human leather wrist armor. This item promised to enhance his defense and attack power. Kang Taeson activated the scout skill, and a bright cube appeared. He determined this was exactly what he needed. Kang Taeson stood before the teleportation gate, and an insane spirit appeared. It ordered him to defeat the master of this place before he could return. Kang Taeson was determined to defeat the boss of the secret room on the 23rd floor. Completing this task would also mark the end of that guy's mission. He was ready to begin. The small spirit was surprised, sensing a powerful energy flow hiding itself. Kang Taeson stepped deeper into the mystical forest, where brilliant green light enveloped everything, signaling an impending confrontation. Kang Taeson felt the heavy air, as if something was constricting his chest. He whispered, "The air has changed. It's hard to breathe." In the middle of the forest, a majestic wind spirit appeared. Kashifa, the high-ranking wind spirit of the tree's shadow, with antlers of verdant leaves, radiated ancient energy. Kashifa stared at Kang Taeson, its voice echoing, "You? A human? What is someone like you doing here?" Kang Taeson replied, his gaze firm, "I received a request from the white spirit." The insane spirit appeared, its voice echoing, "That is a corrupted spirit, a deviant without wisdom. If you follow its words, destruction will come upon you." Kashifa growled, its eyes sharp. "So you're talking about that crazy spirit? Did that lowly creature tell you to come kill me?" Kashifa snarled, full of menace. "Then go back! Go do your mission! That's what a human like you should do!" Kang Taeson drew his sword, its blade blazing with fire. He coldly declared, "I apologize, but this is my mission." Kashifa roared, activating the deer walking on wind's path skill, creating a green vortex. "I have shown mercy to a mortal like you, but how dare you burn this land for your petty goals?" Flames erupted fiercely around Kang Taeson, forming a brilliant wall. Kashifa watched the scene in astonishment. Kang Taeson charged straight in, his flaming sword tearing through the air, determined to complete his mission. Kashifa shrieked in rage, wind energy surging. "I won't listen to anything you say! Die!" Kang Taeson smirked, his flaming sword still blazing. "Mercy? That's not something you should offer me." Kang Taeson gripped his sword tightly, his eyes burning with challenge. "Come on!" Kashifa was knocked back, its green energy shattering. "I don't need mercy. I will act according to my own decisions." Maliston's cube floated, its voice echoing. "I have given you the answer. Now I will leave. Remember this well. The wizard is watching your every move." Kang Taeson stood amidst the ruins, his gaze scanning everywhere. Maliston's cube had disappeared. He wondered, he left? Kang Taeson's purple eyes gleamed with thought. He mused, a sentence escaping his lips. "I'm curious." Kang Taeson remained lost in thought, wondering about the one behind it all. The wizard who created the labyrinth? The small spirit appeared, urging Kang Taeson to check the rewards. "Come on, he's gone now. You should look at the rewards." Kang Taeson replied concisely. "All right." 2 items appeared. A snakeskin belt that increased strength and defense, and a glove that once belonged to a Tushan, containing talent and growth. Kang Taeson looked at the items, secretly anticipating magical artifacts. Around him, streams of green energy began to rise. A deep, winding spiral staircase appeared, leading down into the abyss. Kang Taeson stood before the red door, laughing excitedly. "Ha ha 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 ha!" The insane spirit appeared, its face filled with extreme joy. It laughed loudly, its voice full of excitement. "Ha ha!" Finally, green energy swirled, pouring torrentially into the insane spirit's mouth, as if it was devouring something. The insane spirit writhed in pain, emitting choked groans. Kang Taeson and the small spirit watched, saying nothing. Kang Taeson activated the scout skill, blue energy flashing around his eyes. The system announced that the unstable energy around the spirit had almost disappeared. The insane spirit became smaller and calmer, hovering on a trail of green energy. Kang Taeson approached, saying, "Now, I'm almost done." The insane spirit explained, "This is the final floor, floor 29. There's a hidden world there. You'll find it if you use this item in the boss room." Kang Taeson learned the spirit skill, Natural Harmony. The insane spirit was now stable, explaining its change, as if its mission was complete. The insane spirit pointed to a giant ancient tree, saying it was the land of spirits. It wanted Kang Taeson to bring back the roots that sustained that land so it could achieve perfection. The insane spirit's eyes flashed with a mysterious green hue, harboring a deep desire. The small spirit felt uncomfortable with the insane spirit, urging Kang Taeson to leave. The insane spirit whispered, blaming someone. Kang Taeson turned his head, his purple eyes sharp. From somewhere, the insane spirit's whisper echoed, "It's you." "I have that feeling too," Kang Taeson replied. He decided to visit the blacksmith Halfran to get equipment before continuing his journey. Kang Taeson's decisive footsteps echoed on the stairs, signaling thorough preparation for the upcoming challenge. Kang Taeson and the small spirit entered the 19th floor, arriving at Halfran's room. A large door opened, revealing the space within. The white-haired blacksmith with a muscular physique, standing amidst blazing flames, happily greeted them. "You've arrived? Take this. I've turned the materials you gave me into a pair of shoes." Kang Taeson examined the new shoes. Information appeared. Shoes made from golem ore and forged with the power of spirits. Can they contain spirit energy? What does that mean? The white-haired blacksmith explained. The shoes hovering with small spirits around them. You can truly infuse spirit energy into them. Consider it to have a similar effect as infusing it into a warrior's weapon. Kang Taeson pondered, imagining the spirit's power. If it's a warrior's sword, then its effectiveness would surely increase significantly. Kang Taeson presented a green energy orb. "If you can get spirit energy, bring it here. I'll make it for you. That's the reward I received after fighting a high-level spirit." The white-haired blacksmith looked at the orb in astonishment. "Oh, so this is it. You've truly satisfied my curiosity." "Wait a moment." The white-haired blacksmith quickly finished the shoes, the sound of his hammer ringing rapidly. "It'll be done in a moment. I've already infused it with spirit power." Kang Taeson wore the new shoes, which radiated a green light. "These shoes have transformed into something with the power to help me escape all abnormal statuses. The cooldown is quite short, only 1 day. This is really good." The shoes hovered, glowing. A notification appeared. "You will be able to escape anything that binds you. You can only use this skill once per day." The white-haired blacksmith demanded payment. "It's been a long time since I've enjoyed working like this, but I must receive my fee. 3,000 gold. Kang Taeson smiled, surrounded by money and items. For this level of craftsmanship, 3,000 gold is actually cheap. I've earned a lot of money by selling rewards from each floor, so I don't mind at all. The 24th floor quest begins. Defeat the floor boss to pass. The reward is Bale's staff. Low-level dark spirits of the Labyrinth appear. Kang Taeson rushes into battle. Kang Taeson stands in the silent space, 2 swords gleaming. It's time for them to appear. The small spirit hovers, observing. The small spirit winks mischievously. "I can't ruin this fun, so I'll hide for a bit." Kang Taeson activates reconnaissance. A voice rings out cautiously. "Who's there?" The small spirit flies away, leaving Kang Taeson to face what's coming. Kang Taeson stares at the 2 strangers. "So it's you." They are the alliance of the Labyrinth's surrendered ones, the Pathfinders of Sin. Horian Arban, a level 65 surrendered one, angrily questions Kang Taeson. "Who are you? You're from the 2nd floor, aren't you? How dare you set foot in this place?" Horian Arban continues to act superior. "Are you a rookie? Here, rank increases with level. Bastards from upper floors aren't allowed on lower floors without permission. Didn't you know?" Kang Taeson assesses his opponent. He's 10 levels higher than me, but his physical strength isn't much greater. "What a waste of effort," Kang Taeson replies. "Sorry, but I'm not part of the Pathfinders of Sin." Horian Arban is suspicious. "Then who are you?" He smirks. "I don't know how you managed to avoid the monsters and get here. But..." Horian Arban lunges, his sword brandished menacingly. "I'll show you the huge difference between us." A fierce confrontation begins. Horian Arban leaps up, his sword slashing down. "Just die obediently." Kang Taeson calmly faces him, preparing to counter. Horian Arban is horrified, his face changing color. Fire fiercely erupts behind him. A sudden counterattack has struck. "You!" Horian Arban's sword is knocked away. He is stunned, not understanding what just happened. "Huh?" The small spirit is also surprised. The small spirit flits around, its voice full of amusement. "I don't think so, Tilda. This guy is a special case." Horian Arban looks at it, stammering. "Warrior?" Horian Arban stands up, regaining his confidence. "Don't get arrogant. Even if you knocked my sword away, there's an absolute difference in equipment between floors 20 and 30. You won't be able to deal any damage to me." Kang Taeson delivers a critical blow. Horian Arban roars in pain, taking 67 damage. He didn't expect to be so severely wounded. Kang Taeson delivers a critical blow, piercing his opponent's defense with a monstrous skill. Horian Arban takes a terrifying 225 damage. Horian Arban collapses, roaring in pain and fury. "Who are you? I've never heard of a bastard like you." Kang Taeson coldly questions. "Not long ago, a friend of yours went to an upper floor and died, didn't he?" Horian Arban is stunned, the name Zagan appearing in his mind. He wonders, "But I heard his opponent died with him too?" A ghostly figure appears, declaring the rumor to be a lie. Kang Tyson asks about Horian Arban's leaders. He replies that they cannot go to the upper floors right now. Horian Arban lowers his head, revealing that the leaders have been stuck on a certain floor for a very long time. He further explains that they are absent to conquer that floor, and no one will be able to meet them for a while. Kang Tyson shows disdain. Don't tell me they still haven't conquered that place? How pathetic. Then he asks, do you know anything? Kang Tyson explains that the deeper one goes, the more unbelievable the floors become. Conquering planets, facing 3 enemies of the same level, or capturing dragons for equipment are common occurrences. Kang Tyson dismisses everything, asking directly, anyway, that's not the issue. I'm asking you one thing. Is Societe Gardentia still alive? The small spirit and an image of Societe Gardentia smiling appear like a distant memory. Horian Arban replies that he has never heard news of her death and takes that as a sign she is still alive. The small spirit irritably says, enough. A small fry like you couldn't possibly know anything more. Horian Arban closes his eyes, accepting a peaceful death. Kang Tyson's blazing sword finishes him. You've leveled up. Kang Tyson stands firm, receiving the level up notification and activating mental power enhancement. His stats soar, reaching their optimal state. The small spirit flits around, exclaiming that it would be worthwhile if Kang Tyson could reach the deepest floor. Kang Tyson looks down, his eyes resolute, declaring, let's go to the lower floors immediately, because I need to get even stronger. The small spirit is astonished by Kang Tyson's power, unable to believe. Those numbers are incredible. Is it reasonable for someone at level 56 to have such high stats and physical strength? In Kang Tyson's mind, fragmented memories surface, screams, suffering faces, and a boy's carefree smile all engulfed in a sea of fire. Kang Tyson's eyes are filled with determination, he whispers. To change the future. Horian Arban's death is confirmed, as 2 fragments of golden crystal shatter, signaling the end. The scene shifts to a dark corridor, flickering torchlight from the walls creating a gloomy atmosphere. A group of cloaked figures gathers. A blue-haired man, holding a glowing orb, questions, what? Don't tell me he died trying to reach the 31st floor? Is that why those from the 4th floor of the Pathfinders of Sin killed him? The blue-haired man denies it, revealing the truth. No, Horian died on the 24th floor. That's why I called you here. A white-haired, golden-eyed boy speculates, his voice full of doubt. Could he be that bastard? The one who killed Zagan not long ago? I heard he was with the warrior spirit. The blue-haired man confirms Zagan's death on the 20th floor. But the white-haired boy still wonders. That's right. Zagan died while ascending to the 20th floor. But didn't that guy die with Zagan too? The white-haired boy grinds his teeth, his sharp eyes looking forward. He's right. I heard he died. But what if that was just a lie? Kang Tyson looks down into the abyss, his purple eyes gleaming with profundity. Kang Tyson plunges down, his flaming sword blazing, the small spirit flying behind him. The white-haired boy's eyes are full of vigilance, repeating the haunting question. But what if that was just a lie? Kang Tyson continues to plunge deeper, his flaming sword illuminating the path. The small spirit flits beside him, like an indispensable companion. The blue-haired man muses, offering a chilling hypothesis. That's right. It's possible his death was just a lie. Could it be that the surviving second-tier members conspired because they feared death? A black-haired man lies slumped, a sword plunged into his back, black smoke rising. He died fighting Zagan in our jurisdiction on the 30th floor. The bald, scruffy-bearded man clearly shows worry, his eyes full of unease. A group of black-cloaked figures gathers, highly vigilant. That adventurer is a black-haired young man, accompanied by a spirit. The light blue-haired man holds the glowing object, his eyes resolute. He's not an easy opponent. Let's all go to the upper floor. The blonde-haired man doubts. Do you really think all of us need to go up there just to defeat that bastard? The light blue-haired man replies, he defeated Zagan. We cannot be careless. The bald, scruffy-bearded man looks at the blonde-haired man, his eyes full of doubt. Don't you think you're being overly worried? The cloaked mage and the long, black-haired man agree, believing 3 people are enough to deal with it. That's right. I think 3 of us are enough. The bald, scruffy-bearded man scratches his head, deciding to join. I'm going too. I want to finish this quickly and go to sleep. The light blue-haired man gives orders, instructing his teammates to be ready to retreat if the situation becomes dangerous. All right then. The 4 of you can go to the upper floor. Flee immediately if necessary. Kang Tyson and the small spirit advance, facing the 4 waiting members of the expedition team. The bald, scruffy-bearded man greets Kang Tyson, surprised by his opponent's youth. Hello? So you're the one they're talking about, huh? You're younger than I thought. The bald, scruffy-bearded man continues to assess Kang Tyson. Appearances really don't say much. Still, You're really young. Probably around 20 at most, right? Kang Taeson asked coldly. Surprised that only 4 people had come to face him, the little spirit flew beside him. Only 4 of you came here? Kang Taeson's hand rested on his sword hilt, pondering the decline of those lulled by peace. It's the sweet taste of peace and rest that is destroying them. Kang Taeson stepped onto the stairs, noting that the lack of opponents had made them lazy and complacent. Because they've never met an opponent, they've become lazy and full of baseless confidence. The little spirit hovered, expressing disappointment that the other group remained stagnant after decades. I can't believe only 4 people came. They really haven't changed at all. 4 cloaked figures stood in the dim room, one extending a hand, their voice heavy. Things might have been different in the past, but now, all power is fading. Kang Taeson faced the crowd, his purple eyes burning with resolve. He didn't flinch at the mental magic, standing firm alone like a fortress, defying all enemies. Kang Taeson stood tall, his cold, sharp purple eyes sweeping across the battlefield. He casually remarked, "I thought all of you would come. Well, it doesn't matter." At the same time, the scout skill was activated, revealing all mysteries. Another surrendered one appeared, Hajing Roya, level 65. A seasoned warrior with a sharp trident. Her cold eyes and silver hair showed her extensive experience. Could this be a new challenge for Kang Taeson? An archer with long gray hair appeared, his eyes sharp. He was Cassian, a skilled archer with formidable endurance and known as the Surrendered One. A gray-haired, orange-eyed sorceress appeared with a surprised expression. Her status window displayed her name, Aranesia Cleus, the Surrendered One, with 2,350 endurance and a staff as her weapon. Amidst the tension, a new individual appeared. Babin Ruida, level 65, with nearly 3,000 endurance and a dagger as his weapon. He bore the title, the Surrendered One, yet his eyes were full of confidence. Kang Taeson's eyes deepened as he pondered the Surrendered One, Babin Ruida. He wondered, have these people also given up on becoming stronger? A question full of hidden meaning, like a challenge to fate. Kang Taeson stood amidst a green aura, his eyes resolute. He decisively declared, "That's right. We don't need useless talk, do we? And is that enough for you all?" His words were full of challenge, uncompromising. Amidst the mystical green energy, Kang Taeson and the little spirit quietly observed. He thought to himself, they're dividing their roles quite well. They must have put a lot of effort into this. In front, a black-haired archer turned back, his eyes firm, asking, "Are you all ready?" Kang Taeson erupted with green energy, challenging his opponents. The cloaked man with green hair was stunned. "What? What do you mean?" "You've activated the deer walking on the wind's path," Kang Taeson retorted. "Even if you call everyone, it's useless. I said I can wait for you." That confidence quickly vanished. Babin Ruita's purple eyes widened in astonishment, reflecting the blazing fire. "What?" His surprised exclamation tore through the air. The ground trembled as Kang Taeson charged. A dazzling streak of light tore through the air, signaling that the acceleration skill had been activated. He transformed into a phantom, ready for the next strike. Without hesitation, Kang Taeson shot forward like an arrow. His flame sword swung, tearing through the air, creating dazzling streaks of light. The little spirit flew alongside him, joining him in battle. A lightning-fast attack descended. Aranesia activated Frenzy. The gray-haired sorceress tensed, purple energy erupting around her staff. Brilliant golden light shot out. She growled, her eyes resolute. Don't come closer!" Kang Taeson was attacked by mental magic, but it had no effect. One of them exclaimed, "Mental magic doesn't work on him!" The bald, bearded man with a trident charged forward, declaring, "Get out of the way! Let me handle him!" Kang Taeson stood amidst a purple energy flow, his eyes sharp. He didn't need to judge, only to act. The stern-faced man confidently swung his bow, a green arrow tearing through the wind as it flew, certain he had caught his target. But Kang Taeson remained calm. He easily blocked the mental magic arrows, causing his opponent to exclaim in astonishment, "What? He can block my arrows too!" Kang Taeson drew his flame sword, his eyes resolute. He thought to himself, how convenient. Kang Taeson counterattacked swiftly, and Hajing took a heavy blow. He realized in horror. Wait, what kind of damage is this? He's stronger than me. Hajing clutched his wound, his face contorted in pain and helplessness. Aranesia was continuously attacked by fire magic. The sorceress was astonished. He keeps unleashing these magic attacks. How can that bastard use magic? Hajing turned to Aranesia, urging her in a growl. Do something! A gray-haired swordsman charged down, declaring, Leave him to me! He swung his sharp sword, confronting Kang Taeson directly. The gray-haired swordsman and Kang Taeson faced each other, blades flashing in the air. Kang Taeson activated a skill, and mutated roots from Decaravia emerged from the ground. The gray-haired swordsman was bound tightly by the roots, astonished to realize it was dark magic, unable to understand how Kang Taeson could use it. Kang Taeson stood amidst the roots, the little spirit hovering and asking, What happened? Aranesia and the gray-haired swordsman stared at Kang Taeson, wondering, who exactly is he? The gray-haired swordsman was horrified, unable to believe that someone from the second floor could defeat people from the third floor like them. A colossal root slammed down, creating a powerful shockwave, and a terrified scream echoed. Kang Taeson stood tall, his blazing sword still exuding power. Hajing Roya had fallen, and a terrifying cry echoed, signaling a resounding victory. Kang Taeson's footsteps were decisive on the shattered ground. He declared that level or numbers meant nothing before his absolute power. Kang Taeson's purple eyes were sharp and cold, enveloped in purple energy. He asserted that those who abandoned the path of enhancement could never defeat him. Aranesia gritted her teeth, her face revealing despair mixed with fury. "This cannot continue," she roared. Aranesia activated Storm Arrow, and a colossal ice arrow appeared. She yelled loudly, demanding everyone stay away. Die! The little spirit hovered, observing the magic being cast. It mumbled, there should at least be some mid-level magic from those on the third floor. Kang Taeson looked at the ice arrow, his hand gathering brilliant golden energy. He thought to himself, I want that skill too. A dazzling explosion erupted, electrical energy spreading everywhere. Kang Taeson coldly declared, it's over. Aranesia's eyes widened in shock as the system announced Kang Taeson had activated Force Duel, making it so only she could deal damage for 10 seconds. Aranesia, Cassian, and Babin Ruita fell one after another. The system continuously reported victories and level-ups, simultaneously activating mental power enhancement for Kang Taeson. Kang Taeson stood there, his back turned, watching the continuous system notifications appear. His agility, strength, intelligence, and physique were all permanently increased. Kang Taeson received the special skill Stealth and the basic magic Windburst. He pondered. His stats increased by about 100, but was Stealth any different from invisibility? The skill screen clearly displayed. Stealth consumes 20 mana, mastery level 1%. This skill helps conceal the body and presence, though it is still very undeveloped at present. Kang Taeson tried activating the basic magic Windburst, consuming 9 mana, mastery level 1%. The wind surged powerfully. He remarked, this is a quick skill. The little spirit compared Windburst to Lightning Strike from the secret room. It wasn't too strong, but useful because there was no delay. A treasure chest suddenly glowed. Firelight flickered from the torch on the wall. Tiny sparkling particles glinted in the air, signaling a new chapter about to unfold. The cloaked brown-haired man panicked. Wait, it hasn't even been 2 hours. He hastily asked, shouldn't we fight him before he gets stronger? In another room, the silver-haired man stood next to the silver-haired boy, calmly looking at the sparkling item. He coldly announced, all 4 of them are dead. The green-haired man stood amidst the cloaked group, his expression heavy. He said, that bastard killed 4 of us in just 2 hours. 6 people won't make a difference. The cloaked group anxiously asked, so what should we do? The green-haired man decided, just wait. He's still on the 24th floor. The chances of winning are low. It's better to buy time and contact members from lower floors. An empty room with a large round table, devoid of people. Words echoed throughout the space. Wait for the high-ranking members to return. The scene shifted to an ancient stone wall under the morning sun, covered in lush greenery, a profound stillness enveloping it. Kang Taeson appeared, his purple cloak billowing in the wind, standing in the middle of a wide courtyard. The little spirit hovered beside him, sparkling particles glinting. Kang Taeson looked straight ahead, his eyes resolute. The little spirit was beside him. He calmly said, they didn't come. My prediction was correct. The small spirit hovered, looking annoyed. It said, those from the pathfinders of sin are just cowards who keep delaying judgment. Truly disappointing. It continued, they'll probably wait for the higher-ups to return. Kang Taeson replied, I don't know if that's the right answer for them. Kang Taeson looked down at the glowing blue status window. The small spirit hovered beside him, looking curious. The small spirit said, anyway, you've given them more time. It asked, huh? Why? Kang Taeson looked at the status window, his purple eyes glinting. He replied, a quest just appeared. It's time to return to my homeland. A special quest notification appeared, glowing brightly. Special quest start. Return to Earth. Within 1 week you will return to the land you abandoned. Survive and come back. Rewards based on performance. Asterisk. You cannot refuse. The quest notification remained visible, powerful, amidst the shimmering space, like an undeniable summons. The man in the green cloak and the woman in the black cloak were surprised and angry. The man in the green cloak exclaimed, it's driving me crazy. The woman in the black cloak said, I don't want to. I like it here. Where will they take us this time? The black-haired man and another black-haired woman stood next to each other, looking surprised. The black-haired man thought, "It seems a lot of people are in shock." In a ruined city, shrouded in smoke and dust, the woman rode a purple monster. She said with a desperate look, "I don't want to go back to Earth." Kang Tasan stood behind, watching two players converse. The long, black-haired woman explained the tragic deaths, while the blonde-haired man worried about the labyrinth's safety. Kang Tasan calmly announced that he had posted a conquest guide to the community. He then asked the other party about conquering the 7th floor. The blonde-haired man confirmed they were on the same floor. The long, black-haired woman asked if they could complete the quest smoothly, her face full of worry. Kang Tasan reminded them they still had time, then set a new goal, conquering the 8th floor. He revealed that the god of trials, Oman, resided there, where they would face challenges suited to their strength. Kang Tasan reassured them that they wouldn't have to brave danger. The small spirit hovered nearby, witnessing the scene. Suddenly, the man in the green cloak and the woman in the black cloak appeared, rushing towards Kang Tasan. The blonde-haired man pleaded for help. Kang Tasan, surprised, asked about the hard mode situation. The blonde-haired man scratched his head, giving a forced laugh as he reported the situation. The death toll was decreasing, and they were gradually progressing deeper. The woman in the black cloak clutched her stomach, her face pained, complaining about the burden of 30,000 lives. The blonde-haired man reminded her of her responsibility, and she merely grumbled. Kang Tasan smiled with satisfaction, praising the hard mode players for their preciousness and efforts, then arranged to meet them again in a week. The small spirit sighed, looking annoyed, lamenting that no one could understand the intentions of those madmen. The small spirit hovered beside Kang Tasan, who was looking at a virtual console. It suddenly realized a new quest had been summoned, even though not much time had passed. Kang Tasan mused, confirming he had experience with return quests. However, he was still unsure if this time would be the same as before, a clear caution in his eyes. Kang Tasan stood amidst a surge of purple energy, his gaze resolute. He declared he was still not satisfied with himself, showing his will for continuous improvement. The small spirit observed nearby. An ancient stone staircase, covered in the dust of time, led down into the depths. A fierce burst of golden energy erupted, tearing through the space in the 24th floor boss room. Kang Tasan stood amidst the brilliant light, surrounded by golden sparks after defeating the 24th floor boss. He received the loot, Baal's staff. The small spirit flew around joyfully. Baal's staff, a dark weapon with enhanced magic. Just by touching it, it could drive the weak-minded insane. Kang Tasan looked at the staff, already scheming. I can offer this to the demon god. Another ring appeared, the spring water ring, enhancing stats and providing clean water. Kang Tasan wondered, should I use it now? He put on the ring, and a stream of clear water immediately gushed out. The small spirit was surprised, and Kang Tasan was also taken aback. The water flowed into a puddle, enough for 3 bottles. Kang Tasan realized its value. This is the kind of skill that will definitely be needed someday. I'm so lucky. In another world, under a starry night sky, 2 gaunt men huddled in a tent, their faces full of despair. Kang Tasan gripped the ring tightly, his gaze resolute. At least I won't let anyone die of dehydration. It will be very useful on Earth. The small spirit flew around, its voice narrating, Tasan. After that, all preparations proceeded quickly. Kang Tasan offered a sacrifice to Lucifer in exchange for a new dark skill, enveloped by the power of darkness. He continued to purchase equipment from the white-haired blacksmith. Finally, Kang Tasan was ready. Finally, it's time for a new skill. He stepped into the 25th floor of the labyrinth, a vast space, bathed in light like a new world. The small spirit exclaimed in surprise, What? A skill that doubles damage? And it's unconditional? How did you get that skill? He faced countless shadow monsters. Kang Tasan asked, You said the monsters on the 25th floor split if attacked physically, right? The small spirit replied, That's right. The cooldown is about 3 minutes. Kang Tasan decided to exploit their weakness. I'll take advantage of that. That skill can only be obtained when I face many enemies. I need to get that skill within a week. Kang Tasan's eyes deepened. It seems the demon god knows about my past and time distortion. Do you think Go Shin doesn't know about that? Lucifer appeared, asking directly, You're preparing to return to Earth, aren't you? Kang Tasan replied, You knew about that. Lucifer was annoyed by her lowly subordinates causing trouble. Kang Tasan was surprised, asking if the demon god knew the reason behind those actions. Lucifer shook her head slightly, her eyes full of hidden meaning. You know that, well, I cannot tell you. Kang Tasan mused, understanding that he had to go deeper to find the answer. I still need to go deeper to do that, right? Lucifer smirked meaningfully, the air around her beginning to swirl. You're right. Now let's get straight to the point. You want a skill, don't you? Lucifer raised her hand, a surge of dark magic enveloping Kang Tasan. She said she would grant him a necessary skill. as a reward for humiliating his enemies. A new skill appeared before Kang Taesun's eyes. Basic Dark Magic, Prayer to the Demon God. This skill allows summoning shadow spirits and increases magic recovery speed during meditation. Kang Taesun was stunned by the new skill. What is this? Lucifer smiled mysteriously, asserting, "That is something you will definitely need. There will be a time when dark magic is useful, and you will thank me." Purple magic swirled around Lucifer as she warned Kang Taesun not to die. "Those bastards won't sit still, so you're definitely going to have a hard time." The surrounding space transformed. Sharp lines and swirling purple energy signaling a shift. Kang Taesun appeared amidst a swarm of shadow spirits. He thought, even the demon god is concerned. Clearly, the Goshen will interfere. This skill should be enough to deal with them. The small spirit flew around Kang Taesun, surprised. Huh? Since when have there been so many shadow spirits? You haven't moved or attacked them much. Kang Taesun raised his hand, a purple energy band around his wrist. It must be thanks to this protective item. It's more useful than I thought. I can't believe I bought such a unique item in the shop. The wrist guard, with a clear will to kill, was visible. It increased attack and defense, automatically destroying everything except its owner, created from a witch's whim. The small spirit flew around in astonishment. Wow. So that's it. I can't believe that item can attack automatically. It's true that luck always follows you in many ways. Kang Taesun chuckled softly, looking up. I know, right? It's as if the gods are toying with me. The white-haired blacksmith asked Kang Taesun if he wanted to buy that wristband, as it had high attack power so few people bought it. The small spirit commented that the blacksmith seemed to like him. Kang Taesun suddenly remembered. The white-haired blacksmith remarked that the wristband seemed to be made for Kang Taesun. Despite its strange features, it achieved a high level of perfection. He was sure Kang Taesun would like it. A ribbon of purple energy snaked across the blue sky, like a mysterious mark, hinting at the latent power of the item just mentioned. The small spirit hovered, asking Kang Taesun with a surprised look. Taesun, I understand you need a lot of enemies for this, but what do you plan to do with them? The small spirit remarked that this item was valuable. Kang Taesun held his twin swords, surrounded by countless shadow spirits, thinking to himself, I guess it will be enough to get that skill, though I'm not sure if I have enough time. Kang Taesun looked up, recalling the perseverance skill he acquired after defeating the golem guarding the spring. He explained, its effectiveness increases when I perform repetitive movements. Kang Taesun revealed his goal. If he uses perseverance to win, he will gain the plus skill, which can double all damage dealt. Purple energy flared around him. The little spirit wondered about the conditions of the plus skill, whether it would increase basic attack power or be difficult to link with other skills. Kang Taesun replied, that's not the case. It will double damage unconditionally. The little spirit was utterly astonished. What? What kind of unbelievable skill is that? Unconditional? Kang Taesun sternly said, I don't have much time left. I have to start now, so be quiet. Countless spherical dark entities, with small horns and glowing eyes, appeared densely, awaiting the battle. Kang Taesun smiled confidently, his eyes resolute. Purple energy exploded around him as he declared, now, let's do it. Kang Taesun stood amidst a sea of colossal dark monsters, the little spirit flying beside him. He was ready to face the arduous challenge. Kang Taesun swung his sword, creating a brilliant golden streak of light that tore through the air, heading straight for the dark monsters. Kang Taesun charged into the horde of monsters, each sword swing generating waves of purple energy, hitting multiple targets simultaneously. Kang Taesun continued to swing his sword. Damage notifications constantly appeared. Dark Spirit 102 takes 243 damage. Dark Spirit 100 takes 244 damage. Dark Spirit 95 takes 245 damage. The little spirit was still confused. So, you're saying this is how you get the plus skill that doubles the damage you deal? But all I see is you constantly swinging your sword. The little spirit suddenly realized, its face astonished. The damage he's dealing is gradually increasing. Could it be that he's going to double it that way? Kang Taesun swung his sword powerfully, his eyes resolute. The perseverance skill would increase in effectiveness as he repeated actions, a simple yet potent rule. And that effect wasn't limited to efficiency, it also included damage. Kang Taesun swung his sword amidst the horde of dark monsters, each strike carrying hope. His sword flashed. To double the damage to 480 this way, he needed about 200 attacks. A grueling challenge awaited. He continued to swing his sword relentlessly, the little spirit hovering and observing. A dark monster was hit, taking 249 damage. The road was still long, sweat beaded on his forehead. Kang Taesun panted. He whispered, next. Despite his fatigue, his will to fight remained undiminished. He continued his fierce assault. A dark monster was knocked away, but Kang Tae-sun also had to grit his teeth and endure a counterattack. Kang Tae-sun was exhausted, he whispered. I'm tired. Nevertheless, he still swung his sword, another dark monster taking 243 damage. The little spirit asked worriedly, You're back to square one again. How many more times do you have to do this? Are you sure that's an achievable skill? You must have defeated over 1,000 spirits already. Amidst the pitch-black horde of monsters, the little spirit continued to question. Do you really think you can precisely control your power while dodging their attacks? Even one small mistake will lead to failure. Kang Tae-sun calmly replied, explaining the skill's value. That skill is very valuable, so it's worth the effort. Many adventurers can't even acquire the Enhances Attack Power skill. He recalled that most of those who acquired this skill were hard mode players. Kang Tae-sun's eyes gleamed, his determination unwavering. The little spirit frantically pointed out. Even so, don't you see them multiplying? Everything will only get harder. Wouldn't it be better if you cleared them out and started again after a good night's sleep? The horde of dark monsters continued to appear, flooding the battlefield. They were a persistent challenge, not easily given up on. Kang Tae-sun chuckled softly, his eyes full of confidence. You think so? But I think this can be done, because it's nothing compared to the first time I acquired Plus. He recalled that in easy mode, he had to fight many different types of monsters to acquire the skill. It was hard to find a place with as many concentrated monsters as today. With sharp eyes and a confident smile, Kang Tae-sun swung his sword. He was ready to face any challenge, without hesitation. Kang Tae-sun was highly focused, swinging his sword through the dark entities. He was controlling every minute detail of his movements. Kang Tae-sun closed his eyes, sweat beading. He knew every element had to be perfect for the Perseverance skill to activate. Every step Kang Tae-sun took was steady, controlling the speed of his sword swing down to the millimeter. Kang Tae-sun's gaze was resolute, his sword's direction and his sight unified, without the slightest deviation. Every muscle movement, the distance between his feet, all were meticulously adjusted by Kang Tae-sun. Kang Tae-sun swung his sword skyward, purple and yellow energy exploding, creating a majestic sight. A terrifying dark entity appeared. Kang Tae-sun knew that, thanks to the proof of struggle from Rocky Radas, his stats would increase every time he defeated an enemy. Kang Tae-sun looked down, the little spirit hovering beside him, observing the battle. Kang Tae-sun swung his sword, dispersing the dark entities. He had to constantly adjust his strength because increasing stats directly affected his movements. Kang Tae-sun turned his head, sweat beading on his forehead, his face showing tension. Kang Tae-sun angrily exclaimed, Damn it! The little spirit was also surprised. Again? Kang Tae-sun continued to fight. What was worse, the movements of the dark spirits constantly changed, making them difficult for him to grasp. Kang Tae-sun stood upright, the little spirit circling. He said, I'm human. Of course I get angry. Then he reassured himself. Anyway, at least I'm not dead, right? The little spirit erupted in rage. Hey, you idiot! It's been 4 days, it yelled. You only need to do it 3 more times. Why do you keep failing when you're so close to success? Aren't you angry? Kang Tae-sun looked at the little spirit, his face still a bit bewildered, speechless. Kang Tae-sun looked down, his eyes thoughtful. Well then, now. Kang Tae-sun continued to swing his fiery sword, attacking the dark spirits. One more time. He gritted his teeth, his purple eyes burning with determination, continuously striking. Again. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Kang Tae-sun growled, his anger flaring. Again. Amidst the horde of dark spirits, Kang Tae-sun stood tall, his sword raised high like a challenge. Kang Tae-sun poured all his strength, his eyes fixed forward, while the little spirit hovered and observed. His eyes blazed, his hand gripping his sword tightly, continuously unleashing critical blows. I'll do it again, no matter how many times. With one final fiery slash, Kang Tae-sun exclaimed excitedly, That's it! Kang Tae-sun was stunned when the system reported that he had almost doubled his damage without using any other skills. He looked at the new skill notification, a satisfied smile on his face. I did it. The plus skill would double his damage. The little spirit was astonished. After 6 days, 132 hours of labor, and 1,012 failures, he finally succeeded. He finally acquired the plus skill. Now it was time to test his new power. Kang Tae-sun activated Strong Attack. He charged into a relentless assault, activating Chain Attack, inflicting terrifying damage on the dark spirits. Kang Tae-sun's sword blazed. He activated Plus, delivering another powerful blow. The little spirit was dumbfounded, unable to believe its eyes. Huh? The little spirit was astonished by Kang Tae-sun's power, wondering if this was the damage of a first-floor inhabitant. His skill combination was incredible. Kang Tae-sun turned to the little spirit, a confident smile on his face. Well, pretty useful, right? The little spirit angrily shrieked. Are you kidding me? Unbelievable! Hey, you only have 2 hours left before returning to Earth.
Are you planning to go back in this tattered state?
Labyrinth floor 25. A wide stone path opened up under a clear blue sky. The air was still, awaiting a new journey. Kang Taesin rushed forward like a gust of wind, his sword swinging to create brilliant purple and yellow energy streams, tearing through space. The little spirit followed closely. The little spirit flew to Kang Taesin, urging, "Taesin, it's time, let's go." He looked up, his eyes full of determination. Dazzling light enveloped Kang Taesin. "You've leveled up. You're in your best condition." He subtly smirked. Almost, a purple spatial rift appeared, tearing through the sky. Kang Taesin and the little spirit stood there, gazing into the mysterious void. Kang Taesin smiled confidently, purple energy flaring around him. "I know what those bastards are up to. We'll see. I won't lose that easily." The spatial rift expanded, revealing the familiar image of Earth. A special mission notification appeared. "Special mission has begun. Prepare at the City Hall within 24 hours. The scene was chaotic. Players were suddenly teleported. A terrified scream echoed, full of panic and surprise. At the City Hall, a long-haired woman with black hair knelt, desperate. "No, I want to go back." Fear enveloped her. Kang Taesin and the little spirit stood high above, looking down at the panicked crowd. Sigh. How many more will die this time? "I want to go back to the labyrinth," the little spirit angrily said. "Look at them. Those people are always stubbornly hateful. Will it start from the City Hall this time?" Kang Taesin pondered. He observed the desperate faces. They seemed more disheartened than last time. Leading these people to conquer this mission will be very difficult. Kang Taesin stood tall, his gaze firm, ready to face it. To prepare for the next mission in the next 24 hours. A long-haired woman with black hair, wearing light armor, was writing. She subtly frowned. Is someone talking about me?" Kang Taesin pondered. "Certainly. I alone won't be enough. Perhaps I need a little help." The image of the black-haired woman appeared in his mind. The world was plunged into ruin. Corpses lay scattered, and simple graves rose amidst the desolation. As everyone trembled in fear, Earth's second return was drawing near. In the middle of a modern city, the government building stood tall, surrounded by roads and green spaces. A strangely peaceful scene after all that had happened. Kim Hui-yeon sighed wearily, sweat beading on her forehead as she hugged a stack of papers. When will I ever finish this pile?" she lamented. Kim Hui-yeon buried her face in her hands at the desk, amidst a sea of papers. She couldn't believe she had to categorize the stats, equipment, and fighting spirit of all players at Yonggin City Hall, with only 12 hours left. A brown-haired man in armor smiled and placed another stack of papers. "There's nothing you can do. Didn't he assign this task to you?" the man said. Kim Hui-yeon angrily retorted. "But this is too much. Surely there's someone better than me." Kang Taesin suddenly appeared through the window, the little spirit hovering beside him. He said, "There's no such person, Kim Hwa-yeon." Kim Hwa-yeon exclaimed in surprise. "Kang Taesin? Did you come in through the window?" Kang Taesin looked at the girl, then glanced over the stack of documents. He replied, "Yeah, it's more convenient than walking down a long hallway. Anyway, there are too many documents here." The stack of documents was piled high. Kim Hui-yeon confirmed, "Yes, there are a lot." Kang Taesin mused. "Even so, it's less than last time, although that's not a good thing." Kang Taesin placed a comforting hand on Kim Hui-yeon's head, the little spirit hovering. He said, "You're doing great. Don't blame yourself too much." She replied, "Thank you, but couldn't you assign this to someone else?" Kang Taesin explained, "I can't do it because I have other things, and it doesn't suit my abilities." The brown-haired man in armor added, "And he's better at support than management." He chuckled. "Haha, that's truly my calling." In Kang Taesin's mind, images of two other people appeared. He thought, besides Lee Tae-young being too passive, Kang Jun-hyuk is still too young. Kang Taesin continued to think. An image of Kim Hui-yeon sitting with stern old men appeared. He said, "And we can't entrust it to those rotten old farts." The old men expressed their displeasure. In contrast, Kang Taesin, Kim Hui-yeon, the brown-haired man in armor, Lee Tae-yeon, and Kang Jun-hyuk stood proudly, exuding a powerful aura. Kang Taesin looked sternly, while Kim Hui-yeon was worried. He said, "Furthermore, the person who can suppress the voices of those in power must at least be someone from hard mode. That's why you're perfectly suited for this, Kim Hui-yeon." A painful memory resurfaced. On the third return mission, only about 5,000 people survived after the incident caused by Choi Young-hyuk. At that time, even D and E-grade monsters appeared, and everyone was crushed. In the chaotic scene, everyone panicked and fled from the terrifying explosion, with giant monster shadows looming behind them. Most gave up on their lives and only knew how to run. Even in that desperate situation, Kim Hui-yeon still managed. Kim Hui-yeon stood firm amidst the rubble, sword in hand, her gaze resolute. She saved more than half of the players and brought them back to Seoul. Kim Hui-yeon's face was smeared with blood, her eyes full of determination. If she had lived longer, Kim Hui-yeon collapsed, blood splattered across her face. Kang Tae-sun wondered, hasn't the situation changed a bit? Kim Hui-yeon sat at her desk, her face tired, hand propping her chin, sighing. Kang Tae-sun appeared with the little spirit. Kang Tae-sun said, well, you'll realize it yourself eventually. So, keep trying. We don't have much time left, do we? Kim Hui-yeon flinched. Kang Tae-sun leaped out the window. Kim Hui-yeon angrily shouted, what? Didn't you come here to help me? You're so annoying. The little spirit hovered, saying, hurry up. Kim Hui-yeon, the chosen one. Kang Tae-sun stood in the middle of the city street, looking up at the giant spatial rift expanding in the sky. The little spirit said, Tae-sun, the rift is clearly growing larger. Kang Tae-sun replied, yes, it's expanding as if it can't wait to wreak havoc. It must be at least C or B grade. Kang Tae-sun turned his back, looking at the rift. The little spirit asked, are you talking about Go Shins? Kang Tae-sun replied, those bastards are very strong. They're so strong that they defy our common sense. The little spirit confusedly asked, those filthy bastards. Why would they do something so troublesome? Kang Tae-sun pondered. He thought, initially, I just thought they were messing with returning players through the rift, but the demon god could destroy a star instantly. An image of Lucifer appeared. Kang Tae-sun continued to think, there's no way the Goshins who competed with the Labyrinth gods would only have that much power. It's strange. The little spirit asked, they say the Goshins destroyed 258 worlds in 12 years, right? Don't you think that rate of destruction is too slow compared to the power they possess? Kang Tae-sun and the little spirit continued to deduce. The little spirit said, that's very possible. Whatever it is, we'll find out when we delve deeper into the labyrinth. Kang Tae-sun drew his sword, his gaze firm. He said, or we'll find out soon enough. A colossal rift appeared, emitting an ethereal purple light, like a gateway to another world. Chaotic energy swirled, signaling a momentous event about to unfold. A system notification popped up, announcing the start of a special mission. Special mission begins. This mission is assigned to all players in the southern Gyeonggi province area. Gather at Yongin City Hall. Deadline: 1 week. Amidst the bustling crowd, a brown-haired man in armor confusedly asked, do we have to go all the way to Yongin City Hall? A hopeful brown-haired woman in a red shirt said, I have a friend in the Yongin area. The group hurried forward on the ruined road. A worried brown-haired man in a yellow shirt said, I have relatives there. Another voice echoed, are they still alive? Kim Hui-yeon led the group through the desolate city. She warned, however, I'm sure there are monsters everywhere. She encouraged, don't worry. You've also gotten stronger by going down into the labyrinth. Suddenly, the sky tore open, and terrifying multi-headed red monsters and purple tentacled monsters appeared, spreading terror. A system notification popped up. Monster 126887995 has appeared. Kim Hui-yeon tried to reassure everyone. Also, hard mode players will protect you by your side, she urged. There will be more people when we reach Yongin City. Please try a little harder. Her expression became tense. Monsters surged forward. Kim Hui-yeon decisively ordered, monsters, everyone, run. She affirmed, the hard mode players will handle this. A loud thud echoed as a brave player stomped their foot on the ground, creating an explosive surge of energy, ready to confront. Lee Tae-yeon charged forward, his sword swinging fiercely. He shouted, no, we'll help too. Kim Hwa-yeon stared at the scene in astonishment. Lee Tae-yeon and Kang Jun-hyuk fought together, creating sharp sword strikes. Kim Hyu-yeon sighed in relief, saying thanks. Lee Tae-yeon and Kang Jun-hyuk, thank you. Kang Tae-sun appeared, his gaze firm. A notification popped up. You have activated Frost Arrow, he muttered. Damn it, there are so many of them. Kang Tae-sun leaped into the air, unleashing countless sharp, icy arrows that shot straight into the horde of monsters. The icy arrows pierced through the purple tentacled monsters, shattering them into fragments of ice, creating a beautiful scene of destruction. Kang Tae-sun prepared his finishing blow, his fist glowing brightly. He declared decisively, let's end this quickly. Kang Tae-sun knelt, looking at the whip in his hand. The small spirit floated beside him, commenting, Tae-sun, that whip, it's a really good item. Its range is about 2 meters, and its speed is also very good. Kang Tae-sun looked down at the monsters, his gaze firm. He thought to himself, even though the whip was useful, he didn't have time to catch them one by one. It was time to use a big move. A surge of purple energy erupted around Kang Tae-sun. He activated the skill Decaravia's mutated plants, and dark tentacles extended from the ground, engulfing the area. The group of survivors panicked as the giant tentacles appeared. A brown-haired man in a yellow shirt asked in horror,
What is this? Is this another monster?
Kang Taesun reached out, and blue energy surged. The small spirit floated, wondering, "Hey, isn't that overkill?" Kang Taesun replied, "There's something I want to try." Kang Taesun's hand glowed brightly, and sharp ice arrows continuously formed. He activated Ice Arrow and Magic Acceleration, preparing for a devastating attack. Standing amidst the red and purple monsters, Kang Taesun summoned a gigantic ice orb. He believed that the area of effect skill he once used in Begujeda would work this time. The ice orb plunged down, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Dazzling blue light enveloped everything, destroying everything in sight, transforming the landscape into a frozen wasteland. Amidst the smoke and ice fragments, Kang Taesun reached out, his eyes confident. He decisively bid farewell. Goodbye. The group of survivors, including Kim Hui-yun, were stunned by the destructive power. A brown-haired man in armor exclaimed, "Huh, that direction." A young man looked towards Kang Taesun, who was standing amidst the rubble. He asked in astonishment, "Hyung Nim, what the hell is going on?" The small spirit flew around Kang Taesun, commenting, "Well, no one can stop him." Kang Taesun replied, "You're here? This side is done. I guess that side is almost done too, right?" Another young man, his face filled with extreme fear, shouted, "Yes." He wondered, "Is that person really a monster?" From above, the entire destroyed area was revealed. A gigantic crater with widespread cracks where Kang Taesun's power had struck, leaving a terrifying mark. A few hours later, at the base building, Kang Taesun stood looking at the structure completely covered by Decaravia's mutated plants, a solid defense. Kang Taesun walked over to the group of survivors who were looking at him with strange expressions. He asked, "What's wrong with these people?" Kang Taesun ordered everyone to go inside and rest. He reassured them that normal monsters wouldn't be able to penetrate this defense, and they needed to move tomorrow. A man in a blue shirt exclaimed, "Hey, that's the guy." He took down all the monsters by himself. The small girl beside him timidly asked, "Is he human?" The small spirit angrily floated, its tone full of indignation. "Thanks to you, they're safe for the day, yet they're clearly wary of you?" Kang Taesun indifferently turned his back. "I don't care. I'm used to that kind of reaction. The important thing is to complete the mission and learn everything about Go Shin." The small spirit was still annoyed. "No, but still." Rushing footsteps echoed on the ground, signaling a new journey. Kim Hui-yun led the group forward, asking Kang Taesun, "Taesun, I heard you were looking for us?" She hesitated. "What's wrong?" Kang Taesun replied, "Are you really asking me that, when you don't even want to spar comfortably?" The brown-haired man in light armor smiled, breaking the silence. "Do you want us to spar with you like last time?" Kim Hui-yun, standing next to him, looked confused. Kang Taesun extended his hand, and a glowing red object appeared. He ordered, "That's right! Go out and get your weapons! We'll start now!" The brown-haired man in light armor clenched his fist, his eyes burning with determination. "All right, I won't lose easily this time." Kang Taesun flashed a confident smile, his purple eyes gleaming with anticipation. "I can't wait any longer." The confrontation between Kang Jin-hyuk and Kang Taesun erupted. Kang Jin-hyuk charged forward. Then, "Here I come," Kang Taesun replied with a challenging tone. "All right, let's see what your skills are like." After a night of relentless training, Kang Taesun looked down at the exhausted group. Lee Tae-yong gasped. I can't even lift my arm." Kang Taesun sighed. "Well, we've been up all night." Kang Taesun exhaled, declaring, "All right, that's enough for today." He continued to instruct, "You all need to keep training during your time on Earth." The brown-haired man in light armor panted. Kim Hui-yun hesitated. "You did a lot today." Kang Taesun coldly replied, "It's nothing. We'll be leaving soon, so don't be lazy and prepare yourselves well." Kang Taesun looked at the exhausted group, exclaiming, "Those fools!" The small spirit erupted in anger. Do they think others treating them well is a given? Instead of recovering their strength, they're throwing away all their potential? Weaklings! If it were me, I would have abandoned them from the start. Kang Taesun gazed into the distance, his purple eyes gleaming with thought. They need to be stronger to fight the apostles, he told himself, his voice full of determination. I need to push them even harder. Kim Hui-yun involuntarily shivered. I don't know why. I'm getting chills down my spine. The brown-haired man in light armor beside her nodded. It's probably just an illusion, right? Kim Hui-yun led the group, her gaze fixed firmly ahead. Let's go! She decisively ordered, while 2 guards stood watch inside the building. 3 days later, at Yongin City Hall, the group finally arrived. A member of the group cheered joyfully. We're finally here. 2 guards immediately blocked their path, their eyes sharp. The axe-wielding guard sternly asked, Stop! Where are you from? Kim Hui-yun raised her hand to reassure them, explaining they were from Anyang. The axe-wielding guard was astonished, recognizing her. Huh? Aren't you Baek-eun? The axe-wielding guard took Kim Hui-yeon's hand, his face surprised. "Hui-yeon Nuna? You're here?" Kim Hui-yeon flashed a radiant smile, replying, "Yes, you're in Yongin. It's good to see you." The guard happily said, "Me too. Please wait here for a moment. I'll be back with our king." Kim Hui-yeon was surprised. Okay. Kim Hui-yeon watched the guard's retreating figure, thinking to herself, but he just said, "King?" A sense of unease crept in. A man named Seo Jang-san, a hard-mode player, appeared with an overwhelming aura. You said you came from Anyang?" he asked, his voice full of authority. Kim Hui-yeon stared at the man in astonishment, recognizing him. "Huh? Seo Jang-san?" Kang Tae-san stood hidden behind, silently observing. Kim Hui-yeon rushed over, her face beaming with joy. "Seo Jang-san, you're here too!" Kang Tae-san and the group remained behind. Seo Jang-san looked at Kim Hui-yeon with a stern gaze, calling her name Kim Hui-yeon. Then Seo Jang-san gave a slight smile, his expression softening. "Is that you?" They shook hands. Kim Hui-yeon happily said, "Yes, it's me. Good to see you here." Seo Jang-san replied, "Me too. Welcome to Yongin." Seo Jang-san looked at the large group behind Kim Hui-yeon, wondering, "By the way, why are there so many people? Did you all really come from the same area?" Kim Hui-yeon explained, "There are about 20,000 people in total. We were very lucky." Seo Jang-san was astonished. 20,000? How was that possible? Kang Tae-san was still standing there. Kim Hui-yeon explained to Seo Jang-san about the strong individuals from solo mode that she had mentioned in the labyrinth. Kang Tae-san and the brown-haired man stood nearby, listening. Seo Jang-san pondered, realizing these people were likely the famous individuals often mentioned in the community. The brown-haired man was confused, wondering why Seo Jang-san was looking at them with strange eyes. Kim Hui-yeon was also bewildered, unable to explain it. Seo Jang-san suddenly changed his demeanor, flashing a bright smile and clapping his hands, saying that they must have had a very difficult time getting here. Seo Jang-san gave an order, announcing that the mission wasn't over and sent guards to escort the group to rest. The group began to follow. The group moved through a spacious corridor, sighing in relief. "Oh, this place is really roomy," a woman said. "I can finally rest comfortably." The brown-haired man wondered about Seo Jang-san's strangeness. Kim Hui-yeon thought it was just because he wasn't used to it. Kang Tae-san remained silent, listening. The brown-haired man was still puzzled, believing that Seo Jang-san's gaze was not a misunderstanding but clear displeasure. Kang Tae-san looked directly at Kim Hui-yeon, his sharp purple eyes asking if she felt the same way. Kang Tae-san closed his eyes, musing that perhaps the unsettling feeling wasn't a misunderstanding. The brown-haired man and Kim Hui-yeon looked at each other in surprise, realizing they both had the same feeling about Seo Jang-san. Kang Tae-san turned around, announcing he would go look around. He allowed anyone who wanted to rest to do so, and anyone who wanted to come along to follow. The modern high-rise building stretched into the sky, harboring many unknowns. In a room, a woman sat leaning against a wall, and a man was bent over. This was the area for easy and normal mode players. 3 men in light armor moved quickly, their expressions serious. This was the area for hard mode players. The brown-haired man was confused, realizing there were no other solo players, and the number of easy divided by normal mode players was also much lower than expected. Kim Hui-yeon was also surprised. In the vast city hall, Kang Tae-san and his group moved amidst mystical lights. Kim Hui-yeon spoke up. "Tae-san, something's not right here." Kang Tae-san replied, "You're right. There's clearly something unusual about this place." Kang Tae-san observed his surroundings, noticing contrasting expressions. A few were confident and cheerful, while most were shrouded in gloom and despair. He felt they were being controlled by some invisible force. Kang Tae-san mused, crystal shards sparkling as if reflecting the chaos. He stated coldly, "Something is rotten here." Kim Hui-yeon suddenly appeared, smiling and waving. She had just returned after investigating the place. Kang Tae-san noticed she was also busy working. Kim Hui-yeon explained about the number of players, the ratio of hard mode players, and the food storage in Yongin City Hall. She suggested Kang Tae-san accompany her to the storage. He agreed. The group, consisting of Kang Tae-san, Kim Hui-yeon, the brown-haired man in armor, and the small spirit, descended the stairs together, moving deeper into the city hall's labyrinth. Kim Hui-yeon suddenly stopped, her expression puzzled. She whispered, "However, something strange." Kang Tae-san turned his head, his sharp gaze fixed on her. He asked curtly, "What?" Kim Hui-yeon expressed her concern, feeling that the easy and normal mode players were avoiding her. She wondered if they sensed the disparity in power. Kang Tae-san pondered, then decided, "I don't know. Let's just wait and see." They arrived at the food storage, filled with canned goods and instant noodles. Kim Hui-yeon assessed that this amount of food would last for a while, as noodles and canned goods don't spoil easily. Kang Tae-san looked outside, worried about the supply. He thought more people would arrive and the reserves would run out. He emphasized the need to prepare everything gradually. Kim Hui-yeon smiled in relief, feeling that everything became easier with Seo Jang-san by her side. Kim Hui-yeon praised Seo Jang-san to the group, saying he was strong, had sound judgment, and many people followed him. She also said he was a bit aggressive, but not excessively so. Hearing this, Kang Tae-sun's purple eyes flashed with suspicion. He repeated her words. A bit aggressive? Is that so? 2 days later, an overwhelming scene unfolded. A dense crowd of players gathered in front of Yongin City Hall, the sky strangely radiant. Kang Tae-sun waited dejectedly, stuck in Yongin City Hall. The special mission still had a week left, but he had been idle on the rooftop for 2 days. The small spirit was equally impatient. Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting through the boredom. Kang Tae-sun was startled, recognizing the familiar voice. Is that Kang Jun-hyuk? The small spirit cheered excitedly, looking down. A loud argument was taking place, shattering the square's tranquility. Down in the hall, Kang Jun-hyuk was fiercely arguing with the long-haired man holding a sword, defending Kim Hui-yeon and the newcomers. The long-haired man scolded Kang Jun-hyuk for his recklessness. Kim Hui-yeon angrily protested, questioning the long-haired man. What do you mean by reckless? You're going too far. How can you forbid the sick from eating and drinking? The long-haired man sneered, pointing his sword at Kim Hui-yeon. He explained that the newcomers were weak, undeserving of priority, and food resources were not easily obtained. Kim Hui-yeon tried to justify her group, but the long-haired man brushed her off. He declared Yongin's laws, scorned the weak, and criticized solo mode players for talking too much. Kang Jun-hyuk erupted in anger, unable to tolerate his opponent's arrogant attitude any longer. Amidst the tension, Seo Jang-san suddenly appeared, raising his hand to signal a stop. He secretly thought about saving face in front of the watching crowd. The long-haired man immediately bowed, calling Seo Jang-san king. Seo Jang-san coldly declared that this was not a big deal, just that these people had broken the rules. Kim Hui-yeon was stunned, wondering if she had truly broken the rules. She had only expressed her opinion, not expecting things to become so serious. With decisive steps, Seo Jang-san advanced towards Kim Hui-yeon, carrying an invisible pressure. Seo Jang-san grabbed Kim Hui-yeon by the neck, lifting her up. He coldly declared, "If you break the rules, you must be punished, right?" Kim Hui-yeon struggled in terror. Seo Jang-san's eyes were full of cruelty as he said Kim Hui-yeon should have been executed. However, since she was unaware of the rules, he would not inflict such a severe punishment. Within a blazing red energy field, Seo Jang-san held Kim Hui-yeon tightly. He flashed a terrifying smile, asking if she wanted to start with a light punishment. Amidst the burning debris, steady footsteps echoed. Kang Tae-sun appeared, greeting them with a challenging tone. He casually approached, questioning the tense group. Kim Hui-yeon called out to him, her face surprised. Kang Jun-hyuk spun around, his eyes burning with fury. Kang Tae-sun faced him, his violet eyes cold and unwavering. Seo Jang-san signaled them to stop. Kim Hui-yeon and Kang Jun-hyuk coughed, and he asked about them worriedly. A long-haired man with a sword roared, glaring furiously, ready to attack. Kang Tae-sun touched Seo Jang-san's shoulder, explaining that he was just talking about their teammates breaking the rules. He continued to warn that no matter if Seo Jang-san was the leader or anything else, he shouldn't dare impose rules on them. Kang Tae-sun sneered, asking in return who had set those rules, infuriating Seo Jang-san. The long-haired man with a sword nodded, his face still clearly etched with anger. The long-haired man with a sword charged, swinging his brightly glowing sword. Kang Tae-sun dodged, asking if his opponent wanted to fight. He spun around, continuing his fierce assault. Roaring and calling Kang Tae-sun an arrogant bastard, he swung his sword repeatedly, vowing to make Kang Tae-sun regret insulting his king. Kang Tae-sun glided lightly, evading all of his opponent's furious attacks. Seo Jang-san and the short-haired woman in the blue shirt were astonished, unable to believe Kang Tae-sun dodged the hard mode player's attack so easily. Kang Tae-sun suddenly grabbed the long-haired man's sword-swinging arm, stopping the attack. Kim Gu-han, his face contorted with rage, swung his sword at Kang Tae-sun, growling that this was self-defense. Kang Tae-sun calmly dodged, his body relaxed, unleashing a slow but controlled counterattack, purple energy erupting. Kang Tae-sun's strike hit the ground, creating a terrifying explosion that shattered the earth and dealt massive damage to Kim Gu-han. Kim Gu-han was knocked back, lying flat on the ground, surrounded by debris from the floor. Kang Tae-sun stood tall, his eyes cold. Seo Jang-san witnessed the scene, exclaiming in astonishment, not expecting Kang Tae-sun to inflict such massive damage. Kang Tae-sun looked down at the gasping Kim Gu-han, coldly asking if he wanted to continue. Seo Jang-san bowed his head, clenching his fists, forced to admit it was enough. Seo Jang-san apologized to Kang Tae-sun, promising to punish Kim Gu-han appropriately. Kim Hui-yeon's group quickly took Kim Gu-han away. Kang Tae-sun watched Seo Jang-san leave, his eyes flashing with menace. Kang Tae-sun declared this was the last time he would let it slide. Next time, he would kill Seo Jang-san. Kim Hui-yeon's entire group was terrified. Seo Jang-san's and Kang Tae-sun's sharp gazes met, implicitly containing a silent challenge. Seo Jang-san swallowed, recalling Kim Gu-han's defeat. He realized Kang Tae-sun knew he had been used for reconnaissance. Seo Jang-san reluctantly replied to Kang Tae-sun, then left with his group, leaving behind a silent space. Kang Jun-hyuk was furious, clenching his fists, roaring curses at those who had just left. Kang Tae-sun turned to Kim Hui-yeon, asking her to explain what had happened. Kim Hui-yeon hesitated, unsure where to begin. 30 minutes earlier, while walking in the park, Kim Hui-yeon happened to witness a group of people bullying easy mode players. Kim Hui-yeon witnessed a heartbreaking scene. A woman kneeling, begging for food for her sick child. He roared, flatly refusing, intending to strike the pitiful woman. "Get out! We don't even have enough food to share with someone as weak as you!" Kim Hui-yeon couldn't just watch. She rushed forward to block the man's cruel blow, her resolute stop echoing. Kang Tae-sun affirmed that Kim Hui-yeon had done the right thing. The little soul flared with anger, wondering why those bastards were so arrogant. Kang Tae-sun patted the little soul's head, telling everyone to rest. He believed that after he had taught one of them a lesson, they wouldn't dare cause trouble again. On the rooftop of a tall building, Kang Tae-sun sat silently, looking down at the city. The little soul hovered beside him, sharing the quiet moment. The little soul was indignant at human cruelty. Kang Tae-sun sneered, saying that comparing them to sinful guides was an insult. At least they knew how to respect the strong. Kang Tae-sun guessed that the leader only cared about hard-mode players, so he must be a much worse person. He recalled his previous life. Seo Jang-san had once declared that only hard-mode players could save the world. That person was still the same, completely unchanged. Seo Jang-san had established countless rules, divided players into classes, and yearned to return the world to feudal times. The only one who could restrain Seo Jang-san was Lee Tae-yoon, the sole solo mode player. But she alone couldn't deal with all the hard mode players. Busy fighting monsters, she had no choice but to let things unfold as he wished. Kang Tae-sun closed his eyes, a faint sneer on his face. He thought Seo Jang-san's actions were foolish. The little soul warned. If the situation continued, Seo Jang-san would incur the wrath of other mode players. Even solo players wouldn't stand idly by. The little soul affirmed that Seo Jang-san wouldn't give up. Kang Tae-sun agreed. He knew the man's stubborn nature well, and he wouldn't regret what he did. 2 days later, on the last day of the mission, 100,000 people from the southern Gyeonggi region gathered at Yongin City Hall. That was all that remained. After countless losses, the survivors gathered, grieving the deaths of their loved ones. A new mission, Choose the King, officially began, thrusting them into a harsh survival challenge. A special mission appeared. Choose the King. The king had the right to assign roles, but compliance was voluntary. Those who killed the king would be severely punished. Survive for 1 month. Rewards depended on performance. The meeting room door opened, where the fate of the survivors would be decided, where new rules would be established. In the silent meeting room, the survivors gathered around the table, their eyes heavy. A debate about kingship was about to erupt. 3 men sat sternly, their sharp gazes sweeping over those around them, awaiting the opening remarks for the fateful meeting. Kang Tae-sun, Kim Hui-yeon, Kang Jun-hyuk, and the others sat listening, a tense atmosphere filling the room. Kim Hui-yeon deduced the meaning of king in the mission, suggesting it was about choosing a leader to re-establish existing rules through the system. Seo Jang-san confidently raised his hand, declaring, "If it's about rules, I already have them. Therefore, I deserve to be king." Someone next to him nodded in agreement. Kim Hui-yeon asked in surprise, "You will do it?" Seo Jang-san replied with a challenging gaze. "What? Do you have an objection?" Kang Jun-hyuk slammed his hand on the table, angrily questioning. "What if I do? How can I trust you and let you be king?" Seo Jang-san sneered, his eyes sharp and cold. "Simply because I am the king. You came here as refugees, yet you dare to disobey the master of this place?" Seo Jang-san abruptly stood up, energy erupting around him, declaring, "This place was chosen as your destination, so you must obey the words of its master." Kim Gu-han slammed the table, roaring, "Don't talk nonsense! This is just the mission's destination! You have no right to order us around!" Kang Jun-hyuk sneered, scoffing, "Ha, you've already declared yourself king here. You just don't want to miss out on the power to turn your words into law." Seo Jang-san growled, "That's right. What's wrong with that? To control 100,000 people, a strict ruler is needed. And I am that person." Kang Jun-hyuk exploded in anger. "If not me, then who will be king? No matter how strong, do you think everyone will listen to an underage kid? Seo Jang-san continued his attack, asking if a girl who couldn't assert herself was worthy. Kim Hui-yeon flinched, her eyes wide with panic, wondering if those words were aimed at her. Kang Jun-hyuk pondered, acknowledging Seo Jang-san's qualifications. Meanwhile, Kang Tae-san smirked, his eyes cold, secretly thinking that Kim Hui-yeon clearly didn't want to do it. Seo Jang-san confidently declared, questioning who would trust a group of only 3 people who knew how to fight. He asserted that other solo mode players were weak and untrustworthy. Kim Hui-yeon exploded in anger, her face flushed. She growled a warning to Seo Jang-san, telling him not to go too far with his aggressive words. Seo Jang-san stood up, his expression calmer, admitting his emotions had gotten the better of him. He looked around, challenging. Anyway, does anyone object to me becoming king? The entire room fell into heavy silence. All eyes darted around, but no one dared to speak up in opposition to Seo Jang-san's declaration. Seo Jang-san flashed a triumphant smile, his eyes sharp. He looked around, asserting that no one dared to oppose his intention to claim the throne. A surge of crimson energy enveloped Seo Jang-san as he decisively declared, "Then, from now on, I am the king." The system confirmed. The king has been chosen. Seo Jang-san stood tall, holding a glowing tablet, his face full of arrogance. The system displayed the title Hard Mode Player, Seo Jang-san. He announced that he would issue a royal decree. Seo Jang-san slammed the tablet down, and golden energy erupted. The system announced, "The king has issued a command." He growled, "This is my law now." Kim Hui-yeon was astonished, her face pale. She stared at the tablet, unable to believe what she was seeing. The royal decree appeared. Easy and normal mode players may only eat with permission, 1 meal per day if they have no achievements. They may not refuse commands from hard mode players, or they will be punished. Kim Hui-yeon stood amidst the frightened crowd, deep in thought. She had felt uneasy since arriving in Yong'an. She thought that Seo Jang-san's methods, though extreme, were necessary to control so many people. The royal decree continued. Scouting and item collection to be performed by easy and normal mode players. Disobedience will result in no food. Hard mode players must be bowed to with respect, or punishment will follow. Kim Hui-yeon angrily looked at the tablet. She couldn't accept these harsh rules. What is this? Restricted meals? Commands that can't be refused? And we have to bow? Seo Jang-san smirked, looking at Kim Hui-yeon with a challenging gaze. He asked her what was wrong, and said she seemed to have a lot to say. Kang Jun-hyuk questioned discontentedly, not understanding why they had to obey such harsh rules. Kim Hui-yeon slammed her hand on the table, vehemently protesting. She believed that forcing easy and normal mode players to go out and find food was outrageous. Kim Hui-yeon panicked. "Are you serious? So many people will die," Seo Jang-san coldly retorted. "So what's wrong with that?" Seo Jang-san sat on the throne, declaring that the weak must submit. He asserted that it was a truth passed down from ancient time. He justified, saying that hard mode players protect the weak and therefore deserve to benefit. The outside is full of dangers. Even they are not safe. Seo Jang-san pointed directly, growling. "If we brave the dangers, they must also try their best. Gathering provisions is something the weak can do." He painted a horrifying picture of the weak being attacked by monsters. Then he turned, challenging Kim Hui-yeon. "Am I wrong, Kim Hui-yeon?" Kim Hui-yeon was stunned, Seo Jang-san's cruel words cutting into her mind like a knife. Kang Tae-san and the little spirit listened in silence. She gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with anger. "So, you intend to push all of them to their deaths?" Kim Hui-yeon was astonished. "No way. Everyone agrees with Seo Jang-san?" Kang Jun-hyuk mused. "He's not wrong." Kang Jun-hyuk continued, asserting that they weren't killing people, just assigning tasks within their capabilities. With the power of hard mode players, it was obvious. A loud bang echoed as Kim Hui-yeon's hand slammed onto the table, her fury erupting. Kim Hui-yeon screamed, her eyes blazing. "Then what makes us different from beasts? If we treat the weak as sacrifices, we're no different from monsters," she growled. "I can understand your point of view, but I cannot accept you turning them into slaves." Seo Jang-san shrugged, his expression indifferent. "It's up to you. But if only hard mode players survive, that's enough." Kim Hui-yeon was utterly enraged. Kang Tae-san subtly curled his lips, his eyes unreadable, whispering, "I wonder." Kang Tae-san looked at Seo Jang-san, his eyes sharp. "Is what you're saying truly the answer? You've made a big mistake about something." Seo Jang-san growled, challenging back. "Are you saying I'm wrong? If the strong survive, sacrificing the rest, what's wrong with that?" Kang Tae-san gently tapped his hand on the table, deep in thought. "I can't say you're entirely wrong." The little spirit hovered, observing. Kim Hui-yeon flinched. Kang Tae-san sneered, his purple eyes flashing. "Yes, easy and normal mode players are weak, but do you think you're any different?" As time passes, monsters grow stronger. At some point, even hard mode players won't be able to withstand that power. And eventually, they too will become useless. You're acting like fools. You're not that strong. Kang Taeson pointed, growling. Let me ask you this. If all the easy and normal mode players charged in, could you resist? Do you think you would survive? Seo Jang-san's face changed color, his eyes revealing panic. What? No matter how weak, if everyone charges together, we will surely die. Seo Jang-san felt surrounded by hundreds of gazes, despairing. Kang Taeson coldly declared, I don't care if you live or die. Seo Jang-san bowed his head, lost in thought. Kang Taeson turned to Kim Hwi-yeon, asking for her opinion. She flinched, surprised. Ah. Kim Hwi-yeon closed her eyes, then opened them with a resolute gaze. Seo Jang-san, I cannot accept your plan. Kim Hwi-yeon declared furiously, her words echoing. Therefore, I demand a change of king. Seo Jang-san was confident, a smirk evident. Sorry, that's impossible. You've read the rules, haven't you? Firstly, I have no intention of abdicating. Seo Jang-san sneered, raising 2 fingers. The second condition is also useless. Besides you two, all hard mode players are on my side. Or do you intend to kill me? Kang Taeson looked at Seo Jang-san, his eyes sharp. Why do you think we have no way around the second condition? Seo Jang-san sneered, showing contempt. He burst out laughing. Ha, that's ridiculous. Seo Jang-san confidently declared, asserting his power as all hard mode players were on his side. Aside from those two, all hard mode players support me. It's clear. Only hard mode players have voting rights, so you have no chance of winning. Seo Jang-san smirked smugly, growling. And I say that's not true. Kang Taeson raised his hand, a surge of blue energy surrounding him. Activating a system request. I demand a change of king. The system displayed. A privileged player has requested a change of king. If the majority of players agree, the request will be accepted. The system's giant gears turned, confirming Kang Taeson's request. No other privileged players exist? Request accepted. A major change was about to occur, with players sitting opposite each other. The system presented options for changing the king. You can change the king through various methods: debate, duel, and combat. Please choose a method. Seo Jang-san flinched, his face changing color with surprise and indignation. He couldn't believe what was happening. What is this? I never agreed to this. We absolutely did not agree to this. Seo Jang-san stood tall, his expression resolute, recalling the past. He asserted, in the previous world, a change of king never occurred. There were many attempts, but no one succeeded. He continued to explain. Not only easy, normal, and hard mode players, but even Lee Tae-yeon couldn't change it, so everyone thought it was a meaningless condition. Seo Jang-san pondered the high standards required for the gods to bestow this right. He questioned Kang Taeson. So do you mean I'm the only one with this right? Kang Taeson decisively stomped his foot on the ground, creating a tremor. A purple light flared beneath his shoe. Seo Jang-san panicked, his eyes clearly showing fear. Kang Taeson growled, reminding him, Seo Jang-san, I already told you, didn't I? Seo Jang-san was still stunned, and Kang Taeson continued his cold warning. Next time, I'll kill you. Kang Taeson stood tall, looking down at Seo Jang-san, who was sitting on the ground. He said coldly, Initially, I intended to finish you off right away, but that wouldn't be any fun. Seo Jang-san was worried, and Kang Taeson gave him one last chance with a challenging tone. I'll give you one last chance. So show me your final breaths. A strong gust of wind swept through as thousands of hard mode players gathered. Seo Jang-san confidently declared, These are all the hard mode players who follow me. Seo Jang-san led the army, his sword gleaming, his eyes full of confidence. He growled, declaring, You will regret giving me this chance. Kang Taeson faced Seo Jang-san, reminding him of the conditions. Then let's start right away. Do you remember the conditions? Seo Jang-san replied, I know. 1 on mini battle, non-lethal. Defense set to 0. Seo Jang-san sneered, waving his hand as a signal. He declared, Then let's begin. Seo Jang-san and the other players charged forward simultaneously. Kim Min-jun, holding a shield, shouted, I'll block him! Everyone charge! Kim Min-jun smirked, thinking to himself, The opponent's attack power is 50 or something, right? Quite strong, but I can definitely handle it. Kim Min-jun leaped up, swinging his sword towards Kang Taeson, determined to finish off his opponent. Kang Taeson clenched his fist, activating a skill, and a surge of red-purple energy flared. He said coldly, Sorry for crushing your hopes, but I only gave you a chance for a reason. Kang Taeson delivered a critical blow. Kim Min-jun was sent flying. A notification appeared. 450. 2 damage to Kim Min-jun. Kim Min-jun has been incapacitated. Kim Min-jun was flung far, hitting the ground hard. The other players retreated in horror, trembling. Kang Tae-sun didn't wait long. He leaped towards the remaining group of players with terrifying speed. He declared, "If you won't come to me, I'll come to you." Ezio Jang-san frantically yelled,
Everyone focus! He's coming!
Kang Tae-sun continuously struck, sending many players flying. Kim Gu-won took a hit, crying out in pain. A notification appeared, 443 damage to Kim Gu-won. Kim Gu-won has been incapacitated. Seo Jang-san was furious, unable to believe his eyes. He growled, "What the hell is with that damage? Don't give me that nonsense." Kang Tae-sun appeared behind Seo Jang-san, shrugging. "That's right, it is nonsense. I'm trying to hold back." Kang Tae-sun continued his assault, sending other players flying repeatedly, unable to resist. Seo Jang-san raged, yelling in despair, "We are hard mode players. Everyone regroup." Amidst the chaotic battle, Park Dine raised his shield, activating a damage reduction skill. Lee Se-hang glided, activating an evasion skill. Both tried to withstand the storm of attacks. Kang Tae-sun charged like a gust of wind, his purple cloak fluttering. His terrifying speed blurred everything around him. Kang Tae-sun looked down with cold, contemptuous eyes. He uttered, "Ha! Pathetic." Behind him, Lee Se-han was sent flying, falling helplessly. A powerful kick from Kang Tae-sun sent Park Dae-in flying. He was incapacitated, collapsing. Kang Tae-sun scoffed. "Oh, so these are the mighty and formidable hard-mode players." Next, Kang Tae-sun swung his sword, defeating Lee Se-han. She was also incapacitated. He asked coldly, "How are you any different from the easy-mode players you despise?" Kang Tae-sun's purple eyes flared, dark energy surging. He growled, "All of you are pathetic bastards who can't do anything to me, even when I'm alone." Kang Tae-sun's continuous attacks were like a storm, crushing, tearing, and sending everything flying. No one could stand firm against that destructive power. Kang Tae-sun stood tall amidst countless defeated foes, a massive energy shield enveloping the area. Facing him, Seo Jang-san stood alone, his eyes filled with terror. Kang Tae-sun slowly approached, each step like a hammer blow to Seo Jang-san's heart. He flinched, startled as Kang Tae-sun said, "So you're the last one, Seo Jang-san." In the tense atmosphere, Kang Tae-sun and Seo Jang-san faced each other. Seo Jang-san's eyes were wary, but also couldn't hide his anxiety. Kang Tae-sun looked directly at Seo Jang-san, his purple eyes burning with challenge. He said in a cold tone, "You'd better be different from them." An invisible force struck Seo Jang-san, sending him crashing hard into the energy shield. A pained groan escaped him as he clutched his chest, his weapon falling from his hand. Horrified, Seo Jang-san stared at the glowing red sword hovering before him. His eyes were filled with extreme fear, utterly helpless. Kang Tae-sun stood majestically over the fallen Seo Jang-san. He declared, "It all ends here, Seo Jang-san. In the end, you're no different, just as useless as them." Kang Tae-sun raised his glowing red sword high, his eyes still full of challenge. He asked Seo Jang-san, "So what will you do now? If you want to continue, I won't stop you." Seo Jang-san's eyes flared with extreme rage and fear. Despite his defeat, deep down, a spark of defiance still remained. Kang Tae-sun stood tall amidst the defeated. Seo Jang-san lay on the ground, painfully exclaiming, "I want power, but it's not worth my life." Seo Jang-san's eyes were trembling, but he finally made up his mind. I'll give up." Kang Tae-sun coldly stated, "Not a bad choice." Then Kim Hui-yeon. The girl flinched and replied, "Yes? Yes." Kim Hui-yeon affirmed she didn't want to be king, but Kang Tae-sun asked if she was confident in taking on the burden as the initiator of change. She clenched her fists, resolute. "Yes, I am determined." Kang Tae-sun looked at Kim Hui-yeon, saying, "It seems you are the next king." Seo Jang-san stood behind, quietly calling her name. Despite his defeat, Seo Jang-san maintained his stance, his eyes resolute. He muttered, "Even if this is the outcome, I don't think I was wrong." In a flashback, Seo Jang-san once said, "Only hard mode players fight monsters. The weak are just a burden." He asked Kim Hui-yeon, "Have you considered the consequences of protecting them?" Kim Hui-yeon was deep in thought, but Kang Tae-sun cut her off. "Shut up and hand the kingship back to Seo Jang-san." Seo Jang-san flinched, then bowed his head in acceptance. I understand." A dazzling light enveloped them. Seo Jang-san declared, "I will transfer my position to Kim Hui-yeon." The system confirmed the transfer of kingship. Kim Hui-yeon was stunned as the light enveloped her. The system notification echoed, "The king has been chosen." She whispered, "I am the king." Kim Hui-yeon clenched her fists, her eyes full of determination. "I will do my best. The The system announced Kang Tae-san as the one with the greatest contribution. Kang Tae-san calmly received the notification about the reward upon returning to the labyrinth. He replied curtly, "Of course." In the sky, a colossal purple rift appeared, emitting a brilliant light, signaling an imminent gate opening. Kim Hwa-yeon bowed her head, expressing deep gratitude.
Thank you, Kang Tae-san.
Kang Tae-san asked, "For what?" Kim Hwa-yeon replied, her voice soft. "For not killing Seo Jang-san." A small spirit hovered nearby. Kang Tae-san looked at Kim Hwa-yeon, his eyes sharp. He uttered, his tone full of surprise, "Honestly, I didn't think you'd let Seo Jang-san live." Kang Tae-san thought to himself. Kim Hwa-yeon was indeed very perceptive. If he had demanded Seo Jang-san be removed, other players might have rebelled. And since Kim Hwa-yeon was the one who benefited most, she became king. Kang Tae-san realized that if Seo Jang-san were killed, all resentment would fall upon Kim Hwa-yeon. She stood there, her eyes resolute, ready to face it. Kang Tae-san looked at Kim Hwa-yeon, his tone calm. "If you understand that, then work hard. That's how you can repay me." Kim Hwa-yeon remained silent, pondering. Kim Hwa-yeon was confused, wondering why Kang Tae-san was so kind, and if he intended to train her more harshly. The small spirit hovered beside him, chuckling. "She's looking at you, as if asking why you're being so nice to her." Kang Tae-san gave a faint, meaningful smile. Kang Tae-san said, "Consider this, a debt." Kim Hwa-yeon was surprised. "A debt?" He replied, "That's right. There's something I owe you." The small spirit hovered, observing. Even with his flawed philosophy, Seo Jang-san still strived to save humanity. In his second return, Seo Jang-san bravely stood on the front lines, eliminating the hideous monsters. Kang Tae-san thought that even without Kim Hwa-yeon, he would consider cooperating with Seo Jang-san. Although Seo Jang-san had personality issues, he would surely listen if Kang Tae-san beat him up. Problems arose in the third wave. Due to the rebellion instigated by Choi Jung-yuk, most hard mode players, including Seo Jang-san, vanished without a trace. As a result, in the next return, the path to Seoul turned into a living hell. Countless irresistible monsters appeared, and many fell, shattered like toys. When everyone thought it was all over, Kang Tae-san was plunged into extreme fear, besieged by the monster's giant tentacle. In that desperate situation, Kim Hwa-yeon appeared. She plunged into battle, saving half the people, including Kang Tae-san. Kang Tae-san recalled that he was one of those saved. Even though she could have fled, Kim Hwa-yeon bravely stayed and fought to the end. Kim Hwa-yeon's only reason was that she didn't want to stand by and watch everyone die. Kang Tae-san remembered that moment, her eyes filled with determination and suffering. Kim Hwa-yeon bowed her head, deeply grateful. "Thank you. Thank you very much. You've done too much for someone like me." Kang Tae-san interrupted. "That's enough. Partly for you, but Seo Jang-san is still useful. You should focus on the problems that need solving right now." Kim Hwa-yeon nodded, her expression pensive. She admitted she was burdened with too many worries, a heavy load on her shoulders. She explained that easy and normal mode players would be happy to escape oppression, but hard mode players would feel their privileges were stripped away. Kim Hwa-yeon continued to present the problem of food shortages, especially as previously denied supplies now had to be distributed evenly. She worried there wouldn't be enough until the mission ended. The scene shifted to a quiet corner of the city, evoking emptiness and scarcity. Kang Tae-san calmly looked at Kim Hwa-yeon, asserting that everyone knew there were countless problems. He reminded her, "If you want to be king, you have to play the part." Kang Tae-san emphasized, "The lives of 100,000 people are at stake. We don't have time to complain." The small spirit hovered beside him, observing. Kim Hwa-yeon suddenly realized something. She remembered that everyone received points upon returning to the labyrinth. This meant the more they tried to find food, the more points they would receive. In the meeting room, Kim Hwa-yeon bowed her head and pleaded, "I won't ask you to take reckless risks, but please try your best to protect them. I beg of you." Kim Hwa-yeon suggested that everyone should cooperate with easy and normal mode players to search for food. But a brown-haired man showed disagreement. The brown-haired man worried. "There are 100,000 people. No matter how far we search, there's a limit. If we find enough for 1 week, what about the next? How can we make it last a month?" Kang Tae-san coldly looked at Seo Jang-san. "Jang-san, I won't allow you to talk so much. Shut up." Seo Jang-san timidly replied, "Sorry." Kang Tae-san admitted that Seo Jang-san's opinion made sense, which confused him. Seo Jang-san wondered why Kang Tae-san had yelled at him. Kang Tae-san curtly replied, "It's because you're noisy." Seo Jang-san angrily slumped into his chair, his expression confused and furious. Kang Tae-san calmly declared, "I already have a way to resolve the concerns you mentioned, so you don't need to worry. Because in my previous life, I was also an easy mode player." Kang Tae-san recalled the days he had to scrape bark and dig roots to fight hunger because of Seo Jang-san. He gave a faint smile, muttering to himself. I was too merciful not to kill him immediately. Kang Taeson turned to Guillaume Junggun, ordering, Guillaume Junggun, bring out what you have. Guillaume Junggun looked at him in surprise. Guillaume Junggun eagerly presented the various seeds he had collected. Big Brother said he needed seeds, and I found them. Corn, watermelon, wild vegetables, all sorts. But I don't know if they can be grown. Kang Taeson reached into his pocket, confirming these were exactly what he needed to solve the food problem. With a sharp gaze, Kang Taeson stated decisively, We're not growing them to eat. Kim Hui-yeon stood before a group of people, explaining how they acquired skills. Kang Taeson secretly wondered, how did all of you acquire skills in the labyrinth? A few people in the group were surprised. Kim Hui-yeon looked at Kang Taeson, asking directly, Are you trying to acquire a skill related to cultivation? Kang Taeson calmly replied, explaining that cultivation skills could help many people, including easy and normal mode players, find their roles. He considered it a worthwhile gamble. A few days later, mysterious purple fragments still hovered, while a giant energy shield enveloped the building. Guillaume Junggun was surprised by the seedling's growth. Kim Hui-yeon doubted they could be eaten in this harsh environment. Kang Taeson affirmed, It doesn't matter. We just need to acquire the skill. Tiny, lush green seedlings glowed faintly on the barren ground, carrying a fragile hope. Kang Taeson looked up, his gaze firm. He whispered, Also, it's slowly beginning. The energy shield around the building glowed brighter. The giant purple fragment began to crack, emitting dazzling rays of light and eerie sounds. Kang Taeson ordered decisively, Go tell Kim Hui-yeon to prepare for battle. Guillaume Junggun and Kim Hui-yeon immediately complied. Kang Taeson charged straight towards the cracking spatial fragment, ready to face the danger. A system notification rang out. The first wave is beginning. From the spatial gate, hideous monsters began to appear. Kang Taeson confronted them. The system notification continued. Rewards will be based on performance upon returning to the labyrinth. Kang Taeson and his comrades bravely fought against the ferocious horde of monsters. The spatial gate opened wide. Countless ferocious monsters poured out, signaling an imminent fierce battle. Ferocious monsters swooped down from above, spreading terror. A brown-haired man frantically cried for help. Help! Help me! He fought back in horror, realizing the situation was completely different from before. Why? Why are there so many? It's completely different from last time. Amidst the chaos, Kim Hui-yeon bravely charged forward, her voice echoing, Everyone, focus. With a resolute gaze, Kim Hui-yeon shouted, empowering her comrades, Just hold your ground, and we will survive. The other explorers also fought relentlessly, each in their own corner, facing the ferocious horde of monsters. Kang Taeson, with his purple cloak fluttering, unleashed a sharp sword strike, tearing through the monster formation. Kim Hui-yeon fought tenaciously, each sword strike erupting with brilliant light, repelling the enemies. Kang Taeson unleashed powerful sword strikes, his gaze firm, shouting, Everyone, hold your ground! We can do it! Kim Hui-yeon looked towards Kang Taeson, a surge of confidence in her heart. As long as Taeson is here, we'll stop them. The fierce battle continued on the streets. A monster roared, Stubborn fools, die now! Brilliant energy beams tore through the night, continuously striking the tall building. The building shook violently. Continuous explosions rocked the ground, and dazzling light filled the air. Amidst the dazzling light, a steady foot landed on the shimmering ground, signaling the end. The brown-haired man raised his sword high, celebrating wildly. We won! We have triumphed! The crowd erupted in joy, cheers echoing everywhere. We survived! Hooray! The brown-haired man sighed in relief, saying to Kim Hui-yeon, What a relief! We had almost no casualties. Kim Hui-yeon clenched her fist, a determined smile on her face. She believed, At this rate, we'll survive the fourth wave of attacks without any problems. Kang Taeson looked up at the crack in the sky, his purple eyes flashing with worry. He thought to himself, this path was more dangerous than he imagined. That crack was twice as strong as when they first returned. From the crack in the sky, surging purple energy poured out, creating a terrifying spectacle, as if the whole world was screaming. An unsettling question echoed in his mind. How much stronger will it get? The little spirit sat on Kang Taeson's shoulder, its voice full of worry. Taeson, they really want to kill all of you. When that gate opens, things won't be easy. Kang Taeson's eyes were resolute as he replied to the little spirit. I'm sure of it. However, I won't fall so easily. In the subsequent second and third waves of attacks, they achieved glorious victories against tens of thousands of monsters, with cheers echoing everywhere. The attacking monsters were mainly F-grade, interspersed with a few E-grade ones. Their strength wasn't significantly different from the first wave. Under the leadership of Kim Hui-yeon, Seo Jong-san, and the powerful explorers, the number of casualties gradually decreased, bringing hope. Everyone joyfully celebrated the victory, while a brilliantly glowing blue system window appeared in the sky. The simple cultivation skill was activated, helping crops grow rapidly, unfazed by heat or lack of water. The food supply problem seemed to have been thoroughly resolved. During the period when everything seemed to be going perfectly, a sense of unease crept into Kang Taesin's mind. Kang Taesin's purple eyes were sharp and cold, for he knew clearly. Danger was lurking at every moment, constantly approaching. One day before the fourth wave of attacks, Kang Taesin sheathed his sword, declaring a halt. Kim Hui-yeon and Park Dain asked in surprise, "Huh? Is it over already?" Kim Hui-yeon was confused, while Park Dain hesitantly asked, "It's still quite a while until dawn? Is something going to happen tomorrow?" Park Dain swallowed, anxiously asking Kang Taesin, "Sister Hui-yeon has been arranging the formation since morning. Did you tell her to do that?" Kang Taesin warned in a low voice that tomorrow would be extremely difficult. It was best to conserve strength. Kim Hui-yeon and Park Dain stood nearby, their eyes full of worry. Park Dain exclaimed, "If you find it difficult, then how difficult will it be for us?" Kang Taesin briefly smiled, his deep purple eyes glinting. "If you guys die, I'll be really sad." Kang Taesin looked up at the night sky, then turned back to instruct, "I wonder. Anyway, don't die, no matter what." The little spirit hovered beside him. The next day, in midair, a colossal crack tore through the sky. Brilliant purple light erupted, signaling the arrival of the fourth wave. High above, Kim Hui-yeon confidently reported, "As requested, I've arranged the formation based on each person's role. Did I do well?" Kang Taesin and the little spirit stood beside her, looking down at the crowd below. Below, thousands of explorers had taken their positions, weapons at the ready. They looked up at the sky, where magical energy was surging, preparing for the upcoming battle. Kang Taesin nodded. "Yes, this is all we can do. This wave won't be normal, Kim Hui-yeon. Be careful." The little spirit flew around. Kim Hui-yeon nodded, a hint of worry in her eyes. "Yes, you too, Taesin." The crack in the sky shattered, purple crystal fragments raining down. From within, grotesque figures began to emerge, bringing terrifying omens. Countless monsters roared, pouring out in mass from the crack, covering the sky. A cold announcement echoed, "The fourth wave has begun. Rewards will be based on achievements upon returning to the labyrinth." The explorers below looked up in horror. One stammered, "What is this? We've never faced anything like this before." Kim Hui-yeon froze, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at those creatures. "Taesin, this is—" Kang Taesin looked directly at the sky, his purple eyes resolute but full of worry. "They are E and D grade monsters. The combined strength of Yongan City Hall cannot cope." From within the horde of monsters, a colossal, dark entity with fiery purple eyes emerged, bringing with it immense pressure. The colossal monster swooped down, crushing and devouring the unfortunate explorers. Cries of pain and despair echoed across the battlefield. Explorers fell, their cries of pain echoing. A brown-haired man frantically called for help. "Help! Help me!" The colossal monster continued its fierce assault. The remaining people tried to resist, weapons clashing against armor, creating a deafening sound. Extreme fear was evident on an explorer's face. He stammered, trembling, "I can't do it! How can I face that thing?" The monster showed no mercy, crushing an explorer under its immense power. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Seo Jang-san yelled at Park Dain, who was lying flat. "What the hell are you doing? Get up! You said easy and normal modes could do it too. Survive and prove it." The monster's roar tore through the air. Panicked explorers fled, screams echoing, "I don't want to die! Look, they're dying like flies!" A purple tentacle from the monster pierced through two explorers, fresh blood splattering. Its brutality horrified everyone. The monster revealed its colossal, octopus-like form, a tentacle constricting an explorer. Horror enveloped them as it swallowed its victim. Seo Jang-san gritted his teeth, his face full of rage. He clenched his fist, exclaiming, "Damn it, those bastards!" Seo Jang-san continued to fight valiantly, unleashing a brilliant sword strike. Kim Hui-yeon gasped, worriedly wondering if the solo players were also exhausted. The monster's tentacles were severed, revealing a three-eyed, human-headed entity in chains. Kim Hui-yeon was vigilant, ready to face it. The three-eyed, human-headed entity in chains spun violently, its chains swinging, emitting menacing crimson energy. Kim Hui-yeon put all her strength into it, swinging her flaming sword to strike the chained entity. A shattering sound echoed as she destroyed a part of the chains. A colossal surge of purple energy erupted from the chained entity, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the ground. Kim Hui-yeon was stunned by the immense power of the chained entity. The ground shook violently after the explosion. A foot stomped heavily on the chained entity. Kang Taesin appeared, his voice cold. "What are you still standing there dumbfounded for?" Kang Taesin stood majestically on the defeated monster's corpse, his red sword glowing brightly. Kim Hui-yeon looked up at him, exclaiming, "Taesin, Kim Hui-yeon was astonished to realize that such a powerful monster had fallen after only 2 blows. She thought to herself, with Taesun here, we can win. Kang Taesun's purple eyes gleamed with a cold, resolute gaze. Kang Taesun turned his back and walked away, leaving Kim Hui-yeon and the others behind. He said, "Sorry, but it's no good." Kim Hui-yeon was surprised. "Wait, what?" He looked back at Kim Hui-yeon with a puzzled expression, then spoke, "It's finally here." In the sky, a colossal spatial rift appeared, swirling deep into the void, glowing brilliantly with purple and red light. Kim Hui-yeon was utterly terrified, goosebumps rising on her skin. She stammered, "Taesun, what exactly is that monster?" A colossal eye opened from the crack, glowing with brilliant green light, accompanied by pitch-black tentacles. The system announced, "Monster 48881 has appeared." The colossal green eye stared, full of menace. The system announced again, "Monster 48881 has appeared." The colossal monster, with a single green eye and a body covered in sharp spikes, fully emerged from the crack, radiating chilling purple energy. Kang Taesun squinted at the monster. Its roar echoed throughout the space. The little spirit flew beside Kang Taesun, asking, "Taesun, I think it's targeting you, isn't it?" He replied, "Probably." The monster swooped down, delivering a powerful blow that cracked the ground. Other explorers were attacked by the monster, screaming in despair, their bodies flung everywhere. "What the hell is this?" The ground shook violently. Kang Taesun said to Kim Hui-yeon, "It's too dangerous to fight here," he continued. "I'll move somewhere else." Kang Taesun launched himself into the air, leaving the battlefield behind. He said, "Lee Taeyeon, I'm leaving the battlefield to you." Kim Hui-yeon panicked. "Wait, where are you going, Taesun?" Kang Taesun landed in a ruined city, facing a small monster. He coldly stated, "Thanks for following me here. So, I'm your target after all?" The little spirit hovered, worriedly exclaiming, "It's really strong. Why are monsters of this level appearing already? Even a 40th floor explorer would have trouble winning." Kang Taesun stared straight ahead, green energy flashing around his head. He replied to the little spirit, "The reason is obvious. Don't they want to kill me?" The system reported that monitoring had been activated. A giant monster, emitting a green light, appeared. The system displayed, "Target is an invincible enemy. Check unnecessary. Monster 48881. Specialized attack type." Kang Taesun stood in a defensive stance, his sword glowing red. A series of skills activated. Fair Duel activated. Disdain for the Strong activated. Rebel Against God activated. Kang Taesun's purple eyes blazed. The system announced, "Thirst for Battle activated." The monster growled, its giant green eye glowing fiercely, full of ferocity. The monster charged, swinging its colossal claws to attack. Kang Taesun swiftly dodged the powerful blow. A giant clock mechanism appeared. The system announced, "Complete nullification of your first attack activated." Kang Taesun was surprised. The monster's speed made him exclaim, "So fast! Is it specialty speed?" Kang Taesun swooped down to attack from above. He assessed, "This is a 5-digit rank B-class monster. It's on a completely different level. I can't be careless. I have to give it my all." Kang Taesun landed, ready to strike. The small black monster still lurked behind him. The monster stomped heavily on the ground, creating a violent tremor. Kang Taesun focused intently, surrounded by green energy. He thought to himself, "Since it's a speed, specialized attack type, my eyes can't keep up. In that case, system, you have activated mental acceleration." Kang Taesun glided swiftly, leaving a trail of green energy. The system announced, "You have activated Deer on the Wind's Path." Kang Taesun swung his sword, glowing bright green, aiming straight for the monster's eye. "System, you have activated Wolf's Fang." Kang Taesun swung his sword, striking the monster's eye. He realized, "Good. I've seen through its movements. But this isn't enough to dodge all its attacks. Even the first sword skill of Storm Windsong was ineffective." The system announced, "Complete nullification of your second attack activated." Kang Taesun charged like an arrow, his entire body enveloped in green light. The system announced, "You have activated Enhanced Attack. You have activated Augmentation." He unleashed a series of slashes, tearing through the monster's body. System, you have activated Continuous Attack. 895 damage to Monster 48881. 412 damage to Monster 48881. Kang Taesun glided, a hourglass flashing. The system announced, "Complete nullification of your third attack activated." The monster vanished without a trace, astonishing Kang Taesun. It suddenly disappeared? He continued to swing his sword, but the slashes only tore through empty air. Kang Taesun landed, looking at the monster. He muttered, All my attack nullifications have been used up. Perhaps this is when things truly begin. He knelt, energy exploding and cracking the ground. It's just a specialized type. I've faced thousands like this in my previous life. If it's fast, Kang Taeson's purple eyes flashed with determination. I just need to make it unable to move. He unleashed a barrage of attacks, bombarding the monster. System: you have activated acceleration. You have activated Ice Arrow. The monster was bound by Dekarabia's thorny, twisted vines, its body cracking. A brilliant magical explosion erupted, engulfing the space. Blazing golden lightning bolts struck down, hitting the monster directly and shaking the ground. He dodged the attack, then prepared to counter. As expected, it's fast, but that's all. Your movements are predictable. Kang Taeson unleashed a wind-rending slash, inflicting heavy additional damage on the monster's body. Kang Taeson provoked, questioning his opponent. Do you have nothing else but speed? The monster growled ferociously, its eyes blazing red. Kang Taeson charged, his sword tearing through the wind, unleashing a series of slashes into the monster's body, creating streaks of blazing purple energy. He decisively plunged his sword deep into the monster's body, red light erupting from the wound, signaling a fatal blow. The monster groaned in pain, its colossal body collapsing. The battlefield engulfed in dissipating energy fragments. Kang Taeson smiled contentedly, declaring he hadn't had this much fun in a long time. He arrogantly challenged. Ancient gods, send someone stronger next time. Kang Taeson stood firm on the monster's corpse. The three-eyed entity appeared, announcing an increase in spirit and a 5% increase in skill proficiency. He looked directly at the three-eyed entity, pondering the conspiracy behind the never-before-seen B-class monster. He had survived. A thorn in their side. A resonant voice acknowledged his answer was correct. Secret mission complete. The god of war and death descended. The ground cracked, blazing red energy surging forth. Kang Taeson stood firm, ready to face the powerful descent. The little spirit flew around Kang Taeson, frantically warning, Taeson, he's coming! Kang Taeson's eyes were filled with resolve. A colossal entity descended, tearing the ground apart with terrifying power. Kang Taeson looked up, facing the new challenge. Before him was a colossal demonic entity, in the form of a skull with powerful blazing red eyes, exuding a terrifying aura. Kang Taeson questioned its identity. The entity replied, identifying itself as Labyrinth, the one who governs war and death. He looked up at Labyrinth, directly asking why this god had descended here. The three-eyed entity explained that to descend, it had to pay a price with a pact. It challenged Kang Taeson to guess what it was. Kang Taeson pondered, realizing that powerful monsters were appearing earlier than in his previous life. He speculated whether this was related to them rather than the ancient gods. Labyrinth sneered, confirming Kang Taeson's speculation. Blazing red energy enveloped them, signaling a terrifying truth. The three-eyed entity continued to explain, its voice echoing as if from the abyss. Those things have exceeded their limits. Therefore, we made a pact. Kang Taeson smirked, his purple eyes flashing with ruthlessness. He was ready to face whatever was coming. The three-eyed entity declared the pact's execution had begun. A system notification appeared. Divine power manifested. A blessing has been bestowed. The three-eyed entity declared this was a reward and a gift for all mortals. Everyone around Kang Taeson felt a surge of new power. Kang Taeson felt it clearly. This was not a simple reward like stat increases or level ups, but something deeper. He realized it was a fundamental power, a new combat sense. The system notification rang out. You have received the god's blessing, talent of combat and death. Labyrinth demanded Kang Taeson be grateful. This blessing was originally only for loyal followers, but now it was bestowed upon all survivors in the world. Labyrinth admitted this power shouldn't belong to the lowly, but the situation has become much more interesting. Kang Taeson was astonished. Such a powerful divine blessing bestowed? With this power, even the weakest would be twice as strong as in their previous lives. Kang Taeson looked up at the sky, his heart full of questions. What exactly happened? The little spirit beside him also looked worried. Labyrinth revealed the purpose of creating the labyrinth, to witness the battles of great heroes and warriors. Labyrinth looked at Kang Taeson, declaring that with his current self, he deserved to hear the story. Labyrinth continued, the strongest from each world gather and fight. Isn't that exciting? A magnificent battle scene appeared. But the distorted gods, refusing to accept defeat, destroyed potential worlds. Labyrinth couldn't stand by, and an energy explosion erupted. Kang Taeson speculated, so this is why you summoned us into the labyrinth? Because Earth is on the verge of destruction? The little spirit also looked at him with concern. Labyrinth let out a demonic laugh, confirming Kang Taeson's speculation. That's right. The little spirit flew up, bravely asking Labyrinth, however, I have a question. Dare I ask you this, O Great One? Labyrinth, god of war and death, appeared majestically, enveloping the little spirit in a crimson aura. I am intrigued by your courage, you may ask. Speak, you who are dead. The little spirit trembled, stammering thanks before continuing. According to the one I possess, most people here haven't entered the labyrinth yet. The little spirit continued to explain, as an image of a colossal labyrinth appeared. They entered other labyrinths, called easy mode, normal mode, and hard mode. Kang Taesin pondered, looking at the three paths, easy, normal, and hard mode. Could it be this was also caused by them? Kang Taesin stated firmly, the little spirit flying beside him. Except for solo mode, all of them are fake. Modes that shouldn't exist appeared, causing everyone to be separated. The surrounding space violently distorted. Labyrinth's voice echoed. That's why everything was extremely troublesome before, but not this time. The chained entity angrily explained. Originally, you were supposed to enter our world, the labyrinth. But the old gods interfered, and everything became tiresome. When worlds connected, rifts formed, and dimensions were distorted. The chained entity gradually faded, leaving a message. That's all. If you want to know more, find me yourself. I will wait for you in a deeper place. Kang Taesin replied, I understand. Amidst the crimson space, Labyrinth declared, Then, now is the time for me to say what I want. Mortal, become my apostle. I will grant you the glory of standing by my side. An apostle contract interface appeared. Kang Taesin realized, this is the same apostle contract he offered last time. Kang Taesin thought, I should have refused that offer already. Labyrinth replied, You did so then. Labyrinth stood tall amidst the city ruins, warning. However, the situation has changed. The old gods, though defeated, are still too powerful for mortals, and those bastards are targeting you. Surely you don't want to disappear, nameless and ephemeral. Labyrinth repeated the offer, his eyes burning. I will say it again. I will grant you the glory of standing by my side. Kang Taesin pondered. If I accept Labyrinth's offer, I will certainly grow stronger immediately. But that's still not enough. I need power to confront the gods. I cannot be bound and reach a limit. Kang Taesin firmly refused Labyrinth's offer. The little spirit beside him flinched, worried. He knew his answer well. Labyrinth let out a demonic laugh, as if he had anticipated it. I knew you would refuse. If you had accepted, that little spirit would have gone mad. The god of war and death continued. Your performance against those trash was quite satisfying. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you a gift. It will greatly aid your plans. Labyrinth vanished into thin air, leaving a final message. It was interesting nonetheless. I look forward to your fighting spirit, mortal. A system notification rang out, and Kang Taesin received the active skill, Apostle Labyrinth. He stared in astonishment at the crimson energy surrounding him. Kang Taesin pondered, wondering if Labyrinth had known everything beforehand. He silently asked, You already knew, didn't you? Labyrinth replied in his mind. How could I not know? Your journey is interesting. I will not interfere. If needed, you may borrow my name. Kang Taesin smiled faintly. The little spirit nestled on his shoulder. He silently thanked the god of war and death. Labyrinth spoke his final words. I hope your journey brings me joy, mortal. Then, the colossal entity vanished, leaving cracks on the ground. The little spirit looked up, full of astonishment. He's really gone? The god of war and death allowed you to use his name, even after the demon goddess. And he even invited a mortal to stand by his side? The little spirit hastily asked Kang Taesin, its voice trembling. Taesin, do you understand what that means? Kang Taesin calmly replied, What does it mean? The little spirit explained, You will become a miracle, entrusted with one of the god's fingers. You will surpass a mere apostle, becoming a divine entity, free from mortal shackles. Kang Taesin turned his back to look at the ruined city. He thought, yes, that place is probably even more pathetic than here. A divine entity, Kang Taesin murmured, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Anyway, I should head back first. When the final wave ended, the population of Yonggin City had halved. After that horrific sight, it took 2 days for everything to settle down. The survivors grieved their losses, then picked themselves up and trained their bodies. The biggest change after this event was the blessing bestowed by the god of war and death. The blessing of the god of war and death brought unexpected effects, granting everyone talents related to combat. Kang Taesin and the others were training, new powers erupting. Movements that were once impossible even with arduous training now became easy. This was truly a divine grace, completely transforming their combat abilities. Humanity began to spar to grasp their new powers. Everyone was astonished by the incredible enhancement, unable to contain their excitement. Kim Hui-yeon and Guillaume Jungun lamented that they couldn't block Kang Taesun's attacks. The little spirit asked, "Anyway, you all feel much stronger now, don't you?" They reluctantly admitted it. Just then, Seo Jang-san appeared, smiling as he greeted Kang Taesun. He had found Kang Taesun here. Seo Jang-san said everyone was looking for Kang Taesun. A group of people approached, making Kang Taesun feel slightly annoyed. Seo Jang-san explained they came to thank him. Park Dine and Lee Se-han bowed, saying that without Kang Taesun, they would have lost more than half their forces and wouldn't have gained new skills. The brown-haired man and the others promised to return stronger. They couldn't remain weak forever. The brown-haired man bowed, sincerely thanking Kang Taesun for saving his comrades' lives. Kang Taesun looked at the group, and the little spirit chuckled, saying that those who were once wary now knew better. Jium Jungun added, "Taesun, it seems your actions weren't in vain." A gentle breeze swept past. Kang Taesun smiled faintly, thinking to himself that this was a good thing. Kang Taesun said goodbye, telling them not to die. A teleportation gate opened, and he and the little spirit vanished, their mission complete. Kang Taesun floated amidst the sparkling universe, reward panels appearing, monster subjugation reward, and first wave reward. He recalled his blood-soaked past. Everything had changed. Reward panels continuously appeared. Second wave reward, third wave reward, secret mission reward, suppression reward, and victory reward. Kang Taesun's purple eyes were filled with resolve and determination. Kang Taesun declared he would not endure any longer. He would fight more fiercely. The summary panel appeared. 1,280 points awarded. Kang Taesun stood amidst the energy flow, the reward points panel showing gold, stats, and skill proficiency. He speculated that skill proficiency was probably the best choice. In the open space, Kang Taesun looked at the system panel. He thought he should allocate points to skills that were difficult to level up, especially magic. Images of the past flashed by: Kang Taesun with Scarstorm sword, then Old Man Einzal's air rack weapon along with a sword and a shield. Suddenly, a system warning appeared. The point exchange rate would change when skill proficiency exceeded its limit. Kang Taesun was astonished, and the little spirit explained it was for balance. Kang Taesun mentioned the dark magic of the demon goddess. The little spirit chimed in, saying it was a balance patch to keep the game from getting boring. Kang Taesun sighed, accepting the limitations. He decided he would improve his overall skills. He calculated that after converting points, he could increase his proficiency by 75%, about 5% for each skill. He looked forward to skills reaching 100% being upgraded. Kang Taesun's eyes gleamed as the clear vision skill reached 100%, evolving into synchronized eyes. He also activated Stag that walks the wind's path. Kang Taesun realized that synchronized eyes allowed him to see the flow of souls and mana. He believed this skill would be very helpful when confronting the spirits on the 29th floor. Kang Taesun curiously looked at the system panel, wanting to see how his other skills had been upgraded. He dashed away like lightning, the little spirit flying after him. The skills, acceleration, and combat persistence were activated. Kang Taesun leaped up, unleashing an unbreath attack, and sensory enhancement was also activated. A satisfied smile appeared on Kang Taesun's lips as he cast Frost Arrow, sharp ice crystals flying out. The Frost Arrow shot forth, creating an explosion of icy blue light that shook the surrounding air. Kang Taesun looked down, a drop of sweat rolling down his temple. He seemed to have exerted all his strength. The little spirit flew over to Kang Taesun, teasing that the skills he was trying weren't what it really wanted to see. A skill window appeared, revealing Apostolize Lakiratas, power granted by the god of war and death. This skill allowed Kang Taesun to possess a portion of Apostle Lakiratas' power for 10 minutes, but could only be used once per day. Kang Taesun thoughtfully looked at the new skill. He wondered about its power, considering it a worthy reward after defeating a B-rank monster. The little spirit still hovered beside him. The little spirit flew over, looking surprised. It wondered why that skill hadn't changed at all, and Kang Taesun still didn't know much about it. Kang Taesun checked the Divine Power skill, obtained after defeating Hammond's angel. This skill seemed useless to him at the moment because he was not a god. Kang Taesun concluded that the Divine Power skill was currently not useful. He was not a god, so he couldn't use it. Kang Taesun's eyes gleamed with curiosity. He said that the skill he was truly interested in was a different one. Kang Taesun looked at a mysterious, unnamed skill, appearing as a giant old man holding a black orb. He still didn't fully understand it. Another skill window appeared, displaying conceptual skill. Proficiency was only 3%, and the will of a mysterious entity would descend. This mysterious skill was full of incomprehensible things. Kang Taesun obtained it after defeating Norei in Harfin's world, but the connection between the skill and that monster remained unclear. Kang Taesun decided he had to return to where he obtained this skill to find clues. The little spirit agreed, hovering beside him. The giant door opened, leading into a mysterious room. It was Harfin's room, located on the 19th floor of the Labyrinth. A light step landed on the stone floor, entering Harfin's room. Kang Taeson and the little spirit entered, calling out to Harfin, who was engrossed with his hammer. He had something he wanted to ask. Harfin was surprised to see Kang Taeson grow stronger so quickly. Wiping sweat from his brow, he directly asked what Kang Taeson wanted to know, not wanting to waste words. Kang Taeson asked Harfin about the world's will that had destroyed his world. He wanted to know the entire process. Harfin pondered, recalling the horrifying sight of a cross-shaped crack in the gray sky. He agreed to tell the story. Harfin began to tell, confirming that the world's will itself had sought to destroy his world. He didn't know why, but the signs had appeared long ago. Harfin's eyes were filled with sadness as he delved deep into his memories, preparing to reveal the tragic story of his world's demise. First, birds fell in droves. The land cracked open, and volcanoes erupted violently, tearing apart the landscape. No one understood why, but the entire world gradually dried up. Green forests turned into deserts, and magnificent structures crumbled into dust. Only then did they realize that the destroyer of their world was the star itself, the very essence of this world. Harfin finished the story, saying that he was the only survivor residing in the Labyrinth. Kang Taeson replied, "Roughly so." Kang Taeson looked directly at Harfin, asking another question. "Then there's one more thing. Can I return to your world?" Harfin fell silent, his eyes pensive, as if considering something extremely important. Kang Taeson waited patiently, his purple eyes gleaming with determination. Harfin warned that this time would be much more difficult. He would have to face a star bearing the will of destruction. He advised him to complete the task as quickly as possible. Harfin had anticipated it. He said there was something he needed there, so there was no reason to refuse. A side quest window appeared before Kang Taeson. He had to return to Harfin's ruined world, find the crimson Magatama from the ruins of the dead king. Kang Taeson's eyes gleamed with determination, and he remembered Harfin's instructions. Harfin looked at Kang Taeson, saying that on the star where he obtained this skill, there would surely be clues about its identity. Kang Taeson and the little spirit returned to the desolate world. He felt the harsh atmosphere was still the same. Kang Taeson looked up, sensing a difference. In the sky, a blazing red eye looked down, as if wanting to destroy him. Kang Taeson faced the giant entity, its blazing red eye seemingly wanting to devour him. He exclaimed, "I'm not happy to receive a welcome from something like." Kang Taeson and the little spirit plummeted downwards, tearing through the chaotic space. Their terrifying speed ripped through the night, preparing for a merciless battle. As soon as he touched down, Kang Taeson activated Unbreath. Purple energy flared, and he declared decisively, "Let's finish this quickly." Kang Taeson's eyes were sharp and cold. He understood clearly. Normal attacks are meaningless against the enemies here. Kang Taeson soared upwards, dodging the giant entity's attack with countless tentacles. He muttered, "If possible, it's best to avoid what I can." The giant entity furiously hurled debris at him. Kang Taeson continued to dodge, his voice lowering. "But just as I thought, it won't leave me alone." Activating Backlash, Kang Taeson created a blue shield that enveloped him and the little spirit. He thought, if things are still like last time, there's no need to confront this monstrous giant directly. He deduced that there must be a core controlling this entity. I just need to find that core. Activating Stag that walks the wind's path, Kang Taeson glided like the wind. He observed the entity, concluding, it's not foolish enough to expose its core. Kang Taeson activated Power Strike, blue energy concentrating in his fist. He challenged, "Let's see where you're hiding it." With a powerful leap, Kang Taeson charged straight into the giant entity, determined to find its weakness. The giant entity was not to be outdone. One of its arms flared with blue energy, ready to strike back. Two sources of energy clashed. Kang Taeson's punch collided powerfully with the giant arm, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Piercing through the enemy's defenses, Kang Taeson was now inside. He charged straight towards the glowing blue energy core. Kang Taeson drew his sword, his sharp gaze fixed on the target. He declared, "It's right here." A decisive slash tore through the air. Kang Taeson's blade pierced straight into the core, unleashing an explosive surge of energy. The entity vanished, leaving system notifications. Mental growth skill activated. Skill proficiency increased by 3%. Conceptual skill reached 15%. The entity's will shall descend. Kang Taeson hovered in midair as lightning flashed across the sky. He frowned, muttering, "Tsk, can't I even get a second to breathe?" Kang Taeson pondered, surrounded by blue energy. He mused, "Just as I thought. Is it related to the mental growth skill absorbing the opponent's level?" The little soul frantically screamed, "Taeson, a storm is coming! It's much stronger than last time. Be careful!" Beneath their feet, a giant energy vortex was forming. Kang Taeson declared decisively, "We can't avoid it. We have to go through it." The little soul was terrified. "What? You're going to go through that? Wait. He activated his special boots. Kang Taeson shot forward like an arrow, tearing through the air at terrifying speed. The little soul exclaimed in astonishment. What? Is something like that even possible? With explosive energy from his special boots, Kang Taeson broke all chains, unleashing his full potential. He had removed everything that hindered him. Kang Taeson's gaze was resolute. He was ready to face whatever awaited him. Just when they thought they had escaped danger, a giant cliff suddenly blocked their path, making the little soul exclaim in surprise, "Huh? In front of you! A cliff!" Clinging tightly to the sheer cliff, Kang Taeson's hands radiated energy, holding his body steady in midair. Kang Taeson looked up at the towering cliff, disdainful of the new obstacle. You plan to block me with a cliff so high its peak can't be seen? How pathetic. A sneer appeared on Kang Taeson's lips, his eyes sharp. He realized, the star is doing everything just to kill me, the little soul frantically warned. The height of the cliff isn't the problem. That cliff is moving closer. It's going to crush you. The cliff shook violently. Realizing the danger, Kang Taeson activated his acceleration skill, determined to overcome the collapsing cliff. He told himself, at this speed, I'll be crushed before I reach the top. With a powerful kick, Kang Taeson launched himself off the cliff, creating an explosive burst of energy, propelling himself into the air. Kang Taeson activated free choice, converting intelligence into agility, launching himself high with terrifying speed, leaving many afterimages behind. Kang Taeson continued to leap, streaks of golden light tearing through the air as he ascended. Activating air jump, Kang Taeson landed, creating a small tremor. The little soul hovered beside him. The little soul sighed in relief, but still asked worriedly, Taeson, luckily you weren't crushed, but what are you going to do now? Kang Taeson activated Fortify, his sword spinning. He smirked, what else? I should prepare to get a new skill. A terrifying landing. The ground shattered, dust flying everywhere. The system reported he took 1,243 damage. After landing from a dizzying height, Kang Taeson received 2 new skills, jump and landing. The little soul hovered beside him. The little soul realized in astonishment. I was wondering, but you already knew, didn't you? Kang Taeson replied simply, obviously. He was about to test his new skills, but the little soul warned, you're right, it's chasing you. With sharp eyes, Kang Taeson deduced, the item Harfin is looking for must be here. I'll go in. Fortunately, the ruins weren't too far. Kang Taeson and the little soul stood before an ancient door, covered in roots. The ancient door began to crack, the fissures glowing brightly. A terrifying explosion. Kang Taeson burst through the door, rushing straight inside. Inside was an empty room, a glowing red orb placed on a pedestal. Kang Taeson remarked, it seems too dilapidated to be called important ruins, doesn't it? And there are no traps either. Both speculated about the red orb. Is this what Harfin wants? Can it create something extraordinary? Kang Taeson mused, I'm not sure either. From the ceiling, drops of black liquid began to fall. Thick black liquid splattered across the floor, staining it like an ominous sign. Kang Taeson stood in the dark space, a swirl of dark purple energy surrounding him. With a resolute gaze, he faced the newly appeared entity, unwavering. The dark purple energy gradually condensed, forming a hideous humanoid entity. Kang Taeson flinched, his purple eyes wide with astonishment at this terrifying transformation. The dark entity extended ferocious tentacles. Kang Taeson quickly retreated, dodging the attack. He stared at his opponent, his eyes full of vigilance. Kang Taeson knelt on one knee, his glowing red sword flashing. He asked the hovering little soul, what is that thing? The little soul hovered, its expression thoughtful. It replied, it seems to be a convergence of will? Kang Taeson questioned. A convergence? The little soul explained. Strong wills can materialize. This is the will of the world, not half-hearted, so it's definitely possible. You could consider it a form of incarnation. Kang Taeson understood. He clenched his fist, recalling the recent attack. If not for visual synchronization, I would have been dead. A large crack appeared on the floor. The dark entity raised its hand, creating swirling energy currents. The little soul remarked, however, its methods are slow and clumsy. The little soul warned, Taeson, the ruins are collapsing. We have to finish this quickly. Kang Taeson replied curtly, I know. He charged forward, his sword glowing brightly. Kang Taeson leaped, a powerful sword swing. He glided like a ghost, aiming straight for the dark entity, giving it no chance to counterattack. Kang Taeson's sword tore through the air, striking the entity repeatedly. The glowing red sword slashes formed dazzling streaks of light, finishing off the opponent in the blink of an eye. A notification sounded. Your mental skill has activated. Proficiency of has increased by 5%. You have received a Crimson Magatama. Side quest completed. Kang Taeson returned safely through the fiery gate. The old man Harfin greeted him, musing, "So you've returned safely. With this, I can create a rather interesting item." Harfin said he needed 5 more similar items. Kang Taeson calmly replied, "It's fine. I'll request that later." He handed Harfin a red gem. Kang Taeson stood there, his deep purple eyes and aura more composed. Sparkling specks of light shimmered around him, like the mark of a new achievement. Harfin observed Kang Taeson, noticing the change. He asked, "Oh, by the way, I see your aura has changed again. Did you acquire something from that place?" Kang Taeson pondered, certain that after defeating the converged will, he had received something. The system confirmed mental growth had activated, and a mysterious skill increased by 5% proficiency. He recalled the moment he defeated the enemy, when the mental growth skill activated to absorb power and the skill increased in proficiency. His sensory perception clearly changed, as if a new door had just opened in his mind. Kang Taeson replied to Harfin, saying he wasn't sure about this change. I'm still not very sure, that's why." He thoughtfully looked at his hand, where a faint energy current still pulsed, an indescribable mystery. He wondered about this new sensation and its connection to the mysterious skill. The glowing red sword in his hand seemed to be waiting. With ironclad determination, Kang Taeson set out to find answers, his purple eyes gleaming with resolute light. "I will find it. I will definitely find it." A strange sensation suddenly overwhelmed him, making him flinch, his heart pounding. He plunged into battle on the 25th floor of the Labyrinth, determined to uncover the mystery of the skill while cutting down hordes of souls. After finishing off the enemy, a system notification appeared, showing that the skill had reached 20% proficiency, and some will would descend. Kang Taeson stared at the notification panel, his eyes full of thought. The little soul also hovered around curiously. What is it? Could it be? He realized that the question marks would gradually turn into words as proficiency increased. If that's the case, to verify, he swung his sword at another entity, the blazing red blade tearing through the air, creating a powerful slash. The entity vanished into nothingness, leaving behind a faint, 5-pointed star-shaped glow, like a mark of its disappearance. He continued walking, the black souls now, like his retinues, each of their movements carrying a strange new surge of power. When in doubt, I must experiment. I definitely feel a change in power whenever the dark souls move. He glided along, sensing a mysterious energy current flowing throughout the labyrinth, like an invitation to explore. Furthermore, I can feel the flow of an unknown power from all over the labyrinth. The little soul pondered Kang Taeson's new power. He decided to test it, gripping the blazing red sword tightly, ready to verify his hypothesis. Kang Taeson lunged forward, jumped, and swung his sword. A brilliant purple slash tore through the air, carrying destructive power, demonstrating the change in his attack. After the attack, Kang Taeson clearly felt the transformation. He asked the little soul about the origin of this power, and the little soul, with a thoughtful expression, replied that it had a guess. The little soul suggested leaving, as there was nothing left to explore in this place. Kang Taeson nodded in agreement, his eyes still filled with curiosity about the new power. The little soul continued to explain, guiding Kang Taeson on how to test his new power. "Try fighting that guy," it said, pointing forward, where a threat awaited. The little soul glided along, deep in thought. It turned back to look at Kang Taeson, suggesting a name for the mysterious power source. "What if we simply call it Will?" A system notification rang out, announcing that the Floor 25 boss, a mid-level dark soul, had appeared. Kang Taeson faced the colossal shadow entity, ready for battle. Kang Taeson's eyes flashed with a cold purple light, his fighting aura erupting. The dark soul monster growled, emitting thick black smoke, preparing for a counterattack. Kang Taeson glided, slashing continuously, finishing off the dark soul in an instant. A victory notification appeared, confirming his superior power. After the victory, valuable items appeared, a blue magic book and a pitch-black cloak. The cloak, once belonging to a demon, held astonishing dark power. Kang Taeson calmly commented on the results, but the little soul impatiently urged him to describe his feelings. He pondered, replying that it seemed his will had moved even before his body. Kang Taeson tried to explain the strange sensation. "When I thought, 'swing the sword,' my body had already moved. It seemed his will had led the way, surpassing even the speed of his thoughts." The little soul exclaimed in surprise, declaring that Kang Taeson had reached a new level. Kang Taeson was startled, his eyes full of astonishment, asking again about the meaning of a certain level. The little soul was completely shocked, unable to believe what it had just heard. It growled in annoyance, not expecting Kang Tae-san to reach this level without centuries of practice. The little soul explained that Kang Tae-san had absorbed a part of the world's will, reaching a level where he could read the will of all things. Kang Tae-san pondered, realizing the terrifying source of power he had just acquired. The little soul continued to explain, giving an example of preparing before battle. Kang Tae-san understood, asking again about forming stances and identifying targets, gradually grasping the essence of willpower. The little soul excitedly confirmed, "That's right, reading the sword's movement, the muscle's movement, the opponent's gaze, and beyond that, the level of mind reading. You've reached that level." Kang Tae-san was skeptical. "Honestly, I'm not sure how useful it is. There's almost no delay between will and actual action, so it's very difficult to use." The little soul angrily retorted, asserting that this power was overwhelmingly strong if mastered. The little soul hovered, a thoughtful expression on its face, questioning itself. No, wait. Is this power really only at that level? A new thought flashed in its mind. The little soul realized that Kang Tae-san had stolen the will of an entire world. This power far surpassed mere will reading. It could materialize will if 100% mastery was achieved. The little soul immediately dismissed the previous thought, frantically denying, No, that can't be it. That's impossible. That's a power only transcendent beings are allowed to wield." The little soul still couldn't explain. But a mortal stealing the will of the world from the very beginning is illogical, isn't it? I've never heard of this happening before. The little soul concluded that Kang Tae-san's mental enhancement skill far exceeded mortal limits, then sighed, deciding to set aside this complex thought. Never mind. The little soul urged Kang Tae-san. "What are you doing? We should go down now. We don't have time to waste." Kang Tae-san was startled, quickly agreeing. The little soul smiled, wondering, how far will this guy go? It felt its expectations for Kang Tae-san continuously rising. Kang Tae-san had continuously conquered floors. A notification appeared. Floor 26 cleared. Floor 27 cleared. You have defeated the Floor 28 boss, a mid-level light spirit. Kang Tae-san rested, and a blue Magatama ring appeared. The little soul was surprised by his speed. Kang Tae-san calmly replied that he needed to sort through the accumulated spoil. Kang Tae-san and the little soul continued their journey, passing through an ethereal garden where countless tiny spirits fluttered, creating a shimmering scene. The little soul reminded him of the task to defeat the Floor 29 boss, given by the mad spirit of Floor 20. Kang Tae-san frowned in displeasure, but the little soul still urged them to rest before proceeding. Kang Tae-san decided to change his equipment, opening a chest. A white rune necklace with high defense, magic, and intelligence stats was displayed. Kang Tae-san commented that the items from the secret room were very useful. An 100 blood drinker earring with high defense stats was displayed, revealing its dark past. After collecting a fair amount of dark magic items, Kang Tae-san decided to offer tribute to the demon goddess. A mithril bracelet with impressive attack and defense stats appeared. Kang Tae-san looked at the prepared items, telling himself this should be enough. The little soul hovered beside him, witnessing him about to summon a powerful entity. Amidst a surge of purple energy, the demon goddess appeared, greeting Kang Tae-san. He replied, affirming that he was making good use of the dark magic she had bestowed upon him. Kang Tae-san clasped his hands, offering the tribute. The magic items on the ground suddenly flared with brilliant light, vanishing into nothingness. The demon goddess smiled with satisfaction upon hearing Kang Tae-san speak. She asked directly if he had summoned her to learn new dark magic. The demon goddess said that with this tribute, she would grant him a good skill. Immediately, Kang Tae-san learned Mephisto's Black Lightning. The demon goddess remarked that this skill was quite good for Kang Tae-san at the moment, and he could thank her. Kang Tae-san secretly thought that a skill chosen by the goddess couldn't be bad. Kang Tae-san looked directly at the demon goddess, his purple eyes resolute, sincerely thanking her for the new skill. The demon goddess was surprised. She hadn't expected Kang Tae-san to learn so quickly. She wondered if it was because he had been to the world of the steel forging child. The mysterious demon goddess said that the latent power within Kang Tae-san would soon sprout. He frowned, not understanding her words. The demon goddess turned her back, telling Kang Tae-san he didn't need to know that now, and shouldn't even know. She warned that if he tried to force the sprout to grow, it would rot. The demon goddess raised her hand, surrounded by purple energy. She had one more thing to tell Kang Tae-san before leaving. The demon goddess looked at Kang Tae-san through the energy portal, telling him to remember, next time, she would be the one to descend. It was a type of covenant. The demon goddess asked Kang Tae-san if he understood the general situation after what the mad god had told him. The image of the god of war and death appeared behind her. The demon goddess trusted Kang Tae-san, urging him to go and win. He smiled confidently, secretly thinking that even if she hadn't said it, he had already intended to win. Kang Tae-san stood amidst the hazy space, surrounded by purple energy. He felt a sense of urgency, knowing that the next challenge would not stop at B-rank monsters. The appearance of the demon goddess would lead to the intervention of ancient gods in her next return, signaling that a fierce battle was about to erupt. A sudden explosion of emerald energy erupted from the ground, tearing through the stillness, signaling impending danger. The Floor 29 boss monster, a deformed homunculus, attacked with sharp spikes. Kang Taeson judged this to be a tough challenge for ordinary explorers. Surrounded by deadly spikes, Kang Taeson decided to test the new skills he had just acquired. Well then, should we check if the new skills work? Kang Taeson activated Random Teleport, a low-level spell that allowed him to instantly teleport within a 50-meter radius with a 10-minute cooldown. In a flash, Kang Taeson vanished from the ground, appearing in mid-air, giving the homunculus monster no time to react. From above, Kang Taeson looked down, enveloped in purple energy, preparing to unleash an unavoidable attack. Be careful, this is an unavoidable attack. A stream of Mephisto's black lightning struck down, hitting the homunculus, submerging it in dark energy. The homunculus was defeated. Kang Taeson was satisfied, noting that Mephisto's black lightning was an effective skill, unavoidable if the opponent was weaker. As expected, this is good. After the battle, Kang Taeson received his spoils, the haunted ring and the abyssal orb, while the small spirit watched curiously. Kang Taeson decided to immediately wear the haunted ring, as it increases action speed in duels. The abyssal orb would be stored in his inventory since it was a material. Kang Taeson and the small spirit hurried on their journey, stepping over the defeated spiky creatures. The destination seemed close. Hurry up and let's go. It seems we're almost there. The small spirit asked Kang Taeson if the 29th floor was the place the mad spirit mentioned. Kang Taeson confirmed he had scanned the area beforehand. Kang Taeson pondered the land of spirits and the tree that sustained it. He wondered what that person's purpose was in saying near the end if they obtained the tree. Kang Taeson realized that searching by surveillance was hopeless. He knew this would be a much more difficult challenge, and even the entrance wouldn't be easy to find. A stream of green energy enveloped Kang Taeson as he activated the natural alignment skill. He hovered in midair, ready for the next step. With his eyes closed, Kang Taeson knew he had to use a higher-level skill to overcome this obstacle. Kang Taeson's hand touched the stone wall, and a burst of green energy erupted. He had found what he needed. Kang Taeson and the small spirit entered a vast, lush, secret space. He remarked, "Is this the secret room? It's quite large. Let's head towards that tree over there." The small spirit was amazed by the scale of the place, while Kang Taeson pondered the upcoming difficulties. A strange glow shone from the sky. Kang Taeson and the small spirit continued their journey. The small spirit asked if they were close to their destination yet. Kang Taeson confirmed they were approaching a powerful energy source. Amidst a pile of white bones, a gaunt bone entity rose, its eyes burning with red fire, exuding a deathly aura. Kang Taeson was stunned as he recognized the enemy. He frowned, and his expression turned serious. Kang Taeson looked at the bone entity, realizing it was the strong one the spirit had mentioned. He coldly declared, "So it's you, the strong one the spirit mentioned. Sorry, but I need those tree roots." The bone entity's fiery eyes glared at Kang Taeson. It spoke with resentment, accusing him of destroying the existence of nature and ruining the blessings of the Spirit King. The bone entity raised its hand and pointed directly at Kang Taeson, asserting, "This is our territory. Return immediately." Around it, bones floated in a stream of red energy. The bone entity raised its hand and pointed directly at Kang Taeson, asserting, "This is our territory. Return immediately." Around it, bones floated in a stream of red energy. Kang Taeson walked straight towards the bone entity, coldly replying, "Sorry, but I can't do that." Kang Taeson pointed towards the tree, his gaze firm. He stated his purpose clearly. "If I want to complete the quest, I need the tree behind you." The bone spirit growled, its fiery eyes staring directly at Kang Taeson. "You won't just stand there and watch me be deprived, will you?" The bone spirit shouted, its voice full of resentment as it mentioned the mad white spirit. The small spirit hovered, its expression turning from surprise to anger. "Do you know what kind of being he is to accept that quest? It's foolish to accept a quest from such a lowly being." Kang Taeson continued walking, and the bone spirit asked, "You must know that white spirit well, don't you?" Kang Taeson replied, "Of course I know him." The bone spirit stepped back, explaining, "Even to you, he's not normal. The Spirit King created him that way from the beginning." Kang Taeson frowned. "Created?" The small spirit explained the chaotic origin of spirits, born with ego but unqualified. The white spirit's existence was to protect unstable spirits like them. The small spirit continued, showing countless spirits born from negative emotions. "So, we need something to deal with all of that." The small spirit angrily flew beside Kang Taeson. "Isn't that too terrible for a spirit? In a way, they just need a dumping ground for all their emotion." Kang Taeson maintained a calm expression, surrounded by blue energy. To me, what kind of being he is doesn't matter. Kang Taeson spoke, green energy spreading. That spirit and I just reached an agreement. I accepted his quest and have worked quite hard all this time. Kang Taeson drew his sword, energy exploding around him. Now it's time for me to receive my reward. All of this is just for me to become stronger. For that purpose, Kang Taeson stood facing the bone spirit, his gaze firm. Behind them, a colossal ancient tree stood tall, his objective. The bone spirit sneered, its fiery eyes blazing. A lowly human following the orders of a lowly spirit. Truly, a match made in heaven. The bone spirit raised its hand and fiery energy erupted fiercely. I cannot win right now. So, I'll use that being's power. Kang Taeson charged forward, his blazing red sword slashing directly at the bone spirit. Then die, he declared, inflicting massive damage. Kang Taeson's attack tore through the bone spirit, inflicting massive damage. The enemy roared, "You, a human, who knows no manners or etiquette?" Kang Taeson smirked, replying to the accusation. "I'm sorry. I have no etiquette for a noisy skeleton." The bone spirit blazed with fury, shouting, "You detestable bastard! I will grant you a fitting death." The bone spirit activated spark, and a brilliant fiery explosion erupted. Kang Taeson glided away, evading the attack. Fiery energy surged everywhere. The bone spirit explained, "This place is a sanctuary granted to us by the king. I am the spirit born to manage that sanctuary." The bone spirit blazed fiercely, raising its hand and declaring, "Therefore I will kill you with the power granted by our king." The bone spirit launched a massive wave of fire. The system warned, "The target is a difficult opponent to defeat." Kang Taeson glided away, dodging. Kang Taeson activated Frost Arrow, but it vanished instantly. He was astonished. Frost Arrow evaporated? This is no joke. The bone spirit explained, "This power is a blessing granted by the Spirit King." A small fireball appeared in its hand. The bone spirit declared, "The sun residing within me is the power of the Spirit King. A mere human like you cannot resist." The bone spirit, confident in its power, commanded, "Just die quietly." Kang Taeson looked forward, his gaze firm, preparing for a counterattack. Kang Taeson stood firm amidst the sea of fire, declaring, "I'm sorry to inform you, you're not the only one who can borrow the power of a mighty entity." Kang Taeson, enveloped by dark energy, mocked the Spirit King. He declared, "Your performance was quite satisfying. Therefore, I will grant you a gift." Kang Taeson's arm transformed into a demonic form, and dark energy exploded. He explained, "If I use the power of the Labyrinth's overseer, everything will end." Kang Taeson's eyes flashed with purple-red light, and dark energy exploded. He activated the power, and the system announced, "You have activated the Apostle of the God of War and Death." Kang Taeson launched a terrifying attack, creating a colossal energy vortex that swept everything away. The bone spirit watched in astonishment. Kang Taeson shot down like an arrow, his demonic arm blazing, unleashing devastating attacks, tearing through the air. The bone spirit was horrified. This power, is it the power of an apostle? It warned Kang Taeson, "Without a vessel, you can barely unleash half of its original power. You will soon be consumed by it." The bone spirit enraged, its eyes blazing. "I have nothing to say to a dog of a mad god." Kang Taeson growled. The dark energy around him surged to life, urging, "Enemy, kill the enemy, begin the fight." He was struggling with it. Kang Taeson gritted his teeth, his gaze firm, and decisively ordered the voices in his head, "Shut up." Kang Taeson was sweating, admitting. As the skeleton said, "Just trying to endure is already heavy enough." He resolved, "I need to end this quickly, before my will is consumed." A blazing golden energy struck the ground, creating a powerful shockwave tearing through space. The bone spirit staggered back in shock, exclaiming, "Ugh, how can this be?" Kang Taeson stomped heavily on the ground, creating a shockwave. Kang Taeson continuously unleashed fiery attacks, pressuring the bone spirit. He roared, "How can a mere adventurer like you withstand the king's power?" The bone spirit confidently declared, "I have received the king's power. I'm talking about the power of our king." Kang Taeson coldly replied, "So what?" The bone spirit angrily retorted, "I cannot accept this." The bone spirit still couldn't believe it, holding its blazing red sword and shouting, "How can a weak adventurer like you, even if you've leveled up, your body can't handle it. Unsuitable power will only consume your body." Kang Taeson smirked, his eyes glowing red. He acknowledged the bone spirit's words. "That's right." Kang Taeson mused. "However, this is enough. Now that I've used the apostle's power, countless pieces of information have flooded my mind." He realized, this skeleton is a fire spirit that borrowed the skeleton of a deceased adventurer to receive the power of the Spirit King. That source of power was a fragment of the Spirit King. With just the energy within it, a world could be destroyed, but only to that extent. Compared to a transcendent being, this power was still lacking. A mere toy dares to defy a god's apostle? Kang Taeson swung his sword directly at the bone spirit, finishing it off. The damage dealt was 1,563. The bone spirit's skull fell, rolling on the ground. The fire surrounding it gradually extinguished, and a whisper of astonishment echoed, "This is absurd." Kang Taeson activated the skill Deer on the Wind's Path, and a stream of green energy enveloped him. The power of the wind spirit suppressed the Spirit King's flame. Was it due to the level difference that the Spirit King's flame was easily extinguished by a high-level spirit skill? The bone spirit roared, "You dare to disregard the king's power." The bone spirit's skull still flickered, cursing, "O king, if you encounter this insolent one, please burn him in hellfire and grant him the most gruesome death." Kang Taeson received a notification of defeating the bone spirit, destroying the spirit world, and earning the title Natural Adversary. His level increased significantly, along with countless rewards. He examined the title Natural Adversary, destroyed the spirit world, widespread infamy, 20% increased damage to spirits, but greatly reduced affinity with spirits. Kang Taeson activated the skill Tiny Spark, summoning a faint flicker of fire. He thought, "It seems useless now, but this skill will surely be helpful someday, right?" Another skill appeared, Giant Slayer, increasing attack and defense when facing formidable enemies. He estimated it would boost stats by at least 10%. Finally, there was the skill Apostle Transformation. He clenched his fist as he examined the skill Apostle Transformation, Lakiratas, power from the god of war and death. Activating it would grant a portion of the Apostle's power for 10 minutes, after which it couldn't be used again for 1 day. He realized, when using Apostle Transformation, I gain not only power but also countless pieces of information. Kang Taeson stood there, enveloped in red energy. He told himself, if it were anyone else, this immense amount of information would be enough to make them lose themselves. Kang Taeson's purple eyes were sharp and cold. He had seen a world he couldn't perceive before. He could now see everything that ordinary eyes couldn't, like the blue bone spirit hovering before him. The little spirit explained that the Spirit King's fire was almost harmless due to the level difference. Kang Taeson listened, his gaze thoughtful. The little spirit continued, "Only apostles, or those who reached a similar level, or were simply extremely powerful, could inflict damage." Kang Taeson recalled past battles. The little spirit revealed that even though he borrowed the apostle's power, Kang Taeson used it thoroughly. When he activated his skills, almost no entity could inflict damage on him. The little spirit sarcastically remarked about the one who burned the world he wanted to protect. Kang Taeson stood silently before the ancient tree, a solitary figure. Kang Taeson looked up at the sky, muttering about levels. He understood that his power had far surpassed anything he had ever known. Kang Taeson sat down, feeling his power. The little spirit agreed, reminding him of the land that had turned to ashes. Kang Taeson gazed thoughtfully at his transformed arm, wondering if it was all right in this state. The demonic power was still there. The system displayed information about the small world tree root. The little spirit reassured him, "What matters is what's inside." Kang Taeson realized the quest was complete. He would become stronger. Kang Taeson pondered the labyrinth gods and ancient gods, beings too powerful for him to confront. The deeper he went, the more terrifying the enemies became. Kang Taeson's eyes flashed with determination. He realized the level disparity between himself and the transcendent beings. He had to become even stronger. He recalled that when using the apostle's power, he had clearly felt that difference. A powerful, transformed image appeared. Kang Taeson clenched his fists, determined. "More power. I need to be stronger. Only then can I truly face them." The knowledge from the apostle's power remained vague in his mind. Demonic eyes seemed to be watching, urging him on. The system explained, "A transcendent is one who has escaped mortality raining from above. Tens of thousands of powerful mortals would crumble with just a wave of their hand." The little spirit flew over, gently touching Kang Taeson. "Taeson, you don't need to think so deeply." It wanted him to relax. The little spirit flew alongside Kang Taeson, explaining that even though he was 20% stronger after the apology, it still wasn't enough to confront overwhelming enemies. This power was not infinite. An image of confronting a colossal demonic entity appeared, illustrating the grim explanation. The level difference was too vast, rendering all defenses meaningless, leading only to catastrophic defeat. Kang Taeson smirked, his expression dissatisfied. The little spirit flew beside him, pouting and grumbling. "This is already cheating. What more do you want?" Kang Taeson and the little spirit stopped before Harfin's room door. He admitted in a low voice, "I know. If I hadn't apologized, I would have lost to that bone creature." The door opened, and Harfin looked at Kang Taeson in surprise. The old man smiled and said, "You're here? I'm sure you've brought something incredible." Kang Taeson presented a charred black seed, containing the remnants of a king's power. Harfin was astonished. "You killed someone with the Spirit King's power?" You are truly mysterious. A deep blue orb, sparkling like stars from the abyss, appeared. This orb had the ability to cling to nearby objects, harboring mysteries from the deepest places. Harfin gazed thoughtfully at the orb. This orb seems perfect for your boots. A haunting, or closer to a curse? I think it will create something quite good. Harfin began forging, energy enveloping his hands. He said he would make the boots first, then use the seed and dragon claws. If you collect 2 more items, you will see the finished product. Kang Taeson looked at the 3 hovering items, his gaze resolute. He trusted Harfin. 2 more items, not too far. I'm sure I'll get an unparalleled piece of equipment. I'll entrust it to you, Harfin. Kang Taeson's new boots appeared, radiating dark energy. They were forged from golem ore and spirits, granting superior power, the ability to remove restrictions, and to create cursed swamps. Kang Taeson looked down at his new boots, his expression thoughtful. He realized this new power came with an indelible mark. Every step I take leaves a trace. Kang Taeson smiled confidently, his purple eyes gleaming brightly. He felt new power rising within him. I'm gradually gaining more skills. I'm really looking forward to it. The little spirit flew alongside Kang Taeson, speculating about the boots' limitations and their potential to trap enemies. Kang Taeson agreed. Just being able to use them unconditionally is good enough. I'll check the weakening effect later. In the white spirit's room, Kang Taeson handed the item to the little spirit. He said, "It took quite a while. The quest is complete. You said to bring this back after defeating the hidden 24th floor boss, right? Here, I've brought it back." The little spirit looked at the item in Kang Taeson's hand in surprise. "You actually did it." The item was a blackened root. The little spirit hovered, speaking sadly. "I'm sure you heard about me there, didn't you? I am nothing." Kang Taeson calmly replied, "I've heard the basics, about the nature of spirits, and how you came to be." The little spirit clutched the black item, softly responding, I understand." The little spirit continued, its voice filled with sorrow. "I was born this way. The first thing I saw was the contemptuous gaze of my kin. The first thing I felt was pain and persecution." Tears streamed down, and the little spirit trembled. But even so, I still loved it. Among the diverse spirits, the little spirit still held on to hope. I believed that at least like this, I could still be with everyone. I thought, if I fulfilled my role, they would accept me. But it was all an illusion. All the spirits abandoned it, leaving it alone. In that empty world, I realized that to them, I wasn't a spirit like them. However, fate remained cruel. A giant, merciless hand crushed the black object, destroying everything. Kang Taeson watched silently. The little spirit spoke bitterly. To them, I wasn't even worth a blade of grass by the roadside. The one who discarded it, the one who caused everything, was the Spirit King. A powerful entity, with fiery hair and bloodshot eyes. The small soul declared resolutely, its voice full of hatred. "That's why I will have my revenge." Kang Taeson stood there, listening silently. Kang Taeson closed his eyes, a surge of green energy surrounding him. He softly replied, "All right." The small soul sobbed, but then became resolute. "I know, someone like me can't do it. I didn't come here for such a trivial reason. Revenge. I made a pact for revenge." The small soul flew around Kang Taeson, filled with hope. "I might not be able to do it, but you are different. If it's you, you will surely kill the Soul King." Kang Taeson smiled. "They turned me into a tool, so I will take revenge as a tool." A notification appeared. Side quest completed. Kang Taeson stood firm, his gaze resolute. "This is the path I have chosen." The system confirmed. A vengeful spirit had possessed his weapon, changing its effects. The small soul hovered, exclaiming in surprise, "What? An NPC became a quest reward? So, what happens now? What about the quest?" Kang Taeson gave a mysterious smile, as if he had his own plans for everything. He reassured the small soul, his tone calm. "I don't think we need to worry about that, do we?" The small soul flew around Kang Taeson, suddenly realizing, isn't that Valvabamba, the apostle of the great archmage who created this labyrinth? The ancient tower shook violently. Large stones cracked and crumbled, and a powerful energy erupted. A voice echoed from the tower, full of power. "This is the first liberation after a long time." I wondered who it was, but indeed, is it you? Kang Taeson asked in surprise. "Valvabamba? Why are you here?" He replied, "The manager of the 21st floor disappeared. I had to fill the void. This is also part of my mission." Mysterious purple energy spread across the ground, creating eerie patterns, signaling an important event about to unfold. Valvabamba decided to set up a temporary quest chain, then urged Kang Taeson, "Then, work hard, human." Kang Taeson was surprised by Valvabamba's efficiency. How neat! The small soul wondered, is maintaining the labyrinth always done like this? A stone pillar stood tall in the space, surrounded by mystical purple energy, marking Valvabamba's change in presence. The small soul suggested, "Then shall we check the status of the weapon where the spirit resides?" The system displayed detailed information about the sword. Kang Taeson gripped the blazing red sword, eerie light surrounding it, feeling the new power flowing within. Kang Taeson was surprised to discover a special option on the sword, exclaiming, "Huh? What is this option?" A soul yearning for revenge had entered the sword, granting it terrifying power. The bonus damage against souls was insane, as if he was willing to sacrifice himself to defeat the Soul King. Damage increased by percentage, combined with future equipment, this value was incredibly high. Total damage increased by 60% when facing the Soul King. This would be extremely useful when confronting the Soul King in the future. Moreover, this was the greatest advantage of these options. The small soul hovered in astonishment, exclaiming, "Taeson, isn't this option too overpowered? This effect to be removed and transferred to another weapon." It was incredible that this effect could be moved to another weapon. Kang Taeson nodded. "That's right. This is an endgame item. I'll use it to the very end." He decided to clear the 20th floor and proceed directly to the 30th floor. With a resolute gaze, Kang Taeson was ready to face the next challenge. The 30th floor boss room of the labyrinth appeared in a sea of flames, a massive explosion shaking the space. Kang Taeson stood amidst the surging flames, realizing, "So I can control the flames used by the spirit on this floor?" Kang Taeson activated Tiny Spark, rushing into battle with the fire monster. He thought to himself, this is the perfect opportunity to test everything. Kang Taeson jumped off the defeated monster, saying goodbye. A notification rang out. "You have defeated Ifrit." Kang Taeson's footsteps now left a significant change. He looked at the newly acquired ring. The reward from the secret room isn't bad either. Kang Taeson sat down, a flurry of notifications appearing. Level up. Spiritual growth activated. 30th floor cleared. And multiple titles received. He wondered, is it because it's the 30th floor? So many. The small soul explained the Explorer title Kang Taeson had just received. It wasn't an easy title to obtain, reserved only for those chosen by the Labyrinth. Kang Taeson opened his status window. His stats skyrocketing. The small soul warned, the sinful guides have angered the gods. They won't be able to get it. Satisfied with his new power, he smirked. I really like this status window. By the way, I should deal with the rest. A terrifying punch tore through the wall, revealing the group of people in hiding. He spoke, "Hello, this is our first time meeting, isn't it?" He stepped into the dark void, his sharp gaze piercing through all disguises. "Just one glance, and I knew you were hiding." The brown-haired man trembled in terror. "How can this be?" The gray-haired man roared in fury. "You monstrous bastard!" Kang Taeson declared coldly, dark energy flaring around him. "Then, let's see the fate of these sinful guides." One of the group hastily intervened. "Stop. Don't do anything you'll regret." He turned, his purple eyes sharp and cold. "And what would that be?" The gray-haired man growled, threatening. "We have connections to the lower floors. If you mess with us, you're as good as dead." He asked again. "The lower floors? Are you talking about the leadership?" "That's right. From the upper floor, a red-haired figure strode down, each step echoing. No matter how strong you are, can you defeat an explorer who has cleared the 70th floor? The red-haired man's footsteps echoed steadily, each sound like a warning, signaling the arrival of a formidable force. The red-haired man held his head high, his eyes arrogant. "Before that person arrives, surrender and obey us." Kang Taeson listened in silence. Suddenly, Kang Taeson shot forward, a powerful surge of energy erupting, knocking back the gray-haired man. He was astonished. "What?" The gray-haired man smirked, triumphant. "It worked. He's wavering," he sneered. "Now what will you do, you fool?" A terrifying crash echoed. Kang Taeson exploded with power, shattering the gray-haired man and his accomplices. Horrified screams tore through the air. He stood amidst the purple energy, his gaze resolute. "So what?" He added, "I'm just following my own path." The little spirit hovered, looking down at the fallen enemies. "Those guys, they lasted quite a while," it said, its voice filled with surprise. "Even though they're enemies, I feel a little sorry for them." A gray-haired man lay motionless, his eyes lifeless. Kang Taeson walked among the corpses, his gaze sharp. The little spirit continued. "The fact that they survived 10 minutes against you means their teamwork was pretty good." Kang Taeson mused. Since they activated a morale boost, they must have been quite strong. A metallic clang echoed. A red-haired man appeared, looking angry. He looked around at the corpses. "Damn it, I came all this way, and they're all dead?" He muttered, his face full of annoyance. The red-haired man turned, his gaze scrutinizing Kang Taeson. "The ones here? Were you the one who killed them?" he questioned, his tone full of suspicion, awaiting an answer. Kang Taeson remained silent, his deep purple eyes fixed on the red-haired man. His face showed no emotion, creating a tense standoff. Amidst the corpses, Kang Taeson coldly retorted, "What if I did?" His words were a challenge, making the atmosphere even heavier. The red-haired man observed the scene, his expression gradually becoming serious. Quite impressive, isn't it?" he said. "At first glance, I can see at least 5 corpses. A 10th floor explorer defeating 5 explorers on the same floor?" Suddenly, the red-haired man's eyes flashed with astonishment. He seemed to have realized something unexpected. "Huh, are you?" he exclaimed, his tone full of shock. The little spirit hovered around Kang Taeson. The red-haired man thought, "It seems the rumors I heard weren't false. I thought I needed to nip it in the bud." Kang Taeson coldly greeted, "How have you been, Marin?" Kang Taeson questioned Marin. "Long time no see, hasn't it, Redhead? Are you doing well after stabbing others in the back?" Marin stammered. "Isn't that the warrior? Are you all right?" Kang Taeson replied, "I'm not all right, you bastard." Marin raised both hands, trying to justify himself. "This is quite embarrassing. But please don't misunderstand. Honestly, I had no intention of doing that." He looked flustered, wanting to de-escalate the situation. Kang Taeson's shadow loomed over the image of Marin lying helpless in the past. Marin's words echoed, "It was embarrassing enough that we could only kill you when you were in such a vulnerable state." The little spirit angrily looked at Marin. "So what do you want me to do? Are you asking me to spare you alone?" Its voice was full of indignation, refusing to accept the excuse. Kang Taeson pondered, images of the ghost assassination and the black-robed figures appearing in his mind. Was he part of the Guide of Sin leadership that instigated the 10th floor boss to assist in the assassination? Marin shrugged, his face indifferent. "You don't need to spare us or anything. What's done is done, and you're dead," he said, his tone defiant, showing no remorse. Marin looked directly at Kang Taeson, a provocative smile on his face. "Will you interfere?" he asked, his golden eyes challenging, ready for a confrontation. Kang Taeson faced the red-haired man, his purple eyes flashing. The little spirit hovered, declaring no interference. A system notification appeared. "You have activated surveillance." The red-haired man smirked, ready. The red-haired man erupted in crimson energy, his face filled with murderous intent. He growled, "They may have been weak members, but you crossed the line by annihilating them all." The red-haired man curled his lips smugly. The system reported that his skill was sealed due to a level difference. The red-haired man's level remained unknown, further intensifying the situation. The red-haired man stepped back, red energy flaring. He bid a sarcastic farewell. "Actually, I wanted to bring you to my side." "Well then, goodbye!" Kang Taeson tightened his grip on his sword. Kang Taeson lunged like an arrow, his sword ablaze with red energy. His purple eyes burned, determined not to let the red-haired man escape. The red-haired man turned his head in astonishment. He wondered, "I'm sure the attack hit. So what just happened? What in the world?" A giant clock mechanism appeared in the air. The system announced, "Your first attack nullification ability is activated." The red-haired man was stopped mid-air. Kang Taeson let out a chilling smile, his eyes glowing red. Dark energy swirled around him, signaling a terrifying power about to be unleashed. The red-haired man was shocked as Kang Taeson charged with dark blades. The red-haired man roared, "Kill him! The enemy!" "You trash! How dare you!" The little spirit, enraged, urged, "Kill!" Kang Taeson erupted with power, activating the skill Apostle of Lucky Radas. He challenged the red-haired man. "Come and find out for yourself." Kang Taeson and the red-haired man clashed fiercely. Despite being attacked, the red-haired man was unharmed. He realized in astonishment, that skill, could it be an apostle? Kang Taeson unleashed Mephisto's black lightning. The red-haired man stood firm, unharmed. The little spirit whispered, "I don't want to." The red-haired man remained calm amidst the onslaught. He provoked, "Why don't you stop for a bit? All your attacks are useless anyway." The little spirit looked at Kang Taeson worriedly. It wondered, he's still dealing 0 damage. Taeson keeps going despite it being hopeless. Why is he like this? He's different from usual. "What are you thinking, Taeson?" The red-haired man was surprised by Kang Taeson's dark magic, but remained cold. "You can even use dark magic. How ridiculous." However, the damage is still 0. The power difference is absolute. The red-haired man kicked, sending Kang Taeson flying. He declared confidently, "No matter how much you struggle, it's useless against me." Kang Taeson was knocked back, feeling the terrifying power. He thought to himself, "Terrifying power. I'm not strong enough right now." However, a glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Kang Taeson landed hard, the ground cracking. He thought, when facing an enemy, one much stronger, one who can defeat me without lifting a finger, Kang Taesan stood firm, his eyes blazing. He told himself, I can learn skills by fighting, without letting my fighting spirit break. The little spirit was surprised. Done. Taesan? Kang Taesan's sword glowed with energy. He was satisfied. I succeeded. A system notification appeared. You have acquired the continuously active skill, Blade of Fighting Will. The little spirit trembled, letting out a forced laugh. I wondered why you were fighting so recklessly. So it was to gain a skill, wasn't it? The red-haired man watched Kang Taesan from afar. He thought to himself, an apostle of a god and an apostle of Labyrinth? And he knows dark magic. Do you still want to fight? The next blow will have an effect. The red-haired man swallowed hard, his face anxious. He told himself, no, if I mess this up, I could be completely annihilated. Images of the demon goddess and Labyrinth appeared in the red-haired man's mind. He worried, the gods don't like us. What if he's favored by those two gods? A surge of energy tore through the air. The red-haired man stepped back, saying, my friend, why don't we stop? I'm afraid I might go too far. Kang Taesan didn't flinch, taking a step forward. The red-haired man retreated, hearing Kang Taesan coldly reply, then get lost. The red-haired man smiled, red energy flaring in his hand. He said, sorry, I can't do that. You're still an enemy. I can't leave you alone. The red-haired man summoned a golden key surrounded by red energy. He said, I need to hear everyone's decision. Please cooperate. A notification appeared. Secret labyrinth key. Leads to the 70th floor. The little spirit gasped in surprise. Huh? You're using that here? Kang Taesan held the key. The little spirit explained, Taesan, you can trust this item. This is a precious key that the shop owner only sells to those who go to the lower floors. Kang Taesan asked, how do I use it? In the white space, the little spirit explained. It's simple. You just need to think about going there with your mind. Kang Taesan replied, I understand. Kang Taesan activated the key, declaring, then there's no reason to delay. Let's finish this now. I also have to return to the labyrinth. The red-haired man was astonished. What? You're going right away? He's not afraid of the lower floors at all? Kang Taesan closed his eyes, the golden key hovering in midair, energy erupting, transporting him through space to the lower floors of the labyrinth. Kang Taesan opened his eyes, his sharp purple gaze intensely focused on the shifting space. Kang Taesan set foot down. The system announced that he had arrived on the 70th floor via a secret passage and received the title Rift Walker. The red-haired man appeared, looking at Kang Taesan, who was observing. The red-haired man said, you're the first person to come here before level 150. Kang Taesan realized, this is the lower floors of the labyrinth. The red-haired man waved his hand, and a table of pastries appeared. He said, rest, I'll call others. These pastries aren't poisoned. Feel free to eat. Kang Taesan sat down, the little spirit perched on his shoulder, looking at the pastries. He exclaimed, indeed, it's truly comfortable. Kang Taesan stared, his eyes thoughtful. So this is the lower floors. He mused. This place can't compare to the 30th floor. It's not even a boss room or a secret area. Yet it's this vast. In Kang Taesan's mind, Lee Taeyan smiled mysteriously. My only solo survivor from the previous life, Lee Taeyan. Kang Taesan sat on the chair, the little spirit hovering. He wondered, I've arrived here, so what should I do next? Kang Taesan ate a pastry, the little spirit surprised. He thought, should I go look for them? Kang Taesan recalled Lee Taeyan. He thought, in my previous life, I heard about what Lee Taeyan achieved on the 70th floor. A man with a lion's mane, calling himself Lion King, questioned, why have you summoned us, Ambrosia? In the meeting room of the sinful guides on the 70th floor, a woman in a black cloak said, what's so important that you've gathered all of us like this? The fiery-haired woman, Spirit King, said, it must be about the adventurer being followed by the ghost, the one you intend to deal with. This meeting is to discuss how to handle him, isn't it? The red-haired man calmly replied, that's right, but he's here. He used our secret key. The truth about the intruder astonished both the Spirit King and the Lion King. Marin, the red-haired man, remained calm, reassuring everyone. The Lion King's rage erupted, and he slammed his fist onto the table. I told you not to talk, but to kill him immediately. Each of our keys is precious. A golden key floated in the Lion King's hand. He looked at Marin with sharp eyes, questioning. I'm sure you had a reason to use it, didn't you? Marin remained calm, smirking in response to the Lion King's questioning gaze. He said, I'm about to speak, so calm down, Lion King. Marin revealed a shocking truth. I believe he is receiving blessings from the gods, both from Labyrinth and the demon goddess of the demon race. A smile concealed cruelty. The black-cloaked members whispered in astonishment.
He's human, but blessed by the demon goddess?
And even by the difficult, selfish god Lakiratas? The Spirit King pondered, thinking the adventurer grew stronger because of the ghost. He's following the adventurer just for revenge? It seems he's become quite petty. Marin looked straight ahead, his eyes full of calculation. He asked, "Are you saying he's just the ghost's pawn?" A voice rang out, skeptical. "Is that really so? From what I've seen, he seems to be acting of his own free will." Kang Taeson appeared, his will resolute. Meanwhile, Kang Taeson strode, moving deeper into a mysterious place. Each step carried determination. The little spirit hovered in surprise, asking Kang Taeson, "Wait, Taeson, where is this?" Kang Taeson stood before a blindfolded goddess statue. Kang Taeson realized in astonishment. "I can't believe there's a secret room like this on the 70th floor." A system notification appeared, confirming the discovery of the nameless goddess statue. Kang Taeson stepped closer to the statue, sensing a hidden secret. So, is something hidden here? A special quest appeared, revealing the forgotten goddess. The little spirit exclaimed in astonishment. "What? There's a quest like this?" Kang Taeson reverently prayed before the statue. 2 system notifications appeared. "You have prayed to the forgotten goddess. You have received the goddess's blessing." Kang Taeson received a recovery blessing from the goddess, even though it was weakening. He smirked, muttering to himself, "If I hadn't had prior information, I would have missed it." Kang Taeson regretted that if he had known about this quest, he would have searched the entire labyrinth to pray to all the goddess statues. His overall recovery rate would have increased nearly tenfold. Marin asked if finding the goddess statue late would reduce its effect. Kang Taeson replied yes, because he had already reached the 70th floor, making rewards from lower floors meaningless. 3 goddess statues appeared, glowing mystically, illustrating Kang Taeson's words. The little spirit exclaimed in surprise. "If you found them all, that would be an amazing ability for you, wouldn't it?" Kang Taeson confirmed, especially since it increased his recovery rate. He also had demonic energy and a protective shield that others lacked, doubling the effectiveness. Kang Taeson turned around, the little spirit hovering above his head. He revealed that he had the chance to receive the goddess's blessing multiple times, which made it even more special. Kang Taeson looked down, reminding them it was almost time for the guides to return. "Let's quickly head back." The little spirit suddenly burst out in anger. "This is cheating! Why only you?" Heavy footsteps echoed on the patterned tiles. A group of people was entering the hall. Marin stood there, his back to them, asking, "Is that all?" Marin scratched his head, explaining that he initially intended to bring everyone, but some didn't want to come. He only brought those who wished to meet in person. Marin remarked, his voice cold. "Is that so? But these individuals don't seem to have the demeanor of guests coming to greet us." The man with the lion's mane was surprised. Quite unexpected. Even sensing our aura, he didn't flinch. The man with the lion's mane said Kang Taeson was quite strong, even though they had restrained their power. Kang Taeson humbly replied, "Well, not as strong as you are right now." Kang Taeson drew his glowing red sword from its sheath, and a surge of energy erupted from the blade. The little spirit hovered, its eyes full of curiosity. The fiery-haired woman looked at Kang Taeson, asking, "Wait, why do I sense my energy from you?" She continued, "I can feel the power of the child, for whom I created a territory within you." "Speak, young man," Kang Taeson explained, energy surging from his hand. "I obtained it after defeating the boss guarding the world tree on the 29th floor. Thanks to that, I'm using it very well." The fiery-haired woman mused, her gaze distant. She whispered, "I knew he might die someday." She suddenly erupted with power, her eyes blazing. A terrifying surge of energy swept through, pushing Kang Taeson back and causing significant damage. However, I am shocked. Kang Taeson looked up, his expression stern. Though she didn't directly attack, just a shift in her emotions was enough to put him in mortal danger. Kang Taeson stood high above, energy blazing. He looked down at the 3, sarcastically remarking, "You dare to murder your guest like this? What a beautiful act." The man with the lion's mane hastily stopped the fiery-haired woman, his voice filled with worry. "Stop! Control yourself. If you kill him, there will be no turning back." The fiery-haired woman sighed softly, the flames around her head gradually subsiding. She reluctantly accepted. "All right." Kang Taeson decisively turned his back, the little spirit hovering beside him. He coldly declared, "No matter what you do, I have no intention of following. Don't waste any more words." Kang Taeson looked straight ahead, his gaze sharp. He thought to himself, "These guides are just cowards. Now that they know he has backing, they won't dare to bother him anymore." A past image appeared. A white-haired man swung a sword. A voice echoed, "You, who are destined to conquer the labyrinth, noticed by the gods, clinging to this lowly adventurer for revenge? Aren't you ashamed?" The man with the lion's mane looked at Kang Taeson meaningfully. he remarked. "Warrior, it seems you've acquired quite a good pawn." The little spirit hovered, a smug look on its face. It said, "Seeing your laughable expressions now, this isn't so bad, is it?" The red-haired man gave a forced laugh, his expression a little flustered. He said, "Ah, ha ha, she didn't come, warrior." A past image appeared. A white-haired girl sat beside the man, then smiled and stood up. The white-haired man asked, "Where did you hide Sociate?" The little spirit suddenly transformed, its eyes glowing red with fury. It snarled, but more importantly, "That bitch," ordered, "my death." The man with the lion's mane and the red-haired man flinched, their eyes wide with surprise at the little spirit's sudden change. "Really? That bitch doesn't dare to face me?" The little spirit snarled furiously. "Fine, I'll meet her sooner or later." Kang Tizan urged them to make a decision. "Anyway, I hope you come to a conclusion soon. I want to leave." Marin stood nearby, looking flustered. The brawny hand of the man with the lion's mane clenched a blue-purple gemstone, energy blazing. He was preparing for something. The man with the lion's mane summoned dark energy, declaring, "We will confirm one thing from you, whether the gods grant you power and protection. Therefore, we will summon the demon goddess." A voice echoed throughout the labyrinth. "All right, let's get straight to the point. You already know that the gods lent their power to build this labyrinth." The majestic labyrinth scene appeared. Purple-black energy erupted, engulfing Kang Taeson and lifting him into the air. The little spirit was also caught in the magical vortex. The man with the lion's mane exerted all his strength, energy exploding. He pleaded, "Please descend, O supreme being. I offer this sacrifice in your name." A purple spatial gate opened, and the demon goddess appeared. "Oh my," she said disdainfully. "You lowly worms dare to summon me? You've got some nerve." The lion-maned man was utterly astonished, sweat pouring down. "How can this be? Even though I used the jet-black gemstone as a sacrifice, she descended so quickly?" Marin prostrated himself, trembling as he said, "I thought we'd need 2 or 3 more similar sacrifices for her to appear. Lion King, please calm down." The lion-maned man knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, "You have arrived, goddess of the demon race." He wondered if her easy appearance was related to Kang Taeson. The demon goddess crossed her arms, her expression annoyed. "Indeed. I'm not sure if I should be happy to see you, or sad to see these useless wretches. It's strange, it irritates me." The demon goddess looked at Kang Taeson, who remained standing tall. "You don't seem pleased." The lion-maned man wondered why he didn't bow, despite her favor. The demon goddess turned her back, coldly asking, "Hey, you useless wretches, why did you summon me? I'll only listen once, get straight to the point." The lion-maned man replied, trembling. The lion-maned man explained, "The person before us claims he was granted permission by you to learn dark arts. We wish to confirm if that statement is true, goddess of the demon race." The demon goddess sneered, her eyes sharp. "How vulgar," she said. "The mage and I created this labyrinth to observe the adventurer's trials, not to see you lazy bugs. How did things turn out like this?" The demon goddess accepted the lion-maned man's request. She explained that gods cannot directly interfere, and since he had paid the price, she would answer his question. In a flash of memory, the demon goddess confirmed. Kang Taeson had completed her quest, an undeniable mark. She continued, revealing that she had bestowed demonic energy upon Kang Taeson, something reserved only for those she chose. He was one of the beings she favored most. The lion-maned man gritted his teeth, realizing the horrifying truth. He secretly thought he should ally with Kang Taeson, but told the demon goddess that he didn't want to be cordial with an enemy. Kang Tizan flew up, facing the demon goddess. He requested her to witness his upcoming battles against those who lead to sin. Both the demon goddess and the lion-maned man were surprised by Kang Taeson's bold proposition. Kang Taeson explained that he would soon confront his enemies, but the level difference was too great. He knew they would try to eliminate him, so he wanted to establish a rule. He declared that he wanted fair battles, where neither side was guaranteed victory. Kang Taeson did not want to die meaninglessly. The demon goddess burst into hearty laughter. She said it was just as she thought. She truly liked Kang Taeson. This was exactly what she wanted to witness. She smirked, saying she didn't want to see weaklings who only cared for themselves. The demon goddess asked if Kang Taeson wanted to set a minimum limit for his opponents. The demon goddess flew up, declaring a rule. Those who were too strong could not ascend, and Kang Taeson needed her permission. If the rule was broken, she would show no mercy. The demon goddess pointed down, announcing the new rule. She allowed the other 3 to fight Kang Taeson, as long as the battle was fair. The red-haired man confusedly asked the demon goddess about the exact level of the limit she had just mentioned. The demon goddess explained that even though Kang Taeson was only on the 30th floor, his power far exceeded it. He could contend with multiple 40th floor adventurers or a single 50th floor individual. The demon goddess smiled, saying she truly liked Kang Taeson. A notification appeared. He had received a divine blessing. Rule. Abiding victor. The demon goddess smirked, declaring this was Kang Taeson's reward for his highly satisfactory decision. Purple energy erupted around her. The demon goddess stood on a high pedestal, purple energy swirling throughout the space. She declared, "This dense darkness will seek out anyone who breaks it." Kang Taeson and his companions watched. The demon goddess's hand glowed, purple energy swirling around it. She confirmed, "This contract is established in my name." Energy erupted. The demon goddess looked at Kang Taeson, a mysterious smile on her lips. She said, "I will wait until the day you find where I am." Marin was stunned. He thought, a god, personally calling a human by name? Astonishment was clear on his face. Kang Taeson smiled confidently, still surrounded by purple energy. A whisper echoed, "Just what is that guy?" The demon goddess looked directly at Kang Taeson, the purple energy gradually fading. She repeated her promise. "Then, Kang Taeson, I will wait until the day you find where I am." The demon goddess vanished. The narration explained, "Arrogant, powerful gods do not remember mortals. Even if one becomes an apostle, no god would call a mortal by name." The lion-maned man gritted his teeth, furious. But a god personally called this human by name. Damn it. He couldn't accept the truth. Kang Taeson reached out, and a shimmering golden key flew into his palm. He challenged, "If you want, send someone on my level. Do whatever you want." Kang Taeson turned his back, declaring, "Now I will return to the 30th floor." He left the two men standing there, their faces full of contemplation. The lion-man man clapped his hands, reassuring Marin, "Snap out of it, it's over. No matter how you feel, you won't go against the demon goddess's will, right?" The lion-man man narrowed his eyes, a sinister smile spreading across his face. A dark scheme was forming in his mind. He looked up at the night sky, surrounded by magical energy. He thought, "Come to think of it, this isn't bad for us. We can send someone stronger than him to attack. This is a good thing." He turned to Marin, his eyes resolute. "I will definitely crush this bastard." "Then," he said, "do as you please. I have no more business with you." The lion-maned man sneered. "Struggle all you want." Kang Taeson and the small spirit smiled. "No, I'm sure we'll meet again. I'm confident." Kang Taeson vanished in a purple light. The lion-maned man said, "It would be great if I saw you again, though it's hard for you to survive that long." Kang Taeson and the small spirit returned to the 30th floor, his eyes full of weariness but also burning with fire. He thought about the spoils and the power of the leaders he had heard about. Kang Taeson confidently smiled, believing he would not lose. He commanded the status window to open. The status window appeared, displaying Kang Taeson's level and impressive stats. The small spirit urged him to check the newly acquired skills. 2 skill windows appeared, but the small spirit was annoyed, complaining that those weren't the skills she wanted to see. She wanted him to look at another skill. The Battle Spirit Blade skill window appeared. The small spirit excitedly confirmed this was the skill he received when fighting Ambrosia, something he often used in the Labyrinth. Kang Taeson realized the terrifying power of this skill when combined with stacking, increasing damage 6-fold. He judged this to be a skill on a completely different level. He recalled another skill the demon goddess had bestowed, God's Blessing, Rule-Abiding Victor, which granted additional rewards for fair victories. Kang Taeson smiled, believing this skill would activate when facing those who lead to sin and bring worthy rewards. Kang Taeson and the small spirit began to descend. He wanted to quickly become stronger, making the small spirit complain that he only thought about increasing his power. They continued their journey, descending the brightly lit spiral staircase, heading towards the 31st floor. The 31st floor quest appeared. Defeat the boss to proceed. Kang Taeson stepped into the labyrinth's darkness, surprised by its gloom. The small spirit pointed at a figure, asking Kang Taeson if he could complete the quest assigned by that person. A loud laugh echoed. Kang Taeson winced at the piercing sound. A white-bearded man in golden armor appeared, greeting them. A notification window appeared. "You have met the divine escort, Bargain." The small spirit recognized Bargain, confirming it had been a long time since they last met. Kang Taeson thought about Ainsal, who had helped him grow stronger on the first floor, and the aerial martial arts skill he was still using. Kang Taeson looked at Bargain, thinking he wasn't one of those who lead to sin, but certainly a formidable opponent. He looked forward to the battle. Bargain looked at Kang Taeson, recognizing him as the adventurer Ainsal had mentioned. Kang Taeson asked in return, "You've heard of me?" Bargain raised his shield and sword, recounting Ainsal's words. "He said he met a rather impressive adventurer." Bargain continued, "Indeed, he praised you greatly." Light enveloped him, signaling a confrontation. Kang Taeson became alert, drawing his sword. Dark purple energy swirled around him, ready for battle. The small spirit beside him flinched. Bargain reassured. Don't worry too much. I'm like an examiner. You can hear the details from the spirit behind me. The little spirit was confused. Huh? From me? You could say this is a kind of qualification test? The little spirit complained, but I don't even know exactly what it is. I failed it. Kang Taeson was surprised.
Even you failed?
The little spirit sadly replied, That's right. The little spirit explained as an image of the warrior Marin appeared. That warrior said he reached the 85th floor out of 100 while he was alive. But even someone like that failed? What kind of crazy mission is this? Bargain smiled mysteriously, declaring, I test 2 things. Kang Taeson activated 2 skills consecutively, mental acceleration and relentless attack. His sword emitted a brilliant red light. Bargain lunged to attack. 1 is to assess if you are qualified to be here. This is very easy. Just show appropriate strength. Kang Taeson unexpectedly blocked the blow. Bargain's eyes blazed brightly, reflecting an intense fighting will, like a burning flame. 2 swords clashed fiercely. Bargain said, There's no penalty for failure. But at that level, the chance of death is very high. Kang Taeson asked, So, what's the other thing? Bargain smirked. Oh, he blocked my attack? He revealed the second thing. The qualification to enter the divine battlefield. I will assess if you are worthy of spreading the labyrinth's greatness. Kang Taeson dodged Bargain's attack, retorting, I'm sure you don't need me to tell you the standards for that qualification. He moved like lightning. Bargain laughed loudly. You're not bad, are you? So, shall we begin for real? A sub-quest appeared. Kang Taeson grumbled. You should have said this before charging at me. Kang Taeson was resolute, his purple eyes flashing with confidence. He thought to himself, This is a chance to face a strong opponent without dying. There's no reason to refuse. Let's fight. Bargain descended like a meteor, unleashing a thunderous attack. Kang Taeson dodged, thinking to himself, The stat difference is too great. A direct confrontation would mean too low a chance of winning. Bargain laughed loudly, his voice echoing, Good. Then let's begin right away. Prove that your blocking my attack wasn't a fluke, especially since hundreds of adventurers I've met have never blocked it. The subquest was accepted. Bargain unleashed a terrifying blow, the ground shaking under his power. Kang Taeson activated his teleportation skill, vanishing from Bargain's sight in an instant, leaving only a phantom energy trail. Bargain smirked, his eyes sharp. In midair, you're finished. You won't be able to avoid the next attack. Bargain unleashed a horizontal sword slash, creating a brilliant golden energy wave. Kang Taeson hovered in midair, trying to dodge. But then a powerful kick from Kang Taeson unexpectedly struck Bargain's shield, creating a violent impact sound. Kang Taeson activated aerial leap, challenging his opponent's words. I won't be able to avoid it? How would you know without trying? Kang Taeson's sword pierced Bargain's armor, causing a small wound. He thought to himself, Only a little armor? Piercing damage? It's nothing. Bargain looked down at Kang Taeson, who was hovering, his tone full of confidence. What are you going to do now? You're still in midair and have lost your balance. Kang Taeson didn't flinch, unleashing a powerful counterattack, sword and shield clashing to create electric sparks. He let out a groan. Bargain looked directly at Kang Taeson, his eyes flashing. Your combat intuition is truly astonishing. However, the level difference is still too great. Kang Taeson activated the landing skill, safely touching down after the aerial skirmish. The little spirit hovered beside him. The little spirit was surprised. Even a landing skill? Unbelievable. Kang Taeson thought to himself, That was close. After that last exchange, I'm sure of one thing. Kang Taeson looked at Bargain, his expression serious. The one before me is not an opponent I can defeat right now. I understand why Sir Einzal praised you. You are too extraordinary for your level. I need to reach floor 60 to be able to confront him. The little spirit looked at Kang Taeson in the shadows with surprise, pondering. He can push Taeson into a difficult spot. This is a rare sight. It seems he's realized the power difference. Will he give up so easily? But Kang Taeson didn't flinch. The sword in his hand glowed with purple energy, his eyes firm, ready for the next battle. A confident smile appeared on Kang Taeson's lips. He knew that it was when facing enemies like this that he could achieve valuable things. Let's continue, he muttered to himself. The little spirit hovered, its eyes shining brightly. That's why I want to keep following him. Fierce purple and golden energy beams clashed, creating a metallic clang that echoed through the space. The little spirit flinched, but still believed. As expected, he won't give up. A terrifying explosion shook the ground, signaling the end of the battle. Kang Taeson panted, saying, Enough. I can't continue. If I make a mistake, I might accidentally unleash my full power. Bargain smiled. It's truly surprising that someone who just reached floor 50, one could hold out against me for so long. The little spirit hovered, its eyes wide with astonishment. I didn't expect Tayson to be this strong. Bargain recalled a red-haired individual he had defeated in less than 5 minutes. He thought to himself, he called that a spectacular achievement and a worthy reward. But Tayson endured for a whole hour. Bargain extended his hand towards Kang Tayson, his eyes filled with admiration. You could hold out against me for so long. I am truly astonished. A sub-quest completion notification appeared. Bargain smiled, saying, if it's you, it might be possible. I'm talking about representing the Labyrinth and gaining the qualification to enter the battlefield of the gods. A new sub-quest began. Images of gods appeared, along with the explanation. There are gods who rejected the intentions of the great sorcerer who created this labyrinth. Kang Tayson looked at Bargain's hand, his eyes doubtful. Battlefield of the gods? The sub-quest reappeared, emphasizing the objective. Go to the battlefield of the gods and claim your victory. Kang Tayson asked again. Battlefield of the gods, Bargain explained. The story isn't too complicated. You know there are many gods here in the labyrinth, right? Bargain continued to explain about the great sorcerer and the gods. The gods who agreed with the sorcerer entered this place. However, the dissenters remained in the outside world. But those weak gods are arrogant. Kang Tayson pondered, his purple eyes hiding calculation. He spoke, asking, so, is defeating them enough? Or do those gods just need to concede and enter the labyrinth? Bargain waved his hand, his expression serious. I wish it were that simple. But it's not. He explained that many outside gods had turned the battlefield into their own territory, causing even the labyrinth gods to lose power. An image of a colossal, glowing god shattering into pieces in space appeared. The devastation spread, like a warning of dire consequences. The little spirit irritably explained. But that doesn't mean the outside gods can enter the labyrinth. The risk would be too great. It emphasized that if they weren't strong gods, their divinity would shatter upon changing territories. Bargain smiled confidently, his eyes on Kang Tayson. Ho ho! As expected, you understand, warrior. The little spirit hovered nearby, looking a bit annoyed. Kang Tayson pondered, hand on chin, his gaze thoughtful. He nodded slightly. I understand. Bargain looked straight ahead, his voice grave. Just know that if we send someone too strong, the outside gods will completely block the entrance. But if we send someone too weak, we'll be sending a poor adventurer to their death. Bargain pointed towards Kang Tayson, a flash of light appearing. He explained, that's why we send someone at a level where they'll be allowed into their world, but also strong enough to defeat the slaves of those outside God. Kang Tayson looked straight ahead, his purple eyes flashing with firm resolve, energy surrounding him. You will be perfect for that. Bargain suddenly remembered, extending his hand, a glittering golden ring appearing in his palm. Now that I think about it, I haven't even given you your reward yet. Here, take it. An information panel appeared, displaying the details of the golden ring with impressive stats. Bargain said, although it might seem a bit excessive for an adventurer on this floor, you have proven yourself. You are qualified to receive a reward of this level. The little spirit was astonished, flying upwards, its face full of annoyance. What the hell? Are you sure you're allowed to give him this ring? This equipment is hard to find even on floor 50, Bargain explained. You should know too, right? Its value will gradually decrease as you continue down to lower floors. But the little spirit still vehemently protested. Arguing that the reward was excessive, Bargain confidently replied, is that so? I don't think so. He believed Kang Tayson would descend to lower floors quickly. Then, he asked Kang Tayson about the assigned mission. Kang Tayson held the ring, his eyes firm. I will make good use of this ring. He turned to Bargain, asking about the reward for victory in the battlefield of the gods. Bargain smiled contentedly, his eyes sparkling. The reward will be so great that you will surely be satisfied. He promised that the Labyrinth gods would generously reward Kang Tayson for eliminating the threat. Bargain smirked, declaring he would do the same. Behind him, other powerful figures also appeared, revealing a mysterious alliance forming. Kang Tayson accepted the subquest, seeing it as an opportunity to grow stronger. He asked Bargain how to reach the divine battlefield. Bargain directed Kang Tayson to the 33rd floor, where a portal led to the battlefield. He said that a divine altar would be waiting in the leftmost room. Kang Tayson departed, telling himself the journey wasn't far. Bargain smiled, declaring he would prepare a fitting reward for him. Kang Tayson turned to the little spirit, asking about the quest it had missed. The little spirit confirmed it had never received that quest. The little spirit explained that it was rejected for not being strong enough. After that, it was too busy exploring the labyrinth to return here. Nevertheless, the little spirit excitedly revealed it still knew something about this battlefield. Kang Tayson listened curiously. The little spirit reassured Kang Tayson that he would be fine as long as he was careful. But those words only made Kang Tayson feel more uneasy. The little spirit explained that there were transcendent beings who had broken through the boundaries to infiltrate the labyrinth, even if they weren't great gods. Kang Taeson pondered, sensing an ominous premonition about future events. The screen displayed normal mode Labyrinth floor 10. A player was gasping for breath, exhausted after the battle. The young player's face was contorted, drenched in sweat, a desperate scream echoing. The young player finally defeated the goblin, and a reward notification appeared. He joyfully exclaimed that he had done it. Kim Yo-han, a normal mode player, raised his sword to the sky, his face radiant with immense joy. He couldn't believe this day had finally come. Kim Yo-han sat alone, reminiscing about being considered a failure, unable to join a party. Even though normal mode allowed team formation, he remained isolated. He recalled the months of panic, constantly fleeing when nearly killed by monsters of the same level, stuck on the 5th floor for months. Kim Yo-han admitted he once lacked talent, but now it was different. He looked at the God's Blessing skill window, which granted him talent in everything related to combat and death. Thanks to the God's Blessing skill he received from his second return to Earth, he had grown strong rapidly. Now, even the once difficult monsters were no longer a problem. Kim Yo-han flinched, a name suddenly appearing in his mind. That's Kang Taeson, right? A relieved smile spread across Kim Yo-han's lips. His confidence had returned. Kang Taeson had opened up new possibilities for him. He silently thought he would thank him if they met again. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Divine power increased by 1%. Kang Taeson was utterly surprised to see his divine power suddenly increase. Divine power? What the hell is this? Why did it suddenly increase? Kang Taeson speculated. Is this a skill that steals power from strong enemies? Or did that last monster possess divine power? He dismissed it. No way. Even for the 31st floor, it wasn't anything special. Kang Taeson pondered. It's only 1%, and I don't even know its effect. Should I just ignore it for now? Kang Taeson realized he hadn't contacted anyone since his second return to Earth. He opened the community window. A ding sound rang out, and Kang Taeson invited Lee Tae-yeon and Kang Junhyuk. The two appeared, and Kang Taeson greeted them. Lee Tae-yeon called out happily, while Kang Junhyuk was surprised. Kang Junhyuk happily said, "Brother, you're here. I thought you'd disappear again like last time." He asked Kang Taeson how far he had gone. Kang Taeson replied that he was fine, almost done with the 10th floor. Lee Tae-yeon said that thanks to God's blessing, everything was easier. Kang Junhyuk added that everyone was descending floors faster too. Kang Taeson realized this was the God's blessing bestowed by Labyrinth when Earth returned for the second time. He breathed a sigh of relief, then asked for more information. Lee Tae-yeon said Oman's challenge was fine. Kang Taeson asked if it was the floor he was stuck on. Kang Junhyuk asked about the quest to fight the water enemies. He had been there too. Kang Taeson encouraged them. That's good. After the 10th floor, you'll receive many things, and everything will get easier. Kang Junhyuk enthusiastically replied, Yes, I'll do my best. Lee Tae-yeon asked if Kang Taeson had checked the community board for easy and normal modes. Kang Taeson said he didn't have time. He asked what was going on. Lee Tae-yeon chuckled, saying it was nothing important and he could find out later. Ah, ha ha ha. It's nothing important. It's not bad news either. Explaining it would take a while. You'll know when you check it. Kang Taeson brushed it off, not caring about easy or normal modes. He told everyone to be careful and quickly left. Kang Junhyuk replied, Yes, you be careful too, Taeson. A treasure chest opened, emitting a brilliant golden light. The system announced that the adventurer title had been activated, and secret room rewards were doubled. In the secret room on the 31st floor, the system displayed information about the sword imbued with holy energy. Once a divine blessing, now only remnants remained. The little spirit cheered with delight. Kang Taeson looked at the two swords, planning to sell them. He told himself the new title would be very useful. With surging momentum, Kang Taeson was determined to continue his journey deeper into the tower. Eerie purple light enveloped him. The 31st floor boss, a knight with a shattered ego, appeared. Kang Taeson unleashed a powerful sword technique, blue and purple energies colliding fiercely. A resounding victory. Kang Taeson received the golden sword, a flawless treasure. He also learned the advanced sword skill Scar Storm Sword, a generational secret art. The little spirit mused. From the 30th floor, Kang Taeson had intentionally only used sword techniques. He was trying to push his own limits this way. A sigh escaped him. Kang Taeson looked at the golden sword, realizing this path was not as easy as he had imagined. The 32nd floor quest appeared, requiring him to defeat the boss to receive blood-stained armor. Kang Taeson walked on, the little spirit reminding him that self-taught sword techniques would become even more difficult. The little spirit explained that Kang Taeson was at the most crucial threshold. He had to synthesize all his sword technique experience to create something new. Kang Taeson nodded. He knew that. Kang Taeson smiled faintly, believing he would overcome it. The little spirit initially agreed, then suddenly surprised, saying he might soon break through this wall. 32nd Floor Subquest. The Sword God's Challenge. Kang Taeson and the Little Spirit discovered the Ahili Altar, a place of worship for the Sword God. Just in time. Kang Taeson smiled with determination, gripping the golden sword tightly. He wondered if he should quickly begin the Sword God's Challenge. Upon discovering the Ahili Altar, Kang Taeson received the first exploration reward. Strength increased by 10, HP permanently increased by 30. A promising start. Kang Taeson pondered, worried the Sword God's Challenge would be dangerous. The Little Spirit asked back, puzzled. He explained he had once stolen the Sword God's aura ability when saving Anisha. The Little Spirit burst out laughing, dismissing all of Kang Taeson's worries. No, things like that don't matter. Kang Taeson recalled the attack-boosting skill he had once acquired. He worried that Vaquesta, the Sword God's favorite place, had been destroyed, and wondered if the deity would be hostile towards him. The Little Spirit reassured him, saying the Sword God was the most indifferent deity, probably not caring about Kang Taeson. He simply replied with determination, well, we'll find out soon enough. A cold surge of energy from the sword flowed into Kang Taeson's body. He felt a strange mix of curiosity, questioning, and welcome. Ahili Subquest began, his sphere of influence narrowing. The system announced that Ahili wanted to challenge Kang Taeson, and if he accepted, he would receive an enhanced challenge with rewards depending on his performance. Kang Taeson smiled, realizing Ahili was not hostile, as the Little Spirit had predicted. The system announced that Kang Taeson had met Lakiratus' servant. The Little Spirit was astonished, excitedly saying this was the first time Ahili had offered an enhanced challenge, and recounted its own experience of facing Ahili's servant. Kang Taeson asked in surprise if he was receiving an enhanced challenge immediately. The Little Spirit wondered, thinking that even the indifferent Ahili must know about Kang Taeson, so why wouldn't he want to probe first? Kang Taeson pondered, wondering if he would have to face Ahili's servant or apostle, just as the Little Spirit once had. The subquest was accepted. The Little Spirit was astonished, exclaiming, "That's the most likely scenario." Ahili's power surged into the Little Spirit, making it cry out in astonishment. Wait, what is this? Kang Taeson stood there, fully alert. The first condition of the challenge appeared. Kang Taeson must land a hit on a spirit of the same level as him once. A blond man appeared, ready to confront him. The third condition was displayed. This mission would not end until all conditions were met. The blond man stood there, full of defiance. The second condition appeared. Kang Taeson was restricted from using any skills unrelated to swordsmanship. This challenge forced him to rely entirely on sword techniques. Kang Taeson was utterly surprised, realizing that Ahili had recreated the body of a dead person to be his opponent. Kang Taeson faced the blond man hovering in midair. He thought to himself, is this the power of a god? The blond man reached out his hand, a painful groan escaping his lips. Bardre exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, that's quite alarming, isn't it?" The system announced that the prince of a ruined world, Bardre, had appeared. The Little Spirit suddenly startled, hastily asking Kang Taeson, "Oh, that's right. Taeson, do you have a mirror? Show me a mirror." Kang Taeson activated a skill, creating an ice arrow. He said, "I don't have a mirror. Use this for now." Bardre looked at the ice arrow in surprise. Bardre looked into the ice arrow as if it were a mirror, pinching his cheek. He mumbled, "Ha, this isn't bad." He hadn't expected this to be possible. Bardre gazed thoughtfully into space, his expression revealing deep contemplation. Bardre hovered in starlit space, thinking about the sword god. He guessed this body was only temporary. The Little Spirit whispered, "If it's like this, I don't want the challenge to end at all." Bardre gripped his sword tightly, his gaze resolute. He told himself, "Anyway, I still have to do what needs to be done." Bardre spun his sword, declaring to Kang Taeson that his current stats were identical to his opponent's. He admitted that while it wasn't his peak, it wasn't bad either. Bardre smiled, a wolf spirit appearing behind him. He said he could only use sword dance and wolf fangs, then asked Kang Taeson, "We're completely evenly matched, right?" Kang Taeson recalled the second condition. "Restricted from skills unrelated to swordsmanship." He retorted, "No, we're not evenly matched at all. You know, swordsmanship isn't my strong suit." Bardre laughed loudly, teasing Kang Taeson for complaining. He said, "That's what makes this a challenge. Though unexpected, this is a great opportunity for you." Bardre urged Kang Taeson to attack, to end the challenge. Kang Taeson thought, his opponent was a master swordsman. Tricks would be useless. He had to deliver a decisive blow. Kang Taeson charged like a gust of wind, a wolf spirit appearing behind him, his sword flashing. Bardre prepared to block. He thought to himself, "You're going all out from the start." Precisely. Bardre easily blocked Kang Taeson's attack. He said, "However, that's not enough. You need a different method." Bardre easily neutralized Kang Taeson's attack. He said, "Just because it's the right answer doesn't mean it will always be effective. Kang Taeson thought to himself. The skill gap is too wide. There's no solution. Kang Taeson gritted his teeth, continuing to confront Bardre in a fierce sword fight. Each strike carried determination, but it was still not enough. Bardre taunted, "Come on, attack!" He easily blocked every blow, then sneered, "If you can't land a single hit, this challenge will end before it even begins, won't it?" Breathing heavily, Kang Taeson realized this was already his 100th attempt. He told himself, "This won't do. No matter how I try to change, the foundation of my swordsmanship is still a ghost's swordsmanship." Kang Taeson pondered. All his moves were anticipated by Bardre. He knew he couldn't win with his current swordsmanship. "I can't win like this. Must I give up?" His purple eyes flashed with resolve. Kang Taeson dismissed the thought of giving up. "No, I can't give up. If so, then—" Bardre smirked, noticing the change. He said, "It seems you found a solution." He was secretly astonished. Had Kang Taeson understood after only 100 attempts? Kang Taeson stood opposite Bardre, the aura around him gradually transforming. A mystical purple energy enveloped his body. Kang Taeson closed his eyes, determined to create an entirely new swordsmanship. "I need a different swordsmanship. Something completely different from what I've been using all this time." Bardre observed Kang Taeson, secretly assessing him. He thought, Kang Taeson's talent isn't particularly outstanding, but his true strength lies in a different aspect. Bardre realized that Kang Taeson always knew how to find a solution in any situation. He had understood that the old swordsmanship couldn't win. This time, what new method will you surprise me with? Around Kang Taeson, blue notification windows appeared. A system message echoed. "You have begun creating swordsmanship." Purple energy surged around him. Kang Taeson's purple eyes flashed open, gleaming with determination and a new light. He was ready for the change. Bardre spoke up. "Oh ho, it seems you're done, aren't you?" Kang Taeson smirked in response. To some extent, a confident smile appeared on his lips. Bardre stretched, seemingly bored of waiting. He asked, "I've been bored stiff waiting for you for an hour. Can we start now?" Kang Taeson replied, "Of course." Kang Taeson charged, his sword energy blazing purple. Bardre sensed the change, exclaiming, "Oh, your sword has become fiercer and more violent, hasn't it?" He continued, "Even though you're blocking better than before, you're using it incorrectly." Two streams of purple and red sword energy collided fiercely, creating blinding flashes of light. The confrontation between Kang Taeson and Bardre grew increasingly intense. Bardre swooped down like an arrow, his eyes blazing. He declared confidently, "Then here I come." Kang Taeson also leaped, his body rotating flexibly. He thought to himself, "Then from now on, I'll just use what I'm most confident in." Kang Taeson gave a resolute smile. He thought, "It's fine. From the beginning, the Scarstorm sword wasn't mine, so I couldn't use it perfectly." Consecutive sword strikes clashed, sparking. Kang Taeson activated an acceleration skill, causing his speed to suddenly explode. Kang Taeson swung his sword like lightning. Bardre wondered in astonishment, how did Taeson's speed suddenly increase? Not only that, his sword strikes seemed to have doubled in speed. How is this possible? Bardre dodged, his eyes full of doubt. He wondered, what is this? Skills shouldn't be usable in this area. The two continued to duel in the air. Bardre realized, the god's challenges have no exceptions. That means he really has found a solution. Taeson, is this the new swordsmanship you've come up with? Bardre didn't hesitate, activating Power Strike and unleashing a powerful slash, creating a blazing golden energy stream to confront Kang Taeson. Bardre gritted his teeth and endured the counterattack. He thought, ugh, incredible power. It's fine. Since Power Strike is a skill that disappears after a single activation, I just need to block and endure this attack. Kang Taeson quickly leaped back. Bardre immediately pursued, but Kang Taeson activated Leap to dodge. Bardre was astonished. He wondered, that madman, can he use it continuously? The skill Taeson activated is affecting me? Taeson, could it be that you've mastered the affected skills? Kang Taeson activated dodge, his body erupting with red energy. Kang Taeson continuously executed Leap, creating countless illusions, making it difficult for Bardre to grasp his true position. With a resolute gaze, Kang Taeson shot forward, his speed astonishingly fast. Bardre angrily blocked the attack. He couldn't believe it. How can such a cheating swordsmanship exist? Bardre cursed inwardly. He realized, damn it, from now on all his movements have become unpredictable. Kang Taeson smirked, his purple eyes blazing amidst a burst of golden energy. A confident, challenging smile. He swung his sword, blazing golden sword slashes tearing through the air. Bardre cried out in pain, pushed back by a rain of fatal blows. Bardre was astonished, his golden eyes wide with panic. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Kang Taeson glided like a ghost, dodging Bardre's counterattack, then charging to attack. Bardre wondered, so you saw an opening. A system message appeared, confirming that Kang Taeson had created high-level swordsmanship. Ability Sword, a great achievement. Bardre smiled, his eyes showing admiration. He looked at Kang Taeson and said, Kang Taeson, you truly created a swordsmanship just like you. Another message appeared, showing that the conditions had been met, and Ihili was satisfied with Kang Taeson's results. The system continued to display details about the Ability Sword, from its continuously activated skills to its ability to identify enemy weaknesses, along with a power-enhancing sword hilt. Impressive achievements continued to pour in. Kang Taeson achieved the title Qualification of a Grand Swordsman, along with soaring stats. The Scarstorm sword was also integrated into the skill sword. Kang Taeson gasped, looking at the system screen. He silently wondered, Qualification of a Grand Swordsman? Did I achieve this? Bardre explained that he had also received a similar title. He had rearranged the Scarstorm sword to suit himself, and his mastery rate increased by at least 40%. Kang Taeson was astonished. What? A title can be that good? Bardre sneered, his eyes sharp. He said, Furthermore, I bet the swordsmanship you created isn't something just anyone can create, is it? He stood opposite Kang Taeson, the sword in his hand emitting a faint light. He said, Because it's not something everyone can achieve, it's only natural. Kang Taeson wondered, Why not? Bardre gripped his sword, a confident smile on his face. He asked, Are you really asking because you don't know? What kind of swordsmanship can make skills activate on their own, and even change their effects? Bardre explained that the acceleration skill was originally just a charge towards a target, but Kang Taeson's swordsmanship transformed it beyond mere speed, astonishing him. The leap skill was the same. It should have affected the activator, yet it sent Bardre flying. He was stunned to realize that Kang Taeson's swordsmanship interfered with the system, changing skill effects. Kang Taeson listened silently, his gaze thoughtful. Bardre was surprised, pointing to the challenge condition. Condition 2. You are restricted from using any skills unrelated to swordsmanship. He wondered if there was an exception for a god's challenge. Kang Taeson explained that he wasn't using skills, but swordsmanship. He asserted there were no exceptions. His swordsmanship could merge with skills. Bardre still didn't understand. Kang Taeson gripped his sword, pondering, There's no other way. The reason I'm strong is because of skills. He continued, I thought if I couldn't use skills, I should at least find a way to achieve their effects through swordsmanship. Purple energy enveloped the sword. Bardre looked at him, his expression incredulous. You knew about the condition and still thought that way? Bardre continued to ask, curious about Kang Taeson's sudden breakthrough. And how did you come up with something so unexpected? Did you have a sudden enlightenment? Bardre looked up at Kang Taeson, contemplating his strongest weapon. My strongest weapon. The reason I delved deep into the labyrinth was thanks to the countless skills I possess. Kang Taeson replied that he realized the answer wasn't entirely in swordsmanship due to the vast difference. He looked back at himself, searching for the root. He recounted that initially he thought he couldn't use skills, but after deep thought, he realized a loophole in the challenge conditions. Kang Taeson's gaze was firm. He realized there was no need to obsess over not being able to use skills from the start. He recalled that even before he had the acceleration skill, he could quickly charge towards enemies. He did it naturally, not thinking he was using a skill. He gave examples. The hold breath skill obtained by continuously attacking, or endurance, by reducing health to its limit. He had met these conditions. Kang Taeson concluded that even the leap and power attack skills were things he could do with his body before acquiring the skills. To gain a skill, one must achieve that effect on their own. He decided to stop consciously trying to activate skills. Purple energy erupted around his fist, as if the skill was forming itself. He pondered the conditions for acquiring a skill. Kang Taeson realized that those skills were originally things he could do before. When he thought that way, some skills suddenly became available. Bardre smiled, tossing a small gem into the air. As expected, you're truly impressive, he said. So, all you need to do is achieve an effect equivalent to a skill. Kang Taeson was surprised, having never thought of that. He called Bardre's name, his eyes full of contemplation. Bardre gave a mysterious smile, his body beginning to dissipate into particles of light. I must bid farewell to this body now, he said. What a pity. A bell chimed. A system notification appeared. Ihili's area of influence is shrinking. Bardre vanished, leaving only Kang Taeson standing there. Bardre turned away, a mischievous smile on his face. Don't look at me with that expression, he said. Bardre shook Kang Taeson's hand, a radiant smile on his lips. I had a lot of fun. You too? He asked. Kang Taeson replied with a faint smile. I also had a lot of fun. Thank you. Bardre said. You're welcome. Go thank Ihili. If it weren't for Ihili, we wouldn't have had this opportunity. Kang Taeson pondered. As Bardre said, this challenge was a golden opportunity. His swordsmanship skills hadn't progressed on the 30th floor. The sword god had pushed him against an unbeatable opponent, only to make him stronger. Kang Taeson bowed his head, showing respect. A bell chimed. A notification Ahili has offered you an apostle contract appeared. Kang Taeson turned around and decisively refused. The little spirit appeared beside him. Kang Taeson asked, "You're back?" The little spirit replied, "Yes, I immediately returned to this form." The little spirit said, "Ah, at least it was quite fun for a while." Kang Taeson and the little spirit continued walking. The little spirit transformed into Bardre, boasting about his true body. "Taeson, what do you think of my true body? Pretty cool, right?" He was smug. Kang Taeson just watched silently. Kang Taeson shot forward, leaving the fuming little spirit behind.
Hey, are you ignoring me?
The little spirit yelled.
Taeson, don't leave me behind! Wait!
With a powerful leap, Kang Taeson activated the leap skill, shooting forward like an arrow. They both arrived at Labyrinth Floor 32. The little spirit excitedly said, "Finally, we're on Floor 31. Let's go!" It mentioned the Sword God's challenge on Floor 31 and the Divine Battlefield on Floor 33. Kang Taeson walked, pondering, "It makes sense. I need to be stronger before reaching the Divine Battlefield." Suddenly, a squad of red-armored soldiers appeared, blocking their path. The clang of metal echoed, signaling that battle was about to begin. Kang Taeson smiled, drawing his sword. Purple energy enveloped the blade. "I'll only use my sword for a while. Don't rush me, okay?" The little spirit cheered excitedly. "Oh, suitable enemies have appeared. Hurry up, show off your new swordsmanship." A notification appeared. "You have activated a sword skill." Kang Taeson unleashed brilliant purple slashes, tearing through the air, striking multiple enemies. Amidst the purple sword light, Kang Taeson engaged in combat. The little spirit observed, commenting, "The basic swordsmanship is still a bit rough." Surrounded, Kang Taeson still stood firm. He declared, "This is my style." Kang Taeson activated acceleration. This skill not only increased his body speed but also his swords, and could be continuously activated by consuming mana. With dizzying speed, Kang Taeson charged straight into the enemies. A surge of purple energy erupted, signaling that the acceleration skill had been activated. He swung his sword, attacking enemies from above, creating a brilliant, powerful purple sword path. A powerful slash was unleashed. A notification Power Strike skill activated appeared, followed by a deafening clang of metal. Kang Taeson's sword and the enemies clashed, creating a tense moment of confrontation, sparks flying. Kang Taeson glided away, leaving the enemy behind. The little spirit was surprised. "Huh? Does doing that end the effect?" The Power Strike effect dissipated. Kang Taeson pondered the skill activation conditions, realizing the difficulty of maintaining a steady sword-fighting rhythm. "That's right. I need to engage in swordplay with a stable rhythm. It's hard to activate continuously." The little spirit wondered about the sword's other skills. "Is it similar for other skills added to the skill sword?" Kang Taeson replied, "Yes. They all have certain conditions. Facing spirits or long-range mages, continuous skill activation becomes impossible. Against opponents using natural power or long-range attacks like magic, it would be difficult to use, wouldn't it?" The little spirit realized the activation conditions were too strict. It's more restrictive than I thought? Enemies can't just stand still and wait. If the condition is continuous sword strikes, Kang Taeson agreed that this skill is difficult to use against agile enemies. That's right. It's hard to use against enemies that are difficult to hit at the right time. The little spirit exclaimed, "Oh, what a hassle." Despite the difficulty, the little spirit still asserted that this was an excellent sword art. When activated, enemies would be stunned by the change in stats and skill effects. Kang Taeson leaped, unleashing a powerful sword strike down on the armored opponent, surrounded by brilliant golden light, probably. Kang Taeson's sword pierced through the armor, leaving a deep gash. A surge of purple energy erupted as Kang Taeson activated the leap skill, pushing back the opponent. Kang Taeson put all his strength into a downward slash, pushing the opponent back. A notification appeared. Sword skill proficiency increased by 1%. Kang Taeson checked his sword skill proficiency. It was only 8%. The little spirit surprisingly asked about the proficiency of the Scarstorm sword, to which Kang Taeson replied 39%. The little spirit was astonished that the sword skill proficiency was only 8%, while the Scarstorm sword was 39%. Shouldn't the Scarstorm sword proficiency transfer over? Kang Taeson also admitted. The little spirit angrily realized the huge disparity in proficiency between the two high-level sword arts. Wait, both are high-level sword arts, but there's such a big difference? The little spirit deduced. In that case, it means Taeson's sword art was almost not qualified as a supreme-level sword art. The little spirit recalled that the supreme sword art Arak was created through the Labyrinth system, combining the power of all weapons, an ability granted by the gods to transcend limits. Kang Taeson charged forward, his sword glowing with purple light, unleashing swift and powerful attacks. The little spirit pondered, finding it hard to believe. But if further refined, this sword art could reach the supreme realm. This was because Kang Taeson's power sword was also disrupting the Labyrinth system. On the 32nd floor of the Labyrinth, red night corpses lay scattered, swords strewn everywhere. The battle had just ended, and the air still lingered with a faint purple energy. Kang Taeson sighed softly, his sword still faintly glowing with pale purple light. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Kang Taeson looked around. I think I've dealt with all the knights here, haven't I? Kang Taeson's purple eyes suddenly narrowed. The little spirit warned. Kang Taeson! Someone is coming! Kang Taeson nodded. Yes, he's nearby. He looked at the giant door. This must be the boss room, marking the end of the 32nd floor. A redhead suddenly appeared, unleashing a barrage of icy arrows. The little spirit angrily asked, Why did you reveal yourself instead of doing something stupid? Kang Taeson's hand glowed, and a notification appeared. You have activated Icy Arrow. A cold current surged forth. The redhead dodged in surprise, exclaiming, Oh my! You scared me! The little spirit yelled, Redhead, were you trying to ambush us? Stop that sneaking around and come out properly! The redhead laughed loudly. Haha, I didn't come here to fight. No need to be on guard. Kang Taeson asked directly. Then what are you here for? The redhead said, We have confirmed the conditions for engaging the demon goddess. You cannot use an unreasonable amount of force. The redhead sneered. To be blunt, I'm here to discuss the rules. Kang Taeson frowned. Do you have anything else to say? The little spirit added. What rules? The redhead continued. After you met the demon goddess, while you continued down the labyrinth, we had a meeting. He said, As a result, we decided that when you reach the 40th floor, those of level 4 will act. The redhead shrugged. Well, I don't agree with it. The redhead questioned, sending an opponent as strong as the demon goddess. Kang Taeson replied confidently. He will definitely be even stronger than now, right as we are preparing. Kang Taeson frowned, looking annoyed. What? He said coldly. If you're done talking, get lost. The redhead sneered, saying, Things are happening too fast. When I see you, all sorts of thoughts fill my mind. The redhead turned and walked away, leaving a parting remark. Well then, I'll see you later. Kang Taeson stood there, his gaze resolute. The redhead walked away, saying that the other Sin Guides were once confident adventurers like Kang Taeson, certain they would conquer the labyrinth. The redhead speculated that the other guides would have complex emotions upon seeing Kang Taeson, as he reminded them of their past failures in conquering the labyrinth. Kang Taeson mused, repeating the word past with deep contemplation. Past, huh? He wondered. Is that so? Painful memories flooded back. Kang Taeson recalled his previous life, when he chose easy mode and witnessed his comrades fall, living in disappointment over his own weakness. Returning after failure, Kang Taeson now had no way back, nor any room to retreat. Determination blazed in his eyes. In an ethereal space, Kang Taeson stood facing other powerful figures, the Sin Guides. Kang Taeson asserted that he was different, only moving forward. The little spirit agreed, saying it hadn't assigned tasks to anyone. Kang Taeson walked on, speculating about a special place. Is this that place? If it's her, she could secretly create her own room regardless of the floor. Kang Taeson stopped before a door. The little spirit wondered, why are you going back up instead of hunting the boss? A title appeared, Floor 31, Lilise's Space. Kang Taeson turned back, explaining that he wanted to receive magic from Lilise first. I want to receive magic from Lilise first. Since the next floor is a battlefield of the gods, I need to prepare. An ancient book opened, glowing brilliantly. Beside it were a ring and a gemstone, along with an eerie green smoke rising. 3 tiny Lilases panicked, crying out in failure as their magic dissipated. Kaya Tilde. Uah. What should I do? I failed again. Kang Taeson and the little spirit sighed, realizing she hadn't changed at all. Lilise was surprised when Kang Taeson appeared, and she happily welcomed him. Kang Taeson replied, recalling that the last time they met was when he received the air jump magic on the 6th floor. Kang Taeson presented an item which the little spirit observed. He said, It's been a while. There aren't many things worthy of being a suitable sacrifice. Lilise smiled brightly, eagerly saying, Ah, I see. Then let's start right away. Lilise raised her staff high, and green energy erupted, swirling in the air. Kang Taeson mused, sensing the magic around him. He whispered, For some reason, I can see the magic lines much clearer than before. It feels strange. Lilise closed her eyes in concentration, and a brightly glowing, flickering magical eyeball appeared above her head. The system displayed a notification about a conceptual skill. Kang Taeson speculated, Is this also an effect of that skill? The movements of objects or enemies become clear before my eyes. Lalise and Kang Taeson floated in mid-air, surrounded by mystical green light. Kang Taeson realized, this is the god of magic. Kang Taeson's eyes opened, glowing brilliantly purple. A notification appeared. Done. You have learned the low-level magic mark. Kang Taeson seemed disappointed. Still low-level magic. Lalise hesitated, stammering. Ah, about that. Lalise awkwardly explained. I'm not sure if the god of magic was just joking. Kang Taeson pointed at Lalise, wondering, what are you doing? Lalise was surprised and flustered. Kang Taeson touched the wall, and glowing question marks appeared. He wondered, you have activated Mark? Is this what I need to do now? Kang Taeson cast an icy arrow, and Lalise cried out in surprise. The arrow flew towards her. The icy arrow changed direction, flying towards the mark on the wall. Kang Taeson deduced. Is the icy arrow moving on its own? So the attack flies towards the mark. Kang Taeson pondered. Magical energy surrounding him. He considered, since Icy Arrow and Fire Blast can fly in any direction I want, even without a mark, there's no need to use it for them. So should I try something else? Kang Taeson drew a mark on the wall, wondering about its purpose. Kang Taeson activated the leap skill, stomping hard on the wooden box, making Lalise exclaim in alarm, Hey, are you trying to destroy everything? Kang Taeson hovered in midair, energy swirling. The system announced that he had activated random teleportation. The random teleportation skill allows teleportation to any position within a certain range. Kang Taeson teleported in a flash, appearing behind Lalise, making her shriek in surprise. Kang Taeson realized, oh, this is pretty good, isn't it? I can teleport to the location of the engraved mark, which will be quite useful. The small spirit exclaimed, Hey, then it's not random anymore. Lalise cleared her throat, asking Kang Taeson, Taeson, are you ready to hear what I have to say? He replied curtly, Yes, I'm ready. What do you want to say? Lalise hesitated, unsure if Kang Taeson was joking or serious. She explained, The Lord said that soon he will grant you an intermediate level spell. Kang Taeson was astonished. What? An intermediate level spell? The small spirit wondered. Why would he grant it so early? Lalise awkwardly said, I'm not too sure either. Taeson is still just a 30th floor explorer. Lalise reminisced, reminding Kang Taeson about the quest from the demon goddess. She said, The integrated ice arrow you used back then was powerful enough to blow away enemies with a single blow. She continued, Of course it's called low level, but the value of magic is far greater than swordsmanship. The small spirit further explained, It's only because your situation is unique. Without talent, one usually cannot learn magic. Kang Taeson asked, Is it that unusual? The small spirit affirmed, Of course it's unusual. Even for you, a low-level spell can wipe out enemies on the 30th floor, right? Marin, in the flashback, explained, They mostly use intermediate-level spells as well. Only a very few can use high-level spells. Marin continued, Anyway, starting with intermediate-level magic, I'm sure you can even injure the leaders of the Sin Guild. Kang Taeson pondered in silence. Kang Taeson smiled confidently. It works on them? That's good. Oh, so when can I start learning intermediate-level magic? Lalise explained, Not immediately. When the time is right, the Lord will give you a trial. Amidst the flow of magical energy, Kang Taeson closed his eyes to sense it. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. Understood. I'm really looking forward to it. The 32nd floor boss room appeared, dark and cold. The clang of metal echoed, signaling an impending battle. A system notification appeared. You have activated chain attack. Kang Taeson swung his sword, and the enemy's armor shattered in a purple glow. He glided like a ghost, dodging counterattacks. You have activated the leap skill. The sword blade tore through the air again, embedding itself deep into the target. After the battle, Kang Taeson checked the spoils. A set of blood armor appeared, with details. Blood armor defense plus 40. Quite useful as its defense stat is quite high. A resounding victory. You have defeated the 32nd floor boss, the Dark Knight. You have obtained blood armor. You have obtained Red Rose Thorn. Kang Taeson held the Red Rose Thorn, and the system explained. Red Rose Thorn. A thorn taken from the red rose guarding a witch's garden. If attached to something, it'll become much sharper. He wondered, is this a material? Suddenly, the thorn automatically wrapped around his arm. Huh? Why is it acting like this? Kang Taeson was surprised, and the small spirit beside him was also stunned. The glowing red thorn tightened around his wrist guard, coiling as if it had a life of its own. The red rose thorn completely merged into the wrist guard. The thorns. The system confirmed. The wrist guard containing murderous intent has absorbed the red rose thorn. Attack plus 20. The small spirit exclaimed. What, it's self-enhanced? This is the first time I've seen this. It affirmed. This is not a normal phenomenon. The small spirit pondered, then said, That's right. But there's someone who knows a lot about things like this. Kang Taeson asked. Who? The small spirit explained. The equipment absorbed the item by itself and was enhanced, right? The image of the old shop owner appeared. The small spirit affirmed. If it's the shop owner, he might know the reason. Kang Taeson decided. Excellent. I was planning to visit him before heading to the battlefield of the gods anyway. He said, then let's go right away. If there's any way to get stronger, no matter what it is, I at least want to know that information. He and the small spirit ascended the stairs. Labyrinth quest start. Defeat the 33rd floor boss to proceed. Reward, Guardian Shield. Secret reward? The white-bearded, long-haired, pipe-smoking shop owner asked, What's wrong? Did you come here to buy something? People say he has a shop on every floor of the labyrinth, finally reaching the 33rd floor. Kang Taeson secretly thought this was the battlefield of the gods, then decided to visit the shop first. The old wooden door opened. Kang Taeson shook his head, saying, No, I have something to ask. He held out his hand, his wrist guard suddenly transforming, and he asked, What exactly is this thing that absorbs materials and changes by itself? The white-bearded shop owner stared, his face astonished, and asked again, It changed by itself? The shop owner mused. It's true I sold it, but I didn't craft it. Kang Taeson pointed at the notification, asking, The crafter is written there, right? Kang Taeson nodded, saying, It says it was crafted by a witch on a whim. He looked at the shop owner, asking, Do you know who this witch is? The shop owner explained. That woman gave it to me, and there were no issues, so I put it up for sale. He chuckled. I didn't expect anyone to buy it. Kang Taeson replied, I see. The shop owner frowned, saying, I know who she is, but we're not that close. Kang Taeson pondered, the wrist guard on his arm transforming again. If she's the one who crafted equipment of this caliber, she might still be in the labyrinth. The more information, the better. He asked, Is that person still in the labyrinth? The shop owner rested his chin, musing. Quite possibly. He added, I don't think she'd come here, but she's quite an erratic woman. Kang Taeson looked at the image of the green-haired witch that appeared, speculating, If the witch is still in the labyrinth, could she have entered through a path the shop owner doesn't know about? How interesting. The shop owner smiled, saying, She's not overly eccentric, but she's a woman with strong opinions. He added, I don't care much, but many people really like her. The shop owner asked, Well, is this answer enough for you? Kang Taeson replied, It's enough. He turned, preparing to leave. Kang Taeson secretly thought about the witch who could create self-enhancing items. If I meet her, I might find a way to get stronger. I'm really looking forward to it. Kang Taeson swung his glowing red sword, attacking the giant Black Knight. He had defeated the 33rd floor boss, the Black Hammer Knight, leaving only instinct. Reward, Guardian Shield. Kang Taeson looked at the system notification. You have obtained Fama's hammer, he muttered. Nothing useful. It only increases swordsmanship proficiency. The small spirit was surprised when Kang Taeson's swordsmanship proficiency increased by 5% thanks to his self-created skill. His sword emitted a brilliant purple light. Kang Taeson agreed, acknowledging that the achieved result was not insignificant. His eyes gleamed with confidence. Recalling the battle, Kang Taeson glided like a ghost, swinging his purple sword through space. He realized his opponent rarely used a sword, and decided to use the least amount of strength, focusing on efficient movement. A system notification appeared. Kang Taeson had reached 20% proficiency in the aura skill, a sign that he had begun to comprehend sword chi. The next notification showed that the weak point strike skill also reached 20% proficiency, helping him deal additional damage on critical attacks. After the battle, Kang Taeson continued to walk, each step resolute. He and the small spirit had arrived at the place Bargain mentioned. The small spirit predicted someone would come to open the door for him to leave the labyrinth. The door slowly opened, and a surge of glowing red energy erupted from Kang Taeson's sword, surprising him. Kang Taeson looked up, stunned by the appearance of Labyrinth, the god of war and death. He hadn't expected to encounter this situation. Labyrinth, with fiery eyes, let out a terrifying laugh. We meet again, Kang Taeson, the colossal entity declared. Welcome to the entrance of the battlefield of the gods. Kang Taeson, fearless, asked the entity directly. Are you the leader? Labyrinth confirmed, explaining that this battlefield was created by the weak, a place where those who disagreed with the gods were imprisoned. He said if an explorer could conquer it, that would be a different story. Labyrinth proclaimed himself the god of war and death, stating this place posed no challenge to him. Kang Taeson replied that it seemed only he could accomplish such a feat. Labyrinth laughed loudly, declaring things were getting more interesting. He asked Kang Taeson if he was the mortal who would bring him joy. Labyrinth, the god of war and death, bared his teeth in a grin, declaring the awaited moment had arrived. He would sweep away those who dared to oppose his vision. Lakyratas asked Kang Tae-san if he could bring him joy once more. A special quest appeared, calling for participation in the divine battlefield. Lakyratas flashed a gruesome smile, his red eyes burning with excitement. Kang Tae-san, without hesitation, reached out and accepted the challenging quest. The little soul cried out in surprise. Lakyratas declared he would open the path to the battlefield, enveloping Kang Tae-san in a crimson energy. Lakyratas laughed heartily, feeling immense delight. It had been a long time since he had felt such excitement. Not since he assumed his current position. Lakyratas pointed to the glowing gate, ordering Kang Tae-san to enter. A notification appeared. Path to the divine battlefield. Level 75 limit. Kang Tae-san was surprised, wondering if this battlefield only had a level limit without considering stats or skills. He realized that having only a level limit was an advantage. After all, Kang Tae-san's abilities far surpassed those of a typical level 75 warrior. Bluish-purple energy swirled around Kang Tae-san's hands, ready for battle. The little soul cried out in alarm as Kang Tae-san was enveloped in a dazzling light, preparing to teleport. Kang Tae-san smiled confidently, noting that his opponent's preparations had many flaws. Lakyratas, hidden in the shadows, commanded, "Now, step onto the battlefield and display your power." He laughed loudly, demanding Kang Tae-san sweep away the opposition, proving the greatness of the labyrinth and the power bestowed upon him. Lakyratas anticipated another spectacular battle from Kang Tae-san amidst the glowing red embers. Kang Tae-san suddenly dropped onto a lush green field, retching from the abrupt teleportation. Kang Tae-san stood on the grassland, looking at the distant tower. The little soul hovered beside him, surmising probably an outer god. This place has rules. They can't interfere directly. Kang Tae-san retched, dizzy after the teleportation. The little soul also staggered. Ugh, a bit dizzy this time. He looked up, warning, "Little soul, look up. Even here, there's something unpleasant." The little soul sighed in relief, still stunned. Phew! More importantly, I'm truly shocked. I didn't expect to meet Lakyratas there. The little soul recalled Lakyratas' terrifying image. Anyway, he seems less scary than last time. A bit milder? Why is that? Kang Tae-san looked straight ahead, nodding in confirmation. The way he treats me has definitely changed. Kang Tae-san walked across the green grass. The little soul asked, So, does he think well of you? He replied, "Quite possibly." Kang Tae-san recalled that he had chosen to confront the sinful guides. Perhaps it's because I chose to fight the sinful guides. After all, there's always the option to cooperate with them. The little soul suddenly asked, "Who would choose that option?" Kang Tae-san replied, "You might think so, but most don't." The little soul predicted, "Anyway, the path you take from now on will be full of combat and death. Lakyratas is surely very pleased with your choice." The demon goddess also appeared in his thoughts. The little soul explained, "They are too strong for most level 30 explorers. After their will is crushed by reality, that choice isn't strange." From the perspective of the sinful guides, Kang Tae-san was an object of envy. The little soul sneered. The little soul continued, "Since you can receive many benefits from the god's favor, it's not so bad." Kang Tae-san's leg erupted with golden energy. A system notification appeared. "You have activated the leap skill." Kang Tae-san shot into the air, leaving a dazzling trail of light behind him. He flew high, the little soul following. A system notification appeared. "You have activated the surveillance skill." Kang Tae-san focused intently, blue energy shimmering around his temples. He wondered, is that the place? Kang Tae-san glided through the air. Below him, a chaotic battlefield. The clang of metal echoed as warriors clashed, shouting, "Go die, and you are a heretic who believes in a baseless god." Kang Tae-san and the little soul stared down in shock. "What the hell is this?" he exclaimed, his face full of skepticism. The fierce battle continued. A blue-clad warrior scoffed, "You're pretty good, even if you believe in a terrible god." His opponent gritted his teeth and replied, "Ugh, I don't want to admit it, but so are you." "Am I hallucinating?" Kang Tae-san wondered. The little soul wiped away tears, lamenting, "Is this the divine battlefield? How pathetic." He was stunned. Is this really a god's battlefield? A special quest notification appeared, requesting Kang Tae-san to participate in the divine battlefield, demonstrate the greatness of the Labyrinth gods, and conquer the battlefield to receive rewards. The little soul looked up and asked Kang Tae-san, his voice full of confusion, "Hey Tae-san, is this a god's battlefield?" Kang Tae-san descended onto the battlefield. He noticed something. It seems a bit shabby, doesn't it? Kang Tae-san realized. From the energy they emit, they're as weak as the things on the 20th floor. The battlefield still echoed with the incessant clash of swords and armor. Kang Tae-san glanced to the side, purple energy shimmering around his eyes. He muttered, "Those guys seem busy." Kang Tae-san looked towards the clashing warriors, then turned his gaze to a group of blonde-haired soldiers hiding in the bushes. He wondered, should we ask those guys over there? Kang Tason suddenly swooped down, landing forcefully right in front of the hidden group of soldiers. A blond-haired man cried out in surprise.
"Ah, who are you?"
Kang Tason smiled, calmly facing the startled group of soldiers. He spoke. "Greetings, gentlemen. May I ask a question?" The blond-haired soldiers, without hesitation, charged at Kang Tason simultaneously. "We have no reason to listen to a heretic," they roared. "Attack him immediately." The blond-haired man stared at Kang Tason, his face full of suspicion. "I've never seen that uniform before," he said. "Are you a heretic?" Kang Tason said little, swiftly swung his sword, its blade flashing with a blinding light. A system notification appeared, confirming Kang Tason's skill completely nullify first attack had been activated. A blond-haired soldier with a goatee was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He exclaimed, "How did this happen?" Kang Tason delivered a powerful blow, sending the blond-haired soldier sprawling, blood splattering. The little soul flew alongside. The blond-haired soldier with a goatee screamed in pain, his mouth agape. Shadows descended like a storm, causing the soldiers on the ground to exclaim in terror, "What is that?" Another soldier cried out in alarm upon seeing his comrade fall, while the soldier with the goatee was unconscious. He asked, "Wait, what is this?" Kang Tason walked calmly, carrying the soldier with the goatee over his shoulder. He muttered, "These weaklings die as soon as I use a little strength." Kang Tason's footsteps landed softly. He mused to himself, "It's truly difficult to control my strength." Kang Tason lightly tapped the head of the soldier with the goatee, making him briefly regain consciousness, then said, "I have something to ask you later, so just go back to sleep for now." The bearded soldier roared in anger, calling Kang Tason a heretic and threatening, "You, heretic! Our God will punish! Gah!" With cold purple eyes, Kang Tason calmly looked down, preparing for his next move. He spoke. Then Kang Tason stepped forward, asking the trembling soldiers why they weren't continuing their attack. A terrified soldier screamed, "Don't come closer! Who are you?" The bald soldier threatened punishment if Kang Tason didn't answer. Kang Tason replied with his name. "Me? Kang Tason." He added, "I might as well take this opportunity to ask about this world." Kang Tason dismissed the worthless question, instead asking which god the soldier believed in. He muttered, "A god I believe in? I don't really believe in anyone. Stay away from me. How troublesome." The bald soldier angrily cursed Kang Tason for talking nonsense, asserting that this was a battlefield for believers, and outsiders were not allowed. He snorted coldly. The bald soldier sneered, threatening Kang Tason for daring to mock the great believers of the sun god, warning that the price would be steep. From a distance, a long-haired, bearded soldier smirked, mocking the bald soldier for speaking too loudly in front of an outsider. The long-haired, bearded man swung his sword, and amidst the surging waves, the silhouette of the sea god appeared. He roared, "The sea god born from the land is a great and glorious deity." The bald man glared, growling, "You're talking like someone who wants to die." The long-haired, bearded man snorted, retorting, "I'll send you back to your god." The clash of swords echoed as the bald man roared, "Die!" And the long-haired, bearded man retorted, "You're the one who'll die!" The little spirit sighed. None of them are normal, are they? Kang Tason sighed, his hope of gathering information vanishing. Kang Tason coldly ordered, "Silence." Immediately, fire and ice erupted, sweeping away the charging soldiers. Screams of pain echoed as they were blown away. The skill notification clearly appeared. You have activated Ice Bow, and you have activated Fire Blast. Icy power and blazing flames simultaneously erupted from Kang Tason's hands. The terrified soldiers exclaimed, "Impossible! Where did this terrifying power come from?" Kang Tason coldly repeated, "I told you to be silent." After the swift battle, the battlefield became eerily silent. Only scorched marks remained on the ground, and in the distance, a mysterious tower loomed against the blue sky. Kang Tason calmly walked among the fallen soldiers. He stopped before the bald man, slowly speaking. "So, only you remain." The bald man trembled at Kang Tason's feet. He bent down, asking one last time, "I will ask you one last time. What is the purpose of this place?" The bald man raised his head, his expression stern. He revealed, "This place is the battlefield of the gods." He continued, his voice echoing, "We, the believers of different gods, gather here and fight to prove that the God we worship is great and powerful." The little spirit hovered beside Kang Tason, skeptically asking, "Tason, do you think this place is really the battlefield of the gods?" Kang Tason looked down at the fallen, asking, "Proof? You mean endless mutual slaughter?" The bald man sneered. "That's the easiest way. You spread your god's fame by killing those who believe in other gods." The bald man suddenly collapsed, breathless. Kang Tason muttered, "He died on his own. died before he could explain everything. How weak. Before collapsing, the bald man sneered, and among them, only the strongest can set foot in this place. No one can deny that glory. Kang Taeson activated surveillance, and the screen displayed Malika's Harvan fanatic. He wondered, can I not see the level because this is outside the labyrinth? The bald man collapsed, fresh blood splattering. Kang Taeson stood amidst the battlefield, soldier corpses strewn about. He noticed red energy from them soaring into the sky. The system reported, all believers of the sun god and sea god have been eliminated. The little spirit pointed to the sky, where the energy was being sucked into cracks. Kang Taeson muttered, this must be the fate of the losers. Kang Taeson was still stunned, unsure what was happening. The little spirit asked about the blonde soldier who was still alive. He turned around. Kang Taeson slapped the blonde soldier's face hard. He woke up, letting out a pained groan. Kang Taeson asked about the levels of those he had just fought. The blonde soldier was enraged, unable to believe his ears. A flash of horror crossed the blonde soldier's eyes. The blonde soldier lamented, unable to believe so many believers had fallen. He called Kang Taeson a monster, saying he couldn't survive. The blonde soldier tremblingly explained, those who come here are all powerhouses in their own worlds, but on the divine battlefield, they are merely the weakest group. The blonde soldier pointed to the colossal tower, explaining that the closer one gets to it, the more powerful individuals gather. From there, the gods can transmit their will or display their power. Kang Taeson pondered, then asked if there was a way to drive out the gods or conquer this place. The blonde soldier replied, not many. You can eliminate believers as you just did, or destroy the statues of the gods. He further explained, in each god's territory, there is a statue created in their image. If it's destroyed, the god will be expelled, and the believers will lose their god. The little spirit suddenly exclaimed, what the hell? Is this just a territory game? Kang Taeson stood among the god statues, realizing the quest condition was simply to destroy them. He wondered, is this what the labyrinth gods expect? Kang Taeson approached, instilling extreme fear in the bearded man, startling him in terror. With blazing purple eyes, Kang Taeson coldly ordered, from now on, tell me everything you know about the gods here. The bearded man trembled, bowing his head in apology for not being able to meet Kang Taeson's expectations, fear overwhelming him. Kang Taeson declared he had enough information and would spare his life. But the bearded man only begged for death, utterly desperate. Kang Taeson decisively left. The system announced that he had purged the believers, expelling the plant god from the divine battlefield. The system continued to announce rewards, Kang Taeson pondered, realizing the clear condition was to destroy each god statue one by one. The little spirit wondered if there was enough time to destroy each statue. Kang Taeson was surprised by the question. Holding a glowing object in his hand, the bearded man explained in detail, one can eliminate believers or destroy god statues to expel a god. When all statues are destroyed, this world will end. Kang Taeson smirked, believing that the labyrinth gods would be thoroughly entertained from now on. He looked into the distance, where the temple of the self-proving god loomed, his next target clear. The little spirit wondered about the entertainment, but Kang Taeson only replied with a loaded question. Do you think destroying the statues is enough? Kang Taeson pointed to the special quest window, emphasizing that the reward would depend on the outcome, not just mere completion. Kang Taeson repeated the bearded man's words about the next self-proving god. The little spirit immediately made a connection, asking if the name reminded him of anyone. Suddenly, a light flashed in the little spirit's mind. It exclaimed, realizing that God was Pavsha, the god of proof. Kang Taeson smirked, recounting the encounter on the 22nd floor. That's right. It was a trial. I met an apostle in my form and fought. The god I met then, because they are self-proving gods, they are essentially the same aspect. He continued, explaining that the labyrinth gods disliked the gods of this place, those who had refused to cooperate in creating the labyrinth. The little spirit nodded. Makes sense. From the labyrinth god's perspective, this is quite refreshing. It added, especially when many gods have eerily similar titles. The little spirit hovered, curiously asking Kang Taeson, so, what are you going to do? A determined glint flashed in Kang Taeson's eyes. Kang Taeson coldly declared, what else? I will utterly destroy them. He emphasized, very thoroughly, using their own method. The temple suddenly glowed, and an enraged voice echoed, intruder! The clang of armor, hurried footsteps rushed forward. A command rang out, hurry and stop him! A group of soldiers charged forward, angry shouts echoing throughout the empty hall. A spear-wielding soldier rushed forward, growling furiously. You bastard! Stay away from our god! The soldiers surrounded him, one threatening, otherwise, you will suffer extreme calamity. Kang Taeson stood there, calmly facing them. Kang Taeson subtly smirked, So you finally arrived? Another soldier roared. That statue belongs to our god. I told you to stay away. Kang Taezan turned his back, calmly replying, Why should I stay away? I came here to prove myself, just as your god expects. He added, If anyone is to suffer calamity, it will be you. A soldier groaned. Because if things continue like this, you won't be able to protect your god. He raised his hand, and purple energy flared. But I'll give you a chance. After all, your god is a self-proving god, isn't he? Kang Taezan looked directly at the soldiers, his hand still glowing. He challenged, Then come and prove your existence. Kang Taezan added, If you can. Those words ignited their fury. A soldier roared, How dare you mock us! Everyone, gather here! The soldiers gathered in full force, the ground shaking. They challenged Kang Taezan, believing he would regret giving them time. A soldier screamed, begging their deity to manifest and acknowledge their worth in this world. Suddenly, a golden beam of light from the god's statue descended upon Kang Taezan. A green energy shield enveloped the soldiers. Kang Taezan turned his head. The statue's face suddenly blazed, brilliant golden light spreading everywhere. The soldiers cheered excitedly, believing their god had suppressed the enemy. The little spirit flew over, wondering why Kang Taezan gave the enemy time. He coldly replied that this was precisely when they needed to gather in full force and reach their peak state. Kang Taezan's eyes flashed purple. He reiterated his declaration that he would utterly destroy them, while simultaneously activating self-proof. The soldiers panicked at the enveloping purple energy. One tried to reassure his comrades, asserting that their god was still with them. Kang Taezan stood firm, purple energy swirling around him. It was the merit accumulated over a long time, now transformed into boundless power. Kang Taezan clenched his fist, his gaze resolute. He declared he would begin by crushing the false beliefs of these mortals. He stood tall, purple energy flaring. Kang Taezan questioned their beliefs, asking if their god was any different from the Labyrinth gods. The bearded blonde soldier despaired, feeling his faith crumbling. He couldn't understand why someone like Kang Taezan had reached this level. Purple energy erupted from Kang Taezan, shattering the green shield into countless fragments. He coldly declared that these mortals were nothing to him. Kang Taezan charged like a whirlwind, attacking relentlessly. The soldiers were terrified, unable to believe a heretic could do this. The god's statue shattered, its power dissipating. Blazing flames engulfed the soldiers, repelling the self-proving god from the divine battlefield. Kang Taezan's power shook the ground, breaking all limits. He coldly declared the difference in class, giving his opponents no chance to resist. A system notification rang out. The Labyrinth gods and self-proving gods were all satisfied, immensely pleased with his actions. Kang Taezan thoughtfully looked at the control panel. The little spirit chuckled, confirming that he had used the disparity in proof quality to utterly destroy his enemies. Kang Taezan walked decisively. He had said it before. The Labyrinth gods would be entertained. Now it was time to move to the next location. Before him appeared a magnificent, pristine white temple, the shrine of the mysterious god who had risen from the abyss. As soon as he set foot there, Kang Taezan was attacked by cloaked figures using magic. The little spirit hovered nearby, observing the situation. Kang Taezan easily parried the magic attacks. He wondered about the mysterious god, but it seemed to be nothing more than mundane magic. Flames erupted from Kang Taezan, engulfing the attackers. Horrified screams echoed. What kind of power is this? How can he? Oh my gods! He activated the Fire Blast skill. Kang Taezan coldly declared he would crush them with their own magic. Kang Taezan destroyed the god's statue, disappointed that it was too weak. The little spirit teased if he was simply too strong. The system announced that the god of magic was immensely satisfied. Amidst the sea of flames, Kang Taezan raised his head, challenging the Labyrinth gods. He promised to entertain them, demanding they prepare worthy rewards. A new temple appeared, hidden among distorted cliffs, the shrine of the god who moved the shifting cliffs. A group of soldiers strained to push a gigantic boulder, determined to crush the heretic. The sound of cracking bones echoed. The soldiers begged their god for mountain-moving strength. Kang Taezan remarked that it was merely crude power, wondering if the Labyrinth had a god of strength, and that he had never seen an apostle behave like this. A soldier screamed. Feeling overwhelming power surge through him, he rallied to crush the arrogant heretic. Kang Taezan pushed the gigantic boulder, creating a deep crack in the ground. The little spirit hovered beside him, witnessing the scene. Kang Taezan gasped, feeling the boulder's weight. He wondered about the granting of power in battle. The little spirit explained that this was a god's battlefield, and they had the right to bestow power upon their followers. Kang Taezan activated Power Strike, unleashing a terrifying attack. The gigantic boulder shattered into countless small fragments, scattering through the air. Kang Taezan smirked defiantly, his eyes sharp. He mused that the gods were perhaps overstepping their bounds. The little spirit hovered, remarking that Kang Taesun's continuous interference had caused his reputation to gradually spread among the gods here. Kang Taesun unleashed a powerful punch, purple energy erupting and destroying the ground beneath him. The ground shook and crumbled, the group of soldiers screaming in panic. One soldier exclaimed in astonishment, "How can he possess such power?" The system announced that Kang Taesun had destroyed the god's statue. The god of strength was immensely satisfied. Kang Taesun sat down, uttering, "I'm not satisfied. They are too weak." The little spirit said that Kang Taesun's power far exceeded the standard, and his skills and stats were anything but normal. Kang Taesun leaned back against the tower. The little spirit explained that the gods here didn't fully understand the labyrinth, so they only judged Kang Taesun based on his level. "I told you, you're too strong." The little spirit predicted that the gods here would fall into chaos and might intervene themselves. Kang Taesun and the little spirit suddenly became alert. The little spirit exclaimed, "Oh, speak of the devil! They're coming!" A terrifying golden energy descended, tearing through the ground and creating deep cracks. A gigantic, brilliantly golden glowing foot descended from the sky, landing near Kang Taesun. Kang Taesun looked up at the colossal entity, feeling a powerful aura. The system announced that he had encountered Manhwa, the god of the lavishly decorated sword. Kang Taesun stood facing a colossal entity, radiating brilliant golden light. A system notification appeared, confirming the arrival of Manhwa, god of the ornate sword. The little soul hovered beside Kang Taesun. Kang Taesun activated his surveillance ability, his purple eyes sharp. He wondered if the colossal entity was an avatar, not its true body. The little soul watched curiously. God Manhwa looked down at Kang Taesun, his voice echoing with authority. "A mere mortal dares to judge a god? How arrogant." An invisible wave of pressure crashed down, the system continuously checking for threat and fear. The system continued to check for confusion, but Kang Taesun remained steadfast. He decisively retorted, "Get lost." The wave of pressure was repelled, and all checks were spectacularly overcome. God Manhwa couldn't hide his surprise. He thought to himself, why could a mortal of this level resist him? A clear bewilderment appeared in the god's golden eyes. Manhwa realized Kang Taesun was still incomplete, but that no longer mattered. He saw faint images of other characters, then said, "You may have originated from those trivial things, but at this point it no longer matters." God Manhwa descended, offering a tempting proposal. "Mortal, I will give you a chance. Become my subordinate and offer your soul, and I will bestow glory upon you." Kang Taesun subtly smirked, a meaningful smile on his face. His purple eyes glinted with disdain, completely unfazed by the god's offer. He raised his head and looked directly at the god, his tone challenging. "Do you really think I'd accept that?" The little soul on his shoulder looked bewildered and worried. God Manhwa's face changed, his golden eyes blazing with fury. He coldly declared, "Then you have chosen death." The surrounding atmosphere became extremely tense. Manhwa's colossal eye glowed, and a terrifying surge of power erupted. "It's over, mortal. System warning. Checking for instant death." Kang Taesun and the little soul faced imminent danger. The little soul was utterly terrified, screaming loudly. Kang Taesun was submerged in the brilliant golden energy, his body writhing in pain. The system confirmed. "Check failed. Death weighs heavily upon you." Despite being overwhelmed, Kang Taesun maintained consciousness. He knew his opponent was a god, an existence he couldn't yet contend with. The golden energy still enveloped him, but his will remained unshaken. Despair was not an option. Kang Taesun thought to himself. However, a surge of fiery red energy began to erupt from his body, tearing through the darkness. The red energy exploded powerfully, engulfing Kang Taesun. He decisively declared, "Enough." This mysterious power was resisting the god's destruction. Kang Taesun coughed, and the red energy gradually faded. He had overcome the deadly trial. The little soul sighed in relief, and the system announced, "Your instant death check has been released." Kang Taesun smirked, looking directly into the colossal demonic eye. He uttered, "You're later than I thought." The fiery eye of Labyrinth, god of war and death, widened menacingly. Labyrinth, god of war and death, descended, his demonic form ablaze. He declared, "I wanted a dramatic entrance. Only then will they be pleased to see me." The scene shifted. A vast land stretching beneath a star-filled night sky, possessing an oddly serene beauty. Two opposing gods clashed in midair, the fiery Labyrinth and the golden Manhwa. Kang Taesun thought to himself, "Two opposing gods have met. What should we do now?" The little soul anxiously asked Kang Taesun, "Taesun, it seems the situation is escalating?" The two gods remained in a standoff, creating a majestic yet tense spectacle. The little soul, with a worried expression, continued to ask Kang Taesun, Tayson, it seems the situation is escalating? Labyrinth smirked, confidently declaring, that's only temporary. Now, the balance of power has collapsed. He looked at the two gods in the air, his eyes full of challenge. Mantra questioned in astonishment. How can this be happening? You cannot descend to this place, can you? Mantra suddenly realized something. His eyes filled with horror. He exclaimed, could it be that bastard? In his mind, the image of Kang Tayson fighting appeared vividly. Kang Tayson pondered, looking at the debris around him. He mused, during my time on the divine battlefield, I've defeated many gods with my own hands. Does the battlefield's power decrease with the number of gods I've defeated? The labyrinth gods and battlefield gods each have their own domains. It seems a rift has appeared, large enough for the labyrinth gods to use their power. Labyrinth, god of war and death, raised his hand, and a vortex of red energy erupted. He said, hold on, calm down. Even if we fight, the outcome is already clear. Isn't it rather boring? Mantra roared, his entire body glowing. However, this is our territory. Even you cannot easily win here. Mantra was astonished, breaking into a sweat. He whispered, I can't believe he blocked my power so easily. What are you plotting? Mantra proposed, as far as I know, your saint is also here. Let mortals handle mortal affairs. Isn't that fairer? The silhouette of a warrior appeared behind him. Labyrinth asked, are you proposing a battle between your apostle and my saint? Mantra replied, his eyes sharp. It seems you've misunderstood. He is not my apostle. Labyrinth questioned Mantra for intervening on behalf of someone who wasn't his apostle. Mantra replied with an arrogant attitude. Have I ever been a god who cared about such matters? Mantra turned his head, looked towards Kang Tayson, and asked for his opinion. What do you think? Will you accept this proposal? He wanted to know the mortal's intentions. Kang Tayson calmly accepted. It seems the saints, representing the battlefield gods, and I representing the labyrinth god, will fight. That doesn't matter to me. Labyrinth looked down, his eyes burning red. He pondered Kang Tayson's declaration, a clear skepticism in the war god's gaze. Labyrinth gritted his teeth, his face full of anger. He declared, fine, I will make you regret this. The atmosphere grew tense. Labyrinth delivered his final threat. I will turn your plaything into my amusement. I will await you. He vanished in a flash of light. The little soul poked its head out from the cloak, asking worriedly, he's gone? The recent tension still left it frightened. Mantra turned back, saying to Kang Tayson, he's truly hasty. That god is more emotional than I thought. He seemed surprised by Labyrinth's reaction. Mantra asked, why? Is something strange? He continued to explain, there's nothing unusual. We were once mortals too. His gaze was pensive. He continued to recount the past. We merely ascended to exalted positions and became transcendent beings. Except for the ancient gods, all of us reached this level in the same way. Mantra raised his weapon, his voice echoing, that is why emotions are precious to us. They are the only special thing that can soothe the eternal flow called time. Mantra looked at Kang Tayson, his eyes shining with expectation. I believe that one day you will also reach this position, and I look forward to it. He radiated energy. Kang Tayson faced Mantra, their gazes meeting. Mantra smirked, a meaningful smile appearing on the god's face. Mantra whispered his final words. I will await the day you reach this position. Then he vanished in a flash of fiery red light, leaving Kang Tayson and the little soul behind. Kang Tayson looked up at the sky, pensive. That is the realm of a transcendent being. I may still be far from it, but one day, I too will, he mused to himself. A thud echoed, the little soul hitting Kang Tayson's head. Hey, what profound thoughts are you having? It continued. Just keep doing what you're doing. Kang Tayson dashed forward, his eyes resolute. The little soul floated after him. Let's go, he decisively declared. Ready for a new battle. Kang Tayson chuckled softly, accepting the advice. That's right, he mused. Just do what I can do right now. Amidst the ruins, Kang Tayson continued his journey. After that, we defeated 3 more gods. He and the little soul looked into the distance. Now, only 2 more gods remain. The battle was not yet over. The next objective appeared. The temple of the spring god, a serene scene concealing danger. As soon as he arrived, Kang Tayson was surrounded by fire souls. Die, enemy of souls! They shrieked, die and turn to ash. The flames erupted fiercely. Kang Tayson wondered, why are they more hostile than the others? He questioned, is it because of my title? The little soul suddenly realized, that thing you got when you destroyed the skull, right? Kang Tayson replied, besides him, I also defeated all the souls in the labyrinth. Kang Tayson activated small spark and deer walking on the wind path. He declared decisively, anyway, I won't just sit here and take it. A terrifying explosion erupted. engulfing the fire souls. Kang Taeson had annihilated all the souls of the spring god. Kang Taeson looked at the notification. A god. Silent? I guess they don't have any goodwill towards me, do they? The little soul replied. Needless to say, the temple collapsed, and the spring god was driven from the divine battlefield. The primeval god remained silent regarding his actions. The flames still burned around Kang Taeson. Now it's just the decisive battle. Are you okay? He knew his opponent was a saint, borrowing divine power. Orbs of energy spun around his hands. It's nothing, Kang Taeson said. As always, I just need to face them head on. The small spirit looked at him, its eyes full of surprise. As always? Huh, truly reliable. The small spirit thought to itself. Does that mean he's always ready to fight, doesn't it? Along with a reckless will to become stronger? Dusk fell, painting the majestic landscape golden with its towering spire and ancient cathedral. A mystical beauty enveloping the land. A resolute step left the threshold, entering a new place, full of promise or peril. Kang Taeson and the small spirit entered a grand cathedral, where a golden armored warrior was waiting. He spoke. You have arrived, agent of the Labyrinth. The golden armored warrior introduced himself as Cain, saint of Mantra, god of the lavishly decorated sword. He stepped forward, his presence majestic. Kang Taeson looked directly at his opponent, feeling the powerful aura emanating from Cain. What a formidable presence, he muttered to himself. Kang Taeson chuckled softly, drawing his sword. If you want, go ahead and try. But fight with all your might, or there'll be no fun in it. The small spirit floated after him. Cain turned his back, saying he wanted a fair fight, but admitted his opponent was too strong. I apologize, but I must use the power my God has bestowed upon me. Cain gripped his sword tightly, and light flared. He looked up at the sky, uttering a prayer. O divine spirits, this servant offers a prayer to you. A terrifying surge of energy erupted, tearing through the ground, sending fragments of rock scattering in the dazzling light. Cain roared in the dazzling light, pleading, Please bestow upon me your power so that I may serve. From afar, the tower witnessed the horrifying sight. Cain now glowed brightly in a golden aura, enveloped by divine power. Cain embraced the power, his face contorting into a gruesome smile. Ah, dear God Mantra, thank you. This is an honor. The small spirit looked at Kang Taeson in surprise. Taeson, did he just completely become an apostle? Cain was now an apostle, divine power surging. He declared resolutely, the target is a formidable opponent. To not disgrace God Mantra, I will fight with all my might. Amidst the ruined landscape, Kang Taeson faced Cain, who was glowing with divine energy, signaling an imminent fierce battle. The small spirit warned Kang Taeson. Taeson, be careful. He's completely different from previous apostles. Is it because the gods intervened directly? Cain, glowing in divine radiance, declared that Kang Taeson had not received blessings from the gods. A giant, faint entity appeared behind him, adding to his majestic presence. Kang Taeson retorted coldly, asserting that he believed in no gods. Cain, with a twisted expression, sneered, believing an atheist stood no chance. Cain charged with terrifying speed, creating a dazzling golden streak on the ground, commencing the fated confrontation. Cain attacked Kang Taeson from above, his sword swinging down to create brilliant golden energy currents. He roared, You, who only believe in yourself, I will bury you in the ground. Kang Taeson dodged, his gaze resolute. The small spirit hovered beside him, thinking, I wonder, things might not go as you expect. The battle-craving skill was activated. Kang Taeson activated Apostle Transformation. Lakiratas, his eyes glowing red, purple energy flaring around his sword. He told himself that even if it wasn't a blessing, it was still something from the gods. Kang Taeson activated sword skill and counterattack, blocking Cain's assault. Cain's golden blades clashed with Kang Taeson's purple energy, creating sparks. Kang Taeson, surrounded by purple energy, provoked Cain. Just as I said, I'm not an apostle. This is just something I received. What's wrong? Hurry up and try to bury me. Cain was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. He shouted, How can this be? I heard you weren't an apostle. Kang Taeson's purple energy erupted, pushing Cain back. Cain swung his sword wildly, creating brilliant golden slashes. He couldn't believe that even a great warrior like him could only borrow an apostle's power for a moment. Cain was furious, unable to understand how an atheist could possess such power. He considered it an insult to the gods. Kang Taeson thought to himself, Cain was agitated. This was the time to win. Cain scorned Kang Taeson's petty tricks, but then he groaned in pain, a surge of energy erupting from him. The two charged at each other, swords clashing to create brilliant purple and golden energy currents. A fierce battle scene. Kang Taeson swung his sword, A brilliant red streak shot forward, piercing through the air. Kang Taeson's blade pierced through Kane's golden armor, dealing 150 damage. Blood splattered. Kane stared at the wound in horror, unable to believe the blade hadn't visibly touched him. Blood dripped from the wound, signaling a cunning strike. Kane, Saint of Mantra, roared in anger, questioning Kang Taeson about the trick he had just used. He couldn't believe the sanctity of the battlefield had been defiled. The small spirit hovered, explaining that Kang Taeson's sword art was terrifying because his opponents couldn't predict it. This skill was an unpredictable variable. Kang Taeson chuckled softly, surrounded by purple energy. He retorted to Kane's accusation. How can you call it a trick when this is entirely a part of my swordsmanship skill? Kane roared, denying the existence of such swordsmanship. Kang Taeson responded with fiery red eyes, asserting that it was his path, despite his opponent's narrow-mindedness. Kane gritted his teeth, his entire body flaring with aura. He was utterly enraged, unable to accept being mocked by an unbeliever. The ground trembled, continuous attacks creating streaks of purple and golden light, demonstrating a fierce engagement. Kane charged like a storm, his blade glowing brilliantly. He swore to crush his opponent's arrogance. Kang Taeson smirked slightly, his eyes cold. He mocked Kane for his unnecessary clamor. Kang Taeson unleashed a powerful attack, his blade clashing fiercely. A system notification rang out. The Power Strike skill had been activated. Kang Taeson, with a resolute expression, fiery eyes, and purple energy surging around him, decisively challenged his opponent. Come and test me! Kane groaned in pain and shock. He couldn't comprehend why someone who wasn't an apostle possessed such terrifying power. Kang Taeson dashed like lightning, leaving a trail of purple energy. The acceleration skill was activated, making him swifter than ever. Kane roared in anger, spinning his sword defensively. He called Kang Taeson a little rat, showing his extreme resentment. Kang Taeson prepared for the finishing blow, purple energy blazing. He told himself he had about 3 minutes left. He needed to end this battle immediately. The small spirit hovered, anxiously reminding Kang Taeson to finish quickly. When the apostle skill ended, his attacks would lose their effectiveness. Kang Taeson launched himself into the air, striking down on Kane from above. He scoffed, telling Kane to admit that his swordsmanship was a cut above. Kang Taeson charged like a whirlwind, declaring that he understood the feeling of impending death and wavering faith. The system signaled that the consecutive attack skill had been activated. Kane struggled to his feet, desperately roaring that Mantra's power would never be inferior to anyone's, that it could not possibly fail. Kang Taeson delivered the decisive blow, his sword clashing with Kane's, creating a fierce surge of energy. He said, "If you have something to believe in, don't let it waver." Kane's greatsword shattered into pieces, vanishing into thin air. Kang Taeson looked down, his eyes glowing red, declaring coldly, "Your faith is lost." Kane fell, blood gushing from his mouth. He roared furiously, "Damn it, an unbeliever dares. Mantra will not lose to someone who believes in nothing." Kang Taeson reminisced about the past, when he was a weak player, blaming himself and others for their lack of understanding of the Labyrinth. But then, the chance to change everything came with his regression. The Labyrinth allowed 4 difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, and solo. Solo mode is a place where you are alone, challenging everything from luck to talent. You cannot survive if you lack anything. That's why this time, Kang Taeson showed determination, his eyes burning. He told himself he wouldn't repeat the mistakes he had made before. Kang Taeson dashed forward at terrifying speed, leaving a brilliant golden streak. The system announced that the leap skill had been activated. Kang was astonished, quickly exclaiming, "What? Wait!" He also activated the leap skill to pursue. The 2 warriors plunged straight into a bottomless pit, creating a fierce vortex of energy. Kane was severely wounded, blood gushing from his mouth as he coughed. A system notification appeared. 1,989 damage to Kane. Kane knelt, gasping for breath and tears streaming down his face. He pleaded, "Oh, Mantra, please, forgive me." Kang Taeson decisively thrust his sword into Kane, coldly declaring, "I don't care what you believe in, but this battle ends with my victory." Kang Taeson stood tall, steadfastly declaring he would never lose faith. Kane's body collapsed to the ground, his sword flying away, and the battle ended. The system sound echoed, confirming that Kang Taeson had eliminated the last follower of the god of the extravagant sword. A surge of energy erupted, activating a spiritual boost. Power surged. Vitality increased by 500, strength by 85, agility by 87, intelligence by 97. Sword skill also increased by 3%. Kang Taeson clearly felt the changes in his body. Divine power increased by 4%, and another mysterious skill also increased by 3%. Kang Taeson looked up, realizing the gods of the battlefield were being expelled from this place. The god of the extravagant sword was knocked off the divine battlefield, its golden form dissolving. The Labyrinth gods were satisfied, witnessing the downfall of an adversary. The god of the sword smiled silently, pleased with Kang Taeson's actions. The little spirit wondered, has the divine mission ended now that all the gods are satisfied? Kang Taeson received the Apostle Slayer skill after winning. He wondered, if I slay a god, will I get a God Slayer skill? The little spirit was surprised. Kang Taeson chuckled slyly, declaring it was just a joke. His eyes sparkled with mischief, lightening the atmosphere. The little spirit angrily grabbed Kang Taeson's face, scolding, "Don't joke like that, it sounds so real." Kang Taeson quickly apologized. The little spirit asked why only Kane's damage window appeared. Kang Taeson explained, "I think only those directly related to a god have their damage checked." The little spirit recalled the battle in Vequiseta with Hamon's angel, where something similar happened. Kang Taeson nodded. Perhaps so. Suddenly, a colossal blue energy vortex appeared on the ground, creating a surprising sight that drew all eyes. Kang Taeson wondered if it was a gate. The little spirit frantically cried out, "Taeson, look behind you! The battlefield is collapsing!" Kang Taeson rushed away, explaining, "Because I defeated the gods, this artificial land is losing its power and collapsing." The battlefield violently disintegrated, Kang Taeson and the little spirit fleeing the collapse. He declared decisively, "This is no time to think, run faster!" The special mission completed, they appeared in a star-filled space. The little spirit still wondered, "Taeson, what did you say during that battle?" Kang Taeson chuckled softly, reassuring the little spirit. "It was nothing important, don't worry." A notification appeared, signaling their return to the labyrinth. A dazzling light enveloped them, announcing that the special mission was complete. They were being teleported back to the labyrinth. They returned to the 33rd floor of the labyrinth, the battlefield of the divine entrance. Kang Taeson sighed in relief. "I've returned safely." The little spirit groaned. "Phew, we almost didn't make it back." Having completed the divine battlefield mission, Kang Taeson checked his new skills. A series of skill notifications appeared. Apostle Destroyer, Counterattack, Divine Power, Conceptual Skill. Kang Taeson looked at the skill windows, telling himself he didn't understand what they did. But at least one skill seemed more interesting than the others. The Apostle Destroyer skill appeared. It allowed him to downgrade a god's apostle in combat, an extremely powerful ability. Kang Taeson pondered downgrading opponents. "Simply put, even with a level difference, you can still deal a certain amount of damage," he explained. The little spirit surprisingly asked about the counterattack skill. Kang Taeson replied, "Ah, that's the skill I tested on Kane earlier." The counterattack skill costs 5 mana, allowing him to counterattack and deal greater damage. It can also ignore enemy defense if 2 conditions are met. Memories flooded back. Kane was horrified to be wounded even though the blade didn't touch him. No way. I'm sure the blade didn't touch. He couldn't believe an apostle could be wounded so easily. Kang Taeson explained, "The advantage of this swordsmanship is its unpredictability. The effects vary depending on the skill, so there's still a lot of uncertainty." He walked on, telling himself this skill was risky because it required a failed counterattack. It's not a swordsmanship that can be used carelessly. Nevertheless, it was still an excellent skill. A notification appeared. The labyrinth gods were satisfied and would bestow rewards. Kang Taeson wondered if these were their rewards. But then, another notification appeared. A new notification appeared, stating that the majority of gods were questioning the decisions of a few gods. Kang Taeson was surprised. Questioning? A series of consecutive notifications appeared, showing that the spheres of influence of many gods were shrinking. What's going on? Kang Taeson was astonished. The final notification stated that the majority of gods had accepted the opinions of a few. Kang Taeson and the little spirit looked at each other, full of doubt. The majority of gods? The little spirit floated, saying, It seems the gods are overdoing it a bit this time." Kang Taeson was skeptical. "What do you mean?" The little spirit explained. "That's when they're willing to sacrifice something to accomplish a task." It continued, "All the gods in your status window personally bestowed challenges, right?" The little spirit suggested, "Think back to when a god's sphere of influence shrinks." Kang Taeson pondered. "When they intensify a challenge, or reward for overcoming it?" The little spirit continued, "Those gods reduce their influence to give you better rewards." It concluded, "The other gods decided to respect their decision." Kang Taeson subtly smiled, as if he had understood everything. Kang Taeson raised his hand, and skill windows appeared. He smiled excitedly. "I'm starting to look forward to this." After checking the rewards, Kang Taeson realized they were significantly better. The god of war and death, Labyrinth, bestowed the Berserk skill. When you continue fighting, movement speed and reaction increase. The effect disappears when the battle ends. Next was the goddess of choice, Maria. Kang Taeson's free choice skill evolved into selfish choice, a continuously active skill. The new selfish choice skill allowed him to increase any stat at will, Free choice was now a passive skill, with its effectiveness increasing by about 10%. The god of confirmation Pavsha upgraded Kang Taeson's proof of self skill. This skill evolved into triple confirmation, a new continuously active skill. The triple confirmation skill not only enveloped Kang Taeson but also physically affected the environment. The effects are similar, but now it can physically affect my surroundings. From the god of victory, Balthazar, Kang Taeson received the title Power of Victory, increasing all stats and making him 10% stronger. Title bestowed: Strength plus 200, Agility plus 200, Intelligence plus 200, Attack plus 50, Defense plus 50. Kang Taeson's dark magic proficiency increased by 10%. He was surprised because the demon goddess had increased his demonic energy stat and dark magic proficiency, which were difficult to raise. Next were the rewards from the demon goddess and the god of magic. Kang Taeson's demonic energy permanently increased by 100 points. The god of magic's reward was the biggest surprise: the healing spell Recovery Zone, which restored health and mana. He also received the title Magic Aptitude, increasing mana by plus 50. The rewards were so good that the demon goddess was displeased. She questioned, "You're bestowing that?" Kang Taeson and the little spirit panicked. He quickly said, "Quick, hide it!" Kang Taeson chuckled softly, understanding the demon goddess's dissatisfaction. The little spirit beside him was surprised, wondering, "What are you laughing about?" The value of the healing magic was priceless, not just for him but for all of humanity. If tragedy recurred, it would be a great salvation. Finally, the god of the Ahili sword also appeared, a colossal sword hovering in the dark space. The god of the sword bestowed a useful sword upon Kang Taeson. A notification appeared, explaining the sword of the vanished, which might possess a faint will and follow its owner. Kang Taeson wondered if the new sword was dangerous. He told himself he had to quickly find his old swords. The little spirit also looked worried. Kang Taeson gripped the sword hilt, determined to act. The little spirit urged, "That's right, you need to hurry." He walked quickly. Kang Taeson was surprised to see Bargain waiting, shining brightly. He wondered how long Bargain had been there, and realized this person was also unusual. Bargain joyfully welcomed him. "Adventurer, you've arrived! Indeed, you possess enough power." Bargain laughed heartily, welcoming his return. Kang Taeson and the little spirit could only stare blankly. Bargain laughed cheerfully, patting Kang Taeson's back repeatedly, thanking him for completing the quest. Kang Taeson groaned softly. "That hurts." Bargain quickly apologized. Sorry, I was too happy." He hadn't expected Kang Taeson to return after completely conquering the divine battlefield. Kang Taeson received a new reward: white gold earrings with impressive stats. He chuckled. "Oh ho, this is quite good, isn't it?" Bargain laughed and said, throwing a glowing gem to Kang Taeson, "If it's you, you definitely have the right to receive this. Take it." Kang Taeson held the glowing gem, and the little spirit wondered. This gem seems to be a high-grade material. A notification appeared describing it as a gem containing pitch-black light. Bargain asked Kang Taeson if he was satisfied with the reward. He replied, "Yes, thank you. They seem useful." Bargain felt relieved. "Haha, it's good that you're satisfied. Then I'll head back down." Bargain bid farewell, hoping to see Kang Taeson again soon. He walked away, leaving him in the quiet space. Kang Taeson walked, a confident smile on his face. "I hope you will find the limits of your power at the end of the labyrinth." Of course, the little spirit wondered about the gem. "We should ask Harfin about this gem, right?" It urged. "Why ask the obvious? Let's go to his forge." The little spirit said Bargain was very satisfied. Bargain is also completely content. He really liked that you completely conquered the battlefield. Kang Taeson had arrived at the 30th floor, standing before Harfin's room. Harfin trembled as he held the gem, his face showing extreme astonishment. "This, how could you?" Harfin's hammer fell. Kang Taeson wondered, "What's wrong? What's his reaction?" Harfin couldn't believe Kang Taeson received it from a quest. "You said you got this as a quest reward? Even a god would have difficulty obtaining it." Kang Taeson wondered, while Harfin still trembled, his face serious. "Is this thing really that astonishing? What kind of material is it?" Harfin stared at the gem, which sparkled with light. "I can't be sure, but primordial light is trapped deep within this gem. Primordial light, existing since the dawn of creation, transcending time to the end of the world. A mystical material, said to be the first thing to touch the apocalypse." Kang Taeson was skeptical. "I'm not sure, but is it really such a rare item?" Kang Taeson told himself that he had given the golden dragon's claw and soul sparks to Harfin. The rarer the material, the stronger the equipment created. Kang Taeson tossed the gem to Harfin. "So, can you use it with the dragon's claw?" Harfin flinched. "Oh, be careful." Harfin scratched his head, a worried expression on his face. "Phew, honestly, I don't know. This is a material I'll be handling for the first time." The little spirit urged Harfin. Hey, Harfin, there's no better blacksmith than you here anyway, right? Why don't you give it a try? Harfin was flustered. Harfin frowned, his eyes determined but still a little doubtful. It might be true, but will it be all right? Kang Taeson looked at the pile of materials, smiling faintly in understanding. If it makes me stronger, then why not do it, right? He handed the item to Harfin. Just handle it. I can't use it anyway. The little spirit flew up, offering advice. If possible, combine all the materials into a single item. No matter how good the materials are, if the craftsmanship is shoddy, it will be surpassed by items from lower floors. Harfin nodded, but his expression was serious. I agree. But the problem is that all the materials have very strong properties. Each one is top grade. The materials shone brightly. Harfin further explained, because each thing has its own power, combining them into a balanced item will be very difficult. Kang Taeson asked again. So there's no way? Harfin fell silent. Harfin pondered, then said, I'm not sure what will happen, but there is a way. There's a mysterious ruin I know of. I don't know its owner. I just happened to acquire a key that leads to it. The key in Harfin's hand emitted a mystical light. He continued, in that world, I've heard there's an item that can merge everything. Although this information isn't certain, Kang Taeson was utterly surprised, his eyes wide open. He recognized the familiar energy. That energy. The lost goddess's blessing of regeneration? Memories flooded back. When Kang Taeson went to the 70th floor with Marin, he had completed the quest, Pray for the Lost Goddess. He received the blessing of regeneration and learned that those blessed could find hidden goddess statues in the labyrinth. Kang Taeson held the glowing key, deep in thought. When I received the blessing on a lower floor, I already knew the locations of other statues. The path to the ruin is now clear in my mind. If it's a divine relic, it's surely enough to merge the materials. The little spirit flew up, its face utterly astonished. A divine relic? No way. Are you saying that ruin belongs to a god? Are you sure you can return safely? The little spirit was still bewildered. What? A divine relic? Kang Taeson looked at it, then at the key, emitting an eerie light. Harfin explained the danger of the ruin. From what I know, it's at a level that players must reach floor 40 to overcome. Almost no adventurers have ever been there. It's called uncharted territory, Harfin worriedly advised. If you feel danger during the exploration, you can turn back. Kang Taeson merely chuckled, full of confidence. Kang Taeson firmly said, no. He broke the key, his gaze resolute. It's better if it's at a level I can just barely overcome. A side quest appeared, requiring Kang Taeson to collect special materials for Harfin to forge a perfect item. At the same time, a blue spatial gate opened, startling the little spirit. Kang Taeson reassured the little spirit, don't be afraid, that's the gate to the ruin. Harfin was surprised by the unusual gate. I have a connection to the other side, Kang Taeson said, then walked, preparing to enter. Kang Taeson decisively rushed into the gate, ignoring the little spirit's panic. A new journey began, heedless of the complaints. Ha! Whatever happens, it has nothing to do with me. This was a forgotten ruin, harboring the statue of a goddess who had lost her identity. Mystical light enveloped it, evoking the tragic grandeur of the past. Kang Taeson had arrived. Two clear objectives appeared in his mind. Find the relic and receive the goddess's blessing. His determination burned brightly. The side quest from Harfin had activated. Kang Taeson walked, each step a preparation for the journey to find special materials. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the ancient ruin. Kang Taeson wondered about its age, while the little spirit timidly sensed the eerie presence. The little spirit explained that this place was so ancient, it existed even before the labyrinth, a place where a goddess was completely forgotten. With the new information, Kang Taeson continued deeper into the ruin, where time seemed to have stopped even before the labyrinth was formed. Kang Taeson pondered, recalling Harfin's words about the danger level of this place. He walked, ready to face any challenge. A click sound echoed as Kang Taeson stepped on a trap. An arrow shot out, but he had activated mental acceleration, ready to react. Kang Taeson dodged the arrow, his eyes sharp. He immediately realized that this place did not welcome intruders like him. The arrow, which seemed to have missed, suddenly curved back, shooting straight towards Kang Taeson with terrifying speed. The little spirit cried out in panic, warning Kang Taeson about the returning arrow, an unexpected danger. In an instant, Kang Taeson drew his sword, unleashing sharp slashes that tore the incoming arrow into fragments. Kang Taeson looked at the shattered arrow fragments, remarking that the traps here weren't too different, even though this was a divine ruin. The little spirit was surprised to realize this wasn't an ordinary arrow. It was a special item, with its own consciousness, but now it was broken. He stood amidst a rain of arrows, each carrying its own will. Kang Taeson was ready to fight, facing all the traps of the ancient ruin. Kang Taeson looked at the arrow in his hand, deep in thought. An arrow that protects its owner? Quite fascinating. He thought about utilizing the arrows from the secret rooms. A blazing red arrow shot forward, spinning violently. The little soul cried out in panic. "Are you crazy? Why are you intentionally activating the trap?" Kang Taesin pondered if he could use these arrows. Worth a try. He punched the wall hard, creating a crack. He dashed into the stream of arrows, quick as lightning. A blazing red arrow flew towards him, and he reached out to snatch it midair. A notification appeared. "You have activated mental acceleration," Kang Taesin wondered. "If not to get what I want, why would I activate them?" He continued to charge, punching another incoming arrow, deflecting it. His strength was formidable. Kang Taesin held the arrow tightly. It vibrated violently as if about to break. The little soul was startled. "I won't let it break," he declared firmly. He gripped the arrow with both hands, purple energy surrounding it. "Calm down." He focused, trying to subdue its will. A notification sounded. "You have obtained an arrow with its own consciousness." Kang Taesin smiled. "Oh, it worked." The arrow flew around him, emitting a golden light. The little soul was surprised. Is it trying to show off? Information appeared. The arrow moves on its own to protect its owner, but the user's level is still low. Kang Taesin looked at his hand. The arrow gradually shrank and flew into it. The little soul was astonished. "Did you really tame it?" He felt the power. Kang Taesin gave a satisfied smile, his eyes gleaming with confidence. He had achieved what he wanted. He walked on, the arrow stored away. "I can't pass up such a good item." The little soul flew after him, still bewildered. He activated another trap. 2 blazing red arrows shot out. The little soul cried out in panic. "2 of them?" A rain of arrows surrounded him, but Kang Taesin remained calm. He quickly snatched another arrow. "Here's one." Another arrow flew around him. Kang Taesin smiled. "All right, I'll leave 1 arrow for you." Kang Taesin swiftly snatched another arrow, and the system immediately confirmed that he had acquired a second arrow with consciousness. Another arrow flew around him, emitting mystical purple energy. Kang Taesin nodded slightly, pleased with his new spoils. Kang Taesin held the hovering arrows, smiling as he asked if he should collect more. The little soul beside him complained, wondering about his unusual cheerfulness. Amidst the scattered fallen arrows on the floor, Kang Taesin was deep in thought. He regretted realizing there were only 8 arrow traps. The little soul flew around, explaining that suppressing the increasing number of arrows was not easy, and advised Kang Taesin to look for something else impressive. Kang Taesin smiled confidently, looking at the system panel. He believed that an ancient ruin like this surely held even more treasures. After that, other traps continuously appeared. Kang Taesin dodged giant spinning saw blades, moving nimbly through the danger. He and the little soul continued to evade exploding landmines, which created plumes of white smoke and dazzling light. They also had to face giant walls trying to crush them. However, the difficulty of these traps was not much different from the labyrinth. Kang Taesin's foot stepped on a trap, activating a hidden mechanism. Kang Taesin stood before the pile of nets, surprised to realize he hadn't had such fun in a long time. The little soul flew beside him, calling him eccentric. Kang Taesin observed the pile of nets, wondering if there was a way to take them with him. The little soul explained that physical attacks had no effect on them. Kang Taesin threw a powerful punch at the pile of nets, creating a fierce burst of flames. He pondered, deciding to try magic, and activated the fireball skill. A blazing fireball appeared in his hand. The fireball shot into the pile of nets but had no effect. Kang Taesin was disappointed, realizing magic was also useless. The little soul reminded Kang Taesin that he hadn't used dark magic yet. He nodded, ready to test his new power. Kang Taesin focused, his hand emitting a stream of purple energy. The system announced, "You have activated Mephisto's Black Lightning." A powerful lightning bolt erupted, tearing the tough net into fragments. The net vanished like dust, leaving an empty space. The little soul exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it worked? This ruin is full of things I can't understand." A notification appeared. "You have received a sturdy net that has received a god's blessing." Kang Taesin held the new net, musing, "It's quite good. I can use it to bind those who only use normal attacks or magic." The little soul flew around, suspiciously asking, "Hey, you, it seems like you're overcoming even traps you're seeing for the first time too easily. What's going on?" Kang Taesin looked at the skill screen. He explained, Actually, thanks to this skill, I can sense something coming from the traps." The little soul wondered, "Conceptual skill? Is it similar to the hypnosis you mentioned before?" Kang Taesin continued, saying that at first it was just vibrations, but now he clearly saw how the traps moved. Thanks to that, he could figure out a strategy. The little soul praised, "That's quite a useful skill." Kang Taesin and the little soul stepped through the large door. He felt a powerful surge of energy. "I can feel the goddess's energy from there." The ancient door slowly opened, creaking. Both Kang Taesin and the little soul were surprised by the scene that appeared. The little soul cried out, Before Kang Taeson was a majestic statue of a goddess. The system announced, "You have encountered the Apostle of the Forgotten Goddess." A giant warrior statue with glowing blue eyes appeared. The system warned, the target is a difficult opponent to defeat. Kang Taeson faced the stone warrior. Skills continuously activated. Battle craving has activated. Fair duel has activated. Disdain for the strong has activated. Purple energy enveloped Kang Taeson as a series of skills erupted. Proof of limit has activated. Giant Slayer has activated. Anti-God has activated. Kang Taeson smiled defiantly, his gaze firm. He declared, "Well, it's fine. I just need to defeat him. Fight me." The stone warrior reappeared with glowing blue eyes. Once again, the system warned, "Your opponent is a difficult foe to defeat." Immediately, Kang Taeson's battle craving activated. Kang Taeson and the little soul stood before the stone warrior. Skills continuously activated. You activated Fair Duel. You activated Disdain for the Strong. You activated Proof of Limit. You activated Giant Slayer. You activated Anti-God. Kang Taeson was deep in thought, his gaze sharp. He wondered, why have so many apostles been appearing lately? Kang Taeson activated the scout skill, his purple eyes flashing with determination. However, the scout skill was completely useless against the stone warrior, surprising Kang Taeson. He couldn't gather any information. He thought to himself, perhaps there was no information related to the Forgotten Goddess. The giant stone warrior began to move, emitting a mystical blue light. A powerful blow from the stone warrior shook the ground, creating large cracks and clouds of dust. Kang Taeson quickly dodged, his sharp eyes fixed on the giant sword descending. He swung his sword to parry, sparks flying fiercely as the two weapons clashed in a fierce battle. Kang Taeson wondered if his opponent had lost its mind, charging at him so foolishly. He stomped his foot down, creating a small tremor, preparing for the next counterattack. Kang Taeson gritted his teeth, a tense expression clear on his face as he continued to defend. Realizing his opponent was too strong, Kang Taeson had no choice but to activate the Apostle skill Labyrinth. He was astonished that even the Apostle skill couldn't gather information about the stone warrior. Kang Taeson's eyes turned fiery red. He pondered, wondering what information an apostle protecting a goddess would hold. He smiled defiantly, accepting that things weren't going his way, but finding it interesting. No information? Then I'll find out myself. Kang Taeson charged forward, his red sword glowing brightly. He activated Apostle Slayer, a skill that forcibly reduces an opponent's level when fighting an apostle. Even after using Apostle Slayer to reduce its level, Kang Taeson was still pushed back. He wondered in astonishment, is this the power of a true apostle? The stone warrior unleashed a sky-shattering punch, crimson energy exploding and tearing through the surrounding space. Kang Taeson and the stone warrior clashed fiercely, their swords striking and creating dazzling sparks. The little soul watched from a distance, its eyes filled with anxiety. The little soul warned Kang Taeson that the Forgotten Goddess was very weak, but her apostle was still terrifyingly strong. Be careful. Kang Taeson smiled confidently, looking at his status window. He declared, "All right, I think I can do this." Kang Taeson summoned energy arrows, commanding, "Everyone, help me! Stop that bastard!" The stone warrior stomped its foot heavily on the ground, creating a deep crack and sending up a cloud of dust. Kang Taeson dashed forward at terrifying speed, activating Power Sword. He knew the arrows were useless, but a small opening was all he needed. Kang Taeson delivered a fatal sword strike, purple energy exploding as he activated Leap, stabbing directly into the stone warrior. The Forgotten Goddess's apostle activated Burden of Will, unleashing an incredibly powerful blue energy wave that pushed Kang Taeson back. Kang Taeson dodged, a look of annoyance on his face. He muttered, "He really isn't giving me a moment's rest." Kang Taeson and the stone warrior continued their fierce battle. The little soul worriedly wondered, are they going to collapse the labyrinth? The stone warrior charged like a storm, unleashing a powerful attack, blue energy swirling around it. Kang Taeson skillfully dodged, simultaneously activating Addition, causing his sword to glow brilliantly. Kang Taeson activated Random Teleport, appearing behind his opponent. He smiled. This is a great chance to place a mark. Kang Taeson delivered a decisive sword strike, inflicting significant damage on the Forgotten Goddess's apostle. The stone warrior immediately counterattacked with a swirling blue energy wave, but Kang Taeson managed to dodge in time. Kang Taeson stared, his purple eyes filled with astonishment. He wondered, what the hell? Even if he dodges well, why does he only take that much damage? A sense of confusion enveloped him. Before the colossal stone warrior, Kang Taeson panted, his red sword still gripped tightly. The little soul hovered above, observing the intense battle. The little soul warned, the level difference isn't huge, but its defense is extremely high. This will be a long battle, Kang Taeson. He activated Relentless Attack and Deer Stride on Wind, pondering, this won't be easy. Activating small ember, Kang Tae-san still stood firm. The little soul worried, this will be a long battle. He can't keep using the apostle forever. Kang Tae-san will struggle to stay sane. Kang Tae-san felt the terrifying power of a true apostle. He thought to himself, I can feel the true apostle's power deep in my bones. A small surge of energy erupted beneath his feet. The ground trembled as a golden energy surge erupted. He activated acceleration, preparing for a new wave of attacks. Speed was key in this battle. Kang Tae-san shot forward, his red sword raised high, determined not to dodge. He activated Blade of Battle Will in addition, his purple eyes burning with fighting spirit. However, I won't dodge. The stone warrior stood firm like a mountain, its stone armor glowing with blue energy. It activated Strong Attack, ready to receive a fatal blow from its opponent. A merciless confrontation. Kang Tae-san's sword pierced through the stone warrior's stone armor, dealing 4,130 damage. A powerful blow, but would it be enough to defeat this formidable enemy? Kang Tae-san was pushed back, but he didn't falter. The stone warrior activated Absolute First Attack Nullification. He roared one more time, refusing to give up. The stone warrior continued to nullify Kang Tae-san's second attack. Despite being pushed back, Kang Tae-san maintained his resolute gaze, showing no discouragement in the face of his opponent's power. Kang Tae-san was stunned. Its reaction is too fast. As the hourglass appeared, the stone warrior activated Absolute Third Attack Nullification again. The battle grew even more difficult. Kang Tae-san quickly dodged, barely escaping the stone warrior's colossal sword strike. In this life-or-death moment, he had to be extremely careful. The stone warrior still stood tall, showing no emotion despite its attacks being nullified. This meant it had no emotions, a cold and terrifying enemy. Kang Tae-san bit his lip, his eyes filled with tension. He thought to himself, he really is a troublesome opponent. This battle required more than just strength. Kang Tae-san continued his assault, but he realized a harsh truth. After checking, it seems that spirits and magic have no effect on him, an almost invulnerable opponent. Kang Tae-san realized that only swordsmanship was the way out. He tightened his grip on his sword hilt, his determination burning. With no retreat, Kang Tae-san charged like a storm. He told himself, there's no other way but to use swordsmanship to push him back. Kang Tae-san's sword and the stone warrior's weapon clashed fiercely, magical sparks flying everywhere. A powerful counterattack from the stone warrior struck. Kang Tae-san activated Fortify, but still took 743 damage. A painful roar tore through the air as Kang Tae-san was injured. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning with rage. The little soul worried. He's in trouble. His apostle is about to expire. Kang Tae-san panted, gritting his teeth. That hurts! You bastard! But Kang Tae-san didn't flinch. A defiant smile spread across his face, and he whispered, however, this is nothing. Kang Tae-san unleashed a critical strong attack, piercing the stone warrior's armor. The enemy took 564 damage. He activated Leap, soaring over the stone warrior's head and striking from above. The stone warrior swung its sword horizontally, but Kang Tae-san activated Dodge, slipping past the deadly blade. Without pause, Kang Tae-san activated Consecutive Attack, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes, like a storm. The little soul exclaimed in astonishment. Amazing. It realized, the number of errors in Tae-san's movements is gradually decreasing. Even in a difficult situation, Kang Tae-san smiled, enjoying every moment of the battle. The little soul pondered, looking at the description of the Berserk skill. Special skill, always active. Berserk. The longer the battle lasts, the more speed and power increase. The effect disappears when the battle ends. It wondered, is it because of that skill? He looks like someone who loves to fight. Finally, the stone warrior couldn't hold on. It collapsed, shattering into pieces. The little soul asked, is it over? Kang Tae-san looked down at the remnants and replied, I suppose so. A voice echoed with surprise. His apostle's skill had ended long ago, but Kang Tae-san still defeated the foe with sheer willpower, an astonishing feat. Kang Tae-san stood tall, his red sword still imbued with momentum. He thought to himself, this journey has been long. Now, all that remained was to receive his reward and pray to the goddess. The remnants of the stone warrior suddenly cracked open, blue energy flaring up and then dissipating. From within, a plume of dense black smoke rose, signaling something ominous. Kang Tae-san frowned, his purple eyes flashing with vigilance. A wave of dark energy enveloped the area, making the air heavy. He sensed a new danger. The forgotten goddess's apostle activated the soul's fall. Kang Tae-san exclaimed in astonishment. Huh? What the hell is this? A dark entity was taking shape. Kang Tae-san and the little soul looked up. In his eyes, the clear reflection of a dark monster appeared. He wondered, isn't he just a normal apostle? From the mass of dark energy, a grotesque form emerged. The fallen apostle had appeared, bringing with it an aura of destruction. The entire space plunged into darkness. Before the terrifying presence of the fallen apostle, the little soul trembled and asked, "The darkness, what is that?" Worry was evident in its voice. The little soul explained, "Apostles. Only those of higher status can do that." But Kang Taeson listened, his gaze firm. Kang Taeson pondered, repeating, "Soul's fall, isn't it?" He activated the steadfast skill, preparing to face a new challenge. Even with his defense activated, Kang Taeson was still attacked by the dark energy, taking 45 damage. The fallen apostle's power was truly terrifying. Kang Taeson gritted his teeth, exclaiming in surprise, "Unbelievable! His roar alone causes physical damage. How strong has he become?" The little soul reminded, "Kang Taeson, I once said that apostles are those who offer their souls to gods to reach a high level, right?" Kang Taeson nodded. "That's right. They transcend mortal limits." Facing the terrifying silhouette of the fallen apostle, Kang Taeson didn't hesitate, draining his recovery potion. This battle wouldn't be easy, the little soul anxiously explained. But that one is the opposite. He forcibly lowered his own status. He dragged a soul that had reached a high level back to a mortal state. The little soul continued. He lowered his status in exchange for power. The problem is, he can't go back anymore. The fallen apostle roared, filled with madness. Kang Taeson pondered, questioning the fate of the fallen one. The little soul anxiously replied that the situation was much worse. The little soul further explained that if the soul were intact, that being could exist as a spirit or be reborn by possessing a body, like Maliston under Pavsha's will. But for the fallen apostle, that was the end. A notification appeared. "Your opponent cannot be defeated." Kang Taeson gritted his teeth, determined to retaliate. The fallen apostle lunged to attack. The door behind Kang Taeson suddenly glowed, blocking the exit. The little soul exclaimed in shock, "The only door has been closed!" The fallen apostle unleashed a fierce attack, tearing through the air. Kang Taeson dodged, his red sword ready to counter, the little soul still by his side. The fallen apostle's attack grazed past, creating streams of dark energy. Kang Taeson looked back, his eyes filled with tension. Kang Taeson swung his sword, its red blade glowing brightly, ready to unleash a fatal blow. His eyes flashed with determination. Kang Taeson stomped his foot hard on the ground, creating cracks. He sighed, muttering to himself, "Seriously, I'm going through all sorts of things here." The fallen apostle attacked again. Kang Taeson activated the dodge skill, gliding away in a purple light, escaping danger. But the fallen apostle's attack still created spatial distortion. Kang Taeson was shocked. The trajectory is warped again? The fallen apostle continued to unleash powerful blows, creating large cracks on the ground, dark energy erupting. Kang Taeson was hit. A notification appeared. "You have taken 1,130 damage," he cried out in pain. Kang Taeson took more damage, but his gaze remained firm. He thought to himself, he couldn't wait for the enemy to weaken any longer. Kang Taeson gritted his teeth, activating mental acceleration. He was astonished by the enemy's power, capable of piercing his dodge skill. Kang Taeson realized dodging wasn't the solution. He activated acceleration and mid-air jump, deciding to confront it directly. Kang Taeson shot upwards, his red sword glowing brightly, facing the fallen apostle. He wondered if this was the right moment to strike. Kang Taeson placed his hand on the ground, activating the mark skill, a wave of blue energy spreading out. He glided like a ghost, evading the fallen apostle's furious attack. A confident smile flashed across Kang Taeson's lips. "Good, I've created an opening." From above, Kang Taeson activated random teleport, appearing directly above the fallen apostle's head. Kang Taeson's red sword struck straight down, causing a small wound on the fallen apostle's body. He poured all his strength, continuously activating skills: aura, resonance, acceleration, enhanced strike. Kang Taeson was horrified to realize his attack only dealt 102 damage, while he took 3,012 damage. "I've used almost all my skills, haven't I?" A brilliant golden energy beam struck down. The little soul cried out in panic, "Taeson!" Kang Taeson braced himself, enduring, his painful scream tearing through the air. The little soul anxiously analyzed. It's not just a level difference. Taeson lacks apostle skills, but still retains his other skills. The fallen apostle was weakening, but too slowly compared to Taeson's rapidly depleting stamina. The little soul realized this battle couldn't continue. The little soul realized Taeson couldn't win. He would die before defeating the monster. There's no other way but to save his soul. The little soul was astonished to see Taeson still resilient. "No way! You're still not giving up despite such a huge difference?" Kang Taeson panted. but his eyes were still full of defiance. "Don't just casually kill me," he told himself to stay calm. "This is just one of countless unbeatable enemies I've faced." Kang Taeson was resolute, charging at his opponent. "I can still win, even if he's an unbeatable enemy." Kang Taeson recalled past desperate battles. He had faced a B-rank monster in his second return mission and won. Even when facing two S-rank monsters in easy mode, he didn't give up. Overcoming all despair, he had come this far. He couldn't fall so easily. A resolute footstep echoed. Kang Taeson muttered to himself, "Oh, I apologize for this. I've become too accustomed to despair." He charged forward, his gaze firm. "But I'm the kind of person who never gives up." Even so, with his current damage, he knew he couldn't win. He dodged the fallen apostle's attacks. This battle will definitely be long. In that case, I only have one option. Perfect dodging is the top priority. Kang Taeson activated leap and landing, gracefully gliding past attacks, dodging bit by bit. The fallen apostle only dealt 28 damage. The little soul was astonished to see Kang Taeson gradually minimizing the damage taken. He parried the blow, taking only 9 damage. His skills were progressing remarkably in this life-or-death battle. Kang Taeson's eyes blazed. The mastery level of his mysterious skill increased by another 1%. With each passing second, he grew stronger. He clearly sensed the monster's will, seeing through every movement. His abilities were reaching new heights. A mysterious energy was preventing the fallen apostle's collapse. Kang Taeson activated acceleration, preparing to counterattack. Kang Taeson darted like lightning, his blazing red sword tearing through the air. Aiming straight for the fallen apostle, he unleashed a series of consecutive slashes, each blow carrying destructive power, pressuring the fallen apostle. The fallen apostle roared, retreating in pain after taking 8,975 damage. Kang Taeson's counterattack was successful. Kang Taeson gritted his teeth, activating endurance. The enemy's fatal attack was completely nullified. For a second, all damage was nullified. He parried the blow, his eyes blazing, ready for the finishing strike. The enemy vanished in a purple light, red blood splattering. A notification rang out. "You have leveled up." A series of level-up notifications continuously appeared, power surging through Kang Taeson's veins. Defeating the unbeatable enemy brought countless growths. Stamina, mana, strength, agility, and intelligence all soared. Divine and apostle abilities were also enhanced. He acquired a new special skill, spiritual transformation, and also gained apostle origin. A shimmering orb of light appeared. "You won." The little spirit was surprised, then burst with joy. But then it suddenly worried. "Taeson, you idiot. How could you complete the Forgotten Goddess's quest?" The little spirit anxiously looked at Kang Taeson, who stood motionless, and softly called his name. "Taeson?" Kang Taeson collapsed, exhausted. The little spirit frantically called out, "Taeson, wake up!" Kang Taeson weakly reassured, only wanting to sink into a deep sleep after the battle. He needed rest. In the ruins of the gods, at the altar of the nameless goddess, Kang Taeson lay motionless, falling into a deep sleep. A moment later, Kang Taeson's purple eyes slowly opened, and he stirred slightly. "How long have I been asleep?" Kang Taeson asked. The little spirit joyfully replied, "You're finally awake! You slept for so long, I thought you wouldn't wake up again." The little spirit suddenly wondered. "Also, how in the world did you avoid that monster's attacks?" "I could see it," Kang Taeson replied. The little spirit became even more confused. "See what?" "That monster's will," Kang Taeson said in a low voice, his eyes deep. "It must be thanks to this skill." He looked at his status window, realizing his new power. "I didn't expect it to be so useful," the little spirit mused. "Perhaps it's because your proficiency level for that skill increased, and the monster's will became clearer when it was left with only power and instinct." Kang Taeson walked heavily, his crimson sword at his hip. He muttered, "It's probably thanks to a combination of things." He sighed in relief, luck smiling upon him again. "I got lucky this time too. If I had died earlier, what would you have done?" Kang Taeson asked, clutching his chest. The little spirit puffed out its cheeks, annoyed. "What do you think I could do?" The little spirit explained, a vision appearing. "The gods would take Kang Taeson's soul and grant him an apostle's contract. I wasn't worried. If you died, the gods would give you an apostle's contract." The little spirit frantically flew towards the tomb, shouting, "No! If that happened, I'd be sent back to the tomb for failing the quest." Kang Taeson walked on, saying coldly, "I'm not interested in that." The little spirit sighed. "Well, that's not surprising." His footsteps echoed in the dark corridor, steadily moving forward. Before the winged goddess statue, Kang Taeson stopped. "Then, all that's left is to receive the goddess's blessing." The little spirit was astonished. "Huh? Oh, what is this? The monster destroyed everything, but the statue is still intact?" Kang Taeson knelt and prayed. Green energy enveloped him, and the forgotten goddess's blessing poured down. His proficiency level soared, reaching a higher status. He looked at his glowing hand, surprised. Reached a higher status? So I can deal damage to apostles without an apostle skill? The little spirit explained. A battle scene appearing. That's right. Apostles are also those whose status has been elevated by gods. More high-level enemies will appear, so this is a huge advantage for you. The little spirit continued. Cases where you find it difficult to deal damage to enemies will also significantly decrease. Kang Taeson mused, his gaze firm. You're right. I can't keep struggling with those kinds of enemies. He thought about skills that leveled up quickly with use, like enhanced senses at 62%. It helped him perceive even invisible things, detecting enemies within range. Green energy swirled around Kang Taeson. He felt new power flowing through his veins, his eyes sharp. Kang Taeson stood amidst the green light, clearly sensing everything within a 2-meter radius around him, as if he could touch it. Kang Taeson examined the new Iraq weapon mastery skill. It was the highest level skill, allowing him to control weapons and his body, reaching a point where no energy was wasted. He was surprised to see that the Iraq weapon mastery skill had changed. The little spirit beside him also looked bewildered, asking about it. The little spirit exclaimed in shock, "That's insane! So the damage dealt will no longer have a limit." Kang Taeson speculated. So that means even if I attack with my feet or fists instead of a weapon, 100% of the damage will still be transferred? The little spirit rejoiced. This skill is much better now. Kang Taeson continued to check, not understanding why the new skill he received after defeating the monster had changed immediately. He looked at the soul conversion skill, a special skill that transforms soul levels into power, but the user would lose their life after activation. The little spirit frantically asked, "The user will lose their life, not their soul?" Kang Taeson speculated it was due to the enhanced soul power. The little spirit was astonished, unable to believe that a skill could change in this way, finding it utterly illogical. The Fallen Soul skill once required sacrificing one's soul for power. Now, the price was only the user's life. Kang Taeson stated, "Even though the condition has been eased, it's still too high a price, because you won't be able to conquer the labyrinth if you die." Kang Taeson suddenly had an idea. He thought there might still be a way if he combined all his existing skills. Kang Taeson calculated that he could unleash extraordinary power without losing his life, thanks to the proven one's soul power skill. He considered this his trump card. Kang Taeson felt confused. It seemed there were still some other skills that had changed that he hadn't fully grasped. The little spirit pointed to the apostle Labyrinth's skill, which granted the power of the god of war for 20 minutes. Kang Taeson realized the duration had been extended by 10 minutes thanks to his soul enhancement. The little spirit asked in surprise, "So the apostle's skill has changed too?" Kang Taeson pondered his new power. Apostle was a god-granted ability, specifically from Labyrinth, the god of war and death. His spiritual power was enhanced, far exceeding all limits. Kang Taeson felt satisfied, a smirk on his face. Kang Taeson stretched refreshingly, declaring he had rested enough and it was time to go. The little spirit grumbled irritably. "What an unbelievable guy," Kang Taeson asked in surprise. The little spirit irritably waved its hand, saying it was just muttering to itself. Then it urged, "All right, let's get back to the labyrinth right away. Harfin must be worried about us in his blacksmith's room." The door to Harfin's blacksmith's room appeared, located deep within the 30th floor of the labyrinth. A quiet atmosphere enveloped it. Old blacksmith Harfin's hands carefully held a glowing orb. It was the origin of an apostle, a core containing the source of divine apostleship, materialized by a fallen soul. Harfin gazed at the orb in awe, his eyes full of surprise. "All preparations for the materials are complete," the old blacksmith affirmed. Harfin still couldn't believe it. Golden dragon claws, the goddess's grace, and other extremely rare materials, all collected by Kang Taeson alone. Harfin stood before the anvil, looking at Kang Taeson expectantly. "What equipment do you want? Just say it," the generous blacksmith asked. Kang Taeson thought, believing a weapon with the highest attack power would be best. But the little spirit suddenly woke up, suggesting, Instead of a weapon, I propose something else." The little spirit excitedly explained, "Unless someone has stolen it, you can find a good weapon deeper in the labyrinth. You'll get the weapon I once used." Kang Taeson considered, then decided, "I already have Iraq weapon mastery anyway." "All right," he said. "Then I'll choose a ring." Harfin held the orb, his eyes full of calculation. "All right. With the materials you've provided, I can forge a pair," he said, but couldn't guarantee it. Kang Taeson asked about the completion time. Harfin replied, "At least it will take a month to finish." Kang Taeson turned, a confident smile on his face. "All right. I'll be looking forward to it," he said, accepting the waiting time. Kang Taeson looked up, light swirling around him. He wondered how strong he would become with the new equipment. and anticipation surged intensely. Kang Taesan confronted the Stone Warrior on the 34th floor of the Labyrinth. The mission was clear: defeat the boss to obtain the Hathuria ring and a mysterious reward. The Stone Warrior's sword swung up, blue energy tearing through the air. Kang Taesan secretly compared it to a Death Knight, wondering if it was just a coincidence. Kang Taesan counterattacked powerfully, activating the landing skill. A dazzling impact exploded, pushing back the Stone Warrior. Kang Taesan glided, purple energy surrounding his hand. He calculated his strategy, wanting to gain a higher position than his opponent. Is this enough? He wondered. Kang Taesan's red blade clashed fiercely with the Stone Warrior's weapon, creating bright sparks in the dark night. Kang Taesan landed, dust flying everywhere. He felt the landing skill, finding it not much different from leap. The skill information appeared, explaining its power. The Stone Warrior attacked, but Kang Taesan quickly activated reduction, blocking the blow with his arm. The strong impact startled him. Kang Taesan looked at the glowing sword, purple-blue energy surging. He realized there was another skill, reduction, and wondered if he should try it now. The Stone Warrior charged forward, its heavy footsteps shaking the ground. Kang Taesan stood still, awaiting the next attack. Kang Taesan dodged, wondering if the skill worked. The little spirit grumbled. Trying out skills right after returning to the labyrinth? You're underestimating your enemies too much. It also said the level difference was too great for him to get hurt. Finding the battle boring, Kang Taesan checked his messages. He asked his teammates about their progress, and Lee Taeyeon replied, thanking him for his help. Kang Taesan asked again, confused. Kang Junyuk explained that thanks to the blessing of war and death, they were stronger, and everyone was worshipping him on the forums. Kang Taesan was surprised. Blue energy surrounding him. Worshipping? He exclaimed, not believing his ears. Kang Taesan frowned, annoyed. A message from Lee Hana appeared, saying they just needed to wait, as he would surely come to rescue them. A scene appeared, an admiring crowd trusting Kang Taesan. Han Na-ra asked how many floors he had cleared, and Kim Se guessed he had passed the 50th floor. The little spirit flew around, scoffing. Those people really admire you. Then it irritably asked again if they were mistaken about who deserved to be worshipped. The little spirit mused, telling itself, I don't think that's too strange. It seemed to be reconsidering. Among the warrior figures, a man spoke. Don't all humans have fighting talent? Whoever achieves glorious feats is naturally worshipped. Kang Taesan subtly smirked, his purple eyes sharp and cold. When the fate of the planet is threatened, it's inevitable. Why do they have to be so noisy about it? Kang Taesan stepped into a dark space, dark energy surging. The little spirit flew after him. He stopped, sensing something unusual. Not bad, but, The little spirit panicked. Taesan, could this be? Kang Taesan replied in a low voice. Yes, it's the demon goddess. A gloomy corridor, a red carpet leading to the throne. The demon goddess reigned. As Kang Taesan entered, a voice echoed, Is the demon goddess personally greeting us? Kang Taesan smiled confidently. Long time no see, demon goddess. The demon goddess replied in a sweet voice. Greetings, my child. The demon goddess sat on her throne, her eyes sharp and cold. You seem much stronger now, but I have bad news for you. Kang Taesan swung his sword, purple energy exploding. The little spirit circled him. He thought to himself, Anyway, I'm quite satisfied. The demon goddess gave a faint smile, her eyes full of amusement. I was very pleased watching you fight on the battlefield of the gods, though a bit disappointed that there was nothing related to me there. Kang Taesan stood firm on the red carpet, facing the throne. The little spirit circled him. He muttered, Bad news? Kang Taesan closed his eyes, his expression calm. The little spirit looked at him. He replied, It's a relief that pleases you. The demon goddess was silent, her sharp gaze scrutinizing Kang Taesan. A heavy stillness enveloped the space. The demon goddess looked suspiciously at Kang Taesan, who was being embraced by an ethereal entity. You've changed, haven't you? I sense a dangerous yet powerful force directly interfering with your soul. Where did you get it? Kang Taesan was confused, thinking about the blessing from the forgotten goddess. The demon goddess questioned, So even you don't know where this power comes from? The demon goddess angrily stood up, dark energy exploding. What? I am a god. I know and can do many things. But that doesn't mean I know everything, Kang Taesan mused, a flash of understanding in his purple eyes. I see. The demon goddess explained about the forgotten goddess's domain. Kang Taesan secretly wondered if even the gods were unaware of what happened there. The demon goddess explained that Kang Taesan's increasing power would make her stronger. Kang Taesan asked again in surprise, not understanding the connection. Me? How is my increase in power related to your increase in power? The demon goddess lightly touched Kang Taesan's forehead, softly saying that it wasn't bad. A flash of light appeared above his head. Anyway, it's not bad. The demon goddess gave a mysterious smile, declaring she would explain why she was there. She warned that it wasn't very good news. Before that, I'll explain why I'm here. Basically, this is bad news. But the demon goddess remarked in a low voice that Kang Taeson had become much stronger, far exceeding her expectations. Her eyes were sharp and cold as she looked at him. You've gotten stronger. Much stronger. You've gotten stronger much faster than I expected. The demon goddess admitted Kang Taeson's progress was good, but too fast. She decided to expedite the fulfillment of their agreement. That's a good thing, but too fast. So I'll speed up the fulfillment of the agreement a bit. Kang Taeson asked again about the agreement with the Guide of Sin, mentioning the rule prohibiting the deployment of stronger opponents so he could fight fairly. Agreement? Are you talking about the agreement with the Guide of Sin? The demon goddess confirmed the agreement was to ensure fairness. She explained that if Kang Taeson continued to grow stronger quickly, his enemies wouldn't be able to cope. That's right, because that would seem a bit unfair. Therefore, the demon goddess declared there was no other option but to allow stronger enemies to appear sooner to finish off Kang Taeson. So, I have no choice but to let them come up early to kill you. Kang Taeson calmly accepted, asking which floor he would face the enemies on. The demon goddess remarked that he didn't hesitate at all. I understand. Which floor will I face them on? As usual, you don't hesitate at all. The demon goddess revealed that the Guide of Sin had arranged soldiers by level on each floor. Because Kang Taeson was getting stronger too quickly, she would have to deploy even those from level 4 downwards. Taeson, you are truly getting stronger too fast. The demon goddess directed Kang Taeson to the 35th floor, where his enemies were waiting. She wished him victory and reminded him that someone was waiting for him. Those bastards are waiting for you on the 35th floor. Return victorious, Kang Taeson. Someone is waiting for you. The demon goddess bid farewell to Kang Taeson with a mysterious smile, hoping to see him again in a deeper place. Kang Taeson also returned the greeting. Well then, goodbye. I hope to see you in a deeper place next time. See you again. The demon goddess vanished into the night, leaving behind a silent space. Kang Taeson and the little spirit returned, and he exclaimed, "We're back." The little spirit commented that he was probably the first human to make the demon goddess show her emotions. Phew. I bet you're the first human the demon goddess has ever shown her emotions to. Kang Taeson mused, affirming his firm will. Perhaps so. I have no intention of being intimidated, no matter how strong the opponent. Kang Taeson smiled confidently, declaring, "Let's deal with the 34th floor boss first." The little spirit hovered beside him, ready for battle. As soon as he finished speaking with the demon goddess, Kang Taeson plunged into conquering the 34th floor. He drew his sword, swinging sharp, powerful strikes. The quest completion reward helped Kang Taeson replace his old equipment. The Hathuria ring, ancient king's cloak, and reclusive serpent's belt significantly increased his power. The 35th floor quest appeared. Defeat the boss to receive the berserker's helm. The little spirit reminded Kang Taeson that the new floor was right before them. The little spirit irritably asked Kang Taeson about the demon goddess's words, urging him to quickly deal with the trash waiting. Kang Taeson calmly replied, "All right." The door opened, and Kang Taeson saw a group of people gathered inside, his gaze unwavering. He remarked, "Oh, they've gathered there." A black-robed figure greeted him, saying they had heard about Kang Taeson from Ambresia and knew he was the explorer challenging them. A scouting skill was activated. Kang Taeson recalled Marin, the red-haired man, and judged him not bad. However, he was confident that his stamina was no less than half of Marin's. Kazir, the level 4 leader of the Guide of Sin, appeared. He declared he would tear Kang Taeson apart on his superior's orders. Kazir extended his hand, decisively ordering someone to get out of the way, his eyes resolute. Kazir reminded Arbon about Ambresia's directive to follow the rules. Arbon roared, "Shut up! You want us level 4 seconds to team up against a mediocre explorer who just reached the 35th floor?" Arbon proudly stepped forward, declaring, "I will kill that bastard with my own hands." Kazir stood behind, silently observing. Arbon roared in fury, "I can't stand this." He activated the red-maned wolf skill, and energy exploded around his body. Arbon charged like the wind. Kang Taeson was surprised by his speed, but maintained his defensive stance, remarking, "You're quite fast." Kang Taeson counterattacked decisively, taking down Arbon in a single blow. He said, "That's one for now." Immediately, a level-up notification appeared. Kang Taeson, with his soul power just activated, had fiery purple eyes. He provoked, "So, who's next? Step forward now." A voice echoed, "That would make Sir Ambresia sad." Witnessing Arbon's fall, the black-robed figures were terrified. "No way! How could Arbon die so easily?" The little spirit hovered. Kazuye, the leader, roared to reassure his comrades. "Don't panic. Our opponent is just one person. Begin now," he urged, his eyes filled with determination. The black-robed figures began a bizarre ritual, and crimson energy threads spread from their hands. Kazuye admitted, "I concede that you are stronger than us." Red energy enveloped Kazuye, his eyes burning. However, I am receiving the power of everyone here, so you cannot defeat me. The system warned. Your opponent is a formidable foe. Kang Taeson observed Kazir, his hand gripping his sword tightly. Is that a method to gather everyone's power into one person? He's truly strong. He assessed, his gaze sharp. Kang Taeson recalled fierce battles. He thought to himself Kazir's current power far surpassed a fallen apostle before its collapse. Kazir sneered, his eyes burning red. He declared, even so, that doesn't matter. It's just that he's gotten stronger. His confidence flared. Kang Taeson charged to attack, his sword swinging up to create a surge of purple energy. The system announced, you have activated Powerful Strike. The little spirit hovered nearby. Kazir roared in anger, red energy exploding. Do you think I'll let you go to a deeper floor? You'll die here. He refused to back down. Kang Taeson was pushed back, astonished. I was pushed back even after using a powerful strike. Kazir's strength exceeded expectations. In an instant, both Kang Taeson and Kazir simultaneously activated Frost Arrow. Streams of blue energy collided. The power gap isn't closing that quickly. Two streams of icy energy collided violently, creating a dazzling blue light explosion, with shattered ice fragments scattering everywhere. Kazir continued his relentless assault. Kang Taeson pondered, so what about this move? It's really hard to fight someone who uses both a sword and magic at the same time, he recalled. It wouldn't be difficult if I hadn't fought the Forgotten Goddess's apostle yesterday. Kazir was enraged, red energy enveloping him. Damn it, how annoying. So I can't overwhelm him with magic? He began to feel frustrated. Kang Taeson realized something new. Furthermore, I can now see that Bastard's previously invisible will as he grows stronger. A new conceptual skill was forming. Kang Taeson's eyes were sharp and cold, crimson energy surrounding him. A new realization was dawning. Kang Taeson's purple eyes flashed, and he muttered, I can see it. A new ability had been unlocked. Kang Taeson darted like lightning, streaks of red energy tearing through the air. From now on, I'll be able to perfectly counter him. Kang Taeson swung his sword, crimson energy blazing. Kazir exclaimed in surprise, such a petty trick. Kang Taeson delivered a powerful blow to Kazir, purple energy exploding. He said coldly, I just need a small opening. Kazir took 753 damage. Kang Taeson glided through the air, Kazir below. He thought to himself, he doesn't know this arrow only deals 1 damage. A sky-shattering kick sent Kazir flying. He roared in pain. You bastard! Kang Taeson was already high above, surrounded by purple and gold energy. Kazir couldn't believe his eyes. No way. When did he get up there? Kazir shrieked, his face contorted. We are from the 4th floor. The power of 10 people merged into one body. We will not lose. Kang Taeson calmly looked at Kazir, purple energy enveloping him. 10 people? Thanks to you. I know I can defeat 10 people at once. The landing skill was activated. Kang Taeson plunged down, delivering the final blow. Thanks, he said. Kazir took an additional 840 damage and collapsed. Kang Taeson stood tall, purple energy surging. What's wrong? Get up. Or do you all want to attack me at once? A terrified thought echoed. Just how strong is he? Kazir clutched his wound, blood flowing. He despaired. I can't believe we were so utterly defeated, even after using all the power of the 4th floor. 2 other black-robed figures panicked. No, this is so strange. What are you doing? You took all our power, so why are you fighting so poorly? Kang Taeson continued to attack Kazir. Another black-robed figure raged. If I'd known this, I wouldn't have trusted your clumsy strategy. Give us back our power so we can escape. Kang Taeson dodged Kazir's attack. Kazir yelled, how can a level 30 player like you be stronger than us from the 4th floor? Kazir was furious, screaming in despair. Shut up! I'm going crazy too! Kang Taeson darted forward, streaks of purple light tearing through space. Goodbye! A decisive sword strike sent Kazir flying. Kang Taeson's eyes were icy cold, his sword still imbued with energy. Unfortunately, I'm not obligated to answer your questions. Kazir collapsed, blood gushing out. His comrades were horrified. One trembling figure asked, Huh? Kazir? He's dead? His last breath ragged, Kazir uttered in regret. Damn it! Kang Taeson stood tall amidst the trembling black-robed figures, his sword glowing. Hey, all of you! Didn't you come here to kill me? Kang Taeson's purple eyes were sharp and cold. Then be prepared to be killed if you lose. Accept this obediently. After Kazir fell, subduing the remaining members of the Guide of Sin Guild became astonishingly easy. By defeating powerful enemies, Kang Taeson gained countless new skills and stats, from Red Man Wolf to Holding Power and Spatial Barrier. Without needing to use apostle skills, Kang Taeson confidently declared, Let's go. The little spirit beside him was also ready. Kang Taeson's steps were resolute as he moved forward, leaving the remnants of the battle behind. The little spirit watched his retreating back, thinking in astonishment. An opponent of that level is nothing to him? Tayson's achievements are truly astonishing. Despite all their efforts, an explorer on the 34th floor easily defeated the members of the Guide of Sin Guild. It's worth noting that the enemies used all sorts of buffs to enhance their power. Of course, it was thanks to the countless skills Tayson possessed, but how he used them was what truly mattered. Tayson's objective judgment was terrifyingly extraordinary. A kind-faced blonde man smiled gently, holding the little spirit in his arms. "That's right! Keep moving forward, Tayson!" Kang Tayson sped through the starry space, his gaze resolute as he faced the places where he had once failed. The little spirit flew after him, trusting completely. "I'm sure you can do it, Kang Tayson," he replied. "I believe you will conquer this labyrinth perfectly." Beneath the colossal labyrinth reaching into the night sky, on the 70th floor, in the meeting room of the Guide of Sin, a mysterious conference was taking place. Black-robed figures gathered around a round table, a tense atmosphere pervading. Golden fragments shattered, dissolving into the air. A black-haired man with a cold expression declared, "They finally lost." The flame-haired man sat at the table, his eyes suspicious. He questioned, "Are you sure your magic was activated correctly?" Collide, the Guide of Sin, held a glowing orb. He couldn't believe it. Unbelievable. They couldn't last long even after activating my magic. He truly is a strong one. The flame-haired man glared, asking, "Are you trying to blame me?" Collide replied, "The magic was clearly activated correctly. It's just that he was too strong." The long-haired, brown-haired man looked annoyed, saying irritably, "Damn it! I want to eliminate him immediately. Is there no other way, Collide?" Collide explained, behind him were the defeated black shadows. "No, what we did was already a shortcut. By law, only fair fights are allowed. That's why 10 people of equivalent strength combined their powers to eliminate that guy." The red-haired man sighed, saying helplessly, "Phew, we're in a situation where we can't touch him through normal means." The fire-haired man looked straight ahead, his voice resolute. "There's no need to fear. The truth is, the Guide of Sin still controls the entire labyrinth. That hasn't changed." The fire-haired man looked at the defeated, angrily saying, "He used demon gods, so we couldn't unilaterally harm him. I thought he was just a tool for revenge, but he's this troublesome. As long as the demon gods are watching, we can't eliminate him together." The fire-haired man came up with a cunning idea, a reasonable way that the demon gods would approve. "How about we summon the one who will descend to this place?" The fire-haired man revealed, "I'm talking about Quaned, a member of the demon race who was granted permission to descend to the deeper floors after his potential was recognized." The red-haired man was surprised. "Quaned? That guy?" An image of Quaned appeared, a member of the demon race expected to conquer the deeper floors, carrying all hopes. The fire-haired man believed he had the potential to become one of them and could achieve victory. The long brown-haired man mused. I find it unsettling that he belongs to the demon race, but the gods always test mortals. So, that's not an issue." The red-haired man hastily reminded them, his face filled with worry. "Wait, you need to remember this. If even Quaned fails, we'll have no escape route left." The fire-haired man pondered, his sharp gaze fixed on the distance. 2 black-robed figures sat silently, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Collide, the Guide of Sin, broke the silence. He declared, "If Quaned wins, he will become stronger. Then, he will reach us faster." The black-haired girl with small horns showed her displeasure, uttering sarcastically, "I can't believe we're sending someone from the demon race to the one favored by the demon gods, just to have them wipe each other out. How malicious." The red-haired man bowed his head, his voice a little helpless. "Is this already decided? Then I will go call him." The red-haired man stood up, his gaze sweeping over the robed figures. He knew his fate well. "You'd make me go call him anyway, wouldn't you?" The fire-haired man smiled meaningfully. "You're just as malicious, Ambrosia. You seem quite pleased right now." The red-haired man replied, "Well, I am a little bit looking forward to it." Quaned looked up, the image of a mighty warrior appearing in his mind. Quaned. How strong has he become? A crimson door appeared, leading into the labyrinth's 35th floor boss room. A new challenge awaited. Kang Tayson's hand clenched, activating the distorted barrier. A swirling blue energy enveloped him. Kang Tayson held his sword, his purple eyes flashing with confidence. The little soul beside him observed. He muttered to himself, not bad." Kang Tayson swung his sword, delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. He confidently declared, "Even with its limits, at this mastery level, I think I can use it all the way to the 40th floor." Kang Tayson sat down, pondering new possibilities. The little soul beside him seemed worried. He wondered, "I also want to start learning new magic. Will anything new appear? The little soul reassured him. I don't think the Guide of Sin will be able to interfere for a while. Nothing will happen until you reach the 40th floor. The system announced, you have defeated the 35th floor boss. Check rewards. Kang Taesin held the ring. He read the description. Ring of Deep Scars. Attack power plus 20. It will curse anyone who comes near. He thought to himself, the attack power is pretty good. I guess I can wear it. Kang Taesin was surprised to receive an additional item. The system announced, you have received hatred-filled armor. This armor is granted to followers of the god of hatred, repelling hatred and leading to death. Kang Tae-san equipped the armor and the frenzied helmet. The system announced a surge in stats, with strength and agility increasing by 20. The skill Emotional Outburst would activate when he was filled with hatred and madness. The little soul wondered about the set's effects. Kang Taesin explained that they were rare, required many pieces, but granted superior power. The little soul suggested they continue to explore. Kang Taesin agreed, knowing he was getting stronger little by little with no need to rush. Descending the long stairs, the little soul continued to ponder whether other equipment sets awaited them. Kang Taesin stepped on to the 36th floor. A new quest appeared. Defeat the floor boss to receive a bracelet and a secret reward. He faced the blue-armored warriors. A blue-armored warrior with a majestic appearance stood ready for battle. Kang Taesin realized these armored warriors were the main monsters from the 30th floor. He thought to himself, they were strong enough to cause trouble for other explorers on the 36th floor. In a flash, Kang Taesin dodged the blue-armored warrior's attack, then launched a counterattack that brought his opponent down. Kang Taesin angrily criticized the blue-armored warriors. Hey, if you want to attack me, prepare better. Your attacks are too weak. They don't help me level up my skills. Amidst a dazzling surge of energy, Kang Taesin single-handedly confronted many blue-armored warriors, completely dominating the battle. Kang Taesin's fist flared with blue energy. He sighed, but they're too weak for me. Kang Taesin accelerated, dashing like a purple flash of lightning. He decided not to waste any more time, ending the battle swiftly. The little soul asked worriedly, Taesin, are you taking out your anger? I told you you're too strong. It felt pity seeing the warriors mercilessly defeated. Kang Taesin was surprised. Kang Taesin rushed towards a green door. The little soul flew after him, asking curiously, Taesin, what's that? A mysterious green door appeared. The system announced they had discovered the Hunchback's ruins. The little soul felt the place was damp and gloomy. Kang Taesin gazed thoughtfully at the door. He was astonished, unable to believe an entity of that level would appear so early. This place looks truly mysterious, he thought to himself. The little soul explained about transcendent beings, distinguishing between those who governed their own domains and those who didn't. A warning about what was to come. The small entity continued, revealing that the mysterious hunchback was an immortal, a creature full of power yet also full of danger. It continued to explain that transcendent beings were the ultimate goal mortals could achieve. Those who governed their own domains were God. But immortals were different. Although they possessed transcendent power, they couldn't acquire their own domains because they couldn't level up. The little soul worriedly warned Kang Taesin that normally one would have to travel very far to encounter these beings. They were very hostile, driven only by greed. Kang Taesin looked straight ahead, his gaze firm. He decisively declared, "That doesn't matter." With a decisive flick of his hand, Kang Taesin drew his sword. He said, "Then I have no reason to refuse." He placed his hand on the skull-shaped doorknob, preparing to open the entrance. "Whether it's an immortal or not, as long as I complete the Labyrinth's quest, there will be a reward, right?" Kang Taesin's eyes flashed with fierce determination, purple energy surrounding him. "As long as I can get stronger, I will continue, because now I have no way back." A man wearing glasses, named Gaeum Sangshu, appeared and bowed. He introduced himself as the person in charge of the adaptation and script for the series. Gaeum Sangchu explained that he took over the work from the previous author, starting from chapter 59, and was putting in his best effort. He recalled his initial feelings when reading the original and the webtoon. "It's really good!" He excitedly clicked his mouse. However, he couldn't help but worry if he could do well, facing such a vast story and interesting characters. Gaeum Sangchu expressed his special love for Kang Taesin, the protagonist of the work. He said that the skepticism that made him hard to approach was his greatest charm. He continued to praise Kang Taesan's objectivity, calmness, and even his madness when it came to skills. He wondered if he could convey those aspects well. Gaeum Sangchu pondered at his drawing desk. He questioned himself. Is it too fast? Is it too easy to understand? Is the pacing too slow? Is it right? Despite facing countless worries, the author was still filled with pride, knowing that there were readers captivated by this story. But most of all, thanks to the enthusiastic feedback from the producers, he was able to create a more engaging work. A simple drawing showed a grateful bow. The author tried his best to stick to the original work, avoiding major changes, to maintain familiarity for readers who had read the original. With a massive number of views, he promised to strive to create an increasingly engaging webtoon. Finally, he would answer readers' questions through a Q&A section. The first question: what is the structure of the labyrinth? The theme changes distinctly every 10 floors, and even with the same theme, the layout of each floor is still different, such as nature, but it could be water or fire. The map changes every floor, so scouting to strategize is paramount. Secret rooms are always hidden, and Kang Tae-sun always finds them because of the generous rewards. The labyrinth has a structure that descends from the top. Lee Tae-yeon and Kang Junhyuk are on the 12th floor. Kang Tae-sun is on the 38th floor, while the high-ranking members of the Guide of Sin are on the 70th floor. In the Labyrinth solo mode, players cannot meet each other. But in easy, normal, and hard modes, all players conquer the same labyrinth. So what does the Guide of Sin do? The members of the guild are ranked by their own high-ranking members. A black-robed member pointed, explaining the ranks. Rank 2 is allowed to conquer up to the 20th floor. Rank 4 up to the 40th floor. They are not allowed to descend to floors lower than their permitted rank. However, most members of the Guide of Sin are satisfied with the power they have gained and their current position. The high-ranking members who have delved deep are different. They are still continuing to conquer the labyrinth because they were also players from the beginning. However, the labyrinth gods despise the idea of conquering the labyrinth with collective power instead of their individual strength. Hindering those who do not share their views is also a reason why they are hated by the gods. A tower floats, inverted in space. How strong are the labyrinth gods? They are extremely powerful. A small horned entity repels a worm-like creature. Not only evil gods can destroy planets, but all gods residing in the labyrinth are extremely powerful. They are described as exceptionally mighty. The enemies of the labyrinth gods, the Go-shins, also possess terrifying power, on par with destruction, and unpredictable power. A question arose. Is there a shopkeeper on every floor? The resounding answer: yes. He always waits for Kang Tae-sun at the entrance. Are you here? A voice wondered. Additionally, Harfin will appear every time Kang Tae-sun conquers 5 floors. Another man is climbing endless stairs, ceaselessly. Lilise, following no rules, moves her hideout every time Kang Tae-sun conquers a safe floor. Her giggles echo mysteriously. What is the state of Earth now? Everyone rushed into the labyrinth, leaving behind an empty, desolate, and silent world. No human presence, only dust swirling everywhere. The small white-haired entity looks down, waiting. Everything will remain this way until the players return. Monster power when players return to Earth is quantified by numbers. The smaller the number, the stronger the monster. F-rank monsters have power exceeding 10 digits. B-rank monsters possess 5-digit power. For even stronger ones, their power is only a single digit, signifying ultimate horror. Kang Tae-sun and his team repelled the Go-shin's monsters, moving their base from Anyang to Yongin. Other monster waves were also blocked, but in places where Kang Tae-sun was absent, casualties were countless. Are you curious about upcoming stories from other lands? Please look forward to them. Thank you to all readers for your companionship. Runbull, the illustrator, sends his greetings. He shares his inspiration from Kang Tae-sun conquering the labyrinth, his dreams and fears when imagining himself in that world. He also expresses gratitude to the readers and the production team. The production team, including Harfin and the shopkeeper, along with the small white-haired entity, promises to continue bringing captivating stories based on Kang Tae-sun's journey. Sincere thanks to the readers. Those who transcend mortal limits are divided into 2 types. One is gods, who build their own ranks and domains. The second is those who possess the power to become transcendent beings. But in the end, those individuals get lost in the labyrinth, wandering forever due to their failure to reach godhood. A dark silhouette appears. Are there any immortal quests here? The 38th floor of the labyrinth, the ruins of the hunchback seeking distorted mysteries, has the entire floor changed. Kang Tae-sun, you are favored by many gods simultaneously. That will surely make others hate you to the bone. His determined eyes gleamed. Kang Tae-sun felt a strange discomfort. The little spirit confirmed it was not an illusion because the immortals hate the gods of the labyrinth. The little spirit explained. The immortals always try to kill mortals who receive even a little attention from the gods. Kang Tae-sun pondered, asking again, even if they have enough power to cover an entire floor of the labyrinth, they still hate others? That's hard to understand. The little spirit continued. No matter how strong the immortals are, they are still much weaker than the gods of the labyrinth. He recalled a scene where a demon god crushed an entire planet. Kang Tae-sun deduced, so perhaps they are following the gods of the labyrinth? The little spirit agreed. likening the immortals to children with dangerous weapons. A notification appeared, stating that the hunchback's power had weakened and he was offered an enhanced challenge. Kang Taeson smirked, accepting. Purple lightning crackled violently. Another notification appeared. Labyrinth modification begins. The entire space trembled. A sub-quest began. The hunchback seeking distorted mysteries is giving you a challenge. Blue energy swirled around Kang Taeson. He walked, purple energy enveloping the entire 36th floor. A notification appeared. Distorted will envelops the entire 36th floor. Kang Taeson was astonished by the change. This, he muttered. Feeling the energy around him, he realized this power source was similar to when he received power from Labyrinth on Earth. A demonic silhouette appeared above. Kang Taeson wondered, is this the kind of challenge achieved by enhancing the Labyrinth's monsters? A blue-armored knight appeared, blessed by the distorted mystery, emitting dark energy and purple lightning. The little spirit explained, well, that's because he's not a god. So he forcibly imbued his power into the knight. Kang Taeson stared at the knight's head, from which a red light emanated. He speculated, the thing on his head seems to be the immortal's power core. Are the knights undergoing apostasy? Kang Taeson charged to attack, activating Strong Strike and Plus. He felt annoyed facing the enemy's power. Kang Taeson swung his sword, golden streaks of light tearing through the air. But the Blue Knight only took a mere 222 damage, as if the attack barely scratched him. Kang Taeson was astonished. What? How did he only take that much damage? The little spirit explained. He has a physical damage reduction buff. It seems he has too much of that. Annoyance flared within Kang Taeson as he summoned flames around his sword, ready for the next strike. How troublesome, he exclaimed. The enemy still stood firm, his armored body glowing with menacing purple electricity, showcasing his formidable defense. Kang Taeson unleashed Blazing Fireball, but the Blue Knight only took an additional 201 damage, still standing firm against the magical power. Kang Taeson darted, dodging the counterattack. He realized magical damage was still effective, but wondered if he should abandon swordsmanship for magic. Without hesitation, Kang Taeson decided. A magical explosion erupted, accompanied by sharp ice shards flying everywhere, engulfing the opponent. He simultaneously activated Ice Arrow and Magic Explosion, relentlessly attacking the enemy with a barrage of spells, giving the opponent no time to react. The Blue Knight endured the magical onslaught, ice shards embedding in his armor, and golden electricity began to crackle around his body, showing the effectiveness of the magic. Kang Taeson unleashed Lightning Strike, electrical energy coiling around his hand. He scoffed at his opponent. Hunchback, you're mistaken. It's not that I can't use magic. Kang Taeson pondered, his purple eyes flashing with doubt. Do other monster knights on the 36th floor also possess the immortal's grace? As if in response, many other shadowy knights appeared, charging forward at terrifying speed, creating a frightening sight. Kang Taeson smiled, a surge of blue energy enveloping his hand. Fine. This is an opportunity to improve my magic skills. He unleashed Wind Blast, creating energy spheres to attack the knights. Facing this kind of enemy is no ordinary feat, he thought. The ground trembled. The little spirit wondered. Strange. Why the sudden tremor? He seems agitated. Kang Taeson was surprised. Agitated? Hasn't he transcended mortal limits? The little spirit explained. Immortals are distorted entities, terrifying power, but weak spirits. The little spirit continued to explain about the immortals, that achieving transcendence is almost impossible for those who take shortcuts, because every shortcut has its limits. The little spirit classified immortals into two types. First, those who accumulate true power but lack the rank to transcend, and second, those who cheated from the start. Perhaps the hunchback seeking distorted mysteries belongs to the second type. His power has significantly weakened, but he remains a threat. The hunchback's mysterious power erupted, and the distortion activated more powerfully. The little spirit hurriedly warned Kang Taeson. Be careful, Taeson. They're not testing you. A silver knight, engulfed by distorted mysteries, appeared. He was a formidable opponent, a terrifying entity shrouded in dark energy. The little spirit continued to warn, in a hurried voice. They're trying to kill you. Kang Taeson looked straight ahead, his gaze firm. The silver knight created a purple energy field, making approach difficult. The little spirit was surprised. He's even using magic to stop you? Without hesitation, Kang Taeson activated a series of skills. Fair Duel, Limited Proof, and Apostle Lacyratus, as glowing red energy surrounded him. Another skill, Sustained Combat, was activated. Kang Taeson calmly said, It's fine. I've anticipated everything. Kang Taeson charged forward, each step creating energy tremors. The skill Disdain for the Strong was activated, and his fighting will flared up. His sword swung up. Kang Taeson activated Apostle Slayer, charging straight at his opponent with terrifying speed, his eyes sharp and cold. The special skill, Forced Duel, was activated. For 10 seconds, only the opponent could deal damage. If both used swords, everything else would be nullified. Enveloped in a blue space, Kang Taeson and the Silver Knight clashed. Empowered sword and forced duel had been activated, and the battle to the death began. The Silver Knight suffered heavy damage. Kang Taeson thought to himself, that was the right choice. Thanks to forced duel and apostle, I inflicted damage on him. The hunchback's power initially weakened, but then erupted more fiercely. The distortion activated powerfully, a terrifying transformation. Kang Taeson smiled confidently, his sword glowing brightly. It's too late, he thought. My intuition tells me that with empowered sword, I won't lose to anyone. Kang Taeson charged like a whirlwind. His glowing red sword tore through the air, creating dazzling golden streaks in the night. He launched a decisive attack. The little spirit exclaimed in horror. How terrifying. It realized that if Kang Taeson used his skills with empowered sword, the effect would be completely different. No one could have expected this. This was a grand stage for him to face the weakling. In that moment, a terrifying, shadowy entity with fiery purple eyes appeared, shrouded in dark energy, signaling a new threat. Kang Taeson's mental power was activated. He permanently gained 540 stamina, 132 strength, 98 agility, and 12 intelligence. A new surge of power was flowing. The little spirit reassured him. Don't worry, those are the Labyrinth's rules. It asserted that as long as they were in the Labyrinth, no one could break the rules, not even the god. Kang Taeson received another notification. Magic resistance increased by 2%, Apostle Slayer increased by 1%, and sword skills increased by 1%. He wondered, the test is over. Don't tell me he's not going to give me a reward? The little spirit explained, that's a contract with the mage who designed this place. The system announced, forced payment initiated. The chained entity gradually vanished. Kang Taeson was surprised. Forced payment? He received the reward for the secret room on the 36th floor. Lightning strike ancient tree and bracelet containing nuclear fragments upon completing the floor. He put on the Hathuria ring, watching a purple lightning bolt flash. Another notification appeared. Kang Taeson received an additional mysterious reward from the 36th floor. Kang Taeson decided, I'll save it first. A new notification appeared, revealing the power of the hunchback seeking distorted mystery. Kang Taeson smiled contentedly, holding the withered staff of calamity. He gained increased stamina, mana, and attack power. Oh, so this is how it is? The little spirit replied, didn't I tell you? It's possible. Kang Taeson smiled meaningfully. You're right. Too bad for you. He seemed to be mocking someone, with confidence. Kang Taeson faced the hunchback, the seeker of distorted mysteries. He said, I know you didn't want to give me rewards, but I'll make good use of them. A mystical purple light emanated. The gentle blonde man observed, exclaiming, Oh, you've cleared the 36th floor? How interesting. He wondered if Kang Taeson had arrived here early. The gentle blonde man emerged from the shadows, his voice echoing, I've been waiting for you here, Kang Taeson. A fated encounter was about to unfold. When Kang Taeson conquered the hunchback's ruins on the 36th floor, searching for the distorted mystery, a new chapter opened. All the loot on that floor fell into his hands, a resounding achievement, affirming the conqueror's extraordinary power. Afterwards, he observed the mystical lights, signs of a new discovery unfolding, leading to profound secrets. He also received a reward from the secret room, an unexpected windfall, making the journey even more bountiful. A notification appeared, lightning striking the ancient tree. Kang Taeson was surprised, wondering if this was the item's main attribute and if it should be combined with the arrow from God's blessing. He checked the special arrow with its own will. It could move on its own to protect its owner, was enhanced by lightning, dealing 50 damage and an electrocution effect to enemies. Little Soul was astonished by the arrow's power. Kang Taeson thought to himself, if he had 3 more arrows like this, everything would be much easier. He examined the bracelet containing core fragments, which increased offense and defense and was effective against natural opponents. Next were the rough gloves, increasing attack power by 50, containing mysterious power. Kang Taeson frowned. The glove's attack power was weaker than he thought. He wondered, was it because the mysterious power sealed within hadn't been fully unleashed? Little Soul, annoyed, snapped from his head. It's still better than the old one, just wear it. You're too obsessed with efficiency. Kang Taeson replied, I know, now let go. He continued walking, looking at the new item in his hand. This thing is even more disappointing than the gloves, he muttered with a displeased expression. The withered staff of calamity increased magic by 40 but drained the user's power. Little Soul suggested, why not hire Harfin to modify it? Kang Taeson nodded. That's the best option. Suddenly, a pink magical energy enveloped him. Kang Taeson was astonished. What is this? An unexpected phenomenon. The energy led straight to the red door. Little Soul whispered, I sense immense magical power from there. It seems to be calling you. A confident smile spread across Kang Taeson's lips. Magical power! It's finally here! he exclaimed excitedly, his eyes shining brightly. The mysterious room on the 36th floor, Lilith's room, appeared before his eyes, containing unknowns and immeasurable power. Lilith gave a radiant smile, thanking Kang Taeson. "Ha, thank you. It's all thanks to you, Taeson." Little Soul, beside Kang Taeson, whispered, "But it's still very weak." Kang Taeson looked at Lilith in surprise, asking, "Huh? Lilith? It seems your level has increased a bit?" Little Soul's eyes also widened in surprise. Amidst the ethereal starry sky, Lilith's figure appeared, her voice echoing, "The god of magic has directly called her. That is, to learn intermediate magic." Lilith cleared her throat, her expression becoming serious. You don't like small talk, so I'll get straight to the point." Kang Taeson and Little Soul watched Lilith intently, awaiting her words. A faint glow from Lilith's hand moved towards Kang Taeson. Little Soul cried out in horror, protesting vehemently. "What? That's outrageous! No! As I said before, intermediate magic is only effective on deeper floors." Little Soul continued to protest, arguing, "He might be strong, but he's still only on the 30th floor. No matter how you look at it, it's still too early for him to learn that." Lilith giggled softly, admitting, "You're right." But she still believed. "But I'm sure the god of magic must have a reason for it." Lilith pointed to the circle of blue orbs on the floor, ordering Kang Taeson. "All right, Taeson, sit in the middle of those orbs." Lilith extended her hand towards the circle, and blue energy emanated. "If you close your eyes and pray, the god of magic will answer you." Powerful blue magical energy erupted from Lilith, enveloping Kang Taeson. Little Soul was thrown far away by that surge of power. Lilith looked at Kang Taeson, who was praying with his eyes closed, and gently said, "If you don't mind, could you convey my words to the god of magic, that I am always grateful to them?" Kang Taeson replied, "All right." Kang Taeson clasped his hands, blue energy surrounding him, praying, "I'm just clasping my hands as a ritual." He thought to himself, but what does it mean to believe in a god? Suddenly, a terrifying reddish-purple spatial rift tore through the floor, opening an unforeseen abyss. A special quest began. Kang Taeson's feet sank deep into the rift, dark energy swirling around him. "What is this? Space is being torn apart!" Little Soul cried out in horror. Kang Taeson and Little Soul were sucked into the void, returning to Earth. The return began. An unavoidable mission descended, pulling Kang Taeson into the vortex. He was astonished, wondering why this was happening right before his divine encounter. Little Soul was enraged, convinced this was an enemy's conspiracy. A surge of blue energy erupted, tearing space apart, pulling everything into oblivion. Kang Taeson woke up abruptly, his purple eyes flashing with anger. He gritted his teeth, resenting those who played this despicable trick. Little witch Lilith lay on the ground, green energy surrounding her. She worriedly realized the spatial rift was slowly closing. Kang Taeson looked around in bewilderment, star-filled space enveloping him. He couldn't believe that the god of magic had personally intervened. Amidst the endless space, a majestic entity appeared. It was Gervond, the god of magic, welcoming Kang Taeson and Little Soul to his domain. Gervond smiled, asking Kang Taeson if those troublemakers were truly too brazen. He hadn't expected them to dare to act right before this meeting. Kang Taeson clutched his chest in pain, a strange energy invading his body. Little Soul looked at him worriedly. Kang Taeson wondered if the god of magic had forced him here. Little Soul, though still bewildered, uttered a greeting. Kang Taeson felt his body was strongly interfered with, dark energy swirling around. He suspected this was the influence from the Goshin. Gervond realized the meeting was not as comfortable as he had imagined. Nevertheless, he decided to formally introduce himself. Gervond revealed that he was the architect of the Labyrinth, the one who created the heart of magic and dominates this domain. He was the god of magic, Gervond. Kang Taeson sensed the stellar power hidden within Gervond. Unlike other gods, he retained his full power within himself. Kang Taeson replied, introducing himself decisively. Kang Taeson thought to himself, he had finally met the god of magic. Gervond greeted him, asking if Kang Taeson was that child, and if he was the prince of Kebet, Bardre. Startled, Kang Taeson replied. Gervond spoke, his voice echoing throughout the undefined space. He praised the one who had overcome 80 floors of the labyrinth, coming closest to the abyss, commending their courage. The god of magic lamented, having once hoped that person could reach the end, even if they couldn't conquer the labyrinth. A sad truth. That person accepted their fate, admitting they were killed by members of the Sinful Guidance Guild. Little Soul witnessed the horrifying scene, speechless. Gervond looked directly at Kang Taeson, his blue eyes full of hidden meaning. "So, what will you choose in the future?" Gervond held up 3 fingers, prophesying a time when Kang Taeson would have to make 3 choices. He advised the young man to think carefully to avoid mistakes. Little Soul wondered about the three choices, even though it was just a dead entity in this labyrinth. Nevertheless, it remembered Jervan's word. Jervan changed tack, getting straight to the main point. He asked Kang Taeson about the true purpose of his journey, if it was for a special reason. Kang Taeson affirmed without hesitation that he was here to obtain intermediate magic. His gaze was resolute. Jervan nodded, saying that he had originally intended to bestow intermediate magic upon Kang Taeson. However, an incident had occurred. Jervan angrily described the troublesome individuals who had interfered with his plans. Kang Taeson stood still and listened. Jervan explained that he had intended to assign a test. Kang Taeson would go to a designated world and complete a mission. A small planet appeared. Jervan erupted in rage. He couldn't believe those individuals dared to scheme, infiltrating his domain just as he was about to assign the mission. Because of that interference, Jervan decided to change the mission content. This would be a side quest, separate from the mid-tier magic reward. Kang Taeson intently looked at the glowing board. His new mission was to return to Earth, Jervan commanded, demanding Kang Taeson make those who interfered pay. He wanted him to crush their pride and destroy their creations, promising a worthy reward. Kang Taeson accepted the new mission. He had no reason to refuse an additional reward, and he himself disliked the actions of those individuals. Jervan smiled mysteriously, his eyes sparkling like stars in the vast universe, harboring a deep, unpredictable intention. Kang Taeson decisively replied, "I understand. Beside him," the little soul wondered, "his child? Is he talking about Lilith?" Jervan softly called out as Kang Taeson rushed off, "May you return safely." His figure gradually disappeared into the distance. Jervan, with sharp eyes, warned, "You probably already know, but they will definitely try to kill you." Kang Taeson stood atop a building, looking at the giant purple crystal deeply embedded in the city's architecture. He thought to himself, I know who he's referring to without him having to say it. Purple energy flared around Kang Taeson, and he gritted his teeth, vowing, "I will crush you, you pathetic Goshins." Jervan smiled contentedly. A side quest notification appeared. "The god of magic is enraged with the Goshins. He wants you to crush their pride. Reward depends on your performance." Suddenly, the entire city plunged into chaos. Screams echoed. "Are we on Earth? Why is this happening?" Desperate cries resonated. "When we return to Earth, monsters always swarm. I don't want to die. I'd rather stay in the labyrinth." Panic escalated. The mission to return to Earth is usually announced a week in advance, isn't it? I want to stay in the labyrinth." Amidst the panicked crowd, Kang Taeson walked calmly. He thought to himself, "They're overreacting. They must be surprised by the sudden return to Earth." A sudden voice rang out. "Huh? Isn't that Kang Taeson?" Kang Taeson turned his head in surprise. "Oh my God! It's Kang Taeson!" The crowd rushed towards him, urgent pleas for help echoing. "Kang Taeson! Please save us!" Arms were raised high. Shouts of Kang Taeson's name rang out, as if he were their last hope amidst the chaotic inferno. Amidst the chaotic scene, a system notification appeared. Divine power mastery increased by 1%. Kang Taeson was surprised, wondering about this occurrence. Kang Taeson's eyes flashed as he activated Scout. He knew well that the top priority now was to escape this dangerous place. Kang Taeson recognized the people in front of him. Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junhyuk from solo mode. Jeom Jungun and Kim Hui-yeon from hard mode, who was leading the group. Kang Taeson gathered the entire group, soaring into the air, leaving the crowd of shadows below. Cries of fright rang out as they clung to him. "Hyung Nim!" they exclaimed. Kang Taeson reassured them. "Just a little effort." A system notification appeared. "You have activated Leap." Kang Taeson kicked off the building, creating a brilliant golden stream of energy, continuing to fly upward. A terrifying scream echoed as Kang Taeson shot upwards, leaving brilliant golden energy trails in the air. Kang Junhyuk looked up with an astonished expression. Kang Taeson and the little soul stood atop a building, looking down at the dense crowd below. Thousands of shadows were moving, creating a chilling scene. Jeom Jungun and the others looked up with astonished eyes. "Amazing. Truly incredible," they exclaimed, then realized, "It's Kang Taeson." The little soul wondered, "Why are those people acting like that?" Kang Taeson pondered, replying, "I'm not sure either." Kang Junhyuk asked in surprise, "What? Didn't you check the community?" Kang Taeson replied, "I did, but I didn't expect it to be this much." Kim Hui-yeon and Kang Junhyuk sighed, their faces helpless. "Thanks to you, we're in trouble too," Kim Hui-yeon said. Kang Taeson turned his back, saying nothing. Kim Hui-yeon continued to explain, her eyes filled with admiration. Everyone was curious about her conversation with Kang Taeson and the words he had bestowed. "The admiration for you is skyrocketing," she said. Kang Taeson seemed awkward. "This is too much. Aren't they deifying me excessively?" Jeom Jungun chuckled softly. "You might not be comfortable, but don't hate this atmosphere. Giam Junggon explained that people had lost faith in the gods. Earth was attacked, they were sent into the labyrinth, and many died upon returning. If the gods had protected us, not so many would have died in vain, he said. Giam Junggon affirmed. Weaklings like us need someone to rely on. He looked at Kang Taeson. At least, you are the one who brings us strength. Kang Taeson listened thoughtfully. Horrifying images appeared. Monsters overflowing Earth and the labyrinth, forced return missions, and a devastated planet. Kang Taeson stood amidst the ethereal entities, contemplating. If the gods had intervened, none of that would have happened, a thought echoed. Those who once believed in the gods had now lost faith upon entering the labyrinth. If gods truly existed, no one would have to die in vain like this. Kang Taeson stood amidst the corpses, his cold gaze fixed on the void. Humans once believed in gods, but now they cannot. Neither can I. A group of adventurers cheered, hailing Kang Taeson as a god. To them, the gods are indifferent. So, it's understandable that they don't believe in gods. Could it be that I have filled that void? Kang Taeson looked at Giam Junggon, saying in a calm tone, Giam Junggon, I understand what you're saying. He sat down, the little soul hovering beside him. Then, as long as I don't mind too much, it's fine, right? This isn't difficult. I don't mind. Giam Junggon beamed, his heart full of gratitude. Yes, thank you, Hyung. This will encourage everyone. A mission notification suddenly appeared. Within 1 week, go to Seoul City Hall. The whole group was astonished. Huh? Has the mission already started? Kang Taeson gripped his dagger tightly, his eyes sharp. 1 week. We don't have much time. He turned back, his gaze resolute. Lee Taeyeon, Kang Junyuk. Just the two of you, follow me. This time will be very difficult. Prepare yourselves. Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junyuk were terrified. It's already started? We're not ready. Kang Taeson looked at them sternly. Stop talking and follow me. Kang Junyuk sighed, replying, I understand. 1 week later, the scenery shifted from day to night, signaling the passage of time. Kang Junyuk and Lee Taeyeon lay sprawled on the ground, exhausted. Kang Taeyeon stood there, the little soul hovering. Sigh, I told you not to do it like that. The little soul teased. Kang Taeson rubbed his temples. It's not easy, is it? I guess you can't be a good teacher. Haven't you learned evasion and powerful strikes? Recall that feeling and use it to swing your sword. Kang Junyuk panted, complaining. It's easy for you to say. Hyung, the energy sword you obtained by combining skill and swordsmanship. I know nothing about it. Kang Junyuk looked at the sword, its mastery at 0%. I mean, my mastery is 0%, so I can't feel anything at all. So how can I recall that feeling and use it on the sword? The little soul mused. Well, what he said is true. It will be very difficult for him to feel it, because the energy sword was discovered by Taeson himself in battle with me. He's telling them to realize things that both their bodies and minds cannot grasp. Kim Hui-yeon pondered whether swordsmanship mastery could be linked to skills. A voice rang out, confirming that it was possible. Kang Taeson instructed, remember that feeling when acquiring a skill, then use it to swing your sword. Images of his battles suddenly appeared. Kang Taeson was stern. He couldn't save everyone alone. I need your help, both of you. Kim Hui-yeon and Kang Junyuk looked at him in astonishment. Kang Taeson looked at them, his gaze resolute. Kim Hui-yeon asked if they could help him, if they could use the energy sword. Kang Taeson commanded that they would go to Seoul first and train more along the way. Kim Hui-yeon and Kang Junyuk were ready to act. A response echoed. In the distance, the ruined buildings of the city appeared, signaling a perilous journey. On the way to Seoul City Hall, stronger monsters than before appeared. The adventurers had to fight continuously. With Kim Hui-yeon's command and proper skill allocation, even easy-level players defeated E-grade monsters. Kang Taeson unleashed an attack. Purple energy erupted, dealing over 2,000 damage. A monster was sent flying. Kang Junyuk was astonished by Kang Taeson's power. He had only dealt 40 damage. Kang Taeson explained that they would achieve that as they delved deeper into the labyrinth. Kang Taeson knelt, activating a healing zone. Blue energy spread. He ordered those whose stamina was depleted to come closer. Giam Junggon and Lee Taeyeon were amazed as their stamina recovered. A notification appeared. Divine power mastery increased by 1%. Giam Junggon exclaimed, Kang Taeyeon is truly incredible. Kang Taeson and Kim Hui-yeon observed. Little Spirit remarked that the recovery speed wasn't bad. Kim Hui-yeon believed that at this rate, they could reclaim Earth. Kang Taeson maintained a stern expression. He was uncertain and reminded everyone not to let their guard down. Steady footsteps continued their journey across the green grass. A black-haired man, Choi Baram, appeared and asked if Kang Taeson was from Yongin City Hall. He was surprised that more people than expected had made it here. Choi Baram recognized Kim Hui-yeon as the leader, shaking hands in greeting. Kim Hui-yeon responded, indicating her familiarity with him. Choi Baram closed his eyes, softly muttering about a name he disliked. Choi Baram explained the difficult situation, with the building damaged. Kang Tae-san noted that not just the building, but everything was bad. Kang Tae-san realized the traces were not from monsters, but the aftermath of internal conflict. Choi Baram asked Kang Tae-san, then quickly reassured him, expressing his gratitude and that of the people of Seoul. Kang Tae-san remained silent, little spirit hovering around him, facing the other group. Choi Baram continued to explain that dissenting ideas could not be suppressed forever. Choi Baram expressed his gratitude, but also made it clear he had no other choice. His eyes filled with helplessness. Choi Baram admitted that thanks to Kang Tae-san, humanity had grown stronger after receiving the god's blessing. But then, Choi Baram turned away, admitting he lacked the courage to risk quelling the riots in Seoul. Kang Tae-san calmly said there was no need to explain. He was used to this. The system displayed a notification that he requested a non-lethal match. Without another word, Kang Tae-san shot forward like lightning, his terrifying speed tearing through the air. With a leg sweep and a terrifying punch, Kang Tae-san quickly took down two muscular opponents in the blink of an eye. Choi Baram was utterly astonished to witness the overwhelming power. A gray-haired man was sent flying. Kang Tae-san looked at the sprawled Choi Baram, calmly asking if he had any more complaints, then demanded to be led to Seoul City Hall. Kang Tae-san said that fear was understandable when threatened, but he didn't need help. He ordered Choi Baram to stand up. Choi Baram knelt on one knee, grasping Kang Tae-san's hand, admitting his weakness but expressing deep gratitude and vowing to cooperate fully. A special quest activated. Prevent the first wave of monsters in the next 2 days, protecting Seoul City Hall within the safe zone. 2 days before the catastrophe, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped everything. Kim Hui-yeon carried food, while Kang Jun-yuk sat there, exhausted and hungry. 2 days before the catastrophe, Kang Tae-san observed the hungry people in the safe zone. All of Seoul City Hall was struggling with famine. People from Yongin City Hall appeared, bringing food. Seo Jong-san distributed rations, while Kang Jun-yuk complained about his stern expression. Choi Baram was amazed by Seo Jang-san's farming skills, who explained that they had found seeds in Yongin and shared their expertise. Kang Tae-san's footsteps halted, marking the final boundary of Seoul's territory. Lee Tae-yeon wondered about the vastness of the land compared to the sparse population. Jeom Jung-gun recalled that it used to be crowded, while Kim Hui-yeon asked about the current population. Choi Baram revealed there were only 20,000 people left, horrifying Kim Hui-yeon. This meager number was a huge shock. Kim Hui-yeon panicked, realizing the small number of people wouldn't be enough to fight off the monsters swarming from all directions. The original plan had fallen apart. Kang Tae-san placed a hand on Kim Hui-yeon's shoulder, reassuring her that she would find a good strategy. Kim Hui-yeon looked at him in surprise. Kang Tae-san casually said Kim Hui-yeon would have to stay up all night. She angrily retorted, believing he didn't see it as his problem. Kang Tae-san asserted that Kim Hui-yeon's role was extremely important, leaving her and Choi Baram struggling on the ground. Choi Baram helped Kim Hui-yeon up. She accepted the responsibility, declaring herself ready to stay up all night because she was the leader. Kang Tae-san dashed off, purple and blue energy surrounding him. He muttered that he also had things to do. Kang Tae-san's gaze was resolute. He felt at ease, knowing his teammates were behind him. In the park in front of Seoul City Hall, Kang Tae-san and his teammates stood solemnly. A tense atmosphere enveloped them, signaling an important event was about to unfold. Kang Tae-san spoke in a low voice, his gaze firm as he looked at everyone. As you all know, we're running out of time. He lightly squeezed his wrist, signaling seriousness. Kang Tae-san announced a change in training methods, asking how they acquired their skills. Little Spirit hovered, wondering about weapons. Jeom Jung-gun awkwardly replied, it's hard to explain. Jeom Jung-gun recounted that skills appeared unconsciously in life or death battles. He learned them when exhausted, repeatedly using the same method. Kim Hui-yeon suddenly realized something, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked at Kang Tae-san. Wait, Tae-san, could it be? The narration echoed. That's right. You have to take risks to acquire skills. In a moment near death, continuously parrying fatal blows, Kang Tae-san had mastered a special skill, endurance. Kang Tae-san decisively stomped his foot on the ground, a surge of energy erupting, signaling the start of a brutal training session. Kang Tae-san commanded, from now on, you must fight me with your lives. Otherwise, you'll die. He lunged to attack Lee Tae-yeon and Kang Jun-yuk, terrifying them. Little Spirit hovered, pondering Kang Tae-san's intentions. I see. He reduced his attack power to minimize damage, but he intended to attack both from the start. Kang Tae-san struck, knocking Kang Jun-yuk back. Not enough! Focus more! Kang Jun-yuk cried out in pain, the damage clearly visible. Kang Jun-yuk was horrified and enraged. He's crazy! He's not using the non-lethal combat rule. If that last blow had landed, I would have been dead. Kang Tae-san's gaze was cold and stern. He declared bluntly, I cannot guarantee your lives in this battle. Kang Taizan parried Li Taiyan's pincer attack. As expected, you have good senses, Li Taiyan. However, Kang Taizan continued to strike, saying that enemies in the labyrinth wouldn't be defeated by such slow attacks, and neither will I. Li Taiyan activated her evasion skill, but Kang Taizan didn't accept it. Don't think that's a perfect skill. He wanted her to go further. Kang Taizan delivered a powerful blow, making Li Taiyan cry out in pain. You need to focus more, Li Taiyan. The damage was clearly visible, demonstrating the harshness of the match. Kang Junyuk was stunned, realizing his evasion skill was useless. He had to use his mind, as skills were no longer a savior. No way! He ignored my evasion? I have to use my head. I can't rely on skills anymore. Kang Junyuk panicked, feeling death imminent. He struggled in despair as Kang Taizan descended like a flash of lightning, his red sword glowing. At this rate, I could die. What should I do? You're next, Kang Junyuk. In a life-or-death moment, Kang Junyuk unexpectedly counterattacked. Two blades clashed, sparking and creating a deafening sound in mid-air. Kang Junyuk activated counterattack. Kang Junyuk gritted his teeth, astonished that his counterattack couldn't push Kang Taizan back. He didn't understand why he was so disadvantaged. What? Why can't I push him back? Even though I'm using counterattack, realizing the dangerous situation, Kang Junyuk decided not to confront him directly. He quickly dodged Kang Taizan's next attack. I can't let this continue. I have no choice but to dodge. Kang Taizan coldly warned, if you keep relying on counterattacks and rush at me, you'll surely die. He delivered a powerful blow that caused Kang Junyuk pain. Ah! Kang Taizan calmly looked at his opponent, his eyes sharp. That's the correct answer, he said, his tone full of approval. Kang Taizan looked down at the exhausted Kang Junyuk and Li Taiyan. He encouraged them. Even so, you've improved more than before. Keep trying. The little soul watched in surprise. Oh, look at them. Their eyes seem much sharper now. Kang Junyuk and Li Taiyan's eyes shone with determination. Kang Taizan smiled with satisfaction. The little soul perched on his shoulder. They finally stabilized. All right, let's continue. Despite their efforts, Kang Junyuk and Li Taiyan couldn't make a breakthrough. They were repeatedly and mercilessly defeated by Kang Taizan. But even with his body aching, Kang Junyuk's eyes remained unwavering, harboring a resilient will. Li Taiyan's eyes were the same, showing no longer any sign of wavering or fear. An hour passed, and they continued to fight, recklessly swinging their swords at each other. Finally, a decisive moment arrived. System notification. Kang Junyuk's swordsmanship skill increased by 1%. Li Taiyan's swordsmanship skill increased by 1%. Both were astonished. Kang Taizan received a new special skill, Power of the Believers. His swordsmanship skill also increased as his disciples improved. The gleaming sword was sheathed, signaling the end of a long day. All right, that's enough. Kang Taizan closed his eyes, a soft breath escaping, his face full of satisfaction after the training session. Kang Junyuk and Li Taiyan panted, exhausted. The little soul flew around. Kang Taizan gently said, You've worked hard. Don't push yourselves too much. Rest. The little soul flew around, teasing. Now they've got it. I'm so jealous. What lucky brats. Where else can you find someone to teach advanced swordsmanship for free? Kang Taizan replied, Don't say that. I was really going to kill them if they didn't learn. Kang Junyuk called out in confusion, Hey, master. Kang Taizan turned to look, the little soul hovering behind him. Kang Junyuk recalled the past, when Kang Taizan once considered him an opponent. He remembered Kang Taizan's words, Why compete at a time like this? Kang Junyuk continued, his eyes full of regret. At that time, I realized how insignificant I was, and it made me ashamed of myself. Li Taiyan stood beside him, listening. Kang Junyuk and Li Taiyan bowed their heads, their voices full of determination. Therefore, we will definitely risk our lives to protect Earth with you. We will make good use of the skills you've taught us. We are truly grateful to you. Kang Taizan calmly said, It's too early to thank me now. The monster wave will begin tomorrow, so make good use of what you've learned. Kang Junyuk and Li Taiyan replied in unison, Yes, we understand. In the night sky, a gigantic, brilliant purple spatial rift, emitting strange energy, signaled an impending catastrophe. The next day, the fated day of the monster wave, the spatial rift expanded in the city sky, an energy shield covering the area. A group of people stood in line, their eyes full of worry as they looked up at the sky. The brown-haired man asked, Will this be enough? The black-haired woman replied, I don't know. No one knows where the monsters will appear, how many, or how strong they'll be. The brown-haired man turned to the black-haired woman, his face worried. By the way, is that person really all right? The woman asked back. Excuse me? Are you talking about Kang Taizan? Kang Taizan stood tall on top of the ruined building, the little soul flying beside him. The brown-haired man's voice echoed, Yes, no matter how strong he is, will it be all right for him to handle the largest rift alone? Isn't it too much? The black-haired woman smiled confidently, reassuring him. He'll be fine. In fact, wherever Kang Tae-sun is, that place will be the safest. The special mission began, and the first monster wave arrived. The system announced the elimination of monsters invading the safe zone. A series of grotesque monsters emerged from the rift, ready to attack. Kang Tae-sun gripped his sword tightly, his eyes resolute. He declared, "Now it's time for you to do your part." Kang Tae-sun charged like a gust of wind, piercing through the swarm of glowing red monsters. He commanded, "Go completely wild." A burst of energy erupted, and Kang Tae-sun easily defeated the monster. He scoffed, "You're too weak. Is that all you've got?" The system announced that the special mission had begun, and the first monster wave had arrived. The objective was to eliminate monsters invading the safe zone. In the middle of the city, Kang Tae-sun continued to charge, his brilliant sword slashes tearing through the air, destroying the invading monsters. Kang Tae-sun activated his windburst skill. He noticed, for some reason, this wave is weaker than the last. I'll finish it with just one blow. Kang Tae-sun pondered, the little soul hovering beside him. He wondered, no matter how I think about it, it's strange that most of them are F-rank monsters. Do they have different equipment? The exploration team struggled with the monsters. Lee Tae-yeon shouted, "Everyone, don't let your guard down. Give it your all." Kang Junhyuk exclaimed in surprise, "Baram! Monsters are coming from the sky too!" Kang Junhyuk was astonished, his eyes wide with fear. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. A swarm of monsters flew in the air, heading straight for the safe zone. Kang Junhyuk angrily shouted, "Damn it! All archers, take down the monsters in the sky first!" Kim Hui-yeon was astonished, her face filled with worry. She realized the danger. Inside the safe zone, there are weaker easy mode players than us. Inside the safe zone, other players looked up in surprise. A brown-haired man wondered, "Huh? Something's flying this way." The monsters had changed shape, becoming more terrifying. They growled, ready to attack. The brown-haired man was horrified, his face pale. He stammered, "What is that?" New monsters appeared, looking much stronger. The brown-haired man worried, "Can we even defeat them?" A burst of blue energy erupted, and Kang Tae-sun arrived just in time. The other players were astonished. "Ha! What was that?" Amidst the rubble, an explorer in a yellow vest pointed in surprise. "Wait, look over there, it's Tae-sun." Cheers erupted as Kang Tae-sun defeated the monsters with a single blow. Tae-sun took them down in one hit. He coldly warned, "Don't cause trouble in our territory." Kang Tae-sun frowned, looking at the defeated monsters. "Tsk. They've equipped themselves with troublesome things. All right, I can't let my guard down." A blue light enveloped the city, tall buildings appearing beneath a protective grid. A safe zone was established amidst the chaos. Kang Tae-sun walked over to Kim Hui-yeon, the little soul hovering beside him. "Kim Hui-yeon, I've dealt with all the monsters in the area and those that invaded the safe zone. Also, there's some information you need to know." Kim Hui-yeon looked at him in surprise. Kang Tae-sun explained, holding a chess piece. "Monsters will become exponentially stronger if they cross the safe zone. Think of it like chess rules. Even the weakest pieces become useful." Kang Junhyuk and Kim Hui-yeon realized. "Tsk. So this is why we can't let them into the safe zone. After this battle, we need to reevaluate our strategy." Kim Hui-yeon raised her hand, giving a decisive order. "Everyone, those who are exhausted, recover fully, and then return to the battlefield." She continued to command. "Also, we must try our best not to let monsters get close to the safe zone. Jeom Jungon, handle those monsters over there." Jeom Jungon replied, "Yes, understood." "Leave it to me." A monster roared, its body wrapped in thorny chains. A system notification appeared. "You activated the leap skill." Kang Tae-sun soared into the air, his glowing red sword cleaving through the monsters, flying in the sky, decisively dealing with the aerial threat. The first wave of attacks ended without serious damage. Before the next wave began, Kim Hui-yeon and Choi Baram reviewed their strategy together. Kim Hui-yeon and Choi Baram stood before a whiteboard, discussing the strategic map, outlining key areas and points to defend. The three strongest individuals currently were Kang Tae-sun, Kang Junhyuk, and Lee Tae-yeon, who had the ability to stop the enhanced monster. The new strategy was to divide the three of them into designated areas to deal with the enhanced monsters. The special mission began, and the second wave arrived. Condition: eliminate monsters attempting to invade the safe zone. Reward: rewarded upon reaching the labyrinth. Kang Junhyuk charged into battle. Kang Junhyuk drew his sword, activating a powerful skill, confronting the monster. He was surprised to see that the activation limit had disappeared. Lee Tae-yeon dodged a dangerous blow, her energy sword flaring brightly. Her dodging skill now had no limits. Kang Junhyuk and Lee Tae-yeon looked at each other in surprise. "No more activation limits." "Amazing," Kang Junhyuk exclaimed, while Lee Tae-yeon believed, "With this, we have enough power to fight." Kang Taeson unleashed a shockwave, the ground shaking violently, sweeping away the monsters. From a distance, Kang Taeson observed the battle. Little Spirit remarked,
"Those kids are quite reliable."
Kang Taeson replied, "Indeed, their reckless efforts to learn were not in vain." Kang Taeson looked up, his face thoughtful. He muttered, "It's time for those damned old gods to make their move. I wonder what they'll do this time." After clearing the second wave, Kang Taeson stood amidst the ruined city, looking up at the shimmering purple crystal in the sky. The third and fourth waves were also safely overcome. Finally, they reached the final wave. The fated day of the final wave had arrived. The number of survivors was only 204, while the death toll had reached 36. Jeum Jungun took careful notes. In this area alone, 48 people had died, with only 157 survivors remaining. Kim Wi-yoon sighed wearily, holding her head. Finally, it's the final stage. Now the number of survivors is no longer just a meaningless figure. Kang Taeson coldly told Kim Wi-yoon, "You should get used to it," she replied. "I can't. If I accept it, it's like giving up on protecting them from the start." Kim Wi-yoon looked at Kang Taeson, her gaze firm. "Even so, I still have to do what needs to be done, right?" Kang Taeson softly replied, "That's right." A member of the exploration team approached, urging Kim Wi-yoon for the next command. She looked at everyone, preparing to make the final decision. Kang Taeson's eyes flashed with determination, ready for the final battle. Despite many casualties after 4 waves, the exploration team no longer looked disheartened. They were determined to fight to the end, remembering the sacrifices of those who had fallen. Kang Taeson gazed into the distance, his eyes resolute. He knew he couldn't escape fate, only confront this final battle. The exploration team stood firm before the colossal purple crystal. A member shouted, "Everyone! This is the final wave! Let's cheer up!" The warriors quickly took their positions. A system notification rang out. "Special mission begins. Final wave initiated. You are strong enough to fight. Advance." From the crystal, dark masses of material began to fall. The exploration team was stunned. "What is this? They don't look like monsters." The black masses fell faster, creating cracks in the ground. A panicked cry, "Wait! It's falling!" A black mass plunged down, creating a shockwave. "Damn it! They've infiltrated the safe zone immediately. We have to destroy them before it gets too dangerous." A black mass transformed into a giant mantis monster, attacking a member. A cry of pain rang out. "What? They've transformed?" 2 mantis monsters lunged to attack. "What are they? They look like insects." A member cried out in fear. "Don't tell me! Mantises!" Kang Taeson appeared amidst the twisted black branches, ready to face the monsters, purple energy surrounding him. A system notification appeared. "You have activated Decaravia's mutated vegetation." The ground beneath Kang Taeson's feet transformed. Kang Taeson turned his head, his eyes sharp. This is definitely the work of the ancient gods. Those despicable beings have finally acted. He ordered Kang Junhyuk, "I can't repel all of them. Take care of the rest yourself." Kang Junhyuk replied with determination. Kang Junhyuk charged in, activating the powerful strike skill and swinging his sword to attack a mantis, creating streaks of orange light. The mantis counterattacked. Kang Junhyuk quickly activated dodge and rolled to safety, avoiding a fatal blow. Kang Junhyuk stared in astonishment at the unharmed monster. "What? What? It had no effect! It clearly works on enhanced monsters!" He blocked another attack, his face full of frustration. "Ugh, it feels like when Taeson Hyungnim ignored my dodge skill." Kang Taeson and Little Spirit observed the battlefield together. Little Spirit remarked that the mantis monsters were weaker than before, surprising Kang Taeson. Kim Hui-yeon was fighting amidst the swarm of monsters. Kang Taeson speculated that they were created for a specific purpose. Kang Taeson narrowed his eyes, realizing his teammates were handling the enemies more easily. He sensed something unusual. Lee Tai-yan dodged the monster's attack, swinging her sword in retaliation. Kang Tae-zan concluded that they were monsters bred to counter skill-based swordsmanship. Kim Hui-yeon exclaimed in surprise. "What? They still have hidden power?" She felt uneasy. The swarm of mantis-shaped monsters charged forward, sharp blades swinging through the air, creating a chaotic scene. Lee Tae-yan was bewildered when she saw the monsters stop attacking and gather in one spot. She wondered, "They're not attacking. Why are they suddenly gathering in one place?" A multitude of mantis-shaped monsters gathered, and a brilliant purple energy began to surge from the center, signaling something terrifying was about to happen. Kang Taeson plunged into battle, unleashing a powerful sword strike at the mantis-shaped monster, trying to prevent the gathering. Kang Taeson looked ahead decisively, realizing there were too many monsters to stop them from gathering. He knew he couldn't prevent it. Little Spirit showed a worried expression, realizing it was too late to stop it. It knew something terrible was about to happen. A colossal mantis-shaped monster appeared, radiating purple energy. Little Spirit was astonished by this terrifying power, saying, "They've become too powerful." Kang Taeson activated his scouting skill, his eyes sharp. He realized this was a dangerous A-rank monster. "That's an A-rank monster!" Information about Monster 999 appeared, a specialized target that was extremely tough. It was the strongest creature, having caused the deaths of countless people in his previous life. The colossal monster unleashed a terrifying attack, creating a violent shockwave that pushed back everything in its path. Kang Junyuk and his teammates looked at the monster in horror. Kang Junyuk exclaimed, "Hyung, that monster!" Their eyes were filled with helplessness and fear. Kang Taeson activated scouting, his eyes resolute. Little Spirit hovered, and he confirmed that he already knew. An A-rank monster, specialized type, number 999. This enemy was extremely tough, having claimed countless lives in Kang Taeson's previous life. Even players in hard mode weren't sure of victory. Kang Taeson activated a series of skills: Bloodlust, Limit Proof, Contempt for the Strong, and Anti-God. He confidently declared, "A specialized type. I can see through him." Activating Giant Slayer and Acceleration, Kang Taeson shot off like the wind. He decisively stated, "First, let's switch places." The colossal monster swung its sharp claws, creating a brilliant golden energy stream. Kang Taeson skillfully dodged the powerful attack. Without hesitation, Kang Taeson counterattacked. Streams of purple and pink energy erupted from his sword, striking the monster directly, creating a fierce collision. Kang Taeson continued to press on, pushing back the monster with successive attacks. He coldly declared, "Of course, you have no choice." In the sky, a purple spatial rift suddenly appeared, releasing a chaotic surge of energy that shook the entire space. Kim Hui-yeon was astonished. She had never seen such a sharp, cold gaze from Kang Taeson. She exclaimed, "Unbelievable." Kim Hui-yeon and her teammates stood on their cracked ground, astonished by Kang Taeson's power. She wondered, "It's unbelievable that he can unleash such extraordinary power even when facing an A-rank monster. Did he switch places because he didn't want us to get caught in the battle?" Jeom Jung-gun and Lee Tae-yeon looked up at the sky in panic. The spatial rift was growing larger, signaling an ill omen. Jeom Jung-gun worried, "Is the rift getting bigger?" From the rift, countless new monsters poured out, terrifying in appearance. Little Spirit hovered anxiously, exclaiming, "It's too early for us to be at ease." Many more monsters are pouring out from that rift. The desolate outskirts of Seoul, ruined buildings, engulfed in smoke and dust, bore witness to the terrible devastation of the battle. The monster charged with terrifying speed, swinging its claws. Kang Taeson activated his dodge, narrowly evading the attack, leaving a brilliant red streak. Lee Tae-yeon didn't hesitate. She activated her jump and powerful strike, charging straight at the monster. She declared, "Then, how about this attack?" Lee Tae-yeon's attack was ineffective, she realized. As expected, dodging doesn't work on him, that's for sure. The monster stood firm, completely unharmed. Kang Taeson unleashed a flurry of attacks, brilliant purple energy engulfing him and the monster. The system confirmed, "You activated consecutive attacks." Kang Taeson was astonished to realize his attack caused almost no damage. He exclaimed, "What? I barely dealt any damage to him." The monster still stood tall, its eyes glowing red. It wasn't immune, but its defense had skyrocketed, completely nullifying sword skills. Kang Taeson speculated, "He's completely resistant to sword skills." The monster counterattacked swiftly, delivering a powerful blow that sent Kang Taeson flying, his body reeling. Kang Taeson didn't give up. He summoned an ice arrow, wondering if magic could penetrate the monster's defenses. The ice arrow struck the monster and shattered, but it still stood firm. "Useless," Kang Taeson muttered to himself, despair beginning to creep in. Kang Taeson landed on the building, realizing both magic and spirit skills were useless. Demonic energy was depleted, and dark magic was no longer effective either. Kang Taeson mused. Little soul flying beside him. It said, "Sword skills and magic are both powerless. That's a monster, meant only to kill you." Little soul was worried. The situation was far more serious. It remarked, "Taeson's chances of winning are too low. A monster as strong as him should only be found deep within a labyrinth." Kang Taeson decided to retreat, creating distance. The colossal monster roared, charging after him, destroying everything in its path. Kang Taeson looked straight ahead, his gaze resolute. He calculated that an A-rank monster had approximately 200,000 to 300,000 HP. He recalled his past life, facing an S-rank monster that covered the globe. His damage was only 50, but he maintained poison for 2 days, defeating a creature with 1.25 million HP. Kang Taeson gasped, but his eyes still blazed. He calculated that with just 1,000 blows, victory would be his. He told himself, it's not impossible, but he looked over at the battlefield, where Jeom Jung-gun, Kim Hui-yeon, and the expedition team were struggling. They won't last long. Red blood splattered on the black ground. He had no more time to waste. A vow echoed. I must not look back at the past before turning back time. A soldier fell, his eyes lifeless. Painful memories of those lost flooded back, urging him on. He knelt amidst the desolation, the monstrous black silhouette looming above. Broken blades and scattered corpses served as a grim reminder of a tragic past. Kang Tae-sun charged at the monster, his red sword slashing straight. He roared, "Will I kill you first, or will you destroy us first?" The battle of life and death had begun. If this monster wasn't defeated, that horrifying day would repeat. Kang Tae-sun's steps glided, swift as the wind, carrying his vow. This is a race against time. Kang Tae-sun's purple eyes blazed. He looked directly at his opponent, full of defiance. You might think you can easily defeat me. He dodged the attack, analyzing his opponent. No matter how tough its exoskeleton is, there will always be unprotected parts. For example, Kang Tae-sun lunged, his sword pointing directly at a weak spot. No matter how you defend, I'm sure you have a weakness, especially a bug-like monster like you. I've dealt with many like you before. With a sharp purple slash, Kang Tae-sun aimed directly at the monster's joints, parts like the joints. The monster groaned in pain, blood gushing from the wound. Its piercing shriek echoed, signaling the success of the attack. Kang Tae-sun's eyes turned fiery red. He activated a skill, his power exploding. Now I've identified you. He was ready for the decisive battle. With his newly activated power, Kang Tae-sun launched into a furious assault. Consecutive sword strikes tore through the air, pushing the monster onto the defensive. Little Soul flew around cheering. Amazing! You've overcome its strength and speed with Apostolate. If you keep attacking its weak points, you can subdue it instantly. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy enveloped the monster's joints. It was astonished, wondering, what is this? What is that energy? Little Soul was horrified. The power of the ancient gods is protecting its joints. Are they allowed to interfere so cowardly? Kang Tae-sun was furious. It's useless now. Attacking the joints won't do anything. Little Soul wondered, the monster is moving slower than before? Now that its weak points are covered, what are you going to do? Kang Tae-sun replied, if the old weak points are gone, I'll just find new ones. Little Soul thought in surprise. Another weak point? That's just like you. Kang Tae-sun maintained his resolute expression, unfazed. Without faltering, Kang Tae-sun activated a new skill, deer stepping on the wind path. Covered in a surge of green energy, he plunged back into battle with a new strategy. Kang Tae-sun sensed something. He realized the monster was a collection of multiple entities, with intricate gaps. The colossal monster roared, unleashing a fierce attack. Brilliant golden energy erupted, engulfing Kang Tae-sun. Kang Tae-sun glided like a ghost, evading the terrifying attack. He moved so fast he was just a red blur. Kang Tae-sun's eyes flashed red. He challenged, let's see how well you coordinate. A brilliant red energy enveloped him. Kang Tae-sun activated Small Ember, creating a wind path. He declared he would burn the monster from within. As an explosion of golden energy erupted, the monster took damage. With his enhanced power, Kang Tae-sun was confident this was his chance to finish it. He launched into a relentless assault. Kang Tae-sun continued to deliver critical blows. The colossal monster was pushed back, taking an additional 2,045 damage, clearly faltering. A sharp streak of black energy shot into the sky. Kang Tae-sun declared the battle wasn't over. His fighting was still burning brightly. Kang Tae-sun activated Small Ember again, purple energy erupting fiercely. He warned that this time, things would be even hotter. The monster was engulfed in a sea of brilliant golden flames. Kang Tae-sun continuously activated Small Ember, his eyes sharp and unforgiving. Seeing his fallen comrades, Kang Tae-sun swore he wouldn't let the past repeat. Purple energy erupted from him, determined to win. Kang Tae-sun unleashed his decisive blow, purple energy piercing the monster. He declared he would continue to advance, and the announcement of victory echoed. The system announced a resounding victory, along with new skills, essence comprehension, and twisted spirit force adjustment. Little Soul was astonished. You won? Amidst the ruins, Kang Tae-sun looked up at the sky, challenging the ancient gods. Are you watching? His eyes were full of arrogance. Kang Tae-sun continued his defiance, asserting that the outcome wouldn't change no matter what the gods did. A purple crack appeared in the sky. Kang Tae-sun declared he would win repeatedly. He swore he would never let the gods trample the earth again. Little Soul was astonished beside him. A white-haired, blue-eyed woman commanded, make them pay for daring to interfere with my encounter with you. I want you to trample on the pride of those ancient gods and crush their creations. Kang Tae-sun stood amidst the starry expanse, looking up at the shimmering silhouette of the goddess of magic. Little Soul flew beside him. He wondered if the goddess of magic was pleased with this sudden return-to-earth quest. Increasingly powerful monsters appeared in the quest. Kang Taeson speculated that the ancient gods felt threatened by his sword and wanted to eliminate him early. He sped away, seeing the city hall and a safe zone ahead. Time was running out. Little Soul worried. "Taeson, this time it seems it will take much longer." Kang Taeson replied, "Indeed, I hope those people can survive." A source of dark energy erupted. The demon goddess appeared, saying, "You don't need to go there, Taeson." Kang Taeson was astonished, realizing this was the demon goddess's energy. He recalled the demon goddess's words about descending to earth. This was their pact. The demon goddess praised, "You've done exceptionally well this time, Kang Taeson." He looked at her in astonishment. "You've truly come here, demon goddess." "But what do you mean when you say I don't need to go there?" The demon goddess declared she would handle the remaining monsters herself, so Kang Taeson didn't need to worry. The demon goddess smirked, her eyes full of confidence, and said, "We shouldn't leave anything behind. Don't you think so?" Kang Taeson looked at her, asking with slight hesitation, "Is it really okay to interfere like this?" The demon goddess flew up, surrounded by darkness, and challenged, "What's not okay about it? Didn't those bastards play dirty first? I'll do the exact same thing. What can they do to me?" she declared forcefully. "Now then, you filthy bugs, it's time for some fun cleanup." Numerous monsters were swallowed by the demon goddess's darkness, vanishing into nothingness. An expedition team looked up at the sky in astonishment, where swirling darkness was devouring the monsters. The darkness continued to spread, obliterating everything in its path, leaving behind a silent void. The darkness finally dissipated, revealing a notification that the special mission was complete. The expedition team lay scattered, astonished, and bewildered, asking what had just happened. A black-haired girl, stunned, wondered if everything was over. A panicked expedition member recounted the darkness sweeping through. Choi Baram lay injured on the ground, telling himself the enemies fled because they saw he was too weak. His teammates worriedly asked if he could get up. A woman in the expedition team looked into the distance, her face full of contemplation. She told Kang Taeson that they had won once again. The woman continued to ponder, admitting she was scared despite being the commander. She found comfort knowing Kang Taeson was still somewhere nearby. Kang Taeson stood amidst the ruined city, his purple eyes flashing with magical light. He declared that everything was over, with no trace of the enemy remaining. Kang Taeson turned around, thanking the demon goddess. The demon goddess replied that he didn't need to thank her, because he had overcome it himself. Even though those guys had crossed the line, the little spirit hovered beside them. The demon goddess smiled, a magical glow appearing in her hand. She said she would reward Kang Taeson, and he received the title Saint of the Second Demon, God's Seat. Kang Taeson's demonic energy increased. He was astonished to receive 3 additional dark magic skills. The demon goddess said he could test them later in the labyrinth. The little spirit flew by his ear. The demon goddess grew angry, a surge of purple energy erupting around her. She wanted to stay, but the ancient gods kept bothering her. She called them selfish bastards. The demon goddess smirked contemptuously, a glowing red eye appearing in space. She said the ancient gods refused to die gracefully and instead acted crazily. Kang Taeson agreed, pondering the ancient gods' interference in monsters trampling the earth. He wondered if this was a power struggle where all interference was permitted. The demon goddess suddenly reminded Kang Taeson that she had another piece of news to tell him. The little spirit hovered beside them. The demon goddess looked directly at Kang Taeson, her eyes stern. She warned that members of the Sin Guidance Guild would target him again. The demon goddess said she couldn't interfere deeply because that person was her son. Kang Taeson realized there was someone of the demon race in the Sin Guidance Guild. The demon goddess created a massive surge of dark energy, swirling up into the sky, preparing for a final act. The demon goddess concentrated her energy, declaring this was the final reward she bestowed upon all of humanity. The demon goddess bestowed dark power upon all of humanity. Those around were stunned, feeling a strange energy rising within them. The demon goddess departed, leaving the earth submerged in darkness. Her mysterious gaze turned towards Kang Taeson, uttering a challenge. "Farewell, Kang Taeson." Amidst the deep purple night, Kang Taeson stood motionless, watching the demon goddess's silhouette disappear. The mission was over, but a sense of unease lingered. The little spirit flew around Kang Taeson, an urgent call echoing. Kang Taeson maintained a pensive expression, seemingly contemplating something. The little spirit couldn't believe its eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "No way did the demon goddess really bestow demonic energy upon humans." The expedition team was confused by the new energy, but Kang Taeson reassured them, considering it a reward. After the mission, the little spirit was annoyed that Kang Taeson received nothing. Kang Taeson asked the expedition team if they had learned dark magic yet. The little spirit exploded in indignation, unable to believe the demon goddess had bestowed this power upon all of humanity. Kang Taeson raised his hand, dark energy swirling around it. his expression pensive. He seemed to have realized something unusual. The young man and the black-haired girl were confused, asserting they had never learned dark magic. Clearly, this power was bestowed by the demon goddess. A notification panel appeared, granting them the title Saint of the Second Demon God's Seat. Kang Junyuk was astonished to receive 2 dark magic skills. Lee Taeyeon was also surprised to receive 2 skills, though they seemed different from Kang Junyuk's. Kim Hwa-yoon and Gam Jung-gun only received 1 skill, assuming it was because they were hard-mode players. Kang Tae-san observed the skill panel, realizing the number of skills received depended on individual strength. Kang Tae-san asked about Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junyuk's progress. Upon learning they had reached the 13th floor, he realized they were about to face troublesome individuals. With a resolute gaze, Kang Tae-san ordered them to follow. A new plan was forming in his mind. The city was shrouded in night, enveloped by a layer of emerald energy shield. Starlight twinkled in the sky, creating an ethereal scene. Kang Tae-san asked directly, "Did you guys encounter those from the Sin Guidance Guild when you went down into the labyrinth?" 2 shadowy figures flickered above like an omen. Lee Taeyeon immediately confirmed. "Yes, we met them," Kang Junyuk grumbled. "Me too, those bastards. Who do they think they are? Ordering me around?" As expected, they also existed in the solo player's labyrinth. The little spirit wondered. "So, does that mean there's a copy of me too?" Kang Tae-san asked. "So, did you guys follow my instructions?" Lee Taeyeon smiled, holding up a golden card. "Yes, just as you instructed, I said I would join the Sin Guidance Guild." Kang Junyuk grumbled, his sword trembling in his hand. He couldn't damage them, so he had to accept. "Anyway, I was allowed to go down to deeper floors. They said I had some potential." Kang Tae-san calmly said, "That's enough. You guys are strong enough not to be easily killed. Just go down into the labyrinth under their protection. Later, when you're strong enough, destroy them." The little spirit was astonished. Could Tae-san want to gather information about the Sin Guidance Guild, protect his teammates, and then destroy the organization from within? A ruthless plan emerged. Kang Tae-san drew his sword, his eyes sharp. "So, for the remaining time, shall we continue training our skills?" Kang Junyuk and Lee Taeyeon were astonished. Yes. Time flew by like a flash. Swords sliced through the wind, signaling 2 more days until their return to the labyrinth. In the remaining days, Lee Taeyeon and Kang Junyuk diligently trained under Kang Tae-san's guidance, without a single complaint. As a result, both their sword skills increased by 2%. Kang Junyuk became calmer in his judgment, while Lee Taeyeon gradually shed her shyness. Kang Tae-san smiled with satisfaction, his purple eyes flashing with confidence. The fruits of their training were evident. The mission to return to Earth was complete. A pillar of light appeared, and Kang Tae-san said, "Time's up." Kang Junyuk regretfully said, "It's a pity. I wish we could have trained a little longer." Kang Junyuk and Lee Taeyeon were full of determination. "Hyung, next time we meet, we'll show better results." Lee Taeyeon added, "We'll be stronger and help you." Kang Tae-san smiled, vanishing into the light. "Keep diligently improving yourselves. One day, you'll reach my level. Well then, I'm off." Kang Tae-san disappeared into the light, the little spirit following. On the ground, Kang Junyuk and Lee Taeyeon waved goodbye. Kang Tae-san returned to the 36th floor of the labyrinth. The system displayed the reward summary panel, and he received 1,478 points after the recent battles. The little spirit sighed in relief, confused by what had transpired. The white-haired woman reiterated that the original goal was to obtain mid-tier magic on the 36th floor, but everything had changed. She asked Kang Tae-san what he would choose. Kang Tae-san looked at the blue crystal, deciding to increase his proficiency points. He calculated he could raise it to nearly 150%. Kang Tae-san's weak point attack skill reached 100% and transformed into weak point designation, dealing double damage. His natural understanding skill also increased to 50%. Kang Tae-san pondered, and the image of a bald man appeared. He was confident that he could combine skills to create a new move. Kang Tae-san activated natural understanding, and a blue light enveloped him. Little Soul was startled, not expecting him to use this skill again. The natural understanding skill showed Kang Tae-san detailed information about Little Soul. He wondered what its effect would be when used on monsters. Kang Tae-san recalled another skill he had received after defeating the monsters, a stream of blue light from his hand. The Spiral Spirit Energy Adjustment skill allowed control over spirit energy. Kang Tae-san realized it could be used for offense, not just defense like the monsters. Finally, Kang Tae-san decided to use all remaining points to enhance dark magic. Kang Tae-san's dark magic increased to 36%. He could use the demon goddess's magic, its power depending on the demonic energy consumed. Little Soul reminded Kang Tae-san to check the 3 new skills from the demon goddess. He examined Seer's Black Wind, a low-level dark magic. Little Soul sighed, unable to predict the effects of the dark magic. Kang Taeson then looked at Marbus's ink-black wave, a defensive skill. Feeling guilty for delaying meeting the demon goddess, Kang Taeson decided to conquer the 37th floor first. The 37th floor quest began, requiring him to defeat the boss. Kang Taeson smiled, ready to test the new skills from the demon goddess.